This man's name is Song Chen, and his experiences over the past year can be described as extremely unlucky. 6 months ago, he hadn't made any major mistakes, but his boss made things difficult for him at work and gave him a hard time every day. 3 months ago, my father suddenly fell seriously ill, and the exorbitant medical expenses were almost suffocating him. To make matters worse, the landlord came knocking on the door, demanding rent. A month ago, his girlfriend of many years broke up with him because she thought he had no money and no future. After being hit by a series of blows, Song Chen got drunk and, in his dazed state, bumped into a fake Taoist priest who was spouting nonsense. The other party lied to him, saying that the wooden beads in his hand could change his fate. Song Chen was already upset, and to his dismay, he actually fell for the trick and lost the last bit of money he had. But Song Chen never expected that this seemingly insignificant wooden bead would grant him an incredible ability. He could freely travel back 50 years. At this moment, Song Chen first drank a bottle of milk to fill his stomach, and then began preparing for his first trip to the 1970s to resell goods. The rice and flour he bought yesterday all had production dates printed on their packaging, so it wouldn't be appropriate to bring them directly. In addition, there were too many items, and taking them out all at once would easily arouse suspicion. Song Chen rummaged through drawers and cabinets, found a white canvas bag, and then took out an electronic scale to separate the rice, flour, and pork. 5 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of flour, and 1 pound of pork were all put into plastic bags, and then stuffed into the canvas bag. After preparing, he slung the bag over his shoulder and gripped the wooden bead tightly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the familiar alleyway from the 1970s. It was not yet 6 o'clock, but there was already quite a bit of noise outside. Song Chen first checked the bag to make sure everything was all right before stepping out of the alley. He knew perfectly well that the best place to sell grain was the black market. The problem was, he had no idea where the black market was, and he didn't dare ask anyone. If he asked and was immediately reported, he'd be in big trouble. Fortunately, Song Chen had read many historical fiction novels before, and quickly thought of another place. The hospital. In this era, people who could afford to be hospitalized generally came from relatively well-off families. Especially in the obstetrics and gynecology ward, new mothers needed to replenish their bodies the most, and things like rice, flour, and pork were in high demand. Song Chen asked for directions along the way and walked for more than half an hour before finally arriving at the hospital. He was worried that he would be stopped at the entrance, but once inside, he found that no one cared about him at all. He asked a nurse for directions to the obstetrics and gynecology department, and then, pretending to be visiting a relative, went straight into a ward. In the ward, a man wearing glasses saw a stranger enter and immediately asked warily, "Who are you?" Song Chen immediately put on an embarrassed smile and said that he was there to see Wang Chunny, and then asked if there was such a patient here. The bespectacled man shook his head, saying he had never heard of this person and that Song Chen must have gone to the wrong ward. Song Chen deliberately frowned and muttered under his breath, "That shouldn't be the case. My mom clearly said this was the ward. Has she already been discharged? Oh well, I brought all this rice, flour, and pork here, and it's all for nothing." After saying that, he sighed and turned to leave. Sure enough, the bespectacled man's gaze immediately fell on the bulging canvas bag. He hesitated for a moment, then called out to Song Chen. After the two arrived at the stairwell, the bespectacled man didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. His wife had just given birth and was now without breast milk, and the baby was crying from hunger, so he wanted to buy some grain and meat from Song Chen. Song Chen was secretly delighted, but on the surface he pretended to be in a difficult position, saying that his family had specifically asked him to bring these things to his cousin to help her recover. The bespectacled man was so anxious that he almost begged, saying that he would be happy to share even a little bit. Song Chen seemed moved by the child's situation and slowly opened the canvas bag. Inside were white rice, flour, and a piece of fatty pork belly, which instantly made the bespectacled man's eyes widen. In these times, food was already scarce, and meat was an even rarer delicacy. The bespectacled man hadn't been able to afford meat for several months, saving all his monthly meat ration coupons to nourish his wife. After hesitating for a while, he finally blushed and asked Song Chen if he could sell all of these things to him. Song Chen deliberately paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. The bespectacled man stood there, stunned, thinking for a moment that he had misheard. Song Chen smiled and reminded him, "What are you still standing there for? Do you want it or not? The bespectacled man nodded hurriedly and quickly asked him the price. Song Chen said, "Rice is 60 cents a pound, flour is 70 cents a pound, and pork is 1.2 yuan a pound. No coupons required." The bespectacled man breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although the price was higher than at the grain and oil store, the key was that no ration coupons were needed, and it was cheaper than the black market. So the two quickly exchanged money for goods. With the experience of the first success, Song Chen continued to use the same method, visiting several wards and selling all the prepared items. To his surprise, just as he was about to return to the modern world to retrieve more goods, he suddenly discovered that the wooden bead contained its own internal space. It was a hazy, grayish space inside, making it impossible to tell its exact size, but items could be placed in and taken out at any time. This made Song Chen extremely excited. With this space, transporting goods would be much more convenient. He wouldn't have to carry things back and forth repeatedly. After a busy day, he earned a total of 38 yuan. In the 1970s, this amount was quite substantial. Song Chen, in high spirits with the money he had just earned, was about to leave the hospital. But just as he reached the door, he was stopped by an elderly woman in her 60s. The woman, panting, grabbed his arm and said she had seen him selling grain when she went to get hot water. Song Chen's expression changed, and she immediately denied it, saying that she had mistaken him and that she had only come to deliver some things to her relatives. But the old lady quickly waved her hand, saying that she hadn't come to report him, but just wanted to ask if he had any food left, as she wanted to buy some. Grandma Bai quickly explained that her husband was sick and hospitalized, and she just wanted to buy some fine grains to nourish him. Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out the other woman wasn't there to cause trouble. Grandma Bai wanted 10 jin of rice and 10 jin of flour, and Song Chen then offered to ask if she wanted pork, eggs, and brown sugar. Seeing how thin and frail the old woman was, he felt a pang of pity. Since he was going back to the modern world to buy things anyway, bringing a few extra items wouldn't be a problem. When Old Lady Bai heard that he could even procure these things, she immediately nodded excitedly. The two agreed to meet at the hospital entrance an hour later. After returning to the modern world, Song Chen went straight to the supermarket for a big shopping spree. Because he bought so much, he even had to borrow a shopping cart to get everything home. When he arrived at the hospital again, he saw Grandma Bai standing at the entrance, looking out. She had clearly been worried that Song Chen wouldn't return, and only when she saw him did a smile finally appear on her face. The two found a quiet alley. Song Chen opened 2 canvas bags, which contained 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of pork, 30 eggs, and 5 pounds of brown sugar. Grandma Bai's eyes lit up. In these days, it was already quite rare to see such white rice and flour all at once, let alone pork, eggs, and brown sugar. She checked each item one by one, unable to suppress her smile. Song Chen quoted the prices and asked how much she wanted. Old Mrs. Bai wanted them all, of course, but she needed to save money for her husband's hospital bills. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a wrapped handkerchief from her pocket, opened it, and found a gold bracelet inside. Song Chen's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately reminded her that what she had wasn't worth a gold bracelet at all. But old Madame Bai knew very well that keeping the item would be dangerous, and she dared not take it out to exchange for money. So she firmly said that the transaction was settled, and neither party owed the other anything. Song Chen didn't refuse any longer, accepted the gold bracelet, and handed over both bags of supplies to her, including the canvas bag. Watching his retreating figure, old Mrs. Bai couldn't help but admire the young man's generosity. However, she didn't dare take the things directly back to the ward, fearing trouble if others saw them, so she could only send them home first. Upon returning to the modern world, the first thing Song Chen did was head straight to a gold shop. Gold prices had recently skyrocketed, and the gold bracelet he'd bought sold for over 13,000 yuan. Looking at the balance in his bank account, Song Chen almost burst out laughing. This wasn't just making money, it was blatant profiteering. With this new way to make money, he suddenly felt there was no need to put up with that awful job any longer. So he sent a message to his manager to resign, and soon the manager agreed and even asked him to come to the company the next day to hand over his work. Song Chen wasn't surprised at all. The manager had long disliked him, simply because he refused to work overtime without pay and always left on time, for which he had been publicly criticized several times. But in Song Chen's view, working overtime without pay, not even a meal allowance, and having to pay for a taxi if he missed the last bus, this wasn't working. It was practically giving away money for charity. After finishing his resignation, Song Chen remembered that he hadn't paid his rent yet, so he immediately transferred 6,000 yuan to the landlord. He rented a one-bedroom apartment, and the reason he chose a more expensive place was that it would be convenient for his girlfriend, Xiaoman, to stay with him in the future. However, she kept refusing, citing that cohabitation before marriage was not suitable, and at the time he thought she was traditional and sensible. Looking back now, Song Chen doesn't regret it. In fact, he's somewhat relieved that the two of them didn't actually live together. Logically, now that he has a way to make money, he could easily find a way to win Xiaoman back. But strangely, he no longer has that thought in his mind. Perhaps from a moment the other person gave up on their 6-year relationship, something had already changed. Even if they got back together, that thorn would always be stuck in their hearts, and the two of them could never go back to the way things were. Early Monday morning, Song Chen went to the company to complete his resignation procedures. This time, he didn't take the bus. Instead, he took a taxi. Although he wasn't exactly wealthy, he had already grasped the golden finger that allowed him to travel back to the 1970s, and turning his life around was only a matter of time. There was no need for him to suffer any longer. There was some traffic on the way, and Song Chen arrived at the company a few minutes late. As soon as he entered, manager Su Dong rushed over with a dark face. "Song Chen, what's wrong with you? How can you be late for work?" In the past, Song Chen might have offered some explanation, but today he simply replied, "I'm here to resign." Su Dong was momentarily speechless, but immediately put on his superior airs again, saying that as long as Song Chen hadn't officially resigned, he was still a company employee and had to abide by the company's rules and regulations. Song Chen smiled and said, "Okay, you can deduct it from my salary directly." These words immediately made Su Dong's face turn ashen with anger. Before leaving, he didn't forget to lecture Song Chen, saying that his personality would definitely cause him trouble in the future. Song Chen smiled and replied, "Suffering a loss is a blessing. My good fortune is yet to come." This left Su Dong speechless. The two were arguing quite loudly in the office, and their colleagues outside could hear them clearly. Before long, the employees' group chat exploded. Everyone was speculating whether Song Chen had already found another job. Otherwise, how could he be so assertive? Song Chen didn't bother to explain. He spent the morning handing over his work and leaving immediately after completing the formalities. He wasn't counting on today's pay anyway, and staying at the company in the afternoon would only lead to questions from his colleagues. Besides, his relationships with his colleagues were never particularly good. He used to spend all his free time with his girlfriend and had no interest in cultivating professional relationships. After a free afternoon, Song Chen went to the 1970s again. This time, his target was the junkyard. In period novels, this place is almost a must-visit spot for time-traveling protagonists. Antiques, paintings, rare old books, and lost treasures might be hidden among a pile of junk. Although he might not actually find anything, everyone should have some dreams. As soon as Song Chen entered the scrapyard, he saw an old man lying on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. He couldn't help but think to himself, this job must be really comfortable. Even slacking off can be done so openly and legitimately. But the next second, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him sharply. "What are you doing here?" Song Chen immediately put aside his thoughts, took out a hard-boiled egg and handed it over, smiling as he said that he wanted to find some old books to read and asked the old man to make an exception. The old man glanced at him and could tell from his clothes and shoes that the young man's family was probably well off. However, he didn't ask any more questions. After taking the eggs, he only reminded Song Chen that he could go in, but he shouldn't touch anything he shouldn't, as everything inside was registered. Upon hearing this, Song Chen immediately understood. The old man was most likely warning him, indicating that someone had definitely come here with ulterior motives before. After entering the room, Song Chen searched for over half an hour, only to become increasingly disappointed. It truly was a junkyard, full of broken items, with none of the treasures he had imagined. Finally, he casually picked out 2 old books and a stack of old newspapers, intending to learn about the news and environment of that era. When it came time to pay, the old man noticed that he didn't have much extra on him, so he casually said, "No need to weigh it. It'll be 3 cents in total." Song Chen paid the money readily. But just as he was about to leave, the old man suddenly said in a low voice, "Young man, it's better to be more down to earth." Song Chen's heart tightened. Sure enough, The old man had already figured out that he hadn't come to the scrapyard just to buy old books. Since the other party wasn't easily fooled, Song Chen simply stopped beating around the bush and asked him directly if he knew anyone with good stuff that he could buy at a high price. The old man's expression instantly turned serious. He stared at him for a while before asking, "Do you have any food?" Song Chen smiled. He knew this was going to work. So he said directly, "Yes. Rice, flour, pork, eggs, I can get them all. I also have cloth." Upon hearing this, the old man's gaze immediately changed, transforming from indifference to fervor. He rubbed his hands together and asked in a low voice, "Really? How much can you get?" Song Chen didn't give a definitive answer, only asking in return, "That depends on how many good things you can find for me." The old man was silent for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Prepare 100 caddies of grain, 50 eggs, 10 caddies of meat for me, and 2 pieces of fabric suitable for making clothes for young girls." After listening, Song Chen didn't immediately agree. He just looked at the old man and said that there was quite a lot of stuff in this batch, and he wasn't having much of a problem, but he was worried that the old man might not be able to provide enough good stuff. The old man patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any losses." As night fell, people gradually went home, and the area around the scrap metal collection station quieted down. In the darkness, Song Chen pulled a small shopping cart to the door with difficulty and called out in a low voice, "Grandpa, are you there?" Soon, the door opened from the inside. The old man peeked out, looked around to make sure no one had followed, and then let Song Chen in. Song Chen shook his aching arms and pointed to the small cart, saying, "I brought everything. Please check it first, sir." The old man didn't stand on ceremony and started counting the items with his flashlight. But when he saw the small cart, he immediately looked surprised and couldn't help but ask where it came from and how it was so convenient. Song Chen smiled and said that he got it from a big city, and it was the only one available, not for sale. Actually, the old man needed too much stuff this time, and the canvas bag couldn't hold it all, so he had to buy a small cart as a temporary solution. Fortunately, the cart didn't look too extravagant, but the roads in the 1970s were so uneven that pulling over 100 pounds of goods almost broke the wheels. The old man continued examining the contents. At the top was a layer of eggs, all quite large. Below there was pork with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, and further down were white rice and flour. Finally, there were 2 pieces of cloth, one light blue and the other army green, both feeling quite nice to the touch. Seeing these items, the old man nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. This young man was indeed sincere, bringing only the best goods. Since Song Chen hadn't cheated him, he naturally wouldn't let Song Chen suffer a loss. The old man turned and went inside. A short while later, he came out with a small wooden box and asked Song Chen to open it. Song Chen licked his dry lips, and as soon as he lifted the lid, his gaze was drawn to a splash of green inside. It was a jade bracelet. Although Song Chen didn't know much about jade, he had watched some videos online and knew that the main factors in judging a jade bracelet were its texture, clarity, and color. The bracelet in front of him was clear and clean, with almost no impurities. In modern times, it would definitely fetch tens of thousands of yuan, even if it didn't sell for hundreds of thousands. More importantly, there weren't as many counterfeiting tricks back then. Jade bracelets weren't worth much either, and few people dared to wear them, since they could easily be labeled as capitalists. Besides the jade bracelet, there were also 3 golden peanuts in the box, each weighing about 10 grams. These 3 golden peanuts alone were almost as valuable as the entire batch of supplies he had brought. Song Chen was overjoyed, feeling he had truly gotten a great deal. But the old man also felt he hadn't lost out. These days, even money can't always buy food and meat, and cloth is an even rarer commodity. He kept these things very well hidden in his house, and he wouldn't have risked exchanging them if it weren't for wanting to nourish his grandchildren. Song Chen closed the wooden box, nodded, and said, "Grandpa, then we've settled the transaction." After the deal was done, the old man told Song Chen to leave quickly, as he was also preparing to go home. But Song Chen, seeing the pile of things on the ground, offered to help him take them back. He knew perfectly well that the old man had far more valuable items than just these. Building a good relationship now might allow for future transactions. The old man stared at him for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. Grandpa Chin's house wasn't far from the recycling station, only a 10-minute walk away. On the way, the two chatted casually, and Song Chen learned that the old man's surname was Chen. Grandpa Chen had 3 children when he was young, 2 of whom died during the War of Resistance against Japan. His remaining son joined the army, married, and had children while serving, but he and his wife were later killed in action, leaving behind only 2 children. Last year, his granddaughter couldn't find a job after graduating from high school and had to go to the countryside as an educated youth. Grandpa Chen couldn't bear to see his granddaughter suffer, so he pulled a lot of strings to arrange for her to go to the countryside closer to home, so she could get there quickly if there was an emergency. Song Chen didn't say much after listening, but silently kept those words in mind. Soon, the 2 arrived at the Chen family's house. Inside, an old woman and a little boy were waiting anxiously. Hearing the door open, the grandmother and grandson immediately came out to greet them. Grandpa Chen smiled and patted his grandson's head, pointing to the little cart and saying, "Look what good things Grandpa brought you back." The little boy, Chen Wenkong, immediately squatted down to look. Eggs, pork, rice, flour, one item after another was laid out before him. His eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. After looking around, he still asked in a low voice, "Grandpa, did you buy me any candy?" Grandpa Chen's expression froze, and he realized that he had been so busy exchanging grain and meat that he had forgotten about candy. Chen Wenkong immediately realized what was happening and quickly smiled nonchalantly, saying he was just asking casually and that he was too old for sweets anymore. Song Chen looked at the skinny child and felt a pang of sadness. He pretended to take something out of his pocket, but actually pulled out a handful of fruit candies from his spatial storage and stuffed them directly into Chen Wenkong's hand. The little boy stared blankly at the colorful candies in his palm, then quickly looked up at his grandfather, not daring to accept them so easily. Grandpa Chen glanced gratefully at Song Chen and said softly, "Aren't you going to thank your brother?" Chen Wenkong then carefully held the candy, his eyes crinkling with joy. "Thank you, big brother." When Song Chen returned to his rented room, it was already past 7 in the evening. After a long day of work, he was starving. Grandma Chen had wanted him to stay for dinner, but Song Chen declined. It wasn't easy for her to buy food, especially since she had paid a high price to get it from him. He felt too embarrassed to ask her to stay for a meal. Back in the modern world, he was too lazy to cook and order takeout. Before, Song Chen would carefully calculate the minimum order amount for discounts. But now, with a way to make money, although he wasn't truly wealthy yet, his confidence was completely different. This time, he ordered over 100 yuan worth of food. After eating and drinking his fill, Song Chen took a shower and lay down on the bed. He then filmed the jade bracelet and sent it to several bloggers online who specialize in jade appraisal, asking them to help him estimate its value. That way, when he really wanted to sell it tomorrow, he would have a better idea of its worth. The first thing Song Chen did after waking up the next day was check his phone. He had contacted 5 bloggers the night before, but only 2 had replied. However, the 2 bloggers' estimates differed greatly. One estimated it to be around 50,000 to 100,000 yuan, while the other directly estimated it to be around 300,000 yuan and even asked if he would sell. Upon seeing the number, Song Chen instantly perked up. If the price was real, he wouldn't just make a small profit this time. He was going to become rich. He immediately replied to the other party. Coincidentally, the blogger lived in the next city, and the 2 quickly arranged to meet that afternoon, with the blogger even coming to pick him up by car. Song Chen naturally had no objections. Before the afternoon, he disposed of the 3 golden peanuts. This time he went to a different gold shop, and the 3 golden peanuts sold for a total of over 16,000 yuan, which was heavier than the gold bracelet he had bought before. After leaving the jewelry store, Song Chen happened to see a pawn shop nearby. Thinking it wouldn't hurt to ask another place, he simply went inside. He was greeted by a man in his 30s named Qian Duo. Upon hearing that Song Chen wanted to pawn something, the man immediately invited him inside, and even had tea served. Song Chen took out a wooden box from his bag, saying he wanted them to see how much the jade bracelet inside was worth. But Qian Duo's first glance wasn't at the jade bracelet, but at the wooden box. He circled the box several times, asking Song Chen whether he wanted to pawn it immediately or not. Song Chen was somewhat puzzled, and only told him to look at the contents first. Qian Duo put on white gloves and carefully opened the box. When he saw the green jade bracelet with floating patterns inside, he paused for a moment before asking Song Chen if she was selling it. Song Chen countered, "Otherwise what?" Qian Duo then gave an awkward laugh. It turned out that he had initially thought Song Chen was there to sell boxes, because this seemingly inconspicuous wooden box was actually made of rosewood and was quite old. Song Chen's eyes widened upon hearing this. He had only thought the jade bracelet was valuable, never expecting the box containing it could also be sold. Since it could be sold, he certainly wouldn't keep it. Qian Duo quickly invited an experienced craftsman to appraise it, and the final quote was 25,000 for the rosewood box and 180,000 for the jade bracelet. Song Chen almost thought he'd misheard. A broken wooden box worth 25,000 yuan? It was practically free money. But he wasn't stupid. He knew the pawnshop must have left a profit margin, so he tried to haggle. After some back and forth, the price of the wooden box was raised to 30,000 yuan and the jade bracelet to 220,000 yuan. But Song Chen didn't sell the jade bracelet. The blogger had valued it at 300,000 yuan that afternoon, and naturally, the highest bidder wins. In the end, he only sold the wooden box to the pawnshop, receiving 30,000 yuan directly. After leaving the pawnshop, Song Chen was in a great mood. At noon, he treated himself to a hot pot restaurant. Before, when eating hot pot, he was always reluctant to order expensive dishes, hesitating for ages if a meal cost more than 100 yuan. But this time, he specifically chose the expensive items, spending over 500 yuan by himself. The feeling of having money is just too good. Around 2 p.m., the blogger who appraised the jade bracelet sent him his location, arranging to meet at a coffee shop. Not long after Song Chen arrived, a clear female voice rang out behind him. "Mr. Song." He turned around and saw that the woman in front of him looked familiar. It was the blogger he had seen in the video. She was just a little rounder in person than on camera, which actually made her look more natural. Song Chen stood up and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Song Chen." Chapter 8, 300,000. Dad seriously ill. Gu Cece chuckled and grasped Song Chen's hand. "Hello, I'm Gu Cece." She handed him the menu, indicating that he should order drinks first, and they could talk business later. Song Chen waved his hand, saying that he had eaten a lot at noon and didn't need any. Gu Cece didn't insist, only ordering herself a latte, and then asked him if she could look at the bracelet first. Song Chen nodded, took the jade bracelet out of his bag, and placed it on the table. Gu Cece's heart skipped a beat when she saw this, and she couldn't help but ask, "You just stuffed it into your bag like that?" This is a six-figure item. If it gets bumped or damaged, the loss will be considerable. Song Chen knew his actions looked a bit rough, but he had already sold the wooden box that held the bracelet and couldn't find a suitable container for it right away. In fact, the bracelet was safer in his spatial storage than anywhere else. He quickly changed the subject. "Let's look at the bracelet first." Seeing his nonchalant expression, Gu Cece didn't say much in the end. She took out a powerful flashlight from her bag and began to examine the item seriously. Song Chen watched her work, resting his chin on his hand, and thought to himself, a woman can be quite charming when she's focused. Of course, he had no other feelings for Gu Cece. He simply appreciated beautiful things. Not long after, Gu Cece carefully placed the bracelet back on the table, saying that the bracelet was fine and the price would be as agreed online. She also explained in advance that she had bought the bracelet for a client and had not deliberately tried to lower the price. Song Chen might not be able to get a higher price elsewhere. Song Chen knew that Gu Cece's offer was 80,000 yuan higher than Qian Duo's, which showed considerable sincerity, so he readily agreed. Okay. Gu Cece smiled. She had originally thought they would have to talk for a while longer, but Song Chen hadn't hesitated at all. She had been urgently looking for this bracelet for a client and had only rushed over after seeing the video Song Chen sent. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint her. Because the transaction amount was considerable, Gu Cece took out a contract she had prepared in advance. Song Chen carefully reviewed it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he signed it directly. After the contract was signed, Gu Cece quickly transferred the money into his bank card. She probably handles large transactions frequently, as this transfer went very smoothly. Before leaving, Gu Cece waved with a smile. "Mr. Song, if you have any similar good stuff in the future, please contact me again." She also wore a jade bracelet on her wrist, which shone brightly under the light, making her wrist appear even whiter and more slender. Song Chen was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself that he would get one for his mother when he had the chance in the future. He'd heard that jade bracelets are good for one's health. Before, he didn't have the money and was afraid of buying fakes, so he never thought about it. Now that he had a way to get one, he could buy one for his mother. Sometimes, people really can't resist nagging. Just as Song Chen got into the taxi, his mother, Zhang Yanchun, called. As soon as the call connected, He heard his mother crying, and his heart sank. "Mom, what happened? Don't scare me. Talk to me first." Zhang Yanchun choked up as she said that the doctor said her father needed surgery, but the surgery would cost over 100,000 yuan. She spoke haltingly, feeling incredibly guilty, as if she were a burden to her child. But she had no other choice. The doctor had warned her that the surgery couldn't be delayed any longer, or it could be life-threatening. Her eldest daughter's family wasn't well off either, and she had to support 2 other children. She couldn't bring herself to ask her son for help, so she could only discuss it with him. Song Chen slowly exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. If this had happened a few days earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been able to come up with the money. But today, he had just received 300,000 yuan, which was more than enough for his father's surgery. He steadied his voice and said, "Mom, don't worry about the money. Wait for me to come back." Zhang Yanchun froze, forcing back her tears. "But where will you get so much money? Chen, you mustn't do anything bad. Your father wouldn't agree to it." Song Chen was both amused and exasperated, and quickly interrupted her. "Don't you know what kind of person your son is? I have a way to get the money. I'll explain it to you in detail when I get back." Zhang Yanchun readily agreed. She didn't care whether it would affect her son's work. She just felt that she finally had someone to rely on. After hanging up the phone, Song Chen immediately discussed changing the destination with the driver. The driver had overheard some of the conversation, but didn't ask any questions and agreed immediately. Song Chen thanked him and then used his phone to buy a high-speed rail ticket back to his hometown. 3 hours later, Song Chen appeared in his father's hospital room. "Chen, why are you back so soon?" Zhang Yanchun rubbed her eyes in disbelief when she saw her son. She had originally thought that her son wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Song Chen gently hugged his mother. "Mom, I'm back, don't worry. The money for the surgery has been taken care of. Do I need to pay the surgery fee now?" Zhang Yanchun still couldn't believe it. "You've raised all of it?" The doctor said it would probably cost 150,000 yuan. Her face was full of worry, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to have deepened. Song Chen smiled and nodded, giving the excuse she had prepared along the way. "I've raised the money. I have a friend whose family is quite wealthy, so I borrowed it from him first." The matter of traveling between 2 worlds could not be revealed. It was a secret, and no one could be told it. Once a second person knew the secret, there would soon be a third and a fourth, so it was better to keep it tightly under wraps from the beginning. Therefore, the source of the money must be explained reasonably. "It's too sudden to say that I won the lottery in a short time, so I can only make up a story about a rich friend first, and then tell my parents that I won the lottery after some time. This way, my parents won't have to worry about money anymore." Zhang Yanchun said firmly, "After your dad's surgery, I'll go out and find a job as soon as possible to pay back the money." Song Chen didn't rush to refute her, but asked, "That's not urgent. Where's my dad? Why isn't he in the ward?" Zhang Yanchun wiped her eyes and said, "He went with the doctor to get some tests done." Chapter 9, Surgery Successful. Keep earning money. Song Chen spent a week in his hometown accompanying his father through surgery. Just 2 days after the surgery, Song Yongkong, lying in his hospital bed, held his father's hand, urging him to hurry back to the company and not let family matters interfere with his work. His parents had been urging him to quit his job many times in the past few days. Song Chen felt helpless, but he couldn't tell them that he had already resigned. Otherwise, it would only make them worry more. Fortunately, the doctor said that his father was recovering well and could be discharged after a period of observation. Song Chen suggested hiring a caregiver for her father, otherwise her mother wouldn't be able to manage on her own. Song Yongkong immediately waved his hand, saying there was no need to waste money, as his daughter would come to the hospital every day. Song Chen knew his father was reluctant to spend the money, so he said sternly that his sister only brought him meals every day and had 2 children to take care of at home, so she couldn't stay with him in bed. He said he would stay if they didn't hire a caregiver. Song Yongkong sighed and finally agreed. He could only hire a caregiver for a week at most, but if his son took more leave, he might lose his job when he returned. He knew the difference between what was important and what wasn't. Song Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't had time to go to the 70s area this week because of taking care of his father. Now he had to go as soon as possible to continue earning money. Only with more money could he truly improve his family's life. At least if he buys a house in the city in the future, he can bring his parents to live with him and take care of them, so they won't have to worry about these things anymore. When Zhang Yanchun heard that her son was going back to work, she wanted to give him everything in the house. Smoked fish, dried vegetables, cured meat, and eggs from their own chickens filled a large bag. Song Chen looked at the bag of food with some helplessness, saying that he couldn't eat that much by himself. Zhang Yanchun insisted that he take it, saying that it could be stored in the refrigerator for a long time, and that he could take some out whenever he wanted to eat it. She also told him to share some with Zhang Xiaoman. These past few days, his mother has been mentioning Zhang Xiaoman from time to time, and Song Chen has always glossed over it. He doesn't dare tell his parents that he has broken up with Zhang Xiaoman at this time. After all, Zhang Xiaoman has always been their prospective daughter-in-law. Zhang Yanchun had also noticed that something was wrong with her son. Before, when he came home, he would always mention Xiaoman, intentionally or unintentionally, but this time, as soon as she was mentioned, he immediately changed the subject. She looked at Song Chen suspiciously and asked him if he had a fight with Xiaoman, and if it was because of the money needed for their father's illness. The more Zhang Yanchun thought about it, the more distressed she became. Her husband's hospitalization had cost a lot of money, and most of it would ultimately fall on her son's shoulders. Her son and Xiaoman were both almost 26, the age when they should be getting married. But given their current situation, how could they possibly afford to marry their daughter? They had no house, no car, and no dowry. Were they really going to let her suffer along with them? Thinking of this, Zhang Yanchun's shoulders slumped, and she covered her face and cried. She choked out that they, as parents, were useless and had let down their son and Xiaoman. Song Chen's eyes welled up with tears. He put his arm around his mother's shoulder and said earnestly that his parents had raised him and sent him to university, fulfilling their responsibilities and never letting him down. Zhang Yanchun shook her head, tears streaming down her face, saying that other families' parents could buy houses and cars for their children and even provide dowries, but her family had nothing and would only be a burden to their children. Song Chen could only comfort her, saying that he was capable and could earn money on his own, so his parents didn't need to worry. Even without any special advantages, he had never thought of taking advantage of his parents. A person's birth is predetermined from the start. Everyone wants to be born into a wealthy family, but not everyone is so lucky. Since he was born into this not-so-wealthy family, he should accept reality. At least his parents, while unable to give him much money, gave him enough love. Compared to many others, he is already fortunate. These words, however, did not truly comfort Zhang Yanchun. The more sensible her son became, the more guilty she felt. Song Chen also understood that to change everything, words alone were useless. He had to earn a lot of money as soon as possible. Once he truly had money, his parents would no longer blame themselves for not being able to provide him with material comforts. When Song Chen returned to his rented apartment, it was only 4 in the afternoon. He took a shower, his eyes still dark with heat, and collapsed into bed. He had been spending the entire week at the hospital accompanying a patient, barely getting a good night's sleep. This time, he slept for over 10 hours, finally waking up hungry. Upon waking, he immediately ordered himself takeout. Having tasted success in the last transaction, Song Chen began to ponder again. What was worthless in the 1970s, but valuable in modern times? After much thought, he quickly came up with stamps. He knew some famous stamps, such as the blue military stamp, Tiananmen Square shining brightly, the whole country is red, total victory, and the monkey stamp, among others. However, he traveled back to 1971, when some stamps had already been issued and others hadn't been issued yet. He wasn't sure if he could find any bargains, so he could only try his luck at the post office first. Upon arriving at the post office, Song Chen first spent 8 cents to buy a regular stamp. After the clerk handed him the stamp, he casually asked if the post office still had the whole country is red stamp. The older woman looked up at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant by red. Song Chen explained again, it was the 1968 edition of the whole country is red. The older woman frowned and thought for a long time, then suddenly clapped her hands, saying she remembered, but couldn't quite place it. That happened 2 or 3 years ago. She remembered it so well because that stamp was printed incorrectly and was urgently recalled after only 1 day of sales, so it left a particularly deep impression. There weren't many people at the post office at the moment, and the older woman was happy to chat with him. She asked him why he suddenly wanted to buy a red stamp, since the post office had so many kinds of stamps. Wasn't that enough for him to choose from? Chapter 10 Stamps, Stealing the Compensation. Song Chen smiled and said naturally that he liked to collect stamps from different places. Anyway, they were not expensive, so he just kept them as souvenirs. Zhang Ju shook her head after hearing this. A single stamp isn't expensive, but a large quantity adds up, 10 stamps cost 8 mao. 100 stamps would be 8 yuan. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy food and other necessities? Young people really don't know how to manage money. She then casually asked Song Chen, the one red stamp is gone, but there are still quite a few other stamps. Would you like to take a look? Song Chen nodded and said, then I'll trouble you, sister. Those lesser-known stamps might not be valuable, but they'd be nice to keep as souvenirs. Zhang Ju took out the stamps and spread them out on the table for him to choose from. Some were single stamps, while others were sets of several. Song Chen was not familiar with most of the names, but they were cheap, so he simply picked one of each kind. Looking at the small stack of stamps, Zhang Ju couldn't help but remind him, young man, do you want all of these? There are over 50 of them, which would cost more than 4 yuan. Song Chen handed over the money directly. I want them all. Could you please wrap them up for me, ma'am? Now Zhang Ju truly believed him. This young man really did like stamp collecting. She had just finished putting the stamps away when she suddenly exclaimed, oh dear, as if she had remembered something. You said you wanted the whole country to be red, right? I remember someone bought some, but I don't know if they're still there. Song Chen's eyes lit up. She had almost given up on this path, but unexpectedly, there was still a chance. She quickly asked if Zhang Ju knew where the other person lived. Zhang Ju nodded and said that the person was her neighbor. But when she got to the point, she hesitated, as if she didn't know how to start the conversation. Song Chen pressed for details. Then, after a moment's thought, pulled a handful of white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and handed them to her, telling her to sweeten her mouth. Zhang Ju's eyes lit up, and she silently swallowed. White rabbit milk candies weren't cheap these days. The young man was truly generous. Having accepted his kindness, she naturally couldn't keep it a secret any longer. Actually, she wasn't deliberately keeping it a secret. The person who bought that stamp was named Jiang Jiangguo. He used to be a truck driver with a high salary, and his family lived a life that others envied. Jiang Jiangguo liked collecting stamps, and since Zhang Ju worked at the post office, he often asked her to keep an eye out for newly issued stamps. All the country is red stamp was one of them. The problem is, Jiang Jiangguo died in a car accident last year, so Zhang Ju didn't know what to say for a moment. Song Chen was also stunned for a moment after hearing this, only feeling sorry for him. In this life, no one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Zhang Ju offered to help, saying she wasn't sure if the stamps were still there, but she could ask around for Song Chen. Song Chen, who was wondering how to broach the subject, immediately thanked her and said she'd treat her to candy another day. Zhang Ju waved her hand, saying it was just something she said offhand. She was willing to help, firstly because she had received a bribe from Song Chen, and secondly because she wanted to help Jiang Jiangguo's 2 children, Jiang Hongqi and his sister. After Jiang Jiangguo died, his wife was taken away by her family less than 2 months later, and it said she later found someone else. It's none of anyone else's business if a wife wants to remarry after her husband's death, but she shouldn't have taken all the family savings and compensation money, leaving her 2 children to fend for themselves. To make matters worse, Jiang Hongqi and his sister's uncle, Jiang Jianxi, was equally heartless. Under the guise of caring for the children, he took over Jiang Jiangguo's job and house, while leaving the 2 children hungry and cold. In just a few months, the siblings became so thin they were unrecognizable. Zhang Ju thought that if she still had those stamps, she could sell them to buy food for her children. But the result was beyond her expectations. The stamps, which she considered useless, were treasured by Jiang Hongqi. When he heard that someone wanted to buy them, he refused without hesitation. The 12-year-old boy still had the handprint on his face, but his expression was firm. Auntie, I know you want to help me and my sister, but those are some of the few things Dad left us, and I can't bear to sell them. Looking at the marks on his face, Zhang Ju felt a surge of anger. Did your aunt hit you again? How can this woman be so vicious? Jiang Jianxi doesn't even know how to control his wife. Jiang Hongqi seemed to be used to it. He said it was okay, that he was thick-skinned and not afraid of being hit, but his words were full of bitterness. He just wanted to grow up quickly so he could live alone with his sister, no longer have to put up with his uncle and aunt's bad temper, and no longer be scolded for eating for free every day. But even though they live in their own house and he and his sister received a 6 yuan subsidy every month, they still couldn't get enough to eat every day. Sang Yu Sayit. Ultimately, this was someone else's family matter. Even if she disliked Jiang Jianxi and his wife, she had no right to interfere. She could only say that since he wasn't willing to sell, they should return the offer. Jiang Hongqi nodded and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble, Annie." The next morning, Song Chen came to the post office again. Zhang Ju gave him an apologetic look and briefly explained the situation. Young man, I'm sorry. Hongqi doesn't want to sell. There's nothing I can do. Song Chen hesitated for a moment, then said it was all right, and asked Zhang Ju if it was convenient for her to tell him the address, as he wanted to talk to the child himself. Zhang Ju immediately hesitated. She and Song Chen had only known each other for a day, and if she rashly gave the child's address to an outsider and something happened, she couldn't bear the responsibility. Seeing her hesitation, Song Chen smiled and said, "Why don't you take me over after you get off work? I'll give you a bag of brown sugar as a thank you gift." Upon hearing about brown sugar, Zhang Ju admitted she was tempted and finally nodded in agreement, telling Song Chen to wait until she got off work. Before leaving the post office, Song Chen subtly inquired about the location of the black market for Zhang Ju. He didn't have enough money in this era, so he needed to earn some money on the black market first. That way, he wouldn't be strapped for cash if he needed to buy something later. For example, if the seller had asked for 100 yuan for these stamps, he simply couldn't afford it. Following Zhang Ju's directions, Song Chen arrived at a very secluded alley. The black market was located in one of the abandoned courtyards. A tall, dark-skinned man leaned against the wall at the alley entrance, casually keeping watch. Song Chen approached, and the man glanced at the bag Song Chen was carrying, asking, "Buying or selling?" Song Chen simply replied, "Selling." Chapter 11 Black Market. Wholesale. You have to pay a dime to get in, the tall man said, blocking the entrance. Song Chen readily took out a dime and handed it over. The man took the money and led him into the black market. It was getting late, and there weren't many people inside. Everyone was walking around with their heads down, hurriedly picking out what they needed. Song Chen found an empty seat, put down her bag, and started taking out fabric. As soon as the items were laid out, a lean middle-aged man came over, his eyes fixed on the cloth in Song Chen's hand, and asked, "Young man, how much is this cloth?" Song Chen hadn't expected to get business so soon after opening, so he immediately spread out the cloth so the man could see it clearly. "Comrade, it's 9 yuan a piece, 10 feet a piece, and you can choose any color you like." Selling fabric was something he had planned in advance. Compared to grain, fabric is more expensive and lighter, and the demand is no less. When buying it, he specifically asked the shopkeeper to cut it into whole pieces so he wouldn't have to measure it himself on the spot. The middle-aged man looked at it and asked cautiously, "This price, you don't need cloth coupons, right?" 9 cents a foot of cloth on the black market wasn't considered expensive. Some could even sell for $1 a foot, and people still fought over them. Song Chen nodded. "No ticket needed. Brother, which one do you like?" The middle-aged man flipped through the fabrics a few times and quickly picked out a piece of floral fabric and a piece of green fabric, one for his wife and one for his daughter. He unfolded the fabrics to check them, and seeing that there were no flaws and the size was just right, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. "Nice fabric, here's 18 yuan. The man readily handed the money to Song Chen. Having sold 2 pieces of fabric in less than 3 minutes, Song Chen was in high spirits and said with a smile, "Okay, thanks for your patronage, brother." The middle-aged man chuckled. "You're quite an interesting person. You're a lively character." Song Chen's gaze swept over the bag on his back, and he casually asked, "Brother, are you here to sell things too?" The man nodded. "I specialize in exchanging coupons, grain coupons, meat coupons, industrial coupons. I have them all. Young man, would you like to take a look?" Song Chen immediately agreed. He didn't actually have any receipts from this era. He'd always sold things for money or gold. Besides, he wanted to try the food at the state-run restaurant. He'd heard the chefs they were quite skilled. So he bought 10 jin of grain coupons and 5 jin of meat coupons from the middle-aged man. The man grinned from ear to ear and introduced himself. "Young man, my surname is Chun. If you need coupons in the future, come to me. I'm often around here. Brother Chun, you can just call me Xiao Song." As the two were talking, a woman in her 30s with short, shoulder-length hair came over, looking longingly at the fabric on the stall, and asked, "Comrade, how much is this fabric?" Song Chen said directly, 9 yuan a piece, all 10 feet, no cloth coupons required. The short-haired woman hesitated. 10 feet is too much. I only need 7 feet. Song Chen shook his head. "That's inconvenient. I only sell whole pieces here. If it's not suitable for you, you can go to other stalls to take a look." The short-haired woman was speechless. She had already searched the black market, but where could she find any other fabric? This stuff was always in high demand. It would be snapped up as soon as it was put out. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy more, but she had just bought grain and only had 7 yuan left in her pocket. The woman had no choice but to soften her tone. "Comrade, I didn't bring that much money. Please be lenient." Song Chen shrugged. "It's not that I'm not lenient, it's just that I didn't bring a ruler and scissors, so I can't cut it for you." The woman tentatively said, "Then I'll give you 7 yuan first, and I'll add 2 more tomorrow." Song Chen looked at her with a half-smile. "What do you think? What if you don't come tomorrow? Where am I supposed to find you?" The short-haired woman blushed at his words and could only pick up her basket and leave. "Never mind then. I'll come back to buy next time." After everyone left, Chun Ming asked curiously, "Little Song, why did you cut all your fabric into 10-foot pieces? Wouldn't it be easier to sell them separately?" Song Chen answered honestly, "For convenience." Chun Ming was speechless for a moment. How much effort could it take to cut a piece of fabric? He truly hadn't expected the reason to be so simple. However, the fabric was indeed in high demand on the black market. Before long, another person came to inquire about the price, and Song Chen quickly sold another piece. People also started coming to buy tickets for Chun Ming, many of them familiar faces. Whenever someone came by, he would casually help Song Chen promote the fabric. In less than half an hour, all 10 pieces of fabric that Song Chen brought were sold out. "Thank you so much, Brother Chun. Have some candy to sweeten your mouth." Song Chen grabbed a handful of white rabbit milk candies and stuffed them into Chun Ming's hands. Chun Ming accepted the candy with a smile without any hesitation and couldn't help but ask, "Little Song, where did you get this milk candy? You might not even be able to buy it at the supply and marketing cooperative. It's often out of stock." His daughter loves white rabbit candy, and he had been wanting to get some to take back with him. Song Chen understood his meaning and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Brother Chun, how much do you need? I'll get some for you." Chun Ming hurriedly asked, "How much per pound?" 3 yuan per pound. No coupons required. Chun Ming's eyes immediately lit up. At the supply and marketing cooperative, a pound of white rabbit candy cost 2 yuan, and you needed sugar coupons, and the worst part was that you often couldn't get any. This price was already very reasonable on the black market. "Then you could bring me 3 jin," Chun Ming said readily. Of course, the 3 jin weren't all for his daughter. He also planned to give some as gifts. White rabbit milk candy would certainly make him look good. Song Chen then asked him if he wanted brown sugar. Since bringing one thing was the same as bringing 2, it wouldn't be much trouble. "You can even get brown sugar? Then give me 5 pounds. This time, Chun Ming didn't even ask the price, clearly trusting Song Chen. Song Chen readily agreed. "Okay." As he spoke, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Since Chun Ming frequently sold tickets at the black market, could he just wholesale his goods to him? That way, he wouldn't have to set up a stall every day. Anyway, Chun Ming was selling tickets anyway. Bringing a few more items would still earn him extra money. When Song Chen mentioned his idea, Chun Ming immediately became excited and grabbed his hand. "Really? Little Song, are you really willing to give me this opportunity to make money?" Song Chen winced in pain. "Brother Chun, can you let go first? You're hurting my hand." Chun Ming then realized what had happened, awkwardly letting go and scratching his head. "Sorry, I got too excited." Song Chen shook his hand, which had been scratched red, and said, "It's okay. Shall we find a place to talk business first?" Chun Ming immediately nodded. "Okay, follow me." Chapter 12 Argument at the State-Run Restaurant. From now on, I'll wholesale things to you at a lower price. For example, fabric, I'll give it to you at 80 cents a foot, and you can sell on the black market for 90 cents or $1. I don't care. Brother Chen, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Chun Ming nodded repeatedly, already calculating the profits in his mind. Earning 1 cent per foot of cloth, 100 feet would be $10, which was much faster and less time-consuming than scalping tickets. Seeing that he was interested, Song Chen said, "Okay, then it's settled. Think about what you need, and I'll bring it over for you tomorrow." Chun Ming was stunned. He thought to himself that Song Chen was being too boastful. Did Song Chen think he could get whatever he wanted? Song Chen realized he had let something slip and quickly added, "I can get rice, flour, pork, brown sugar, white rabbit candy, and fabric." After saying that, he quoted the prices again, leaving Chun Ming with a profit of 1 or 2 cents for each item. After all, running a black market is risky, and no one would be willing to do it if the profit was too small. Chun Ming's eyes widened as he listened, and he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Wow, Xiao Song, I didn't expect you to be so capable." He originally thought Song Chen was already quite capable, but he never expected that the other party could surprise him time and time again. He had casually bought a piece of fabric and somehow stumbled upon such a lucrative business opportunity. Song Chen just smiled and modestly said it was nothing special. Chun Ming counted the money in his hand. Not daring to buy too much for the first time, he ordered 10 caddies of pork, 5 caddies of brown sugar, 5 caddies of white sugar, 30 fee of cloth, and 20 caddies each of rice and wheat flour. These items added up to about 100 yuan. If they couldn't be sold, they could keep them for their own consumption or give them to relatives and friends. The two agreed on a time and place for the transaction the next day before parting ways. Seeing that it was getting late, Song Chen decided to have a meal at the state-run restaurant. As soon as he arrived, he saw that it was packed with people, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. He went inside and glanced around, almost thinking there were no seats left, before finally finding an empty seat in a corner. Song Chen walked over and politely asked, "Excuse me, sir, is this seat taken?" Hearing the voice, Yuan Xin turned around and pointed at him in surprise. "It's you?" Song Chen also recognized her and greeted her with a smile. "Yes, it's me. What a coincidence. We've met again." Yuan Xin glanced at him discreetly and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was all right. She had been holding a grudge for a long time after injuring someone in the accident. She quickly gestured for Song Chen to sit down. "You're here to eat too, right? There's a seat here." Song Chen sat down and thanked her. Yuan Xin then asked him if he had ordered any food. Only then did Song Chen realize that in those days, state-run restaurants didn't have waiters bringing menus. You had to go to the window to order what you wanted. He asked Yuan Xin to save him a seat, then turned around and went to queue up. Several people were already standing in front of the window. The person in charge of taking orders was a round-faced girl in her 20s with 2 thick braids, who looked quite simple and honest. But the moment she opened her mouth, that simplicity vanished. She either gave customers the cold shoulder or rolled her eyes, doing so 7 or 8 times a minute. Song Chen thought someone would argue with her, but the people in front of her seemed used to it, suppressing their tempers as they finished ordering and left. Soon it was Song Chen's turn. He said, "Hello, comrade. I like a braised pork, a braised fish, and a bowl of rice, please." The round-faced waiter rolled his eyes. "No, we don't have any. Are you blind? Can't you see what's on the blackboard?" Song Chen looked in the direction she pointed and noticed a small blackboard on the wall listing today's dishes. Realizing he hadn't seen it clearly, he suppressed his anger, reminding himself that this was the 1970s and there was no such thing as customer first. So he said again, "Then I'll have 1 sliced pork, 1 stir-fried tofu with green peppers, and a bowl of rice." To his surprise, the waiter rolled his eyes again. "Stir-fried tofu with green peppers is sold out." "Oh dear, why are you so slow? There are people waiting in line behind you." For the first time, Song Chen experienced what it meant to pay money to suffer, and his face darkened. "It's not written on the blackboard that it's sold out. How am I supposed to know it's not sold out?" The round-faced waiter didn't expect him to dare to argue, and immediately glared at him, pointing to the door. "Are you going to order or not? If you're not going to order, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste everyone's time." Song Chen wasn't going to tolerate her this time. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone around could hear it clearly. "Why should I leave? Aren't waiters supposed to serve the people? Who are you rolling your eyes at? Call your manager out here. I want to ask you, does this state-run restaurant belong to the country, the people, or just a waiter like you?" The moment those words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. No one had expected that someone would dare to confront a waitress in a state-run restaurant. The round-faced waitress was also stunned. Since becoming a waitress, she had always felt superior because of her secure job, and she usually didn't give customers a friendly look, but no one dared to say anything to her. But when Song Chen immediately asked to see the leader, she panicked. All her previous confidence vanished, and she could only clutch the hem of her clothes and whisper, "I didn't mean to. Can you please not see our leader?" The onlookers were stunned and began to whisper among themselves. Some said it was the first time they had ever seen her bow her head and apologize, while others said they always had to put up with bad attitudes when they came to eat there, and they never expected her to do something like this. Song Chen didn't actually want to call his boss. His current status was special, and he should keep a low profile. If the waiter hadn't been so rude, he wouldn't have bothered getting angry. He was there to eat, not to watch people roll their eyes at him. So he asked calmly, "Can I order now?" The round-faced waiter nodded quickly. "Yes, yes." Song Chen said 1 slice of braised pork, 1 spinach and egg soup, and a bowl of rice. The round-faced waiter quickly read out the bill. sliced pork, 42 cents, spinach and egg soup, 20 cents, rice, 8 cents, total 70 cents. You need 3 liang of meat coupons and 4 liang of grain coupons. Chapter 13, stirring up a young girl's heart. When Song Chen returned to his seat, he was immediately met with Yuan Xian's admiring gaze. Her eyes lit up, as if she had just seen some extraordinary person, and she couldn't help but praise him for being so amazing. In fact, Yuan Xian had long harbored resentment towards the waiters at this state-run restaurant, but she had never dared to confront them directly, fearing they would deliberately make things difficult and even refuse to let her order. Seeing Song Chen shut them down with just a few words, a surge of admiration welled up within her. Song Chen touched her nose somewhat embarrassedly, only saying that she was protecting her legal rights. Yuan Xian didn't understand and pressed for details about what she meant by legal rights. Song Chen then explained that everyone was paying money to eat at a state-run restaurant, which was considered a contribution to the country's revenue. The waiters' salaries were paid by the state, and customers might have contributed a portion of that, so she had no right to treat people with a superior attitude. He spoke calmly and confidently. Although state-owned enterprises offer job security, the government cannot simply ignore them if they continue to operate at a loss year after year with no profit. Of course, another reason Song Chen dared to say that was that he wasn't afraid of not being able to come to state-run restaurants in the future. With so many delicious foods available now, he wasn't lacking in options. He could simply stop coming. But people in this era were different. Many still relied on state-run restaurants to improve their meals, naturally lacking that same confidence. Yuan Xian's eyes lit up even more as she listened, feeling that Song Chen was not only bold, but also made sense. For some reason, she remembered her mother urging her to go on blind dates a couple of days ago, and a thought suddenly popped in her mind. If the person I were to marry in the future could be like Song Chen, it wouldn't seem so repulsive. The thought had barely crossed Yuan Xian's mind when her face flushed crimson, and she began to avoid eye contact with Song Chen. The female colleague sitting next to her saw this clearly and immediately covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. The young girl wasn't admiring her. She was clearly just flustered. Song Chen, however, was completely oblivious. He hadn't been staring at Yuan Xian much anyway. After all, in this day and age, men and women valued boundaries, and he didn't want to be misunderstood as a pervert. After finishing their meal, Yuan Xian and her colleague left first, as they had to go to work in the afternoon. As soon as they left the restaurant, her colleague, smiling broadly, pressed her for details about how she and the man from earlier met. Yuan Xian covered her face in embarrassment and whispered that he was the person she had accidentally bumped into while riding her bike last time. Hearing this, her colleague became even more emboldened, jokingly asking if it was a match made in heaven. Yuan Xian felt increasingly embarrassed as she listened, yet she couldn't help but worry. She didn't even know if Song Chen had a boyfriend or girlfriend. What if he already did, or even got married? Just thinking about that possibility made her feel suffocated. Her colleague held her hand, advising her to just ask next time they met. Yuan Xian blushed crimson, feeling that she could never bring herself to ask such a question. Although she was usually lively and cheerful, she was still only a 19-year-old girl with little experience in male-female relationships, and she certainly didn't dare to pry into someone else's private affairs. Her female colleague said that happiness must be earned. Did she really have to marry someone she didn't like? She was only a year older than Yuan Xian, but her family had already arranged several blind dates for her, each one leaving her in despair. Those blind date partners were either unattractive or immediately told her to be a devoted wife and mother after marriage, and even wanted her to give up her job to her future sister-in-law. The more she talked about it, the angrier she got, thinking that these people were simply out of their minds. In her view, if the two of them really got married, they should plan for their own little family. If she gave her job to her sister-in-law, and then her sister-in-law got married with her job, wouldn't their little family lose tens of dollars in income every month? No matter how good-looking or well-off a man is, you can't marry him. He's not very bright, and he'll affect the next generation. Yuan Xian was stunned, realizing how terrible blind dates could be. But then she thought of Song Chen, who looked no younger and might already be married, and her mood immediately plummeted. Meanwhile, Song Chen was completely unaware that a young girl was struggling with his feelings. He ate the dishes on the table one after another, unable to stop, and felt that the food tasted better than any restaurant he had ever been to before. Of course, it's also possible that he was too poor in the past and had never eaten anything truly good. But in any case, the chef at the state-run restaurant in the 1970s truly won over his taste buds. He decided on the spot that he would come to this state-run restaurant often from now on. Yuan Xin told him that the dishes were different every day, so he decided to try every single one. After eating, Song Chen had nowhere else to go, so he simply went back to the modern area to take a nap. Suddenly not having to work was a little disorienting for him, and he thought he'd have to learn how the wealthy lived. Judging that Zhang Ju would be getting off work soon, Song Chen went to the post office. Seeing him, Zhang Ju smiled and said she was also getting off work. Song Chen handed over the brown sugar he had prepared beforehand, telling Zhang Jie to use it to nourish her body. Zhang Ju felt a little embarrassed, thinking that the matter hadn't been settled yet, so how could she keep accepting his gifts? Song Chen smiled and told her not to be so polite, adding that if she didn't accept the brown sugar, she wouldn't dare trouble her again. Zhang Ju then accepted the brown sugar, saying that she should feel free to contact her if she needed anything in the future. Song Chen nodded, but didn't take the polite remark too seriously. Just as the two reached the Jiang family's door, a small, thin figure suddenly rushed over, crying and begging Zhang Ju to save his sister. Zhang Ju was alarmed and quickly asked Hongqi what had happened. Jiang Hongqi choked back tears and said that his sister had a high fever that had lasted all day, but his aunt refused to take her to the hospital. He had no other choice but to beg Zhang Ju, hoping she would help him and his sister out of consideration for their years as neighbors. Upon hearing that the child had been burning up for a day, Song Chen, without hesitation, immediately asked where his sister was and urged him to lead the way. Chapter 14, The Poor Jiang Siblings. Jiang Hongqi stared blankly at the unfamiliar uncle in front of him. It wasn't until Zhang Ju said that he was his friend that the little guy grabbed Song Chen as if he had grasped a lifeline and ran towards the siblings' room. The so-called room was actually just a small private room partitioned off from the living room. A little girl of about 6 or 7 years old lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed red, and she was already in a daze and unconscious. Song Chen reached out and touched her forehead, his heart sinking. The temperature was at least 40 degrees Celsius. If this dragged on any longer, something terrible might happen. Without a word, he picked up the child and rushed outside. Upon seeing this, Niu Xinghua immediately shouted, "Who are you? How dare you take my child like that?" She wasn't really concerned about her niece. She was just afraid that if the child were gone, there would be less compensation to be made later. Song Chen was blocked by her and said coldly, "Get out of the way. The child has a high fever and must be taken to the hospital immediately." Niu Xinghua was startled by his imposing manner, but remembering that this was her home, she immediately straightened her back. She yelled in a shrill voice, "What business is it of yours whether my child goes to the hospital or not? Put the little brat down right now, or I'll call the police and have you arrested." As she spoke, she reached out to grab the child. Zhang Ju grabbed her wrist in anger. "Niu Xinghua, are you crazy? Han Yan has been burning with fever for a whole day. Aren't you afraid something might happen to her?" She really couldn't understand how this woman could be so ruthless. She took over the job left by the man's father, occupied his house, and now she's even going after his 2 children. Niu Xinghua, however, was nonchalant. "It's just a little girl with a fever. She'll get over it." In her eyes, everyone has had a fever as a child. You just need to drink some hot water and it will pass. Going to the hospital sounds easy, but it costs a lot of money, and it's not Zhang Ju's family's money that's being spent. Knowing she couldn't reason with her, Zhang Ju immediately said to Song Chen, "Xiao Song, you take the child to the hospital first. I'll stop her." Song Chen nodded, picked up Jiang Hongyan, and walked straight out. Niu Xinghua screamed frantically, desperately trying to pry Zhang Ju's hand away, shouting that someone was trying to snatch her child. Jiang Hongqi glanced at the 2 entangled figures, then at Song Chen, who was walking away, and gritted his teeth as he chased after them. Even though Song Chen was Aunt Zhang's friend, he was still worried about his sister leaving alone with strangers. Song Chen took the child all the way to the hospital and only breathed a sigh of relief after watching the doctor give her a fever-reducing injection and take her temperature. The young doctor frowned at him. "How do you parents take care of your children? If you had come any later, their brains might have been damaged. They must be hospitalized for observation tonight. Call me in the office immediately if there are any problems." Song Chen obediently accepted the scolding, repeatedly saying okay without uttering a single word of rebuttal. Jiang Hongqi, standing nearby, wanted to explain for him, but Song Chen stopped him. The doctor meant well. There was no need to argue at this point. After the doctor left, Jiang Hongqi looked at him nervously and gratefully. "Uncle, I will definitely find a way to repay you for the money I spent on my sister's medical treatment." Song Chen patted his head and laughed. "Little brat, don't think about these things. This little bit of money is nothing to your uncle. I'm happy to be able to help those in need." Jiang Hongqi was stubborn. "No, I'm already very grateful that you brought my sister to the hospital. I can't take your money for nothing." His father taught him from a young age not to take things from others for free. Besides, it wasn't that he and his sister were poor. It was just that their aunt had taken all their money. He had already decided that he would go back and ask Niu Xinghua for the money. Even if he got beaten up, he had to get the medical expenses back. Song Chen looked at him like this and sighed inwardly. He said seriously, "How about this? Remember the help your uncle gave you today? When you grow up and are able to help someone you can, that will be repaying your uncle." Jiang Hongqi stared blankly at him, as if he understood but didn't quite get it. Song Chen had clearly helped him, so why should he help others in the future? Song Chen didn't explain further, only saying, "Just remember this. Don't even think about paying me back the medical expenses. I won't accept them even if you do." He wasn't one to be overly kind. If the child were an adult, he would naturally ask for the money back. But Jiang Hongqi was only 12 years old and had to take care of a 7- or 8-year-old sister. Life was already difficult enough for him. How could he possibly ask a child to repay the money? This little guy may be young, but he's got quite the backbone. Song Chen felt in his heart that he hadn't helped the wrong person this time. Jiang Hongqi nodded blankly, but he kept those words firmly in his heart. "Thank you, uncle. I will never forget it." Song Chen glanced at the sky outside and asked, "It's getting late. Have you had dinner?" Jiang Hongqi subconsciously covered her rumbling stomach and shook her head somewhat embarrassedly. "Not yet, but I'm not hungry. Water is fine." Song Chen chuckled and ruffled his short hair. "Silly boy, you're not hungry, but your sister needs to eat, right? How can she get better if she doesn't eat?" Thinking about how his sister hadn't eaten much all day, Jiang Hongqi couldn't bring himself to refuse. Song Chen told him to wait and turned to leave the room. The state-run restaurants were already closed at this time, so Song Chen could only go back to the modern city to buy a few steamed buns and 2 bowls of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Since it was inconvenient to take the disposable takeout containers with him, he poured the porridge into a stainless steel basin in his rented room. This took more than half an hour. When Song Chen returned to the hospital, he saw Jiang Hongqi squatting at the door of the ward with his head down, as if he had been waiting there the whole time. Song Chen smiled and said, "Oh, were you waiting for me?" Jiang Hongqi suddenly looked up, rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that he was really back. "Uncle." He had thought Song Chen wouldn't come back. After all, this uncle was unrelated to them. His help was already a kindness, and he shouldn't ask for more. But after waiting for a long time without seeing him, he couldn't help feeling disappointed and subconsciously stayed outside the ward. Song Chen waved the things in his hand. "Get up quickly, come in and eat." Chapter 15, giving the stamps to Song Chen. Song Chen placed the steamed buns, mantu, and porridge on the small table one by one, urging Jiang Hongqi to eat quickly. Jiang Hongqi stared at the snow-white steamed buns and the fragrant porridge, unable to help but swallow, but still forced himself to look away. He said these things were too good for him to eat. Seeing him like this, Song Chen felt both sorry for him and helpless. She simply picked up a meat bun and held it to his mouth, deliberately scaring him by saying that if he didn't eat it, they would all be thrown away. With the steamed bun near his lips and Song Chen's words, Jiang Hongqi finally couldn't resist taking a small bite. The familiar aroma instantly brought tears to his eyes, and tears streamed down his face. Song Chen wiped away his tears and asked if the steamed buns weren't good, suggesting they be replaced with vegetable and shredded porridge. Jiang Hongqi choked back tears and shook his head, saying it wasn't that they weren't good, but rather that he hadn't had such delicious steamed buns in a long time. When Dad was still alive, he would often bring flour and pork home so Mom could make steamed buns for them. But after Dad passed away, Mom also left with Grandpa and Grandma, and my siblings and I became unwanted children. Just then, Zhang Ju entered the ward carrying a lunchbox, saying she had brought food for Hongqi. But when she looked up, she saw Jiang Hongqi holding a meat bun in his hand, and she was quite surprised, not expecting that they had already started eating. Jiang Hongqi told her somewhat embarrassedly that Uncle Song had bought dinner. Zhang Ju then looked at Song Chen and thanked him repeatedly. Song Chen smiled and said that the two children had a hard life, and he was just helping out if he could. The two chatted briefly, and seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Ju urged Song Chen to go back first, saying that she would take care of Hong Yan. Song Chen originally wanted to stay and help, but since Zhang Ju had arrived, he didn't insist anymore. After all, this was the first time he had met the two children, and in terms of peace of mind, he certainly couldn't compare to his old neighbors who had lived there for over 10 years. Before leaving, he smiled and pinched Jiang Hongqi's cheek, saying that he would come to see them again tomorrow. After Song Chen left, Zhang Ju told Jiang Hongqi that the Uncle Song was actually someone who wanted to buy stamps from him. She thanked him for his help that day and told him to remember his kindness. Jiang Hongqi froze, staring at Zhang Ju in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Song Chen, who had clearly come for the stamps, hadn't mentioned it to him at all. Given Song Chen's help to the siblings, it wouldn't be unreasonable to give him the stamps, let alone buy them. Zhang Ju smiled and said that he was kind-hearted and didn't expect anything in return, but they couldn't be ungrateful. Zhang Ju advised him to simply sell the stamps to Song Chen. Jiang Hongqi nodded, then quickly shook his head, saying earnestly that he wouldn't sell them. He wanted to give them to Uncle Song. Zhang Ju sighed, saying that Song Chen wasn't short of money, but he had mostly paid for Hong Yan's medical expenses. Since that was the case, giving the stamps to him would be a way of repaying a favor. The next day, before dawn, Song Chen got up. He had arranged to meet Chun Ming at 5 o'clock in the morning for the transaction. Chun Ming arrived at the agreed location at 4:30 and waited until exactly 5 o'clock before seeing Song Chen walking over unhurriedly. Chun Ming excitedly went to greet him, eagerly asking if he had gotten the items. Song Chen yawned, handed the items to him, and told him to check them himself. After carefully checking them and confirming that everything was in order, Chun Ming gave the money to Song Chen. Before leaving, Chun Ming asked how to contact him after the items were sold. Song Chen thought for a moment and said that he might not have time in the next couple of days, but if needed, he could slip the note into the designated corner and he would arrange a transaction time after seeing it. After the transaction was completed, Song Chen had no intention of going back to sleep. He simply went back to Modern City, bought breakfast, and rushed to the hospital. Jiang Hongqi had been worried about his sister all night, getting up every now and then to touch her forehead, so when Song Chen arrived, he was still asleep by the hospital bed. Hearing the door open, Jiang Hongqi immediately opened his eyes warily, his eyes bloodshot. He relaxed when he saw it was Song Chen. Song Chen placed breakfast on the table, saying that they would have dumplings and porridge today. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Hongqi looked at Song Chen somewhat awkwardly and said he had something to tell him. Song Chen asked him what it was, and Jiang Hongqi solemnly explained that Aunt Zhang had told him that Song Chen liked stamps, so he wanted to give Song Chen the stamps from his home. Song Chen was secretly delighted. He had thought this matter would take a long time to resolve, but the child had unexpectedly offered to give it to him. But honestly, he hadn't helped the two children yesterday for the stamps. It was just a momentary act of kindness, and now it had become an unexpected bonus. He patted Jiang Hongqi's head and said, "Uncle doesn't need you to give me anything. Uncle will buy it for you." Jiang Hongqi shook his head, insisting that he didn't want money. He just wanted to thank Song Chen for saving him and his sister yesterday. Song Chen didn't argue with him anymore, thinking he'd just give him the money later. After a night of observation, Jiang Hongyan's fever had completely subsided, and the doctor said she could be discharged. The little girl learned from her brother that this uncle had brought her to the hospital yesterday, and she smiled shyly and said thank you. Her voice was soft, and her big eyes looked at Song Chen, instantly softening his heart. Song Chen unconsciously softened his tone and asked Xiao Hongyan if she felt uncomfortable anywhere else. Jiang Hongqi, however, was a little confused, thinking that Song Chen had a sore throat, and immediately said that he would go get her some water. Song Chen was speechless for a moment, thinking that this kid was indeed not cute at all. Afterwards, he personally escorted the brother and sister home. But as soon as they entered the house, a smelly shoe flew towards them. Chapter 16, Buying the Stamps. Damn it! Song Chen reacted quickly, slapping the shoe away. He instantly felt disgusted with his own hand. Jiang Hongqi, quick-witted, immediately ran to the kitchen, scooped out a ladle of water, and handed it to him. "Uncle Song, please wash your hands." Just then, a woman's shrill voice came from inside the house. "Jiang Hongqi, you brat. Do you even respect your aunt?" Who gave you permission to stay out all night? You're so young. Why don't you learn good things instead of being like those good-for-nothings? Jiang Hongyan hid behind her brother in fright. Jiang Hongqi shielded his sister and explained in a low voice, Second aunt, I accompanied my sister to see a doctor last night. I didn't stay out all night. What kind of doctor? What kind of illness could she possibly have at such a young age? A young lady's body with a maid's fate? You good-for-nothing brat. All you know how to do is waste money. Niu Xinghua stood with one hand on her hip and kept poking Jiang Hongqi's head with the other, each poke harder than the last. Jiang Hongqi stood still, letting her hit and scold him. Song Chen couldn't stand it any longer and pulled Jiang Hongqi behind her, saying coldly, This woman, what right do you have to lecture them? Is it because you stole their father's job, or because you took their house and subsidies? Niu Xinghua was taken aback by the retort, then glared fiercely at the brother and sister. Don't think you're so great just because you found an outside helper. Once they leave, you'll still end up in my hands. These words were almost a blatant threat. Jiang Hongqi was clearly scared and nervously tugged at Song Chen's sleeve, whispering, Uncle Song, please wait for me outside. I'll get the things out. After a year of hardship, he had long understood that one has no choice but to bow one's head when under someone else's roof. Niu Xinghua held their lives in her hands. If they disobeyed, they would go hungry and might even be unable to continue their studies. Although Song Chen wanted to help, Jiang Hongqi, the person directly involved, dared not let him interfere, so he could only hold back for the time being. Not long after, Jiang Hongqi ran out carrying a metal box. He was panting as he handed the box to Song Chen. Uncle Song, all the stamps my father left behind are in here. This is for you. Let me take a look first. Song Chen opened the tin box, inside which was a stack of colorful stamps. He carefully flipped through them one by one, and soon found the whole country is red, and a large expanse of red at that. Song Chen couldn't help but smile. To his further surprise, in addition to the whole country is red stamp, the tin box also contained complete victory of the revolution and blue military postage stamps. As for the other stamps, he didn't recognize them very well. Song Chen's hands trembled with excitement. Jiang Hongqi sensed his joy and was happy too. He was glad Uncle Song liked the stamps. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to thank him. Song Chen picked out the whole country is red and blue military post stamps and asked, Red flag, Uncle wants to buy these 2 stamps from you, is that all right? As for complete victory of the revolution, he didn't plan to buy them together. He wanted to leave the kid a chance to make some money. If they were properly preserved, these stamps would be enough for Jiang Hongqi to turn his life around in 20 or 30 years. Upon hearing that he wanted to buy them, Jiang Hongqi quickly waved his hand. No, I can't accept your money. You paid for my sister's medical expenses yesterday, and you also bought the steamed buns and dumplings. He knew that these stamps were only 8 cents each, which was nothing compared to the one Song Chen had helped them with. Song Chen deliberately looked troubled. But if you don't take the money, I'll feel embarrassed to accept it. But I really like it, so you're putting me in a difficult position. Jiang Hongqi scratched his head and hesitated for a long time before saying, Then you should still pay 2 bills for 16 cents. Song Chen was amused by him and flicked his forehead with her finger. Silly boy, if you go out to do business like this, you'll probably lose everything, even your underwear. Jiang Hongqi immediately looked around warily and whispered a reminder. Uncle Song, please keep your voice down. We can't let anyone hear this. Song Chen then realized that it wasn't the right time to talk about doing business. He thought for a moment and said, How about I give you 20 yuan for these 2 stamps? The 10 yuan note was something Song Chen had carefully considered. He knew Jiang Hongqi wouldn't dare accept too much, and he'd feel bad if he gave her too little. This 20 yuan would serve as emergency money for the siblings, so they wouldn't be at the mercy of others again, like last night. Jiang Hongqi wanted to refuse, but Song Chen shoved the money into his hand, his attitude firm. Fine, it's settled then, no arguments. Then, he pretended to put the 2 stamps into his pocket, but actually put them directly into the wooden bead space. Before leaving, Song Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. Hongqi, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Jiang Hongqi looked at him. Uncle Song, please go ahead. Song Chen asked, Are you planning to continue living with your sister and your aunt and uncle? Letting them spend your money, live in your house, and even beat and scold you? Are you willing to accept that? These words struck Jiang Hongqi like a hammer blow. Of course he was unwilling, but what could he do? He couldn't fight against his uncle and aunt, and his mother and maternal grandparents didn't want to take care of them either, only thinking they were two burdens. When my mother left, she had a big fight with my uncle and aunt. Later, somehow they reached an agreement. My mother took the family savings and my father's compensation money, while my uncle and aunt got my father's job and house, on the condition that they support my brother and me. The official explanation was that Jiang Hongqi's uncle would return the job to him when he turned 18. But he was just young, not stupid. The job falling into his uncle's hands was like throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone and never to be returned. Jiang Hongqi looked up at Song Chen, his eyes shining. "Uncle Song, what do you think I should do?" Song Chen gave him a gratified look. This kid was indeed smart. He knew he wouldn't bring this up without a reason. He asked, "Your uncle took over your father's job, right? How important is this job to him?" Jiang Hongqi nodded immediately. "It's very important. My uncle didn't have a job before and lived in the countryside. He only moved to the city last year." Song Chen smiled. To deal with someone, you have to start with what they care about most. If they dare to beat or scold you again, or not let you eat, take your sister to your uncle's workplace and cry as much as you can. Jiang Hongqi's eyes lit up as he listened. Song Chen continued, "In short, if you're not having an easy time, don't let them have one either." Jiang Hongqi felt as if a whole new world had suddenly opened up for him. How come he hadn't thought of doing this before? Chapter 17 Auction House, 7 million. Song Chen sat on the sofa in his rented room, holding the stamp in his hand, and kissed it several times from afar. The thought of making a fortune soon made him unable to suppress a laugh. He couldn't stop smiling. The money hadn't even arrived in his account yet, but he was already planning how to spend it. The first thing he wanted to do was buy a house. He was fed up with renting. Even before the rent was due, the landlord started pressing him for payment. He usually paid the next quarter's rent 4 or 5 days in advance, but if he was even a day or two late, the landlord would immediately become hostile and verbally abusive. The only thing he could somewhat tolerate was that his current landlord didn't come to inspect the property as often. His previous landlord used to come every few days, afraid he'd damage it. Now, this landlord lived out of town with his son, so even if he wanted to inspect, it wasn't as convenient. Song Chen contacted a well-known auction house online and arranged to go there at 10 a.m. the next day. He had checked their official website beforehand and found that this auction house had sold a blue military post stamp last year for nearly $2 million. Given the condition of the blue military post stamp in his hand, it shouldn't be difficult to sell it for a similar price. As for the large, the whole country is red stamp. Although there haven't been any recent sales, Song Chen estimates that it could easily fetch 2 or 3 million. The next morning, Song Chen made a point of changing into a more formal outfit. He doesn't usually care what he wears, but today he was discussing a deal worth millions, and he didn't want to be looked down upon because of his attire. Being presentable was a sign of respect for others. He arrived at the auction house at 9:30 a.m. After explaining his purpose to the receptionist, he was quickly ushered into a luxurious office. Shortly after the tea was served, a middle-aged man walked in with a smile. The man introduced himself as Mr. Lee, the person in charge here. Song Chen stood up and shook hands with him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to the point, with Song Chen suggesting they look at the stamps first. Li Sheng nodded repeatedly, his smile almost impossible to hide. Last night, when he heard that someone wanted to consign the blue military post and the whole country is red stamps, he was so excited he almost couldn't sleep. He was torn between fearing the seller was playing a trick on him and hoping the stamps were genuine. If they were real, he'd have done a great service. The headquarters is holding an auction in 2 weeks, and if these 2 stamps could be included, they would definitely make a splash. Li Sheng felt increasingly excited as he thought about it, and his gaze unconsciously fell on Song Chen's handbag. Song Chen took a small plastic box out of his bag and placed it on the table, saying that both stamps were inside. Li Sheng looked at the simple box, and his heart tightened. These were things that could be worth millions, and they were just casually packed like this. It was heartbreaking. However, it was precisely Song Chen's casual attitude that made Li Sheng feel that the possibility of it being genuine was even higher. If it were a fake, the packaging would most likely be made to be particularly exquisite in order to fool the buyer first. He carefully opened the box, inside which lay 2 stamps, one red and one blue. Li Sheng couldn't help but swallow hard, immediately comparing them to the details of the genuine stamps he remembered. The design, paper quality, and overall texture all matched the information he had seen and were even better than he had imagined. Suppressing his excitement, Li Sheng tentatively asked Song Chen where he had obtained the 2 stamps. Song Chen replied casually that it was inconvenient to disclose the details. Li Sheng wasn't annoyed. It was a matter of privacy for the customer, and as long as it wasn't stolen, the auction house had no need to delve into it. Li Sheng then stated that his initial assessment was that it was most likely genuine, but further authentication by experts was still needed. However, the auction house experts were on their way, so Song Chen might have to wait a little longer. Song Chen nodded. He had nothing else to do anyway. However, the experts arrived later than he expected, and he ended up waiting for almost 2 hours. Fortunately, the auction house provided excellent service, constantly serving tea and snacks, and he scrolled through his phone, and the time passed quickly. After the experts arrived, the rest of the process was quick. After authentication, both the blue military post and the whole country is red stamps brought by Song Chen were confirmed to be genuine. Song Chen had originally thought he would have to wait until the auction ended in 2 weeks before he could actually receive the money. Unexpectedly, after the expert's authentication, he directly asked him if he would sell now, offering $2 million for the blue military post and $5 million for the whole country is red. Song Chen hesitated slightly. The old man, Mr. Sun, smiled and explained that he had inquired about the 2 stamps for a friend, and the price was absolutely fair. Even if they were put at auction, they might not fetch a higher price, and the auction house would take a commission, plus there was a risk of them not selling. After thinking about it carefully, Song Chen realized that what he said made sense. The sooner the money was in his pocket, the more it truly belonged to him. Auction sounded exciting, but there were too many variables involved, and it might not be as worthwhile as it was now. Li Sheng, standing nearby, was sweating profusely and couldn't help but speak up, saying that what Old Sun was doing was inappropriate. If he bought the stamps directly, how would he explain it to headquarters? He would lose his bonus and his promotion opportunity. Old Sun merely glanced at him and said that with him in front of him, it wasn't Li Sheng's fault. Li Sheng could only sigh after hearing this. What could he do? Old Sun had powerful connections. Even his own boss had to call him uncle. While Li Sheng was experiencing a storm of emotions, Song Chen was in a completely different world. Looking at the newly added $7 million in his bank account, he maintained a calm facade, but inside he was practically bursting with excitement. This was completely different from selling gold and jade bracelets before. He could still earn $300,000 with some effort, but $7 million in the past, he might have had to work until he was 70 or 80 before he dared to even think about it. Old Sun smiled and handed Song Chen a business card, telling him to contact him anytime if he had anything good. Song Chen politely accepted it with both hands, intending to put it into his spatial storage later. This Mr. Sun is clearly no ordinary person. He must have many wealthy buyers around him. If Song Chen can continue to obtain good items from the 1970s, and these items need stable sales channels, Mr. Sun might be the breakthrough point. Chapter 18, Providing for Uncle Song's Retirement. Remembering the source of one's blessings, Song Chen, after making money, didn't forget the Jiang siblings and specially bought a lot of food and supplies to send over. Jiang Hongqi, seeing the large bag of things in front of him, quickly waved his hand, saying that Uncle Song had already been good enough to them and they couldn't accept any more. Song Chen, too lazy to be polite, directly threatened, "Take it. If you dare refuse, I won't come to see you again." The package looked like a lot, but it only cost a few hundred yuan. Song Chen didn't dare to give anything too conspicuous, lest his good intentions cause trouble for the 2 children. Jiang Hongqi had long regarded Song Chen as a close elder, and when he heard that he wouldn't be coming anymore, he immediately panicked and quickly took the package. Song Chen then told him to study hard at school and to tell him if he had any difficulties. Jiang Hongqi nodded emphatically, his eyes red. Only after Song Chen had walked away did he carry the package and tiptoe back to his and his sister's room. At this time, his uncle's family was either at work or out having fun, so no one was home, making it convenient for him to hide the things. Seeing her brother acting like a thief, Jiang Hongyin couldn't help but ask him what he was holding. Jiang Hongqi told her to keep her voice down and said that Uncle Song had given it to him, and he didn't know what was inside, so he just wanted to open it and take a look. The moment the package was opened, the siblings' eyes lit up. Jiang Hongyin spotted the white rabbit candies and almost cried out in delight, reaching out to grab them. Jiang Hongqi also licked his lips, but restrained himself, telling his sister to wait, since these were for both of them anyway. Jiang Hongyin asked softly if she wanted to share the white rabbit milk candy with Jiang Jiabao. Jiang Hongqi immediately frowned and asked if she had forgotten that boy often bullied her. Jiang Hongyan immediately shook her head, saying that she didn't want to share with Jiang Jiabao. She hated him the most. Jiang Hongqi breathed a sigh of relief, having almost been frightened by his sister's intention to repay evil with kindness. Besides milk candy, the package also contained peach shortbread, mung bean cakes, dried fruit, nuts, red dates, and brown sugar, all wrapped in craft paper. Song Chen deliberately used packaging from that era to avoid any difficulty in explaining. What surprised Jiang Hongqi most was that there was a little blue floral dress under the food. He quickly picked it up to show his sister. Jiang Hongyan's eyes crinkled into crescents when she saw it was a dress, and she happily asked if it was for her. Jiang Hongqi laughed and gestured to her, saying, "Of course I'd wear it. He's a man, after all." Jiang Hongyan hugged the dress tightly, saying how kind Uncle Song was to them. Jiang Hongqi nodded earnestly, saying that they must remember this kindness and take good care of Uncle Song when they grow up. Jiang Hongyan immediately raised her little hand and said firmly, "Okay, I'll take care of Uncle Song in his old age." Meanwhile, Song Chen was unaware that someone was already planning to support him in his old age. Even if he knew, he would probably have to politely decline, since, realistically, these two children were actually more than 30 years older than him, and it was hard to say who would support him in his old age. After leaving Jiang Hongqi, Song Chen went to the place he had arranged to meet Chen Ming, intending to see if the other party had left a note. However, he saw Chen Ming squatting on the ground in the distance, head down, seemingly studying something. Song Chen went closer to look and discovered that the ground was covered in ants carrying food. Song Chen couldn't help but laugh at his childlike innocence. Chen Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose. He was just bored while waiting and was looking for something to kill time. Remembering his business, Chen Ming immediately pulled Song Chen aside and said that the batch of good from the day before yesterday was completely sold out and they needed to restock and double the price for everything. Song Chen readily agreed, then asked why Chen Ming was still personally waiting here when they had agreed to communicate via note. Chen Ming smiled and said that he wanted to find him as soon as possible and also to tentatively ask for an address so that he could easily visit him in the future. Song Chen looked apologetic and said it wasn't convenient. He didn't want his family to know what he was doing. Chen Ming, though disappointed, was also prepared and smiled, expressing his understanding and saying that it was only right to be cautious in their line of work. Song Chen didn't explain further. His refusal to give Chen Ming his address wasn't simply out of caution, but because he didn't have a home in the 1970s. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Housing was scarce in the city then, and without a formal household registration, even finding a temporary place to rent was difficult. The two rescheduled for the delivery the next morning and then went their separate ways. Song Chen made up his mind that next time he would say he was out of pork. After all, he had to get up very early every time he needed to trade pork, which really affected his sleep. As long as he didn't sell pork, he could always trade at night in the future. Other things were easier to preserve than pork, which spoiled easily if left out for too long. With nothing much to do in the afternoon, Song Chen decided to go house hunting. He had spent 4 years in university and 3 years working in the city. 7 years was enough time for him to become familiar with the area, and he had already thought about where to buy a house in the future. He hailed a taxi on his phone and headed straight to the Chunfeng Yeyuan Sales Center. It was just past noon, and the staff inside were all listless. When someone suddenly entered, they all immediately looked at Song Chen. They sized him up, and disappointment quickly crept into their eyes. This guy didn't look like someone who was here to buy a house at all. There was only one young woman in her early 20s. She glanced at her seated colleague, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up the courage to step forward. She approached Song Chen and politely said, "Hello, sir. Welcome to our sales center. How can I help you?" Chapter 19, Zhao Shuer. I'm planning to buy a house. Do you have any fully furnished apartments available? Song Chen asked directly. Zhao Shuer quickly nodded. Yes, we do. However, fully furnished apartments are a bit more expensive than unfurnished ones. Is that acceptable to you? Song Chen glanced down at his clothes. A t-shirt and sweatpants, perfectly normal. He sighed slightly. Did everyone buying a house have to be dressed in a suit and tie? He raised an eyebrow at Zhao Shuer, smiling as he retorted, "Beautiful lady, do you think I look silly, unable to distinguish between a fully furnished and a bare-bones apartment?" Zhao Shuer was taken aback. Her face flushed, and she quickly waved her hands to explain, No, But she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Actually, she also felt that Song Chen didn't seem like someone who could afford a house. But of course, she couldn't say that out loud. Seeing her nervousness, Song Chen smiled and waved his hand. All right, just kidding. Let me know about your fully furnished apartments first. Zhao Shui'er breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led him to the model, beginning to introduce the community. These buildings all have fully furnished apartments ready to move in. Building 3 is close to the main gate, making it convenient to get around. If you have children, you can consider Building 9, which is next to a children's playground. With a standard smile on her face and a gentle tone, she explained the building's location, surrounding amenities, and apartment layout to Song Chen. A few colleagues who were slacking off nearby saw this and couldn't help but huddle together and discuss it. Xiaoping pouted, her face full of jealousy. I can't stand it. Zhao Shui'er is such a good actress. The way she smiles, anyone who doesn't know better would think she's flirting with men. Zhao Shui'er had only been working for less than a month, yet she had already sold 2 houses just because of her pretty face, which made Xiaoping very resentful. Xiao Hui chimed in exactly. Look how she's practically glued to him. A male colleague, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up for Zhao Shui'er. You guys are going too far. She's hardworking and ambitious. What's wrong with that? Xiaoping immediately looked at him with a half-smile. Do you have a crush on her? If you like her, go for it. Playing the hero behind her back might not be appreciated. The male colleague's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense, I have a girlfriend. After saying that, he walked away angrily, not wanting to listen to their gossip anymore. Xiaoping, however, became even more smug and winked at Xiao Wei. See, Zhao Shui'er is really something. No man with a girlfriend can escape her grasp. The two were chatting animatedly when a male voice suddenly came from behind them. What are you doing? Either gossiping or slacking off during work hours. Don't you want your performance bonus this month? Supervisor. The 2 men jumped in surprise and quickly stood up. Gao Tao snorted coldly. Look at how lazy you 2 are. And look how hard Shui'er works, huh? He stopped mid-sentence, his gaze suddenly falling on Song Chen, pointing and muttering under his breath. Why does this person look so much like Song Chen? Oh my god, what's he doing here? Xiao Ping's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, Manager, do you know that gentleman? Gao Tao subconsciously replied, Yes, of course I know him, he's my college classmate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ping was immediately annoyed. Manager, your classmate is really rich. He can actually afford a house in Chunfeng Yiyuan. She should have gone up to the customer when they came in, but Zhao Shui'er beat her to it again. Gao Tao frowned. He doesn't have any money. I remember he applied for a scholarship in college. Did this kid strike it rich somewhere? But he soon realized something was wrong. Song Chen had been almost completely silent in a class group chat over the years. In Gao Tao's opinion, people who were doing well would have already come out to show off, and the lack of news probably meant they weren't doing so well. Filled with doubt, Gao Tao walked towards Song Chen and Zhao Shui'er. At that moment, Song Chen was about to have Zhao Shui'er show him a house. Song Chen. Hearing someone call his name, Song Chen turned around and was somewhat surprised. Gao Tao? What a coincidence. We actually bumped into each other here. Gao Tao approached with a smile. I work around here. Are you here to buy a house? His smile masked his disdain. Their relationship had been lukewarm since university. More accurately, Gao Tao simply disliked Song Chen. He was jealous that Song Chen was more handsome than him, had better grades, and had even dated a beautiful girlfriend like Zhang Xiaoman. Song Chen didn't think too much about it, and was quite happy to see his old classmate. Yeah, I came to look at apartments. Gao Tao sized Song Chen up and down. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, without a single designer brand item. He didn't look like someone who could afford a house worth millions. He deliberately smiled and said, Not bad. These houses aren't cheap. Old classmate, you've struck it rich? Song Chen casually replied, I was lucky and made a little money. This vague attitude only confirmed Gao Tao's suspicions. He had worked in sales for 3 years and had seen many people who couldn't afford a house but still came to watch the spectacle. Although the company doesn't stop these kinds of customers, in the eyes of their sales staff, looking at houses without buying one is a waste of time. Thinking of this, Gao Tao's face darkened, and he turned to Zhao Shui'er and said, Xiao Zhao, you go and rest first. I'll take care of this gentleman. Zhao Shui'er was taken aback, biting her lip in grievance. But this is my client. Gao Tao was also stunned. He thought he was helping Zhao Shui'er so that she wouldn't work for nothing, but he didn't expect her to act like she was being bullied. So he put it more clearly. Xiao Zhao, Song Chen is my old classmate. I know his situation better, so it's more appropriate for me to receive him. But Zhao Shuier seemed not to understand his implication, and her eyes were almost red. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Song Chen tried to smooth things over, saying, "How about Ms. Zhao takes me to see the apartment instead?" He knew that salespeople could earn a substantial commission for each apartment they sold. Although Gao Tao was an old classmate, Zhao Shuier had been the one to offer her assistance earlier, and he couldn't let her work so hard only to leave her out in the end. Chapter 20: The secret to making money can no longer be kept. Gao Tao gave Zhao Shuier a disapproving look. This girl is usually quite clever, but how come she has no tact at this crucial moment? It's all a waste of his earlier consideration for her. He had originally intended to personally deal with Song Chen and get rid of her easily. But since Zhao Shuier insisted on wasting his time, he decided to let her go. Gao Tao patted Zhao Shuier on the shoulder and said, "All right then, Zhao, you take my classmate to see the apartment. Remember to be attentive." Zhao Shuier blinked and immediately nodded seriously. Yes, I understand, supervisor." Watching the two walk out of the sales center, Gao Tao sneered. Song Chen. Oh, Song Chen. He'd like to see how long this act could last. He figured Zhao Shuier would definitely return alone soon. As for Song Chen, he would most likely find an excuse to slip away early. But to his surprise, only half an hour later, Zhao Shuier returned with Song Chen, and Zhao Shuier even had a sweet smile on her face. Gao Tao was taken aback and quickly went up to ask, "Have you finished looking at the house?" Zhao Shuier replied in a light tone, "Yes, Mr. Song has decided to buy apartment 1501 in Building 9. We're back to sign the contract." Gao Tao's eyes widened on the spot. "Are you serious? Song Chen really wants to buy a house?" Song Chen raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "What she said is true. I do plan to buy one." "Old classmate, you don't need to be so excited, do you? You seem more excited than I am." Gao Tao forcibly suppressed his shock. Things had come to this point, leaving him no choice but to believe it. He felt a mixture of regret and jealousy. He regretted not seizing the opportunity to show Song Chen the apartment. Despite being classmates for 4 years, he had squandered this chance to be in a good position. What bothered him even more was that Song Chen could actually afford a house worth millions. In a place like Chunfeng Yeyuan, even the down payment would be over $1 million. Why? What exactly did Song Chen have that made him so special? No matter how sour Gao Tao felt, Song Chen's purchase of the house was already a done deal. Zhao Shuier confirmed. "Mr. Song, are you sure you want to pay in full? The one you're looking at is nearly 150 square meters, and it will cost more than $4 million in full." She looked at Song Chen, utterly shocked. As a working woman who had only recently started working, she admitted she was extremely envious, wondering when she would be able to buy her own small apartment. Song Chen nodded. "That's right. There should be a discount for full payment, right?" Zhao Shuier quickly replied, "Yes, the company policy is that full payment entitles you to a 3% discount." Song Chen frowned slightly. "Only a 3% discount? I've seen other developers offer a 5% discount for full payment. Don't be fooled by the small difference between a 3% and 5% discount. The total price of the house is much higher, amounting to around 100,000 yuan. Song Chen isn't short of that money, but he doesn't want to waste it unnecessarily." Zhao Shuier hesitated. "I don't have the authority for this. I need to apply to my superiors." Song Chen sat in his chair, resting his chin on his hand, and smiled. "Then I'll trouble you." Zhao Shuier nodded solemnly. "I will definitely try my best to help you." She first went to her direct supervisor, Gao Tao, who would then apply to the manager. When Gao Tao heard that Song Chen wanted to buy the house in full, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Zhao, are you sure you're not mistaken? Song Chen really said he wants to pay in full." Zhao Shuier said confidently, "It's true. He said as long as he can get a 5% discount, he'll sign the contract and pay immediately." Gao Tao fell silent. "You might be jealous if someone is slightly better than you, but if they're significantly better, you should try to curry favor with them." Thinking about this, Gao Tao suddenly felt fortunate that he hadn't truly offended the person. Although he was petty, he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted to supervisor so quickly. He quickly made up his mind. "Okay, I'll go and apply to the manager right away." The 5% discount was already at the company's bottom line for preferential policies, but since the customer was paying in full, the manager didn't delay and quickly agreed. Gao Tao, having accomplished his task, naturally didn't hide it. He immediately ran to Song Chen to boast, affectionately putting his arm around his shoulder. "You have no idea. I begged the manager for ages before he finally agreed. Shouldn't I treat my brother to a meal? Song Chen wasn't stupid. He naturally noticed the change in Gao Tao's attitude. However, he didn't point it out, but simply smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll definitely treat you to a meal sometime. You'll have to come. Gao Tao immediately replied with a smile. Definitely, definitely. That evening, Gao Tao shared the news of Song Chen's windfall in the university class group. He vividly recounted Song Chen's house buying process, emphasizing his own significant contribution and telling the classmates in the group that they could contact him if they needed to buy a house in the future, and he guaranteed to help them get the best possible discounts. The moment the message was posted, the usually quiet class group chat exploded with activity. Cloud Flying Dragon. Holy crap, Song Chen is amazing. He just bought a multi-million-dollar house like that. Old man surname is Wang at Song Chen. Where are you making your fortune? Don't forget your old classmate if you get any connections. Snowman. I knew Song Chen was something special. Xiaoman really struck gold. Bubble Fish. Seriously? We're roommates, and Xiaoman didn't reveal a single thing. That's so distant. Wild Wave at Song Chen adjunct Xiaoman. Why aren't you two involved saying anything? Flying Dragon in the Clouds. I suggest we have a class reunion. It's been 3 years since graduation. It's time for everyone to catch up. Snowman. Agreed +1. Bubble Fish. Agreed plus 10,086. People kept tagging Song Chen in the group chat, so he naturally saw the messages. Song Chen was truly exasperated with Gao Tao's big mouth. It was just buying a house, but he made it sound like everyone knew, as if he were the only one in the world with a mouth. Song Chen didn't want to be in the limelight at all. He was most afraid of others noticing his unusual background. Now, thanks to Gao Tao's word, almost all his classmates knew he'd struck it rich, making it impossible to stay low-key. He looked at his phone, pondering silently. It seemed he needed to come up with a legitimate way to make money to cover his tracks. But what would be the right thing to do? Chapter 21. Class Reunion and the Unlucky BMW Driver. The class reunion this weekend was arranged in just a few words in the class group chat. The class monitor even sent Song Chen a private message to personally invite him to attend. During college, the class monitor had always taken good care of Song Chen, knowing that his family's financial situation was not good, and even helped him find part-time jobs. Now that the monitor had asked for his help, Song Chen naturally couldn't refuse, so he agreed. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye, but unfortunately, the weather was uncooperative. It rained nonstop from morning till night. Because some people had to work overtime during the day, the gathering was scheduled for the evening. Around 5 p.m., Song Chen prepared to go out. He called a ride-hailing car on his phone, stood by the roadside holding an umbrella, scrolling through his phone while waiting for the driver to arrive. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a BMW sped past him, splashing water from the road and soaking his shoes and trousers. Song Chen immediately lost her temper, yelled a curse, and gave the departing car the middle finger. Unexpectedly, the BMW driver saw this in his rearview mirror and actually reversed the car back. Another splash of water erupted, soaking Song Chen's already damaged shoes and trousers once more. He thought the other person had come back to apologize, but instead, the car window slowly rolled down and the person inside gave him the middle finger. Song Chen's anger surged. Are you blind? Can't you see there are people here? If you don't want your eyes, just donate them. The BMW driver grinned and made a face. You poor wretch, you're just getting angry. Then he stepped on the gas and sped away. Song Chen was seething with anger, but she could only memorize that face. Driving a BMW worth 3 or 400,000 yuan and acting so arrogantly, as if nobody could afford one. At that moment, he had no idea that he would soon run into this unlucky guy again. Shortly after, the ride-hailing car pulled up beside him. Song Chen explained the situation to the driver, saying he needed to go back and change his clothes first and would send the other party a red envelope later. Seeing that he was soaking wet, the driver agreed without saying a word. Song Chen hurriedly went home to change into clean clothes and got back into the car more than 10 minutes later. The driver noticed in the rearview mirror that he looked unwell and asked him if he had been splashed with water by a car parked on the side of the road. Song Chen let out a sigh of relief, admitting he was indeed unlucky. The driver smiled and advised him that some people just lack manners, and it wasn't worth arguing with him. Getting angry would only hurt him, and no one would take his place. The driver tried to comfort him throughout the journey. Although Song Chen didn't necessarily need the comfort, he knew the driver meant well, and his mood improved considerably. Before getting out of the car, Song Chen sent the driver an 88 yuan red envelope, as agreed beforehand. The driver thought it would be at most 10 or 20 yuan, but after seeing the amount, he quickly told him that he had given too much. Song Chen smiled and waved his hand. I didn't give you much. 88. May you prosper. I wish you great wealth soon, master. The driver chuckled and accepted the money with a smile, saying, Thank you for your kind words. Of my university classmates, only about half stayed in City C after graduation. The others either returned to their hometowns or went to other places, so not everyone will be able to attend this gathering. Song Chen arrived relatively early. There were only 7 or 8 people in the private room. There was a brief moment of silence as soon as he entered, but he was quickly greeted warmly by someone. Some people joked that Song Chen had become even more handsome after not seeing him for several years. Others brought up Zheng Xiaoman, asking why she hadn't come along. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed gossipy eyes. Back in college, Song Chen and Zheng Xiaoman were the class's acknowledged couple, and everyone assumed they would definitely get married after graduation. 3 years have passed, and many people still think the two are about to get married. Song Chen felt a little uncomfortable under their gazes, touched his nose, and simply said, We broke up a long time ago. That one sentence instantly caused an uproar in the private room. Some people couldn't believe it, saying that they were such a good couple, a match made in heaven. Others expressed regret, saying they were still looking forward to attending their wedding. Seeing that Song Chen's expression was not good, the class monitor Tan Lei quickly stepped in to smooth things over, telling everyone to stop talking about these trivial matters and to check who was still absent, and urged them to hurry up and catch up. Gao Tao warmly greeted Song Chen and invited him to sit next to him. Song Chen smiled politely, but turned around and sat down next to Tan Lei, greeting the class monitor in return. Tan Lei patted him on the shoulder and said that it had indeed been a long time since they last met. He then heard from Gao Tao that Gao Tao had recently bought a house, so he casually offered his congratulations. The two chatted quite naturally, but Gao Tao, left standing to the side, looked rather gloomy. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to curry favor with Song Chen, but unexpectedly, the other party didn't give him any face at all. Since that's the case, Gao Tao didn't want to keep trying to win him over, so he simply turned around and started chatting with the other classmates. Not long after, the door to the private room opened again, and 2 people walked in. Song Chen's eyes lit up immediately, and he waved, Dapeng, Huazi, over here. Upon hearing the sound, Wen Guangping and Su Hua immediately walked towards him. Song Chen asked curiously how they had come together, and Wen Guangping smiled and said that they had just bumped into each other at the door and came in together. After saying that, he raised his hand and punched Song Chen on the shoulder, his tone tinged with reproach. You little brat, you kept such a big thing as buying a house from us. Do you even consider us brothers anymore? Wen Guangping felt increasingly uncomfortable as he spoke. Just 2 months ago, he had arranged to have dinner with Song Chen, but the guy hadn't mentioned it once, which inevitably made people wonder. He could understand that Song Chen might be having difficulties, but he still felt a little bitter. They had clearly promised to be best friends for life, but now that Song Chen had suddenly become rich, he seemed to have become estranged from them. Seeing his expression, Song Chen knew he had misunderstood. But the matter of buying a house was indeed difficult to explain, so she could only lean close to Wen Guangping's ear and whisper, I'll treat you, Huazi, and a Sheng to dinner next time, and we can talk about it then. Chapter 22. Did you not do anything illegal or criminal? Once everyone had arrived, the waiter quickly came in to serve the dishes. Song Chen had barely taken a couple of bites when one person after another came over with a wine glass to toast him. To be honest, in his more than 20 years of life, this was the first time he had become the center of attention. The feeling of being surrounded and fawned over was indeed quite exhilarating. Unfortunately, while these people were offering him drinks, they were also subtly trying to find out how he made his money. Song Chen didn't know how to answer immediately. He couldn't tell the truth, and he was afraid of giving himself away by making something up. Having just been rebuffed by him, Gao Tao, seeing him stammering, immediately said sarcastically, Song Chen, you didn't get your money through some illegitimate means, did you? Upon hearing this, the previously lively private room instantly fell silent. The people exchanged bewildered glances. Most didn't believe Song Chen would do anything wrong, but some couldn't help but begin to speculate. Wen Guangping immediately lost his temper, glaring at Gao Tao and yelling, Are you sick? How can you say such things? Su Hua also stood up to support him, saying that Gao Tao was just jealous and that Song Chen couldn't possibly be the kind of person. Gao Tao sneered and continued, "I'm not making this up. Let him tell you himself how he earned millions in 3 years. He even applied for scholarships in college. You can't exactly say he's a hidden rich kid, can you?" These words indeed touched on the suspicious points, leaving even Wen Guangping and Su Hua speechless for a moment. When Guangping looked at Song Chen, a hint of worry in his eyes, fearing that he might have truly gone astray. Song Chen understood his look, first giving him a reassuring expression, then turning to Gao Tao with a stern face. "You need to provide evidence before you speak. If you have evidence of my illegal or criminal activities, call the police anytime. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense here, or I'll sue you for defamation." Gao Tao, however, wouldn't give up and pressed him to reveal exactly how he made his money. Some onlookers, eager for drama, joined in the commotion, urging Song Chen to share his secrets to wealth. Song Chen said calmly, "Why should I say anything? The burden of proof lies with whoever raises the doubt. If you suspect me, you can call the police now, and I will cooperate with the investigation. But afterwards, I can still sue you for defamation. He may have secrets he can't tell, but he's absolutely not done anything illegal or criminal. Even if the police were called, he wouldn't be afraid. There are 2 stamps left by his ancestors at home, and who could prove he stole them?" Gao Tao's face was ashen, as if he'd swallowed a fly. He certainly didn't dare call the police, since making a false report would also incur consequences. Unable to deal with Song Chen, he turned to sowing discord between Wen Guangping and Su Hua. He said that he and Song Chen usually considered themselves to have a good relationship, but it was hard to say whether Song Chen would still remember them after becoming rich. Wen Guangping didn't buy it at all and directly retorted, "None of your business." Su Hua rolled his eyes, saying that unlike Gao Tao, they weren't just envious of others. Song Chen's wealth was due to good fortune. No amount of jealousy from others could change anything. Gao Tao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, Tanlei quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying that the class reunion was for connecting with each other, not for arguing. He then reminded Gao Tao to keep quiet, saying that regardless of how Song Chen made his money, they had no obligation to tell them. They weren't police officers or judges, and had no right to interrogate others. The rest of the meal was incredibly awkward. What should have been a pleasant class reunion ended badly. Song Chen had initially intended to treat everyone, but after witnessing the true colors of many people, he didn't bring it up again, and in the end, everyone split the bill. After the dinner ended, when Guangping and Su Hua each put their arms around Song Chen's shoulders, their faces full of worry. When Guangping lowered his voice and asked, "Chengzi, tell me honestly, you really didn't do anything illegal or criminal, did you?" Song Chen smiled wryly. "What are you thinking? After all these years of being brothers, don't you know me?" When Guangping said seriously, of course they knew what kind of person he was, but they were afraid he would be deceived. Hearing this, Song Chen felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, assuring them that he really hadn't. He then explained that he hadn't intentionally hidden the fact that he was making money. It had just happened recently, and he hadn't had a chance to tell them yet. The 2 men finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were also afraid that their brother would distance himself from them after he became rich, and that would make their years of friendship seem like a waste. Su Hua couldn't help but ask him how he made so much money, and whether he couldn't even tell his brothers. Song Chen thought for a moment and said it wasn't that he couldn't tell, but that the story was a bit long. He then made up a story, saying that when his father was hospitalized last time, he went back to his hometown and found a box in the storage room. He also found 2 stamps in a hidden compartment. He tried to sell them and unexpectedly sold them for high price. When Guangping, unfamiliar with the industry, asked in confusion how much the stamps were worth, Song Chen smiled and gestured 7 million. When Guangping's pupils dilated in shock, and he swore several times to confirm if he was joking. Su Hua was even more excited, exclaiming that the god of wealth had appeared, and his brother had really become rich overnight. Song Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Of course, from now on you'll be following me and eating 9 meals a day." Su Hua was overjoyed, but when Guangping urged him to stop joking and tell him what kind of stamp could be so expensive, Song Chen took out his phone and showed them the photos of the 2 stamps he had taken earlier. When Guangping stared at the screen for a long time, his expression indescribable. These 2 little things can actually sell for 7 million? Rich people really don't care about money. Chapter 23, Ex-Girlfriend and the BMW Driver. Song Chen lived in a four-person dormitory in college. Besides Wen Guangping and Su Hua, he also had a roommate named Sun Sheng, who returned to his hometown after graduation and took the civil service exam. Since he had decided to treat his buddies to a meal, Song Chen naturally couldn't leave him out. Fortunately, Sun Sheng's hometown wasn't far from City C. It was only an hour's high-speed train ride away. Song Chen simply booked both round-trip tickets, and Sun Sheng, of course, didn't refuse. He took the train over early the next morning. Song Chen took a taxi to the high-speed rail station to pick someone up. As soon as Sun Sheng saw him, he excitedly rushed over and shouted, "Chengzi, you're really something. I saw the messages in the group chat. Are you making a fortune quietly?" Song Chen grinned mischievously. When luck comes, there's no stopping it. Sun Sheng rolled his eyes at him and asked where they were going for lunch. Song Chen deliberately kept him in suspense, only saying that they would find out when they got there. This piqued Sun Sheng's curiosity. Only when the car stopped in front of the store and he saw the sign did he widen his eyes in shock. King Crab Seafood Buffet? You're serious? That's almost 2,000 per person. A meal for 4 people would cost 7 or 8,000 yuan, which Sun Sheng found extravagant. Song Chen, however, stylishly tossed his hair and said that since he had money, he should treat his brothers to something good. Otherwise, why would he have specifically invited him over? Sun Sheng said he wasn't the kind of person who would hold a grudge, but Song Chen knew in his heart that if he really only brought Wen Guangping and Su Hua to eat behind his back, this guy would probably take the high-speed rail to come and beat him up. Wen Guangping and Su Hua sent messages saying they would arrive in 5 or 6 minutes. Song Chen and Sun Sheng stood at the door to wait. Just then, Sun Sheng suddenly patted Song Chen on the back, excitedly reminding him to look to the side. Song Chen looked in the direction indicated and indeed saw a familiar face. No, to be precise, 2 faces. The man walking with Zheng Xiaoman was none other than the BMW driver who had splashed him with water last night. Song Chen's gaze was so intense that it quickly caught Zheng Xiaoman's attention. The moment she saw Song Chen, she felt inexplicably guilty and almost instinctively pulled her hand away from her boyfriend's. Lu Shuai sensed something was wrong and turned to ask her what was wrong. Zheng Xiaoman's face was pale, and she whispered that it was nothing. She just wanted to eat somewhere else. Lu Shuai didn't understand. They had clearly agreed to eat at a seafood buffet. Why did she change her mind when they were already at the door? Lu Shuai usually wouldn't spend money at this restaurant, and he wouldn't have spent nearly 4,000 yuan on this meal if he hadn't wanted to impress his new girlfriend. Zheng Xiaoman, however, kept her head down, not daring to look at Song Chen. It had been less than a month since she broke up with Song Chen, but now he had caught her having dinner with another man. She felt guilty and embarrassed, and just hoped that Song Chen would not call her. Before Song Chen could speak, Sun Sheng spoke first. "Xiaoman, why didn't you even greet your old classmate?" Zheng Xiaoman paused and could only force a smile, saying, "Oh, it's classmate Sunday. What a coincidence." Upon hearing that it was his girlfriend's classmate, Lu Shuai greeted her with a smile. "Hello, I'm Man-Man's boyfriend. My name is Lu Shuai." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Chen suddenly sneered. "Lu Shuai? Your name and appearance are such a mismatch." Sun Sheng burst out laughing on the spot, and secretly gave Song Chen a thumbs up. Although this man wasn't too ugly, he certainly wasn't handsome at all. At best, he was just an ordinary passerby who would be easily lost in a crowd. Lu Shuai's smile froze instantly, his anger flaring up. He glared at Song Chen and berated him for being sick and rude. Zheng Xiaoman also looked at Song Chen in disbelief, unable to understand how he could have become like this. Song Chen had always been gentle and considerate toward her. Thinking of this, a pang of guilt flashed in Zheng Xiaoman's eyes. She had truly loved Song Chen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been with him for 6 years. But life isn't a fairy tale. Daily life involves the mundane realities of life. Song Chen couldn't give her the life she wanted. She was willing to endure hardship, but what about her parents? What about her younger brother? She felt she couldn't be so selfish. Because of her guilty conscience, she hasn't dared to contact anyone related to Song Chen lately, and she's blocked all private messages from classmates and messages in the class group. So she still doesn't know that Song Chen is no longer the poor boy he used to be. Seeing that she remained silent, Lu Shuai became so angry that he took his anger out on her as well. Man, are you just going to let your classmate humiliate me? What kind of girlfriend are you? Be careful, or I'll tell your aunt and uncle. Zheng Xiaoman quickly grabbed his hand and whispered to comfort him. Brother Lu, don't be angry. Song Chen is probably just in a bad mood. He didn't mean it. I apologize to you on his behalf. As Song Chen watched her take another man's hand, a sudden wave of bitterness washed over him. The person who had once held her hand was clearly him. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes like a movie. But Lu Shuai was even angrier. He pointed at Zheng Xiaoman and yelled at her to know her place, questioning why she was apologizing for Song Chen. As he spoke, he raised his hand and poked her forehead repeatedly with his nail-covered fingers, quickly leaving a red mark. Zheng Xiaoman cried out in pain and instinctively looked at Song Chen, her eyes filled with grievance. Song Chen finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward to grab Lu Shuai's wrist, coldly saying, "Stop. What kind of man hits a woman?" Chapter 24 Revenge on the BMW Driver, 1888 Seafood Buffet. Lu Shuai angrily shook off Song Chen's hand and yelled, "Who do you think you are? It's none of your business what I'm talking to my girlfriend about." Song Chen didn't want to embarrass Zheng Xiaoman, nor did she intend to expose their past relationship on the spot. She just looked at Lu Shuai with a half-smile. "We just met last night, and you've already forgotten? I told you, don't let me run into you again." Lu Shuai's expression changed, and he subconsciously took a step back. It had rained last night, and Song Chen was holding an umbrella, so he hadn't seen the person clearly at all. He only remembered splashing water all over the other person while driving, and then speeding away. He dared to be arrogant back then, because he was sitting in the car, and the other person couldn't catch up, but he never expected that the two of them would collide again in just one day. Meeting Song Chen's cold gaze, Lu Shuai swallowed hard and forced himself to say, "What do you want? I'll just pay for your dry cleaning." Sun Sheng was completely confused and asked Song Chen what was going on. Song Chen briefly explained what had happened last night, and Sun Sheng immediately became furious, pointing at Lu Shuai and yelling, "So what if you have a car? Apologize to my brother right now." At this moment, when Guangping and Su Hua also arrived, seeing the group gathered together, they immediately ran to Song Chen's side. The situation instantly turned into 1 against 4, and Lu Shuai completely chickened out, hiding behind Zheng Xiaoman. He hurriedly said, Man, aren't they your classmates? Please explain. I really didn't mean it yesterday." Zheng Xiaoman looked troubled, bit her lip, and looked at Song Chen. "Song Chen, please, for my sake, don't hold it against Lu Shuai, okay?" Sun Sheng felt indignant for his brother and couldn't help but say, "Zheng Xiaoman, how could you do this? Chengzi used to be so good to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai immediately looked at the two of them suspiciously. "What do you mean? What was your relationship before?" Song Chen gave Sun Sheng a look, signaling him to stop talking, and then said coldly, "It's nothing. We're talking about the time you splashed water all over me yesterday." Lu Shuai's attention was indeed drawn back, and he said impatiently, "I already said it wasn't intentional. What else do you want?" Song Chen said calmly, "Either I splash you with water, or you pay me back." As he spoke, he secretly gave Sun Sheng a wink, and Sun Sheng immediately understood. Lu Shuai sneered. "How much compensation? Is 200 enough?" His eyes seemed to be dismissing a poor man. Song Chen laughed in exasperation. 200? Are you trying to fob me off? It should be at least 20,000. Lu Shuai looked him up and down, his face full of disdain. "Are you out of your mind? Is your outfit even worth 20,000? Song Chen didn't care at all, because he hadn't really wanted the money. He was just stalling for time. Soon, Sun Sheng returned with a basin of dark water, and before Lu Shuai could react, splashed it all over him. Lu Shuai was instantly soaked from head to toe, his face covered in soot, looking as disheveled as a drowned rat. Sun Sheng didn't forget to add insult to injury. "No, it should be black-bone chicken. I deliberately poured a whole bottle of soy sauce into it." Lu Shuai was trembling with anger, pointing at the group, but unable to speak for a long time. Just as he opened his mouth, soy sauce dripped from his face into it, the strong smell almost making him vomit. Zheng Xiaoman quickly took out tissues from her bag, wanted to help him wipe his face. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Lu Shuai snatched the tissue and said angrily, "Do I look like I'm fine? Just wait and see if I tell your parents." After saying that, he stormed off, completely ignoring whether Zheng Xiaoman followed him or not. Zheng Xiaoman stood there, her face pale, and said in a low voice, "Aiken, I'm sorry." She owed Song Chen a formal apology for the breakup. Because she couldn't face him, she only announced the breakup over the phone. Song Chen paused for a moment, then asked expressionlessly, "His character doesn't seem very good. Are you sure you want to be with someone like that?" Zheng Xiaoman's voice trailed off. I don't know. He was introduced by a relative, and my parents are very satisfied with him. After saying that, she hurriedly added, we've only been dating for less than a week, and I haven't cheated on him. Song Chen nodded, I understand. After all, they had been together for 6 years, and he knew exactly what kind of person Zheng Xiaoman was. She wasn't a bad person at heart. She was just too deeply entangled with her family. She has a younger brother who is 2 years younger than her, and her parents favor sons over daughters. When her brother was about to get married, the bride's family demanded that they buy a house in the city. Since the Zheng family couldn't afford it, they set their sights on their daughter, urging her to get married quickly so they could use the dowry to buy a house for their son. Zheng Xiaoman grew up in this environment and was almost always obedient to her parents. She sent most of her salary from 3 years of work home, and even her marriage was arranged by them. What Song Chen didn't know was that she had actually resisted and firmly stated that she wanted to be with him. However, Zheng's mother threatened suicide, and in the end, she had no choice but to compromise and break up with Song Chen. After a moment of silence, Song Chen said earnestly, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I will definitely help if I can. Zheng Xiaoman covered her face, tears streaming down her face through her fingers. Aiken, thank you. It's my fault. She glanced at Song Chen reluctantly, but finally turned and left. Seeing that Song Chen was still staring at her back, Sun Sheng patted him on the shoulder. If you can't bear to part with her, why don't you take her back? Song Chen smiled knowingly. Perhaps we were destined to meet, but not to be together. He quickly looked away and beckoned the group inside. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's quickly experience it and see if the 1888 seafood buffet is worth the price. It was the first time for all 4 of them to eat at such an expensive buffet, and their principle was simple. Order whatever was expensive. King crab, Boston lobster, M9 Australian Wagyu beef, salmon, and various sashimi platters of shrimp quickly filled the entire table. Sun Sheng's eyes lit up as he looked at the enormous king crab. Wouldn't eating just one make it worthwhile? When Guangping picked up a shrimp and couldn't help but exclaim, this meat is so tender. Su Hua stared at the lobster, already planning. This is delicious. I'll order another one later. Song Chen smiled and said, I'd like another king crab. This time, let's try the typhoon shelter flavor. Chapter 25, Buying a Car, Visiting the Chun Family. After having a good meal, Song Chen and the other 3 went to a karaoke bar in the afternoon and sang their hearts out for the whole afternoon. Sun Sheng had to go to work the next day, so he bought a high-speed rail ticket for 7 p.m. early in the morning. After a quick dinner, the group prepared to take him to the high-speed rail station. The brief reunion was followed by another parting, and all 4 felt a little sad. Sun Sheng laughed and punched each of them lightly, telling them to come visit him whenever they had time. He couldn't afford a seafood feast, but he could always treat them to plenty of barbecue. Su Hua immediately chimed in, saying he would definitely make his wallet shrink by then. Sun Sheng exaggeratedly clutched his pocket, saying that given Su Hua's appetite, he would probably have to eat dirt for half a month beforehand. The group burst into laughter, teasing Su Hua about his ever-growing appetite and suggesting he become a mukbang, eating broadcast streamer. Surprisingly, Su Hua actually considered it, since his salary was the lowest, and after deducting rent, utilities, and living expenses, he basically had no money left each month. As he gets older, he's getting anxious and has been thinking about finding a side hustle. Song Chen, however, disagrees, reminding him that mukbang, eating broadcasts, are bad for his health. Most of those big eaters online rely on induced vomiting, and very few actually become popular. He warned him not to ruin his health before making any money. Upon hearing this, Su Hua's mood immediately plummeted, and he sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to make money. Song Chen patted his chest and smiled, saying not to worry, he could come and work with him a while. The 3 of them immediately looked at him and pressed him for details about what he was planning to do. Song Chen, however, kept them in suspense, only saying that he was still preparing and would tell them when it was ready. Su Hua was overjoyed, saying he didn't want to go to this lousy job for even a day longer. Although when Guangpeng earned a higher salary, he naturally preferred working with his brothers to working for someone else. Only Sun Sheng was different. He had passed the civil service exam back in his hometown, and he couldn't bring himself to quit his secure job anytime soon. Moreover, if his parents knew he was thinking of quitting his job, they would probably give him a taste of what it means to have his head blown open. Since he wouldn't be able to move into his newly purchased house for a while, Song Chen decided to get himself a car first. Although it's easy to take a taxi now, after being provoked by Lu Shuai, he realized that a man can live without a car, but he can't live without one. After buying the house, he still had over 2 million yuan left. Considering the uncertainty of when his next income would come in, he didn't plan to buy anything too expensive and instead decided to get a Panamera first. This car was Song Chen's dream car when he was broke. He never even dared to dream of owning it. Now that he has the means, he naturally wants to get his hands on it. This time, Song Chen didn't run into any acquaintances while buying the car, which secretly relieved him. He didn't want the people around him to know that he had suddenly become rich. He preferred to keep his wealth to himself. There were no cars in stock at the store, and the salesperson said it would take about half a month. Song Chen didn't hesitate and readily paid the deposit. At noon, he was going to visit the 1970s again. Chun Ming said he would treat him to lunch. Now, his transactions with Chun Ming have become a regular occurrence, happening every 3 days. Chun Ming buys several hundred yuan worth of goods each time, making a fortune and treating Song Chen like a god of wealth. To build a closer relationship, he specially invited him to his home for dinner. Song Chen also intended to have Chun Ming help her with things over there in the future, so naturally she wouldn't refuse. Around 11:30, Song Chen arrived at Chun Ming's house, carrying a bag of apples. As soon as Chun Ming saw him, he greeted him with a beaming smile, saying that he thought Song Chen couldn't find a place and was just about to go out to meet him. Behind Chun Ming was a woman in her mid-30s, slightly plump, who looked at Song Chen with a smile. Song Chen guessed her identity, took the initiative to greet her, saying that this must be his sister-in-law, and handed her an apple. Chun Ming introduced her as his wife, Lu Mei, and then complained that Song Chen had come all this way, but brought a gift which seemed too formal. Lu Mei chimed in, saying that the apples looked expensive and should be taken home for the family. She glanced at them. The apples were all bright red, bigger than a fist. At the supply and marketing cooperative, apples that big would cost at least 50 cents each, and this bag had at least 10, worth 5 or 6 yuan. Despite saying that, Lu Mei was secretly pleased. Yesterday, Chun Ming brought home chicken, fish, and meat, saying that guests were coming today, and he wanted her to cook a lavish meal. She secretly wondered what kind of friend was worth such attention. After all, Chun Ming had never been this attentive when her family visited before. Chun Ming never told his family about his business in the black market, fearing that they might cause trouble if they couldn't keep their mouths shut, so he only said that Song Chen was a friend. Lu Mei was initially a little dissatisfied, but now that she saw the gifts Song Chen brought, she immediately felt that it was no exaggeration to value them. She smiled and invited Song Chen to come in and sit down, saying that they only needed one more dish to start eating, before turning and going to the kitchen. Song Chen followed Chun Ming into the main room, and casually asked if the children weren't coming home for dinner. He knew Chun Ming had 3 children, all of whom were still in school. When Chun Ming mentioned his children, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. He said that his eldest daughter and his second son usually eat at school, and his youngest son should be back soon. No sooner had she finished speaking than a child's voice rang out from outside the door. "Mom, I'm home. What delicious food did you make today? It smells amazing." Immediately afterwards, Lu Mei's scolding voice came. "You little brat, where did you get all muddy again? If your dad sees you, he'll beat you." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming immediately became agitated. He grabbed a feather duster from the cabinet, his face darkening, and rushed out. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Chun Ziwu, have you skipped school again? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson." He didn't even care that there were guests at home. Chapter 26. The Chen family's youngest son, the red-footed crawler. As soon as Song Chen stepped out of the house, he saw a child covered in mud running around in the yard, with Chun Ming chasing after him, panting and holding a feather duster. The child ran while yelling, "Mom, help! The old man is going to beat your precious son to death." Lu Mei stood to the side, hands on her hips, and snorted coldly. She felt no pity whatsoever. Instead, she scolded him for deserving it. This youngest son skipped school every few days, and without a beating, he would never learn his lesson. She couldn't understand it either. They were all her own children. The eldest was gentle and quiet. The second was well-behaved and sensible. But the third, Chun Ziwu, was always causing trouble. It was as if she owed him a debt from a past life. As Chun Ziwu ran, he pretended to be pitiful, wiping away non-existent tears and complaining that his father and mother didn't love him, like a little cabbage in the field. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming became even angrier. quickened his pace to catch up, and smacked him squarely on the buttocks with a feather duster in his hand. Chen Ziwu cried out in pain, clutching his buttocks with disbelief on his face. He had been disciplined many times before, but Chen Ming usually just chased him around a couple of times to scare him, and that was it as long as he admitted his mistake. Who knew that today he was just a step too slow and actually got it? Chen Ming, leaning against the wall and panting heavily, gritted his teeth and said that if he didn't give Chen Ziwu a good beating today, he would take Chen Ming's surname from now on. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziwu clenched his buttocks and immediately begged for mercy pitifully. Chen Ming had been angry enough with his youngest son, and lecturing him was useless, so he could only use a feather duster to teach him a lesson. After calming down, he picked up the duster and chased after him again. Chen Ziwu's eyes darted around, and he suddenly saw Song Chen leaning against the door watching the commotion. He immediately rushed over to him, hid behind him, and cried out, "Big brother, save me. My dad's going to beat me to death." Although he didn't know Song Chen, her presence at home at this time meant she was most likely the guest Chen Ming had mentioned coming yesterday. As long as there was a guest, his father couldn't continue to be so ruthless. Song Chen smiled and glanced at the little mud monkey behind him, then pushed away the monkey's hand that was trying to grab his clothes, reminding him to call him uncle. After all, he and Chen Ming were of the same generation, and he couldn't be considered a generation younger for no reason. Chen Ziwu had no backbone at all and immediately changed his tune. "Uncle, please save me." Only then did Chen Ming realize that there were guests in the house, and that his usual composed demeanor had been completely ruined by this little rascal. He suppressed his anger, smiled awkwardly at Song Chen, and said that his child was too naughty and asked him to excuse him. Song Chen didn't say much, only smiling and replying that boys are inevitably lively. Seeing that he had found the right backer, Chen Ziwu became bolder again and advised Chen Ming that he was not young anymore and that he should talk things out properly instead of always chasing after him, lest he fall down. Chen Ming's face darkened. He was not yet 40, in the prime of his life, not old at all. So he gritted his teeth and warned Chen Ziwu that he would deal with him properly after Uncle Song left. Chen Ziwu stuck out his tongue and quickly changed the subject, saying that he had caught a fish today and asked him not to be angry because of the fish. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Mei silently appeared behind him and grabbed his ear. She had warned him long ago not to go to the river alone, but the boy had completely ignored her. This time, Lu Mei was truly not going to let it go easily. She knew how dangerous the riverbank was. If something really happened to her youngest son, the whole family would collapse. Chen Ziwu cried out in pain, saying his ear was about to break. Lu Mei cursed him harshly, but her grip loosened a little. Chen Ziwu took the opportunity to mutter that he had gone to the river to catch fish to add to the dishes because he heard his parents say that guests were coming today. Lu Mei was stunned, and her grip loosened completely. She had thought she had misunderstood her son. Could it be that this kid had really become sensible? Chen Ming wasn't so easily fooled and exposed him directly. He had already brought back fish yesterday, and Chen Ziwu had seen it. There was no need for him to go back to the river to catch fish again. The slight relief on Lu Mei's face vanished instantly. She had indeed been overthinking things. This kid was destined to be a handful. With his lie exposed, Chen Ziwu quietly moved further behind Song Chen, hoping that Song Chen could shield him from Chen Ming's anger later. But Chen Ming had no intention of continuing. He had already lost face in front of Song Chen once, and he couldn't afford to do it again. Just then, Song Chen suddenly stared at the center of the courtyard and walked over in a few steps. There were two small red creatures slowly crawling on the ground. He squatted down to take a look and asked where these crayfish came from. Chen Ziwu answered honestly, "Uncle, you mean these two red-legged crickets? I caught them all fishing in the river." He knew it didn't taste good. It was all shell and had a fishy smell. He initially wanted to throw it back into the river, but then he thought, since he had worked hard to catch it, he took it home to keep as a pet. Song Chen then realized that crayfish in the 1970s were called red-legged crayfish. He picked one up and showed it to Chen Ziwu, asking if there were many of these in the river. Chen Ziwu shook his head, saying there weren't many in the river, but they were everywhere in the countryside. After saying that, he added, puzzled, that these red-footed crickets didn't taste good at all, and asked Song Chen why he was asking about them. Song Chen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. He seemed to know what he could do next. Chapter 27, Red-Footed Crawler. In the 1970s, no one cared about red-legged mantis shrimp, but in modern times, crayfish have become a popular delicacy. Song Chen himself also loves to eat crayfish, but the price is not cheap nowadays, often 30 or 40 yuan per catty, and there is little meat. It's not much for one person to eat 3 or 4 catties. In the past, he would only go out to eat when he really craved it. The crayfish have been on the market for a while now, but he's been so focused on making money that he almost forgot about them. Now, seeing these worthless red-legged crayfish, an idea immediately popped into his head. If you bring crayfish that nobody wanted in the 1970s to the modern era and sell them, wouldn't you make a fortune? Not only crayfish, but also loach, eel, wild vegetables, and mushrooms, things that were common and cheap in the countryside, are all hot commodities in modern times. He could easily open a farm produce store in modern times, specializing in these all-natural products. As long as the supply is stable, the business would definitely be good. Thinking of this, Song Chen's mind immediately started working. Just then, Chen Ming called out to him from inside the house. "Xiao Song, stop playing with the red-footed crawler and come inside for dinner." Song Chen felt a little embarrassed, thinking to himself that he wasn't playing at all, but rather looking for business opportunities. However, he really needed Chen Ming's help next, so he decided to talk to him after dinner. Lu Mei brought the last dish to the table, smiling and urging Song Chen to eat more and try her cooking. Smelling the aroma, Song Chen immediately gave her a thumbs up, praising her cooking. Lu Mei laughed, urging him to try it. 5 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table, with chicken and meat. To Song Chen, it was just ordinary food, but to Chen Ziwu, it was like a New Year celebration. The little guy waited expectantly for Song Chen to start eating, then quickly picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes squinting with satisfaction. While eating, he mumbled, "I wish I could eat this much every day." Lu Mei glared at him and said, "Eating meat every day? How can we live like this?" Chen Ziwu chuckled and said he was just thinking about it casually. Song Chen picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his bowl, smiling as she told him to study hard, and he could eat as much meat as he wanted in the future. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chen Ziwu's mouthful of meat lost its flavor. He pouted and retorted that studying was useless and that he shouldn't be allowed to eat meat every day. Song Chen asked him why he thought that way. Although he couldn't take the college entrance exam now, a degree wasn't useless. When factories were hiring, high school and junior high school graduates were always more sought after than illiterate people. Besides, Chen Ziwu was only 12 years old. When the college entrance exam was reinstated in a few years, he would be ready to take it. Song Chen couldn't say these things out loud, but he could only think that as long as the child continued to study step by step, he might have a bright future. After finishing the meat in his bowl, Chen Ziwu grumbled, "Studying is pointless if you can't find a job. In the end, you'll still have to go to the countryside as an educated youth. Since you'll have to farm sooner or later anyway, you might as well go sooner and save on tuition." He thought about his older sister, who was in her second year of high school. If she couldn't find a job, she might have to go to the countryside in 2 months. He had seen her secretly crying at night, and knew she didn't want to go at all. Sometimes he even thought that if he were older, he could go in his sister's place. Chen Ming, unaware of his son's thoughts, immediately darkened his face upon hearing his son's words about the uselessness of studying, and scolded him for not appreciating his good fortune. So many children want to study, but don't have the opportunity, yet he acts like studying is a matter of life and death. Chen Ziwu grumbled indignantly, saying that it was all his parents' fault for giving all their intelligence to his older sister and second brother, leaving him with nothing, which made him dizzy whenever he looked at a book and sleepy whenever he went to class. Chen Ming was furious, but Lu Mei took his words to heart and couldn't help but wonder if it was because she had been in her belly for too long when she gave birth to their third child that she had damaged her brain. After finishing his meal, Chen Ziwu put down his chopsticks, grabbed his school bag, and ran out. Chen Ming yelled at his retreating figure, telling him not to skip class again that afternoon, or he'd be punished if he got caught. Chen Ziwu responded without turning around and quickly disappeared from sight. After dinner, Lu Mei rushed off to work, leaving only Chen Ming and Song Chen in the room. Song Chen casually put his arm around Chen Ming's shoulder and got straight to the point, saying that he had a new way to make money and asking if he wanted to try it. Upon hearing about making money, Chen Ming's eyes lit up immediately. He said, "No need to think about it. Of course I'll do it." To him, hesitating even for a second when it came to making money was disrespectful to money. After all, he dared to go to the black market, so he had nothing to fear. Of course, murder and arson were exceptions. Song Chen explained his idea. He wanted to buy agricultural products from the countryside and asked Chunming to help with the purchasing, while he would be responsible for sales. His salary wouldn't be a fixed amount, but rather calculated on a commission basis. Chunming was stunned after hearing this and couldn't help but ask him what exactly he wanted to buy. Red-footed leeches, loaches, and eels are everywhere in the countryside, and nobody wants to eat them. Who would buy them? He didn't understand, but he also felt that Song Chen didn't seem like the type to do anything reckless. Sure enough, Song Chen just smiled mysteriously and told him not to worry about where the goods were sold. Just ask him if he was willing to do it. Chunming hesitated for a moment. He only went to the black market once a day in the morning, and the rest of the time he was indeed idle. Of course, he was willing to earn more money. If it weren't for supporting his family, he wouldn't have given his job to his wife and gone to work in the black market himself. The family of 5, with 3 children still in school, couldn't make ends meet on just one person's salary. They barely scraped by. But this business deal sounded too strange, with almost all the risk resting on Song Chen's shoulders. Chunming thought for a moment, but still couldn't help asking, Xiao Song, are you sure? What if we lose money in the end? Chapter 28 Treasure Hunt in the Scrap Heap. After leaving Chunming's house, Song Chen went directly to the scrap metal recycling station. It had been almost half a month since his last transaction with Grandpa Chin, and those supplies were probably almost used up. He decided to go and visit his old customer. Of course, in the end, he was still eyeing the good stuff that Grandpa Chin had. Regardless of Grandpa Chin's original wealth, just the fact that he possessed such a large treasure trove meant Song Chen didn't believe he had nothing of his own. If we're talking about who's most likely to find bargains, the people at the scrap metal yard are definitely among the top contenders. When Song Chen arrived at the location, a truckload of new scrap metal was being delivered. Grandpa Chin was frantically sorting through it, his forehead covered in sweat. Sensing someone approaching, Grandpa Chin looked up and saw it was Song Chen. His face immediately lit up with a smile. Little Song, what brings you here? He's been worried about not being able to find Song Chen these past few days. Last time, he didn't even ask for her address, and when he got home, his wife scolded him. Song Chen said with a smile, Uncle Chin, I've come to visit you, and also to buy a few old books to take home and browse through. Grandpa Chin gave him a meaningful look. Since you've come to see me, that's perfect. A new truckload of scrap has arrived. If you don't mind the mess, help me sort through it, so this old body of mine can get some rest. This is practically an open instruction, allowing Song Chen to search for treasures among this pile of junk. Song Chen was overjoyed and immediately agreed. If you don't mind, I'll help you. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at the mountain of junk in front of him, which contained broken furniture, scrap iron and copper, patched bicycle tires, broken glass, old books, and newspapers. It was indeed a huge project to clean it up. But in Song Chen's eyes, this wasn't a pile of junk. It was a treasure trove. With a bit of luck, he could easily find something valuable. Grandpa Chin handed over a pair of worn-out work gloves. Put these on. There are wires and broken glass inside, so you don't cut your hands. Song Chen took the pendant and put it on. Thank you, Uncle Chin. With help from others, Grandpa Chin felt much more relaxed, standing aside, massaging his aching back. While working, Song Chen asked, Grandpa, are you the only employee at this scrap metal recycling station? Grandpa Chin said slowly, Of course not. Xiao Lu is in charge of collecting recyclables, and Xiao Zhao went home to have a baby. Song Chen then understood why he had only seen Grandpa Chin on both occasions. Grandpa Chin reminded him again, Xiao Zhao will be back to work in a few days. When you come over then, you'd better be careful. Song Chen understood the meaning behind the words and nodded in agreement. Okay, I understand. It took him almost an hour to sort and organize the pile of things. During that time, he found a landscape painting with the words Dakian stamped on it. Song Chen immediately thought of the famous Dakian Jusher from later generations. Although he wasn't sure if it was an authentic work, he still quietly put it into his spatial storage. Whether it was real or fake didn't matter. He could just have it authenticated back in a modern world. In addition, he found a wooden pen holder, which looked similar in material to the jewelry box he had sold last time, and he also put it into his space. Fortunately, Grandpa Chin wasn't watching the whole time, which made it easier for him to do these little tricks. After finishing his work, Grandpa Chin handed him the water he had prepared beforehand, smiling and saying, Little Song, you've worked hard. Have some water and take a rest. Grandpa Chen had no idea that Song Chen had hidden something. Seeing that Song Chen's hands were empty, he assumed that Song Chen hadn't gotten anything this time, and felt a little embarrassed. After all, he hadn't intended for Song Chen to work for free. Finding treasures in a junkyard depends on both luck and a keen eye. You can't do without either. After finishing his water, Song Chen noticed it was getting late and said, "Uncle Chen, I'll head back now. I'll come see you again next time." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chen quickly stopped him. "Hey, Xiao Song, wait a minute. I have something I want to ask you." Song Chen understood. He had been wondering why Grandpa Chen hadn't spoken, and almost thought that the other party didn't want the supplies anymore. Grandpa Chen rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile, "Little Song, do you still have those things you got last time?" Song Chen asked directly, "You want grain, right? How much do you need this time?" Seeing his straightforwardness, Grandpa Chen's face lit up with joy, and he lowered his voice to ask, "Besides grain, do you have anything else? Like candy or brown sugar?" The candy was something he had promised to buy for his grandson, while the brown sugar was for his granddaughter. Of the supplies he bought from Song Chen last time, he set aside half rice and flour, and had his wife make half pork and a meat sauce, which he then sent to his granddaughter along with 2 pieces of cloth. 2 days later, her granddaughter wrote back saying that she was doing well in the countryside, and asked them not to send her things so often. Grandpa Chen's eyes reddened after reading it. He could clearly see that the child was only reporting good news and not bad. His eldest granddaughter had always been sensible. She would never tell her family about her grievances. The thought of her, a young girl, suffering in the countryside made Grandpa Chen feel sad, and he just wanted to get her some good food to nourish her body. Song Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "As long as what you give me satisfies me, I can get you whatever you want. White rabbit milk candy, fruit candy, brown sugar, white sugar." Grandpa Chen was a little skeptical. "Really? You can get anything? You're not kidding me, are you?" Song Chen casually put his hand on his shoulder, but his tone was very sincere. "We're like brothers, right? I would never lie to you. Besides, I'd like to get more treasures from you." He made no attempt to hide his intentions, since the two had already made a deal once. Grandpa Chen patted his chest and assured him, "Okay, as long as you can get what this old man wants, this old man will definitely not treat you unfairly." Grandpa Chen wanted quite a lot this time, so Song Chen made a point of writing it down. 100 caddies of rice and wheat flour, 10 caddies of pork, 1 chicken and 1 duck, 3 caddies of white rabbit milk candy, 3 caddies of fruit candy, 5 caddies of brown sugar, and 10 pairs of work gloves. After Song Chen finished writing everything, he asked without looking up, "Is that all? Is there anything else?" Grandpa Chen coughed and asked tentatively, "Do you have any watch vouchers?" Song Chen answered decisively, "I don't have a ticket for the watch, but I can get the watch." Chapter 29, Taking the Pretentiousness to the Extreme, a rosewood pen holder. Grandpa Chen's eyes widened in surprise. "A watch? Little Song, you can actually get your hands on a watch." He then realized that he had underestimated Song Chen. This kid was even more capable than he had thought. Song Chen nodded and asked, "Who are you buying this for?" He guessed that Grandpa Chen wasn't buying it for himself, so he needed to find out first before deciding whether to buy a men's or women's watch. Grandpa Chen smiled and said it was for his eldest granddaughter. His granddaughter was working as a sent-down youth in the countryside, and he wanted to get her a watch so she could easily tell the time. Actually, he had been thinking about this for a long time, but he didn't have the money for a watch before, and his family wasn't well off. Even though he could produce gold and jade, his family of 4 depended on him for support. If it weren't for the pensions from his son and daughter-in-law, life would be even harder. When his granddaughter went to the countryside, he gave her another 200 yuan, which significantly reduced their savings. If it weren't for Song Chen, they wouldn't be able to afford rice and meat like they do now. The two got what they needed. One had gold and silver jewelry, and the other could get grain, oil, meat, and cloth, so they helped each other out. After understanding, Song Chen immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Shall we still do the transaction here?" This time, however, Grandpa Chen was quite decisive. "No need, just come to my house." Last time, he chose the scrap metal recycling station because he wasn't entirely comfortable with Song Chen. Now that they've spent time together, he knows the kid is reliable, so he's naturally less wary. After returning to the modern world, Song Chen went on a big shopping spree. He could buy everything else at the supermarket, but he planned to go to a department store to pick out a decent watch. After all, he was going to exchange it for real gold and silver with Grandpa Chen, so he couldn't just buy any random brand name watch. He'd heard that watches used to be of high quality and could be worn for many years, so he couldn't be careless. Upon arriving at the mall, Song Chen entered a watch boutique with a century-long history. The saleswoman immediately greeted him with a smile and asked what he needed. Song Chen specified that he wanted to look at women's watches, suitable for women around 20 years old. The sales assistant quickly showed him several models, her attitude gentle and her explanations detailed. Finally, Song Chen chose a silver steel watch, which was small and exquisite with a simple design, and looked more in line with the aesthetics of the 1970s. The saleswoman smiled and praised his good taste, saying that this was one of the best-selling styles in the store, and it cost a little over $5,600 after the discount. Song Chen didn't hesitate much and told her to wrap it up. The saleswoman's smile deepened, and she casually recommended a men's watch, saying that the store had just received a celebrity-endorsed model a couple of days ago. Song Chen doesn't usually wear a watch. He always has his phone with him, so checking the time is very convenient. It was only when he went to the 1970s area that he dug out his old watch from college and started using it. But that watch was a birthday gift from Zhang Xiaoman, and now that they've broken up, it's inappropriate for him to wear it anymore. So he casually asked the sales assistant to take it out for him to look at. The new model the sales assistant brought out had a brown strap, a blue dial, and a stainless steel case, looking sophisticated and elegant. Song Chen tried it on and liked it, so she asked her to wrap it up too. The saleswoman paused for a moment, then reminded him that he hadn't asked the price yet. She had never seen such a straightforward customer before. His straightforwardness almost seemed unreal. Song Chen was also taken aback. He used to care most about the price when buying things, and would always compare the cost-effectiveness repeatedly. Now, he was too lazy to even ask the price. He nodded inwardly, thinking he had finally grasped a bit of what it was like to be rich. Then, in a calm tone, he said, "Just wrap it up." He decided to go all out with this act. No, wait, this isn't showing off. This is the refinement of a wealthy person. After making the payment, Song Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two watches together cost less than 30,000 yuan, which was no burden for him at the moment. After buying the items, Song Chen didn't rush to deliver them to Grandpa Qin. They had arranged to make the transaction at night. During the day, there would be too many people around, and if someone with ulterior motives saw them, it would be difficult to explain. While there was still time, Song Chen took a picture of the painting he had found in the junkyard and sent it to Old Sun, asking him to help him determine its authenticity. However, Old Sun probably didn't check his phone often, as he didn't reply to the message. Song Chen wasn't in a hurry. He turned around and took the pen holder to the pawn shop from last time. As soon as Qian Duo saw him, he became incredibly enthusiastic, his face crinkling with smiles. "Brother Song, what good stuff have you brought this time?" Qian Duo asked with a smile. Song Chen took out a pen holder from his bag. "I just got a new pen holder. I wonder if your store accepts them." Qian Duo took it and examined it carefully for a moment. His expression quickly changed, and he hurriedly said he would call someone to take another look. He suspected that this was a Ming Dynasty Wang Wali brush pot, which was much more valuable than the jewelry box from last time. While waiting for the others to arrive, Qian Duo couldn't help but ask, "Brother, where did you get this pen holder?" Song Chen just smiled and said, "The source is definitely legal. Brother Qian, don't worry." Qian Duo sensed that he didn't want to tell the truth, so he didn't press the matter. After all, the question was a bit inappropriate, and it was normal for the other party not to want to talk about it. Soon, the shop's professionals completed their appraisal, and Qian Duo's guess was confirmed. The brush holder was indeed made of Wang Wali wood from the Ming Dynasty. Qian Duo didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Brother, this isn't our first transaction. I don't play games. How about 200,000 for this pen holder? That's the highest price I can offer." Song Chen was overjoyed. He never expected that the pen holder he had casually picked up from the pile of scrap could be sold for 200,000 yuan. It was no different from finding money on the street. However, he didn't believe Qian Duo's claim of the highest price. The two bargained back and forth several times before finally settling on a price of 220,000. When Qian Duo saw him off, he didn't forget to tell him that if he had any good things in the future, he should bring them over, and the price would definitely satisfy him. Song Chen casually agreed, but in his heart he had already made up his mind to choose a different place next time. If it happened too often, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Chapter 30: Granddaughter's Wedding. As soon as Song Chen arrived at the Qin family's door, he heard faint crying coming from inside the house. "I don't believe it. Shu Shu must be." Grandma Chen's voice was broken, as if she had suffered a great shock. Grandpa Chen also chimed in, "Old woman, don't worry. I'll take a day off tomorrow to go and find out." Song Chen raised his hand and knocked on the door. Hearing the noise, Grandpa Chen quickly came to open it. Seeing it was him, he forced a smile. "Little Song, you're here." Song Chen put down the things he brought, then took out a watch from his pocket and handed it over. "Uncle Chen, everything you asked for yesterday has been prepared. Please take a look at this watch and see if you're satisfied." Grandpa Chen's eyes lit up the moment he saw the watch. It was indeed exquisite, and he could almost picture his granddaughter's delighted expression when she wore it. But the next second, as if he remembered something, his expression quickly darkened, and he sighed. "Xiao Song, please sit down first. I'll go inside and get the things for you." Grandma Chen wiped away her tears, got up, and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. She forced herself to greet him. "Xiao Song, have some water and rest. You must be exhausted from carrying so much stuff over here." Looking at her red and swollen eyes, Song Chen couldn't help but ask, "Grandma Chen, has something happened at home?" Grandma Chen shook her head and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing serious." She was unwilling to say more, and Song Chen didn't press her further. Unexpectedly, Chen Wenkong suddenly popped out from the corner and blurted out, "Brother Song, I know why Grandma was crying. It's because my sister wrote a letter saying she's getting married, and Grandma cried after reading the letter." Grandma Chen glared at her grandson and gently patted his head. "Didn't I tell you to go back to your room and do your homework? You don't need to worry about adult matters. Just focus on your studies." Chen Wenkong, however, was unconvinced and waved his little fist, saying, "Tomorrow I'm going to go with Grandpa to find my sister and beat that bastard who wants to marry her to death." Song Chen was completely bewildered. Shouldn't their granddaughter's marriage be a joyous occasion? But the Chen family elder's reaction was as if the sky were falling, clearly indicating that things weren't so simple. At this moment, Grandpa Chen came out of the house and handed a wooden box to Song Chen. "Take a look, see if the contents are as good as what you brought." Song Chen took the box, wondering to himself how many of these wooden boxes Grandpa Chen had hidden away, and how he could always produce one for every transaction. He opened it and found a jade bracelet inside, the style of which seemed to be a pair with the one for last time. Next to it was a ruby necklace and a 4-carat diamond. Although there were only 3 items, none of them were ordinary goods. Their combined value was at least $1 million. Song Chen was very satisfied and nodded, saying, "I like them very much." Grandpa Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If you like it, that's fine." He didn't bring out gold this time because he was afraid Song Chen wouldn't recognize its value and would think it was worthless. Song Chen's eyes darted around, and he tentatively asked, "Uncle Chen, you must have quite a few of these, right? Can I just buy them with money?" Grandpa Chen waved his hand, refusing decisively. "I don't want money. I'll exchange it for supplies next time." These days, money can't necessarily buy what you want. Tangible goods like food and cloth are much more useful. Although Song Chen was somewhat disappointed, he didn't insist. "Okay, I'll come see you again in a while." Upon hearing that he was leaving, Chen Wenkong immediately offered to see him off. It was rare for Grandpa Chen to see his grandson so close to someone, so he didn't stop him, only saying, "Little Song, come visit us more often when you have time." Song Chen smiled and agreed, waved to Grandpa Chen, and walked out. Chen Wenkong escorted him to the door, then suddenly grabbed his arm and asked in a low voice, "Brother Song, can you do me a favor?" Song Chen wasn't surprised at all. He had just noticed the kid's eyes darting around. He was definitely up to something. So he asked, "What kind of help? Tell me first." Chen Wenkong clasped his hands together and looked at him pleadingly. "Could you take me to find my sister? Please, I'm really worried about her." He knew his grandfather definitely wouldn't take him tomorrow, and he didn't dare go that far alone. The neighbors wouldn't help with this, and he couldn't ask a stranger. After thinking it over, Song Chen was the most suitable candidate. Besides, Song Chen had given him candy last time, so in Chen Wenkong's mind, this brother Song was a good person. Upon hearing this, Song Chen immediately shook his head. "No way. If your grandparents find out, they'll definitely scold me to death. Besides, you won't be able to solve the problem even if you go. This matter should be handled by the adults." Chen Wenkong became anxious, "But I'm worried about Grandpa going alone. He's so old. If someone bullies my sister, he won't be able to avenge her." Song Chen was amused by the childish words. "Your grandpa has no way, but do you, little dwarf, have a way? Who can you beat?" Chen Wenkong is less than 1.5 meters tall, thin and small. If he really encountered an adult man, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. But the words little dwarf seemed to touch a nerve, and Qin Wenkong's tears welled up instantly. It's not like I wanted to be this short. I also want to grow up quickly so I can protect my grandparents and sister. Song Chen panicked immediately and quickly wiped away his tears. Don't cry, don't cry. I said the wrong thing. Qin Wenkong had probably been holding it in for too long, and finally, someone was listening to him, so he poured out all the grievances in his heart. Only then did Song Chen realize why she hadn't seen Qin's parents during her 2 visits to the Qin family. They had already sacrificed themselves. Perhaps out of respect for the hero's family, or perhaps because the child was crying so pitifully, Song Chen eventually agreed to accompany him to find his sister, albeit somewhat haphazardly. Qin Wenkong immediately burst into laughter through his tears. It's a promise, Brother Song. You can't lie to me. Song Chen said helplessly. Okay, I won't lie to you. But I don't even know where your sister is. How am I supposed to take you there? Qin Wenkong chuckled and said cleverly, I know, my sister wrote down the address on the letter she sent, and I secretly wrote it down. Song Chen was completely speechless. Luckily, he had considered the issue of traveling beforehand and had placed a few blank letters of introduction in his spatial storage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy a train ticket. Chapter 31 Qin Wenshu, do you know her? Song Chen grabbed Qin Wenkong's arm and struggled to squeeze off the train, taking several deep breaths of fresh air. He hadn't expected train conditions to be so bad back then. Not only were people packed in, but all sorts of smells were mixed together. The stench of the man's feet across from him had almost made him vomit. Fortunately, it only took a little over 2 hours. Song Chen couldn't even imagine how he would be tortured if he had to stay in that kind of carriage for 2 or 3 days. After recovering, he looked at Qin Wenkong and asked where they were going next. Qin Wenkong quickly took out a small piece of paper and, worried that he might have misremembered, even copied it down again. He read it out slowly and deliberately. Lijia Camp Brigade, Yongfeng Commune, Baya Town. Song Chen nodded and led him to ask for directions to Baya Town. Qin Wenkong obediently followed behind, watching Song Chen casually stop passers-by to ask for directions, feeling even more fortunate that he had found the right person. If he were to go out alone to find his sister, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to ask for directions, let alone speak up. When Song Chen returned after asking the question, he saw that Song Chen was still in a daze, so he patted Song Chen's head and said, Don't just stand there, go to the station to catch the train. Qin Wenkong came to his senses and said with gratitude in his eyes, Brother Song, thank you for coming with me to find my sister. Song Chen sighed and said that it wouldn't be too late to thank him after finding the place. Actually, he had lost the confidence he had when he set off. Qin Wenkong said that the place where his sister was sent to work in the countryside was in the next city, which sounded like it wasn't far, but once he got on the bus, he realized that transportation in those days was completely different from modern transportation. But he had already gotten off the train, and he couldn't turn back halfway, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep going. The two went to the station to buy tickets and took a bus for nearly an hour before finally arriving in Baya Town. But once they reached the town, the road became even more difficult. There was no vehicle from Baya Town to Lijia Camp Brigade. The people in the brigade usually came to town by ox cart or on foot, and only a few wealthy families owned bicycles. Song Chen couldn't conjure a bicycle out of thin air. He had to rely on his own 2 legs. For the next 2 hours, Song Chen almost collapsed from exhaustion on the roadside. Although he used to be a corporate slave, at least he worked in an office and took the bus to and from get off work. He had never suffered like this before. He sat down on a large rock to rest, panting. Qin Wenkong thoughtfully wiped his sweat with his sleeve and comforted him that they would be there soon. Looking at Qin Wenkong, who still seemed full of energy, Song Chen couldn't help but ask, Aren't you tired at all? Qin Wenkong smiled a little embarrassedly and said it was all right. He usually ran around with his friends all the time, so he really didn't think this little distance was anything. Song Chen was speechless for a moment, seriously doubting whether he was too weak, that he couldn't even beat a child. He wiped his sweat, stood up, and said firmly that he was well rested. But secretly, he resolved that when he returned to the modern world, he would definitely get a gym membership and not let the little brat look down on him. After walking for about 20 more minutes, the two finally arrived at Lijing Brigade. Seeing several women chatting under a big tree in the distance, Song Chen led Qin Wenkong over and politely asked, Excuse me, ladies, is there a former educated youth named Qin Wenshu in our brigade? Upon hearing the word elder sister, Miao Zhua beamed with joy, though she playfully complained that there was no one here who could be her older sister. Song Chen scratched his head, feigning embarrassment, and asked himself if he had called her by the wrong name. Several aunties laughed and said that at his age, he should at least call her auntie, since they were all grandmothers. Song Chen immediately blushed and explained that the aunts didn't look much older than his sister, and he had accidentally called them by the wrong name. Qin Wenkong listened in stunned silence. Brother Song was really talking nonsense. These people clearly looked about the same age as his grandmother, yet he called them elder sister. What's even stranger is that while the aunties said they called her by the wrong name, their smiles were all incredibly bright. Qin Wenkong could only sigh inwardly at how complicated the adult world truly was. Miao Zuehua was in a great mood. She waved her hand and said it was nothing. Then she asked them who they were looking for. Song Chen then asked, Qin Wenshu, do the aunties know her? Miao Zuehua frowned and thought for a moment, feeling that the name sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Li Guilan, who was next to her, looked a little strange and reminded her that Qin Jiqing seemed to have this name. Miao Zuehua then realized what was happening, and her voice rose a little. Most of the educated youth had rather formal names, and they didn't usually call them by their full names, but rather by their given names, so she hadn't remembered them just now. She looked at Song Chen curiously and asked them what they wanted to see Qin Jiqing for, and who Qin Jiqing was. Song Chen replied with a smile that they were Qin Wenshu's family and had come to visit her. Miao Zuehua became even more enthusiastic upon hearing this, saying that they had probably rushed over after receiving news that Qin Jiqing was getting married. An old man had also just arrived, claiming to be Qin Jiqing's grandfather, saying he was looking for his granddaughter. If all goes well, they should be at the educated youth settlement now. Miao Zuehua even offered to take them there. She wasn't usually a very enthusiastic person, but this young man had a sweet tongue and could easily make her feel comfortable with just a few words. Song Chen smiled and thanked him, then followed with Qin Wenkong. On the way to the educated youth settlement, Song Chen subtly inquired about Qin Wenshu, especially why she suddenly wanted to get married. This wasn't a secret in the brigade, and Miao Zuehua didn't intend to hide it. She casually mentioned that a few days ago, Qin, an educated youth, accidentally fell into the water, and it was Li Daqiang who rescued her. At this point, Miao Zuehua still felt a little regretful. Qin Jiqing was so beautiful, yet she ended up marrying a good-for-nothing like Li Daqiang. It was such a pity. You could only say that the guy was lucky. The toad really did get to eat swan meat. Song Chen was shocked and confused, and couldn't help but ask, just because someone saved me, I have to marry him? Miao Zuehua, however, felt it was only natural and sighed, saying, my body has already been touched by someone. If I don't marry Li Daqiang, who else can I marry? Chapter 32. If they won't let me marry them, I'll never get married in this lifetime. When Qin Wenkong heard that his sister was going to marry a good-for-nothing, his eyes welled up with tears. He glared angrily at Miao Zuehua and said, you're talking nonsense. My sister would never marry someone like that. Miao Zuehua was startled by him and pouted, what do you know, you little kid? Your sister has already agreed to get married. Actually, Qin Wenshu was unwilling at first, but Li Daqiang's mother was too shrewish and repeatedly caused trouble at the educated youth settlement, forcing her to give in. Although the educated youth wanted to help, none of them dared to confront that woman. After all, Li Daqiang's father had sacrificed himself to protect the brigade's property, so even the brigade leader couldn't interfere too much. The other members of the brigade were even less likely to stand up for a female educated youth from outside the brigade. They all felt that Qin Wenshu, being embraced and hugged by Li Daqiang, had no choice but to marry him. Qin Wenkong clenched his fists, his voice trembling with tears. Brother Song, what should we do? My sister absolutely cannot marry this kind of person. Song Chen reassured him not to rush, and to wait until they saw the person. As a modern person, he just thought this was absurd. It was just saving someone. Why did it have to involve marriage? But he didn't know Qin Wenshu's attitude yet, so he didn't want to interfere rashly. As soon as the two arrived at the entrance of the educated youth settlement, they heard a fierce argument coming from inside the courtyard. Grandpa Qin angrily declared that he absolutely would not agree to his granddaughter getting married. The woman opposite him, however, was extremely arrogant, insisting that Qin Wenshu had been touched by her son and that no one would want her except Li Daqiang. Grandpa Qin was trembling with anger, saying that saving someone was a favor, and his family would repay it, They couldn't use this to force their granddaughter to marry. The woman, however, ignored him and shouted that Qin Wenshu had already agreed and that her son would come to pick her up tomorrow. Upon hearing his grandfather's voice, Qin Wenkong immediately pulled Song Chen to squeeze inside. The courtyard of the educated youth settlement was crowded with onlookers, and it took the two considerable effort to reach the front. Grandpa Qin was arguing with the shrew when he suddenly saw his grandson and Song Chen and was immediately stunned. Wenkong, Xiao Song, what are you doing here? Qin Wenkong lowered his head guiltily, saying that he had asked Song Chen to bring him. Grandpa Qin glared at him fiercely. This kid dared to skip class and run so far. It was outrageous. His gaze towards Song Chen also held a hint of reproach. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Song Chen could only remind him, Grandpa Qin, it's more important to deal with the immediate matter first. Only then did he get a clear look at Qin Wenshu, who was being protected behind Grandpa Qin. The little girl had fair skin and a slender figure, and was crying softly, looking like she had suffered a great injustice. Looking across the room, Li Daqiang stood next to his mother. In his early 20s, he was short, dark-skinned, with small eyes and thick lips, a truly unappealing appearance. Song Chen now understood why Miao Suihua had called him a toad lusting after a swan. Grandpa Qin took a deep breath and said, suppressing his anger, "This comrade saved my granddaughter, and my family acknowledges this kindness and is willing to give him 200 yuan as a thank you fee. But if he wants my granddaughter to marry him, forget it." These words immediately caused an uproar in the courtyard. The team members who had come to watch all looked at Li Daqiang with envy. 200 yuan was no small sum. It wouldn't even cost that much to get a wife. The young men who were with Li Daqiang that day were even more envious. If they had known that saving someone would earn them 200 yuan, they would have jumped in long ago, and Li Daqiang wouldn't have had a chance to show off. Kai Xiaofan's eyes darted around, and a thought suddenly struck her. With 200 yuan in hand, what kind of wife couldn't she marry? Why insist on a delicate, weak, educated youth who couldn't lift a finger? Looking at Qin Wenshu's frail appearance, she didn't seem like someone capable of bearing children. Seeing his mother's expression, Li Daqiang knew she was tempted, so he quickly leaned closer and whispered, "Mom, her grandfather just gave 200 yuan, which shows his family is wealthy. If I marry her, won't you be able to live a life of luxury and comfort?" Gai si afen hesti da. Her son's words made sense, but she still didn't really want a daughter-in-law who was a sent-down youth. When Li Daqiang couldn't persuade her, he resorted to threats. "Mom, if you don't let me marry Qin Jiqing, I'll never get married in my life." Kai Xiaofan slapped him twice in anger. "You brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Li Daqiang stubbornly refused to back down. "I'm not lying. If I can't marry Qin Jiqing, I'd rather be a bachelor for life." Kai Xiaofan felt a tightness in her chest from his words. This daughter-in-law hadn't even entered the family yet, and her son was already disobeying her. Once she was truly married, would he even remember her as his mother? But she only had one son, and she had been hoping for him to get married and have children for years. Because of their poor family circumstances, no girl was willing to marry him. It wasn't until Qin, the educated youth, came along that she immediately made a scene, making sure the whole brigade knew, and then went to the educated youth settlement to throw a tantrum and force him to marry her. Now that her son is so attentive, no matter how uncomfortable she feels, she has no choice but to compromise. She can't let him remain a bachelor for the rest of his life. Kai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll listen to you." Li Daqiang immediately beamed with joy. "Thank you, mother. I knew you were the best to me. After I get married, I will definitely take care of you with my wife." Kai Xiaofan gave him an annoyed look. "I don't ask for anything. I just ask that you let me hold my grandson soon." A suspicious blush rose on Li Daqiang's face, and he chuckled. "Mother, just you wait and see. You'll definitely be able to hold your grandson next year." Chapter 33. The Joy of Getting a Fiancé. The mother and son whispered and discussed for a long time, but Kai Xiaofan still refused to budge and insisted that Qin Wenshu marry her son. Grandpa Qin was so angry that his chest felt tight, and he clutched his heart, panting as if he was about to faint. Song Chen quickly stepped forward to support him, patting his back and asking, "Grandpa Qin, are you all right?" Grandpa Qin took a couple of breaths, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He grabbed Song Chen's arm tightly, his eyes filled with hope and apology. "Little Song, please do me a favor." Before Song Chen could figure out what was going on, Grandpa Qin looked at Kai Xiaofan and said firmly, "To tell you the truth, this young Song is the betrothed I arranged for my granddaughter. I originally planned to have them get married when Shu Shu turned 20, but who knew this would happen? He came here this time to resolve this matter." Song Chen was stunned. What was going on? How did he suddenly become Qin Wenshu's childhood betrothed? Qin Wenshu was also startled. She bit her lip and glanced at Song Chen, but didn't expose him. She didn't know if her grandfather was telling the truth, but if she really had to get married, she would certainly prefer to marry the person her grandfather had chosen. After all, Li Daqiang was no match for the man before her. One was handsome and dashing with an outstanding presence. The other was coarse-looking and sleazy. Thinking of this, a blush crept onto Qin Wenshu's pale face. Qin Wenkong reacted the fastest, immediately shouting, "My grandfather is right. Brother Song is my sister's fiancé. My sister can only marry him, not anyone else." Li Daqiang's face was grim, and he glared fiercely at Song Chen. "I don't believe it. If Qin Jiqing really had a fiancé, why didn't she say so before? And why did she agree to marry me a few days ago?" In his eyes, this man who suddenly appeared was there to steal his wife. If there hadn't been so many people around, he would have rushed up and attacked immediately. Having made up his mind, Grandpa Qin calmed down. "That's because when Shu is still young. I originally wanted to wait until she was 20 before discussing marriage. I didn't expect you to take advantage of my kindness in saving my granddaughter and then force her to get married. This is a new society now, and marriage is a major life event that cannot go against a woman's own wishes." After saying that, he pulled Qin Wenshu out from behind him. "Shu Shu, tell me yourself, are you willing to marry this man?" Qin Wenshu lowered her head, her voice soft but unusually firm. "I don't want to." Li Daqiang looked hurt, staring at her, as if she were a heartless woman. "Qin Jiqing, how could you do this to me? I not only saved you, but I also touched and hugged you. Besides me, who else would want to marry you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Wenshu's face turned deathly pale. Just a few days ago, the Li family mother and son had used this very reason to pressure her, and people in the village had been pointing fingers at her. She couldn't bear those strange looks and was forced to give in. But she was never truly reconciled. When she was a young girl in love, she had imagined what her future husband would look like. Whether he was gentle and refined or tall and handsome, he shouldn't be an ugly and uncultured country bumpkin like Li Daqiang. So when she learned that her grandfather had come and did not agree to the marriage, she finally decided to fight for herself. Kai Xiaofan stood with her hands on her hips, her face full of disdain. "My son is right. Qin Jiqing, don't be ungrateful. My son is willing to marry you because he's kind-hearted. If your so-called fiancé knew that my son had touched and hugged you, would he still want you?" All eyes immediately fell on Song Chen, some waiting to see him make a fool of himself, others pleading with him. Grandpa Qin opened his mouth silently, his eyes full of pleading. He didn't really want Song Chen to marry his granddaughter, but he had no other choice and wanted to use Song Chen's name to give Qin Wenshu a reason to refuse the Li family. Forced into this position, Song Chen met Qin Ye's gaze and couldn't bring himself to refuse. Moreover, Qin Wenshu was looking at him with teary eyes. A young girl of only 18, who in modern times might still be in high school, he couldn't bear to watch her life be ruined. He then raised his head and said clearly, "I don't mind. Compared to my life, these are all trivial matters. If you dare to pressure my fiancé again, I will have no choice but to report you to the police and accuse you of forcibly marrying someone else's fiancé." These words were powerful and resounding, especially the phrase "report to the police," which instantly stunned everyone present. The onlookers immediately started discussing it. Some thought the police might not care, while others worried that if it escalated to the police station, the entire brigade would lose face. Still others anxiously asked why the brigade leader hadn't arrived yet. Not long after, Li Yujin, the captain of the Li Jia Camp Brigade, received the news and rushed over. He frowned, put his hands behind his back, and walked through the crowd, saying in a deep voice, "Quiet down. Someone tell me what's going on." In fact, Li Yujin already knew that people had come to Qin Jiqing's house, but he didn't want to get involved in this troublesome matter, so he pretended not to know and planned to let them solve it themselves. But then someone ran to tell him that Qin's fiancé had arrived and was going to call the police to arrest Li Daqiang. That wouldn't do. If someone from the brigade really ended up in jail, the brigade would forget about being recognized as an advanced brigade for the next few years. That's why he rushed to the educated youth settlement. Song Chen smiled and walked up to Li Yujin. You must be the captain of Li Jia camp, right? My surname is Song, and I'm Qin Wenshu's fiancé. I came here because I heard someone was forcing my fiancé to marry someone else. Tell me, what's the difference between this and robbery? This kind of thinking is stuck in the old society. I think he should be sent to the police station for proper education and reformation. Captain, don't you agree? He immediately slapped a heavy label on Li Yujin, leaving him speechless and sweating profusely. Comrade Song, let's talk this out. The police are so busy. They shouldn't have time to deal with such trivial matters, right? Song Chen's smile remained unchanged, but his words carried a blatant threat. Captain, you're joking. The police are public servants. How could they ignore the people's affairs? Why don't we go to the police station now and let the police uphold justice? If they also think Shu Shu should marry Li Daqiang, then we'll accept it. Chapter 34. Does Grandpa Qin want him to take the feigning affair for real? Don't call the police. Don't call the police. We won't marry him. We won't marry him. Kai Xiaofan waved her hands repeatedly in fright, clearly stunned by Song Chen's words about calling the police. These country folk always handle things themselves. They've never encountered anyone who immediately suggests calling the police. If her son were really arrested, she'd have nowhere to turn for help. Moreover, she never liked Qin Jiqing as her daughter-in-law in the first place, and now that she knows the other party has a fiancé, and the fiancé is so difficult to deal with, she dares not let anyone into the house. Li Daqiang grabbed her sleeve unwillingly. Mom, you just promised me. How can you go back on your word? Kai Xiaofan glared at him fiercely. If you still consider me your mother, then shut up. She could indulge her son in other matters, but when it came to his safety, she wouldn't budge an inch. Li Yujin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Kai Xiaofan would continue to make trouble and eventually end up at the police station, which would damage the reputation of the entire brigade. He quickly looked at Song Chen. Comrade Song, since Aunt Daqiang has already given her consent, I think we don't need to trouble the police officers anymore, right? Song Chen smiled and nodded. The conflict is resolved, so it's naturally not good to bother them anymore. But my fiancé will be working here as an educated youth after we leave. What if the Li family mother and son bully her again after we leave? Li Yujin immediately assured him. No, as the captain of the Li Jia camp brigade, I certainly won't stand by and watch the educated youth be bullied. Song Chen didn't say anything more. Things had escalated to this point, and Qin Wenshu's future situation in the brigade would inevitably be affected, but it was still better than marrying Li Daqiang in a muddled way. As for whether she can live a good life in the future, it depends on Qin Wenshu's own attitude. Most people bully the weak and fear the strong. If you back down an inch, the other party will dare to advance an inch. But if you're truly willing to go all out, no one will dare to provoke you easily. At this moment, Kai Xiaofan stretched out her hand to Grandpa Qin again. You promised to give my son 200 yuan as a thank you fee. Hurry up and give me the money. She could do without the person, but she had to get the money. Grandpa Qin took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. I don't have that much on hand right now, so I'll give you 100 for now, and I'll send the rest when I get back. Just as he was about to hand it over, Song Chen quickly stopped him. Grandpa, let them sign and put their fingerprints first. Otherwise, what if they deny it next time? Grandpa Qin then realized what was happening and looked at Song Chen gratefully. Yes, I didn't even think of that. Little Song, thank you so much. Song Chen pretended to take money out of his pocket, but actually took out 100 yuan from his spatial storage and stuffed it into Grandpa Qin's hand. Please use this first, and pay me back when you get back. Grandpa Qin did not refuse, but he had already made up his mind that he would definitely repay Song Chen when he got back. The note was handwritten by Song Chen, explaining the cause and course of events, and stating that Li's mother and son should no longer harass Qin Wenshu, otherwise the 200 yuan would be returned. Kai Xiaofan grumbled unhappily. Why bother signing anything? It's so complicated. With so many people watching, do you think we can renege on our debt? She increasingly felt that city people were cunning, and that not marrying Qin Jiqing was indeed the right thing to do. Song Chen said calmly, it's up to you whether you sign or not. You won't get the money if you don't sign. He was about to take the note back when he heard there was no money. Kai Xiaofan immediately snatched it away, saying, I'll sign it, okay. She had attended a few literacy classes and didn't recognize many other characters, but she could still write her own name. After signing, she handed the note forward. Okay, can we have the money now? Song Chen glanced at it and said, "That's not enough. Your son has to sign too." Li Daqiang already resented Song Chen for stealing the woman he had his eye on, so he was unwilling to sign. He was planning to wait until these people left before going to find Qin Jiqing. Song Chen looked at him coldly. "You're not thinking of coming to find Shu Shu after we leave, are you?" Li Daqiang's eyes widened suddenly, and he almost blurted out how he knew. Song Chen scoffed. "Your thoughts are written all over your face. I'm warning you first. If anything happens to Shu Shu after we leave, don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Daqiang retorted instinctively. "Why should I? If someone else bullies Qin Jiqing, you'll blame me for it?" Song Chen nodded seriously. "Yes, because you have a criminal record. You are the prime suspect." Li Daqiang was speechless. He had always thought his mother was unreasonable enough, but he never expected to encounter someone even more unreasonable today. Finally, urged by Kai Xiaofan, he reluctantly signed the document and left, looking back every few steps. Once the person involved left, the crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed. However, this incident became a topic of conversation in Lijia Camp Brigade for a long time afterward. Everyone knew that Qin Jiqing's family was wealthy, and that she had a handsome, sharp-tongued fiancé who dared to report her to the police. For a time, no one dared to mess with her. Soon, only Song Chen and the Qin family of 3 remained at the educated youth settlement. The other educated youth had all gone to work in the fields, as their tasks for the day were not yet completed. Qin Wenkong hugged Song Chen tightly, saying happily, "Brother Song, you're so kind. If it weren't for you, my sister might have really married that ugly guy." Grandpa Qin's eyes also reddened as he looked at his eldest granddaughter with heartache. "Yes, Xiao Song. It's all thanks to you for coming today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to persuade that shrew. If our Shu Shu marries someone like that, her life will be ruined." Qin Wenshu finally couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself in her grandfather's arms, crying, "Grandpa, I'm so scared." Grandpa Qin gently patted her back. "Don't be afraid, Grandpa's here." His face was filled with heartache. If he had known this would happen, he would never have let his granddaughter go to the countryside under any circumstances. After calming Qin Wenshu down, Grandpa Qin looked at Song Chen somewhat embarrassedly. "Little Song, I said you were Shu Shu's fiancé just now in a moment of panic. I hope you don't mind. It was just too convenient that Song Chen arrived at the right time. Otherwise, even if he had made up a fiancé on the spot, those people might not have believed him. But it's a different story when the person is actually there. Li Daqiang can't very well steal someone else's fiancé right in front of them." Song Chen didn't mind. "It's okay, I understand." But the next second, Grandpa Qin's words almost made his jaw drop. "Xiao Song, you're probably not married yet, right? How about you take a look at our Shu Shu?" Chapter 35. The Genuine Works of Zhang Daqian. Song Chen was so shocked by what Grandpa Qin said that he almost couldn't speak. Did he mean that he wanted him and Qin Wenshu to take their fake relationship into real life? Putting aside the fact that he's not from this era, Qin Wenshu's age alone is enough to make him unable to get past his mental hurdle. If he were to agree, what difference would that make from marrying a high school student? Song Chen immediately refused seriously. "Grandpa Qin, please don't joke with me. Wenshu and I are not suitable." After hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed in Grandpa Qin's eyes, but he quickly smiled and smoothed things over. "Hey, I was just saying it casually, Xiao Song. Don't take it to heart." Song Chen nodded. Seeing that the family had finally reunited, he got up to say goodbye, saying that he was going out for a walk and leaving them some space. After he left the educated youth settlement, Grandpa Qin saw his granddaughter still staring blankly at his retreating figure. His heart tightened, and he couldn't help but ask, "Shu Shu, you wouldn't really have fallen for Xiao Song, would you?" Qin Wenshu hurriedly denied it. "No, absolutely not." But she couldn't hide the blush on her face. Grandpa Qin had initially intended to play matchmaker, but after testing the waters, he realized Song Chen wasn't interested in his granddaughter. However, Qin Wenshu's reaction clearly indicated she was interested. Seeing her grandfather remain silent, Qin Wenshu pursed her lips and explained that she was only grateful to Song Chen for helping her today. Besides, she was still a sent-down youth and didn't know when she could return to the city, so she didn't want to think about matters of the heart. Grandpa Qin took her rough hands in his hand, his voice choked with emotion. "Silly girl, it's all Grandpa's fault for being useless." Qin Wenshu shook her head with a wry smile. "It's not your fault, it's just that I was too stupid." When she graduated from high school, Grandpa Chin had already found her a job, but before the handover, the other party suddenly reneged and sold the job to someone else. She later learned that she had accidentally let slip that her so-called good friend Su Fian had found out about the matter, and as a result, Su Fian had taken the job from her. By then it was too late to find a job on short notice. Grandpa Chin wanted to give her his job at the scrap metal recycling station, but that would mean losing more than 10 yuan in wages each month. The whole family relied on that salary to make a living, and there was also a younger brother in the family. Chin Wen-shu felt that she had lost her job because of her own mistake, but in the end she still went to the neighborhood office to register and prepare to go to the countryside. The rural assignments were originally random, and she was assigned to a place extremely far from home, requiring a 3-day train journey. Grandpa Chin was very worried and pulled many strings to get her assigned to Li Jia Camp Brigade. Grandpa has done all he could, so Chin Wen-shu could never blame him. After the grandfather and grandson finished speaking their minds, it was already late, and they certainly couldn't make it back that day. Song Chen and the others had no choice but to stay at the town's guest house for the night. The next morning, the group headed to Jianjin County and boarded the train home. After returning home, Grandpa Chin handed a wooden box to Song Chen and said earnestly, "Little Song, I won't say much in thanks. This is a small token of my and my wife's appreciation. Please accept it." Song Chen didn't refuse and accepted the box with a smile. "Then I won't stand on ceremony with you." He did help, and although he wasn't expecting a gift, he accepted it willingly since the other party was expressing their gratitude. Since Mr. Chin said it was a gift of thanks, he didn't open it in front of him. Seeing his straightforwardness, Grandpa Chin nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. I've taken up a lot of your time these past 2 days. You should hurry home and check on things so your family won't worry." Song Chen agreed, saying he would come to see them again when he had time, and then return to the modern world. Upon returning to modern times, Song Chen slumped onto the sofa. The past 2 days had been incredibly exhausting for him. In the 1970s, transportation was inconvenient, and walking or traveling by car was torture for him. After resting for a while, he remembered the wooden box that Grandpa Chin had given him. The box felt heavy in his hand, and he was curious about what was inside. Upon opening it, the first thing that catches the eye is 2 small, golden yellow croakers, which together weigh about 60 grams. Song Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "They really went all out." No wonder Grandpa Chin didn't return the 100 yuan to him. It turns out he compensated him in a different way. Besides the small yellow croaker, there was also a bright green jade thumb ring in the box. Song Chen picked it up and examined it closely, becoming more and more surprised. Could this be imperial jade? He had heard that imperial green jade bracelets could easily cost millions or even tens of millions of yuan. Although this thumb ring was smaller, its color was pure and without any impurities, so he estimated it was also worth a lot of money. Song Chen simply took out several items from her spatial storage and put them into the same box. Jade bracelet, ruby necklace, diamond ring, gold, plus this imperial green thumb ring. The red, yellow, and green items were arranged together, exuding an aura of wealth. It has to be said, having a golden touch is really awesome. In just 1 month, he earned more money than he could have earned in his entire life. However, he wasn't short of money right now, and he didn't plan to sell these things for the time being. Song Chen picked up the jade bracelet and muttered to himself, "I can keep this for my mom and give it to her next time I go home." His mother has worked hard for half her life, and it's time for her to enjoy a comfortable life with her son. As for the diamond ring, Song Chen suddenly remembered the promise he made to Zheng Xiaoman in college. He said that when he made money in the future, he would definitely buy her a big diamond ring. Unfortunately, he now has the diamond ring, but his girlfriend is no longer his girlfriend. Thinking of this, Song Chen fell down and casually put everything back into his spatial storage. Just then, the phone on the coffee table vibrated twice. Song Chen quickly picked it up to check. He spent 2 days in the 1970s and almost forgot he had a cell phone and didn't know if anyone had contacted him during those 2 days. When he opened the message interface, he discovered that old son had sent him more than a dozen messages. "Xiao Song, where did you get this painting? Would it be convenient for me to take a look at it? Xiao Song, I've looked at this painting with my old friend, and there's an 80% chance it's an authentic work by Zhang Daqian. When are you free? I'll come over to see you. Xiao Song, are you there? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Please reply when you see this message." Chapter 36, Old Master Son's Beloved Granddaughter. Looking at the increasingly urgent messages, Song Chen slapped his forehead in frustration. After replying to old son's message last time, he had been busy with other things. He really didn't mean to ignore him, and he didn't know if the other party would be angry. He quickly typed a long message explaining that he had been busy with urgent matters these past 2 days and hadn't had time to check his phone, and that he hadn't intentionally ignored the message. He added that Mr. Sun could come to see the paintings anytime he was free. Unexpectedly, the other party replied instantly as soon as the message was sent. Old Sun said he was so anxious that he almost called the police. Since he had time, he would go to see him tomorrow and ask him to send his address. Song Chen glanced at his small rented room. It was cramped, let alone enough for several people to sit together. After thinking for a moment, he simply found a nice tea house nearby and called to reserve a private room. After finalizing the arrangements, he sent the tea house address to Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun replied quickly, saying that he might bring 2 old friends with him the next day and asking if he minded. Song Chen naturally didn't mind, and even politely said that he was benefiting from getting to know 2 more masters. After reading the message, old Master Sun couldn't help but laugh, thinking that this kid was quite good at talking. On the other end of the phone, Sun Yuanming was typing with his head down, his face full of joy. Sun Songyun, sitting on the sofa, was eating strawberries and asked him curiously who he was chatting with and why he was laughing so happily. Sun Yuanming then looked up from his phone and smiled, saying that it was a young friend he was going to see tomorrow to look at paintings, and asked his granddaughter if she wanted to come along. Sun Songyun became interested, put down the plate in her hand, and asked what kind of painting it was. Sun Yuanming stroked his chin and told her with a smile that it was a painting by Zhang Daqian, and that he and Chu Lao were about 80% sure it was an authentic work. Upon hearing the words Daqian Jusher, Sun Songyun's face showed surprise. No wonder her grandfather was so happy. If it really was an authentic work, she would indeed like to go and see it too. Sun Yuanming then brought up the 2 stamps that old Zhao had bought some time ago, saying that they were also bought from Shaosong. He added that it was all thanks to his matchmaking that old Zhao was so reluctant to even give away a bottle of wine. Upon hearing the word alcohol, Sun Songyun immediately sat down next to her grandfather, took his arm, and complained that he had clearly promised not to drink alcohol, and if he didn't keep his word, she would ignore him from now on. Sun Yuanming's expression froze, and he realized he had spoken too quickly. He quickly apologized, saying he was just joking with old Zhao, and made promises and oaths before he finally managed to appease his granddaughter. Seeing Sun Songyun's smile return, Sun Yuanming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had never been afraid of anything in his life, but after having this precious granddaughter, he was completely at her mercy. Forget about not being able to drink. He'd do anything, even pluck the stars from the sky. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Song Chen went out early, bought a special box to hold the painting, and then carried the painting to the agreed tea room 10 minutes ahead of time. The waiter told him that the person he had booked had arrived, and then led him to the private room. As soon as the door opened, 4 pairs of eyes looked at him simultaneously. Song Chen's gaze met a pair of clear, dark eyes, and she was momentarily stunned. The woman had bright red lips and exquisite makeup, like a blooming rose, making it hard to look away. Seeing Song Chen staring intently at his granddaughter, Sun Yuanming felt a little smug, but still coughed twice to remind him. He knew his granddaughter was beautiful, and many young men were pursuing her, but that didn't mean Song Chen could keep staring. Song Chen snapped out of his daze, awkwardly rubbing his nose. He quickly greeted old Sun, saying he had brought the painting. Realizing he had been staring at the girl so intently, he wished he could disappear into the ground. But then he thought about it again. Although he had seen many beautiful female celebrities on TV, this was the first time he had ever seen such a bright and dazzling girl in real life. Anyone would inevitably take a second look at someone like that. At this moment, Chu Hongguang's attention was entirely on the box in Song Chen's hand, and he couldn't wait to urge him to bring it over so they could see it. Sun Yuanming, however, was in no hurry. He first introduced the people present to Song Chen. The 2 old friends were surnamed Chu and Mei, and Song Chen could simply call them Grandpa Chu and Grandpa Mei. As for the woman next to him, she was his granddaughter, Sun Songyun. Song Chen greeted them in turn, calling them Grandpa Chu and Grandpa Mei, and then politely addressing them as Miss Sunday. Sun Songyun chuckled and told him he didn't need to be so formal, and that he could just call her by her name. Song Chen tried to appear calm and change his address to Sun Songyun, telling her to just call him Song Chen. But despite his self-perceived composure, his ears were already bright red. The three elders witnessed the entire scene. Sun Yuanming glared angrily at Song Chen, regretting bringing his granddaughter along today. He had previously thought the boy was all right, but it turned out he dared to covet his precious granddaughter. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Chu Hongwang smiled and tried to smooth things over, saying that it was more important to look at the painting first. Mei Yichuan nodded in agreement. Song Chen placed the box on the table and gestured for the three masters to look at it as they pleased. As the scroll slowly unfurled, everyone in the private room subconsciously held their breath. For the next half hour, the three of them carefully analyzed the painting from aspects such as painting style, inscriptions and seals, paper quality, and craftsmanship. In the end, they unanimously determined that the painting was indeed an authentic work. Chu Hongwang excitedly grabbed Song Chen's hand and asked, "Little Song, are you selling this painting?" Chapter 37, 66.66 million views. Grandpa Chu, actually this painting belongs to a friend of mine. He heard that I know a master who is good at appraising calligraphy and paintings, so he asked me to ask Grandpa's son for help. I don't know if he's willing to sell it now, Song Chen said, making up a story with a straight face. He just recently produced 2 rare stamps, and now he's showing off an authentic work by Zhang Daqian. It's far too ostentatious. To avoid attracting attention, he can only attribute the items to so-called friends. Whether others believe this excuse or not, Song Chen doesn't care. As long as he can sell this painting for a satisfactory price, he doesn't plan to sell anything else in the short term. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongwang immediately patted his chest and said, "Then you should quickly ask your friend. If he's willing to sell, he should definitely give me priority consideration." Sun Yuanming and Mei Yichuan rolled their eyes in unison. Sun Yuanming immediately objected. "Why should you be given priority? I should be given priority. After all, I met Xiao Song first." Chu Hongwang forced a fawning smile. "Old Sun, we've been friends for decades, so don't try to take it from me this time." Sun Yuanming snorted, not giving an inch. "No way. I discovered this painting first. I'm only bringing you here to see it because of our years of friendship. It's going too far for you to try and take it from me." Mei Yichuan watched his 2 old friends argue heatedly. Their faces flushed and shook his head helplessly. He preferred Baisher Shanren's paintings to Daqian Jusher's, so he didn't intend to get involved this time. Chu Hongwang knew he was in the wrong, but he really loved the painting. The 2 argued more and more heatedly, and if they weren't so old, they might have actually come to blows on the spot. Sun Songyin quickly stepped to the middle and gently advised, Grandpa Chu, please don't rush. Song Chen hasn't asked his friend if he's willing to sell yet." Sun Yuanming then realized what was happening and hurriedly urged, "Jun is right. Xiao Song, quickly call and ask if he's willing to sell." The 2 old men argued for a long time. If the other party didn't want to sell at all, or wanted to send it to an auction house, then their argument would have been for nothing. Song Chen smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll go out and make a call. Grandpa's son, please wait a moment." Chu Hongwang added, "Xiao Song, try to persuade your friend. I really love this painting. If I could buy it, I would die happy." Sun Songyun immediately glared at him. "Grandpa Chu, what nonsense are you talking about? If Mingzhi hears this, he will definitely be angry with you." Upon hearing his eldest grandson's name, Chu Hongwang's face immediately fell, and he quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke. Jun, please don't tell that brat, or he'll nag me for 3 days and 3 nights. Sun Songyun then said, "It's fine if you don't want to tell me, but please don't say such unlucky things again." A few minutes later, Song Chen returned to the private room and said, "Grandpa's son, I asked a friend. He said he's willing to sell, but he's out of town and it's inconvenient for him to come over, so he asked me to help him handle it." Sun Yuanming immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Good. Has your friend said how much he's planning to ask for this painting?" Song Chen pretended to be troubled and frowned, saying, "He doesn't know much about the market either. He just said that this painting was passed down from the older generation in his family and asked you to give him a price." At this moment, Sun Songyun suddenly spoke up. "I have an idea." All eyes immediately fell on her. Sun Songyun smiled faintly and said, "Since both Grandpa and Grandpa Chu like it, why not have a fair competition? Let Song Chen set a base price, and you 2 can each write down the price you're willing to pay on a piece of paper. The highest bidder wins." To put it bluntly, this is a bidding process, except that only Sun Yuanming and Chu Hongwang are involved. The 2 old men thought about it and both agreed that this was a good idea. It was fair and wouldn't damage their decades-long relationship. Sun Yuanming nodded. Okay, I'll listen to Ajun. Chu Hongguang also looked at Song Chen. Xiao Song, do you have any objections? Song Chen quickly shook his head. No objection. I also think Song Yan's idea is very good. This way, the two elderly people wouldn't have a falling out, and Song Chen wouldn't be put in a difficult position. After all, there was only one painting, and selling it to either of them could offend the other. Sun Yuanming said with a smile. Okay, then you set the bottom price. Although Song Chen didn't understand calligraphy and painting, he had done his homework before coming, so he tentatively set the starting price at 30 million. Sun Yuanming frowned slightly. Xiao Song, didn't you set the price too low? Song Chen said with a smile. It's okay. I know Grandpa Sun and Grandpa Chu will definitely not let my friend suffer a loss. On the surface, he appeared relaxed, but inside he was so excited he felt like his heart was about to burst. 30 million was more than an average person could earn in a lifetime, yet old Sun still thought it was too little. Sun Songyan glanced at Song Chen and thought he was a decent guy. Knowing that both old men liked the painting, he didn't try to take advantage of the situation and ask for an exorbitant price. Of course, she also believed in her grandfather's character and that he would never betray Song Chen in such a way. Song Chen felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, so he could only smile and immediately take out his phone, pretending to check it. It has to be said, a phone is indeed useful in awkward situations. Soon, Sun Yuanming and Chu Hongguang wrote down the prices one after the other and handed the slips of paper to Song Chen. Sun Yuanming said nervously, Xiao Song, you announce it and let's see who wins this painting. Song Chen opened the first slip of paper, his pupils suddenly contracting. 66 million? He subconsciously swallowed, then his hands trembled as he opened the second sheet. Seeing the numbers on it, he almost lost his composure. After a moment, Song Chen took a deep breath and announced, Grandpa Sun, congratulations. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Hongguang immediately began to shout indignantly, I'm so angry. Little Song, let me see how much old man's son actually paid. Song Chen let him take the note. Chu Hongguang looked down and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 66.66 million. Old man's son, you treacherous villain. He was so angry he slapped his thigh, but he was speechless. He had put up 66 million and was only 660,000 short, yet he had lost to Sun Yuanming. Chapter 38, Preparing to Open the Shop. Haha, this is truly a blessing from heaven. But I'm not a petty person. Lao Chu, you can still come to my house to enjoy it with me in the future. Sun Yuanming was beaming with pride, his eyebrows dancing, and he was practically bursting with joy. Chu Hongguang clutched his chest, speechless for a long time. The feeling of almost getting what you love, only to lose it in the end, was just too painful. He had to accept his loss. He could only blame himself for forgetting to write 2 sixes. He was willing to spend tens of millions, so why did he lose on a mere few 100,000? Human joys and sorrows are not shared. At this moment, Song Chen's smile was harder to suppress than AK's. More than 60 million yuan. He had never seen so much money in his life. Even if he had just put it in the bank, the interest alone would have been enough for him to live on. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the extravagance of the wealthy. No wonder people say that luxury goods don't rip off the poor, because the poor simply can't be ripped off. That night, Song Chen had a wonderful dream. In his dream, he kept picking up money, and he could never finish picking it up. Money earned should naturally be spent. Not spending it is like earning it for nothing. It just so happened to be the weekend, so Song Chen invited Su Hua and went guamping out for hot pot. In a hot pot restaurant, Su Hua looked at the ever-present upturned corners of his mouth and couldn't help but ask, Chengzi, why are you so happy today? Did something good happen? One guamping laughed and agreed, urging him to hurry up and say it so the brothers could have a laugh too. Song Chen made up a reason on the spot, saying that he won 1,000 yuan in a scratch-off lottery yesterday. It was the first time he had won such a big prize, so of course he was happy. Su Hua's face immediately lit up with envy. The most he had ever won on a scratch-off lottery ticket was 10 yuan, and he dreamed of experiencing what it would feel like to win 1,000. As for 1,000,000, he didn't even dare to think about that kind of prize. One guamping raised his beer and laughed. Come on, let's drink to Orange's good luck. The three clinked glasses and finished their hot pot meal in a lively atmosphere. After they were full, Song Chen finally got down to business. Daping, Huazi, there's actually another matter I wanted to discuss with you today. Suhua waved his hand and said that if there was anything he could help with, he should just ask, and that there was no need to be polite between brothers. Song Chen then said directly that he was planning to open an agricultural and sideline product store, mainly selling crayfish, wild loach, eel, wild vegetables, and mushrooms, and asked if they would be willing to come and work with him. He certainly didn't just want his brothers to work for him. He wanted to give them a hand. More importantly, the shop really needed someone to manage it, since he spent most of his time traveling back and forth to the 1970s. If this store can really open, it will be Song Chen's first serious entrepreneurial venture, so he will naturally attach great importance to it. Suhua agreed almost without hesitation. Sure, when do we open? I'll resign as soon as I get back. Song Chen found it both funny and touching, asking him if he wasn't worried about not making enough money by not even asking about the salary. Suhua said matter-of-factly, "What's there to ask?" Would Song Chen ever mistreat him? That's absolutely true. If they were really the kind of people who would betray their brothers, their relationship wouldn't have remained this good. Song Chen then looked at Wen Guangping and asked him if he wanted to join in. Wen Guangping was clearly hesitant. He is fairly satisfied with his current job and feels that opening a store may not require so many people. He worries that Song Chen might lose money before making any. Seeing his concerns, Song Chen casually said that she was just asking and there was no need to feel pressured, since the location of the store hadn't even been decided yet. Wen Guangping earnestly stated that if they were ever short-staffed after the store opened, they could call him anytime. Song Chen smiled and nodded, not pressing the matter further. After the three parted ways, Song Chen spoke with Suhua privately about opening the shop. He gave Suhua two options: a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan or a 20% cut of the shop's profits. Suhua's job was to help him manage the store well. Song Chen would be responsible for all the funding and sourcing. Just as Suhua was about to speak, Song Chen stopped him, telling him not to rush to answer and to think it over carefully. Both options were favorable for Suhua. A salary of 15,000 yuan was irresistible. It was almost double his current income. But he didn't want Song Chen to suffer losses. Opening a shop already involved risks for Song Chen, and paying him such a high salary every month would only increase his pressure. After careful consideration, Suhua ultimately chose the second option, to take a share of the profits. Song Chen smiled and said it was settled, adding that he definitely wouldn't regret it later. Suhua chuckled and said he had no worries about working with Song Chen. Then Song Chen gave him his first task: find a suitable storefront, preferably in a high-traffic area, and rent was not an issue. Suhua began preparing to open the store, and Song Chen wasn't idle either. He went to the 1970s to discuss procurement details with Chun Ming. Song Chen also gave Chun Ming two options. The first was to buy it directly with money, and the second was to exchange it for grain and daily necessities, such as soap, gloves, and cloth, which were scarce in the countryside. Chun Ming chose the second option without hesitation. Taking the money directly was too risky. If someone reported him, he might be arrested and sent to labor camp. In comparison, bartering is much safer. Although doing business is not allowed now, exchanging things is not considered taboo. Song Chen wasn't surprised. He had specifically prepared a second plan precisely because he had considered the risks of this era. Besides, for him, trading with goods saved him the trouble of continuing to make money in this era. The two quickly finalized their collaboration. Song Chen said with a smile, "I'll have to work hard for you, Brother Chen, from now on." Chun Ming waved his hand repeatedly, but his face was full of joy. He didn't feel it was hard work at all when it was something that could make money. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a beautiful young girl walked in with light steps. "Dad, we have guests at home today?" Chen Jingshu asked curiously, looking at the unfamiliar man sitting opposite Chun Ming. Chun Ming smiled and waved to his daughter, Xiao Jing. "This is your Uncle Song. Quickly greet him." "Uncle Song." Chen Jingshu felt a little embarrassed. The man in front of her didn't look much older than her. Calling him brother would have been more than enough. She really couldn't bring herself to call him uncle. Chapter 39, Matai in the 1970s. Chun Ming could tell his daughter was a little reluctant, so he explained with a smile, "Your Uncle Song is Dad's friend, so of course you have to call him uncle. Otherwise he'd be a generation below me, wouldn't he?" Chen Jingshu had no choice but to nod obediently. "Okay, I understand." Chun Ming was very pleased. His daughter was indeed sensible. Not long after, the brothers Chen Ziwen and Chun Ziwu returned. Upon seeing Song Chen, Chen Ziwu's eyes lit up, and he immediately exclaimed, "Uncle Song, you're here." He had long realized that his father valued Song Chen highly. Whenever Song Chen came over, the dinner tonight was sure to be delicious. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to rush into the kitchen to see what his mother had prepared. When Chun Ming saw that his youngest son was covered in dirt again, his face immediately darkened. "You brat, where have you been running around again?" Chen Ziwu felt a chill run down his spine and shrank back as he explained that he had only gone out to play with the Red Army. Chun Ming became even angrier upon hearing this and couldn't help but scold him for only knowing how to play all day and not doing his homework. He said that since they were born of the same mother, why couldn't he learn from his older brothers and sisters? Chen Ziwu's eyes darkened. He knew he wasn't as smart as his older siblings, but he didn't want to be like this. What could he do if he couldn't concentrate on his studies? Seeing his dejected look, Song Chen waved to him and said, "Xiao Wu, come here." He then took out a few white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and handed them to him. Chen Ziwu took the candy, and his sadness immediately eased considerably. He happily thanked her. Song Chen patted his head and told him to go back to his room and do his homework. After the child left, Song Chen half-jokingly advised Chen Ming, "Brother Chen, don't always criticize Xiao Wu. Every child has their own strengths. The more you scold him, the worse he will learn." Song Chen could tell that Chen Ziwu had become somewhat self-destructive. With two outstanding older siblings to compare himself to, the more he was told he was inferior, the more he felt he could never catch up no matter how hard he tried. So he simply gave up. But Chen Ziwu is only 12 years old, and his future is still very uncertain. It's far too early to judge a child now. Nobody can say for sure whether he will outperform his older siblings in the future. Chun Ming smiled wryly, saying that he didn't want to criticize the child, but this child had been a constant worry since birth. Even before he was born, he was causing trouble for Lu Mei, and after he was born, he cried and fussed every day with a loud voice, giving everyone a headache. After he learned to walk, he became even more mischievous, constantly breaking bowls or getting into fights, seemingly with inexhaustible energy. When he started school, his combined scores in both subjects were less than 60, leading Chen Ming to even suspect that his youngest son might have a mental problem. Song Chen helplessly advised him, "Brother Chen, you're overthinking it. I think Xiao Wu is quite clever. How could he have a problem? Children are like blank slates. They need their parents to teach them slowly." Although he had never been a parent, he had seen many educational philosophies from later generations. So he briefly explained to Chun Ming that children shouldn't just eat and drink. They should also be accompanied while doing homework and playing together. He should encourage and guide them more often and reward them appropriately for good behavior. Chun Ming was stunned, completely unable to understand why raising children could be so complicated. He had never done any of this when he cared for his two older children. He only needed to take care of their daily lives. Song Chen couldn't explain it clearly for a moment, so he could only wave his hand and say, "People are different. Don't worry about it too much. Just try it as I say." Sitting next to her, Chun Jingchu listened to their conversation and began to have her own thoughts. She had always felt that her younger brother was actually a good person. Apart from being mischievous and not liking to study, he didn't have any bad habits. From childhood to adulthood, whenever there was something delicious, Chen Ziwu would always save it for her and her second younger brother. Compared to the younger brothers of her classmates, they were simply not comparable. Previously, Chen Jingchu wanted to help her younger brother, but didn't know how. Now, after listening to Song Chen's words, she suddenly understood. Looking at Song Chen again, her eyes shone with a new light. This uncle seemed different from anyone she had ever met before. At this moment, Lu Mei came out of the kitchen with dishes and called to Chun Ming to stop chatting and that it was time to eat. Chun Ming immediately stood up and pulled Song Chen into the house. Song Chen had only planned to leave after finishing their business, but they ended up talking about parenting until it was time for dinner. It wasn't appropriate to leave now, so he could only remind himself that he must bring some gifts next time he came, because he couldn't just eat someone's meal for free. Upon seeing the dishes on the table, Chun Ziwu jumped up and down with joy. "Mom, you made braised pork again. That's great. I'm going to eat 3 bowls of rice today." He knew that whenever Uncle Song came to his house, there would definitely be delicious food. At this moment, he had only one wish, that Song Chen would come to visit his house every day. This time, Chun Ming didn't scold him, but instead turned around, took a bottle of wine from the drawer, and placed it on the table. "Come on, Xiao Song. Let's have a drink together." When Song Chen saw the familiar liquor bottle, his eyes widened instantly. Mutai. Chun Ming smiled and nodded. That's right. I bought this wine especially to treat you. You must drink to your heart's content with your brother today. These days, a bottle of Mutai costs 8 yuan on the market, while the average person's salary is only around 30 yuan. More importantly, even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it. Chiming only managed to get this bottle through a friend. Song Chen stared at the bottle of liquor, his heart suddenly burning with excitement. He had almost forgotten that a bottle of Mutai from the 1970s would be worth hundreds of thousands of yuan in modern times. Even if you don't sell it, keeping it for yourself to drink or giving it away as a gift is still a rare and good thing. Stock up. We must stock up. Thinking of this, Song Chen immediately looked at Chun Ming and asked, suppressing his excitement, Brother Chun, where did you get this wine? Chun Ming raised an eyebrow. You want to buy it too? Song Chen nodded without hesitation. Yes, I wonder if Brother Chun can help me get it. Price is not a problem. Chapter 40. His tricks were seen through. How many bottles do you want? But let me make this clear first. I got these through a friend, and he might not have any left. Song Chen smiled and nodded, his tone generous. Of course, the more the better. We can't let Brother Chun help us for nothing. If there's anything you want, you can tell me. Chen Ming knew that Song Chen could get his hands on a lot of good stuff, and he immediately gave a knowing smile. Lu Mei tapped the table, reminding the two to eat first. We can talk about anything later. If you don't eat now, Xiao will eat all the food. Hearing his mother mention him, Chan Zhu lifted his oily face from his bowl, looking bewildered. Huh? What happened to me? Chun Jingshu quickly picked up a piece of meat and put it in his bowl, gently coaxing, It's nothing, just eat your food. She was afraid that her younger brother would say too much and make a mistake, which would anger their father, so she simply told him to keep quiet. Chun Ziwu immediately gave his sister a fawning smile. Sis, you're so kind. Chun Ziwen, who was eating quietly next to him, watched this scene with no expression on his face, only poking at the rice in his bowl. After a while, he casually said, Xiao Wu, the final exams are in a little over a month, and they'll determine whether you can go to junior high. How about I tutor you tonight? Upon hearing the word exam, Chun Ziwu lost his appetite for the meat in his mouth. He lowered his eyes and said in a muffled voice, Forget it. I won't learn it even if I get tutoring. I never liked studying anyway, so if I can't go to junior high, I can't go to junior high. With a loud bang, Chun Ming slammed his chopsticks on the table and glared angrily at his youngest son. I always tell you to study hard, but you never listen. If you can't even pass the junior high school entrance exam, what will you be able to do in the future? You won't even be able to become a good-for-nothing. Chun Ziwu's eyes reddened at these words, and he retorted with a stiff neck. Who wants to be a good-for-nothing? I can go to the countryside to farm. Chun Jingshu was surprised that the dinner table had started arguing again, so she quickly spoke up for her younger brother. Dad, there's still more than a month until the exam. My second brother and I will tutor our younger brother together, and he will definitely pass the exam. Chun Ziwen also chimed in, Dad, don't be angry. Xiao Wu is just a little lazy, but he can learn very quickly when he puts his mind to it. Chun Ming grew angrier the more he thought about it, glaring at his youngest son. Let him be lazy to death. I work hard outside every day to earn money, feeding and caring for him, and he complains that studying is too tiring. What a waste of my money. With red eyes, Chun Ziwu threw down his chopsticks. Fine, it's all my fault, okay? I won't eat anymore. After saying that, he turned and ran out. Chun Jingchu hurriedly got up to chase after him. Xiao Wu, where are you going? Come back quickly. Chun Ming shouted at her sternly. Stop. Don't interfere with him. Let him go. I want to see where he can run to today. Chun Jingchu paused, caught in a dilemma, and could only look to Lu Mei for help. Mom. Lu Mei sighed and gestured for her to sit down. All right, let's eat first. Don't worry about that brat. All he does is annoy your dad and me. She was used to this kind of scene. She used to try to persuade him, but her youngest son never changed his ways, so she stopped trying. Lu Mei smiled apologetically at Song Chen and refilled his glass with wine. Don't mind it, Song. These two are used to arguing. They feel uncomfortable if they don't argue for a day. Chun Ming then realized that he had embarrassed himself in front of Song Chen again, and his face showed some embarrassment. He forced a smile again, picked up his glass, and said, Come on, Song, let's have a drink. After finishing his drink, Song Chen gave Chun Ziwen a meaningful look. He had seen everything that had just happened. This seemingly quiet and sensible young boy was quite shrewd. Chen Ziwen felt uneasy under Song Chen's gaze. He didn't know if Song Chen had seen through his little trick, and he was even more worried that the other party might tell his parents. His face turned pale. After that, Song Chen didn't look at him again, but Chen Ziwen had no appetite for the meal. After the meal, Chun Jingchu was still worried about her younger brother, so she pulled Lu Mei along to go out and look for him. Song Chen also suggested, "Brother Chun, let's go out and look for it together. It's getting dark. We don't want anything to really happen." Chun Ming was still cursing. "You brat, you're always giving me trouble," but the worry on his face was impossible to hide. After the group left, Song Chun deliberately lagged behind. Sure enough, Chun Ziwen quickly approached him, hesitatingly asking, "Uncle Song, are you?" Song Chan finished speaking for him. "You mean to ask if I noticed the little trick you were playing just now?" Chun Ziwen panicked instantly, his nails digging into his palms, and he tried to deny it. I didn't." Song Chan didn't rush to scold him, but instead asked, "Would you mind telling me what you're thinking?" Chun Ziwen was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that Song Chan would directly reprimand him. Seeing that he didn't answer, Song Chen calmly said, "Are you jealous of Chun Ziwu?" These words seemed to strike at the deepest, most hidden part of Chun Ziwen's heart. His eyes flickered with confusion. After all, he was just a 14-year-old boy, unable to hide his emotions. Since he had been seen through, he simply spoke his mind. He was indeed jealous of Chun Ziwu. From childhood, it seemed like his parents' and sister's attention had always been focused on Xiao Wu. Why? Just because he was more mischievous and more likely to cause trouble? Song Chun could understand his thinking. In a family of 3 children, the second child is often the most easily neglected. Chun Ming wasn't a sexist. He probably loved his thoughtful and sensible eldest daughter the most, and worried about his mischievous youngest son the most, while his quiet and well-behaved second son was left aside. Seeing the tears welling up in Chun Ziwen's eyes, Song Chun subconsciously rubbed his head. 2 well-behaved kids don't get any treats. But if you want your parents' and sisters' attention, you should find a way to get closer to them, instead of dealing with your brother. Chen Ziwen said in a low voice, "I didn't mean to. It's just that seeing my brother getting so much attention makes me feel a little sad." Song Chen looked at him and softened her tone. "You can't judge things by appearances alone. Actually, Brother Chen often praises you in front of me, saying that you are good at studying and obedient." Chun Ziwen looked up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. "Really? I thought Dad only liked my sister and Xiaowu." Song Chen nodded. "Of course it's true. You need to have some confidence in yourself." Chun Ziwen couldn't help but smile slightly, and the grievance in his eyes faded considerably. He looked at Song Chen gratefully. "Uncle Song, thank you." Song Chen simply replied, "You're welcome." He just happened to witness it. Chun Ming was one of the few friends he knew in this world, and since he noticed such a small family problem, he couldn't just pretend he didn't see it. Chapter 41. My sister was a violent domestic friend. Chun Ming, standing at the corner, was stunned. He realized that Song Chun and his second son hadn't followed, and he had intended to come back to look for them, but unexpectedly overheard these words. It turned out that Xiaowen had always felt that her family favored their eldest daughter and youngest son, neglecting him. Chun Ming thought about it carefully and felt a chill in his heart, because it seemed to be true. He broke out in a cold sweat. Disharmony among children is often a sign of poor parenting. Luckily, it was discovered early. Otherwise, he might not have known the reason when the children grew up and their sibling relationship soured. Chun Ming himself has no brothers. He used to envy families with many brothers, because they could help each other in times of trouble and were less likely to be bullied by outsiders. So after having 2 sons, he always hoped that they could support each other when they grew up. But he didn't expect that his subconscious neglect had already caused his second son to become dissatisfied with his younger son. It seems he will have to change the way he interacts with the children. And because of this incident, Chun Ming's affection for Song Chun reached its peak. In his eyes, Song Chun not only helped him make money, but also helped him educate his child. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a benefactor in his life. Chun Ming secretly decided that from now on, Song Chen's affairs would be his affairs. If his brother likes mitai, then he'll find a way to get his hands on some. Song Chen had no idea that his unintentional remark would make Chun Ming so grateful. So when he received a full 10 bottles of mitai, he was overjoyed. He had originally thought that Chun Ming would be very capable if he could get 2 or 3 bottles. Song Chen carefully picked up a bottle, looked at it, and then slowly put it back in the box. "Brother Chun, Thank you so much. How much is it in total? I'll give it to you. Chun Ming smiled and said, 12 yuan a bottle, 120 yuan in total. As for the favors he had done, he didn't mention a word about them. Song Chen didn't even blink at the price. On the contrary, he felt he had gotten a great deal. He paid on the spot and asked Chun Ming to keep an eye out for Matai in the future and buy it all. Chun Ming was a little puzzled. You want more? Aren't these 10 bottles enough? He knew that Song Chen was not short of money, but more than 100 yuan was not a small amount, equivalent to several months' wages for a worker. Song Chen explained with a smile that he wasn't drinking it all himself. He also planned to save some for gifts. Chun Ming then understood that giving Matai as a gift was indeed a prestigious thing to do. Wanting to reciprocate, Song Chen asked Chun Ming if there was anything he could help him carry. Chun Ming thought for a moment and realized there was indeed something. Xiao Song, can you get a watch? My daughter Xiao Jing is turning 18 soon, and I want to give her a watch. He wouldn't normally buy such expensive gifts for his daughter, but 18 is different. After 18, she's considered an adult, and he wanted his daughter to have a watch to tell time. However, watch tickets are always rare, and watches are one of the 3 turns in one sound, referring to a set of 3 items. A watch, a watch, a watch, a watch, and a watch. Even though he used to resell tickets, he rarely came across watch tickets. Song Chen readily agreed. No problem, I'll bring it to you in a couple of days. 2 days later, Suhua finally found a suitable storefront and immediately dragged Song Chen over to take a look. Orange, what do you think? This place has the highest foot traffic, but the rent is a bit expensive. Song Chen not only looked at the shop, but also walked around the neighborhood. Finally, he nodded and said, not bad. Rent is not a problem. His cost of goods was extremely low. As long as the store opened, there was no way he could lose money. Seeing that he was satisfied, Suhua immediately prepared to contact the landlord to sign the contract. Song Chen then instructed him to obtain the necessary permits, tidy up the store, and find a suitable employee. Suhua patted his chest and assured him that he would handle it without any problems. He's full of energy now and is ready to work hard with Song Chen. Song Chen put his arm around his shoulder and said that he would be in charge of managing this store from now on, and if it goes well, they could open a branch. Suhua chuckled upon hearing this. How come what you said sounds so much like my stupid boss who loved to make empty promises? He still felt a little uncomfortable mentioning his former boss. Song Chen rolled his eyes and scolded him for talking to his brother like that. Suhua quickly laughed and patted him on the back, saying he was just joking. Just then, the phone rang. Song Chen answered the call, and after saying hello, Zhang Yanchun's hushed sobs came from the other end. Chun-Chen. Song Chen heard her mother crying, and her expression changed instantly. She hurriedly asked if her father's health was having problems again, and told her to speak quickly and not to scare people. There was only a faint sobbing sound on the other end of the phone. Song Chen panicked immediately, even conjuring up the worst possible scenario in her mind, and her body swayed slightly. Suhua quickly supported him, reminding him not to panic and to listen to what his aunt had to say. Zhang Yanchun also realized she had frightened her son, so she quickly calmed herself down and said that Song Chen's father was all right. Hearing that his father was all right, Song Chen felt as if he had come back to life, catching his breath a few times. After calming down, he asked his mother what had happened and why she was crying so much. Upon hearing her son's voice, Zhang Yanchun almost couldn't hold back anymore and pinched her thigh hard before choking out, "It's your sister." "Your sister?" Song Chen was extremely anxious and wished she could fly home immediately. "What's wrong with my sister? Tell me." Zhang Yanchun finally finished speaking. "Your sister was beaten by Qiu Zhixue, sob, my poor Jinjin." After saying that, she couldn't help but cry again. Anger instantly surged to Song Chen's head. "Damn it, Qiu Zhixue, that son of a bitch. How dare he hit my sister?" Qiu Zhixue is Song Chen's brother-in-law, and Song Zhen has given birth to a son and a daughter for him. When Song Chen thinks about how much his sister has suffered with him and is now being abused at home, he feels an urge to immediately grab a knife and go back to her. He suppressed his anger and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Mom, tell me what happened in detail. Why did Qiu Zhixue hit my sister? I'll buy a ticket and come back right away." Chapter 42, That Bastard Qiu Zhixue. After listening to her mother's intermittent account, Song Chen finally understood what had happened to her sister, Song Zhen. The story begins with Song's father's last hospitalization. At that time, Song Chen knew that her father's surgery would cost over 100,000 yuan, and that almost all of this money was borrowed by her younger brother, Song Chen, who felt guilty about it. However, her own family wasn't well off either. She had 2 children to raise, and money was needed for everything, so she simply couldn't afford much. After much thought, she scraped together 5,000 yuan and transferred it to Zhang Yanxun, as a way of showing her love and care as the eldest daughter. The problem arose precisely from this 5,000 yuan. Song Chen didn't tell her husband, Qiu Zhixue, about the money transfer. Later, Qiu Zhixue accidentally saw the transfer record and immediately started arguing with her. In Qiu Zhixue's eyes, his wife's family is a bottomless pit. When she was young, Song Chen dropped out of school to work and support her younger brother. Now that she's married, she still has to send money to her family. Will she continue to buy her brother a car and a house, and even pay for his bride price? Song Chen knew it was wrong of her to keep it from her husband, but she knew Qiu Zhixue's temper all too well. If she had told him beforehand, he would never have agreed to let her transfer money to her parents. Moreover, her parents only had her and her younger brother as children. From childhood to adulthood, her parents never mistreated her just because she was a daughter. She didn't go to university simply because she didn't pass the entrance exam. If she had, her parents would have sold everything they owned to support her. Now that her father is sick, how could she, as his daughter, not show any concern? The two argued more and more fiercely, neither willing to give in, and eventually the argument turned into a physical fight. Song Chen was beaten until her body was covered in bruises, but she didn't even dare to go back to her parents' home. She was afraid that her father, who had just undergone surgery and was only beginning to recover, would not be able to handle the shock if he found out he had been beaten. In the end, it was Song Chen's 7-year-old nephew who secretly took the phone and called his grandmother, saying that his father had hit his mother. Only then did Zhang Yanxun realize that her daughter had been in trouble. She didn't know what to do and didn't dare tell her husband, so she could only call her son. After crying for a while, she regretted it and, afraid of interfering with Song Chen's work, choked out, "Chen, maybe you shouldn't come back." Zhang Yanxun didn't necessarily want her son to come back, but she was just feeling really pent up and had no one to talk to. Song Chen had already taken a long leave when his father was hospitalized last time, and she was worried that taking another leave this time would affect his work. Song Chen suppressed his anger and tried to calmly comfort her. "Mom, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Just wait for me to come home." Zhang Yanxun wanted to persuade him further, but Song Chen didn't give her the chance and hung up the phone directly. Su Hua, who was standing nearby, noticed that his expression was off and asked worriedly, "Do you want me to go back with you? Let's beat that bastard to death." Song Chen shook his head in refusal. If it really came to a fight, only he could do it himself, since he could at least claim it was a family conflict. If Su Hua got involved, things would become much harder to explain. Besides, no matter how much of a scoundrel Qiu Zhixue is, he's still the biological father of 2 children. Song Chen was furious, but she couldn't completely ignore her nephew and niece. By the time Song Chen arrived home, it was already dark. Song Yongkong had already sensed that his wife was acting strangely that day, and now that his son had suddenly returned, he was even more certain that something was being kept from him at home. He looked at the mother and son suspiciously and asked in a deep voice, "Is there something you haven't told me?" Zhang Yanxun's eyes darted around, and she stammered her denial. But given her guilty look, unless Song Yongkong was pretending to be stupid, it would be impossible not to see through her. Song Yongkong sighed and said he knew his health was poor, so he didn't want to tell him anything about his family. In the end, it was because he was a useless husband and father. He should have been supporting the family, but now he had become a burden. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Song Chen helped his father sit on the sofa and said earnestly, "I can tell you what happened, but you have to promise me you won't get agitated. I'll take care of everything." Song Yongkong nodded repeatedly, urging him to speak quickly. Zhang Yanxun, however, was anxious, fearing that if the old man knew his daughter had been beaten by his son-in-law, he would be so angry that he would rush over with a knife. Song Chen patted her mother's hand and whispered to her, "Mom, Dad has already guessed something's wrong. The more we hide it from him, the more anxious he'll become. We might as well lay it all out on the table." Zhang Yanxun hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, but repeatedly told Song Yongkong not to get agitated. Song Yongkong raised his hand to assure her, but in his heart he thought it was probably his son's job that was in trouble. He never expected that it was his daughter who was in trouble. Fearing her father wouldn't be able to accept it, Song Chen deliberately misrepresented her sister's beating as a fight between the couple. Even so, Song Yongkong still felt a sharp pain in his chest, clutching his chest and cursing, "Bastard Qiu Zhixue, that bastard." Qiu Zhixue had promised him that he would treat Song Jin well for the rest of his life. But how long had it been? And he dared to lay a hand on his daughter. Couples fighting sounds nice, but when men actually start hitting each other, how can women possibly win? While trying to soothe him, Zhang Yanchun scolded him with red eyes. "What did you promise me? I said you couldn't get angry. If you get so angry that you end up in the hospital, where will we get the tens of thousands of yuan for your medical treatment?" Song Chen quickly poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him, adding, "Dad, don't worry. I'll go to my sister's place tomorrow to see how things are going. If Qiu Zhixue really dares to bully my sister, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him." Song Yongkong gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging. I'm going to kick that bastard to death." Zhang Yanchun slapped his hand and scolded him for not looking at his own body. Chen is all grown up now. She should trust that her son can protect his sister. Song Yongkong looked up at Song Chen, but ultimately did not insist, which was considered an acceptance of his wife's arrangement. The next morning, Song Chen set off for her sister's house. Her 4-year-old niece, Qiu Jieyue, opened the door. The little guy hadn't seen his uncle in a long time, and when he first saw Song Chen, he seemed a bit unfamiliar with him and timidly took 2 steps back. Song Chen squatted down and coaxed her in a soft voice. "Little Yi, don't you remember your uncle? Your uncle took you to buy candy last time." Qiu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then finally nodded shyly and whispered, "I remember, uncle." Chapter 43, Bone Fractured. When Song Chen saw that the little girl recognized him, he immediately went over and picked her up, asking her where her mother had gone. Qiu Jieyue replied in her childish voice, "Mommy took my brother to school." Song Chen frowned and asked again who was taking care of her at home, whether it was her father. Xiao Yi shook her head and said that her father was at work and she was home alone, but her mother would be back soon. Song Chen's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. A 4-year-old child had been left alone at home. She wouldn't have run to open the door if she hadn't thought it was her mother. He grew increasingly angry. This couple was so careless. What if the child fell and got hurt, or encountered bad people? Who would bear the consequences? Just then, the sound of a lock being opened came from outside the door. Song Jun entered carrying groceries and immediately saw a man standing inside. She let out a short scream in fright, her heart almost stopping. Song Chen spoke calmly, "Sister, it's me." Song Jun recognized her brother's voice and breathed a sigh of relief, then asked him why he had come so suddenly. Song Chen didn't answer first, but stared at her and asked why she left Ye alone at home. She's only 4 years old. How could she be left unattended? Song Jun was taken aback, not used to her younger brother speaking to her so seriously. But she also knew that Song Chen was concerned about his niece, so she didn't take his attitude to heart. She explained helplessly that she had to take her son to school by electric scooter, and it wasn't safe to take both children at once, so she had to leave her daughter at home first. The round trip only took half an hour, and Ye was obedient, so she only felt comfortable doing it after trying a few times. Song Chen fell silent after hearing this. Taking care of 2 children is indeed not easy. He then asked, Ye is already 4 years old. Why haven't you sent her to kindergarten? Song Chen said she had tried sending her child to kindergarten a few times, but the child was too timid and would cry as soon as she arrived, until her voice was hoarse. She was afraid that forcing the child would leave a psychological scar, so she thought she would wait another semester. Song Chen nodded. He could barely understand it. Song Chen put the groceries in the kitchen and then asked him why he had suddenly come to her place when he was supposed to be at work today. Song Chen didn't get to the main topic right away, but instead played with his little niece's building blocks for a while. Once the child was engrossed in playing, he gestured for his sister to go to the kitchen to talk, where they could see into the living room, but Yi wouldn't be able to hear. Upon entering the kitchen, Song Chen asked directly, Did Qiu Zhixue hit you? The question sounded like a question, but the tone already carried a sense of certainty. Song Zhen's heart skipped a beat, her fingers clenching unconsciously. She whispered, asking if her mother had told him. Song Chen replied with a stern face, My sister was beaten. Of course I have to come and seek justice. Song Zhen felt a warmth in her heart. Her younger brother had truly grown up and now knew to protect her. But she still gently advised him not to be angry, saying that she also had some faults in this matter and didn't want to hold it against him anymore. When she was first hit, she felt like the sky had fallen. The man she had loved for so many years had actually laid a hand on her. But after calming down for 2 days, she thought of her 2 children and decided not to make a big deal out of it. If it really comes to a divorce, the children will be the ones who suffer the most. Hearing her so submissive demeanor, Song Chen felt a burning rage in her chest. He suppressed his anger and asked her where she was injured and whether she had gone to the hospital for a checkup. Song Chen waved her hand and said that it was nothing serious and there was no need to go to the hospital. Song Chen didn't believe it at all. If nothing was wrong, his sister wouldn't have called their mother crying. But he couldn't just lift her clothes, so he could only tentatively pinch her arm. Caught off guard, Song Chen cried out in pain when her injury was touched. Song Chen's eyes darkened, and ignoring her protests, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a large, shocking bruise on her fair forearm. Song Chen was both angry and heartbroken, his eyes welling up with tears. He asked his sister, "Is this what she meant by I'm fine?" Whether she liked it or not, she had to go to the hospital with him for a checkup today. Who knows if there are any other injuries besides her arm? Song Chen wouldn't feel at ease without a checkup. Song Chen still didn't want to go to the hospital. A simple checkup would cost hundreds or thousands of yuan, which she felt was too wasteful. She thought she could get better by applying some medicine at home. Song Chen was adamant, saying that if she didn't want to go, he would tell his father and let her choose for herself. Song Chen couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she had no choice but to go to the hospital with him. Although Chiu Jiue was only 4 years old, she knew that her mother was injured and needed to see a doctor. While Song Chen was examining her, she nestled quietly in her uncle's arms without making a fuss. The test results wouldn't be available for a while, so Song Chen took her sister and niece to a nearby restaurant for a meal. By the time they returned, the results were in. The doctor said that Song Chen had multiple bruises on her body, the most serious of which was a minor fracture in her left shoulder. She should avoid strenuous exercise recently, take her medication on time, and get plenty of rest. Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief as she left the consultation room, saying that she had told Song Chen that there was nothing wrong, but Song Chen insisted on spending the money. 2,000 yuan was enough to buy groceries for the family for 2 months. The thought of it pained her. Song Chen looked at her expressionlessly, his voice chillingly cold. "You were beaten so badly by that Shio guy that you have a fracture, and you still say you're fine? Are you trying to make me and my parents furious?" Song Chen was startled by his appearance and tried to say it wasn't that serious. But Song Chen didn't want to hear her make excuses for Chiu Jishu anymore and told her to call the man surnamed Chiu. He wanted to have a serious talk with him. Chapter 44. 10 million in the lottery? What is it? Don't you know I'm at work? Can't we talk about it when I get home? Chiu Jishue's impatient voice came through the phone. Song Chen glanced at her brother's face and decided to just go for it. "Xiao Chun is here. Come back here." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before the man responded softly. "Okay. Treat me well when you get here. I'll be home after get off work." With that, he hung up. Song Chen looked somewhat embarrassed. She was already used to Chiu Jishue's attitude, but she still felt ashamed in front of her younger brother. Song Chen sneered. "Sis, that guy surnamed Chiu really doesn't give you any face. Are you sure you want to continue living with someone like that?" In the past, he wouldn't have had the right to say such things. Even if his sister really got divorced, he might not be able to help her, and saying more would just be like talking without understanding the situation. But things are different now. He's rich enough to support his sister and their 2 children. If his sister is willing to divorce, he can be her strongest support. Song Chen subconsciously tried to explain for her husband. He's just busy at work, and taking time off would mean a deduction in his salary. Song Chen interrupted directly. "Sister, don't speak for him. If he had even a little bit of remorse, he would have agreed to come back just now." After saying that, he beckoned to Song Chen to come closer. "Sister, there's something I haven't told you or Mom and Dad yet." Song Chen looked up at him, her eyes still filled with anticipation. "What is it? Have you gotten another girlfriend?" Ever since she learned that her younger brother had broken up with his girlfriend of many years, she had felt sorry for him and worried that he wouldn't be able to get over it. Of course, she would be happy for him if he really found someone new. Song Chen was both amused and exasperated. "No, sis. What are you thinking?" Song Chen was a little embarrassed. "Not your girlfriend? Then what's going on? Why are you being so mysterious?" Song Chen coughed lightly and lowered his voice, saying, "Of course it's great news. I won 10 million in the lottery a few days ago. From now on, you can bring Iya and the others to live a life of luxury with me." The room suddenly fell silent. Song Chen stared at her younger brother expressionlessly, without saying a word. Song Chen scratched his head. Sis, why aren't you reacting? Is the amount so big that you're too happy to think straight? Song Chen raised her hand and slapped him on the forehead. All right, stop making jokes like that. It's not funny at all. Song Chen then realized that her sister wasn't just overjoyed. She simply didn't believe it at all. He explained earnestly, Sis, I really hit the jackpot. I was planning to tell you and Mom and Dad in person at a suitable time. But then I heard you were beaten up by Chiojishue, so I bought a ticket and came back at the last minute. He was so serious that Song Chen was a little confused. You really won 10 million? You're not kidding me. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about something like this? If you don't believe me, I'll show you my bank account balance. Song Chen said, about to open his phone. The next second, Song Chen let out an uncontrollable scream. Ah, my brother has become a multi-millionaire. Song Chen quickly picked at his ear. Sis, keep it low-key. Don't shout it so the whole world knows. Song Chen immediately covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Yes, we should keep a low profile and make a fortune quietly. But the joy in her eyes was impossible to hide. Seeing her sister finally smile, Song Chen also smiled and said, So, sister, if you really want to divorce Chiojishue, that's fine. With me here, you don't have to worry about not being able to support 2 children. Song Zhen's excitement vanished instantly. She stared blankly in one direction and whispered, Xiao Chun, divorce isn't as simple as you think. The children can't be without their father. Song Chen scoffed, her tone tinged with disappointment. And what about you? Do you need a husband who might beat you at any moment? You're not just Ye's mother, but also Mom and Dad's daughter, my sister, and most importantly, yourself. At this point, he didn't want to pressure her, and simply said in a deep voice, Think it over carefully. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. But whatever you do, don't tell Chiojishue about me winning the lottery. Song Chen knew very well that if Chiojishue found out he was rich, even if her sister wanted a divorce, he wouldn't let her go easily. Song Chen quickly nodded and assured him, I know what's important. I won't tell anyone about this. Song Chen was still disappointed, but she didn't want to get involved anymore. Getting too involved in family matters might not end well. He stood up and said, I'm going back to my parents' place. You can bring your kids over to play when you have time. Watching her brother's departing figure, Song Zhen's tears welled up instantly. She knew her brother was disappointed in her, but the difficulties in her heart were far beyond what a few words could express. When Song Chen returned home, he was immediately surrounded by the elderly couple who kept asking him questions. How is your sister? Is she badly injured? Afraid of worrying her parents, Song Chen only said the milder part. It's nothing serious. I took her to the hospital for a checkup. Zhang Yanchun hurriedly asked, Did you see your brother-in-law? What was his attitude? Did he apologize to your sister? Song Chen shook her head listlessly. I didn't see him. He went to work. I didn't want to wait for him to get off work, so I came back first. Zhang Yanchun didn't notice her son's emotions and just sighed in disappointment. Then I'll find some time to visit your sister next time. Song Chen was silent for a moment before speaking. Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you. He briefly recounted how he had won the lottery. The elderly couple were stunned and remained speechless for a long time after hearing his story. What does 10 million mean? An average person might not earn that much money in their entire life. Song Chen didn't care whether they believed him or not, and directly transferred 200,000 yuan to Zhang Yanchun. Mom, use this first, and let me know if you need more. Song Yongkong stared at his son, his eyes unusually serious. Chen, tell Dad the truth. Did you really win the lottery? He was afraid that his son might do something illegal or irrational. Song Chen's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he quickly smiled and said naturally, Of course, how could I lie about something like this? Song Yongkong still felt it was unreal, but seeing his son like this, he felt that his son wouldn't lie to him. Finally, he sighed and said, Well, since God has favored you, cherish this blessing and don't go astray outside. Song Chen nodded, I understand, Dad. Don't worry, I will never do anything I shouldn't do. Chapter 45. The property certificate has arrived. Time to terminate the lease. The day after Song Chen returned to City C, he received a call from Zhao Shui'er. On the other end of the phone, she cheerfully told him that the property certificate had been issued and he could come and pick it up when he had time. She also said that someone had been arranged to do a thorough cleaning of the house, and it was ready to move in at any time. Song Chen couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with joy, and replied, "Thank you for your hard work." After living in the city for 7 years, he finally had a home that truly belonged to him, and a sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. Zhao Shui'er quickly said it was what she should do. Actually, she was smiling on the other end of the phone. When she first graduated and started her internship, she didn't have a smooth job search and could only work as a real estate salesperson as a temporary measure. She originally planned to change jobs after getting her internship certificate. Unexpectedly, she was incredibly lucky, selling 3 apartments in Chunfeng in just 1 month. The commission alone was higher than she could have imagined. In the end, she didn't do anything special. The clients she served just happened to be interested in buying, and after showing them the apartments, they placed their orders on the spot. The only thing that bothered her was that several colleagues at the company had started to dislike her and were subtly trying to ostracize her. Zhao Shui'er shook off these chaotic thoughts and softly reminded Song Chen that he could consult her anytime regarding anything related to the house. At the end, she cautiously added that if Song Chen had any friends who wanted to buy a house, they could contact her. Song Chen casually agreed. His friends couldn't afford a house in Chunfeng for the time being, but who knows what the future holds. Seeing that he didn't say anything more, Zhao Shui'er wisely hung up the phone. 2 female colleagues not far away saw this scene, huddled together whispering and occasionally glancing in her direction. Zhao Shui'er bit her lip, feeling wronged, but not daring to confront them. She feared that if things escalated, her position in the department would only worsen. Just as she was at a loss, Gao Tao walked over and directly reprimanded the 2 colleagues who were slacking off and chatting. After everyone dispersed, Gao Tao approached Zhao Shui'er, smiling and comforting her, telling her not to take it to heart, and that those people were just jealous of her good performance. Zhao Shui'er looked at him gratefully and whispered her thanks. Gao Tao waved his hand and then praised her a few more times, saying that if everyone were as diligent as her, the department's performance would be guaranteed. Zhao Shui'er was a little embarrassed by the praise and only said that she was just lucky. After much preamble, Gao Tao finally revealed his purpose. He asked Zhao Shui'er if she was free that evening, explaining that he had an extra movie ticket and wanted to invite her to go see a movie together. Zhao Shui'er paused, her eyes widening slightly, and immediately said that she might not be available. She felt a little flustered. A few days ago, she had vaguely sensed that Gao Tao was treating her differently, but at the time she thought it was because he valued her performance, so she didn't think much of it. But now that he had directly asked her to go to the movies, she couldn't help but think in that direction. Gao Tao's smile froze slightly after being rejected, and he asked if she already had plans. Zhao Shui'er blinked and told a small lie, saying she had made plans with a friend. Gao Tao could only manage a weak smile and said they would meet up another time when she had more time. Zhao Shui'er only breathed a sigh of relief after Gao Tao had walked away. She was afraid that Gao Tao would say something even more blunt, and she wouldn't know how to refuse him then. After all, they worked in the same company, and he was her direct supervisor. If things really turned sour, it would only be awkward when they met again. Zhao Shui'er tapped her head in distress, wondering if she should find a boyfriend. If she had one, Gao Tao would probably back off. But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, Song Chen's image suddenly flashed into her head. She belatedly blushed and quickly covered her cheeks. How could she have thought of Mr. Song? He was handsome and rich. He must already have a girlfriend. How could she possibly be a match for him? On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Song Chen immediately called his landlord. The landlord's shrill voice came through the phone quickly, asking what he wanted. Song Chen explained that he was planning to terminate his lease and wanted to let her know in advance. Upon hearing this, the landlord immediately raised her voice, questioning why he suddenly wanted to terminate the lease and emphasizing that the contract hadn't expired and the deposit was definitely not refundable, as clearly stated in the terms. Song Chen had anticipated her response, so he calmly stated that he had no intention of getting his deposit back. Hearing this, the landlady seemed relieved, then asked him when he would move out, adding that she would come to check before he moved in. Song Chen thought for a moment and replied that it would probably be at the end of the month, and he would send a message a day in advance. Although the items in the rented apartment aren't worth much money, there are still quite a few important things that need to be sorted out, throwing away what needs to be thrown away and taking what needs to be taken with you. Plus, we still need to buy appliances and household items at the new apartment, so it will definitely take some time. The landlord then complained, saying that he moved out too hastily, and she couldn't find a new tenant in such a short time, so no one would compensate for the losses. She also said that Song Chen's actions were unethical. Song Chen didn't want to argue with her over a few thousand yuan, so he said that the remaining rent could cover the losses. It was true that he terminated the lease at the last minute, and he hadn't planned to ask for the remaining rent for the month or so. However, he couldn't say this outright. Otherwise, knowing the landlord as he did, the landlord would only take advantage of him further. Soon, the landlord's smug laughter came through the phone. She immediately said, "Then it's settled," and praised Song Chen for his good character, saying it was worth all the kindness she had shown him. Song Chen was speechless for a moment. He even wondered if he had amnesia. How could he not know that the landlord had always been so good to him? Oh well, I've been renting his place for over a year, and now that he's moving out, there's no need to hold a grudge. Parting amicably and moving into my new home as soon as possible is the most important thing right now. Chapter 46. A woman might abandon him, but money won't. Are you busy? Do you have time to go to the mall with me later? Song Chen asked, leaning back on the sofa and holding his phone. Suhua was eating breakfast and quickly swallowed the bun in her mouth. I was planning to go to the store later. What are you going to buy at the mall? Song Chen said she was moving and needed to buy some appliances and household items. Suhua perked up immediately upon hearing that the new house was ready and said he would arrive in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, he quickly finished his steamed bun and took a taxi straight to Song Chen's place. Come to think of it, he hadn't even visited Song Chen's house once since she bought it, and today was a perfect opportunity. Although he can't afford a house in City C right now, it's good that his brother has one. It'll be a good place for the group to get together, and when Desheng comes over, he won't have to stay in a hotel anymore. After meeting, the two headed straight to the mall. Song Chen's new apartment was nominally move-in ready, but in reality, there were still quite a few things missing. He needs to buy a refrigerator, TV, and washing machine. He also needs to replace the bed, sofa, and dining table and chairs. He doesn't plan to take the blankets and pillows from the rented room. He intends to replace them all with new ones. Song Chen even bought a set of pots and pans. Although he doesn't usually like to cook, he couldn't just run out and buy more if he suddenly felt like it. While shopping, Song Chen also bought a few more sets of clothes and shoes for herself, and planned to pick out a few sets for Suhua as well. Suhua quickly waved his hand. "Chengzi, I don't need to. I have more clothes than I can wear." When Song Chen was trying on clothes earlier, he secretly glanced at the price. Even a regular short-sleeve shirt cost over 800 yuan. For him, a pure cotton short-sleeve shirt costing a few dozen yuan was comfortable enough. Song Chen smiled at him and said, "You're still being polite with me? What did you say in the dorm in college? That I buy you a Ferrari when I get rich?" Suhua touched the tip of his nose, a little embarrassed. It was all just a joke. He never imagined his brother would actually become rich. Even if he did, he wouldn't be ashamed to ask Song Chen to buy him a Ferrari. Song Chen grabbed his shoulder and said, "Do you want it or not? If not, I'll buy it and send it to Da Peng and the others." Upon hearing that Guangping would benefit from the deal, Suhua immediately said without hesitation, "Yes, of course I want it." He went through all the trouble of accompanying Song Chen shopping today, so why should a Peng take all the benefits? Song Chen told him to pick out a few more items he liked and not to try to save money. Suhua stopped refusing. After all, he was going to accept one item or several, so there was no need to keep arguing. By the time they finished shopping, it was already past noon. Song Chen chose delivery for all the items that could be delivered to his door and carried the smaller items himself. Song Chen glanced at the time. "It's getting late. Let's go eat first." Suhua had only eaten 2 steam buns that morning and had been shopping all morning, so he was starving and immediately said he wanted to eat hot pot. Song Chen had no objection. Both of them could handle spicy food, and hot pot was just what they wanted. While waiting for the food, Suhua roughly calculated Song Chen's expenses for the morning and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. "Chengzi, you must have spent over 10,000 this morning, right?" He didn't think much of it when they were buying things, only noticing Song Chen constantly scanning QR codes with his phone. It wasn't until he calculated the total that he realized that over 10,000 yuan was enough for a down payment on a house in a small town. Song Chen remained calm. "Pretty much, I didn't even calculate it." The balance in his bank card gave him enough confidence that he no longer needed to look at the price when buying things. He only needed to consider whether he liked them or not. Suhua mimicked him in a strange voice. "I didn't count either." "Wow, you tricked me." His face showed a mixture of joy and envy, and he couldn't help but sigh, wishing he could live such a life someday. Song Chen smiled and said, "Just wait. That day will come sooner or later." Suhua happily agreed. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they went to Song Chen's new house together. As soon as he entered, Suhua looked at the large 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house with envy in his eyes and circled the house several times. He kept praising how big the master bedroom was and then marveled at how the bathroom even had a bathtub. When he saw the small balcony, he couldn't help but exclaim that the house was so comfortable to live in. Seeing how much he liked it, Song Chen simply asked him, "Why don't you move in with me?" Suhua is currently renting a place alone. If he moves here, he can save on rent. Upon hearing this, Suhua quickly waved his hand, saying, "I appreciate the thought, but I'd rather not move in." Song Chen asked him why. Suhua chuckled and said that if Song Chen ever got a girlfriend, it would be inconvenient for him to live here as a third wheel. In his view, he was simply the most considerate brother in the world, having even thought about his good brother's future happiness in advance. Song Chen rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "Would I find a boyfriend? Are you going to find one for me?" He has no interest in dating right now. His previous relationship lasted 6 years, which was exhausting enough. He'd rather spend his time making money than trying to please a woman. After all, a woman might abandon him, but money won't. Suhua shrugged, saying he was single himself and had no ability to find Song Chen a girlfriend. Besides, the girls he knew might not be good enough for Song Chen. Although Song Chen isn't the kind of stunningly handsome guy who makes people scream, he's still sunny and good-looking. Plus, now that he's rich, his standards are naturally high. Suhua knows this brother too well. Song Chen is a looks-obsessed person. Girls who aren't good-looking simply don't catch his eye. Song Chen laughed and punched him lightly. "That's enough. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be." In his own eyes, he was just an ordinary person who had just made a little money. He asked again seriously, "No joke, you really aren't moving in?" Suhua shook his head vigorously. No, I'm fine living alone. Maybe I'll meet my true love soon." He was just joking around, but little did he know that his words would actually come true in the near future. Chapter 47. Annie knew I hadn't misjudged you. It took Song Chen 2 days to finish organizing everything in the rented apartment. The house didn't look big, but it was full of clutter. He even found a whole box of things related to Zheng Xiaoman, including clothes and cosmetics she left behind when she stayed overnight, trinkets they bought together when they went out, and the various gifts she had given him. Song Chen's hands ran over each item, familiar images flashing through his mind. After a moment, he suddenly smiled with relief and whispered, "It's time to end this." He picked up the box filled with his youthful memories and strode out of the house. The next second, with a thud, the box was thrown into the trash can. Only a barely audible goodbye remained in the wind. After moving all her luggage into the new house, Song Chen arranged for the landlord to come and check out. The landlady was in her 50s and owned 7 or 8 apartments in the complex. She loved playing mahjong, and her activities mainly revolved around the complex and nearby mahjong parlors. She arrived shortly after Song Chen sent the message. Upon meeting, the landlady exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Little Song, it's been a while. You seem to have gotten even more handsome." Song Chen chuckled twice and said, "Auntie, you flatter me." As she spoke, she subconsciously touched her face. Perhaps because he hasn't been working lately, he definitely seems much more energetic. Before, he would wake up every day rushing to the company and drag his exhausted body home with alarmingly dark circles under his eyes. He had no energy left to take care of himself. Now that he's getting enough sleep, his condition has naturally improved. Song Chen said, "Auntie, please check the house first. If everything is all right, I'll return the keys to you." The landlady nodded and went straight into the kitchen. She first inspected the kitchen, pointing out a few hygiene issues, then went to the bedroom to turn on the air conditioner to make sure it worked, and then checked all the other appliances as well. After the inspection, she said with a smile, "The items are fine, but the cleanliness needs to be improved. If you don't want to do it yourself, you can pay for a cleaning service." Song Chen was straightforward. "Let's hire a cleaner. The cost can be deducted from the remaining rent." Seeing that he was so agreeable, the landlady didn't make things difficult for him anymore. She took out her notebook and quickly calculated. "We agreed before that the deposit would not be refunded. After deducting cleaning and other expenses, I will refund you 1 month's rent. That's about it. Do you have any objections?" Song Chen was somewhat surprised after hearing this. He had always had low expectations of this landlord, only hoping that he wouldn't have to pay out of pocket again, but he didn't expect that the landlord would actually be willing to refund him a month's rent. Seeing that he remained silent, the landlady raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Song, You don't agree? Judging from her posture, it looked like she was about to roll up her sleeves and start arguing at any moment. Song Chen quickly nodded. I agree, that's fine. The landlady then smiled and said, Oh, that's good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. As she took out her phone to transfer money, she asked curiously, Xiao Song, did you suddenly change jobs? Where are you planning to move to? Song Chen casually replied, Yeah, I'll move to the vicinity of the new company. The landlady immediately launched into a long-winded explanation, saying that the current environment is tough and stable jobs are hard to come by. She urged young people not to be so picky and to focus on getting a stable job. She then mentioned that her son changes jobs frequently, and if it weren't for the fact that they own several properties, they couldn't afford such constant job hopping. She spoke as if she disliked her son, but there was a hint of superiority in her tone. Song Chen listened quietly without responding. In the past, he might have envied his landlady's son. His family was well off, he could do whatever he wanted, and someone would cover for him if he didn't want to work. But now it was different. He too could live a life others envied, and he no longer needed to envy anyone. After talking for a while, seeing that he didn't react, the landlady lost interest and said with a pout, I've transferred the money to you. Give me the key, and you can leave. Song Chen handed over the keys she had prepared beforehand, and then reminded her, Auntie, all the things in the kitchen are fine. You can ask the next resident if they want them. If no one wants them, please help them throw them away. He originally intended to throw them away, but after living in poverty for so long, frugality was ingrained in his bones. Those pots, pans, knives, rice cookers, and electric kettles weren't used much, and they still looked about 70 to 80% new, so it would be a shame to throw them away. The landlady confirmed, You don't want any of those pots, pans, knives, rice cooker, or electric kettle? Song Chen nodded. Okay, no thanks. The landlady shook her head, as if looking at a spendthrift son. Fine, then you can leave. I'll take care of it for you. That evening, Song Chen officially moved into her new home. Lying on his newly bought bed, he felt his sleep quality had improved considerably. The new bed was large and sturdy, unlike the bed in his rented room, which creaked every time he turned over. To celebrate moving, he specially invited Su Hua and Wen Guangping to his home for dinner the next day. Of course, the food was ordered as takeout. It wasn't that he couldn't cook, but he was worried that the two of them wouldn't be able to finish it. When Wen Guangping first came here, he walked around the house after entering and finally gave a thumbs up. This house is really nice. Su Hua put his arm around his shoulder and replied with a smile. Don't you even look at the housing prices here? If the houses aren't good, who would be willing to spend so much money to buy one? Wen Guangping then asked Song Chen, Chengzi, you bought such a big house. Are you planning to bring your uncle and aunt to live with you? Song Chen nodded. I did think about it, but they don't want to come, and I don't want to force them. He had expected this outcome. His relatives and friends were all in his hometown, and his parents were unlikely to easily leave the circle they had lived in for decades and move to a completely unfamiliar place. Wen Guangping nodded. That's right. If it were my parents, they definitely wouldn't want to come either. Chapter 48, My buddy's going to crash the wedding. Halfway through the meal, Wen Guangping suddenly looked at Song Chen, but swallowed his words back. Chengzi, have you heard about that person's matter? Song Chen laughed and teased him. Whose business is this? Why are you stuttering like a girl? Just say what you have to say. In truth, he already had a premonition. The only person who could elicit such an expression from Wen Guangping in front of him was that other person. Sure enough, Wen Guangping said in a low voice, It's Zhang Xiaoman. It seems she's getting married. I thought about it and decided I should tell you. Song Chen paused, looked up at him, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, Who told you that? Wen Guangping said that Lu Qianfeng told him, and Lu Qianfeng heard it from Dai Shui. Dai Shui was Zhang Xiaoman's college roommate, so the news was most likely true. Song Chen's fingers, which were holding the wine glass, turned slightly white. He tilted his head back, took a swig of wine, and forced a smile. It's good. It's time to get married. He spoke lightly, but his nose and throat inexplicably felt sore. He already knew Zhang Xiaoman had a new boyfriend. He shouldn't be sad anymore. But rational as he was, he never imagined she would marry someone else so soon. They broke up less than 2 months ago. Su Hua glared at Wen Guangping. Today was supposed to be a celebration of Song Chen having his own home in City C, but this guy had to bring up such a spoilsport. Wen Guangping guiltily touched the tip of his nose. He just felt that since his ex-girlfriend was getting married, Song Chen, as her ex-boyfriend, should have the right to know. In case he couldn't let go, Maybe he could still win her back. Suhua raised his glass and steered the conversation back on track. Come on, Orange. Let's have a toast to celebrate having your own home in City C. Song Chen smiled and clinked glasses with him, saying, Thanks, brother. Then he downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. Suhua then kept trying to find topics to talk about and liven up the atmosphere. Song Chen also joined in the laughter and jokes, acting as if nothing was wrong. Suhua and Wen Guangping could both see that his smile was only on his face and didn't reach his eyes at all. Wen Guangping nudged Suhua, signaling him to offer some words of comfort. Suhua replied with his eyes, You caused this mess, so you'll have to deal with it yourself. When Guangping poured Song Chen a full glass of wine, cleared his throat, and said, Chengzi, if you really can't let it go, I'll find out the wedding time and place, and I'll go with you to crash the wedding. Song Chen spat out the wine in his mouth, choking and turning his face and neck red. When Guangping quickly patted his back and asked if he wanted some water, Song Chen waved his hand. No need, I was just almost scared to death by you. When Guangping was quite serious. Isn't that how it's always portrayed on TV? Back in college, we watched a movie together where the male lead's friend went with him to crash a wedding. I could do that too. Stop. There's no need for that. Song Chen quickly interrupted his bad idea. Suhua wiped the wine off his face and rolled his eyes at Wen Guangping. Stop showing off your intelligence. These days, everyone gets their marriage certificate first and then has the wedding banquet. What's the point of crashing the wedding on the day itself? When Guangping was taken aback. Oh right, I forgot about getting the marriage certificate. He lowered his head, as if he had truly suffered a blow. He knew the idea was foolish, but he didn't want Song Chen to have any regrets. During their university years, the sentence he heard Song Chen say most often was that he would definitely marry Zhang Xiaoman someday. At that time, Song Chen truly loved her, so much so that he was willing to give everything for her. Unfortunately, outsiders can only see how good their relationship is, but they don't know that there are already irreconcilable conflicts between them. Song Chen said seriously, You don't need to tell me anything about Zhang Xiaoman anymore. I don't want to know. A good ex should be like they're dead. He won't bother them, nor does he want them to affect his life anymore. When Guangping was about to speak, when Suhua directly picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat more and talk less. Wen Guangping nearly choked on his own chicken leg, spitting it out and glaring at him resentfully. Huazi, are you trying to murder your own father? Suhua stood up on the spot. Whose father are you? You want to die. The two quickly got into a brawl, one choking the other handing over their hands, neither willing to back down. Song Chen sat by watching the spectacle, refusing to take sides. That night, both of them slept at Song Chen's place. The three of them had a long-awaited late-night chat, just like they did in college, and didn't go to sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. The next day, none of them could wake up. It wasn't until the phone rang that Song Chen groggily answered. Hello. The salesperson's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Song, the car you ordered has arrived. When would be a convenient time for you to come and pick it up? Song Chen instantly woke up halfway. The car's here? I'll have time this afternoon. The other party then asked if he needed someone to pick him up. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. With such excellent service, he naturally wouldn't refuse and agreed to send the address later. After hanging up the phone, Song Chen rubbed his throbbing temples, but couldn't help but smile. The car he'd been waiting for so long had finally arrived, and he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Suhua was woken up by the noise and asked with his eyes still closed. Chengzi, who are you talking to on the phone? While sending the address, Song Chen replied, The 4S store salesperson said the car I ordered last month has arrived, and they wanted to come pick it up. Suhua jumped out of bed. What did you say? When did you order the car? Last month, Song Chen asked with a smile. Want to go pick up the car together? Suhua nodded repeatedly. Of course I want it. But what kind of car did you order? A BMW or a Mercedes? Song Chen casually said, No, it's a Panamera. Suhua swallowed hard. How much? Song Chen put down his phone and stylishly tossed his messy hair. It's only a little over $1 million. Suhua's eyes widened on the spot. Holy crap, over $1 million. Chapter 49, Picking Up the Car. Suhua was unaware that Song Chen had other sources of income and assumed that he only had the $7 million from selling stamps. In Suhua's opinion, $7 million sounds like a lot, but Song Chen has already spent most of it on buying a house, and now she has spent more than $1 million on a car, so she definitely won't have much money left. He looked at Song Chen with some disapproval and advised, A car is just a means of transportation. There's no need to buy such a nice one. Even the best car will depreciate after a few years. It's better to put it in the bank and earn interest. Song Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know you're worried about me, but I know what I'm doing." Even if he had tens of millions in his bank account, he wouldn't have to worry about making money in the future just by relying on that wooden bead. Seeing his reaction, Suhua didn't try to persuade him further. She just thought that Song Chen probably earned money too easily, so he didn't feel any remorse when spending it. If it were hard-earned money, he probably wouldn't be willing to spend it like that. Song Chen kicked Wen Guangpeng, who had rolled to the ground, and said, "Get up, the sun's already high in the sky." This guy has really good sleep quality. The two of them were talking quite loudly just now, but they didn't wake him up at all. Wen Guangpeng sprang to his feet and yelled, "Who kicked me?" When he realized that it was Song Chen in front of him, he remembered that he had slept at Song Chen's house last night and awkwardly scratched his head. "You two got up pretty early." Suhua urged him, "It's getting late. Hurry up and get ready. We're leaving soon." When Guangpeng looked bewildered. Where to? He thought he was still half asleep. Had he forgotten that he had made plans to go out today? Suhua couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of soon being able to ride in a Panamera. "I'll go with Chengzi to pick up the car." Wen Guangpeng immediately perked up and looked at Song Chen suspiciously. "Explain yourself clearly. When did you buy another car?" Song Chen casually replied, "Just a while ago." "Don't ask anymore. Hurry up and wash up. The people who are picking us up will be here soon." After saying that, he went to the bathroom first. Suhua also went to the restroom outside, knowing the way well. After all, he had accompanied Song Chen when she went shopping last time, and he knew exactly where the items were. After washing up, the three of them grabbed some takeout. Not long after, Song Chen's phone rang. A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Song, I've arrived at the entrance of your residential complex." Song Chen responded, hung up, and gestured with his chin towards the two people slumped on the sofa. "I'm leaving." Wen Guangpeng exclaimed, "This service is so thoughtful." Suhua winked and said, "After all, it's a car worth over $1 million. How could our attitude be bad?" The three went downstairs and, sure enough, saw a black Mercedes parked at the entrance of the residential complex. Song Chen went up to confirm his identity, and the driver immediately got out of the car to open the door for him. Song Chen quickly stopped her, saying, "No need to trouble yourself. We can do it ourselves." Attentive service is a good thing, but too much attentiveness can make people uncomfortable. He's not so precious that he can't even open the car door himself. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the 4S store. The staff had already received the news, and as soon as Song Chen arrived at the door, the person who had greeted him last time was already there to greet him. The other party wore a standard smile. "Mr. Song, would you like to rest for a bit? Or, go look at the car first?" Song Chen thought for a moment. "Let's look at the car first." The staff member immediately gestured for them to follow. "Okay, the car is already parked in the parking lot. Please follow me." Upon arriving at the parking lot, Song Chen immediately spotted his new car. The sapphire blue body is particularly eye-catching, with smooth and soft lines. The front face features a distinctive through-type air intake, and the headlights on both sides are striking and stylish. Suhua exclaimed on the spot, "Wow, that's so cool." When Guangping's eyes lit up, and he excitedly urged, "Quick, open the car door and check the interior." The staff handed the key to Song Chen. "Mr. Song, please come in." Song Chen took the key and unlocked the car. The interior was understated black, yet exuded a sense of luxury. The three-spoke steering wheel, the shield-shaped fishbone buttons on both sides, and the 5-gauge instrument panel immediately gave it a sporty feel. Song Chen sat in the driver's seat and familiarized himself with the buttons on the car. Come to think of it, the last time he touched a car was at driving school. Since getting his driver's license, he's hardly ever driven a car. Now, sitting in his new ride, he can't help but feel a little excited. After the vehicle inspection confirmed there were no problems, the staff took Song Chen to pay. As for Su Hua and Wen Guangpeng, they were already sitting in the car and refused to get out. In Su Hua's words, he wanted to experience the influence of money. After the formalities were completed, Song Chen got into the driver's seat and prepared to drive. When Guangpeng saw that he even shifted into the wrong gear, and he suddenly felt a little uneasy, he couldn't help but ask, "Orange, are you sure your technique is okay? Or should I do it?" Wen Guangpeng felt that his driving skills were a little better than Song Chen's. Although he hadn't bought a car yet, his family had one, and he would drive it a few times when he went back home during holidays. Song Chen raised one hand. "Calm down, I can do it." A man must never say no. Even if he can't, he has to do it. He's just not used to driving for a while now. Once he starts driving, his driving skills will definitely come back quickly. Suhua, sitting in the passenger seat with his hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, reminded, "Drive slowly, we're not in a hurry." Song Chen snorted, "You guys just don't trust my driving skills. Back in the day, I passed my driving test on the first try, and my instructor even praised me for my talent." When Guangping curled his lip, that was so many years ago. It's not like everyone has to do it once. Suhua fell silent instantly. People who failed both the driving test, Part 2, and the driving test, Part 3, once are really tempted to cry. Song Chen and Wen Guangping also recalled his unfortunate experience and almost couldn't help but laugh. When Suhua was taking his driving test, Part 2, it was snowing heavily, and he was already late when he arrived at the test center. He completely lost his composure. He failed the time limit on his first attempt at reversing into a parking space, and on his second attempt, he crossed the line on the S-curve. He finally passed his driving test, Part 2, but then it started pouring rain during his Part 3 test. He forgot to fasten his seatbelt on his first attempt, and it was over before he even started. His second attempt went smoothly, but he got too excited and forgot to use his turn signal when parking. Su Hua coughed twice, forcibly changing the subject. "The past is too painful to recall. Actually, my driving skills are pretty good. Orange, let me drive your Panamera later, okay?" He had never driven such an expensive car in his life, and could only experience it because of his brother. Song Chen readily agreed. "Sure, I'll let you two try it later." Chapter 50. My brother, you've finally arrived. Song Chen is having a blast in the modern world, while some people in the 1970s are waiting with bated breath. At night, Lu Mei was annoyed by Chun Ming's tossing and turning beside her. Finally, she couldn't help but kick him and said, "Are you going to sleep or not? If you're not going to sleep, get out and don't bother me." Chun Ming was kicked and winced, clutching his back and crying out in pain. Lu Mei sat up and glared at him, asking if he had lice, since he kept squirming in his sleep. Chun Ming sighed and said that he was worried about Song Chen. Song Chen had said he would contact him in the next few days, but he hadn't seen him yet, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Lu Mei was also somewhat concerned after hearing this. Her family lived in the countryside, and when she learned that Song Chen wanted to collect local produce, her first thought was of her family. There was plenty of that stuff in the countryside, and nobody cared about it. It would certainly be a good thing if it could be exchanged for money. However, since Song Chen hadn't set a specific time, she didn't dare to go to her parents' home in advance to let them know, lest something go wrong and her family think she was lying. Lu Mei suggested that Chun Ming go ask Song Chen, but Chun Ming shook his head. He wanted to go, but the problem was that he had no idea where Song Chen lived. Liu Mei war Stund. Song Chen had come to their house for dinner several times, yet Chun Ming didn't even know his address. This relationship was too strange. Chun Ming explained that Song Chen's family didn't know what he was doing outside, and he was afraid that if something unexpected happened in the future, it would implicate his family, so he had never revealed his address. Chun Ming understood this, and since Song Chen didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask any further. Lu Mei glanced at him, thinking that Chun Ming was more than 10 years older than Song Chen, yet he wasn't as thoughtful as Song Chen. Chun Ming, feeling unconvinced by her gaze, retorted that if he also kept everything from her, would she be willing? Liu Mei was speechless. If she really had to choose, she would naturally want to know more. After all, her husband was always out and about, and she was worried about his safety and whether he would do something reckless. Lu Mei lay back down and urged him to go to sleep, explaining that he had to go to work tomorrow and that Song Chen wouldn't suddenly appear if they just waited there. Seeing that he couldn't argue with her, Chun Ming laughed and hugged her from behind. Lu Mei struggled symbolically a couple of times, telling him not to move, but Chun Ming became even more enthusiastic, and soon a series of embarrassing noises filled the room. Meanwhile, Song Chen and Su Hua, after 2 days of carefree fun, finally remembered their business. Su Hua told him that the shop was almost ready, and they could officially start stocking up on goods in 2 more days once the permits were issued. Song Chen then planned to notify Chun Ming to start collecting the goods. After all, people in the countryside still have to farm, and even if they know that crayfish and eels can be sold for money, they can't afford to delay production. At most, they can earn some extra money after work. When Chun Ming saw Song Chen, he was so excited that he almost cried. He exclaimed, "Brother, you've finally come. I thought you had forgotten about me." Song Chen followed him into the main room, smiling as she said she'd been too busy these past few days to come and inform him. Now that things were settled, Chun Ming could start receiving the goods tomorrow, and he would deliver a batch of supplies that evening. Chun Ming immediately asked for the time. Song Chen set it for 9 o'clock in the evening, saying that most people would be asleep then, making it less likely to attract attention. After finishing his business, Song Chen didn't linger. He drank a cup of tea and left. The most troublesome thing about the 1970s was the inconvenience of communication. You had to go out in person for everything, unlike nowadays where a phone call or a text message can solve everything. Night fell quickly, and a dark figure appeared out of nowhere in the deserted alley. Song Chen waved his right hand, and instantly a large pile of supplies appeared on the previously empty ground. There were too many things, and he had to make 3 trips to carry them to the alley entrance, his forehead beaded with sweat. Not long after, Chun Ming crept over furtively, quietly confirming if it was him. Song Chen was resting on the rice bag when he heard the noise and immediately stood up. Chun Ming breathed a sigh of relief, moved the flashlight beam over, and was immediately startled by what he saw. On the ground were 2 50-gene bags of rice, 2 50-gene bags of flour, 50-gene noodles, and a pile of odds and ends such as cloth, gloves, soap, comb, and brown sugar. Song Chen had already changed the packaging of all these items beforehand, so there was no need to worry about them being exposed. Song Chen had Chun Ming move the items home first, and then use these supplies to exchange for goods when they went to the countryside to collect more. If anyone wanted money up front, Chun Ming could pay in advance and settle the accounts later. Without asking any further questions, Chun Ming bent down, picked up a bag of rice in each hand, and headed home. Song Chen stayed behind to guard the remaining items. After Chun Ming returned from his delivery, the two of them carried the rest of the supplies back to the Chun family home. At this time, everyone else in the Chun family was asleep, so Song Chen didn't stay long and left immediately after delivering the items. They had already discussed the details beforehand. Crayfish were 5 cents a pound, loach and eel were 3 mao a pound, free-range eggs were 6 cents each, and mushrooms and wild vegetables were priced according to their variety. As for Chun Ming's reward, Song Chen originally wanted to give him money, but Chun Ming offered to give him supplies instead. Song Chen naturally had no objection. It would save him trouble that way. Finally, the two agreed that Chun Ming would receive 50 caddies of rice, 50 caddies of flour, 20 caddies of pork, and 2 pieces of cloth each month. These items would easily fetch hundreds of dollars on the black market, so Chun Ming had no reason to refuse. What's more, Song Chen promised an extra bonus at the end of the month if he did a good job. Chun Ming was even happier after hearing this. This job was much better than working in a factory. Chapter 51 Lu Xiaoti's thoughts. Maisie, is what you're saying reliable? It's not a scam, is it? Lu's mother looked at her daughter with suspicion. Lu may guess that her mother wouldn't believe her, so she smiled and took her mother's hand, assuring her, "You can rest assured, that person is a friend of my husband, Lao Chun. He wouldn't lie to anyone." If Chun Ming hadn't specifically told her, she would have told her mother about all the stuff in the house. With so many things moved in her house, how could she possibly be a scammer? If anyone should be worried, it should be Xiao Song, who's worried they'll pocket the stuff. Sister-in-law Li Mei gave her sister-in-law a fawning smile and affectionately took her arm. "Maisie, did your husband's friend say how much he needs? Can my family also join in?" "Sister-in-law, can you stop trying to take all the good things for your family? Our own family isn't having an easy time either," said Zhang Xiaoyan, the second sister-in-law, rolling her eyes. She really doesn't understand her sister-in-law. She's been married into the family for over 20 years, yet she still misses her own family. It's not that she doesn't want her sister-in-law to be filial to her parents, but she should at least have some sense of propriety. If she has something delicious that she can't bear to give to her own daughter, but instead sends it back to her parents' home for her nephew, does she really expect her nephew to take care of her in her old age? When she gets old, won't she still need her own daughter to serve her? If you really have that intention, please make sure your own family is doing well before helping your parents' family. Okay? Li Mei didn't have a good relationship with her younger brother and sister-in-law, and when she heard her say that, she immediately flew into a rage. "Zhang Xiaoyan, what do you mean by that? Second brother, don't you know how to control your wife? How can she talk to her own sister-in-law like that?" "Sister-in-law, Xiaoyan is right," Lu said innocently. Zhang Xiaoyan gave the man an encouraging look, and her soft fingers gently hooked the back of his hand. Lu felt a shiver run through his body, and his mind wandered. He wished he could take his wife back to their room right now. "I don't want to live anymore. You two are ganging up on me. Lu Dashin, you coward, you just stand by and watch them bully me, don't you?" Li Meili shouted, loudly with a sob in her voice, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lu Dashin looked at his wife helplessly, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything to comfort her, because he also felt that it was his wife's problem, and what his second wife said made sense. All right, stop howling, Lu Mei shouted with a stern face. Li Meili immediately quieted down. She was quite intimidated by her sister-in-law, who was the only city dweller in the entire family, and she was hoping to get some benefits from her. Maisie, don't be angry. Your sister-in-law said something wrong, Lu Dashin said anxiously when he saw his sister getting angry. Lu's mother patted her daughter's hand. Maisie, don't take it to heart with your sister-in-law. She's not very bright. Marrying such a woman as the eldest daughter-in-law must have been a terrible sin in her past life. But what can she do now that she's already married her? She can only accept it and bear it. Lu Mei was both amused and exasperated. Mom, I didn't hold it against my sister-in-law. Please let me finish what I have to say. Okay, go ahead. Here's the thing. Xiao Song needs a lot, and it's definitely not enough for just our own family to get it. Mom, you can find some people you have good relationships with to help us get it. Old Chun will bring the stuff over early tomorrow morning. Just tell Old Chun what you need to exchange. As she spoke, Lu Mei glanced at Li Meili and said, as for your sister-in-law, if you really want your family to be arrested along with you, you have to make them keep this a secret and not let everyone know about it. Although it didn't involve money or tickets, their exchange was still considered bartering, not a private transaction. But those red-legged leeches, loaches, and eels outside are all public property. They can catch a few to take home and eat themselves, but if they catch too many, they'll have to worry about being accused of undermining socialism. Li Meili's eyes lit up. Thank you, Maisie. I will definitely be good to my family and won't let them tell anyone else. Such good news is best kept secret. How could I possibly tell others? After all, the more people who know, the fewer they can catch. The Li family would never do something so selfless. Lu Mei also knew what kind of people Li Meili's family was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed so easily. Oh, right. The same goes for second sister-in-law. If you want to involve your family, just quietly send the things over tomorrow, Lu Mei said to Zhang Xiaolian with a smile. Okay. Thank you so much, Maisie, Zhang Xiaolian said sincerely. Lu Mei waved her hand. There's no need to thank me. We're all family. Mother Lu slammed her hand on the table. You all heard that, didn't you? Maisie, as her younger sister, thinks of you first when something good happens to her. You should appreciate her kindness. Yes, Mother, we understand. Everyone was happy about the good news, but little Lu quietly took his sister's hand and led her into the yard. Stone, why did you drag me out here? Lu Mei asked, looking at her younger brother with a puzzled expression. Lu Sanshur rubbed his hands together. Sister, I just heard you say that your friend also buys eggs for 6 cents each, right? Yes, that's right. What's wrong? If I can get some eggs, can I sell them to him too? But I don't want to trade for supplies. I want money, Lu Sanshur said somewhat embarrassedly, kicking small pebbles on the ground with his head down. Lu Mei looked at her younger brother in front of her. This younger brother was her parents' youngest child, 12 years younger than her, and her parents doted on him. He was lazy and only worked sporadically, so everyone in the brigade knew he was a good-for-nothing, which is why he was still single at 24. His parents were extremely anxious, but the guy himself didn't care at all and had no intention of getting married. In Lu Mei's mind, this younger brother was usually unreliable, so she was quite surprised to hear that he actually wanted to make money. Exchanging money shouldn't be a problem. I'll talk to your brother-in-law when I get back. But where are you going to get the eggs? Hee, let's go outside to collect them. They're selling their eggs to the supply and marketing cooperative anyway, and selling them to me is the same thing. It saves a lot of time, Lu Sanshur said with a smile. He had an idea as soon as he heard his sister talk about the purchase price of eggs. Eggs were sold to the supply and marketing cooperative for 4 cents each, and he could make 2 cents profit by reselling them. He had to seize such a profitable deal. Lu Mei was somewhat surprised, but also very pleased. Sure to. You're quick-witted. Okay, I'll go talk to your brother-in-law and ask him to let you take over the egg-collecting business. Sister, you're so kind, but could you please keep this a secret for me? Lu Sanshur asked, sounding a little guilty. Lu Mei understood what her younger brother meant. He wanted to earn some extra money on his own. However, her brother was still unmarried, so he should start planning for himself. Chapter 52, Laughing to Death. Completely unable to make any decisions after returning home, Lu Mei told Chen Ming about her younger brother's situation. Old Chun, sure too, has finally made an effort to improve himself. As his brother-in-law, you should help him out if you can. Chunming frowned slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to help his brother-in-law, but he was worried that the kid was unreliable. Collecting eggs looks simple, but it's quite a test of skill. You definitely can't accept the rotten ones. Can that kid Lu Sanshur tell the difference? Lu Mei was also a little unsure, but after all, he was her own younger brother. She gritted her teeth and nodded, saying, no problem. Sure too grew up in the countryside. He can't be completely without a chance. All right, let him try. If he can't do it, don't blame me for being ruthless, Chunming said, ultimately agreeing to give his brother-in-law a chance for the sake of his wife. Lu Mei looked at the man gratefully. I have to go to work, so I won't be going back. Tell him the good news when you go tomorrow. Yes, my dear wife. I guarantee I'll complete the mission, Chunming said with a smile, giving a salute and kissing Lu Mei before she could react. You rascal. Lu Mei glared at him, seemingly annoyed, but not really. The next day, before dawn, Chunming rode his bicycle to the countryside. Upon arriving at the entrance, before he could even dismount his bicycle, several figures approached him, saying, Brother-in-law, you've finally arrived. Come and see if these red-footed crickets we caught are any good. Yesterday, Lu Mei instructed them to pick the bigger ones. The Lu brothers were honest people, and after returning home, they picked through the smaller ones again and threw them all back. Chunming followed them into the courtyard and asked with concern, Brothers, why are you all so blue-faced? Didn't you sleep well last night? Hee, I did go to bed quite late, but it's okay, I'll just take a nap at noon, Lu Dashin said nonchalantly. By this time, the group had entered the courtyard. Several buckets were placed in the corner of the wall, including 2 buckets containing mantis shrimp, 1 bucket containing loach, and 1 bucket containing eel. There are quite a few. Did you catch all of them? Chunming asked with a smile. Lu Dai nodded with a simple smile. Yes, it was all done by us brothers. Yongzi and the others also contributed a lot. Yongzi is Lu Er's eldest son, whose full name is Lu Yong. He also has a younger son named Lu Jia. As for brother Lu, he has no sons, only 3 daughters. It is precisely because of this that Li Mei, the eldest sister-in-law, always favors her nephew from her own family. She feels that she has no support without a son, and would rather love her brother's son than her own daughter. Furthermore, she always felt that it was because she hadn't given birth to a son that her sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaoyan, looked down on her and always tried to be superior to her, resulting in a strained relationship between the 2 women. Chunming asked the Lu brothers to help him weigh the crayfish and eels/loaches separately. There were 35 jin of crayfish, 14 jin of loach, and 8 jin of eel. Chunming clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder the 3 Lu brothers had dark circles under their eyes. He wondered what time they had been caught last night and why they had gotten up before dawn again today. Most importantly, they still have to go to work in the fields later. Chunming advised, Brothers, take it easy and don't overwork yourselves. It's not worth ruining your health. Okay, we understand, Lu Dashin said, scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly. They wanted to seize as many as possible while no one else knew, and after a few days, they probably wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. Then they would tell others about the acquisition. Chunming patted him on the shoulder. Let's settle the accounts first. Maisie should have told you, right? I have rice, flour, brown sugar, cloth. The prices will definitely be higher than the market price, since these things don't require coupons. Okay, no problem. Lu Dashin nodded vigorously to show he understood. Being able to exchange these worthless red-footed crickets for rice and flour was already considered a bargain. They had even considered exchanging them for the market price. Chunming took out a piece of paper from his pocket. These things on the ground cost a total of 8.35 yuan. Take a look and see what you want to exchange. The prices are all written on it. The brothers Lu Dashin and Lu stood there stunned. They never dreamed that they could earn more than 8 yuan in one night. Although it was a group of people working together, the amount of money was still beyond their wildest dreams. You have to understand that nowadays a work point is only worth 7 cents, and a strong labor can only earn 70 cents a day. Lu Sanshur remained calm and took the paper from Chunming's hand, carefully examining it. Of course, it's pointless for him to watch. He'd just laugh himself to death and wouldn't be able to make any decisions at all. I'll go call Mom over, Lu Dashin said excitedly as he knocked on his parents' door. Lu's mother also went to bed very late last night, so she couldn't get up this morning. When she heard her eldest son say that his son-in-law had arrived, she immediately jumped out of bed. Mom, you're up. Chunming greeted his mother-in-law with a smile. Lu's mother replied, Xiao Chun, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's eat together at home later. No need, mother. You should see what you need to exchange for. The things my brother and the others caught total 8.35 yuan, which would be exchanged for quite a lot of things. Lu's mother's attention was immediately drawn, and she rubbed her ears and asked, Xiao Chun, are you sure it's 8.35 yuan? There's absolutely no mistake. You can ask my older brother and the others if you don't believe me. Chun Ming said helplessly. Lu's mother turned her gaze to her eldest son, only to see him nodding frantically, almost leaving after images. Mother, brother-in-law's calculation is correct. The three of us brothers just did the calculation as well. Lu's mother's eyes welled up with tears. Great, great. Xiao Chun, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, where would we find such a good way to make money? Seeing his mother-in-law so agitated, Chun Ming quickly stepped forward to support her, saying, Why are you being so polite with me? Are we all family? Yes, we're all family. Dashin, you and your brothers should remember your brother-in-law's kindness. Don't refuse to help him if he needs your assistance, Lu's mother said solemnly to her sons. The three Lu brothers nodded quickly. Mother, we understand. They genuinely appreciated Chun Ming's kindness. After all, it wasn't 8 cents or 8 mao, but 8 yuan. If you can earn 8 yuan a day, wouldn't you earn more than 200 yuan a month? Of course, they're not that greedy. They are already satisfied with earning 100 or 200 yuan a month. Since Lu's mother couldn't read, she asked her youngest son to read out everything on the note. Then, she made the decision to exchange it for a pound of brown sugar, a pound of noodles, 2 bars of soap, half a pound of fruit candy. In the end, she had a little over 2 yuan left and didn't know what to exchange it for. After thinking for a moment, Lu's mother said, Let's remember the remaining 2 yuan and a half and exchange them for fabric next time. Okay, I'll write it down in my notebook. Chapter 53, The Charm of Spicy Crayfish. Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight? When Shinzu got home from school, he threw down his school bag and went straight to the kitchen. Wow, there's meat. Is today some kind of special day? Is Uncle Song coming? Upon hearing this, Lu Mei looked up at her son. Goodness, he may not understand academics, but he's quite clever in other areas. Mom, did I guess right? Chen Ziwu noticed the look in his mother's eyes and asked with a grin. Lu Mei nodded helplessly. Yes, you guessed right. Your Uncle Song is indeed coming. If you have nothing to do, go to the yard and clean those red-footed crickets. Your uncle said he's going to cook something spicy himself. Song Chen's original words were that he wanted to make a spicy crayfish dish so that Chun Ming and the others could experience the charm of spicy crayfish in advance. After all, crayfish only officially appeared on dinner tables and became popular throughout the country in the 1990s. Yao Yao was 20 years ahead of everyone else in enabling Chun Ming and his friends to enjoy authentic crayfish in the 1970s. When Chun Ziwu heard that Song Chen was going to demonstrate his cooking skills, he obediently turned around and ran to the yard to clean shrimp. Lu Mei saw this scene through the kitchen window and couldn't help but purse her lips. Why isn't he usually this obedient? Has this child really become a fan of Xiao Song? Just as Chun Ziwu finished washing a pot of crayfish, Song Chen arrived carrying a large bag of things. Uncle Song. Hey, Xiao Wu, why are you the one cooking shrimp? Song Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chen Ziwu chuckled. I just got home from school and had nothing to do. Good girl, wash your hands and come eat, Song Chen said, shaking the bag in her hand. He brought some drinks and snacks, and of course, the packaging was deliberately disguised. For example, he tore off the outer wrapping of the soda and poured the snacks into a transparent plastic bag. Chen Ziwu quickly washed his hands and then ran up to Song Chen. Uncle Song, what delicious food did you bring? Here, see for yourself. Chen Ziwu's eyes widened in surprise, and he kept exclaiming, Wow, soda, white rabbit milk candy. Wait, what are these sticky things? This is called spicy strips. It's delicious. Do you want to try some? Song Chen said with a mischievous smile. He specially bought the extra spicy flavor, and even he, who is used to eating spicy food, was so spicy that he was hissing and spitting out gasps. But despite being spicy, the taste is really good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought it. Looking at the bright red spicy strips on the table, Shinziwu unconsciously swallowed and shook his head with difficulty. I won't eat them. I'll wait for my sister and the others to come back so we can eat together. It's okay. There are plenty more here, Song Chen said, somewhat surprised by his thoughtfulness. Most children would have been unable to resist the temptation of snacks they had never tried before. Chun Ziwu shook his head again. No, I'll eat it later. It's the same. Uncle Song, I heard from my mom that you're going to cook for the outside food vendors yourself, right? Yes. Today Uncle Song will show you what delicious food is, Song Chen said, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to show off his skills. Although Chun Ziwu didn't think those red-footed crickets were anything to eat, he had an inexplicable trust in Song Chen and always felt that he wouldn't lie to him. Song Chen had cooked crayfish several times before and was already very familiar with how to cook it. He was worried that Chun Ming's family might not have the right ingredients, so he brought a special set of ingredients with him, including dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, star anise, cinnamon, broad bean paste, hot pot base, and a bottle of oil. When Lu Mei saw that he had even brought a bottle of oil, she scolded him. Xiao Song, you're being too polite. It's already embarrassing enough that you're a guest in my house, and I'm asking you to cook, but you even brought your own oil bottle. If your brother Chen finds out, he'll definitely scold me. I was afraid it wouldn't be enough, so I just grabbed a bottle, Song Chen explained. Lu Mei chuckled, thinking he was trying to fool her. How could there be no oil at home to even cook with? 10 minutes later, Lu Mei watched helplessly as Song Chen poured almost half a pot of oil into the pan, and her smile vanished. Lu Mei, I take back what I just said. We really don't have enough oil at home. Xiao Song, what are you planning to do? You don't need so much oil when stir-frying. Her eyes were full of concern. This oil was enough for the family to eat for 2 months, but Xiao Song used it all up in one go. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Sister-in-law, why don't you go out and sit down for a bit? You'll see how delicious it is once I've finished cooking, Song Chen said, one hand on her hip and the other holding a spatula, exuding an air of commanding authority. Lu Mei, with all that oil you put in, how could anything not taste good? Even fried shoe soles would be delicious. It's okay. I'll just watch from here and learn from you. Lu Mei forced a smile. That works too. You can learn how to make it for Xiao Wu and the others. Lu Mei's expression changed drastically. She quickly glanced towards the door and secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't see Chen Ziwu. She was really afraid that if her youngest son heard this, he would keep asking her to cook for him. After the oil was hot, Song Chen poured the crayfish into the pot and stir-fried them until they turned red. Then scoop out the crayfish, leaving some oil in the pan. Add the chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, and other ingredients, and stir-fry until fragrant. Just as they were waiting for this step, the rest of the Chun family returned one after another, and Chun Ziwu, who had been sent inside to do his homework, was also drawn out by the aroma. Honey, what are you making at home? It smells so good. Mom, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Lu Mei poked her head out from the kitchen. It wasn't me, it was Xiao Song making that spicy crayfish. Wow, it's Uncle Song. Can I go in and see him? Chun Jingchu blinked and looked at her mother expectantly. Lu Mei nodded. As long as you don't mind the fumes, feel free to come in. At this moment, Song Chen had already poured the crayfish into the pot, stir-fried them evenly, and started seasoning them. To make the crayfish taste even better, he also brought a few bottles of beer, added water, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and salt in that order, brought it to a boil over high heat, and cooked it for about 10 minutes. After the crayfish were almost cooked, I added some lettuce and cucumber. Okay, it's done cooking. 2 large basins of crayfish were placed on the table, and the people at the table gathered around, swallowing their saliva. Uncle Song, can we eat now? Chen Ziwu asked impatiently. Of course you can, but be careful not to burn yourself, Song Chen said before he saw Chen Ziwu pick up a crayfish and put it in his mouth. He quickly stopped them and demonstrated the correct way to eat crayfish. The Chen family members were all impressed and started peeling crayfish in the same way. The 2 large bowls of crayfish were completely devoured in no time, and even the side dishes were eaten clean. Song Chen took a satisfied sip of beer and said, I knew it. No one can resist the allure of crayfish. Chapter 54 New store opening. Chen Ziwu licked his fingers with lingering satisfaction and looked at Lu Mei expectantly. Mom, you were watching Uncle Song cook the whole time. You should have learned how to cook by now, right? No, I didn't learn it. It's too hard. Your mom isn't very bright. I can't learn a thing, Lu Mei denied excitedly. For a moment, she even wished she were deaf, so she could pretend she hadn't heard anything. Chen Ziwu looked at her with a skeptical expression. Really? Is this dish that difficult? Lu Mei's eyes were full of sincerity as she nodded vigorously. It's difficult. Extremely difficult. Most people wouldn't be able to do it. Okay. Chen Ziwu pouted, somewhat disappointed. Although he felt something was off, red-footed crickets were everywhere and not worth much money, so his mother couldn't possibly be reluctant to let him eat them. There was only one possibility. This dish was really hard to learn, and most people couldn't master it. Not only was Chun Ziwu disappointed, but Chen Jingchu and Chun Ziwen were also very disappointed. The spicy crayfish dish was just too delicious, many times better than pork. Moreover, the crayfish could be caught in the fields and rivers, and they thought they would be able to eat it often in the future. Only Chen Ming didn't believe his wife's nonsense at all. Just by glancing at the oil droplets in the basin, he could guess why his wife had lied to their son. The couple does earn a decent amount, but their household expenses are also very high. They can't afford to spend like this every day. The children are so spoiled that they don't know the hardships of life. If they knew their wife could cook this dish, they would be begging for it every day. Chen Ziwu wanted to coax Song Chen into teaching him how to make spicy crayfish. He believed in his potential as a foodie and was confident he could learn it. But before he could even speak, Chun Ming started shooing them away. You guys hurry up and wash your hands and go back to your rooms to do your homework. I need to talk to your Uncle Song about something. Dad, Chun Ziwu opened his mouth, but Chen Ziwen covered it with his hand. Dad, let's go back to our room first. As he spoke, he and Chen Jingchu pulled the person out from either side. Ugh, brother, why are you covering my mouth? You better behave yourself. Dad and Uncle Song are talking about serious business. Don't disturb them, or you'll get scolded again, Chun Ziwen said sternly. Since Song Chen's conversation with him last time, his mindset has changed. He is no longer jealous that Chen Ziwu has taken away his parents' attention. Instead, he tries to help his parents discipline his disobedient younger brother. Unexpectedly, this has earned him praise from his parents. As for Chen Ziwu, he was surprised to see that his older brother, who had previously been rather distant, was now willing to be close to him and listen to what he had to say. Just like now, Chen Ziwu immediately gave up resisting after hearing what his brother said. After the children left, Song Chen and Chun Ming got down to business. Brother Chun, I'll have to trouble you tomorrow. Just deliver the goods to the intersection at 6 a.m. sharp, and I'll arrange for someone to transport them away. No problem, leave it to me. Oh, right. Chun Ming suddenly remembered something. They prefer brown sugar and industrial products to grains. I think next time you can bring less grain and more daily necessities. After all, people in the countryside make a living by farming, and they can find food in the mountains. Although the food may not be particularly good, they are not without food. Of course, the main problem is that Song Chen brought only white rice and white flour. Although everyone liked it, they only wanted to change things up a little to improve their meals. No family would be willing to eat that every day. Industrial goods are different. Unlike urban workers who receive coupons every month, rural residents don't have the same opportunities to buy things. They may not be able to collect enough coupons, even after a long time. Song Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll bring more industrial products next time, where you can ask them what they want and I'll see if I can get it. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming was overjoyed and gave him a thumbs up. Little Song, you're the one. On the opening day, Song Chen spent a lot of money to hire a lion dance troupe to perform. Su Hua felt that he was exaggerating a bit. They were just running an ordinary shop selling local specialties. Why did they need to make such a big fuss? They hadn't even started making money yet, and they were already spending money like crazy. He was a little worried that they wouldn't be able to break even. Of course, he didn't voice these concerns, mainly because he didn't want to spoil Song Chen's mood. It wouldn't be good for his brother to keep saying unlucky things during his first startup. However, the effect of throwing money at the problem was quite significant, and people from the surrounding area all came to watch the spectacle. At first, everyone's attention was on the lion dance team, until the lions spat out a couplet, which attracted the attention of the onlookers. Oh, so it's a performance for the opening of a new store? Songji? What does this store sell? Isn't this written? Selling local specialties, crayfish, loach, eel free-range eggs. The new store is offering a 20% discount for the first 3 days. Shall we go in and take a look? Great! I was just thinking of buying some free-range eggs to make steamed eggs for my grandson, but I don't know if the free-range eggs at this store are authentic. Let me check the price of crayfish. My daughter keeps saying she wants to eat spicy crayfish. I don't know if the crayfish outside have been washed. It's better to cook them for her myself. Su Hua paced back and forth in the store, making Song Chen dizzy. Huazi, sit down and rest for a while. I'm not tired. Do you think someone will come in later? Su Hua asked worriedly. Song Chen chuckled and teased. Why do you look more nervous than me? To avoid worrying Su Hua, he had previously emphasized that he would receive a guaranteed minimum wage if the store incurred losses. Su Hua refused at the time. Since he chose to take a share, he had to be responsible for his own profits and losses. He couldn't have all the good things. Song Chen didn't argue with him, but no matter what, he wouldn't let his brother work for nothing. If the shop doesn't really take off, it'll only be a small loss for him, nothing serious. But Suhua is different. He really puts all his energy into opening the store. If he doesn't make money, he might starve. While the two were talking, the onlookers outside came in twos and threes. Suhua didn't even have time to reply to Song Chen before he went to greet the customers with a smile. The prices of everything in their store are all in line with market prices, and some are even lower than market prices. With an additional 20% discount, almost no one leaves the store empty-handed. The best-selling item is crayfish. Other stores sell crayfish weighing 7, 8, or 9 yen for more than 30 yuan per jean, but Song Chen's price is only 28 yuan per jean, and after the discount, it's just over 20 yuan. Chapter 55 Witness Chef Sue's Craftsmanship. Young man, help me weigh out 5 jean of crayfish. I'm sorry, Auntie, the crayfish are all sold out. If you want to buy some, you can come earlier tomorrow, Su Hua said with an apologetic smile. The aunt was clearly unhappy when she heard that there was no stock left. How come there's no stock left? I just saw that there was still plenty in the basin. There were a lot of people just now, and she didn't want to squeeze in with the others, so she went to buy something on the side first. As a result, it was sold out in less than 10 minutes. Yes, the customer in front of us bought the last 10 jean, Su Hua said with a smile. Why don't you take a look at other options? The eels in our store are all genuine wild eels, which are very good for your health. If you have children at home, you can buy some. They are not only nutritious, but also help boost immunity and promote growth and development. The aunt was tempted by the price, but couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw it. The eels in your shop are too expensive. I bought them for just over 40 yuan a pound a while ago. The price is almost doubled. This reaction was expected by Su Hua. He had heard customers complain about the high price of the eels in his shop more than once. His smile remained unchanged as he explained, Auntie, the eels in our shop are guaranteed to be 100% wild. If they're fake, we'll compensate you 100 yuan. We're also having a 20% discount today for our opening, so they're only 60 yuan per jean after the discount. The ones you bought before for 40 yuan per jean were probably farmed eels. You'll be able to tell the difference once you try them. I can't tell if it's wild or not, the aunt said, glancing awkwardly into the basin. These things all look pretty much the same. How could she tell which one is wild and which one is farmed? Fortunately, Su Hua had done his research on this beforehand. Otherwise, he might have been asked, Auntie, look, wild eels have pointed heads, thin tails, and thicker bodies. After all, they live in the wild and often need to dig holes. Do you see how different people who exercise regularly look compared to those who don't? Oh my, young man, what you said makes a lot of sense, the aunt said, increasingly convinced of its validity. Haha, Annie, you can buy it and take pictures to show someone who knows about these things. If they find it's fake, you can come to us anytime. Anyway, we have such a big shop here and we're not going to leave. Okay, then pack me 2 jean. Su Hua nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll pick out the bigger one for you. Can you help me with this? Not for now, we're hiring. Once we have them, we can guarantee a pay cut, Su Hua explained politely. Although the aunt was somewhat dissatisfied, she had no choice but to accept it. With another 100+ yuan in hand, Su Hua's smile was even brighter than a chrysanthemum. Are you tired? Have some water and take a break, Song Chen said, handing over a bottle of ice water. Su Hua took the drink, took a sip, and shook his head. I'm not tired. Hearing this pleasant notification sound of the funds arriving makes me feel full of energy. We didn't bring in enough crayfish today. Orange, you could bring in more tomorrow. I think even if we bring in a few hundred more pounds, we can sell them all. Crayfish have a lot of shell and little meat, and you can easily eat several pounds of them in one meal, so customers usually buy 5 or 10 pounds at a time. In particular, the crayfish in their restaurant are large, with the smallest weighing over 5 yen, approximately 25 grams, and the price is cheaper than other restaurants, making them more popular. Okay, I'll have them send over more tomorrow. Are you managing to keep up with the shop all by yourself? I have something to do this afternoon, Song Chen asked with a smile. Su Hua waved his hand. Go ahead, there's not much left. I can manage it all by myself. No rush. Let's have lunch together later. I'm going out this afternoon. Song Chen was quite lucky. When he arrived at the Chun family's house, Chun Ming was taking a nap. Xiao Song, why are you here this hour? Chun Ming, with messy hair and sleepy eyes, asked. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. They said they don't have enough crayfish. Could you add another 200 gene, 100 caddies tomorrow? Chun Ming's eyes widened. It's due tomorrow? Then I'll go to the countryside later and let them know. It should be fine. He knew that currently only his wife's family and the families of his wife's 2 sisters-in-law were catching crayfish. They could barely catch 100 or 200 pounds in one night, which was already a huge effort. It was impossible to catch another 200 pounds. He could only ask his older brother to call a few more families to catch them together. The quantity may increase further in the future. Can you supply it? Because it's the opening day, sales might be higher, so Song Chen isn't sure about the store's future demand. It could be more or less. Yes, Chun Ming said firmly. If his wife's family brigade arrest him, he can go to another brigade. If other brigades arrest him, he can go to another commune. If all else fails, he can go to a place even further away. That's good. I'll come find you again if there are any changes, Song Chen said with a smile. Chun Ming nodded. Okay, if I'm not home, just leave a note next to the door, and I'll know when I see it. After finishing their business, Song Chen prepared to leave. Chun Ming wanted to invite him to stay for dinner, but then remembered that he had to go to the countryside later, so he smiled and said, I won't keep you this time. Come over for dinner next time. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony with you, Song Chen replied cheerfully. When Song Chen returned to the store, Suhua was already preparing to close it. She was surprised to see him coming over. Orange, you finish your business so quickly? Yes, how's the store? We've almost sold out, but there's still a few eels left. I'm planning to bring them to your place. How about we make some braised eel slices tonight? It doesn't seem right if we haven't even tried the food from our own shop, Suhua suggested. Song Chen raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly skeptical. You know how to do it? There are so many tutorials online. If I don't know how to do it, can't I learn? I think I'll definitely be fine, Suhua said with a mysterious confidence, and even blew on his bangs that were hanging in front of his forehead in a cool manner. Since he had said that, Song Chen naturally wouldn't object. Okay, then let me see Chef Su's culinary skills. Since they decided to cook at home, one dish was definitely not enough. So the two of them went out and bought a few more groceries. After returning home, Suhua followed the method shown in the video and killed several eels in a seemingly professional manner, cutting them into pieces and placing them on a plate. Having witnessed the whole thing, Song Chen couldn't help but whistle. Huazi, not bad. You're starting to look like a seasoned pro. Aha! I've discovered that killing eels is actually quite simple. I feel like I don't need to hire any more people. I can do it myself, Suhua said proudly, raising his chin. Song Chen deliberately pondered for a moment, agreeing with him. Okay, then you can be in charge of killing the eels, and I'll hire someone else to sell them. No, I was just kidding. Professional things should be left to professionals. I'm just an amateur. I'm not going to take their jobs. Chapter 56. You are the blessing of my 996 work schedule. An enticing aroma wafted through the room. Song Chen swallowed hard as he looked at the bowl of bright red braised eel slices on the table. He shouted toward the bathroom. Huazi, are you done yet? This guy is such a spoilsport. He started complaining about needing to go to the toilet just as we were about to eat, leaving me completely unsettled. I'm here. Eat if you want. I didn't ask you to wait for me, Suhua muttered as he walked out of the bathroom, casually flicking the water droplets off his hands and then wiping them on his clothes. Song Chen glared at him, feeling that her good intentions had been taken for granted. You should have said so earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have waited for you. Since we didn't tell him to eat first, wasn't it because we wanted him to wait for us to come back and eat together? Suhua, feeling guilty, gave a fawning smile. Hurry up and try it. This is my first time. My future wife hasn't even had a taste yet. You're lucky, kid. Tisk, that's truly my honor, Song Chen casually replied, but his chopstick had already reached into the bowl of food, picking up a piece of eel covered in broth and putting it in his mouth. The meat was tender and smooth, and it felt like it would melt in your mouth. Song Chen quickly swallowed it and then picked up another slice. Seeing that he was only focused on eating and didn't say a word, Suhua asked anxiously, why don't you give your opinion first? How does it taste? To be honest, he was quite nervous. He had followed the tutorial video step by step to make this dish, and he would be very upset if he failed. Song Chen finished eating 3 slices of eel before she had time to talk to him. Look how much I'm enjoying my food. Do I need any feedback? Suhua was taken aback, then burst into laughter after realizing what he meant. I knew I could do it. He picked up his chopsticks and took a slice for himself. After finishing the meal, he closed his eyes in enjoyment and said, absolutely amazing. I regret choosing the wrong major. If I'd studied cooking, I might have become a master chef by now. Well, never mind. It's good to be more confident, Song Chen originally wanted to retort, but hesitated before she could finish her sentence. Huazi has had a tough time too. I just finished cooking for him with great effort, and it would be inhumane to criticize him at this time. Besides the braised eel slices, there was a bowl of smashed cucumber, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a large bowl of rice on the table. The two grown men, as if in a competition, took turns finishing their bowls, thus achieving today's clean plate campaign. After eating and drinking his fill, Song Chen collapsed on the sofa, not wanting to move, his main focus being satisfaction. Su Huan nudged his arm. Hey, don't sleep yet. Let's calculate today's revenue together. Go ahead and do the math. I'm listening, Song Chen said, propping her head up with one hand, signaling him to start performing. No, to start doing the math. Since the store is mainly managed by Su Hua, we directly used his payment QR code. In addition, we also received some cash today. Combining these two amounts gives us today's revenue. Su Hua buried himself in the table calculating for a long time, then suddenly let out a howl. Ah, Orange, we're rich. Guess how much revenue we had today? Around 10,000, Song Chen said calmly. Su Hua turned his head and looked at him as if he were a monster. No way. How could you guess so accurately? Did you secretly hide behind me and watch? I'm innocent. I've been lying here the whole time. I haven't moved an inch. How did you guess so accurately? Su Hua asked, puzzled and greatly shocked. Song Chen sat up from the sofa, gave him a deep look, and expressed concern about his intelligence. Because I'm the one who sources the goods. Now you can understand why I can guess how much revenue it will generate, right? Su Hua lowered his head, scratched his arm, and then his scalp, tried to cover up his embarrassment by pretending to be very busy. Never mind. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Song Chen laughed, clutching his stomach, completely disregarding his brother's life or death. Su Hua was somewhat helpless. He must have been too tired today to understand something so simple. But that's not the point. The point is that today's revenue actually exceeded 10,000. Song Chen had told him before that after deducting expenses, their store's profit margin was about 30%, which meant that the store's net profit for the day was nearly 3,000 yuan. Although he could only take 20% of the profit, it was still 600 yuan. Su Hua started to chuckle to himself as he thought about it. This income is much higher than what he earned at his previous company, where he was constantly being managed and his boss could scold him whenever he wanted. Now, besides Song Chen, he's the one who calls the shots in the store. Song Chen is also his brother, so it's practically like nobody's in charge. Song Chen waved her hand in front of his eyes. Huazi, are you stupid? Wake up. Hee. Orange, it's so great to have a brother like you. You're the blessing of my 996 work schedule. If I were a girl, I would want to marry you and repay you with my body. Su Hua looked at Song Chen with light in his eyes and stretched his head to get closer to him. Song Chen got goosebumps and forcefully pushed away his head that was leaning towards her. Get lost. I only like pretty girls. Even if you were a different gender, you wouldn't catch my eye. TSK. That's too hurtful of you. What's wrong with my appearance? Aren't I a handsome young man? Su Hua raised his hand and brushed the stray hairs from his forehead. They're a bit long. You should get a haircut when he has time. Song Chen really wanted to give him a mirror to look at himself. Although they were brothers, he couldn't bring himself to admit that Su Hua was a handsome guy. Standing at just over 170 centimeters tall, with a slightly overweight physique and unremarkable facial features, single eyelids, and a low nose bridge. He doesn't possess any of the characteristics of a handsome man. Although he's not exactly handsome, he's not ugly either. He's just an ordinary person. Suddenly, Song Chen thought of something and rested his elbow on Su Hua's shoulder, asking, Huazi, do you want to go to the gym with me to lift weights? I'll get you a membership. Go to the gym? He suddenly changed the subject, leaving Su Hua a little caught off guard. Sure, now that you have a car, a house, and savings, you need to get some exercise. I'll benefit from your good fortune too. Su Hua had thought about going to the gym to work out before. After all, you have to have either money or a good body, right? But the idea was great, but the reality was that he had neither the time nor the energy. Sitting in the office all day, without moving, coupled with eating takeout every day, his health is getting worse and worse. Now that Song Chen is even covering the cost of his gym membership, what reason does he have to refuse? Song Chen patted his shoulder and said, then it's settled. Look at the car tomorrow, so I don't forget about it when I get busy. Chapter 57 Gym Membership. Priority in Choosing a Spouse. Song Chen kept his word and immediately took Su Hua to a nearby gym the next day after finishing his work. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" The sweet-looking receptionist smiled at Song Chen and his companion. "We're planning to work out here. Would it be convenient for us to go inside and check out the facilities first?" Song Chen asked. The receptionist nodded immediately, her voice becoming even softer. "Okay, I'll arrange for a staff member to introduce you to right away." Soon, a young man in his early 20s walked over with a smile. "Gentlemen, please come in with me." As he led Song Chen and the others into the gym, he gave them a detailed introduction to the gym. The venue is nearly 1,500 square meters and fully equipped with a variety of free weights and fixed weights, giving it a clear advantage over other gyms in the vicinity. After getting to know each other better, the young man naturally changed how he addressed Song Chen and the others, calling them brother and asking them to call him Little Lee. "Brother, do you guys work out a lot?" Xiao Li asked with a smile. Song Chen shook his head and replied indifferently, "Not many." "Do you need me to recommend a coach for you? You can take a trial lesson to see how it goes." Song Chen glanced at the equipment in the venue. Many of them were unfamiliar to him, and he definitely needed a fitness coach to teach him. "Sure. Is the coach available now? My friend and I both need him." "Hey guys, wait a minute. I'll go get the coach," Xiao Li said, running off with light steps. After watching the person walk away, Su Hua immediately approached Song Chen and whispered, "Chengzi, maybe I should just give up. A private lesson must cost several hundred yuan, which is too wasteful of money. Actually, you can teach me after you learn it. Didn't I say I'd cover your gym fees?" Song Chen raised her eyebrows and gave him a reassuring look. Su Hua wasn't pleased at all. Instead, he frowned and said, "Your money is still money. There's really no need for this. He doesn't need to develop a great physique. Exercise is just to maintain good health. Running and lifting dumbbells are enough. Besides, he's already benefited from Song Chen getting him a membership card. So how could he possibly cover the cost of his private lessons? He's not that shameless. If he really wants to learn, he can find a fitness coach after he earns his own money." Seeing his insistence, Song Chen didn't press the matter further. "All right, you can tell me anytime if you change your mind." The cost of hiring a private coach is really not a big deal for him. He doesn't need to take classes every day, so it doesn't cost much per month. But he also understood Su Hua's thoughts. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have felt comfortable taking advantage of his brother like that. Xiao Li quickly brought over a coach wearing a black short-sleeve shirt. Song Chen glanced at his arms and chest muscles, which were bulging and looked like they could knock him down with one punch. The coach extended a hand to Song Chen. "Hello, Mr. Song, my surname is Xiao." "Hello, Coach Xiao. Is it convenient for us to start the trial class now?" Song Chen smiled and shook his hand. He couldn't help but click his tongue when he felt the thick calluses on the other's palm. It seems that getting a good physique is really not an easy thing. Xiao Yi nodded. "It's convenient, but I'm the only one available right now. Your friend might have to wait a bit." "It's okay. I can run on the treadmill by myself." "Coach Xiao, you can let my friend use it," Su Hua said with a smile, waving his hand. Xiao Yi paused for a moment, then understood the subconscious meaning behind his words, and replied with a smile. "Okay." The trial class lasted about 40 minutes. Xiao Yi asked Song Chen about his needs, and then started leading him in warm-up exercises. Song Chen was quite satisfied with the whole process, and immediately decided to buy 30 lessons to try it out. Xiao Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected Song Chen to agree so readily. He had been working at this gym for 2 or 3 years, and had seen many wealthy people, but he rarely saw such a straightforward member who offered to buy classes before he even spoke. "Mr. Song, are you sure? Shouldn't you reconsider?" Xiao Yi asked, worried that he had made the decision on a whim. "I've encountered members like this before. They impulsively bought courses, but after only 2 lessons, they started demanding a refund. However, the refund process is extremely troublesome and always annoys them so much that they'd rather not have bought the courses in the first place." Song Chen immediately pulled out his phone and waved it. "No need to think about it. Where do I pay the bill?" Xiao Yi sighed inwardly and said nothing more, then took Song Chen to pay the money. He can't stop customers from spending money, can he? We can always deal with that later. 2 annual gym memberships plus 30 personal training sessions cost Su Hua over 10,000 yuan, which made him feel the pinch. After leaving the gym, Song Chen offered to treat him to a big meal. Su Hua finally couldn't hold back any longer and frowned as he advised, "Chengzi, you should be more careful with your money in the future. A few thousand or tens of thousands each time may not seem like much, but it adds up to a considerable amount. He estimated that Song Chen still had about 1 or 2 million yuan left, which could last a long time if he was frugal, but could be spent in less than a year if he spent it recklessly. Moreover, it's easy to go from simple to luxurious, but difficult to go back to simple. Once you get used to high consumption, it's hard to change. Okay, these expenses are all necessities. I promise I won't spend money recklessly. Song Chen knew that Su Hua was advising him to be frugal because he cared about him, and he couldn't explain that he had tens of millions of yuan in his hands, so he could only smile and agree. Seeing that he was willing to listen to his advice, Su Hua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been a little worried that Song Chen would think he was meddling in other people's business. Let's skip the fancy meal and just go eat snail rice noodles. I haven't had them in ages, and I'm really craving them. Song Chen realized it had been a while since he'd had snail rice noodles, so he readily nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." They randomly picked a snail rice noodle shop, and the taste was surprisingly good. It even had real snail meat in it, but it was too small to even fill a tooth gap. Song Chen thought that he could tell Chun Ming tomorrow to buy some more snails to sell in the store. Although snails are not as expensive as crayfish, they can still sell for about 10 yuan per kilogram. That's why good brothers have such great chemistry. Su Hua also happened to think of snails, but his recipe for snails popped up when he was searching for eel slices yesterday. His eyes lit up, and he said to Song Chen with a smile, "It's been a long time since I've had snails. Let's buy a few pounds and cook some another day. We'll also make some spicy crayfish and invite Da Peng along." "You've become obsessed with cooking?" Song Chen's eyes curved slightly with a smile. Su Hua grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth. Hee, it feels pretty good. Having more skills might give me priority in choosing a partner. Chapter 58. The store has hired employees. The store's job posting had been posted outside for several days, and finally someone came in to inquire. However, this person was somewhat unexpected for Su Hua. "Young lady, are you sure you're here to look for a job?" Su Hua looked at the girl in front of him. She was wearing clothes that had faded slightly from washing. Her shoulder-length short hair was casually draped over her shoulders, covering most of her face and making it impossible to see her expression. When Tao Xiaolin heard Su Hua call her little beauty, her face turned bright red. Her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes, and she lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Yes, I saw the job posting outside saying that the store was hiring, so I thought I'd give it a try." "I'm sorry, you may not meet our recruitment requirements," Su Hua said, though he was somewhat reluctant. He told Song Chen that he was just joking about killing eels, but he still needs to hire an employee who knows how to kill eels. Otherwise, he won't have any help when he's too busy. Tao Xiaolin's face paled considerably after being rejected. Biting her lip, she looked up at Su Hua and said, "I can do it. I saw a job posting outside that said they needed someone who could kill eels. Can I give it a try?" "You know how to kill eels?" Su Hua asked, his tone skeptical. It wasn't that he was discriminating against her, but the girl looked to be under 20, like she was still in school, and didn't seem like the type to do this kind of thing. Tao Xiaolin nodded vigorously, her hands clenched tightly together. "I really know how. Can I try first?" "Please." Su Hua stared at her clear, bright eyes for a moment before nodding. "All right, you can try it first, but let me make it clear beforehand. If you can't do it, please leave on your own." "Okay. Thank you, boss," Tao Xiaolin said with a slight smile. The tools for killing eels are available in the store. Su Hua took them out and handed them to Tao Xiaolin, then stood aside and watched her work. Tao Xiaolin blinked, quickly and accurately grabbed an eel as long as her forearm from the large basin, then expressionlessly stunned the eel and fixed it to the wooden board with iron nails. Holding the eel with his left hand, he used a knife in his right hand to cut open the entire eel. Skillfully remove the internal organs, cut off the head, rinse it clean with water, and then cut it into small pieces. Su Hua was dumbfounded. This person's movements were much more nimble than his own. "Okay, boss, take a look," Tao Xiaolin said, handing the eels in the basin to Su Hua like a treasure, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Hua was surprised that he had judged him by his appearance. He smiled and nodded. "Not bad. What else can you do besides killing eels?" "I can also wash dishes, wash vegetables, kill fish, kill chickens, kill ducks, kill pigeons, kill rabbits." "All right, there's no need to kill so many." Su Hua quickly stopped her, afraid that the girl would reveal her ability to kill people at any moment. "Besides knowing how to kill eels, we also need to help serve customers occasionally. Do you know how?" Tao Xiaolin pursed her lips, then nodded firmly. I can do it. Although she has never done it before, she will definitely try her best to learn. You should be an adult by now, right? What's your name? Are you still in school? Suhua began to inquire about her basic information. Yes, I'm 20 years old. My name is Tao Xiaolin, and I'm no longer in school, Tao Xiaolin said calmly, but no one could tell what she was thinking. Suhua then talked to her about working hours and compensation, and asked if she had any other ideas. Tao Xiaolin quickly shook her head. No, I'm very satisfied. The job posting clearly states these conditions. 5,000 yuan per month, 500 yuan full attendance bonus, and 2 days off per month. In other words, as long as she doesn't take leave or arrive late, she can earn 5,500 yuan a month, which is more than 1,000 yuan more than her previous salary. How could she possibly have any complaints? Su Hua stroked his chin and nodded. Leave your phone number first, then go back and wait for a notification. Whether you get the job or not, we'll let you know before tonight. Tao Xiaolin glanced at him hesitantly, opened her mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. Well, she's done what she could. She should go back and wait for further notice. If all else fails, she can always go out and look for work again tomorrow. She wrote her phone number on a piece of white paper. Boss, shall I head back now? After everyone left, Suhua immediately called Song Chen and explained what had happened. That's the situation. I'm not sure what to do either. Orange, what do you think of this girl? If you think she's okay, I'll tell her to come to work tomorrow. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. Goodness, this isn't indecisiveness at all. It's obvious he's very satisfied with the person. With a slight smile on his voice, he said into the phone, I have no objections. If you think it's okay, then go ahead and decide. Okay, it's decided then, Suhua said and hung up the phone. Song Chen. Okay, it was pointless to call him. I should have just not answered. On the other side, after leaving Song Ji, Tao Xiaolin began to wander aimlessly in the vicinity, glancing at any shop that had posted recruitment information at its door. She has looked for a lot of jobs these past few days, but either they think she doesn't have enough education or that she's too introverted to be suitable. That job was the highest paying one she could find, and it was the most suitable job for her. It would be a real shame if she couldn't get it. Just as she was about to go home, her phone suddenly rang. Hello. Are you Tao Xiaolin? You've been hired. Is there any problem with starting work tomorrow? A familiar male voice came from the phone. Tao Xiaolin's eyes widened slightly, as if she hadn't quite reacted yet. Wasn't the other party telling her to go back and wait for news? It hadn't even been half an hour. How come they had already decided on her? However, this was not a problem for her to consider. The joy of successfully finding a job made the corners of her mouth unconsciously turn into a beautiful smile. No problem. I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. See you tomorrow. Okay. Thanks, boss. See you tomorrow. Suhua paused after hanging up the phone, wanting to explain that he wasn't the boss. After thinking about it, he decided to explain in person tomorrow, since Song Chen would be coming to the store tomorrow anyway. After ending the call, Tao Xiaolin excitedly put her phone back in her pocket, turned around, and walked towards the supermarket. She wanted to buy some good food to celebrate with her younger brother. She had been in a bad mood these past few days because she couldn't find a job, which had also affected her brother's mood. He didn't even dare to speak loudly at home. She was sure he would be very happy to tell Xiao Yin the good news tonight. Chapter 59, Do You Have a Boyfriend? Song Chen slept until almost noon before getting up. He originally wanted to order takeout for himself, but after looking at the menu for a long time, he still didn't know what to eat, so he simply changed his clothes and went to the 1970s. Ever since he ate at the state-run restaurant once, he would come here to eat every now and then. During that time, he was also fortunate enough to taste the braised pork made by the chef of the state-run restaurant, and the taste was absolutely amazing. Pigs in this era ate natural food, and their taste was incomparable to modern pigs that were fed with feed. They were incredibly delicious. However, whether or not you can get to eat braised pork depends on luck. Song Chen went several times, but only managed to get to eat it once. He was lucky today. As soon as he entered the state-run restaurant, he saw the words braised pork written on the blackboard. He was delighted and quickly walked to the window to order. Comrade, I'd like a serving of braised pork, a bowl of taro and vegetable soup, and a bowl of rice. Exactly 1 yuan, half a jean of meat coupons, and half a jean of grain coupons, the waitress said without looking up. Song Chen took out his money and handed it over, then looked around and found an empty seat to sit down. After he sat down, he rested his chin on his hand and stared blankly into space, completely unaware that an acquaintance was sitting in the corner. Yuan Xian noticed Song Chen as soon as he entered the room. She opened her mouth as if to greet him, but then she could only close her mouth in frustration when she thought about her current situation. That's right, she's on a blind date with a gay man right now. Of course, this blind date was not what she expected. She had no idea that her mother would deliberately lie to her, saying that she was going out to have dinner with friends, but it turned out to be dinner with her blind date. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Her mother had abandoned her and left, leaving her in a difficult situation. What surprised her even more was that Song Chen, whom she had never seen before, actually appeared during her blind date. Was God playing a trick on her? She didn't want Song Chen to know she was on a blind date. All she wanted to do was leave this place as soon as possible. Comrade Yuan, what are you standing there for? Eat your food. Wang Chong waved his hand in front of Yuan Xian's eyes. Yuan Xian put down her chopsticks and forced a smile. I'm done eating. Oh, you're eating so little? Well, to avoid wasting food, I'll finish the rest of the dishes, Wang Chong said happily, pouring all the dishes on the table into his bowl and eating them in big mouthfuls, occasionally dropping a couple of grains of rice onto the table. Yuan Xian already had little appetite, and seeing him eat made her stomach churn. This is supposed to be a blind date. Can't they at least pay a little attention to their appearance? They're acting like they haven't eaten in days. Yuan Xian waited until he finished eating before speaking. Comrade Wang, I don't think we're a good match. Could you please go home and talk to your elders about it? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After she finished speaking, she prepared to get up and leave, but Wang Chong stopped her as soon as she took a step out. Wait a minute. What do you mean we're not suitable? I think we're quite suitable. He was very satisfied with the woman in front of him. Both of her parents were employed, and she herself was a worker in a textile factory. She was also very beautiful, and she was a perfect match for him. He had originally planned to bring up marriage with his parents after he got back, but who knew that right after they finished eating, the other party told him that the two of them were not a good match. Wasn't this just playing with him? Yuan Xian used some force to shake his hand off. Let go of me. If we're not compatible, we're not compatible. Can you just consider it that I'm not good enough for you? I don't mind at all. I don't mind that you're not good enough for me. I'm going to go back and tell my parents about our marriage, Wang Chong said with a smile. Yuan Xian glared at him angrily. How could this man not understand human language? She was just being polite when she said she wasn't good enough for him. Comrade Wang, don't talk nonsense. We've only just met. I'll go back and explain this to my mother. Her tone was somewhat urgent, and she didn't want to get involved with the other party at all. Wang Chong's face also darkened. If you didn't want to marry me, why did you agree to go on a blind date? Why did you have dinner with me? These two questions left Yuan Xian bewildered. She didn't want to come on a blind date. She was tricked into it by her mother. As for why she needed to eat, she had actually wanted to leave earlier, but felt it would be impolite to just leave, so she held out until the meal was finished before suggesting leaving. What she thought was politeness was actually seen by the other person as acceptance of their relationship. Yuan Xian found this man to be terrifyingly confident. The commotion caused by the two attracted the attention of many people in the restaurant. Song Chen, who was eating at the time, was also drawn in and then discovered that one of the main characters in the incident was actually an acquaintance. From his perspective, Yuan Xian wanted to leave, but the man opposite her kept blocking her way. Since he knew the man, Song Chen decided to go over and find out what was going on. If Yuan Xian was really being harassed by that man, he could help her report it to the police. Comrade Yuan, are you all right? When Yuan Xian heard Song Chen's voice, her heart sank. She originally intended to leave before Song Chen discovered her, but she didn't expect him to see her anyway. I'm fine, Yuan Xian said, shaking her head with a pained expression. The expression on her face certainly didn't look like anything was wrong. Song Chen pointed at Wang Chong and asked, Is this comrade someone you know? If not, do you need me to call the police for you? Wang Chong looked at Song Chen with a blank expression. Are you sick? I'm her blind date. Do you think we don't know each other? Song Chen looked at Yuan Xian with a questioning gaze. Is that what he said? Yuan Xian bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes reddening. Even though she didn't want Song Chen to know that she was on a blind date, the facts were there, and she couldn't deny them. Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving an affirmative answer. At least he hadn't been harassed by bad people. In this day and age, young people who go on blind dates together have definitely had their parents know about them beforehand, so there's no chance of anything going wrong. He smiled and nodded at the two of them. Sorry, I thought you two were arguing just now, which almost caused the misunderstanding. You two continued chatting, I'm going back to eat. Wang Chong originally wanted to curse, but the other party was too sensible and didn't give him any room to vent. Is this person your colleague? Yuan Xian nodded casually. Okay, you can go now. We can talk next time. I need to talk to my colleague about something. Fine, I'll come find you again next time, Wang Chong said reluctantly as he left. As soon as everyone left, Yuan Xian immediately walked up to Song Chen and whispered, Comrade Song, can I take up a little of your time? I have a question I'd like to ask you. Okay, what's the problem? Go ahead and ask. Song Chen put down his chopsticks and looked up at her. Do you have a boyfriend/girlfriend? Chapter 60, visiting the Jiang siblings. Song Chen's eyes widened, as if they were about to jump out of their sockets. What had he just heard? Yuan Xian actually asked him if he had a boyfriend. Under what circumstances would a woman ask another man if he has a girlfriend? It must be because she has taken a liking to him. Song Chen thought about it carefully. He realized that he and Yuan Xian had only met a few times. How could she have taken a liking to him? It would be a lie to say, I'm unhappy to be noticed by a pretty girl. What man doesn't have a bit of vanity? Unfortunately, he is not from this world. Even though he can freely travel to the 1970s, all his family and friends are in the modern era. Only the modern era is his home ground. Furthermore, this era doesn't allow him to casually engage in romantic relationships. If he agrees to Yuan Xian's proposal on a whim and then can't marry her, wouldn't that be betraying the girl's sincere feelings? Song Chen doesn't consider himself a great person, but he's not a complete scumbag either. He smiled at Yuan Xian and nodded slightly. Yes, I have a boyfriend. Yuan Xian was shocked. Disbelief flashed in her eyes, and her mind went blank. She didn't know what to do. She finally mustered up the courage to ask the question, but she didn't expect that Song Chen actually had a boyfriend. She felt both sad and embarrassed. Well, I have something to do, so I won't bother you any longer, Yuan Xian said, and ran off quickly. Song Chen smiled and shook his head, not taking the matter to heart, and picked up his chopsticks to continue eating. He quickly devoured the entire dish and soup, letting out a satisfied burp. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Song Chen went to a secluded corner and took out the gifts he had prepared for Jiang Hongqi and his sister from his spatial storage. He hadn't seen them for a while and planned to visit them. Today happened to be Sunday, and Jiang Hongqi had just finished washing the dishes when he heard a knock on the door. Uncle Song, what brings you here? Jiang Hongqi exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape before a joyful smile spread across his face. Song Chen rubbed his head. I came to see you guys. How'd you been these past few days? Yes, we're doing very well. Uncle Song, please come in and have a seat, Jiang Hongqi said with a smile, pulling Song Chen's hand and leading him into the house. Hearing the commotion, Niu Xinghua, who was resting in her room, spat out, You brat, bringing back all sorts of shady characters. However, she only dares to talk nonsense now. She doesn't dare to actually scold Jiang Hongqi to his face. This brat went crazy for no reason, taking her little girl to her man's workplace and causing a scene. The man was warned by his boss that if he dared to continue abusing the two children left behind by his older brother, he would be fired. Anyway, this job was originally left to you by the father of the child. You can't expect to get the benefits without giving anything in return, right? Jiang Jianxi had finally become a city dweller with a formal job, so he was unwilling to let his hard-won opportunity slip away. When he returned, he beat Niu Xinghua and warned her to treat the two children better in the future. He said that if he found out she was abusing the children, he would divorce her immediately. Niu Xinghua dared to hit and scold Jiang Hongqi and his sister because her uncle Jiang Jianxi was incompetent. After being warned by Jiang Jianxi, she never dared to lay a hand on them again. Sometimes she couldn't help but curse a few times, and that brat Jiang Hongqi would immediately take his sister's hand and go to the man's workplace to complain, forcing Niu Xinghua to apologize in a humble manner. Not only that, Jiang Hongqi also moved back to his old room with his younger sister. The room had been taken over by his cousin Jiang Jiabao. Jiang Jiabao, who was used to being the little tyrant at home, was naturally unwilling to give up the room. He was beaten by his father Jiang Jianxi and moved into a small room partitioned off from the living room, crying and sobbing. Jiang Hongqi briefly recounted his experiences over the past few days to Song Chen, who smiled, patted his head, and praised him. Well done. Hee. Thanks to Uncle Song for teaching me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that it could be done this way. Uncle is incredibly patient in order to keep his job. He'll agree to any request that isn't too outrageous. And since he's the one in charge of the family, Niu Xinghua has to listen to him. However, Jiang Hongqi also knew his limits. He would not refuse to do the housework that was his responsibility, since they were children without parents. Hongqi, Hongyan, you should have eaten most of what you had last time, right? Uncle brought you some more. Open them and take a look, Song Chen said, pointing to the package on the table. Jiang Hongqi said somewhat embarrassedly, Uncle Song, please don't bring us anything next time you come. We can eat our fill every day. Song Chen tapped his head. Stop nagging. Hurry up and open it. If you need anything, you can tell me. Don't be polite with your uncle, or I'll never come to see you again. Hee, I got it, Jiang Hongqi said, covering his head and chuckling to himself. He knew that Uncle Song was just saying that on purpose to scare him. Uncle Song was the best person he had ever met. Song Chen had no idea what the little kid was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely feel unworthy of the title, as the kid was hardly the best person. At her brother's prompting, Jiang Hongyan opened a large package on the table. On top of the table was a large bag of white rabbit milk candy. Jiang Hongyan exclaimed in surprise, her mouth watering involuntarily. Does Hongyan like white rabbit milk candy? If you do, Uncle will bring you more next time, Song Chen asked with a smile. Jiang Hongyan pursed her lips, revealing a cute little dimple on one cheek. I like it. She took out the white rabbit milk candy and put it aside, then continued to look at the contents of the package. Below were some cookies and pastries, similar to what Uncle Song had brought last time. Then came 2 boxes. Jiang Hongyan curiously took the boxes out and asked, Uncle Song, what's inside these? Hongyan, just open it and you'll see. The big box is for you, and the small box is for your brother, Song Chen said with a smile. Jiang Hongyan quickly stuffed the small box into her brother's hand. Brother, this is yours. Open it and take a look. Okay, Jiang Hongqi said, opening the box and finding a pen and a watch inside. His eyes widened as he looked at Song Chen in disbelief. Uncle Song, this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Song Chen had anticipated his reaction, so she deliberately scratched her watch at home. Take a closer look. This watch is actually an old one that I replaced. I was worried you wouldn't want it. Jiang Hongqi shook his head repeatedly. I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. He took out the watch and examined it carefully, finding that it had indeed been used. His smile relaxed considerably. In Chapter 61, Old Master Zhao and Song Chen put the watch on Jiang Hongqi's wrist and instructed him, although this watch is for you to tell the time, it's best not to wear it out on ordinary days to avoid causing trouble. Even a second-hand watch is quite valuable, and it's not safe for a 10-year-old child to take it out. Moreover, if the siblings' uncle and aunt see it, they might try to snatch it away. Yes, I know. Jiang Hongqi nodded obediently. He hadn't planned to wear it out anyway. As a child without parents, living too well would only attract envy. While the two were talking, Jiang Hongyan opened her own gift box, which contained some brightly colored hair accessories and hair clips. Song Chen went to great lengths to buy these rustic hair clips, which perfectly matched the aesthetics of this era. Sure enough, upon seeing the box full of hair ties and clips, Jiang Hongyan jumped for joy. Wow, they're so beautiful. Are they all mine? Yes, they're all for Xiao Hongyan. Song Chen nodded indulgently. Thank you, Uncle Song. I like it very much. Don't thank me yet. There are more gifts, Song Chen said, picking up the package on the table. At the bottom were 2 sets of clothes, which Song Chen had chosen for the brother and sister according to the aesthetics of this era. Would you like to try them on? If you like them, I'll buy you more in the same style next time. Jiang Hongqi looked at the gifts one after another and didn't know what to say. He knew that Song Chen wouldn't listen even if he refused, but Song Chen was giving them so much that it made him a little scared. Even biological parents treat their children like this, right? Besides, they have no blood relation to Song Chen. Looking at his red eyes, Song Chen sighed inwardly. Sometimes, a child being too sensible isn't necessarily a good thing. The brother and sister looked much more energetic after changing into their new clothes. Jiang Hongyan spun around on the spot, pursed her lips, and asked, Brother, am I pretty? Beautiful, exceptionally beautiful. Jiang Hongqi praised, his eyes reddening, as he gently patted his sister's head. Song Chen chatted with the brother and sister for a while longer before preparing to leave. Jiang Hongqi's eyes were full of reluctance, but he didn't say anything and just obediently saw the person to the gate. Go back now. I'll come see you again when I have time, Song Chen said with a smile and waved to him. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Song. After saying that, Jiang Hongqi ran back in a flash, afraid that if he was any slower, he would burst into tears. That kid, Song Chen thought with a wry smile as he watched his disappearing figure, then changed direction and headed towards his next destination. Half an hour later, Song Chen appeared at the Chen family's house, carrying large and small bags. "Oh my Song, what brings you here? The old man was just talking about you yesterday. What coincidence. Come in and sit down with me," Grandma Chen said happily, pulling Song Chen's hand and leading him into the house. "Is Grandpa Chen home?" "He went out after lunch, probably to a friend's house to play chess." I immediately asked Kong Kong to call him back. Chen Wen Kong, who was doing his homework in his room, heard the noise and rushed out of the room like a whirlwind, shouting as he threw himself at Song Chen. "Brother Song, what brings you here? I miss you so much." "Kong Kong, go and call your grandpa back. You should be playing at your grandpa Zhao's house," Grandma Chen instructed. "Okay," Chen Wen Kong replied, and then disappeared in an instant. Song Chen placed the things he brought on the table. "Grandma Chen, these are some gifts for you, Grandpa Chen and Xiao Kong." "Oh dear, you child, that's enough. Why did you bring so much stuff?" Grandma Chen said reproachfully. "It's nothing valuable, just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't find it offensive," Song Chen said with a smile. "I don't mind, but don't bring anything next time you come to visit," Grandma Chen said with a smile, earnestly instructing her. She couldn't open the package to check it in front of the guests, so she only realized how valuable the contents were after Song Chen left. But that's another story. When Chen Wen Kong arrived at the Zhao family's house, he saw his grandfather playing chess with Grandpa Zhao. Without saying a word, he grabbed his grandfather's hand and walked out, saying, "Grandpa, come home with me." Hey, Kong Kong, what are you doing? Can't you see your grandpa is busy?" Grandpa Chen glared at his grandson with some displeasure, annoyed that the little guy was delaying his business. He had a very high chance of winning this game of chess and was about to win, so he couldn't stand his grandson interfering. Grandpa Zhao across from Chen Wen Kong smiled and said, "Xiao Kong, don't cause trouble. Go play with your brother Chen Kai." Chen Wen Kong stamped his foot anxiously and quickly explained, "Grandpa, Brother Song is here. Are you sure you don't want to go back?" "What? Little Song is here? Oh dear, old Zhao. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'll come visit you another time when I have time." Grandpa Chen didn't even spare a glance for his old friend and took his grandson's hand again to walk out. Grandpa Zhao glanced at the chessboard on the table and muttered unhappily, "I wonder what kind of guest it is that makes old Chen value it so much, even abandoning a game he was about to win." Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Wait a minute, Xiao Song? Could it be the Xiao Song that Lao Chen was talking about?" Old Chen had suddenly sent several kilograms of rice and flour to his house, but he was naturally unwilling to accept it, since old Chen's family was not as well off as his. To everyone's surprise, Lao Chen said he had plenty more at home and told him to accept it without worry. Grandpa Zhao immediately sensed something was wrong. After several inquiries, he finally learned that old Chen had unexpectedly met a young man who could get his hands on a lot of good stuff. He could exchange just 1 or 2 pieces of gold, silver, or jade for a lot of supplies, and he didn't have to worry about being reported. Grandpa Zhao was skeptical and somewhat worried that the other party might be setting a trap, trying to use these supplies to find out old Chen's secrets. It's worth noting that the reason these families were able to escape disaster was because they decisively donated all their assets. He didn't even dare to imagine how serious the consequences would be if they were found out to be secretly hiding things, and his whole family would never have a peaceful day again. So even though he lived a very frugal life, old Master Zhao never thought of taking those things out. Only after Lao Chen repeatedly assured him that the other party was absolutely fine did he finally feel relieved. Over the next period of time, as he watched his old friend's family get better and better, and even gain some weight in their faces, he couldn't help but feel envious. Especially when she sees her own growing grandson waking up hungry in the middle of the night. That feeling of envy becomes even more pronounced. What good are all the good things he has? His grandson is still living a life of hunger and hardship. A resolute glint flashed in old Master Zhao's eyes as he got up and went into the bedroom. Chapter 62, it's like looking at a tempting piece of fat. Little Song, this old man has something I want to ask you, but I don't know if it's convenient for you. If it's not convenient, then forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Old Master Chen looked at Song Chen with a hesitant expression. Grandpa Chen, please tell me what it is first, then I'll know if I can help, Song Chen said with a smile. You still remember my granddaughter when Shu, right? Could you go to Lijing Brigade to check on her for me? Ever since his last trip to Li Jia Camp Brigade, Grandpa Chen's worries about his granddaughter have never stopped. He has been trying to find a way to transfer her back, but finding a suitable job in the short term is really not easy. Although he managed to intimidate the mother and son with an excuse last time, he was worried that they would target Wen-shu again if too much time passed. So he wanted Song Chen to visit her again. With him, her fiancé. On the case, those who coveted Wen-shu would be more wary. Once he finds a suitable job, he can immediately find a way to bring his granddaughter back, and then he won't have to trouble Song Chen anymore. No problem. When is a good time for me to go? Song Chen didn't expect his request to be so simple, and agreed without thinking. If Grandpa Chen wanted Song Chen to accompany him to visit his granddaughter, Song Chen might hesitate, since he really didn't want to ride in the transportation of the 1970s again. But if he were to go alone, it would be very simple. He could travel directly from the modern era without having to endure the hardship of a long journey. Song Chen discovered a long time ago that the location where he travels between the two worlds is not fixed. Otherwise, he would not have moved and would have found a way to buy the rental house he used to live in. The key to traveling between the two worlds lies in the wooden bead on Song Chen's hand. As long as the bead is there, he can travel to any place he has been before at any time. Song Chen agreed so readily that old Master Chen was a little taken aback and asked hesitantly, "Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? Although the place where my granddaughter went to work in the countryside is not too far from home, it will take at least 2 days to go back and forth. If we can't buy train tickets, it may take another day or two." Furthermore, as Grandpa Chen had noticed last time, although Song Chen was a boy, he had never experienced hardship. His face turned pale after getting off the train that day, which made Grandpa Chen even more grateful to Song Chen. "No trouble at all. I happen to be free these few days. Grandpa Chen, is there anything you need to bring for Wen-shu? You can give it to me in advance, and I'll set off as soon as I buy my train ticket." There wasn't a trace of reluctance on his face. Old Master Chen excitedly grasped his hand. "Little Song, thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough. Grandpa Chen, you don't need to be so polite with me. I accepted your gift last time, so it's only right that we finish what we started," Song Chen said with a smile and sincerity. Old Master Chen gripped his hand even tighter, realizing he hadn't misjudged him after all. "I'll go pack the things I need to bring to Wen-shu now. As for when to go, you can decide whenever you're free." When Qin Wenkong learned that Song Chen was going to Lijing Brigade to visit his sister, he immediately clamored to go with her. "Brother Song, I miss my sister too. Please take me with you, okay? Please." Qin Wenkong hugged Song Chen's legs tightly with both hands, staring at him with his big eyes. Song Chen was still pondering how to refuse him when old Master Chen across from him glared at his grandson first. "Go away. Go to your studies properly. I haven't even beaten you up for skipping class last time. Do you want to make up for it this time?" he said, getting up to grab a broom. Upon seeing this, Qin Wenkong immediately hid behind Song Chen, shaking his head like a rattled drum. I don't want at all. "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I won't go. I promise I'll study hard." It wasn't that he was a coward, but the old man meant it when he said he would beat him, and he didn't hold back at all, as if his grandson was someone he had picked up from a trash can. "That's more like it. If I find out you dare to skip school again, I'll break your legs," old Master Chen said coldly, glancing at his grandson's calves. Qin Wenkong was startled by the stare and inexplicably felt a dull ache in his calf. Bang, 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 a knock suddenly came from outside the door, and a look of joy flashed across Qin Wenkong's face. "Oh, someone's here. I'll go open the door." Qin Wenkong smiled ingratiatingly at his grandfather and darted out like a monkey in the blink of an eye. Song Chen stood up from the chair, looked at Grandpa Chen and said, "Then Grandpa Chen, please entertain the guests. I'll head back now. I'll set off to see Sister Wen-shu tomorrow." "Wait a minute. I'll give you the money for the train ticket," said Grandpa Chen, hurriedly reaching into his pocket. Song Chen pressed his hand down and refused, saying, "Really, it's not necessary. I can afford to pay these few dollars. Do you have to be so calculating?" "Grandpa, it's Grandpa Zhao," Qin Wenkong shouted. When old Master Chen heard that it was old Zhao who had come, he paused in his act of handing over the money and muttered in confusion, "What is this old fellow doing here at this time?" Logically speaking, old Zhao knew that guests had come to his house, so he shouldn't have come to see him at this time. Before he could figure out, the person was already in front of him. "Old Zhao, what brings you here?" "I've come to see you for important business, of course." "This young man must be the Song you mentioned," old Master Zhao said with a smile, looking at Song Chen, but his gaze was a little strange, as if he were looking at a tempting piece of fat. Song Chen looked completely bewildered and asked Grandpa Chen with a questioning gaze, Grandpa Qin, what's this? Old Zhao, tone it down. Didn't you see how scared Xiao Song was? Just say what's on your mind. Don't beat around the bush. Old Master Qin said sternly, his eyes wide. All right, then I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to exchange grain with this young friend. Upon hearing this, Old Master Qin quickly pulled the person aside and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you, old man? Didn't you advise me not to do such a dangerous thing last time?" "Sigh, I have no choice but to do this. I have to think more about the children in my family," Old Master Zhao said with a wry smile, spreading his hands. "Who else knows that you came here?" Old Master Qin looked at his old friend seriously. His family situation is quite different from Lao Zhao's. His family is small, and the things in the house were originally meant for his 2 grandchildren, so it doesn't matter if they find out. Old Zhao is different. His children each have their own little schemes. Once they find out that their father has hidden so many good things, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause in order to snatch them. Grandpa Zhao patted his old friend on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, no one knows." If Lao Qin could think of it, how could he not? Both of them came from wealthy families and had witnessed many instances of siblings fighting to the death for profit since childhood. That's why Old Master Zhao didn't even tell his own children about the backup plan he had prepared. His approach proved to be correct. Although life has been a bit tough for the family these past few years, they have managed to stay peaceful and stable. Chapter 63, going to Li Jia Camp Brigade again, Old Master Qin received his old friend's assurance, and his expression relaxed a lot. You can exchange grain, but you absolutely cannot let anyone know about this. Let's get this straight from the start. Otherwise, if the Zhao family causes any trouble later, it'll be hard to avoid implicating his family. Okay, I'll handle it. At worst, I'll just say when I get back that he traded his savings for the food, and I can also see the children's attitude, so he knows who should get what. As soon as Song Chen saw the 2 old men whispering to each other in a mysterious manner, he consciously got up and left the main room, leaving them some private space. He stood in the yard for about 5 or 6 minutes before being called back. "Little Song, your Grandpa Zhao wants to trade some grain with you." "You can talk to him yourself," said Grandpa Qin, and then fell silent, sitting quietly to the side with his arms crossed, watching. Song Chen readily nodded. "Sure, Grandpa Zhao. How would you like to change it?" Since the word exchange was used, it means that the other party definitely did not use money or tickets, but whether it was gold, silver, or jewelry, it was an unexpected surprise for Song Chen. He had been trying to find ways to develop more new clients, since he couldn't keep taking advantage of Grandpa Qin forever. He had already gotten quite a few treasures from Grandpa Qin, so he had to leave some for him. It's just that Old Master Qin didn't know what Song Chen was thinking, otherwise he would definitely have been amused. Qin, when he wasn't stupid, why would he trade treasures for food with Song Chen? Most of the things he gave Song Chen were things he had accidentally found in the scrap heap over the years. Since they were already in the scrap yard, they were naturally unclaimed. He felt justified in taking them, since he didn't know who would end up with them anyway. As for the valuable things he had hidden away in his earlier years, he had long planned to divide them equally among his grandchildren after he passed away. Old Master Zhao reached into his pocket and pulled out a jade pendant with auspicious patterns. "I heard from old Qin that you like jade. Take a look and see how much grain this jade pendant is worth." Song Chen took the jade pendant and examined it carefully, his brows furrowing tightly. How could an amateur like him know how much this jade pendant was worth? Wasn't this just making things difficult for him? For other people, a few dozen kilograms of grain would be enough, but Grandpa Zhao is Grandpa Qin's friend. It would be inappropriate for him to offer too low a price, but if he offers too high a price, people would think he is being taken advantage of. Song Chen turned to Grandpa Qin for help and said ingratiatingly, "Grandpa Qin, could you please take a look?" Old Master Qin sighed. He originally didn't plan to interfere in the transaction between the two, since both sides were his own people, and he didn't want them to think that he was favoring the other, which would offend them too much. But since Xiao Song took the initiative to ask him for help, he couldn't just ignore it. Old Master Qin took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. The quality of this jade pendant was somewhat inferior to the pair of bracelets he had previously given to Xiao Song. Speaking of jade, it was indeed quite valuable in the past, but now, regardless of its value, simply taking it out could bring danger. Therefore, Old Master Qin was not really clear about the current market price and could only estimate a price. How about this? 30 caddies of refined grains, 30 eggs, 2 caddies of brown sugar, 1 caddy of white rabbit milk candy, and 3 caddies of pork? Grandpa Zhao readily nodded. Sure, I have no objection. These things would cost at least tens of dollars on the black market, but his jade pendant might not even fetch a few dollars there, and he might even attract unwanted attention. Xiao Song, what do you think? I have no objection. It's just that the things might not be able to be brought to Grandpa Zhao for another 2 days, Song Chen said with a smile. Grandpa Qin also remembered that Song Chen was going to visit his granddaughter, so he quickly explained to his old friend in a low voice. Grandpa Zhao glanced at Song Chen in surprise. He knew that old Qin trusted this young man a lot, but he didn't expect that he would even entrust his granddaughter to him. But this is good. It makes him feel more at ease. Sure, you can just bring the things here when the time comes, said Grandpa Zhao. Bringing so many supplies back at once would be too conspicuous, so he planned to store them at the Qin family's place first and then bring them back in batches later. Song Chen put the jade pendant in his pocket and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll bring it to you as soon as I get back. If you want anything else, you can tell me, and I'll do my best to get it for you. This Grandpa Zhao seems to be quite a character as well. He might become a long-term client, so it's good to build a good relationship with him beforehand. Grandpa Zhao nodded with a smile, then turned to his old friend and praised, Old Qin, you're lucky to have met such a capable young friend as Xiao Song. Of course, you've benefited from my success, Old Master Qin said proudly, raising his chin. A tall, thin figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the quiet grass. Song Chen carefully parted the weeds on both sides, peeked out cautiously for a moment, and only walked out after confirming that no one was outside. This is the only way to Li Jia Camp Brigade, about a 10-minute walk from the village entrance. It's a large patch of weeds taller than a person, which is the landing spot he carefully chose. Song Chen carried a package in each hand. One was a gift prepared by Grandpa Qin for his granddaughter, and the other was a gift that Song Chen himself brought for Qin Wenshu. After all, he was there to visit her, so he couldn't come empty-handed. Neither package was light, and by the time Song Chen reached the village entrance, a thin layer of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Whether it was fate or not, he actually ran into an acquaintance on the way to the educated youth settlement. The other person was carrying a basket, and it seemed that they had just delivered food to the people working in the fields. Hey Miao, it's been a long time, Song Chen called out with a smile. Miao Tsuehua looked up and met Song Chen's gaze. She stared wide-eyed in surprise. Oh my, aren't you that person, Qin Jiqing's fiancé? Song Chen was taken aback by the word fiancé and chuckled awkwardly, saying, I came to see Wenshu. You really care about Xiao Qin, the educated youth. She's so lucky to have such a thoughtful fiancé like you. By the way, Xiao Qin should still be at the educated youth settlement right now. Do you remember how to get there? Do you want me to take you there? Miao Tsuehua said warmly. Song Chen took out a handful of candy from his pocket and handed it over, saying with a smile, I remember. I'm going to find Wenshu now. Here are a few candies for you to sweeten your mouth. Oh dear, I can't accept this, Miao Tsuehua said, but without hesitation, she took the candy. When she saw that it was white rabbit milk candy, she secretly sighed that city people were really generous. Chapter 64, Sowing Discord. When Song Chen arrived at the educated youth settlement, all the educated youth had gone back to their rooms for a nap. He knocked on the door and waited for a long time without getting a response. So he knocked harder. Is anyone home? Who is it? Why are they coming at this hour? Don't they know everyone is asleep? The male educated youth muttered to himself, then froze in place after seeing who it was. Your comrade Qin's fiancé. Upon hearing the words fiancé again, Song Chen was able to remain calm. Wenshu is inside, right? Could you please call her for me? Ah, okay. Wait a moment, I'll go and call Comrade Qin out right away. The male educated youth snapped out of his daze and immediately turned and ran into the courtyard. Song Chen stood outside, and he could still faintly hear Song Chen calling for help. A moment later, he saw a figure rushing out. Brother Song, what are you doing here? Qin Wenshu, her face still flushed from running, looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Song Chen smiled and waved the package in her hand. Grandpa Qin asked me to come and see you. Oh, it's Grandpa, Qin Wenshu exclaimed, suddenly realizing. She wondered why Song Chen had suddenly come to see her, since he hadn't. How have you been lately? Have you encountered any trouble? Song Chen asked with concern. The smile on Qin Wenshu's lips disappeared, and she gently shook her head. No, I didn't encounter any trouble. If you ignored the hint of gloom on her face, Song Chen might have believed what she said. If there's anything you can't solve, you can tell me. If you're not doing well here, Grandpa Qin and the others will be very worried about you. Qin Wenshu hesitated for a moment, but still told him about Li Daqiang starting to harass her again. After Song Chen and the others left last time, Li Daqiang was indeed quiet for a few days, but not long after, he started to gravitate towards her again. He didn't say anything else, but he helped Qin Wenshu with her work, both openly and secretly, and no matter how much Qin Wenshu refused, it was no use. At first, everyone in the brigade thought Li Daqiang was crazy. Qin, the educated youth, already had a girlfriend, yet he was still eagerly trying to get close to her. Look at his worthless appearance. He was really embarrassing for their Lijiang brigade. But soon the tide turned. Everyone was talking about how Qin, the educated youth, was so charming that Li Daqiang was completely infatuated with her and didn't even want his mother anymore. Families in the brigade with eligible young men were strictly forbidden from having any contact with Qin Wenshu, for fear that their sons might be bewitched if they weren't careful. Qin Wenshu forced herself to ignore the strange looks, and life went on, except for Li Daqiang, that persistent pest who was a constant source of annoyance. Didn't you go to see the brigade leader? He doesn't even care that the people in his brigade are harassing the female educated youth. Song Chen said unhappily. He had even sent a gift to the brigade leader's family when he left last time, asking them to take good care of Qin Wenshu, but this guy only accepted the gift and did nothing. Qin Wenshu knew he had misunderstood and quickly shook her head. The captain has warned Li Daqiang several times, but he doesn't listen, and the captain can't do anything about him. Brigade leader Li Yujin was also quite annoyed. As a small team leader, he had to manage production, deal with all sorts of trivial conflicts among the team members, and also deal with the young men who fawned over the female educated youth. That's not all. The problem is that he can't control himself. Li Daqiang always finished his own tasks before going to see Qin Jiqing. He neither delayed production nor harassed her. Even if he were the brigade leader, or even the police, he couldn't stop Li Daqiang from being so attentive to others. I'm going to find him. These are things that Grandpa Qin and the others prepared for you. Take them back to your room and put them away. Song Chen handed the package to Qin Wenshu and turned to leave. Qin Wenshu quickly pulled him back. Hey, wait a minute, Brother Song. Don't be impulsive. She thought Song Chen wanted to teach Li Daqiang a lesson and was worried that Song Chen would get into trouble because of her. Don't worry, I won't fight him. I'll reason with him, Song Chen said reassuringly with a smile. Qin Wenshu looked at him with some doubt, but said firmly, then I'll go with you. Wait for me to go back to my room and put my things away. Seeing that she insisted, Song Chen did not refuse. After all, this was Qin Wenshu's own business, so it was only right that she go along. With Qin Wenshu leading the way, Song Chen arrived at Li Daqiang's house without any problems. The person who opened the door was Li Daqiang's mother, Kai Xiaofan. Upon seeing Song Chen, she immediately tried to close the door. Song Chen quickly stopped her from closing the door and said with a grin, Auntie, are you not welcoming me? Don't close the door yet. I have something to tell you. Kai Xiaofan glanced at Song Chen and Qin Wenshu, rolled her eyes, and said, Get out of here, you're not welcome in my house. She didn't think she had anything to say to these two. She hadn't even gone to settle accounts with Qin Wenshu yet, and here they were, bringing their people to her door. Of course I have something to say. I'll come to talk to you about the 200 yuan, Song Chen said with a smile that remained unchanged as he squeezed half of his body through the doorway. Upon hearing this, Kai Xiaofan immediately became anxious. What do you mean? Wasn't that money a thank you fee for my Qiangzi? Do you want it back? Song Chen looked at her with a half smile. What's wrong with that? We signed an agreement last time. It was written clearly in black and white. Li Daqiang can't bother Wenshu after he takes the money. Otherwise, he has to return the 200 yuan. Why should I? Kai Xiaofan screamed. They wanted to take the money out of her pocket. That wasn't just taking her money. It was taking her life. Of course, it's based on what's clearly written in black and white. Auntie, please return the money. Otherwise, I'll have to take the agreement to the police station and talk to the officers, Song Chen said, spreading out one hand with a bright smile. Kai Xiaofan clutched her trouser pocket tightly, closed her eyes, and said in a desperate, I have no money, but you can take my life. Just kill me already. Since you can't afford it, you should find your son a wife as soon as possible, so he won't bother Wenshu anymore, Song Chen said coldly with a stern face, revealing the purpose of his visit. Kai Xiaofan opened her eyes, glanced at him, and sighed. Do you think I don't want to? It's just a pity that the kid won't listen to me. The first thing she wanted to do after receiving the money was to find a capable wife for her son and then have 2 or 3 big, healthy grandsons for him. Just thinking about it made her feel wonderful. Unfortunately, Li Daqiang didn't like any of the several women he had met, and he was determined to choose Qin Jiqing. Thinking of this, Kai Xiaofan glared at Qin Wenshu resentfully. Fisk, Annie, this won't do. You're still young, and you can't even control your son. I'm afraid your life will be like this when you get old. Song Chen shook his head with pity, as if he felt sorry for Kai Xiaofan. Kai Xiaofan felt as if she had been hit by a hammer, her mind buzzing. Chapter 65. Kai Xiaofan from Jiangjin County lost her husband at a young age and never remarried for the sake of her son. Over the years, her son has been her lifeline. Basically, as long as her son wants something, she will do everything she can to satisfy him. Having relied on each other for so many years, she naturally assumed that she, as the mother, was the most important person in her son's heart. Although she had heard gossip about children being unwilling to support their elderly parents, she never thought it would happen to her. After all, she had given her son her whole heart, so how could he possibly abandon her? But ever since her son took a liking to this Qin Jiqing, he has been going against her in every way. They haven't even married into the family yet. If they were to get married, and the new daughter-in-law were to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, what chance would she, as the mother, have? No, she absolutely wouldn't allow her son to get together with Qin, the educated youth. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind, but Kai Xiaofan's gaze gradually hardened. A smile flickered in Song Chen's eyes, knowing that she had figured things out, and he continued to stir things up, saying, Auntie, I hope that when I come again next time, you will have found a virtuous and filial daughter-in-law for your son. Humph. Kai Xiaofan snorted coldly, but ultimately did not refute his words. She looked at Qin Wenshu with displeasure and warned, Stay away for Daqiang from now on. Do you hear me? I heard you. As long as you can keep him from appearing in front of me again, I will be extremely grateful to you, Qin Wenshu replied coldly. She was originally very grateful to Li Daqiang. After all, he was her savior, but his actions over the past few days had ruined all her goodwill towards him. Now, her only hope is that Li Daqiang will stop bothering her. Kai Xiaofan was already dissatisfied with Qin Wenshu, and seeing that Qin Wenshu disliked her son so much and dared to speak to her in such a tone, her dissatisfaction reached its peak. No, she has to arrange a marriage for Daqiang tomorrow, and she absolutely cannot let Qin Wenshu into her house. Song Chen escorted Qin Wenshu to the entrance of the educated youth settlement. Wenshu, I'll head back now. Brother Song, thank you for coming to see me. Please tell my grandparents that I'm doing well here and that they don't need to worry about me. Qin Wenshu said slowly, a hint of reluctance in her eyes as she looked at Song Chen. She longed to go home, but she couldn't. Song Chen watched as her eyes gradually reddened. He wanted to raise his hand and rub her head like he would with Qin Wenkong, but he realized that this action was inappropriate as soon as he raised his hand, so he silently put his hand down. If anything happens to you, remember to write or send a telegram to Grandpa Qin. Don't keep it to yourself because you're worried about bothering them. Otherwise, if something happens to you, Grandpa Qin and the others will definitely regret it. Okay, I understand, Qin Wenshu said, a beautiful smile curving her lips. After watching Song Chen leave, Qin Wenshu returned to her room step by step. As soon as she entered the room, several pairs of eyes turned to look at her. Qin Wenshu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Did I wake you up? No. We were already preparing, and it's almost time to start work, Zhang Qian said with a smile, waving her hand. Ah, that's good. Qin Wenshu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zhizhi sat up in bed, her eyes filled with undisguised gossip. Wenshu, has your fiancé already left? Yes, he's already left, Qin Wenshu replied, blushing and somewhat embarrassed. Since the last incident, everyone at the educated youth settlement knew that she had a fiancé, especially the girls in her room, who would tease her from time to time, making her very embarrassed, since she was the only one who knew that her fiancé was actually a fake. Oh dear, why are you leaving so soon? You've come all this way. Shouldn't you have a good chat and share your feelings with each other? Hehe, Cece is right. Wenshu, why didn't you try to keep them here? Wenshu is just too shy. If I had such a handsome and considerate fiancé, I would definitely ask him to stay with me for a few more days. Qin Wenshu blushed and stomped her foot. You guys stop joking with me. I'm really going to get angry. The group quickly shut their mouths. A little teasing was enough. They didn't want to really anger anyone. Before it was time to start work, Qin Wenshu began to sort the contents of the two packages. After reading the letter in one of the packages, her expression became slightly complicated. She wondered why there were two packages this time, since her grandfather and the others always packed everything they sent her in one package. It turns out one of them was prepared by Song Chen. Qin Wenshu looked at the pile of things on the bed. Cookies, pastries, candy, work gloves, clam oil, soap, bath soap, and even a brand new piece of blue floral fabric. These things were even more plentiful than what her grandparents had prepared for her. If Song Chen hadn't unhesitatingly rejected her grandfather's suggestion last time, she probably would have really thought this person was. After leaving Li Jia Camp Brigade, Song Chen did not rush back, but decided to go to Jiangxin County first. Since coming into this world, his activities have basically been confined to Jiakai County. Last time he finally made it to Jiangxin County, he had Qin Wenkong, that little tag-along, with him, which made it impossible for him to act alone. Since he was traveling alone this time, he naturally wanted to take his time exploring and perhaps discover something new. Jiangxin County Scrap Metal Recycling Station. Zhang Hongyan, who was sorting through recyclables, heard footsteps and turned to look at the door. Young man, who are you looking for? Sister, do you have any old newspapers at your recycling station? I'd like to buy some to wallpaper the walls, Song Chen said with a smile. Zhang Hongyan looked him up and down. Are you sure you're looking for old newspapers? Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Yes, I just want to find some old newspapers. Of course, I'd also like to buy a couple of old books if there are any. New books in bookstores are too expensive. All right, go find it in your room yourself, but don't mess it up, Zhang Hongyan instructed, waved her hand at him, and then buried herself in her work again. Okay, thank you, sis. When Song Chen entered the room, he saw that everything inside was neatly arranged, even more so than the scrap metal recycling station where Grandpa Qin worked. Tisk, I'm afraid I won't get anything today, Song Chen sighed to himself. He wasn't particularly disappointed. He had only come to try his luck anyway. However, since he said he came in to find old newspapers and books, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Song Chen randomly pulled out a stack of old newspapers from a pile and took out a few old books from the corner. One of them was even a Russian dictionary, which Song Chen had never seen before. He couldn't help but feel a little curious and flipped through it a few times. Who knew that this casual flip would lead him to a big surprise? Chapter 66 Treasure Hunt in Haunted House. Song Chen looked at the big black 10 in his hand, his eyes full of smiles. He was really lucky today. He thought he was going to go home empty-handed. He remembered that the black 10 was quite expensive on the market, especially since the one he had was in very good condition. It should be easy to sell for 200,000 or 300,000. Worried that someone outside might suddenly come in, he quickly put the large black 10 in his hand into his spatial storage. Then he flipped through the entire Russian dictionary and found 2 more large black 10s and several receipts. But these receipts had expired. Song Chen guessed that these large black 10s and tickets were probably casually tucked into the dictionary by the original owner, who then forgot about them over time. Don't ask him how he knows, because he did the same thing when he was in school. The only thing I don't understand is why the other party would sell this dictionary. But whatever the reason, now that it's in his hands, it's his. Just as Song Chen picked up the old newspapers and books from the ground and was about to leave, someone walked in from outside. Young man, haven't you found someone yet? Song Chen smiled and waved the things in his hand. I've found them. Could you please weigh them for me and tell me how much they cost? Zhang Hongyan glanced at it casually and said, No need to weigh it. Just give me 50 cents. Okay, thank you, big sister. Song Chen readily took out 50 cents and handed it over. After receiving the money, Zhang Hongyan finally smiled. The stack of things in the young man's hand was worth at most 30 cents, which meant she could keep 20 cents for herself. She rarely encounters such good fortune. Even when 1 or 2 people come to the scrapyard looking for old newspapers, they're stingy and reluctant to give her a single penny. Not only does she not get any benefit, but she also wastes her breath. Song Chen left the scrap metal recycling station with a good haul and then wandered aimlessly around the county town. He planned to go to the supply and marketing cooperative first. Although the variety of goods in the supply and marketing cooperative in the 1970s was not as great as in later years, things like candy and pastries were very clean and did not have many additives. He could buy more and store them in his space to eat slowly. Just as he was about to ask someone for directions to the supply and marketing cooperative, he saw 2 men huddled together at the alley entrance, whispering to each other. They immediately shut up the moment they saw him approach. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. Goodness, These two people seemed to have a sneaky vibe about them. What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll beat you up. The taller man noticed Song Chen looking at them and immediately raised his fist in a threatening gesture. Song Chen, this is exactly what they mean by protesting too much. If you have this kind of mentality, you shouldn't be discussing business in public. Song Chen wasn't initially interested in the two of them, but their secretive behavior piqued his curiosity. He smiled generously and said, "Brothers, I'm here in Jiangxin County to visit relatives. May I ask where the supply and marketing cooperative is located?" Upon hearing that it was his first time visiting Jiangxin County, the wary expressions on the two men's faces visibly disappeared. Although somewhat impatient, one of them still casually pointed Song Chen in a direction. "Thank you," Song Chen said with a smile, then turned and left in the direction they pointed. The two men, one tall and one short, watched Song Chen walk away and then walked a little further into the alley before they felt relieved and continued their business. In a corner unseen by them, Song Chen subtly changed his direction of travel. "Is what you just said true? Didn't everyone say the house was haunted and that there was really treasure inside?" The short man asked, half believing. The tall man scoffed. "What nonsense. It was all Tiger who sent people to spread the word. They just wanted to keep everyone away from that house so that we wouldn't attract attention when we did our business at night." The short man suddenly realized, so that's how it is. "I was wondering how there could possibly be ghosts in this world. Are you going or not? If we weren't short-handed, Brother Tiger wouldn't want to call in more people to share the pie. I only recommended you to Brother Tiger because of our friendship," the tall man urged. "Yes, of course we'll go. When will we make our move?" "Come to my house at 9 p.m. and we'll go over together." On the other side, Song Chen leaned against the wall, taking in the entire conversation between the two, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Little did he know that his mere curiosity in eavesdropping would lead him to overhear such a huge secret. He had seen news reports before about people finding treasures under their old houses, so the news about these two people was definitely not unfounded. From what they said, it seems they only know that there's treasure buried under this house, but they don't know the exact location of the treasure and can only dig blindly by manpower. Song Chen smiled excitedly. Since it was unclaimed, could he also get a share? Finding treasure might be a bit difficult for those people, but it's very simple for him. He just needs to buy a metal detector. The only problem now is that he still doesn't know where the haunted house these two are talking about is. Song Chen left the alley and hadn't gone far when she saw several children playing house. He gave them some candy under the guise of asking for directions, and casually mentioned that he had heard there was a haunted house in the county. The kids immediately became interested upon hearing this. The snotty-nosed little boy grinned smugly. "Uncle, you've been fooled too. There's no ghost in that house at all." "Oh, how do you know there are no ghosts?" Song Chen asked, feigning curiosity. The little boy casually wiped the snot that was about to drip into his mouth with his sleeve, raised his little head and said, "Humph, my brother and his classmate went there, but there was nothing there, no people and no ghosts. My brother said it wasn't fun there." Song Chen understood. It must be that the child's older brother heard the rumors and went to explore that house with his classmates. These ghost stories might be a bit scary for adults, but for teenagers, they're great material for seeking excitement. Who hasn't done something like that a few times when they were young? Song Chen squatted down and asked with a smile, "Do you know where that haunted house is? I want to go play there too." "I know. Me too, I know that too. That house isn't too far from my home. I can take you there." The kids, having eaten Song Chen's candy, were incredibly enthusiastic about him and all expressed their desire to accompany him on a haunted house adventure. Song Chen followed them all the way to the so-called haunted house, which was actually just a burned-down house with no lock on the door, so anyone could go in. "This is it, Uncle. Let's go in quickly," the little ones urged Song Chen impatiently, their eyes shining with excitement. Chapter 67, Unearthing a Large Wooden Box. Song Chen followed the children around the house, and, after careful inspection, indeed found several signs that had been disturbed. The little ones finished exploring the whole house in just a few minutes, and were quite disappointed, shaking their heads in dismay. "It's so boring here. My brother wasn't lying to me after all." "That's right, there are no ghosts at all. The adults are just lying to us." "But my grandma says ghosts only come out at night. There are no ghosts during the day." "Then there's nothing I can do. My parents won't let me go out at night." The little boy with the runny nose looked at Song Chen expectantly. "Uncle, are you going to come again tonight? If you really see a ghost, can you tell us?" "I'm not coming. Uncle is taking the train home tonight, Song Chen said with a smile, rubbing his head. The little boy said disappointedly, "Okay, I've never ridden a train before. Is a train fast?" "It's all right, it's not too fast. Do you want some more candy?" Song Chen took out another handful of candy from his pocket and gave it to them. The little ones were laughing so hard their eyes were almost closed, completely forgetting their parents' warnings not to accept candy from strangers. Hee, this uncle is not a stranger, but a new friend they made. After returning to the modern world, the first thing Song Chen did was to buy a metal detector, followed by several shovels, spades, and a headlamp, in preparation for the night's operation. Since he had already explored the entire haunted house during the day, he could use the wooden beads to travel directly to any location within the haunted house. As night fell, 6 furtive figures appeared inside the haunted house that everyone avoided. "Brother Tiger, which spot should we dig tonight? We've already dug up the houses, so let's dig up the yard today. I think that dead tree is quite suspicious. The treasure might be buried under it. Didn't you hear what Tiger said? Hurry up and grab your tools and get to work." Before long, only the sounds of a few people digging in the soil remained in the yard. Song Chen knew they were going to take action tonight, so to avoid running into them, he waited until 2 a.m. before setting off. When he arrived at the haunted house, those people had indeed already left. Song Chen walked around with a flashlight and soon found signs of loose soil under the big tree. He raised an eyebrow. No wonder they were short-handed. Digging and filling holes, they'd be busy all night. As if he had thought of something, Song Chen took out a metal detector from his spatial storage and slowly moved it around the big tree. He didn't have much hope at first, but the metal detector actually went off soon after. Furthermore, the detected location was only about 1 meter away from the hole in the ground, meaning that if those people expanded the digging area a little more, they could find what was buried in the ground. Ha ha, this is so unlucky, but it's good that it's cheap for me too. Song Chen couldn't help but reveal a gloating smile. He retracted the metal detector into his spatial storage and took out an entrenching tool to begin work. Having taken a nap beforehand, Song Chen was full of energy and worked with great enthusiasm. At first, Song Chen simply piled the excavated soil next to the pit. As the pit became deeper and deeper, he simply put the excavated soil into his spatial storage. After digging for nearly 2 hours, Song Chen finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. "Huff!" he gasped, looking at the wooden box with a corner sticking out of the pit, his eyes filled with joy. It wasn't easy. His back was about to break from exhaustion, but he finally managed to dig it up. Song Chen placed his hand on the wooden box and put it directly into his spatial storage. He then spent some time restoring the pit to its original state. The sky was beginning to lighten, and Song Chen prepared to return to the modern world. He actually suspected that there were other good things hidden in the house. After all, wealthy people like to have multiple burrows. However, he was too exhausted at the moment and could only fight again tomorrow. Song Chen returned to his house, half lying on the sofa, panting heavily. After resting enough, he began to check his haul. A wooden box about half a meter long with a delicate little lock on it. Song Chen simply and roughly smashed the lock with a shovel and carefully opened the cover. The first thing that catches the eye is a row of neatly stacked silver dollars, each roll wrapped in red paper. The red paper has faded, probably because it has been buried underground for a long time. Song Chen roughly counted them, and there were a total of 1,000 silver dollars. Of course, there were more than just these 1,000 silver dollars in the box. Below the silver dollars were rows of silver ingots, which looked to be 10 taels each and felt quite heavy in the hand. Song Chen counted them and found there were 100 silver ingots, which was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver in the box. Even if the price of silver isn't high now, this silver is still worth hundreds of thousands, not to mention the value of silver dollars. The value of different versions of silver dollars varies. Ordinary ones may be worth 1,000 or so dollars, while expensive ones may be worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. The smile on Song Chen's lips never faded throughout the entire performance. He couldn't suppress it. He simply couldn't. Although Song Chen was excited, he did not forget his business. He still needed to go to Chun Ming's place to pick up the goods and then deliver them to the store. I didn't find this troublesome when I had nothing to do before, but now that I have something I want to do more, I suddenly feel that going to the 1970s to pick up goods every day is a waste of time. But he's the only one who can do this, so he can't outsource it to anyone else. I should never have opened this shop. The thought flashed through Song Chen's mind, and he immediately slapped himself. Ah, He's really fallen from grace. That shop could bring him 100,000 or 2,000 a month, but he finds it too troublesome. Fortunately, the crayfish season only lasts a few months. By August or September, the crayfish market will be almost over, so we just need to hang in there a little longer. If they close the store directly, Huazi will definitely be very disappointed. Song Chen stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then decided to wait and ask Huazi for his opinion again later. Time quickly passed, and evening arrived again. This time, Song Chen made a point of arriving 2 hours early. As he had predicted, the group of people were still there. Song Chen hid inside the house, but could still faintly hear people complaining outside. "Brother Tiger, is there really treasure underground in this house? We've been searching for over half a month and haven't found a single hair." "Six, brother, what do you mean? Do you think Brother Tiger would try to fool us with something like this?" "No, oh dear, could Tiger have been scammed too?" "Impossible. I heard it with my own ears from the servants who used to work in this house. They said that the Zhao family buried a lot of things in the ground before they left." Chapter 68, There's a Ghost. The chatter outside never stopped, and since Song Chen had nothing better to do, he leaned against the wall and eavesdropped intently. He never expected that arriving early would allow him to overhear gossip about the house. It turns out that this house used to be inhabited by a wealthy family, surnamed Zhao. In the 1960s, they fled overseas, but an accident occurred when they set off. The house suddenly caught fire, and Mr. Zhao's concubine and her son and daughter all perished in the flames. The people in the neighborhood all guessed that the fire must have been set by the wife, since no woman could tolerate her husband having a mistress, especially since the system of wives and concubines had been abolished at that time. But because that concubine was very much liked by Master Zhao, she was allowed to stay in the house as the old lady's adopted daughter. Although this excuse seems flimsy, it's still somewhat plausible. After all, no one else had a reason to object if the old lady wanted her adopted daughter to live in the house. They couldn't very well go and check in the middle of the night to see if Master Zhao was sleeping with his concubine. Overall, the first wife was still the better one. She plotted to kill the concubine and her child when they were about to leave, so that even if Master Zhao and the old lady had objections, they wouldn't have time to deal with it. It was because the concubine and her child died so tragically that everyone believed the rumors that the house was haunted when Tiger sent people to spread the word. After all, the concubine and her 2 children were about to go abroad to live a good life when they were suddenly murdered. It's reasonable for them to become vengeful ghosts and want to take revenge, right? Damn, Lao Lu, stop talking. I feel a chill down my spine. Ha ha ha, Daju, are you scared? I didn't expect you to be such a coward. I personally heard the ghost story. The 6th brother was proudly showing off his achievements when he was suddenly stopped by Tiger. "Don't speak yet. Can you hear anything?" Inside the house, there seems to be a woman's voice, someone said in a trembling voice. As soon as he said that, someone immediately chimed in, "Me too. I heard it too." It sounded like a woman singing opera in the house. The 6th brother, a staunch atheist, said aggressively, "Impossible. There are no ghosts in this world. Someone must be faking it. Let's go in and see who dares to run wild on our turf." Tiger gave Lao Lu an approving look. "I think Lao Lu is right. So what if she's a ghost? A group of us grown men can't beat a female ghost." The 6th brother had already started walking into the house, and the others could only follow. The closer you get to the room, the clearer the female voice singing becomes, giving you a strange, eerie feeling in the quiet night. Old 6 kicked open the already dilapidated door and shone his flashlight into the room. "Come out. You dare to play tricks on me? I think you're tired of living." 6th brother, there's no one inside." "Ah, could it really be a ghost?" I'm too scared to stay here. Let's get out of here quickly." Daju swallowed hard, and after saying that, he started to retreat. When the others saw Daju run away, some of them immediately followed. Although the treasure was very attractive, he still needed to be alive to enjoy it. If that ghost really wanted to kill people, they, as ordinary mortals, would not be able to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, only Lao Lu and Hugu remained in the room. What was most unsettling was that the eerie female voice rang out again from the next room. "Ah, there's a ghost." Old 6 screamed, grabbing Tiger's arm and running outside. "Puffed. Ha ha." A burst of laughter suddenly came from the next room, and Song Chen clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. He really didn't mean to scare them. He just thought that playing some music while listening to the story might create a better atmosphere. Who knew those people would be so timid? Now that the person in the way is gone, he can start working. Song Chen took out a metal detector and moved it slowly around the room, scanning the entire room with the metal detector, but found nothing unusual. However, he was not disappointed. He said that he was lucky last night and found a treasure just by scanning the QR code. Such luck does not come every day. Song Chen diligently searched all the rooms and found 2 gold melon seeds and 3 copper coins in the corners. They must have been accidentally dropped by the previous owner. He put them all in his pocket without hesitation. After checking all the rooms, Song Chen began to move on to another location. More than an hour later, the metal detector finally went off again. Song Chen twisted his sore neck, took out a military shovel from his spatial storage, and began digging along the corner of the outhouse wall. Yes, it was an outhouse, but fortunately it was an abandoned one, so it wasn't too unacceptable. Having learned from last night's experience, Song Chen was much more efficient tonight, or perhaps the object was buried relatively shallow. He dug it up in less than an hour. This box wasn't as big as the one from yesterday, but it was still quite heavy. Song Chen didn't rush to open it, but instead put it into his spatial storage. It's still early, so he wanted to search the entire house first. About half an hour later, Song Chen found a clue under a broken water vat. Even without water, this large water vat weighed several hundred pounds. It might be difficult for anyone else to lift it, but Song Chen had a spatial ability, and with a wave of his hand, the water vat disappeared on the spot. After working hard for more than 2 hours, Mr. Song finally dug up another box. He was so tired that he didn't even want to move his fingers. His clothes were soaked with sweat. He wiped the sweat that was about to drip into the corners of his eyes, packed up his tools, and returned to the modern world. He stopped digging. He couldn't dig any further, and if he kept digging, he would really be exhausted. Back in the modern world, Song Chen first gulped down a bottle of water to replenish the fluids he had just lost before dragging his tired body to check on today's harvest. The first thing to be opened was the box that had been dug up from under the latrine. Inside, 100 large yellow croakers were neatly stacked. These large yellow croakers were actually gold bars weighing 10 taels each. This box of large yellow croakers is worth at least tens of millions of yuan based on current gold prices. Song Chen felt quite gratified. His hard work that night had paid off. Next up was the second box, which was exceptionally large, even bigger than the one he had dug up the night before. He wondered what was inside. The wooden box lid was slowly opened, and Song Chen looked at the small boxes inside and couldn't help but want to curse. Damn it, are they playing with nesting dolls? However, once he saw what was inside the small box, he couldn't bring himself to curse anymore. Inside were complete sets of jewelry, made of gold, jade, and gemstones, all exquisitely crafted and seemingly radiating the glow of money. Chapter 69, My Younger Brother is Sick. Song Chen counted the jewelry in the box. There were over 100 pieces in total. Although he didn't know the value of these pieces of jewelry, he knew they couldn't be cheap. They must be worth tens of millions, and even hundreds of millions was not impossible. At this moment, Song Chen's mindset calmed down. He knew that he would get more and more good things in the future, and if he couldn't even control his emotions, he was afraid that he would die suddenly from excessive excitement one day. However, what happened tonight gave him an idea. Could he go treasure hunting in those abandoned houses in the future? The thought flashed through Song Chen's mind, and he suddenly yawned without any regard for his image. He was so tired after a long night that his eyelids were starting to droop. He decided to take a shower and go to sleep. Before going to sleep, he was still thinking that it was fortunate that he had asked Su Hua and the others to close their shop for the day. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get up. Speaking of which, Huazi hasn't had a break since the store opened. Song Chen sometimes feels like he's a real swindler, and he'll definitely give Huazi a bigger bonus when the profits are split at the end of the month. Su Hua, on the other hand, had no idea that he was about to receive a generous bonus. He finally had a day off, so he turned off all his alarm clocks and prepared to sleep soundly for the rest of the day. As dawn broke, he was groggily awakened by his cell phone ringing. Hello, who is it? Brother Hua. It's me. The woman's voice on the other end of the line said, her voice trembling with tears. Su Hua's mind cleared up a bit. Ah, Shaolin, is there something you need? Didn't I tell you yesterday that you'd be resting today? His tone was somewhat resentful. Anyone would be unhappy to be woken up from a good night's sleep. Brother Hua, I'm sorry, did I wake you up? Tao Xiaolin apologized to Su Hua with remorse. Well, you should tell me why you called me. I'd like to get an advance on this month's salary. Is that possible? My younger brother is sick and needs money for medical expenses, but I don't have enough money on me. Tao Xiaolin's fingers were turning white as she gripped her phone because she was so nervous. She had no choice but to call Su Hua. Her younger brother suddenly developed acute pneumonia last night, and the doctor asked her to prepay 5,000 yuan for medical expenses. However, she had just paid her rent a few days ago, and all the money she had on her was less than 3,000 yuan. She didn't have many friends, let alone family, so the only solution she could think of was to get an advance on her salary. Hearing her tearful voice, Su Hua quickly comforted her. "Don't worry. How much money do you still need for your brother's medical expenses? I'll help you think of a way." "I'm still short more than 2,000 yuan, Tao Xiaolin honestly replied. Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the other party's tone, he thought the medical expenses would be at least tens of thousands of yuan, but it turned out that it was only a little over 2,000 yuan short. "Okay, I'll transfer it to you right away," Su Hua said, tapping a few times on his phone. Tao Xiaolin immediately received a transfer of 5,000 yuan. Upon seeing the transfer, Tao Xiaolin, who had been holding back her tears, burst forth instantly. "Thank you, Brother Hua. Thank you." "You're welcome. How is your brother doing? Which hospital is he in? I'll come visit him when I have time." Tao Xiaolin hesitated for a moment. "No need to trouble yourself, Brother Hua. You should get some rest." She overheard Su Hua muttering in the store yesterday that he wanted to sleep in today, so she had originally planned to call him late last night, but worried about disturbing his sleep, so she didn't call until dawn. "Su Hua, it would be better to call in the middle of the night. I didn't fall asleep until after 2 a.m. Tell me quickly, which hospital?" Su Hua's attitude was forceful, conveying an air of brooking no refusal. Tao Xiaolin choked for a moment before replying. "In the 4th hospital, bed 25. "Okay, I'll come over around noon and bring you lunch," Su Hua said, then hung up the phone decisively, without caring about Tao Xiaolin's reaction on the other end. Logically speaking, the two were just colleagues, and it was not Su Hua's place to visit Tao Xiaolin's sick brother. However, the two had been working together for some time, and Su Hua had a general understanding of Tao Xiaolin's family situation, knowing that she was currently living alone in the city with her younger brother. It's difficult for a 20-year-old girl to take care of herself, let alone a 10-year-old brother who has to pay for all his tuition and living expenses. Su Hua expressed his deep admiration for Tao Xiaolin after learning about this situation. Now that the other party is facing difficulties, Su Hua felt that he should also show the camaraderie between colleagues. Well, to put it bluntly, Su Hua felt that apart from himself, probably no one else would visit them in the hospital, which was really pitiful. Lost in thought, Su Hua quickly fell asleep again, and when he woke up again, it was already 11 a.m. He went to a nearby restaurant, ordered a few dishes, bought a bowl of congee, and took a taxi to the 4th hospital. Shaolin. Hearing the familiar voice, Tao Xiaolin looked up at the door, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Hua, you really came." She had probably not rested all night. Her face was pale, and her lips were slightly chapped due to dehydration. "Otherwise what? Did you think I was joking with you on the phone?" Su Hua asked with amusement, casually placing the things he had brought on the small table. Tao Xiaolin said somewhat shyly, No, I just didn't expect it." They had only known each other for less than a month, and she felt that given their relationship, Su Hua really didn't need to make this trip. "How is your brother?" Su Hua asked, looking at the little boy who was sleeping with his eyes closed on the hospital bed. Tao Xiaolin nodded gently. "Yes, the hospital said that the hospital brought him here in time, and he has already been examined. If there are no problems after a few days of 4 fluids, he can be discharged." "That's good. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Hurry up and eat. I also brought a bowl of congee for my brother. He can drink it when he wakes up," Su Hua said, pointing to the food on the table. Tao Xiaolin looked touched and asked with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Hua. Have you eaten?" "Not yet," Su Hua said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Could he say he had just gotten up? "Then we can eat together." Tao Xiaolin set out all the food and thoughtfully gave Su Hua a pair of disposable chopsticks. Perhaps it was because the food smelled so good, but Tao Yang woke up as soon as the two of them started eating. "Sister." Tao Xiaolin looked at her younger brother with surprise. "Xiaoyang, you're awake. This is your sister's colleague. You can call him Brother Hua. He came here specifically to visit you." Tao Yang curiously looked at the unfamiliar man in front of him. He had heard his sister mention him at home. She said that this man took good care of his sister at the store, but he never expected that the man would come to visit him. Could it be that this man has feelings for my older sister? Tao Yang's idea was not unfounded. Several people had taken a liking to his sister at her previous workplace, but she had rejected them all. Chapter 70, The Feeling of Falling into a Trap from the sky. Song Chen was woken up by hunger. He picked up his phone and realized it was already past 1 p.m. He hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch, so it would be strange if he wasn't hungry. He quickly opened the food delivery app and ordered takeout for himself. While waiting for the food to arrive, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, went to the toilet, and poured himself a glass of warm water. Come to think of it, this habit was something he developed when he was with Zhang Xiaoman, but it's a good habit, and he never thought about changing it. Drinking a glass of warm water in the morning can not only replenish the water lost overnight, but also help activate metabolism and protect the stomach and intestines. While lying on the sofa scrolling through her phone, Song Chen saw a message that Su Hua had sent her. Regardless of anything else, Tao Xiaolin was his employee, and, as her boss, he had to show his support when his employee's family was in trouble. So Song Chen generously gave Tao Xiaolin a 1,000 yuan red envelope. No sooner had the money been transferred than Tao Xiaolin sent several messages in quick succession. Tao Xiaolin, meow meow .jpg. Tao Xiaolin, boss, did you transfer me to the wrong person? Tao Xiaolin, I'll return it to you right away. When Song Chen received the money back, a rare expression of speech appeared on his face. Song Chen, there was no mistake in the transfer. It was originally for you. Huazi has already told me about your situation. This money is just a small token of my appreciation. This time, the other party didn't reply immediately. Song Chen saw the typing message appear several times on the screen and shook his head with a smile. Having worked as a corporate slave for several years, Song Chen could understand Tao Xiaolin's feelings at that moment. She probably had never seen such a generous boss before and felt like she was falling into a trap. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Everything comes at a price. Song Chen was too lazy to explain to Tao Xiaolin, so he directly messaged Su Hua and asked him to persuade Tao Xiaolin to accept the money. About half an hour later, Song Chen finally received a call from the delivery man. He just ordered a plate of rice noodle rolls, a plate of shrimp dumplings, and a plate of steamed dumplings on a food delivery app. This restaurant is a bit pricey. These 3 items together cost over 50 yuan. In the past, he would rarely hesitate to eat such expensive takeout, but now he can order without batting an eye. This is the joy that money brings. The takeout tasted pretty good, but it was a little cold and didn't taste as good as when it was fresh out of the pot. Song Chen let out a burp, rubbing his stomach, thinking that one day when he had time, he could take the high-speed rail directly to G-City to have some morning tea and experience the morning tea culture of G-City. In the afternoon, Song Chen went to the 1970s. Only Grandma Qin was at the Qin family home. He first handed over the things for Grandpa, Zhao, to Grandma Qin, and then briefly told her about Qin Wenshu's situation. He didn't have the idea of only reporting good news and keeping bad news to himself. So he also told her about Li Daqiang's persistent harassment of Qin Wenshu. Grandma Qin's heart jumped. This child has never mentioned this matter in his letters during this period of time. Wenshu probably doesn't want you to worry, but I think it's better to tell you anyway, so that if anything happens, you and Grandpa Qin can find a solution in time, Song Chen said. Grandma Qin nodded repeatedly, then sighed with a worried expression. You're right, my Shushu is just too sensible. Her grandfather and I are really worried about her living alone in the countryside. Song Chen didn't know what to say, so he could only comfort her. Grandma Qin, don't worry too much. I'll help you and Grandpa Qin visit Wenshu next time we have time. Oh, you've really worked hard these past 2 days. You must be exhausted. You must stay for dinner at Grandma's tonight, Grandma Qin said, her voice full of gratitude. She now sees Song Chen no differently than she would her own grandson. Although they haven't known each other for very long, she can see that Song Chen has a pure and innocent heart. If the old man hadn't told her that Xiao Song wasn't interested in his granddaughter, she might have really wanted to bring the 2 young people together. With such a good grandson-in-law, she wouldn't have to worry about her granddaughter's life after she passed away. Unaware of Grandma Qin's regret, Song Chen smiled and shook his head, saying in a relaxed tone, It's all right. Not too tiring. How can I not be tired? I heard from your Grandpa Qin that we not only have to sit, but also walk a long way to get there. Grandma Qin's heart ached just thinking about her granddaughter suffering in such a remote place. Song Chen nodded inwardly. That place was indeed quite remote. It wasn't easy to even go to the town, let alone the county seat. He changed the subject and asked, Grandpa Qin, aren't you looking for a job for Wenshu? How's the search going? Sigh, job openings are so tight these days. 1 person for 1 job. Your Grandpa Chin is asked around a lot, but there's still no news. Grandma Chin sighed softly. If all else fails, your Grandpa Chin is planning to give his job to Shu Shu. The reason they didn't give the job directly to their granddaughter was partly because they felt a pretty young girl wasn't suited to work at a scrap metal yard. Later, Grandpa Chin did find a suitable job for his granddaughter, but they never expected that someone would snatch it away halfway through. On the other hand, Chin Wen-shu herself didn't want to take over her grandfather's job. Her younger brother would grow up in a few years, and if she took the job, her brother would have to go to the countryside. Even signing up for the rural service program was Chin Wen-shu's own decision. She went directly to the neighborhood office to register without her grandparents' knowledge. But the situation is different now. Even working at a scrap metal yard is better than suffering in the countryside. As for Chin Wen-kong, it's no big deal for a boy to suffer a little. It's always easier for a man than a woman when he's out and about. Grandma Chin wiped her eyes and said with a smile, Xiao Song, sit at home for a while. I'll go to old Zhao's house and ask him to take the things back. It's almost time to cook dinner, so if old Zhao takes the food back now, he can have a good meal tonight. Upon receiving the news, old Master Zhao rushed to the Chin family in a flurry, leaving even Grandma Chin behind. Grandpa Zhao excitedly grabbed Song Chen's hand. Little Song, you've finally arrived. I thought you were coming yesterday. I've been looking forward to you all day, and I even dreamed about you last night. Song Chen was a little overwhelmed by his enthusiastic attitude and gave an awkward smile. Grandpa Zhao, I came back quite late yesterday, so I didn't come over. It's all right. It's the same as coming today. Where's the thing? Let me see it quickly, said Grandpa Zhao as he walked into the house. Grandma Chin, who was a step too slow, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him when she heard this. What's the rush? Are you worried that I'll keep your things? Grandpa Zhao quickly smiled ingratiatingly. What are you saying? I don't believe anyone, not even you, sister-in-law. The things are mine in Lao Chin's room. Go and get them. Chapter 71, Only Children Make Choices. He wants it all. Old Master Zhao looked at the pile of supplies on the ground and grinned from ear to ear, like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. Without saying a word, he first unwrapped a white rabbit milk candy and put it in his mouth, smacking his lips twice. So sweet. Seeing this, Grandma Chin smiled helplessly, as if lost in memories. These old acquaintances all know that old Zhao especially loves sweets. Back in his youth, young Master Zhao's candy box was never empty, which became a source of amusement among his friends, who said that it was strange for a grown man to like such effeminate things. Unfortunately, times changed drastically, and the humble candy has now become a precious commodity. When Grandpa Zhao saw her staring at him, he mistakenly thought she was also craving some, so he reluctantly handed her 2 pieces. Here, these are the only 2. I'm taking the rest back for my grandson. No need, we still have some at home. We haven't finished the ones Xiao Song brought last time, Grandma Chin said casually, showing off. Grandpa Zhao was incredibly envious. Why didn't he meet Xiao Song sooner? Otherwise, he would have been able to enjoy all these good things long ago. Jingru, I'll take this bag of candy and this piece of meat back with me today. I'll leave the rest here with you and come back for it another day, said Grandpa Zhao, his mouth full of candy, his words slightly slurred. Jingru is Grandma Chin's given name. Her real surname is Ding. However, since she got married, fewer and fewer people have called her by her given name. Ding Jingru waved her hand dismissively. Just leave it there. Little Song, when are you coming next time? Bring me something again, okay? Old Master Zhao squinted at Song Chen. His deal with Song Chen this time was a test, and the result was very pleasing, so he couldn't wait to book a second deal. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. He had guessed that the other party would become a repeat customer, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Grandpa Zhao, what do you need? If you're in a hurry, I could deliver it to you in the next couple of days. Grandpa Zhao shook his head. No rush, just send it over whenever you have time. Do you have any other flavors of candy besides white rabbit milk candy? Of course, there are fruit candies, peanut candies, soft candies, and chocolates. Song Chen recited a long list of candy varieties, making Grandpa Zhao's eyes light up. Xiao Song, you actually managed to get your hands on chocolate? He hadn't had chocolate in so long. He'd forgotten what it tasted like. Song Chen's eyes curved slightly as he smiled and nodded. Sure. Grandpa Zhao, which one would you like? I want them all. Xiao Song, give me 2 gene of each. Old Master Zhao said magnanimously, waving his hand. Only children make choices. He wants it all. Ding Jingru frowned as she listened. Old Zhao, are you crazy? How long are you going to keep eating these dozen pounds of sugar? Don't let them all fall out by then. Jingru, you just like to worry about things for no reason. I'm not going to finish it all at once. Besides, there are other people in the family. I can't possibly eat alone, old Master Zhao muttered. He looked at Song Chen earnestly and instructed, Little Song, we have a deal. Remember to bring it to me next time you come. As for the payment, I'll give it to you next time. Okay, Song Chen agreed readily, without even asking what the reward would be, since she knew she wouldn't lose out. The two of them finalized the next deal after exchanging a few words. Ding Jingru wanted to offer some more advice, but she knew that Lao Zhao wouldn't listen. Forget it, I'll eat it. I'll regret it when I lose all my teeth. Grandpa Zhao, besides candy, do you need anything else? Song Chen asked with a smile. He had a feeling that the things Grandpa Zhao would give him next time wouldn't be too bad, and wouldn't just be some candy. Old Master Zhao was surprised by his understanding and did not refuse, asking for a few more items. I'm leaving now. Remember to call me next time Xiao Song comes to Jingru. Grandpa Zhao waved his hand and swayed away with a basket in his hand. He just grabbed the basket from the Qin family's kitchen without a second thought, showing no regard for himself as an outsider. In the evening, Chu Xiao, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, came home from get-off work and was about to cook when she saw a large piece of meat on the stove. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she was seeing things. Dad, come quick. There's an extra piece of meat in our kitchen. Chu Xiao shouted, unusually unconcerned about her image. Upon hearing the noise, Grandpa Zhao calmly came out of the room. What's the rush? I bought the meat. Let's cook half of it tonight and marinate the other half for tomorrow. Chu Xiao swallowed hard and stammered. Dad, you don't need to make so much. This piece of meat looks like it weighs several pounds. We can save it for a while longer. Do it. Do half today and half tomorrow, old Master Zhao commanded sternly. His daughter-in-law was good in every way, hard-working and virtuous, but she was a bit stingy, reluctant to spend money on food or other necessities. If he hadn't given her a heads up, this piece of meat would have been enough for Chu Xiao to live on for several months. Okay, all right, Dad. Would you like braised pork or stir-fried pork with green peppers? Kid. Grandpa Zhao stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Let's make braised pork. Remember to cut it into big pieces. It'll be more satisfying to eat. After saying that, he turned and went back to his room. Chu Xiao looked at the pork on the stove, gritted her teeth, and cut it in half with a cleaver. For a moment, she felt her heart was bleeding. Her father-in-law was good in every way, except that he was too wasteful. He couldn't wait to show off any good food he could find. No matter how much she complained in her heart, it was still old Master Zhao who bought this piece of meat, so she could only keep her opinions to herself. On the other side, after Grandpa Zhao left, Song Chen also wanted to say goodbye, but Ding Jingru pressed him back into his chair. We agreed to stay for dinner today. I'm about to start cooking. Song, sit down and rest for a while. The food will be ready soon. Song Chen was somewhat amused and exasperated. Thinking that she had nothing else to do, she simply nodded and said, Okay, I won't leave. That's right. Your Grandpa Qin and Kong Kong should be back soon. If you're bored, you can go to Kong Kang's room and find some comic books to read, Ding Jingru said with a smile. Grandma Qin, let me help you cook, Song Chen suggested. Upon hearing this, Ding Jingru's smile vanished instantly. As if looking at an ignorant child, she said sternly, How can this be? There's no reason to let guests cook. Just wait for your meal in peace. After saying that, she went to the kitchen to get busy, leaving Song Chen sitting alone in the main room, lost in thought. Fortunately, Qin Wenkong came home from school soon after, and having the little guy to chat with made it less boring. Grandpa Qin returned after dinner was ready, and he brought back some good news. Chapter 72, Zhao Fengxia. Found a suitable job? That's great. Does that mean Shushu can come back soon? Ding Jingru was overjoyed, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened. Qin Wenkong jumped for joy, shouting, I'm going to write to my sister and tell her the good news. Looking at the excited grandfather and grandson, Qin Wendy gave a bitter smile. Things aren't as simple as you think. The implication is that the grandfather and grandson were happy too soon. The air grew quiet for a moment. Ding Jingru frowned and looked at her husband. What do you mean by that? Is there a problem with that job? She was so happy to hear that the old man had found a job for his granddaughter in a textile factory that she didn't even have time to ask about the details. Seeing the old man's worried expression, everyone could see that this job wouldn't be so easy to get. Qin Wendy smiled bitterly. Well, the seller said this job will cost 500 yuan plus a brand new women's watch. 500 yuan is easy to come up with. If you really can't, you can borrow some from Lao Zhao. This is a brand new women's watch. You can't get a watch voucher. Even if you have the money, you can't buy it. If he had more time, he might have been able to look for watch tickets on the black market, but the seller's son was in a hurry to get married and said it was first come, first served. So now, besides him, other people who have their eyes on this job are definitely trying to get watch tickets as well. What should we do, my shoo-shoo? Ding Jingrou's eyes reddened with worry. She wondered why her granddaughter always seemed to have bad luck. Was it because God wanted to test her? Qin Wenkong also had a sullen face, his teeth clenched tightly on his cheeks. He was really too useless, unable to help at all. Grandpa Qin, Grandma Qin, don't worry. It's just a watch. I can get it, Song Chen said with a slight smile, his words instantly attracting the attention of the other three. Qin Wendy suddenly looked up at Song Chen and excitedly grabbed his hand. Little Song, can you really get the watch? Xiao Song, you're not kidding us, are you? You can really get a watch. Ding Jingru looked at Song Chen in disbelief, but her eyes were full of expectation. At this moment, Song Chen became her lifeline. In fact, both of them knew that Song Chen was not the type to speak carelessly, and that he was only asking questions to confirm things one more time. Song Chen's smile remained unchanged, and his attitude was calm. If I could really get a watch, why would I joke about something like this with you? Great. How long will it take? Qin Wendy asked. He naturally wanted it to be done as quickly as possible, because if he was delayed by even one more day, the job will be taken by someone else. He learned this news from an old friend whose daughter-in-law also worked in a textile factory and had a good relationship with the woman who wanted to sell her job. As for why that woman sold her perfectly good job, it was because of the commotion caused by her children. Her fiancé and daughter both wanted to take over her job, but there was only one position available, and it seemed that giving it to one or the other would offend someone else. The son and daughter are arguing constantly at home before the daughter-in-law has even entered the family, and they are about to become enemies. The woman was also caught in a dilemma, so she slapped her thigh and decided to sell her job to get some peace and quiet. Half of the money from the sale was kept as a dowry for his daughter, and the other half was kept as personal money. As for the watch, it was given as a bride price to his daughter-in-law. Song Chen knew that old Master Qin was in a hurry, so he pretended to think for a moment and then said, "It will take some time to pick up the goods. I will try to deliver them tomorrow, or at the latest the day after tomorrow." Okay. Then I'll leave it to you, Xiao Song, Qin Wendy said with a pat on Song Chen's shoulder with satisfaction. Do you want the watch for money? Or the usual? Same as always. You can do whatever you want, Song Chen said nonchalantly. The things he got from old Master Qin were more than enough to buy several watches. In fact, it wouldn't matter if old Master Qin didn't give him money, but he wouldn't refuse if the other party offered to give him money. Knowing old Master Qin as he did, his refusal was pointless. Song Chen delivered the watch the following afternoon. Since it was for someone else, he didn't pick much and chose the simplest style, which looked quite ordinary and wasn't particularly outstanding even in the 1970s. Song Chen knew that Grandpa Qin had to go to work today, so he went directly to the scrap metal recycling station to find him. After receiving the watch, Qin Wendy didn't even have time to say a few words to Song Chen. He greeted his colleague and prepared to leave, saying, "Xiao Song, come to my house tonight, and I'll give you the watch back." "Okay, Grandpa Qin, you can go ahead and get busy," Song Chen said with a smile, understanding his eagerness. After watching old Master Qin leave, Song Chen also prepared to go. Just as he lifted his foot, he was stopped by Mr. Qin's colleague. "Comrade, please wait a moment. Is there anything I can help you with?" Song Chen turned to look at Zhao Fengxia with a puzzled expression. "You just gave Uncle Qin a watch, didn't you?" Zhao Fengxia's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Song Chen's smile vanished, replaced by a cold tone. "So what if it is? And so what if it isn't?" Zhao Fengxia knew he had misunderstood her, so she quickly explained, "Comrade, don't worry, I have no bad intentions. I only overheard Uncle Qin mention the watch ticket yesterday. Uncle Qin and I have worked together for several years. How could I possibly harm him? So what do you want to do?" Song Chen's attitude softened a bit, but he was still wary. He didn't believe that the other party had stopped him just to ask about gossip. Zhao Fengxia smiled sheepishly. "I just wanted to ask if you could still get a watch. My younger brother is getting married soon, and I'd like a watch as a betrothal gift. These days, weddings often involve getting a 3-turn 1 sound, wedding a set of 3 turns, a turn of the wheel, and a radio. But these items are not only expensive, but most importantly, they are extremely difficult to obtain. Therefore, it is impossible for ordinary families to collect all 4 items. Having even one is already a matter of great prestige. Having one of these items as a betrothal gift would greatly increase the man's popularity in the marriage market. Since Zhao Fengxia knew that Song Chen might be able to get the watch, she naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Anyway, asking a few more questions wouldn't hurt her. Song Chen looked at Zhao Fengxia scrutinizingly, but did not rush to give an answer. I have something to do right now. You can ask Grandpa Qin to pass on a message to me. The meaning is clear. He doesn't trust Zhao Fengxia and needs old Master Qin's approval before he'll consider whether to make a deal with her. Zhao Fengxia didn't think there was anything wrong with his wariness and nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll tell Uncle Qin. Chapter 73, Qiu Zhishu had cheated on his wife. That evening, Song Chen arrived at the Qin family as agreed and saw that the 3 members of the Qin family were all beaming with happy smiles. Xiao Song, you've finally arrived. Come in and sit down with me. Grandpa Qin, is everything settled? Song Chen asked with a smile. Qin Wendy's lips curled up into a wide smile, his face beaming. It's all done. We'll go to the factory tomorrow to complete the formalities and transfer the job to your Grandpa Qin's name. Once Shushu comes back, she can start working right away. He did this because he had learned his lesson from last time and dared not be careless again before things were done. Not only that, he also specifically signed an agreement with the other party, stipulating that if either party reneges on the agreement, they must compensate the other party 1,000 yuan. Qin Wenkong grabbed Song Chen's arm and said, Brother Song, you're so kind. Grandpa said that if it weren't for your help, he might not have been able to get this job, and my sister wouldn't have been able to come back. You little rascal, are you so happy that your sister is back? Song Chen said with a smile, ruffling his hair. Qin Wenkong nodded vigorously. Of course, I dream of my sister coming back. Qin Wendy took out a small bag and handed it to Song Chen. Xiao Song, take a look at what's inside and see if you like it. If you don't like it, we can exchange it. Song Chen took the small bag, about the size of a palm, and wondered what was inside. When he opened the bag, he saw that it was filled with countless sparkling diamonds, mostly 1 carat, with a few 2-carat diamonds mixed in. Song Chen glanced at the bag and estimated there were at least 34 pieces, which was no small number. Grandpa Qin, isn't this too much? Song Chen was a little embarrassed to accept it for the first time. It's just a watch. Why would he need a bag of diamonds to trade for it? 1 diamond would be more than enough. If the person who gave him the diamonds were a stranger, Song Chen would have accepted them against his conscience. But having spent so much time with the Qin family, he had developed feelings for them, and accepting the bag of diamonds made his conscience ache. Qin Wendy smiled kindly. It seems you like it very much. Then keep it safe. When the world gets better in the future, these things will eventually see the light of day again. But Song Chen wanted to say something more, but Qin Wendy stopped him. Don't try to pass the buck to me. I'll be honest with you. I actually found this bag of diamonds by accident in a hidden compartment of a cabinet a couple of years ago. I even kept half of them for Shushu to make jewelry for later. So Xiao Song, you really don't need to feel embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Song Chen immediately swallowed back the refusal that was on the tip of his tongue. Since this thing was originally obtained by old Master Qin through a bargain, there was really no need for him to refuse it. However, he couldn't keep taking advantage of the old man. So he said with a smile, Then I'll accept this bag of things, but you can't refuse me next time I bring something. All right, you're just too honest, kid, Qin Wendy said with a smile. Ding Jingru looked at Song Chen with the same loving gaze, clearly agreeing with the old man's words. Speaking of which, we haven't finished eating all the things Xiao Song mentioned last time. It's her fault for not opening and checking them in time last time. Otherwise, she would never have accepted such a generous gift. Not only that, the granddaughter mentioned in her letter that Song Chen had prepared a package for her, which completely surprised the 2 elders. They were the ones who asked Song Chen to visit their granddaughter, so they should owe Song Chen a favor. Who knew that Song Chen would be so thoughtful as to prepare so many things for their granddaughter, including several things that they hadn't even considered. Ding Jingru even had the idea of matchmaking Song Chen with her granddaughter, believing that her granddaughter would definitely be happy for the rest of her life with such a man. However, when she mentioned this to the old man, he immediately objected. His initial idea to bring the 2 children together was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, But now that his relationship with Song Chen is getting better and better, he doesn't dare to bring it up so casually. Romantic feelings are the best glue, but they are also extremely easy to break, and a single misstep can easily strain the relationship. Anyway, Shushu will be back soon. If the two children are meant to be, they will naturally fall in love. If they're not meant to be, no amount of matchmaking will help. When Song Chen returned home, she immediately took out the small bag of diamonds she had received. He counted them carefully and found a total of 50 diamonds, including 42 1-carat diamonds and 8 2-carat diamonds. Based on market prices, these 50 diamonds should be worth several million. He certainly couldn't take this bag of diamonds for free. He would send supplies to the Chen family every month thereafter. Song Chen was just thinking about whether to take out a few diamonds and have them made into rings when her phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Song Chen quickly answered, "Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? Is something wrong?" Generally, Song's parents rarely call Song Chen at night. They usually call around noon. There was no response from the other end for a while. Song Chen looked puzzled and wondered if his mother had accidentally pressed the wrong button. Just as he was about to hang up, the other end finally spoke. Chen, it's me. Dad, why are you calling me using Mom's phone? Is it broken? If it is, we'll just get a new one. Your son isn't short of money, Song Chen said jokingly. A long sigh came from the other end. Sigh. It's not a problem with the phone. Something happened with your sister. My sister. Song Chen had a sudden realization and immediately thought of what happened last time. Did that bastard Chiu Zhixue lay a hand on my sister again? Last time, Song Chen rushed back to support his sister, but he saw the hesitation in her attitude, got angry, and left. He later asked his mother about the follow-up situation, and sure enough, his sister quickly reconciled with Chiu Zhixue. Song Chen had a feeling that this was expected. After all, the two had been together for more than 10 years and had had many conflicts, but no matter what, they could always make up. Hearing his son's angry tone, Song Yongkong sighed again. No, this is even more serious than physical violence. So what exactly happened? Just tell me. Song Chen was almost driven crazy by her father's stammering habit. When would he ever get rid of it? Your sister found out that Chiu Zhixue is having an affair, and now she's making a fuss about getting a divorce, Song Yongkong said, sounding somewhat embarrassed. Song Chen was both shocked and furious. What did you say? This bastard actually dared to cheat on me. I'll break his third leg. Dad, tell my sister not to worry. I'll be right back. Song Yongkong quickly stopped him, saying, No, it's already so late, and this matter can't be resolved in a short time. You can come back tomorrow. Chapter 74, Divorce. Tell me, what exactly happened? Song Chen asked, looking at her sister who was sitting on the sofa, crying incessantly, her eyes filled with worry. Song Chen wiped away her tears with a tissue, biting her lip as if trying to hold them back. After a long while, she opened her swollen eyes and said, Xiao Chen, I want to divorce your brother-in-law. You will support me, right? Song Chen sighed and gently brushed the strands of hair stuck to her face. Of course, sister, don't cry. I will definitely help you. Wah, Xiao Chen, thank you. Thank you for supporting me, Song Chen cried, hugging her younger brother. Song Chen quietly stayed with her until she calmed down before they started talking about serious matters. After that incident, Chiu Zhixue sincerely apologized to Song Chen, and Song Chen chose to forgive him. She thought that life could return to normal. Suddenly, her son Xiu Jinian ran up to Song Chen and said that his father was going to a hotel with an aunt and asked if she would take him and his sister with her. Xiao Nian, what nonsense are you talking about? Who told you your dad is going to a hotel? Song Chen thought her son was talking nonsense. It's normal for kids to talk nonsense. Xiu Jinian tilted her head back and looked at her mother with a sincere expression. I saw it on my dad's phone, and it sent him a message asking him to go to a hotel called QB or something I forget off work tomorrow. I don't recognize the middle character. He looked troubled, but quickly asked happily, Mom, is a hotel fun? Can we go with Dad? Song Jinru was struck dumb, unwilling to believe the fact, thinking that perhaps her son had misread it. But was it really a misreading? Song Chen never touches Chiu Zhixue's phone, but occasionally Chiu Jinian will use his father's phone to play games. Perhaps because he thinks his son is still young. Chiu Zhixue is not wary of his son, but he never thought that his son is already in the first grade and knows quite a few words. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Song Chen secretly checked Chiu Zhixue's chat history on his phone after he fell asleep that night. This was quite a shock. It turned out that Qiu Zhixue had known that woman for more than half a year, and their chat history was very explicit. Song Chen was both angry and anxious, and her mind was in complete chaos, but she still remembered to take screenshots of all the chat logs and send them to her phone before deleting them. She didn't sleep all night, and after sending her child to school the next day, she cried all day at home until she received a message from Qiu Zhixue that the company was having a team-building event. Her anxiety finally died. Not knowing what to do, she could only take her child and go back to her parents' home. When Song Yongkong and Zhang Yanxun found out about this, they were furious. They had planned to call Qiu Zhixue over and give him a good scolding so he would break up with the other woman and apologize to their daughter. However, they were surprised to hear their daughter say that she wanted a divorce. This really shocked the two elders. Although society is much more open now, they still find it hard to accept divorce. They started to persuade their daughter to calm down, saying that even for the sake of the two children, she shouldn't bring up divorce again. As for Qiu Zhixue, they would definitely teach him a lesson. Song Chen didn't expect her parents to have this attitude, but she was a stubborn person and it was hard to change her mind once she made up her mind. Song Yongkong strongly opposed her relationship with Qiu Zhixue, but she gritted her teeth and persisted, eventually marrying him. Song Yongkong and Zhang Yanxun had finally accepted their son-in-law, but then their daughter started demanding a divorce. How could the two elders possibly accept that? They called their son back, hoping he could persuade their daughter to change her mind about getting a divorce. Song Chen understood her parents' thoughts and looked at her younger brother with tears in her eyes. "Xiao Chun, can you help me persuade Mom and Dad? I am determined to marry Qiu Zhixue. They listen to you the most, and only you can convince them to agree. Sister, don't worry, I'll definitely stand by your side. But are you sure you've thought it through? What if Qiu tries to coax you and you change your mind again?" Song Chen said, half believing. Song Chen shook her head violently, her eyes full of resistance. "Impossible. I will never forgive him. I feel nauseous and want to vomit whenever I think of him." She knew that her parents might not want her to divorce them for her own good, but even if they didn't get a divorce, she could no longer live with Qiu Zhixue. This time is different from last time. She was also at fault last time, so as long as Qiu Zhixue promises not to lay a hand on her again, she can forgive him. But infidelity is truly unforgivable. It's like dog poop got into a bento box. She'd rather starve than accept that bento box again. Song Chen gave her a deep look, making sure she was telling the truth, and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll help you." Not long after the siblings finished chatting, Song Yongkong and Zhang Yanxun returned from outside with their granddaughter. Qiu Zhixue laughed and jumped into Song Zhen's arms, holding up the things in her hands like treasures. "Mom, Grandma bought me candy and stickers. Look, aren't they super pretty? Wow, these are princess stickers. They're so pretty." Song Zhen tried to smile and cooperate with her daughter. Zhang Yanxun winked at her son, signaling him to go to the room to talk. "How did your talk with your sister go? Has she given up on the idea of divorce?" Song Chen did not answer directly, but said, "Mom, you and Dad don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it." Zhang Yanxun glared at her son. "What are you going to handle? You don't mean to help your sister get a divorce, do you?" Song Chen responded softly, her eyelids lowered, not daring to meet her mother's gaze. "You silly boy, are you trying to drive your father and me crazy? Your sister and Qiu Zhixue already have 2 children. How can they just get a divorce like that? What will happen to Xiaoyan and Yeye in the future?" Zhang Yanxun slapped her son angrily. Then, worried that she might hurt him, she subconsciously rubbed his hand twice. Song Chen was amused by his mother's actions and affectionately put his arm around her. "Oh, Mom, don't worry about these things. We still have your uncle here. I'll take care of Xiaoyan and Yu. It's not that he looks down on Qiu Zhixue, but with only a few thousand yuan a month, how can he provide a good life for his 2 children? And he even dares to cheat on his sister with other women. It's better to get rid of this kind of scumbag. After his sister gets divorced, he'll buy his parents a bigger house, then bring his sister, nephews, and nieces to live with them. He'll also hire 1 or 2 caregivers. His parents can enjoy family life without having to work hard. Wouldn't that be great?" Song Chen felt his plan was feasible the more he thought about it. But the next second he was stunned by a slap from his mother. "You'll raise it? You'll raise my ass." Chapter 75, The Custody Battle. Zhang Yanxun looked at her son with a disappointed expression. "You can help your sister raise her child now that you're not married, but what about after you get married? You have to consider your wife's feelings." "What do you mean? Can't I decide who gets to spend the money I earn?" Song Chen asked, frowning. Zhang Yanchun choked. Of course you say that now, but you might not think that way after you get married. When the time comes, if my wife just whispers something in my ear, she won't remember my sister and nephews and nieces anymore. Although Zhang Yanchun hoped that her son and daughter could help each other, she also knew to be careful about boundaries. Things like raising her sister's child sounded unreliable, and no woman could tolerate that. By the way, how are you and Xiaoman doing lately? Are you getting married? Zhang Yanchun asked her son expectantly. She used to avoid the topic when the family was poor, but now that her son has money, it's natural to put the wedding on the agenda. When Song Chen heard the name, he almost didn't react. Then he remembered that he hadn't told his parents about his breakup with Zhang Xiaoman. He figured it wasn't good to keep his secret forever, so he thought it would be good to tell them now. Mom, I've broken up with her. Please don't mention her again. Zhang Yanchun stared in shock, her voice rising abruptly. What? When did this happen? How come you didn't tell me or your dad about something this big? It was just a while ago, we just couldn't get along and broke up. Mom, please don't worry about my affairs. Aren't we discussing my sister's divorce right now? Song Chen tried to change the subject, but Zhang Yanchun didn't want to be brushed off. Tell me honestly why you broke up. Your father and I both like Xiaoman very much, and we hope that you two can get married in the future. You have to give a reason for breaking up with me. Well, her parents weren't too happy with me, so they arranged for her to go on blind dates, and that's how we broke up. Song Chen explained simply, realizing he couldn't get away with just a perfunctory answer. Zhang Yanchun never expected this reason. She immediately felt that her son must have suffered a great injustice. As his parents, they couldn't help him at all. Her tone was full of heartache. If you don't like our family, then forget it. You're still young. You can always find someone more suitable. Yes, I know, Mom. Please don't be like this. I stopped caring a long time ago. Song Chen gently wiped away her mother's tears. Zhang Yanchun sniffed, her face full of worry. Are you and your sister having some bad luck? Why is your relationship so unlucky? I must go to the temple to pray for you another day. Song Chen made no comment on this. He himself doesn't really believe in these things, but he wouldn't object if his mother wanted to. In the evening, the family sat down for dinner, with Xiao Jinian and Xiao Jiwa, the two children, keeping the atmosphere lively and filled with laughter. Xiao Jinian was sharing some funny stories that happened at school when there was a knock on the door. I'll go open the door, Song Chen said, putting down his chopsticks and getting up. The door was open from the inside, and Xiao Jishua was taken aback when he saw that it was his brother-in-law who opened the door. Xiao Chun, you're back? Song Chen glanced at him indifferently and said, come in. This indifferent attitude displeased Xiao Jishua, and the smile on his lips flattened out. After entering the house, he greeted his parents-in-law first, then frowned and looked at Song Chen. Why didn't you tell me you were taking the child back to your parents' house? When I got home from get off work and saw no one there, I thought something had happened to you. He is unaware that his secret has been exposed and is extremely dissatisfied with his wife's decision to return to her parents' home without even informing them. You still know how to come home. Song Chen glanced at him sarcastically. A hint of guilt flashed across Xiao Jishua's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. What did I do? I already told you that I had a team-building event at the company last night, and I just had a few too many drinks and stayed at a colleague's house. Song Chen suppressed the urge to retort and said coldly, whatever. I'll be staying with my parents with the kids for the time being. You can come back or not. It's up to you. You can stay at your colleague's house every day. How can you be so unreasonable? You and the child are living with your parents, so what am I supposed to do? Who will wash his clothes and cook for him? Song Chen ignored him and focused on eating, occasionally putting a piece of food on her daughter's plate. Xiao Jishua was so angry that his breathing became heavier. He turned his gaze to his parents-in-law. Mom and Dad, you should say something too. The family really can't function without Jinjin. I didn't mean to stay away from home yesterday. If Jinjin is angry, I can apologize to her, but she can't throw a tantrum without considering the consequences. The children are watching. Zhang Yanchun hesitated for a while before tentatively saying to her daughter, why don't you go back with Jishua first, Jinjin? We could discuss things properly. She still didn't want her daughter to get a divorce. Second marriage women have it hard, and children without parents have it even harder. She worried that her daughter would impulsively get a divorce and then regret it later. Mom, why are you like this? Song Chen was both angry and heartbroken when she heard her mother speaking up for the man. She put down her chopsticks and ran back to her room. Mom, Xiao Jiayue saw her mother leave, and she didn't even bother to finish her meal. She struggled to get off the chair. Seeing this, Song Chen picked her up and said, "Come on, Uncle will take you yet to find her mother." "Xiaoyan, have you eaten enough?" I'm done eating." Qiu Jinian obediently picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth and jumped off the chair. He was a few years older than his sister and knew more, so he noticed that things had been a bit off these past 2 days. He knew his parents must have been arguing. This had happened before, but for some reason, he felt inexplicably uneasy this time. After sending the 2 children back to their room, Song Chen walked up to Qiu Jishue and said calmly, "You go back first. My sister and the children will stay at home for a few days to keep my parents company. I'll take them back later." Throughout the entire affair, no one in the family ever mentioned Qiu Jishue's infidelity. Song Chen didn't know how to face it and hadn't figured out how to confront him yet, while Song's parents had been specifically instructed by Song Chen. "Since my sister has decided to get a divorce, we naturally need to make plans early and take some time to prepare. Forget about shared property. The house Song Chen and her husband live in now is rented, and they have almost no savings. Most importantly, they must get custody of the 2 children. The problem is that Song Chen doesn't even have a decent job, so it's incredibly difficult for her to win custody of both children at the same time. Her only advantage lies in Qiu Jishue's infidelity. Unfortunately, Song Chen doesn't know much about this either and plans to consult a professional. What he needed to do now was to stall Qiu Jishue, otherwise he was worried that the other party would take the child away directly. Xiaoyan was the only grandson of the Qiu family, and it was obvious that the Qiu family would not give up on Xiaoyan. Chapter 76 Senior sister Wan Muqing Song Chen had never dealt with a lawyer before and was worried that the law firm she found was not professional enough, so she simply posted a message on her WeChat Moments, thinking that a recommendation from an acquaintance might be more reliable. Shortly after he posted the message on WeChat Moments, several people commented, all asking what had happened to him, but none of them were genuine recommenders. Song Chen didn't reply to these comments. Instead, he started browsing posts about lawyers on social media, just in case no one recommended them in his circle of friends. He had just seen a lawyer with a good reputation online when he received a call from Wen Guangping. "Hey, Da Peng, why did you suddenly decide to call me? I just saw your post on WeChat Moments. Did something happen to you?" Wen Guangping asked with concern. "It wasn't me. It was my sister who ran into some trouble." Wen Guangping said, "Oh," and didn't press further. Instead, he said, "I happen to know a lawyer. Would you like me to recommend him to you?" Upon hearing this, Song Chen was overjoyed. "That's great. Quickly give me his contact information." If he had known Wen Guangping knew someone, he wouldn't have posted on WeChat Moments. "Okay, speaking of which, that lawyer is actually our senior from high school," Wen Guangping said as he sent the lawyer's business card to Song Chen. Song Chen raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Who is it? Do I know them?" "You probably don't know her, but I might have mentioned her in the dorm. She's a senior I met in the student union, named Wan Muqing. She's also the vice president of our student union," Wen Guangping said with a smile. After thinking carefully, Song Chen finally managed to recall the name. At that time, Wen Guangping had just joined the student union and would often mention Wan Muqing's name in the dormitory, saying how beautiful she was, how elegant she was, how good her personality and grades were, and that she was good in every way. She was the goddess in the hearts of many boys. However, Song Chen had a girlfriend at that time and wasn't interested in other girls' affairs, so he usually just let it go in one ear and out the other. Song Chen said, "Oh," and teased with a smile. "I remember now. Wan Muqing was your goddess back in college, wasn't she?" Hee hee. "Let's not talk about things from when we were young," Wen Guangping said somewhat embarrassedly, touching the tip of his pen. Song Chen asked curiously, "Since you have her contact information, haven't you thought about pursuing her? She's a rich, beautiful, and successful woman. How could a poor loser like me even dare to dream of that? I'd just be laughed at for being a toad, trying to eat swan meat," Wen Guangping said with a light-hearted, self-deprecating tone, but a bitter smile played on his lips. "Is her family very rich?" Song Chen really didn't know, but if a girl is beautiful and comes from a wealthy family, it can indeed make people hesitate. She must be quite wealthy. I've heard other people talk about it. Her clothes and bags are all the expensive kind. When they were in college, they were lucky to have a monthly allowance of 1 or 2,000 yuan, but Wan Muqing's clothes cost thousands of yuan and her bags cost tens of thousands. Some people even spread rumors that she was being kept by Sugar Daddy, but most people didn't believe it. Wan Muqing has the face of a rich heiress. How could she possibly be kept by someone? Song Chen opened Wan Muqing's profile, clicked Add Friend, and added her own name in the notes. When Wen Guangping heard that there was no sound from his end, he muttered, "I've already told senior sister Ruan. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I'm going to play games. I have to get up early for work tomorrow." "Okay, I'm in my hometown right now. I'll treat you to drinks sometime after I've finished dealing with things here," Song Chen said with a smile. "No problem, I'll wait." Shortly after the call ended, Song Chen's friend request was accepted. "Ruan Muqing." "Hello." "Song Chen." "Hi, senior. I was recommended by Wen Guangping. I have some legal questions I'd like to consult you about. Is this a convenient time?" "Ruan Muqing." "Okay, let's chat by voice." Song Chen had no objection. He was actually too lazy to type anyway. "Hello, can you hear me?" A woman's voice came from the phone, soft and slightly magnetic, making Song Chen's ears tingle for a moment. He paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "I can hear you clearly. Hello, senior sister Ruan." "Hello, junior Song. What kind of legal issues do you want to consult about? Are you familiar with divorce and how to win child custody, senior?" Song Chen asked. Ruan Muqing was stunned for a moment. If she wasn't mistaken, this junior should be 1 or 2 years younger than her, yet he was already married and had children. A feeling of time, aging inexplicably rose in her heart. No wonder my mother always says she's not young anymore. She really is not young anymore. People younger than her have already gone through the whole process of getting married, having children, and getting divorced. She quickly pulled herself back from her wandering thoughts. I'm fairly familiar with it. Tell me the details. My sister found out that my brother-in-law is cheating on her, and now she wants to divorce him, but they have 2 children. In this situation, is it possible for my sister to win custody of both children at the same time? Song Chen described the basic situation of her sister and brother-in-law. After hearing this, Ruan Muqing suddenly realized that it was her older sister. She had thought it was her junior brother Song himself. Thinking of Song Chen's problem, she unconsciously frowned slightly. Your sister does not have a stable income at present, and both of her children are over 2 years old but under 8 years old. Under such circumstances, it will probably not be easy to win custody of both children at the same time. In most divorced families with 2 children, one parent usually takes custody of the other. It depends on which parent's environment is more suitable for the child. Housewives like Song Chen don't really have much of an advantage. What if the man cheats? Will that affect his custody battle? Song Chen asked. He was more concerned about this. He wasn't too worried about work or money. His sister didn't have money, but he did. He could just transfer some money to his sister later. It has some impact, but it's negligible. It mainly depends on who is more suitable to raise the child based on their circumstances. Fine, Song Chen said, somewhat disappointed that he couldn't use this reason to manipulate Qiu Zhixue. Although they have the advantage in terms of financial resources alone, if Qiu Zhixue finds out about his wealth, not only will it be difficult to fight for custody, but it will also be difficult to get a divorce. Human nature is so realistic. When it comes to money, what good will clinging and scheming do? Song Chen then asked Ruan Muqing some questions about property gifts, such as whether the house he wanted to give to his sister would be considered marital property. Upon hearing this, Ruan Muqing raised her eyebrows in surprise. It seemed that this junior was very kind to his older sister. Chapter 77 Buying a house for his sister Ruan Muqing also has a younger brother, and they have a very good relationship, which greatly increased her goodwill towards Song Chen. You can sign a gift contract first, designating your sister as the donor. In that case, the house will belong to your sister personally. If there is no contract, it will be considered as joint property of the couple. I didn't know it could be done like that, Song Chen said with surprise. He hadn't studied this area much, mainly because he had never encountered anything like property gifting before. Ruan Muqing suggested, "When do you have time? You can bring your sister to my law firm for a detailed discussion." Is Senior Ruan's law firm located in City C? Yes, I'll send you an address. Song Chen responded and asked, "Is Saturday okay? My sister might only have time on weekends because she needs to pick up and drop off the kids." He also planned to take his parents and 2 nephews and nieces to City C for a trip. Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed something, as his little face showed a worry that was not appropriate for his age. It would be nice to relax for the weekend. Ruan Muqing paused for a moment upon hearing this. Their law firm usually didn't work on weekends, but it wasn't impossible to work overtime. Okay, then Saturday, 10 a.m., is that all right? Okay, thank you for your hard work, Senior Sister Ruan. After hanging up the phone, Song Chen immediately knocked on his sister's door and briefly explained what had happened. He never expected Song Chen to refuse, and continued, "It just so happens that today is Thursday, so I'll buy the tickets first and then take Xiao Nian and you to have some fun. Wouldn't this be too much trouble? Why don't you help me inquire about it? And my 2 children and I won't go." Song Chen hesitated. A trip to City C would cost a lot of money, and she was a little reluctant to spend it. "We have to go. You and Mom and Dad haven't seen my new house yet, so this is a good opportunity to take a look," Song Chen said firmly. Song Chen pursed her lips. "Okay." Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the weekend. Seeing her daughter, who had finished her makeup and was carrying her bag, ready to leave, Ruan's mother quickly called out to her, Ruan, where are you going?" "Oh, something came up at the firm. I'm going to work overtime. I probably won't be back for lunch," Ruan Muching replied with a smile. Ruan's mother frowned deeply. "What is it? Can't we wait until Monday to deal with it? Why we have to work on Saturday?" She had finally managed to invite someone over for dinner, but coincidentally, her daughter had something to do today. She even suspected that her daughter had overheard her phone call and deliberately went out. Ruan Muching was unaware of her mother's ulterior motives and thought that her mother felt sorry for her working overtime. She smiled and hugged her mother's arm, gently rubbing against her. "I have an appointment with a client. I can't just stand them up, can I? Can you make it back for lunch?" Mrs. Ruan asked expectantly. Ruan Muching finally realized something was wrong and looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. "Mom, are you hiding something from me?" "Haha, what could I possibly be hiding from you?" Ruan's mother looked a little uneasy and looked away, not daring to meet her daughter's gaze. Ruan Muching snorted. "You still say you don't? You're practically wearing your guilty conscience on your face." Since she had been seen through, Ruan's mother decided not to pretend anymore. "All right, there's something I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. I invited Aunt Wu to our house for dinner. You should still remember her son, right? You two should have played together when you were little." "Mom, you don't mean Jiang Rong, do you?" Ruan Muching asked incredulously. Ruan's mother nodded naturally. "That's right, it's Jiang Rong. This child has been developing his career abroad all these years, and he has finally returned to China recently. It just so happens that your Aunt Wu said that he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, so I thought I could arrange for you two to meet first." Stop. Mom, don't joke with me. Jiang Rong and I are impossible. "Okay, I'm really leaving now. I'm going to be late," Ruan Muching said and ran away in a flash. At this moment, she was very glad that she had to work overtime today. Otherwise, what awaited her at noon would have been an extremely awkward blind date. Putting aside the fact that she doesn't like blind dates, even if she were to go on one, she wouldn't go to someone she knows. Who is Jiang Rong? They were childhood friends who grew up together, even though they rarely kept in touch after growing up, and it's impossible for them to be friends. Meanwhile, Song Chen brought his family to City C by high-speed rail last night. Today, he planned to go to the law firm with his sister to see Ruan Muching in the morning, and then take his parents and nephews and nieces out to play in the afternoon. When Song Chen and Song Zhen arrived at the law firm at 9:40, the firm's doors were tightly closed. Song Chen sent a message to Ruan Muching and then started watching short videos while standing at the door. "Junior brother Song?" A gentle voice sounded from behind, and the Song siblings looked up in unison. The woman had long, flowing black hair, large, round eyes that sparkled with confidence and wisdom, and a small, cherry-like mouth beneath a high, straight nose adorned with delicate lipstick and a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. Song Chen's eyes glazed over for a moment, but she quickly put on a polite smile. "Senior Sister Ruan?" "Hello." Ruan Muching nodded apologetically. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Please come in and have a seat." She opened the office door and went to the front desk to get a bottle of mineral water for the two of them. When Song Chen was getting a bottle of mineral water, he accidentally touched Ruan Muching's finger. Their eyes met briefly in the air before they quickly looked away. "Thank you, Senior." "You're welcome. Let's get down to business first. Miss Song, you can tell me your needs first," Ruan Muching said, her whole demeanor changing as she got down to business. When Song Zhen first met a lawyer, she unconsciously became a little nervous in front of the powerful Ruan Muching. I want to divorce my husband and get custody of our 2 children. "Yes, I understand. Yesterday, Junior Song briefly explained the basic situation to me. Let me first tell you about the current problems." Ruan Muching laid out the strengths and weaknesses of Song Zhen and his wife. Then she mentioned that Song Chen was going to give his sister a house, and that Song Chen had asked Ruan Muching to write a property donation document on his behalf. Upon hearing that Song Chen was going to give her a house, Song Chen was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How can this be? Xiao Chun, don't talk nonsense. Sister, I'm not talking nonsense. I really am planning to buy you a house, Song Chen said earnestly. Song Chen waved her hands repeatedly. No, how could I possibly want your house? There's no reason for that. Although she knew her brother had money, even the cheapest house cost several 100,000 yuan. How could she take advantage of her brother like that? Even brothers should keep clear accounts. Chapter 78, When Will There Be an Opportunity? Sister, don't rush to refuse. You need to think about Xiaoyan and Yeye. You don't have a stable job to begin with. If you could have a house, wouldn't that give you a better chance when fighting for custody of the children? Song Zhen's words of refusal caught in her throat. But, Song Chen reached out to interrupt her. No buts. I don't lack money right now. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were the rich one, would you be so stingy as to not even buy me a house? Of course not. I'll definitely buy you a house when I have money, Song Chen blurted out. That's settled then. When we go back this time, we'll go look at houses and pick one in a good school district so that it will be convenient for Xiao Yin and the others to go to school. Song Chen has already made up his mind. He'll buy 2 houses, one for his parents and one for his sister. He will buy a larger one for his parents so that his sister and her child can live with them. As for his sister's house, he can rent it out. Ruan Muqing remained silent until the siblings had finished discussing the matter before she began to speak. The 3 finalized some details, such as what to do if Qiu Zhixue disagrees with the divorce, and what to do if Qiu Zhixue insists on fighting for custody. By the time everything was finished, it was already past 11 o'clock. Song Chen suggested inviting Ruan Muqing to dinner, and Ruan Muqing, who didn't dare go home at that time, readily agreed. Song Chen tugged at her younger brother's clothes and whispered, Xiao Chun, why don't you go have dinner with Miss Ruan? I'll head back first. I'm worried that Yeye will cry if she doesn't see me for too long. Then why don't you take Mom and Dad out to eat? Song Chen was worried that her parents wouldn't dare to go out since they were unfamiliar with the area, so she planned to order takeout for them at noon and then take them out for a big meal in the evening. But since her sister was going back, there was no need to order takeout. Song Chen nodded. Okay, I'll take them out to eat. Song Chen explained the reason to Ruan Muqing, and Ruan Muqing expressed her understanding. Then why don't we not eat it today and eat it another day? It's the same. It's okay. Having a meal won't take up much time, Song Chen said with a smile. Ruan Muqing came to the company to work overtime specifically for them, and the 2 are senior students from the same school, so even out of politeness, she should treat them to a meal. Without waiting for Ruan Muqing to refuse again, Song Chen directly called a car for his sister on his phone. Sis, if you don't want to go too far, you can take Mom and Dad to the mall near our house to eat. There are lots of good food there, and you can do some shopping after you eat. Okay, I understand, Song Chen said with a somewhat helpless expression. She had always taken care of her younger brother when they were little, so why was he acting like a busybody now? After Song Chen left by car, Song Chen and Ruan Muqing went to the parking lot to get their car. It was then that Song Chen remembered a question. Senior, did you drive here? Ruan Muqing smiled and shook her head. No, I can't drive. I haven't even taken a driving test yet. Why don't you get a driver's license? It would be more convenient to drive to and from get off work, Song Chen asked, puzzled. He didn't think that Ruan Muqing's family could afford a car. I'm a little afraid of driving. I don't think I'd be a good driver, so I guess I'll pass. Ruan Muqing frowned in distress. She found driving to be a terrifying thing. There's one more thing she didn't mention. She actually has a chauffeur at home, and he picks her up and drops her off at get off work every day. Occasionally, she also takes a taxi by herself. Whether you have a driver pick you up or take a taxi, it feels more convenient than driving yourself, since it saves you the step of parking. As they spoke, the 2 had already arrived in front of Song Chen's car. Song Chen gentlemanly opened the passenger door for Ruan Muqing, bowing slightly, as if to invite her in. Senior, please get in the car. Haha, why don't you say princess? Please get in the carriage. Ruan Muqing covered her lips and chuckled, her eyes crinkling. Song Chen glanced at her in surprise, then repeated the gesture. Princess, please get in the carriage. You really mean it? I was just kidding, which made Ruan Muqing a little embarrassed, and a blush crept onto her fair face. She just suddenly remembered that meme that was popular online before and blurted it out. But being called princess by a junior classmate she wasn't very familiar with made her feel a little embarrassed. Song Chen noticed the embarrassment on her face and said with a smile, It's okay. I know you were joking, and I know the joke too. He just didn't expect that the seemingly aloof senior would suddenly play along with his jokes, which gave him an unexpectedly cute and unexpected charm. "Thank you for opening the door for me." Ruan Muqing nodded and bent down to get into the passenger seat. Song Chen casually closed the door and walked around to the driver's side. "Senior, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Ruan Muqing pursed her lips and thought for a moment before saying, I'm fine with anything. Junior, you can decide. Hunan cuisine, hot pot, Japanese food, Western food, Thai food. Senior, please choose one." Song Chen offered her several options. Ruan Muqing's eyes widened slightly as she tentatively suggested, "How about hot pot?" She has a typical Chinese palate, doesn't like Western food, and especially loves spicy food. "Okay, let's go eat hot pot then." Song Chen nodded with a smile, then took out his phone and tapped a few times to navigate to the hot pot restaurant with the highest rating nearby. On the way to the hot pot restaurant, the atmosphere in the car gradually became silent. Song Chen racked his brains and finally thought of a topic about college. "Did you ever go back to school after graduating?" "I went back once or twice when I was in graduate school, but I haven't been back since," Ruan Muqing said, a nostalgic expression on her face as she recalled her university days. "The school has changed a lot in the past 2 years. You can go back and visit when you have time." Ruan Muqing nodded. "Okay, I wonder if the rice noodle shop in the third canteen is closed down. I used to eat there often with my roommates, at least 3 times a week." "The third canteen? I used to go to the second canteen more often. Is a rice noodle shop there very good?" "It's super delicious. Do you want to try it with me sometime?" "It's my treat," Ruan Muqing said. After she finished speaking, she felt a little annoyed that she had spoken too quickly, as if she were asking Song Chen out. Song Chen also realized this, and turned his head slightly to look at Ruan Muqing's expression. Seeing the fleeting annoyance on her face, he guessed that she probably didn't have that kind of intention. He thought to himself, how could such a rich and beautiful woman possibly be interested in him? He almost fell for her. Luckily, he didn't think too much about it. If he had said something he shouldn't have, he would have been incredibly embarrassed. Song Chen smiled and casually replied, "Sure, I might give it a try if I have the chance." Then silence fell again, and neither of them spoke until they stopped the car. As for when the opportunity would come, no one mentioned it. Chapter 79. Having prepared a red envelope, Song Chen was about to go home after seeing Ruan Muqing off when he received a call from Suhua. He casually put it on speakerphone. "Hey, Huazi, why are you calling me at this hour? Is something wrong at the store?" he asked, his voice tinged with worry. Because he had gone back to his hometown these past few days and couldn't take care of things at the store and couldn't stay closed indefinitely, he temporarily found a wholesaler to supply the store. When he received Su Hua's call, he couldn't help but wonder if there was a problem with the store's goods. What could possibly be going on at the shop? "Everything's fine. I just wanted to ask if you're free tonight. How about we come over and go over last month's accounts?" Su Hua's smiling voice came through the phone. Song Chen exhaled, stepped on the gas, and overtook the SU that was blocking the way and moving slowly. He said in a low voice, "I might be a little late. Can I come over at 7 o'clock? We can have a late-night snack together." "No problem. How about we invite Xiaolin along for a late-night snack?" "Tao Xiaolin? Do you want to call her?" Song Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. Su Hua chuckled. "Let's invite her. Consider it a team-building event for the restaurant. Anyway, she's just a young girl and she can't eat much." Song Chen's lips curled up, revealing a playful smile. How come he didn't know that Hua Zi had become so close to that young girl? The brothers even invited her along when they went out for barbecue. However, since Su Hua had already spoken, he naturally wouldn't refuse. "Sure, you can tell her I'll try to come over as early as possible tonight." When Song Chen got home, she found her parents taking a nap, and only her sister was sitting on the sofa playing on her phone. Song Chen patted the seat next to her, gesturing for her younger brother to sit down. "Xiao Chun, did you take Miss Ruan back?" "Yes, I sent it back. What did you guys have for lunch, sis?" Song Chen asked casually, leaning back on the sofa. "I ate Hunan cuisine, and it tasted pretty good." Song Chen glanced at the time on her phone. "How long have Mom and Dad been sleeping? Didn't we agree to go to the zoo this afternoon? We should get ready to leave." "It's been more than half an hour. I'll go wake them up," Song Chen said before getting up and going to her room. When Xiao Jiue was woken up by her mother, she was a little unhappy. She pouted and hugged her teddy bear tightly, unwilling to get out of bed. Song Chen looked at her daughter gently. "Yeah, don't you want to go to the zoo to see the pandas? If you don't want to go, your uncle will take your brother there soon." "I want to go." Xiao Jiue's eyes lit up when she heard the words zoo. and she quickly jumped out of bed. Mom, quickly bring me my shoes. I need to put them on. Okay, Mom will help you put on now. The family had a happy afternoon at the zoo and then had dinner together outside. This was the first time Song Yongkong and Zhang Yanxun had gone out like this. While they were happy, they couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the money. Today's expenses were more than their previous monthly living expenses. Chen, can you buy us tickets? Your dad and I are going back tomorrow, Zhang Yanxun said, holding her son's hand. Song Chen softened her tone and coaxed. Mom, why don't you stay and play for a few more days? It's not easy for you to come all this way. I'm not playing anymore. I have to go back to school before the new year. Zhang Yanxun quickly waved her hand, not daring to think about how much money it would cost if she played for a few more days. Just take a few days off. First graders don't learn much anyway. I'll tutor him myself, Song Chen said nonchalantly. Although he wasn't a top student, he could easily grasp the knowledge of first graders. Before Zhang Yanxun could say anything, Song Yongkong glared at his son and said, What nonsense are you spouting? How can you teach a child to avoid studying like this? He wouldn't say anything if there was something important that required him to take leave, but is it reasonable to not even let the child go to school, just so he can play outside for a few more days? Song Chen looked at her younger brother disapprovingly. Xiao Chun, this is not good. It will make Xiao and Yin develop bad habits. All right, then you take the kids back first, and Mom and Dad can stay here and play for a few more days, right? Song Chen said, giving in. Only then did Song Chen stop objecting, and even help persuade Song's parents. But how will you travel by car, with 2 children all by yourself? Zhang Yanxun asked with some concern. Song Chen smiled and said nonchalantly, Xiao and Yin are both very well behaved. There won't be any problems, Mom. Don't worry so much. Besides, we see him often at home, but we only see Xiao Chen a few times a year. You should take this opportunity to spend more time with him. All right. Zhang Yanxun actually wanted to spend a few more days with her son, and finally agreed. Song Chen and her sister exchanged a glance, both seeing the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Sis, let's go to the amusement park tomorrow morning, and I'll take you to catch the high-speed train in the afternoon. Okay, Xiao Yin and Yu, did you hear that? Your uncle said he's going to take you to the amusement park, Song Chen said, pinching her daughter's soft little face. Happy? Brother, are you happy? Xiao Jieyue cheered happily, looking at her brother with her big eyes. I'm happy too. Xiao Jinian smiled, but she felt a little regretful that her father hadn't come. If her father could have been with them, he would have been even happier. Song Chen dropped his parents off at home before driving to the store to find Su Hua. Orange, you're finally here. I was just about to send you a message. Why are you in such a hurry? There are still 5 minutes until 7 o'clock, Song Chen said, waving her phone in front of him. Why wouldn't we be in a hurry? Xiaolin and I haven't had dinner yet, and we're especially waiting for you to take us out for a big meal, Su Hua said with a grin. Tao Xiaolin tactfully greeted Song Chen. Hello, boss. Song Chen was a little surprised. You guys haven't eaten yet? Then let's get down to business and go eat as soon as we're done. Su Hua showed Song Chen the store's revenue records over this period. Chengzi, take a look first and point out any problems. Okay, Song Chen said, taking the ledger and glancing at it casually. Last month, the store's total revenue was over 300,000 yuan, and after deducting various expenses, the net profit was around 100,000 yuan. Of course, the cost of goods was deducted from this net profit, but in fact the store's cost of goods was extremely low, so at least 300,000 of that 300,000 was pure profit. This amount of money may be insignificant compared to Song Chen's current wealth, but it cannot be denied that it is indeed a large sum of money, equivalent to several years' salary for an average person. Song Chen put down the ledger. No problem. You two have worked hard these past few days. I just happened to prepare a red envelope for each of you. Upon hearing about the red envelope, Su Hua smiled and hooked her arm around his neck. That's great. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Shaolin, hurry up and thank our boss. Chapter 80, will he become love-obsessed? Su Hua thought that the red envelope Song Chen mentioned would be at most 500 or 1,000, but the moment he received it, he knew it would definitely be more than that. Wow, such a big red envelope. It's not like it's filled with vouchers, is it? Su Hua joked with a smile. Song Chen rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. If you don't want it, you can get it back to me. This guy is so ungrateful. He even went to the bank to withdraw cash. He should have just transferred the money via mobile phone. Yes, of course I want it. I was just joking, Su Hua said, clutching the red envelope tightly to his chest, as if afraid Song Chen would snatch it back. Song Chen raised his chin and snorted. That's more like it. If I didn't want you to experience the joy of counting money, I wouldn't have bothered with all this. Orange, you're so thoughtful. Suhua gave him a thumbs up, smiled, opened a red envelope, licked his fingers on his tongue, and began counting the money. 9,000, 9,009, 10,000. Suhua became more and more excited as he counted. He didn't expect Song Chen to be so generous and give him a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. You should know that he received a bonus of 20,000 yuan last month, which means he earned 30,000 yuan in 1 month, a number he never dared to dream of before. Song Chen leaned back in his chair, a smug smile on his face, and winked at Suhua, saying, Huazi, are you feeling the joy of counting money? Suhua nodded vigorously. I felt it. I must have felt it. Tao Xiaolin, who was standing aside and not very noticeable, also took the opportunity while Suhua was counting the money to quietly count the red envelope she received, which contained a full 1,000 yuan. Although it was much less than what Suhua received, she was still very happy, and a beautiful smile curved her lips. This was a pleasant surprise for her. She planned to take her younger brother to buy him 2 new outfits when she had a holiday, since children grow quickly and his clothes from last year no longer fit. Song Chen tapped the table twice with his fingertips and stood up from his chair. Let's go get something to eat. All right. I want to eat at Manhwa, Suhua said, rubbing his rumbling stomach. Manhwa is a famous late-night snack shop in City C, with an average cost of over 500 yuan per person, and it is notoriously expensive. Suhua had only seen recommendations online and had never actually eaten there before, so he decided to go and check it out tonight. Song Chen readily nodded. Okay, let's go. After saying that, he walked out first. Suhua pulled Tao Xiaolin, who was standing still, and said, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow us. Didn't you hear the boss say he's going to treat us to a big meal? Brother Hua, maybe I shouldn't go, Tao Xiaolin said awkwardly, clutching the hem of her clothes. What's wrong? Is your brother urging you to go back? Suhua asked, puzzled. Tao Xiaolin gently shook her head. No, I just feel it's not right for me to go along. Under normal circumstances, which boss would treat his employees to such an expensive late-night snack? It doesn't matter that Suhua and Song Chen are brothers, but she, as a lowly employee, should have some self-awareness. There's nothing wrong with it. Just treat it as an employee benefit, Suhua said, not giving Tao Xiaolin a chance to resist, and dragged her towards Song Chen's car. This was Tao Xiaolin's first time riding in Song Chen's car. She seemed very uneasy, and her back was ramrod straight. Suhua felt tired just looking at her, so he tried to make her relax by cracking jokes. Song Chen saw the interaction between the two through the rearview mirror, and a guess flashed through her mind. In the following days, he paid attention to the two of them, intentionally or unintentionally. Suhua took care of Tao Xiaolin in every way, and people who didn't know the situation might have thought that the two were a couple. After finishing their late-night snack, Song Chen hailed a taxi for Tao Xiaolin. Before getting on the bus, Suhua reminded him, Remember to send me a message when you get back to let me know you're safe? Okay? Okay, goodbye Huaga, goodbye boss. Tao Xiaolin waved. The car quickly disappeared from sight. Song Chen reached out and hooked his arm around Suhua's neck, pressing him for an answer. Tell me honestly, what exactly is going on between you and that Tao Xiaolin? What's going on? I don't understand what you're saying, Suhua said, somewhat confused. You're still pretending, kid. You got your eye on that girl, haven't you? You didn't see how considerate you were just now. A real boyfriend is just like that, isn't he? Song Chen said with a meaningful smile. Suhua groaned, a hint of panic flashing across his face. What nonsense are you talking about? I just felt that she was a young girl who had a tough time, so I wanted to take extra care of her. Do you think I believe you? Song Chen rolled his eyes. They've been brothers for so many years. How could he not see through this guy's little scheme? Suhua choked for a moment, then stammered as he continued to argue. We really have nothing going on. Besides, she's only 20 years old. I just treat her like a younger sister. That's right, that's exactly it. He only sees Tao Xiaolin as a younger sister. Suhua emphasized to himself. If you didn't look so guilty, I might actually believe you. Besides, so what if she's 20? Don't forget you're only 26 yourself, okay? Don't act like you're already 36, Song Chen said, giving Suhua a speechless look. If you like a girl, just go after her. Why bother with all this fancy stuff? Huazi, you're such a coward. You're not acting like a man at all, he said deliberately. Suhua couldn't stand being provoked and retorted with a stiff neck. You're the one who's not acting like a man. I haven't thought it through yet. Let me sort it out first. Before today, he hadn't realized that he had any different feelings for Tao Xiaolin until Song Chen pointed it out, and he realized something was wrong. Well, to put it bluntly, it's really about experience in this area. I've been single for 26 years, almost to the point of becoming a monk. Okay, take your time, Song Chen said with a smile. Su Hua sat in the passenger seat, biting his thumb and thinking for a long time, when he suddenly realized the question, Chengzi, do you think she would like me? If Tao Xiaolin rejects him, it will be so awkward for the two of them to work together in the future. How would I know such a thing? I'm not a god, Song Chen said with a look that said, Are you kidding me? Ugh. So annoying, Su Hua yanked a couple of handfuls of hair. Seeing how troubled he was, Song Chen deliberately said, Why don't you try to catch up there first? If you really can't, I'll just dump her. That way you won't feel embarrassed. Are you a devil? What did Xiaolin do to you? You just want to expel her. Do you know how hard it is for a young girl to support her younger brother? Su Hua's tone was somewhat agitated, showing a sense of indignation on behalf of his beloved. All right, we won't fire her, okay? Song Chen reluctantly agreed. She's already being overprotective of her even before they're together. What if she becomes love-struck once they start dating? Chapter 81, A Mistake Every Man Makes. When Ning Zhen returned home with her 2 children, the house was empty. The table was piled high with uncollected takeout containers. Clothes and socks were strewn haphazardly on the sofa, and the floor was filthy. Looking at all this, Song Chen felt a surge of inexplicable anger. She'd only been away from home for a few days, and her husband had turned their once lovely home into a doghouse. Mommy, it stinks, Xiaojiu said, covering her little nose with disgust. Song Chen patted her head. You and your brother go play in your room. Mom will tidy up here. Mom, let me help you tidy up, Qiu Jianian said, acting like a little adult. Looking at her well-behaved and sensible son, Song Chen felt much better. No need. Mom will be ready soon. Okay, then I'll take my sister back to her room first, Qiu Jianian said, taking his sister's hand and walking towards his room. Song Chen spent more than half an hour cleaning the entire living room and threw all the dirty clothes into the washing machine. After everything was settled, she let out a sigh of relief and lay half-reclined on the sofa to rest. Just 2 minutes after she lay down, the 2 children ran out of the room, complaining that they were hungry, so Song Chen had no choice but to get up and start cooking. Because there were no vegetables at home, she simply cooked a pot of noodles for dinner, adding eggs and sausages as a special touch. The 2 children ate it with great relish. Seeing that the 2 children had finished eating, Song Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Xiaonian, you, can Mommy tell you something? Mom, what do you want to tell us? Qiu Jianian asked her mother curiously. Looking into her son's innocent and naive eyes, Song Chen felt a deep sense of guilt. She closed her eyes and forced herself to ask, if Mom and Dad separate, who do you want to live with? This question should have been asked a long time ago. Even if she wants custody of both children, their own opinions should be respected. If the children choose Qiu Zhixue, she will have no choice but to let go, no matter how reluctant she is. I want my mom. I love my mom the most. Qiu Jiayue laughed and shook her head, her face full of confusion. She didn't really understand what her mother meant, but she chose her mother over her father without hesitation. Qiu Jianian, who understood more, quickly filled her eyes with tears. Mom, are you going to divorce Dad? Song Chen hugged her son tightly. Xiaonian, don't be sad. Even if your dad and I are separated, we will still be your and Yeye's dad and mom. That will never change. But I don't want you to get divorced. Why do you want to get divorced? Can't you not get divorced? Qiu Jianian pouted, trying to let the tears flow. One of the boys in their class had divorced parents and a stepmother. He was often scolded by his stepmother and sometimes didn't even get to eat. Qiu Jianian doesn't want a stepmother. He only wants his own mother. Song Chen looked intently into her son's eyes and said, Xiaonian, Mom can't promise you, but Mom can guarantee that you and Yeye will always be Mom's most beloved children. She has already made up her mind. She will go to the hospital to get her tubal ligation done in a few days. She will only have 2 children in her life, Xiaonian and Yeye. Seeing her mother's serious expression, Qiu Jianian knew that her mind was made up, and she could no longer hold back her tears. Little Ye looked at her brother crying, looked left and right, and started crying too. Song Chen looked helplessly at the 2 children who were crying incessantly and sighed. Cry. You'll feel better after you've cried. Xiao Jinian cried, while secretly observing her mother's reaction. Seeing that her mother was unmoved, she cried even louder. Xiao Yan, think it over carefully. Do you want to live with your dad or your mom in the future? Song Chen no longer treated her son like a child and carefully analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the two choices for him. Xiao Jinian gradually calmed down, rubbed her red eyes, and asked, Mom, will you find me a new dad in the future? No, Song Chen said firmly. Then I want to live with you, Xiao Jinian said softly, her head lowered. Song Chen happily hugged him and kissed his fair cheeks twice. Xiaoyan, don't worry. Mom will definitely fight for your custody. When Xiao Jishue arrived home, it was already past 10 p.m. He noticed something different about the house as soon as he entered. It was spotless. He rushed into the bedroom excitedly. Wife, you're back. Song Chen wrinkled her nose in disgust at the smell of alcohol on him and responded coldly. Xiao Jishue awkwardly touched his nose and forced a fawning smile. Wife, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Song Chen did not answer him, but said expressionlessly, Xiao Jishue, I have something to tell you. What? Honey, don't be angry. I just went out for drinks with Gongzi and the others tonight. If you don't like it, I won't go next time. Xiao Jishue quickly explained, feeling a vague sense of unease. Let's get a divorce. Wife, don't joke with me. This isn't funny at all. Xiao Jishue's smile vanished, his eyes fixed on the person on the bed. Song Chen raised her voice. I'm not joking. I know everything you've done. You're not going to keep pretending to be all lovey-dovey. It just disgusts me. With a loud boom, Xiao Jishue felt as if his brain was about to explode, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Wife, let me explain. I didn't mean it. No, that's not what I meant, Xiao Jishue said, his forehead beaded with cold sweat and his words stammering. Song Chen looked at him coldly. No need to explain. I've already seen the chat history and even took photos as souvenirs. Do you want me to show it to you? Xiao Jishue's eyes widened in disbelief. When? Was it when you went back to your parents' house? Is that why you suddenly took the child back? Yes, so you don't need to make excuses. I don't want to hear your excuses. Let's get a peaceful divorce for the sake of our years of relationship. Xiao Jishue stood there stunned for a long time, then shook his head violently. No, I don't want a divorce, Jinjin. Please don't do this to me. How could they get a divorce? This is the woman he has loved for over a decade, the woman he once vowed to spend his life with. He already knew he was wrong. He really didn't cheat on his wife on purpose. He was just under too much pressure in life and wanted a vent. He never thought that Song Chen would find out about it. He just made a mistake that every man in the world would make. Xiao Jishue, you're ridiculous. You're the one who cheated, and you're also the one who said you didn't want a divorce. Your face is disgusting, Song Chen said with a cold laugh. Chapter 82, offering a house and a car. No matter how much Xiao Jishue apologized and tried to persuade her to stay, Song Chen remained firm in her decision to divorce him. Xiao Jishue had no choice but to ignore the situation, thinking that things might pass once Song Chen calmed down. Song Chen's patience was quickly worn down by him. Are you sure you don't want a divorce? Then I'll have no choice but to file a lawsuit in court. Song Chen, do you have to be so heartless? Even if you have no feelings for me, you should still think about the two children. Do you want them to be children of a divorced family? Xiao Jishue looked at Song Chen with accusatory eyes, as if she were the one who started this whole thing. Song Chen scoffed. How dare you mention two children? When you're sleeping with other women, do you ever think about being the father of two? Since we can't reach an agreement, then you can just wait for the court summons, Song Chen said. And the next day, she took her two children and moved to her parents' home. Unlike her previous visits to her parents' home for short stays, she moved all of her and her two children's belongings with her. When Xiao Jishue got home from get-off work, he saw that the house was mostly empty, and he got so angry that he started smashing and breaking things inside. After venting his anger, he called his mother-in-law. Mom, are Jinjin and the baby with you? Zhang Chunyan glanced at her daughter, sitting on the sofa. Inside, yes, Jinjin is at home. She had just returned from City C today, and when she got back, she found that there were a lot more things in the house. After asking her daughter, she found out that her daughter had brought the child back with her. This is because they know she and the old man disagree, so they're doing this by acting first and asking for her permission later. Since the things have already been moved in, she can't possibly kick her daughter and grandson out. Mom, you should know that Jinjin wants to divorce me, right? Can you please help me persuade her? I really know I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. We already have two children. At this time, the two children will be the ones who suffer the most from a divorce, Xiao Jishua said, appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her, apologizing and admitting his mistakes, and bringing up the issue of the two children. Zhang Chunyan had never approved of her daughter's divorce, but she was persuaded without really understanding why. Okay, I will try to talk to Jinjin. After hanging up the phone, before Zhang Chunyan could even speak, she met her daughter's dark eyes. Mom, if you dare to persuade me not to get a divorce, I'll move out with the kids tomorrow. Fine, I won't try to persuade you anymore, Zhang Chunyan said sullenly. She was also worried that her daughter would really move out and not be able to take care of two children by herself, so she had no choice but a compromise. Song Chen secretly gave her sister a thumbs up. To be honest, his sister's personality has remained unchanged for over a decade. Once she's made up her mind, no amount of persuasion will change it. The next day, Song Chen took her parents and sister to look at houses. Housing prices are cheap in small towns, averaging just over 3,000 yuan, with even the more expensive ones costing only 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. Song Chen chose a fully furnished apartment complex and bought 2 units without hesitation. One set of names was written with the parents' names, and the other set was written with the older sister Song Jun's name. Because they are fully furnished, the prices are higher, but the 2 apartments together only cost a little over 1 million. After signing the purchase contract, Song Jun was in a state of disbelief. She already has one? Her brother bought her a house. Song Chen waved his hand in front of her eyes. Sis, snap out of it. After we pick up the baby for the Lunar New Year, let's go out for a nice meal to celebrate. Xiao Chun, thank you, Song Jun said gratefully to her younger brother. No need to thank me. We're like siblings, Song Chun said with a smile. Sis, why don't you get a driver's license? I'll buy you a car, so it'll be easier to pick up and drop off Xiao Yin and the others, and Mom and Dad too. If I need to go anywhere, you can give them a ride. Song Jun thought about the inconvenience of taking her child to school on rainy days and felt that her younger brother made a good point. Then should I take the test? Will it be too difficult? She lacks self-confidence. It's not difficult. Most of the questions in Subject 1 are common sense questions. You just need to spend more time memorizing the rest. Subject 4 is similar to Subject 1. Leave the remaining 2 to your instructor. He will teach you, Song Chen said, making it sound extremely easy. In fact, he did find it easy. For example, in the second part of the driving test, there were fixed points all the way through, and as long as you remember the points, it was easy to pass. How about I buy you a car first? That way you'll be more motivated to take the test, Song Chen suddenly suggested. The more he thought about it, the better he felt this was a good idea. Anyway, getting a driver's license wouldn't take long, maybe a month if things went smoothly. Having a car in front of him would prevent his sister from giving up halfway through. In a daze, Song Jun followed her younger brother to the 4S store to order a car, paid a deposit, and agreed to pick it up a month later. Song Chen originally wanted to buy her a better car, but Song Jun disagreed no matter what. In the end, she chose an electric car priced around 100,000 yuan based on the salesperson's recommendation. Her main concern was the low cost of electricity, as gas was simply too expensive. Song Chen didn't have any particular feelings about trams. He neither liked nor disliked them. Plus, his sister would definitely be driving near their home in the future, and trams were indeed quite practical, so he didn't object. Anyway, it's cheap, and if I don't like it later, I can just replace it. Because they were delayed by going to look at the car. There was some traffic on the way. They arrived at the school gate a few minutes later than when Song Jun usually picked up Xiao Jinian. When Song Jun didn't see her son at the school gate, she assumed he was still in the classroom and waited patiently outside. But after most of the students had left, she finally realized something was wrong. Xiao Chen rarely comes out this late. Could something have happened to her? Sister, don't worry. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe Xiao Yin is still in the classroom. Song Chen explained the situation to the security guard at the entrance and learned that their child was missing. The guard had them register their information and then let them in. The group rushed to the classroom of Class 2, Grade 1, but to their disappointment, the classroom was empty. Song Jun's face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand up. What should I do? What should I do? Song Chen quickly helped her up. Sis, call Xiao Yin's homeroom teacher first and ask. I'll look for her elsewhere. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 1 was nearly scared to death when she heard that a student in her class was missing. She was a teacher who joined the school last year and was a homeroom teacher for the first time. She was already under a lot of pressure, and now that a student had gone missing, she felt that her teaching career was about to end. Seeing that the female teacher was about to cry, Song Chen took the initiative to remind her, Teacher Shun, please take us to the monitoring room to check the surveillance footage. Ah, right. We can check the surveillance footage. Shunling's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had grasped at some lifeline. Chapter 83 found, damn Xiao Zhixue, you bastard. Song Chen cursed viciously as she looked at the person who took her son away in the surveillance footage. She never expected that it was Xiao Zhixue who picked up her son. You see, since her son started school, Xiao Zhixue has never picked him up or dropped him off. Not even once. Song Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shun Ling beside him. Thank you for your help, Teacher Shun. We now know where Xiao Nian is. Shun Ling didn't recognize the man in the surveillance footage, but Song Chen and the others obviously did. Now that the child had been found, this matter was no longer of much concern to her. She smiled and shook her head. You're welcome. It's what I should do as a homeroom teacher. After leaving the monitoring room, Song Chen angrily dialed Xiao Zhixue's number and immediately questioned him. You took Xiao Nian away? Yes, Xiao Nian is with me, Xiao Zhixue said. It was noisy on his end, and you could tell he was in a crowded place. Are you crazy? Why didn't you tell me before you picked up Xiao Nian? Do you know how worried I was? Song Chen shouted into the phone. She wasn't angry that Xiao Zhixue took her son away, but that he hadn't given her any prior notice, and she suspected that he did it on purpose. Oh, I forgot. Jean was about to message you, Xiao Zhixue said with a hint of smugness in his voice. He did it on purpose. He wanted to teach Song Chen a lesson, since she hadn't spoken to him for the past few days. There's nothing wrong with him picking up his son from school, especially since his son was happy that he was there to pick him up. Song Zhen's knuckles turned white as she gripped her phone, trying hard to suppress her emotions. Take him back to my parents' place later. I'm not taking him home. I'm taking him home, Xiao Zhixue said somewhat shamelessly. Xiao Zhixue, don't go crazy. Xiao Nian has to go to school tomorrow. Do you have time to take him to school? Hurry up and bring him back. Before Song Chen could finish speaking, Xiao Zhixue hung up the phone. She stared at the screen indicating the end of the call, gritted her teeth, and spat out a curse, wishing she could rush to the other end of the phone and give Xiao Zhixue a good beating. Is this damn man trying to drive her crazy? Dad, is that Mom calling? Xiao Jianian put down his hamburger and asked curiously. Xiao Zhixue smiled and picked up a French fry. Yes, your mother said you can sleep at home with me tonight, and I'll take you to school tomorrow morning. Xiao Jianian felt something was wrong, but when she heard that her father was going to take her to school, she immediately put that problem out of her mind. He had always hoped that his father could pick him up and drop him off at school, but his father had been too busy with work to do so before. Now that he finally got his chance, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Just as Xiao Zhixue had predicted, Song Chen, worried about her son, brought her daughter back that evening. As the husband, how could he not know that children are his wife's Achilles heel? Xiao Zhixue cautiously approached Song Chen. Wife, please don't be angry anymore, okay? I really know I was wrong, and I will definitely keep my distance from those women from now on. Song Chen said with a cold face, I'm just here to deliver clothes to Xiao Nian. Remember to help him with his homework. I'll be leaving right away. If she hadn't packed up all the children's belongings and taken them with her when she moved last time, she would never have come back to this place. Song Chen, do you really have to do this? Xiao Zhixue never expected her to be so heartless, not even caring about her son. What about me? I'm happy that you're willing to spend more time with our son, but there's no room for discussion about our divorce, Song Chen said, her eyes filled with warning. She knew perfectly well that Xiao Zhixue wanted to control her through the child. She didn't mind Xiao Zhixue being a loving father, but she couldn't forgive him. Fine. You insist on getting a divorce, huh? Don't regret it later. Xiao Zhixue's patience ran out, and he started making harsh remarks. Song Chen glanced at him in surprise, thinking it would be a long battle, but she didn't expect him to give in so quickly. That's good. Now she can move on to the next step. Let's talk about the custody of the two children. What do you want to do? Xiao Zhixue asked tentatively. We don't have any assets to divide. I want custody of both children, Song Chen said firmly. Xiao Zhixue pointed at her incredulously. Song Chen, are you crazy? Xiao Nian is my only son. I will never let you take Xiao Nian away. My parents would not agree to it either. Song Chen had anticipated that he would say this, but she still subconsciously asked in return, what about Yeye? Yeye is also your daughter. Yeye is still young. It's more suitable for her to stay with you as her mother, Xiao Zhixue said with a light cough, sounding a little awkward. He certainly loves his daughter, but he also knows that he cannot win custody of both children at the same time. If he has to choose one, he can only choose his son. That sounds nice, but isn't it all because you're sexist? Song Chen gave him a sarcastic look. I want custody of Ye, and I also want custody of Xiaoyan. If you don't agree, we'll go to court. Xiao Jishue kicked a chair in a fit of rage. Song Chen, I think you've really gone mad. What's with this lawsuit? Xiaoyan is my only son, and I must have custody. Knowing she couldn't reason with him, Song Chen stopped wasting her breath, opened the bedroom door, picked up her daughter, and left. After buying houses for his parents and sister, Song Chen returned to city the next day. He figured his sister's divorce and custody battle would be a long one, and he also had other things to do, so he couldn't stay in his hometown forever. He had already given Ruan Muqing's contact information to Song Chen. He didn't understand anything about lawsuits, and it seemed that he couldn't help much except by providing money. After returning to City C, Song Chen resumed his previous lifestyle, getting up early every morning to pick up goods, deliver them to the store, and then going home to catch up on sleep. After several leisurely days, he finally remembered that Grandpa Zhao had placed an order with him, so he hurriedly went to the supermarket to buy a batch of supplies. This time, he still took the things to the Qin family's house and asked Grandma Qin to help call for help. Ding Jing grew teased with a smile. Oh, Xiao Song, you've finally arrived. Old Zhao has been coming over every day these days to see if you've come. He's been looking forward to it so much. Is Grandpa Zhao in such a hurry? Didn't he say last time that he wasn't in a hurry? Song Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. If Grandpa Zhao hadn't said last time that it wasn't urgent, he would have sent it over the next day, and he wouldn't have almost forgotten about it. Ding Jingru gave him a complicated look. You're right, he finished the bag of white rabbit milk candy you brought him last time in just 2 days. Of course he's waiting for you to send him a new one. Chapter 84. No wonder they say you're honest, Grandma Qin. Are you here to see my grandfather? Zhao Qing opened the door and greeted Ding Jingru warmly as she stood outside. Chen Kai is home? Yes, I'm looking for your grandfather. Is he inside? Zhao Qing shook his head. He's not here. He's probably out for a walk. Grandma Qin, why don't you come in and have some tea? Grandpa might be back in a little while. I won't go in. When your grandfather comes back, tell him I need to see him about something, Ding Jingru said before turning and leaving. Zhao Qing sigh's words of urging him to stay stuck in his throat. He shrugged and went back to his room. Half an hour later, Grandpa Zhao returned from his walk and heard from his grandson that Ding Jingru had something to discuss with him. He immediately guessed that it must be Song Chen who had come. I'm going to your Grandma Qin's house, he said, and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. He quickly went back to his room. This mysterious demeanor piqued Zhao Cheng's curiosity. He secretly peeked through the window and discovered that his grandfather was putting something into his pocket. Just as Grandpa Zhao was about to leave the room, he glanced at the window, and his eyes met those of his eldest grandson. He glared at him and scolded. You little brat. What are you looking at here? Grandpa, what's in your bag? Zhao Qing asked curiously, his eyes glued to the old man's pocket. It's nothing. Kids shouldn't meddle in adults' business. Go back to your room and do your homework, Grandpa Zhao said guiltily, clutching his pocket and waving his hand at his eldest grandson. Zhao Changkai was at an age where his curiosity was running high, and he was extremely anxious to see that his grandfather was keeping a secret from him. Grandpa, please let me see it. I really want to know. Please, Zhao Changkai pleaded, shaking the old man's arm incessantly. Grandpa Zhao hesitated. He didn't want his eldest grandson to know about this, worried that the child was too young to keep things to himself and would cause trouble if he talked about it outside. Seeing that his grandfather's attitude had softened, Zhao Changkai immediately pressed on. Grandpa, you're the best. Please let me take a look. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep at night. Why are you making such a fuss, kid? I'll let you take a look, okay? Old Master Zhao couldn't resist his grandson's pleading and had no choice but to give in. A smug smile appeared on Zhao Cheng's face, but when he saw what his grandfather took out of his pocket, his expression quickly turned to confusion. Grandpa, where did you get this bracelet from? Shh, don't tell your parents about the bracelet. Not a single person, understand? Old Master Zhao warned sternly. What? Zhao Cheng asked, not understanding. Grandpa Zhao glanced at his grandson and briefly told him about his family's past. We absolutely cannot let anyone else know that we still have these things in our family. Otherwise, our whole family will suffer, remember? When Zhao Changkai heard about his family's past for the first time, his eyes lit up. Grandpa, was our family very rich before? It's all right. Your father enjoyed a good life when he was young. It's just that you, my poor child, have had a hard time, Grandpa Zhao said, patting his grandson's head affectionately. Hee hee, I'm not pitiful. Grandpa loves me. Zhao Chengkai grinned foolishly. Now that his grandson had discovered the bracelet, Grandpa Zhao decided not to hide it anymore, and simply took his grandson with him to the Qin family's house. Old Zhao, why did you bring Chengkai along? Ding Jingru asked in a low voice, somewhat surprised. Sigh, that kid is so clever. He secretly saw me taking something, but I'm too lazy to hide it from him anymore, Grandpa Zhao said with a chuckle. Ding Jingru gave him a meaningful look. Whether you're too lazy to hide it or don't want to hide it, only you know. As the saying goes, the youngest son and the eldest grandson are the lifeblood of an old man, and old Zhao really treats his eldest grandson Chengkai exceptionally well. Hey, Chengkai, hurry up and call him. This is your brother Song. Grandpa Zhao nudged his grandson's shoulder. Zhao Cheng looked at Song Chen curiously and called out, Hello, brother Song. Song Chen smiled and nodded, then handed over a few white rabbit milk candies. Have some candy to sweeten your mouth. Grandpa Zhao, I brought everything you asked for. Please check if there's anything missing. Okay, let me see. Old Master Zhao said impatiently as he rushed into the room. The bed and table in the room were piled with many things. The things on the bed were gifts that Song Chen brought to the Qin family, and the things on the table were the supplies that old Master Zhao had specified last time. Zhao Cheng was a step behind his grandfather. When he entered the room, he saw his grandfather holding a large bag of candy, which was very colorful and beautiful. He estimated that the bag of candy must weigh at least 10 kilograms. When Zhao Cheng got closer, he realized that there were not only candies on the table, but also meat, grains, cloth, and other items. He glanced at the satisfied smile on his grandfather's face and asked uncertainly, Grandpa, these things don't belong to our family, do they? He didn't even dare to think about how much these things would cost. Even if he had the money, his family didn't have that many coupons. Could it be? That's right. These are all from our family, old Master Zhao said with a wide grin, chewing on a piece of chocolate. He quickly seemed to remember something and turned to Song Chen. Little Song, did you bring the pen I told you about last time? Yes, it's here, Song Chen said, taking a few steps closer and pulling a small box out of the pile of supplies. After taking the box, Grandpa Zhao handed it to his eldest grandson, Chengkai. This is a fountain pen that your brother Song asked me to buy for you. Didn't you break your old one? This is a good opportunity to get a new one. Thank you, Grandpa, Zhao Chengkai said happily as he took the pen, his smile stretching all the way to his ears. His old fountain pen broke a while ago, and although his mother took it to be repaired, it was clearly not as good as before. However, he knew that a new pen cost several yuan, so he was too embarrassed to ask for a new one and could only make do with the old one for now. Unexpectedly, his grandfather remembered this and bought him a new pen. Don't tell your mom, or she'll start nagging again. Grandpa Zhao winked at his grandson. Zhao Chengkai smiled and nodded. Yes, I won't let my mother see it. Grandpa Zhao handed the bracelet he had brought to Song Chen. How about it? Is it enough to exchange for all this stuff? That's enough. I'll bring you some more food next time, Song Chen said, looking at the quality of the bracelet. Grandpa Zhao patted him on the shoulder. No wonder old Qin said you were an honest kid. He was right. After the Zhao family grandfather and grandson left, Song Chen also prepared to take his leave. Ding Jingru suddenly remembered something very important and quickly called out to the person, Xiao Song, are you free the day after tomorrow? Grandma Qin, is there anything I can help you with? Ding Jingru smiled and waved her hand. It's nothing. Shushu is coming back the day after tomorrow. Thanks to your help, I'd like to invite you to my house for a meal. Originally, Song Chen hadn't come here for a while, and she was thinking of finding a time later to properly thank Song Chen. Unexpectedly, he came today, which just happened to coincide with the welcome banquet they were holding for their granddaughter. That's wonderful. I'll definitely come the day after tomorrow, Song Chen said with delight, also happy for the Qin family. Time flies, and 2 days have passed quickly. The Qin family of 3 arrived at the train station in trance an hour early, eagerly waiting for their granddaughter to come out. Perhaps sensing their eagerness, the train was on time. Just a few minutes after 2 p.m., Qin Wenkong spotted a familiar figure. He jumped around like a monkey, shouting loudly, Grandma, look! Isn't that my sister in the blue dress? Ding Jingru looked in the direction he was pointing, and it was none other than her granddaughter. She had even made those clothes for her granddaughter herself. Sister, we're over here. Qin Wenkong stood on tiptoe, and wave his hands frantically. Hearing the familiar voice from afar, Qin Wenshu turned her head and looked in this direction. Her eyes and brows immediately filled with smiles. She threw down her luggage and ran over quickly. Grandpa, Grandma, Kong Kong, I miss you so much. Sister, I miss you so much too, Qin Wenkong said, hugging his sister's waist and acting coquettishly. Ding Jingru held her granddaughter's rough hands, her eyes welling up with tears. My Shushu has suffered so much. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Grandma, don't cry. I didn't actually suffer much. Qin Wenshu gently wiped away her grandmother's tears. What she said was true. Compared to others, she really didn't suffer much, since she received subsidies from her grandparents every month. Kong Kong, go and help your sister bring her luggage back, Grandpa Qin instructed his grandson. Okay, Qin Wenkong replied, and ran off to pick up the luggage his sister had thrown on the ground. Before returning, Qin Wenshu had packed and mailed most of her luggage back. There wasn't much left, and Qin Wenkong, a child, could carry it all. Shoo shoo, let's go home, Ding Jingru said with a smile, holding her granddaughter's hand. Qin Wenshu nodded. Okay, let's go home. The family of four returned home and saw Song Chen standing at the front door. Grandpa Qin was a little embarrassed. Little Song, when did you arrive? Have you been waiting for a long time? He was thinking that Song Chen wouldn't come so early. He should have left one of them at home. Grandpa Qin, you're back. I just arrived a few minutes ago. Song Chen smiled casually, bending down to pick up the bag that was on the ground. Ding Jingru noticed the bag in his hand and pretended to be displeased, giving him a reproachful look. You child, why are you carrying so much stuff again? Didn't I tell you not to bring anything anymore? Song Chen explained with a smile. Today is the big day that when Shu is coming home, so I brought some dishes and soft drinks to celebrate her return. Soda. Brother Song, you brought soda? Qin Wenkong's eyes lit up as he looked at the bag in Song Chen's hand. Yes, we have several flavors of soda. Orange, peach, apple. Would you like some? Can I have a cup of every flavor if I miss Brother Song? Qin Wenkong asked Song Chen expectantly. Ding Jingru was both amused and annoyed. She gently patted her grandson on the back of the head and said, You little glutton. All you ever do is eat. I'm not a glutton. I haven't had soda in ages, Qin Wenkong pouted and argued. Just then, old Master Qin pushed open the door and invited everyone into the house. Qin Wenkong quickly pulled Song Chen's hand and led him into the house. Brother Song, let's go in quickly. He couldn't wait to try peach-flavored soda. He had only ever drunk orange-flavored soda before and had never even heard of any other flavors, let alone tasted them. Upon entering the main room, Song Chen took out the items she had brought one by one. In addition to various flavored soft drinks, he also went to a deli and bought several cooked foods, including braised chicken legs, braised beef, and roast duck. The ingredients may not be as all-natural as they are now, but the taste is absolutely fantastic. As soon as you open the lunchbox, the aroma fills the whole room. Wow, it looks incredibly delicious. Qin Wenkong felt his mouth watering just from the aroma. This was the first time he had ever seen a whole lunchbox full of chicken legs. In the past, even if his family killed a chicken, they would only have 2 chicken legs at most, one for him and one for his sister. Every time he finished eating, he felt a little unsatisfied. How many chickens would it take to collect such a big box of chicken legs? He couldn't even imagine how cheerful and happy he would be if he could eat all of them. Song Chen was amused by his greedy look. Just bear with it a little longer. You can eat whatever you want when it's time to eat. Qin Wenkong swallowed hard and nodded frantically. Ding Jingru looked at the 3 aluminum lunchboxes that were stuffed full and said with a helpless tone, Xiao Song, you always make such a big deal out of it every time you come back. Grandma will feel embarrassed to invite you to our house in the future. They were the ones who invited Song Chen to their home for dinner, but it turned out that Song Chen ended up paying for it. These dishes probably cost at least 10 yuan. Grandma Qin, just this once. I promise I won't bring it again next time, Song Chen promised with a smile. Remember this. Next time you bring something over, don't blame this old woman for not letting you into the house. Ding Jingru deliberately put on a fierce look. Although Song Chen brought 3 dishes, the other dishes still needed to be prepared, so Ding Jingru quickly went into the kitchen. Qin Wenshu got up and followed, wanted to help her grandmother cook, but she was kicked out as soon as she entered the kitchen. Grandma, let me help you wash and chop the vegetables, Qin Wenshu said, trying to persuade her. Ding Jingru pressed down on her shoulder and pushed her out. Go chat with your brother Song, and let your grandfather help me. How could she bear to let her granddaughter do chores? There was no other way when they were in the countryside, but now that they're finally home, she should rest. Look how rough her hands are. They don't look like a little girl's hands at all. Chapter 86, Ginseng Wine. Wow. Grandma's dinner today is so sumptuous. There are even more dishes than during the New Year, Qin Wenkong said, his eyes shining as he looked at the table full of food. He just counted, and there were 9 dishes, whereas his family used to only have 6 dishes for Chinese New Year. Ding Jingru affectionately tapped his nose. Let's take your brother Song to wash his hands first. Dinner will be served soon. Okay, brother Song. Let's go wash our hands quickly. My mouth is watering, Qin Wenkong said, pulling Song Chen along as they hurried to the kitchen. When they returned after washing their hands, the table was already set with bowls and chopsticks, waiting for them to sit down. Grandpa Qin took out a bottle from the room and said mysteriously, "Come on, Xiao Song. Let's have a drink. This is my treasured item. I don't usually offer it to just anyone." He poured wine for Song Chen while talking, his movements very slow, as if afraid of accidentally spilling the wine outside the glass. He had just filled about the bottom of 1 cup when he immediately stopped and started pouring into his own cup. Song Chen, it's clear that this is a treasured item. This sip isn't enough to fully savor its flavor. Grandpa Qin noticed his strange look and snorted arrogantly. It's not that I'm reluctant to let you drink more. This is ginseng wine that's been soaking for several years. Drinking too much will make your nose bleed. Song Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ginseng wine? Where did you get such a good thing? I snatched it from an old friend. No, it was a gift from an old friend, old Master Qin said, touching his nose with a somewhat unnatural expression. Although he quickly changed his tune, Song Chen was certain that he heard the word steal and tried hard not to burst out laughing. She hadn't expected the old man to be so adorable. Grandpa Qin, does your friend still have this wine? I'd like to buy some. I'm open to paying with money or supplies. Song Chen asked expectantly. This ginseng wine sounded like a good thing, and he wanted to get a bottle to take back for his father. Old Master Qin shook his head. No, this was brewed by him a few years ago, and he gave a bottle to each of us old folks. Okay, I was thinking of bringing one back for my dad, Song Chen said, his expression clearly showing some disappointment. Old Master Qin touched the wine bottle reluctantly, gritted his teeth, and said, How about, I give you half. Old woman, could you go to the room and find me a bottle? It's just a little ginseng wine. It's nothing compared to the invaluable help Xiao Song gave their family. Song Chen quickly stopped him. No, Grandpa Qin, please don't do this. You don't even have enough wine for yourself. How can you give it to me? It's all right. I don't usually drink much. If I get the chance to get ginseng in the future, I'll have my friend brew me a jar, Grandpa Qin said with a smile. He made it sound so easy, but in reality, ginseng isn't so easy to get. Whether you can find it or not depends on luck. Song Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. If he could get his hands on some ginseng, he could ask Grandpa Qin's friend to brew a jar for him. However, although modern ginseng is very common, much of it is fake, and even real ginseng has little medicinal effect. Therefore, if you want to get wild ginseng, you still have to look for it in this era of pure nature. Which region in China has the most ginseng? It would naturally be the Northeast. After all, the 3 treasures of the Northeast are very famous. Grandpa Qin, if I can get some ginseng, could you ask your friend to make a jar of wine for me? Song Chen suddenly asked. Old Master Qin looked at him in surprise. Little Song, can you really get ginseng? Song Chen smiled and shook his head. It's not certain yet, but I plan to go to Northeast China. If I'm lucky, I should be able to get it. No way, Xiao Song. You're going to make a special trip all the way to the Northeast just to get a ginseng root? Old Master Qin asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. They're quite far from Northeast China. It takes at least 2 or 3 days by train and almost a week to get there and back. Not to mention the money and effort involved, it's really not worth it to buy a single ginseng root, especially when you don't know if you can even find one. Song Chen asked in confusion, do you think there's a problem? No, there's no problem, Old Master Qin said, waving his hand with a frown. He would never say that he thought it was too much trouble. But if you don't try something new when you're young, when will you? Are you going to wait until he's this old to start doing something new? He saw that Xiao Song was a restless kid, and it would be good for him to travel more while he was still young. You two stop chatting and hurry up and eat, or Kong Kong will eat all the food, Ding Jingru reminded him at the right time. Qin Wenkong, who was engrossed in eating, stopped gnawing on a chicken leg when he heard his name called. Grandma, did you call me? Ding Jingru glanced at the 5 bones in front of her grandson and said with a heavy heart, "You should eat some other dishes too. You've almost finished a whole box of chicken legs by yourself, and your brother Song hasn't even eaten one yet." "Oh, then I'll stop eating after I finish this," Qin Wenkong replied, sounding aggrieved. He thought he could finally have chicken legs to himself today. 5 chicken legs was just the limit his grandma set for him, not the limit for his stomach. Song Chen chuckled and picked up a chicken leg, putting it into his bowl. "Don't listen to your grandma. If you like it, eat more. I bought it especially for you." "Thank you, Brother Song. You're the best. I like Brother Song the most." Qin Wenkong's dim eyes regained their light, and he showered Song Chen with compliments. Ding Jingru shook her head, looking at Song Chen with a wry smile. "If you keep spoiling the child like this, what will you do when you have your own child in the future?" Song Chen blushed at the comment. He didn't even have a wife, so where would he get children? However, if he really has his own child in the future, he will definitely spoil the child rotten. "Is Xiao Song shy? You really should get married at your age. Many people younger than you are already fathers," Ding Jingru teased with a smile. Song Chen knew that Grandma Qin was right because people in this era tend to get married quite early, and, at his age, he was considered an old bachelor here. Even in modern times, 26 is an age when parents start pressuring their children to get married. "What kind of girl do you like? Do you need Grandma to keep an eye out for you?" Ding Jingru asked tentatively. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Qin Wenshu quietly turned her gaze to Song Chen, somewhat curious about his answer. Song Chen shrugged and said with a smile, "I don't know what kind of person I like. I guess I'll only know when I meet the right person." Ding Jingru wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Grandpa Qin. "All right, let's eat first, or the food will get cold." Chapter 87. An accident caused by a bowl of instant noodles. After returning home, Song Chen began preparing for his trip to northeast China. Although he had a lot of supplies in his wooden bead space, he still had to make a show of it when he was out and about. He packed 2 sets of clothes for himself and prepared some food that was easy to eat on the train, such as beef jerky, eggs, instant noodles, and sausages. The next morning, Song Chen went to the train station to queue up to buy a ticket. There weren't many people buying tickets at the train station in the morning, and it was his turn soon. "Where to?" Song Chen smiled at the staff member at the window. "Comrade, I need a sleeper ticket to T-City." You can't hit a smiling face. When the staff saw his smile, their attitudes softened considerably. "Please show me your company certificate and your work ID." Song Chen was taken aback. "What kind of work unit certificate? You need a work unit certificate to buy a train ticket?" But he didn't have to show a work unit certificate when he went to Jiangjin County last time. "You didn't bring it, did you?" "You can't buy a sleeper ticket without proof of employment," the staff member said, frowning. "Excuse me, could you please give me a seat ticket to T-City?" Song Chen changed his mind and said. The staff member looked at him with a hint of suspicion. "What are you going to T-City for? Do you have a letter of introduction?" Yes, I'm going to T-City to visit relatives. My aunt got married there." Song Chen quickly handed over the letter of introduction he had prepared. The staff member took the letter of introduction, glanced at it, and his expression softened considerably. "The earliest trip is at 5 p.m. today. It costs 28.3 yuan. Pay if you want it, otherwise make room for the next person." "Yes." Song Chen quickly took out the money and handed it over, soon receiving a somewhat rough paper receipt. He carefully examined his train ticket and then happily went back home. It was still a long time before the train departed, so he could go back and rest for a while. At this moment, Song Chen didn't realize that he had overlooked a very important question. He didn't ask the staff member how long it would take to get from City C to City T by train, which caused his but to suffer a lot. At 5:30 p.m., Song Chen, carrying a black cloth bag, squeezed through the crowd and finally found his place before his patience ran out. He exhaled a breath of stale air and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Whoosh! With a whistle, the train started moving with a clang. In the days before cell phones, people on trains could only pass the time by sleeping or chatting. But fortunately Song Chen was prepared. He opened the black cloth bag on his lap and took out several comic books to read. The paper used for comic books in that era was still quite rough, but every illustration inside was exquisite, which was enough to show how superb the artist's skills were. Song Chen became quite engrossed in reading and read 3 books in a row. It wasn't until the aroma of food wafted through the carriage that Song Chen rubbed his stiff neck. He glanced around and saw that everyone was eating. There were all sorts of dinners, including steamed buns, egg pancakes, dumplings, and even boxed meals sold on the train. Song Chen rummaged through his bag and pulled out a lunchbox, then got up and went to the dining car. He asked a staff member for a box of hot water, then found a blind spot, took 2 pieces of instant noodles from his storage space, and threw them in, quickly tore open the seasoning packet and poured it in, then closed the lid of the lunchbox. By the time he returned to his seat, the instant noodles were almost ready. The moment the lunchbox lid was opened, a rich aroma wafted out, and Song Chen smiled contentedly. That's right, that's the taste. No wonder it's the best companion for trains. Eating instant noodles on the train tastes even better than eating them at home. Song Chen picked up a fork and started eating noodles, unaware that everyone around him was staring at him. The adults were all right. Although they were tempted, they could still control themselves. But the children couldn't. A 7 or 8-year-old boy diagonally opposite Song Chen burst into tears, wailing, "Wah, Mommy, I want noodles too. Be good to Bao. When we get home, Mom will make you shredded pork noodles. Don't cry, okay? You're affecting everyone," the boyish mother coaxed softly. Sudabeo slapped her hand off his back and said imperiously, "No, I'll eat now. Go buy for me now, or I'll tell Grandma you won't let me eat, and she'll beat you." Feng Ying looked troubled. Then Mom will go ask that brother where he bought this noodle. If it was on the train, Mom will buy you a serving. What are you still sitting there for? Hurry up and go. Sudabeo pushed her with both hands. Feng Ying sighed and walked awkwardly to Song Chen. "Comrade, hello. Is there something you need?" Song Chen asked, looking up at the woman standing in front of him with a puzzled expression. I wanted to ask, did you buy this noodle on the train?" "No, I brought this on the train myself," Song Chen said calmly. Feng Ying was a little disappointed upon hearing this, but she had expected it. After all, if there were such fragrant noodles on the train, it was impossible that only Song Chen would buy them. She only asked Song Chen this question to show her son, otherwise the child would never be able to stay quiet. "Thank you." Feng Ying nodded to Song Chen and returned to her seat. She looked at her son apologetically. "Dabeo, Mom asked that uncle, and he brought the noodles on the train himself. There's nowhere for Mom to buy them for you. How about we ask Dad to buy you some meat when we get to Dad's place?" "Wah, I don't want it. I want to eat the noodles," Sudabeo shouted, pointing in Song Chen's direction. He seemed ready to cause a huge scene if he couldn't get his noodles. Some people in the carriage were already getting fed up. Whose child is crying? Can't the adults do something about it? It's so annoying. I am speechless. They think they're in their own home, crying and shouting whenever they want. They have no sense of public decency at all. Yes, if my child cried like that, I would have slapped him across the face long ago. Oh dear, it's all because the parents didn't teach them well, letting this kind of brat out there to cause trouble for people. Hearing the whispers around her, Feng Ying's face turned bright red. She looked at her son pleadingly and said, "Xiao Bao, please don't cry. I'm begging you." "No, Grandma said you have to listen to me. It's all your fault for being useless. That's why I can't eat such delicious noodles. You're such a waste of money." Sudabeo imitated his grandmother and slapped her face before running to Song Chen. By this time, Song Chen had already eaten more than half of the instant noodles in the lunchbox. Seeing Song Chen happily taking another big bite, Sudabeo was anxious and reached out to snatch the fork from Song Chen's hand. "Give it to me. You're not allowed to eat anymore." Chapter 88, Educating the Naughty Child. Song Chen was engrossed in eating noodles when he suddenly felt a hand on his hand and reflexively shook it off. Wow. Sudabeo was pushed away by a force, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground, then started to cry loudly. Feng Ying heard her son crying, but didn't react at all. She just stared blankly at the side of her face that had been hit. This wasn't the first time she'd been slapped, but it was the first time her own son had ever done so. How ridiculous! The son she carried for 10 months and gave birth to slapped her in public. What's even more ridiculous is that she has no way to deal with him, because her son is her mother-in-law's most beloved grandson. If she dares to lay a finger on her son, her mother-in-law will not let her off the hook. Sudabeo sat on the ground and cried for a long time without anyone coming to comfort him. Somewhat confused, he wiped his nose with his sleeve. He felt something was wrong. Usually, his grandma would come to comfort him immediately when he cried. So why not today? "Oh, it seems that Grandma isn't here, but where's Mom? Why isn't she here to comfort me?" Sudabeo turned to look at his mother, who was not far from him, wanting to speak up and accuse her, but found that she didn't even look at him. He rolled his eyes and continued to howl at the top of his lungs, trying to get his mother's attention in this way. Song Chen's head was throbbing from the shrill shouts. Whose brat is this? Can't the parents come out and discipline him? If you don't do anything, don't blame me for doing it for you. Song Chen was met with an even louder cry. Sudabeo, lying on the ground, cried and shouted, "Grandma, I want Grandma. You're bullying me. Everyone's bullying me." "Shut up. If you cry again, the police will arrest you." Song Chen stood up and walked to Sudabeo, glaring at him fiercely. Startled by the sudden reprimand, Sudabeo even forgot to cry. Don't grab me." Although he is still young, he already knows what the police do. His grandmother said that only people who do bad things will be arrested by the police. Song Chen approached him little by little and threatened in a low voice, "You're not allowed to cry anymore. If you cry again, I'll throw you out the window and let the train crush your head." Sudabeo looked at Song Chen in horror, suddenly hiccuped, and turned around to rush towards where his mother was. "Mommy, save me, save me. It's so scary." He kept hiding in Feng Ying's arms. Feng Ying was still angry with her son, but seeing his obviously frightened appearance, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "Don't be afraid, Dabao. Tell Mom what happened. That weird uncle, he's going to throw me off the train. I don't want my head to be crushed by the train." Sudabeo sobbed as he complained to his mother. Following the direction her son was pointing, Feng Ying met Song Chen, who was standing in the aisle with a smile on his face. She couldn't help but frown. Although her eldest child was indeed a bit naughty, this person shouldn't have scared a child like that. Feng Ying looked at Song Chen with displeasure and said softly, "Comrade, aren't you going a bit too far? Are you talking to me?" Song Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. "If it's not you, then who is it? How could you, a grown man, use such vicious words to scare a child?" Feng Ying's tone was accusatory. Song Chen scoffed. "Everyone is experiencing life for the first time. Why should others have to accommodate your son?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers nodded in agreement. That's right, they're all experiencing life for the first time. Why should they have to put up with a bratty kid's antics? Feng Ying's expression shifted unpredictably as she looked at Song Chen with resentment. "How could you say that? He's just a child. There's still many things he doesn't understand. What's wrong with us adults giving him a break?" "All right, he's still a child, but you're not a child. So why don't you take good care of your own child?" Song Chen's words were sharp, making Feng Ying blush. The middle-aged man sitting opposite Song Chen clapped his hands and cheered. "Young man, you're right. You should take care of your own child. Others won't spoil him when he's out in the world." "That's right. You, as a mother, can't discipline your child. This comrade kindly helped you discipline him, and you should thank him. In my opinion, this brat needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he won't know his place and will always think that he can get everything he wants by crying and making a fuss." The group chatted about parenting tips in small groups, while Song Chen returned to his seat and continued eating instant noodles. After finishing the last bite of instant noodles in his lunchbox, he let out a satisfied burp, got up, and went to the bathroom to give the lunchbox a quick rinse. People tend to feel sleepy after eating, so Song Chen lazily yawned and took out a new comic book from his bag to read. A woman sitting opposite him hesitated for a while before finally mustering up the courage to speak. "Comrade, I see you have brought several comic books. May I borrow one?" Song Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. Zhang Xiaoqiao felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. Well, if it's inconvenient, then it's fine. She just felt a little bored. Ugh, she thought. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's so embarrassing. Song Chen chuckled and took out a comic book she had already read from her bag. Handing it over, "Here, take a look." "Thank you," Zhang Xiaoqiao said with delight as she took the comic book, a smile uncontrollably spreading across her face. She thought she wouldn't be able to borrow it, but she didn't expect this person to be so kind. There are indeed more good people than bad in this world. "You're welcome," Song Chen replied casually, then looked down and continued reading the comic book while munching on a piece of beef jerky. This dried beef jerky is especially fragrant. After finishing one, you want another. Song Chen bought more than 10 kilograms at once and stored them in his space to eat slowly. The people in the seats next to him watched him eat with relish, and their mouths started to water involuntarily. In the end, they could only force themselves to close their eyes and avoid seeing him. The light inside the carriage grew dimmer and dimmer. Song Chen rubbed his uncomfortable eyes and saw that everyone around him had closed their eyes and fallen asleep. He then found a comfortable angle and started to sleep as well. The train swayed rhythmically, and Song Chen fell asleep soon after. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and Song Chen was awakened by the sound of chattering. He groggily opened his eyes, stretched to relax his stiff body, and suddenly heard a gasp from the other side. "Comrade, your clothes look torn." Zhang Xiao, sitting opposite, pointed at Song Chen's clothes with a surprised expression. Song Chen looked down and saw that his coat pocket had been ripped open at some point. In Chapter 89, Song Chen encountered a thief and cursed under his breath. His train ticket and the 1.7 yuan change he received were all in this pocket, and now they're all gone. The key point is that his coat pocket had such a large hole cut open, yet he didn't even notice. He didn't even know if he lost the item while sleeping last night, or if someone had stolen it on his way to the bathroom after waking up in the middle of the night. He remembered being bumped into by someone on his way to the restroom last night. It was dark inside the carriage, and he couldn't see what the other person looked like. Since the other person's attitude was quite nice, he didn't make a big deal out of it. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Xiao felt a pang of unease. She quickly looked down to check her money and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming it wasn't missing. She glanced at Song Chen with pity. This guy looked really bad. Could it be that all his money and tickets had been stolen? "Comrade, why don't you go and file a report with the train police? Maybe you can." She just couldn't bring herself to say the words, "find it." With so many people on the train, who knows who the thief is? And the train police can't possibly search everyone. Besides, even if you search everyone, how can you be sure that the money on the other person is yours, since your name isn't on the money? "Thank you. I'll go find the train police officer." Song Chen nodded to Zhang Xiao, got up and walked towards the carriage where the train police officer was. Although he didn't care much about the few dollars he lost, losing his ticket was still quite troublesome. He couldn't wait until the conductor checked tickets to tell them he had lost his, or they would think he was deliberately trying to evade the fare. Upon hearing that someone else had lost money, Wang Shengli's dark face darkened even further. This was already the third person to report losing money that morning. This only includes a few who reported the crime. Some people don't even realize they should report it, and they can only accept their bad luck when they lose money. "Comrade, around when did you realize the money was missing?" "I suspect it might have been lost when I got up to use the bathroom last night. Someone deliberately bumped into me, but I didn't pay attention at the time." Song Chen briefly explained the situation. While taking notes in his notebook, Wang Shengli asked, "Besides the money and train ticket, did you lose anything else? Do you remember exactly how much it cost?" "It's just a train ticket to T-City, and it costs 1.7 yuan. Wang Shengli paused, tilting his head as if wondering if he hadn't heard clearly. "How much did you say?" "It's 1.7 yuan, the change I got when I bought the train ticket. I put the rest of the money somewhere else," Song Chen explained with a smile. Wang Shengli nodded knowingly and said with satisfaction, "That's right, it's good to be vigilant. Luckily, you didn't put all your money in one basket." Based on his many years of experience, he believes that this money is most likely gone forever. The loss of only 1.7 yuan and a train ticket is not a huge loss, but it is not insignificant either, considering that a train ticket to T-City costs 20 or 30 yuan. But compared to the other victims Wang Shengli had encountered before, Song Chen's situation was considered lucky. "Since you still have money, I'll take you to the conductor to buy a ticket for the next stop, T-City. If they find your train ticket later, you can go back to the conductor to get a refund." "Comrade, I hope you can understand. This is also a regulation," Wang Shengli said, somewhat embarrassed, touching the tip of his nose. He knew this was adding insult to injury for the comrade in front of him. He was already in a bad mood because his things had been stolen, and now he had to spend money to buy a ticket again. No one will be willing to do that. So Wang Shengli was prepared for Song Chen to be angry. But to his surprise, Song Chen agreed very readily. Don't you feel resentful?" Wang Shengli asked tentatively. Song Chen shrugged. "It's all right, I guess I'm just unlucky." He can't expect the train staff to break the rules for him just because he's unlucky. Does that mean every fare evader can claim their ticket was stolen? Song Chen went with Wang Shengli to buy a ticket before returning to his seat. When Zhang Xiao saw him return, she immediately came over and asked, "How did it go? What did the train police say?" Song Chen glanced at her, confirming that she was genuinely concerned about him, and slowly said, "The train police said they would do their best to help me find it, but the chances of finding it are slim." "Oh, I see. I guess it's probably gone for good. But how much money was stolen from you? Do you still have enough for food?" Zhang Xiao asked curiously. Considering that Song Chen had kindly lent her a comic book yesterday, she decided that if Song Chen couldn't even afford to eat, she could lend him some money. Song Chen, unaware of her thoughts, casually made up a story. "Not much, maybe 100 or 2. "What? You got 200 yuan stolen?" Zhang Xiao's voice suddenly rose, and everyone around who were watching the commotion heard it clearly. Oh dear, this young man is so unlucky. He actually had so much money stolen from him. Yes, that's equivalent to half a year's salary. If my wife found out, she'd make a huge scene. I don't know who's so despicable, choosing to be a thief instead of a decent person. I'm afraid their children will be born without an anus. TCH, we don't even know if it's true or not. Just because he said he was robbed doesn't mean he was robbed. How come no one else in the carriage was robbed? But he was the only one who was robbed. What are you saying? Who would lie about something like this? Many people started arguing back and forth, and the carriage suddenly became as noisy as a vegetable market. No one noticed that in the front corner of the carriage, a skinny little guy rolled his eyes in Song Chen's direction. Ha, how shameless. He actually said he lost 100 or 200 yuan when it was only 1.7 yuan. Speaking of that skinny monkey, I'm so angry. He finally spotted a fat sheep, thinking he could make a fortune this time, but it turned out to be a penniless wretch. He was dressed up like a proper man, with instant noodles and beef jerky on his plate, but he only had 1.7 yuan in his pocket. Who was he trying to keep away from? The other fat sheep was even more despicable. It stayed up all night with its eyes wide open, so he didn't even have a chance to make a move. As a result, he was ridiculed by his friends last night. If it weren't for the other guy's decent haul last night, they probably wouldn't have even recouped their investment. But it's okay, there's another chance tonight, and he definitely won't fail this time. Skinny Monkey fumed for a while, then closed his eyes and started to catch up on sleep, soon drifting off to sleep. Chapter 90 stolen again. The morning passed quickly, and Song Chen felt his but was about to go numb from sitting. It was only then that he realized he didn't know the exact time the train would arrive in T-City. Trains in this era were relatively slow, but Song Chen expected it to take at most 1 or 2 days. However, after asking around, he found out it would actually take 3 days. Fortunately, as long as he suffers this once, he can teleport directly through the wooden bead space next time, so it's not unbearable. Because she was in a bad mood in the morning, Song Chen only ate 2 small bread rolls to fill her stomach. She couldn't be so perfunctory at lunchtime. Song Chen was just about to get up and go to the dining car to see if there was anything good to eat when he heard Zhang Xiao calling him from across the table. Comrade Song, this is for you. Zhang Xiao handed Song Chen a steamed bun. Song Chen was stunned for a moment, not understanding what she meant by suddenly stuffing a steamed bun into his mouth. When Zhang Xiao saw that he didn't take it, she thought he was embarrassed, so she smiled and said, "Consider it a thank you for lending me the book yesterday. Take it." "No need. I'm just about to go to the dining car to buy food." Song Chen waved his hand and refused. Zhang Xiao suddenly widened her eyes. Huh, you still have money on you? She thought his money had been stolen, since who would carry that much cash with them? 100 or 2 is a lot of money. Yes, thank you for your concern. If you would like to read more comic books, you can let me know, Song Chen said with a smile. At this moment, he realized what Zhang Xiao meant. It seemed that the girl was worried that he couldn't afford to eat, so she stuffed steamed buns into his mouth. Don't underestimate the value of a simple white steamed bun. They're just strangers who have met by chance, which makes Zhang Xiao seem very generous. Zhang Xiao exclaimed, "Ah," and then quickly waved her hand after realizing what had happened. No need to be polite, I'm misunderstood. It was lunchtime, and when Song Chen arrived at the dining car, it was already full of people. The food on the train was more expensive than in state-run restaurants, but it had its advantages, namely that no tickets were required. So although most people are reluctant to eat on the train, there are still some who are willing to spend the money. After all, the opportunity to eat meat without meat coupons is rare. After checking the day supplies, Song Chen ordered 2 box meals with meat, and then took the meals back to his own carriage. The aluminum lunchbox is provided by the train. Passengers can return it themselves after eating or wait for staff to collect it. Zhang Xiao was enjoying her steamed bun with a sip of water when suddenly a lunchbox appeared in front of her. "Stop eating steamed buns, have some hot food," Song Chen said to Zhang Xiao with a smile. This could be considered a return of kindness. Although he didn't accept the steamed bun Zhang Xiao offered, he did accept her good intentions. Since they've only met by chance and are unlikely to see each other again, Song Chen can still do something as simple as treating the other person to a box lunch. Zhang Xiao quickly shook her head. No, I can't accept that. I've already bought it, so take it. I can't finish 2 portions by myself if you don't eat it." Song Chen forcefully shoved the lunchbox over. The middle-aged man sitting directly opposite Song Chen looked at this and that, and said to Zhang Xiao, "Girl, if you don't want to eat, you can give it to me. We can't waste food." "Who said I won't eat? I'll eat right now." Zhang Xiao glanced warily at the uncle and moved the lunchbox closer to her chest. The uncle had thought he was going to get a free box lunch today, but he sniffed with some regret. "Well, I thought you were full from eating steamed buns." Zhang Xiao opened the lunchbox and saw the shredded pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes inside. She couldn't help but swallow. With meat and eggs available, who would want to eat dry, bland steamed buns? She glanced in Song Chen's direction, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Song Chen took a bite of the shredded pork with green peppers, and a look of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. The taste was far worse than that of a state-run restaurant. Fortunately, the portion size of the boxed meal wasn't too large, and Song Chen forced herself to finish it. From the corner, a pair of tiny green eyes took in everything. The skinny monkey took a big bite of the pancake in his hand, and then gulped down a mouthful of water. He was mistaken. He thought the fat sheep was a poor wretch, but it turned out the money was hidden somewhere else. He had carefully observed Song Chen yesterday. He was wearing a shirt without pockets underneath, and the pockets of his pants were so flat that they didn't look like they contained any money. That's why he concluded that the other person's money was in his coat pocket. Now only his underwear and the bag he always carried were left. Based on Skinny Monkey's experience, he figured men generally wouldn't hide money in their underwear, and he wasn't a shrew, so, having learned from last night's experience, Song Chen dutifully stored all the money and train tickets in his spatial storage, so that even if the thief was highly skilled, they wouldn't be able to steal his money. Song Chen, who thought everything was perfect, woke up in the morning to find something was wrong. His bag was missing from his lap. How could his huge black cloth bag just vanish into thin air? Song Chen's first reaction was that she was worried that she might have accidentally put the black cloth bag in her space while she was half asleep. She quickly checked the wooden bead space with her consciousness but did not see the black cloth bag. "Comrade Song, what are you looking for?" Zhang Xiao saw Song Chen looking around when she returned from the restroom, and he would squat down from time to time to check under the seat. Song Chen's face was ashen. "My bag is missing." "Comrade Zhang, did you see the bag on my leg when you woke up?" "Huh? How could it be missing? You've been robbed again." Zhang Xiao stared wide-eyed in shock. She tried hard to recall that she didn't seem to have seen a bruise on Song Chen's leg when she woke up. However, she didn't think much of it at the time, assuming that Song Chen felt uncomfortable putting the bag on her lap, so she put it on the luggage rack. The use of the word again was quite clever. Song Chen gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, so they're only targeting me?" Although there wasn't anything valuable in his bag, just 2 pieces of clothing, 7 or 8 comic books, and some snacks. But it's infuriating. This is the second time he's been robbed. You can't just keep picking on one sheep. He had barely finished speaking when a scream came from behind him. My money is gone. Which bastard stole my money? Get out here right now." Song Chen followed the gaze and saw that the one who made the shout was a man in his 30s, dressed very well with no patches on his clothes. He was standing with his hands on his hips, cursing loudly. "Comrade Song, could it be the same person who stole your money?" Zhang Xiao said nervously, her hands unconsciously covering the place where she had hidden the money. A strange sense of balance rose in Song Chen's heart. Finally, he wasn't the only one who had been robbed. Chapter 91, The Magic of Money, another unfortunate soul in the same carriage was even more unlucky than Song Chen. The more than 200 yuan and several grain coupons he was carrying were all stolen. More than half of them were money that his co-workers had asked him to carry things for. If they were really lost, he would have to make up for it himself. This man caused a scene in the carriage for a long time, demanding to search everyone's bodies. If anyone refused to be searched, he would accuse them of stealing his money. Finally, someone called the train police, which stopped him from continuing his erratic behavior. Wang Shengli patiently reassured him. "Comrade, please calm down. I know you're angry because you lost your money, but you have no right to search other people." "Then go search. Hurry up. I'm getting off the bus in half an hour," the man said, his face filled with anxiety and his whole demeanor exuding a frenzy. "Sorry, we can't just search people arbitrarily," Wang Shengli said apologetically, giving him a look. The man could no longer contain himself and clenched his fists, roaring, "Know this, know that. Is there any chance I'll ever get my money back?" He was met with silence, and after a long while, Wang Shengli finally spoke, saying, "We will definitely do our best." Although they are not authorized to search every passenger, they can question them. With so many people in the carriage, perhaps one or two will notice something is wrong. But most people adhere to the principle of better to avoid trouble and may not say anything even if they see something. The man squatted on the ground, looking dejected, his eyes bloodshot, his hands gripping his hair tightly. He wasn't a person without vigilance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed up the night before, fearing he might be targeted by a villain. Yesterday morning, he heard that someone in his carriage had been robbed, and he secretly congratulated himself on being smart. He just thought the thief must have gotten off the bus after making the money, and since he was about to get off the bus himself, he let his guard down. He never expected that his money would be gone in just a few hours. He's now kicking himself. He should never have slept on the train. Seeing that they had finished talking, Song Chen walked up to Wang Shengli. When Wang Shengli saw him, he thought he had come to inquire about the progress of his case, and smiled apologetically. "Comrade Song, we haven't found the person who stole your money yet, so we may have to wait a while." Song Chen gave a wry smile. "Officer, my bag was stolen again last night." "What? Your bag got stolen?" Wang Shengli stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He often sees passengers on trains losing money or other items, but it's rare to see them directly throwing away bags, since the size of the object would increase the risk of being exposed. Song Chen helplessly shrugged. "I don't believe it either, but the truth is that I woke up and found my bag was gone." A hint of pity flashed in Wang Shengli's eyes. One incredibly unlucky guy. Being robbed once wasn't enough, he was robbed a second time. The man squatting on the ground felt a sense of sympathy when he heard that Song Chen had been attacked again, and even felt a little less annoyed since he wasn't the most unlucky one in comparison. Wang Shengli wanted to say a few words to comfort Song Chen, but before he could speak, Song Chen cleared his throat and said loudly, "Comrades in the carriage, please look this way. I have a few words to say." Upon hearing this, everyone, whether they were watching the spectacle or simply catching up on sleep, turned to look at him. As you all know, there have been a series of thefts in our carriages, right? Song Chen paused here, and someone immediately raised a question as soon as he finished speaking. "What do you mean? You don't want to search everyone's bodies too, do you?" "No way. I absolutely won't allow it. I didn't steal the money, so why are you searching me?" What this man said makes sense. If you lost your money, you should go find the thief yourself. It has nothing to do with us. I also disagree with being searched. Song Chen raised his hand to interrupt the discussion. "Don't be in such a hurry. I don't mean to search you. I just want to say that if anyone can provide clues, I will give them 100 yuan in my personal capacity as a thank you." Holy crap. Did you guys even hear what he said? 100 yuan? Really? That's several months' salary, and you're just going to get away like that? Oh dear, I should have stayed up last night. Otherwise I could have gotten 100 yuan for free. TCH, you guys are so easy to fool. He's probably just trying to scam you. He's already had all his money stolen, so how could he possibly have 100 yuan left for everyone? I also think it's a scam, and they can easily deny it later. Song Chen knew that his words alone wouldn't carry much credibility, so he deftly pulled out 10 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to Wang Shengli. "Please have the trained police officer as a witness. Whoever can provide a clue gets this 100 yuan. Everyone, seize the opportunity. Only the first person to provide a valid clue will get the money. If you're a step too slow, the money might go to someone else." Song Chen had a faint smile on his face as he spoke, but there was a coldness in his eyes. He was genuinely furious with the thief. He had already resigned himself to his bad luck after being robbed the first time, acknowledging that the thief hadn't been careful enough. But you can't just keep bullying him because he's easy to bully, right? Then don't blame him for using money magic. Song Chen believed that someone must have been awake last night. After all, not everyone has a space as a backup like him, where all his important valuables are kept, allowing him to sleep soundly. However, most people in this world are the type to mind their own business and won't say anything even if they see something, so as not to cause trouble for themselves. It's a different story when there's profit to be made. 100 yuan may be nothing to Song Chen, but it's a huge sum for most people. In fact, 100 yuan can even get you a wife these days. Wang Shengli was completely stunned as he held the large bill that Song Chen had forcefully stuffed into his hand. It was the first time he had ever seen someone so wealthy and powerful. "Comrade Song, please don't do this. We'll find a way to solve the case. You can take the money back," he said, trying to stuff the money back into Song Chen's hand. Song Chen smiled and raised his voice, saying, "Wait one more minute. If no one is willing to provide any clues, I'll take the 100 yuan back." 60, 59, 58, 40. Song Chen began to count down, making everyone in the carriage tense. Wait a minute, I know. A dark-skinned, thin man suddenly stood up and said. He looked to be in his early 20s. His clothes, though unpatched, were faded from washing, suggesting that his family wasn't particularly well off. If I tell you who the thief is, will you really give me this 100 yuan? He stared intently into Song Chen's eyes. A glint of light flashed in Song Chen's eyes, and he nodded, saying, of course, with so many people watching, I can't go back on my word. Chapter 92, Retaliation. In the corner of the carriage, Skinny Monkey, who had been watching the commotion, felt his heart race when he saw someone step forward. He secretly regretted being too impulsive last night and shouldn't have attacked the same person twice. But that 1.7 yuan not only made him a laughingstock among his brothers, but it was also a Waterloo in his career, and he was unwilling to give up until he got his revenge. Knowing that they would be getting off the train early this morning, he became bolder and even took Song Chen's bag. What's infuriating is that there wasn't a single penny in that bag, only a few pieces of clothing, a few comic books, and some beef jerky and biscuits. Skinny Monkey was worried that he would be recognized if he stayed here, so he quietly stood up and prepared to leave the carriage. Anyway, if we just hold on for another 10 minutes or so, this train will arrive at the station soon, and then we'll be free to fly high. He's the one who stole your things. A rough, large hand pointed in the direction of the Skinny Monkey. His heart skipped a beat, his mind went blank, and his first instinct was to run away. Wang Shengli and his colleague exchanged a glance, then, like an arrow released from a bow, quickly chased after the Skinny Monkey. Stop! Wang Shengli shouted as he ran. It wasn't easy to run around inside the carriages, and the Skinny Monkey was caught before he could even get out of two carriages. Wang Shengli and his colleagues searched him and found more than 200 yuan, several receipts, and a half-eaten beef jerky on him. Upon seeing that familiar piece of beef jerky, Song Chen was almost certain that this person was the thief who had stolen her package. Let me go. Why do you have to arrest me? I'm going to report you. The Skinny Monkey screamed and twisted his body wildly. Shut up. This is the stolen money you got, isn't it? Comrade Song, come over and check if these bills are yours, Wang Shengli said, bringing Song Chen and the other man who had been robbed over for identification. What evidence do you have that this money is stolen? This is clearly my money. Even if you're railway police officers, you can't be unreasonable. Wang Shengli glared at him. Behave yourself, or don't blame me for being rude. Now you know how to lie? If you didn't steal the money, why are you running away? Who said I ran away? I just needed to pee and went to the toilet. The Skinny Monkey insisted, refusing to admit it. He knew that not running was the best option, but the atmosphere at the time made him panic, and he subconsciously took off running. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The thin, dark-skinned man who had provided the clue cautiously approached Song Chen. Comrade, can I have the 100 yuan now? I'm getting off the bus soon. He was worried that Song Chen might suddenly change his mind. He had already taken a risk by stepping forward to identify the thieves, and he might even face retaliation from them. If the temptation of 100 yuan was too great, he would never do something so thankless. Okay, here you go. Song Chen handed over the money directly. The dark-skinned, thin man excitedly took the money. It was indeed 10 yuan bills. His mouth immediately stretched to the back of his ears in a wide grin. Thank you. No need. I should be thanking you, Song Chen said with a smile and waved his hand. A look of shame crossed the dark-skinned, thin man's face. He didn't deserve a thank you. He would never have stood up for money. When the crowd saw this, they immediately erupted in uproar. They didn't expect Song Chen to be so generous. It was 100 yuan, and he actually gave it to them without hesitation. Almost everyone looked at the dark-skinned, thin man with envy. If they had been more careful last night, wouldn't that 100 yuan have been theirs? Although the Skinny Monkey stubbornly refused to admit that he stole the money, Wang Shengli still found Song Chen's black bag in his luggage. Caught red-handed, he couldn't deny it no matter what. The train arrived at the station soon. Wang Shengli and his men needed to take the Skinny Monkey to the nearest police station. Another victim went along to testify, while Song Chen didn't get off the train because they hadn't reached their destination yet. Before getting off the bus, Skinny Monkey glared fiercely at Song Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. Song Chen didn't take him to heart. Let him hate him if he wants. He's going to jail soon, so what can he do to him? The rest of the time was peaceful, and Song Chen didn't encounter any more unpleasant things until he got off the train. Song Chen slung his black cloth bag over his shoulder and walked out of T-City Railway Station at a leisurely pace. The T-City Railway Station is much larger than the C-City Railway Station, and it also has a larger passenger flow. Having not showered for 3 days, Song Chen felt that his whole body smelled bad, so he decided to find a secluded place to go back to the modern world to take a shower and rest. After he's fully recovered, he can slowly look for ginseng. Anyway, he's already been to T-City, so next time he can just use the wooden bead space to teleport over without having to take such a long train ride. Song Chen walked into a small alley, carefully observing his surroundings in preparation for returning to the modern world, when suddenly 2 figures appeared at the alley entrance. Song Chen's expression turned slightly grim, and he cursed his bad luck inwardly. He had finally found a secluded place, but someone still came. With a sullen face, he lifted his foot to leave the alley, but was stopped by 2 men at the alley entrance. "Comrade, is there anything I can help you with?" Song Chen asked, puzzled. Sun Chong sneered. "You little brat got us brothers arrested. Do you think you're in trouble?" They had been following Song Chen since he got off the train, intending to find a suitable place to strike. However, the guy deliberately walked into a secluded alley, which could be considered his fate. Song Chen frowned in confusion, then suddenly realized something and asked in surprise, "You wouldn't happen to be accomplices of that thief on the train, would you?" "Congratulations on guessing correctly, but unfortunately there's no reward," Sun Chong said with a sly smile, his eyes full of contempt. "All right, why waste so much breath on him? Let's hurry up and get revenge on Skinny Monkey," Feng Jian said, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He pulled a dagger from his pants pocket and twirled it with a flourish. Sun Chong followed closely behind, pulled out his weapon, and grinned maliciously at Song Chen. "Kid, blame yourself for messing with the wrong person. Remember to keep your eyes open next time." Song Chen was surprised that they dared to use knives in broad daylight. He took 2 steps back warily, and with a thought, he took out an electric baton from his spatial storage, concealed by the black cloth bag. He bought this for self-defense. After all, a man needs to protect himself when he's out and about. He knew he wasn't strong enough, so he had to rely on external means to make up for it. Tools like stun guns, which can quickly incapacitate criminals without killing them, are excellent self-defense weapons. The moment the dagger came at him, Song Chen pulled out a stun gun and struck the other man's arm. "Ah!" Feng Jian let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Chapter 93. Seeing this scene, Sun Chong's pupils dilated sharply, and he angrily questioned, "What did you do to Brother Feng? Are you blind? Can't you see?" Song Chen asked with a grin, but there was a hint of danger in that smile. Sun Chong glanced warily at the stun gun in his hand. Although he didn't know what was strange about the black stick, he was sure there was something wrong with it. Otherwise, Feng Jian wouldn't have been knocked unconscious with just 1 blow. The fear of the unknown is the most frightening. Sun Chong swallowed hard and turned to run away. Song Chen naturally wouldn't let him have his way, so she chased after him and hit him on the shoulder with an electric baton. Sun Chong felt a numbness all over his body, followed by weakness in his limbs and loss of consciousness. Song Chen looked at the person lying on the ground, kicked him hard in the stomach, and muttered, "If I hadn't received a proper education, you guys would be the ones who would open your eyes wider in your next life." He turned off the switch on the stun gun, and then beat the 2 men hard to vent his anger. Halfway through, the 2 were jolted awake once, and he quickly turned the switch back on and knocked them both unconscious. After venting his anger, Song Chen returned to the modern world through the wooden beads. Fortunately, he was prepared today. Otherwise, who knows who would be lying in the alley. If he had fallen into the hands of those 2, he might not have seen the sun rise tomorrow. Actually, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to kill those 2 people. After all, there were no cameras or eyewitnesses in that era, and he didn't even know anything about people from that time. Even the most skilled police officer wouldn't be able to find out that he killed them. But Song Chen just couldn't get over her own mental hurdle. He remembered reading a quote there. The eyes and even the personality of a person who has killed someone will change accordingly. He was only in his early 20s, in the prime of his life, and he didn't want to let 2 beasts ruin his wonderful life. Song Chen ordered takeout on her phone, then took a nice hot shower. By the time she dried her hair, the takeout had almost arrived. After eating, he lay on the soft sofa, not wanting to move. Normally, he might not feel it, but sitting on the sofa at home after 3 days of train travel is like 2 extremes. Early in the morning, before the sun had risen, people were constantly going in and out of the secluded alleyway. After observing for a while, Song Chen confirmed that this was the location of the black market that the person had told him about yesterday and walked in with his head down. Buy or sell? A tall man asked, stopping him. Buy, Song Chen replied simply. The tall man looked him up and down, and seeing that he didn't have anything extra on him, he waved him in. Perhaps because T-City has a larger population than C-City, even the black market is larger in scale. Despite the deserted exterior, the interior was bustling with activity, and shoppers were all getting along very well. Young man, would you like some fresh eggs? Buy some for your child, the woman said with a smile as Song Chen passed by an egg stall. Looking at that smiling face, Song Chen suddenly thought of his mother and paused in his steps, asking, how much are these eggs? When the woman heard him ask the price, her smile deepened. Eggs are 7 cents each. If you buy a lot, I'll give you a discount. 7 cents is indeed not cheap. Eggs outside only cost 4 cents each. However, the black market always has a premium, otherwise it would risk getting caught to venture into the black market. Besides, Song Chen isn't someone who's short of $1 or $2. He glanced at the remaining eggs in the woman's basket and said, I'll take them all. You can calculate the price. Oh, that's great. There are exactly 21 eggs left here. I'll give you 1.4 yuan, the auntie said cheerfully. Song Chen paid the money readily, and when the aunt saw that he didn't have a container for the eggs, she simply gave him the basket. Song Chen felt bad about accepting her basket for nothing, so he took out another 50 cents and handed it over, saying, consider it as if I bought it. I can't accept this, and a basket doesn't even cost 50 cents, the aunt said, blushing. Song Chen smiled indifferently. It's okay. You should go home early. Song Chen continued walking forward carrying a basket of eggs, his eyes scanning the stalls. Most of them sold food, while a few sold defective industrial products. As for ginseng, Song Chen didn't see even a single root. Just when he thought he might go home empty-handed, he suddenly saw a man and a woman arguing not far away. You promised 60 yuan. How could you suddenly change your mind? Several of your whiskers are broken off. I didn't notice before, but now that I have, of course I have to renegotiate the price. But it's too much to just reduce the price by 10 yuan at once. It's only 50 yuan. Take it or leave it. Then I won't buy it. The woman angrily turned and walked away, muttering something under her breath. Perhaps she was too angry to watch where she was going, and she bumped straight into Song Chen. Song Chen quickly reached out and pressed a hand against her forehead. Comrade, watch where you're going. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Jiang Tiantian blinked and looked at Song Chen apologetically. Song Chen looked down at her face, which was clearly a different color from her neck, and her eyebrows, which were deliberately darkened, and couldn't help but find it a little funny. Although the disguise was somewhat clumsy, it showed that they were at least somewhat vigilant. Are you here to sell ginseng? Song Chen asked softly. He seemed to have heard the words ginseng whiskers from their argument. Jiang Tiantian's eyes held a hint of wariness as she asked instead of answering. You want to buy it? Yes, I have that idea, Song Chen nodded. Jiang Tiantian glanced at Song Chen, then pulled him to a corner. Let me make this clear first. I won't sell this ginseng for less than 60 yuan. Can you accept that price? If she hadn't been inexperienced at digging ginseng for the first time and broken off a few tendrils, she could have sold it for at least 70 yuan. Can I take a look at the goods first? Song Chen asked cautiously. Jiang Tiantian nodded and took out a piece of white cotton cloth from her bag and unfolded it. Look, this is pure wild ginseng. The mud on it is still fresh. Song Chen didn't really know the difference between cultivated ginseng and wild ginseng, but since ginseng shouldn't be cultivated on a large scale in this era, this ginseng should be wild ginseng. Another point is about the age of ginseng. Song Chen knew about this. To determine the age of ginseng, you mainly look at the root, which is the rhizome. Every year, new stems grow from the top of the ginseng rootstock. After they wither and fall off in autumn, they leave scars that are round or semicircular, hence the name root bowl. Song Chen counted the ginseng stems in Jiang Tiantian's hand. There were a total of 15 stems, meaning it was a 15-year-old ginseng. Chapter 94, is it fashionable to say goodbye these days? So, comrade, are you going to buy it or not? If not, I'll go find the next buyer. Jiang Tiantian puffed out her cheeks, a hint of disappointment on her face. When she dug up the wild ginseng, she felt that the god of good luck was looking out for her. However, she never expected that it would be so difficult to sell a single wild ginseng. Song Chen withdrew his gaze from the wild ginseng and nodded, saying, I'll buy it. 60 yuan, right? Jiang Tiantian was overjoyed. Her fingers tightened unconsciously as she held the wild ginseng. Her eyes seemed to sparkle as she looked at Song Chen. That's right, it's 60 yuan. Even after receiving the 6 10 yuan bills from the other party, Jiang Tiantian was still somewhat incredulous. She had actually sold the wild ginseng. Although 60 yuan doesn't seem like much, if you're careful, it can last you for a while. Thank you, Jiang Tiantian said sincerely to Song Chen. If Song Chen insisted on bargaining, she would probably have no choice but to compromise, since she had finally managed to get leave to come to the city this time, and she didn't know when she would be able to get leave again. She was really in dire need of money. When she went to the countryside, her adoptive parents didn't give her a single penny. They even took the rural allowance. If it weren't for the fact that newly sent down youths could receive several months' worth of food subsidies, she would have starved to death. Song Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome. It's a done deal. Do you still have any wild ginseng? You still want to buy it?" Jiang Tiantian asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Is that so?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Jiang Tiantian's eyes darted around, and she began to make her own plans. Although she had only been in the countryside for less than 2 months, she had already learned a lot about the village. She had heard of several villagers who had once dug up wild ginseng, which was why she thought of going up the mountain to try her luck. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have had such good fortune. After all, to succeed, you must first take action. Lying at home and daydreaming is just a dream. After Jiang Tiantian dug up the wild ginseng, she immediately inquired about the sales channels from an aunt in the village with whom she had a good relationship. She learned that the villagers who dug up wild ginseng all sold it to the county's purchasing station. When she went to the purchasing station, she realized how much of a rip-off it was. The wild ginseng she had dug up was only worth 30 yuan. She immediately decided to try her luck in the city. It turns out that being bold has its advantages. Look, the money in her pocket has doubled now. Although the 60 yuan could solve her current predicament, it wouldn't last long, and she didn't think she would be lucky enough to dig up a second wild ginseng. So she needed to think of a way to make money. The person in front of her might just be her benefactor. Jiang Tiantian glanced at Song Chen without showing any emotion and tentatively asked, "Comrade, do you probably need a few more wild ginseng roots?" "That depends on how much you have," Song Chen said, raising an eyebrow. After all, who would complain about having too much of this kind of good stuff? Even if he couldn't use it all himself, he could bring it back to the modern world to sell, or at the very least, give it away as a gift. Jiang Tiantian quietly took a deep breath to avoid appearing too excited, but her voice still betrayed a hint of emotion. "I have wild ginseng, but I didn't bring it with me. Can you wait a few days? I'll bring it to you then." Song Chen was unaware of her ulterior motives. When she heard that she had to wait a few days, she subconsciously frowned and asked, "How many days are you talking about? How am I supposed to contact you if you don't come by then?" "About a week," Jiang Tiantian said uncertainly, blushing slightly as she finished speaking. However, she was able to come to the city this time because she had taken sick leave, ostensibly to see a doctor at the city hospital. She definitely couldn't take any more leave for the time being, otherwise the brigade leader would have a problem with her. As for whether she could successfully get leave in a week, she wasn't really sure. Seeing that Song Chen's expression wasn't quite right, Jiang Tiantian quickly added, "Just 1 week, I'll definitely come in a week. If the brigade leader doesn't approve her leave, she'll give gifts to the brigade leader's wife." Everyone in Yuntan Brigade knows that the brigade leader is henpecked. With the brigade leader's wife speaking up for her, she'll definitely be able to get leave. "Okay," Song Chen agreed, half believing. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe the girl, but rather that the girl's tone lacked any confidence. But the allure of wild ginseng was still great, and since he didn't know any other people selling wild ginseng, he could only trust the girl for the time being. Jiang Tiantian's lips curled up into a wide smile, but she still couldn't shake the feeling and asked again, "So we agreed to make the deal in a week, right?" Song Chen nodded in affirmation. "I'm leaving now, bye-bye." Jiang Tiantian waved to Song Chen and ran off with light steps. Song Chen was about to go about his own business when he realized something was wrong after taking only 2 steps. The girl had just said goodbye to him. Is saying goodbye already common these days? If he remembers correctly, bye-bye is a translation from English. Of course, it might be different if the girl has an elder in her family who studied abroad. Song Chen temporarily suppressed his doubts and prepared to sell a batch of supplies to make some money in this era. He had spent most of the money he had earned before, so since he planned to buy more wild ginseng, He naturally had to be prepared, otherwise it would be embarrassing if he couldn't come up with the money when the transaction took place. Song Chen found the tall man, keeping watch at the door, and said bluntly, "Could you please find your boss for me? Tell him I want to make a deal with him." Hazy looked at Song Chen with a blank expression, exuding a silly aura. "I said, I need to talk to your boss about a business deal. Did you understand?" Song Chen said slowly, emphasizing each word. Hazy nodded quickly. "I heard you right. You're looking for our boss." He actually understood it the first time he heard it, but he suddenly didn't react. This was the first time someone had asked to see his boss. Hazy carefully examined Song Chen. Although he had a pretty face, he was dressed very well and looked like he was not sure of money. He probably wasn't playing him for a fool. "Wait here for me. I'll go ask the boss if he's willing to see you," Hazy said before running off. About 5 minutes later, he came running back, panting heavily. "The boss wants to see you. Come with me." Song Chen didn't expect him to come back so quickly, raised an eyebrow, and followed him. The two turned left and right in the alley and came to the gate of a small courtyard. Hazy knocked on the gate a few times rhythmically. The door was open from the inside the next second, and Hazy said to Song Chen, "Go in by yourself. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first." Chapter 95, 50 watches. "So you said you wanted to talk to me about a business deal?" The man who spoke looked to be in his early 30s. He was an ordinary-looking man who would easily blend into a crowd, but his eyes were extremely intimidating when he looked at people. Ignoring the oppressive aura he deliberately exuded, Song Chen calmly walked to the chair opposite him and sat down, smiling as she introduced herself. "Hello, Brother Jean. My surname is Song. You can call me Xiao Song." Chen Jin was taken aback by his reaction. After a moment of silence, he burst into laughter. "Little Song, right? You're quite good." Then he glanced at his underlings and said, "What are you standing there for? Pour tea for the guests." "Okay, I'll be right there," the younger brother replied, and immediately turned and left. "Brother Jean, you flatter me. Let's get down to business first," Song Chen said, his smile unchanged, showing no sign of being flattered by the change in his attitude. "Okay, tell me what kind of business you want to discuss with me first," Chen Jin said tentatively, sensing that this young man might bring him an unexpected surprise. "I have a batch of goods that I think Brother Jean would be interested in. You're probably the only one in the entire black market who can handle it," Song Chen said confidently. Of course, the last sentence was something he deliberately said to flatter Chen Jin, since this was his first time in the black market of T-City and he knew nothing about the other people's situation. However, if even the black market boss couldn't handle this batch of goods, others might also be in trouble, which is why he went directly to the black market boss to trade from the start. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow, curiously. "Oh, what is it?" Song Chen tapped the table lightly with his index finger, and without keeping them in suspense any longer, said bluntly, 50 watches. How many watches did you say?" Chen Jin suddenly stood up from his chair, staring wide-eyed at Song Chen. "You heard me right, I do have 50 watches in my hand," Song Chen calmly repeated. Chen Jin gave him a deep look, then sat back down in his chair. "I need to inspect the goods before I can decide whether or not to take them." 50 watches is no small sum. He needs to determine if there's any foul play involved. Just then, my younger brother brought over 2 cups of tea. Chen Jin greeted him. "Come on, Brother Song, try this tea. If you like it, I'll pack some for you when you leave." Song Chen took the steaming cup of tea, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He couldn't drink any hot tea in this weather. He just wanted a glass of ice water. However, to avoid making Chen Jin feel disrespected, he pretended to blow on it and took a small sip. Setting down his teacup, Song Chen took out a brand new watch from his pocket and placed it on the table. "This is a sample I brought. Brother Jean, you can check it first." These watches were purchased wholesale online by Song Chen and have been stored in his wooden bead space without being sold yet. Naturally, their quality is not as good as the ones he bought in the mall for tens of thousands of yuan, but the quality is still excellent. After all, he wasn't that kind of heartless person. In this day and age, buying a watch wasn't easy. It could easily cost several months' salary. If the watch he bought broke after a few months, wouldn't he hate him to death? Chen Jin picked up the watch and examined it carefully, confirming that it was brand new and showed no signs of having been assembled. He nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. What's the price?" "I'm here to talk business in good faith, so let's skip the formalities. 80 yuan a piece. What do you think of that price, Brother Jean?" Chen Jin was prepared for Song Chen to ask for an exorbitant price and was ready to roll up his sleeves and bargain with Song Chen. But when he heard the price, his arrogance immediately subsided. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Song Chen knew that the price he quoted was actually too low, since in those days, watches not only required money, but also watch coupons to buy. But since he was essentially doing wholesale, he had to leave some room for Chun Jin and his team to make money. He smiled and nodded. No mistake, I'm not a big fan of haggling. Haha, Brother Song is such a straightforward person. I love dealing with people like you. Chun Jin gave Song Chen a thumbs up. With the deal done, Song Chen's smile widened slightly. I also want to thank Brother Jin for taking care of me. I'll bring the things over to you this afternoon. Sure, Brother Song. Why don't you stay for lunch? Chun Jin warmly invited. Song Chen politely declined, saying, I won't eat today. I have other things to do. I'll treat you to a state-run restaurant next time. Chun Jin didn't press the issue any further. Although he wanted to build a good relationship with Song Chen, he wasn't in a rush. It would be better to have a meal together once they were more familiar with each other. Song Chen left Chun Jin's small courtyard, intending to wander around for a bit. He returned to Hyundai after getting off the train yesterday. Although he came back again in the afternoon, he only asked around for the address of the black market. Since he had nothing to do now, he planned to familiarize himself with the environment. He might come here often in the future, so it wouldn't hurt to get acquainted with it first. Emerging from the alleyway of the black market, diagonally opposite is a movie theater with a movie poster hanging on the door, a film with a revolutionary theme. Song Chen had heard of this movie before, but had not seen it. Just as he was hesitating about whether to buy a ticket to see it, he heard footsteps behind him. It's you. Jiang Tiantian's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw who was in front of her. She was just a little worried that passers-by might not be willing to help her, but she didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. Help me. Jiang Tiantian grabbed Song Chen's arm and pleaded. What happened? Song Chen had just finished asking this question when he saw two figures chasing out from the alley behind him. One of the men awkwardly covered his groin, staring at Jiang Tiantian with a sinister look. You bitch, how dare you kick me? You're dead today. He originally only intended to make money, but since this woman was so ungrateful, he wouldn't hold back. Who are they? Song Chen asked, turning his head to look at Jiang Tiantian. Jiang Tiantian shook her head with red eyes. I don't know them. They're trying to rob me. Comrade, could you please call the police for me? She didn't think Song Chen could beat the two tall and strong people on the other side. Even if he could, why would he risk fighting for a stranger like her? So her request wasn't high. She just wanted Song Chen to help her report it to the police. Kid, if you know what's good for you, don't meddle in other people's business, or don't blame us brothers for being impolite to you, the man warned menacingly. Seeing that she was about to cry, Song Chen stepped forward and shielded her behind him, saying, Don't be afraid. Chapter 96, The Transmiger, You've got guts, kid, the man said through gritted teeth as he saw Song Chen looking like he was about to play the hero. Stop wasting your breath on him. Get him. Another man shouted to his companion, clenching his fist as he lunged at Song Chen. In front of several pairs of eyes, Song Chen couldn't just suddenly conjure up an electric baton, but luckily he had other preparations. Song Chen pulled a small bottle from his pocket and sprayed it into the man's eyes. Ew, my eyes! The man screamed in agony, clutching his eyes and crouching on the ground. Seeing his companion's miserable state, the other man forgot about reprimanding Song Chen and quickly went over to ask with concern. Third brother, what happened to you? Don't scare me. My eyes hurt so much. Take him back to wash his eyes quickly, or he might go blind, Song Chen kindly advised him. The man glared fiercely at Song Chen. What exactly did you spray in my brother's eyes, you brat? Song Chen chuckled and whistled. Oh, you still have a mind to ask this now? Isn't your brother miserable enough? Wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine, too. If anything happens to my brother, I will never let you off the hook, the man threatened before helping his companion leave quickly. Jiang Tiantian stood there dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. Song Chen chuckled and waved his hand in front of her face, asking, Were you scared? What? What was it you just sprayed? Jiang Tiantian stared intently into Song Chen's eyes. Song Chen held up the pepper spray in his hand. You mean this? It's just regular pepper spray. Could also be called pepper spray, Jiang Tiantian said, enunciating each word clearly, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes so tightly that it seemed she wanted to tear them apart. Song Chen paused for a moment, then said incredulously, How do you know this is called pepper spray? You wouldn't. No wonder. He was wondering why this girl said goodbye. It turns out she was a time traveler. That makes no difference. Jiang Tiantian nodded with tears in her eyes, then suddenly hugged Song Chen. That's right. I'm from another time, and so are you, right? She really wanted to cry right now. She thought she was all alone in the world, but suddenly she met someone like her, and that person even saved her. The feeling was indescribably complicated. Ah, you. Song Chen was suddenly hugged and stammered, not knowing what to say. He was quite bewildered. He never expected to encounter a time traveler who only existed in novels. But since he can travel between two worlds, encountering a time traveler isn't a big deal, right? Moreover, his ability to travel between two worlds is probably even more impressive than one-way travel. I'm sorry, I was just too excited. I didn't mean to hug you, Jiang Tantian said, blushing as she let go of Song Chen and apologetically wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve. Song Chen shook his head. It's okay, you. He could tell that Jiang Tiantian was very excited, but how could he tell her that their situations were actually different? His ability to travel between the two worlds was a secret he didn't want others to know, but this girl had already realized that he wasn't from this era, so it didn't seem right for him to keep lying to her. Wait a minute. Let's find a secluded place to talk slowly. Jiang Tiantian pulled Song Chen to a quiet corner. When did you travel here? I traveled here more than 2 months ago, and then... She rambled on, saying everything that should and shouldn't have been said, before Song Chen could stop her. It turns out that Jiang Tiantian was a sophomore in college in modern times. She was hit by a drunk driver while crossing the road, and when she woke up, she found that she had traveled through time. She transmigrated into the body of a pitiful girl whose family favored boys over girls. She was the third child in her family, with an older brother and sister, and a younger brother and sister. She was a pitiful girl who was neither loved by her parents nor her father. Before I even graduated from high school, I was sent to the countryside in place of my second brother. And you? I don't even know your name yet. Tell me about yourself, okay? Jiang Tiantian asked curiously. Song Chen's expression was somewhat complicated. You really want to know? Of course, but if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. After all, it's your secret. Jiang Tiantian pouted, a hint of disappointment visibly appearing on her face. She thought she had finally met someone like her, someone she could confide in, but who knew that the person didn't trust her at all. Song Chen hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Fine, I'll tell you. He briefly explained his situation, but carefully avoided mentioning the wooden bead space. One should always be wary of others. Although this young girl doesn't seem dangerous, no one can guarantee that she won't have any ulterior motives. Thinking about this, Song Chen suddenly felt that wearing the wooden beads on his hand was very unsafe. What if they fell off or were stolen? Wouldn't he be at a huge loss? I wonder if there's any way to hide the wooden beads? As Song Chen was thinking this, she suddenly felt a burning pain in her wrist. His expression changed slightly, but with Jiang Tiantian watching him, he endured the pain and didn't immediately roll up his sleeves to check. Jiang Tiantian was dumbfounded, staring at Song Chen in disbelief. You mean you can freely travel between the modern era and the 1970s? And this body you're in now is also your own? Yes, that's right, Song Chen nodded. Jiang Tiantian's eyes lit up instantly. Then can you take me back to the modern world? I miss my mom and dad so much. Wah, they must be so worried. She started crying as she spoke, tears and snot streaming down her face. I don't know either. I haven't tried it yet. Please, I really want to go back, Jiang Tiantian said excitedly, and was about to kneel down before Song Chen. Song Chen quickly grabbed her arm. Don't rush me. I didn't say I wouldn't agree. So you agree? Thank you. Thank you so much. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, just let me know, and I'll do my best without hesitation. Jiang Tiantian raised her hand as if to swear an oath, determined to show Song Chen her resolve. Song Chen advised in a deep voice, don't get so excited. It's not guaranteed to succeed. Let's give it a try. It's always better to have a chance than no chance at all, isn't it? Jiang Tiantian's eyes shone brightly. Song Chen couldn't bear to continue discouraging her, so he nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's give it a try. The two found a deserted alley, and Song Chen took Jiang Tiantian's hand and asked, Are you ready? Okay, I'm ready, Jiang Tiantian said nervously, closing her eyes. Chapter 97, There's No Going Back. Jiang Tiantian felt her palm go empty and quickly opened her eyes, only to find herself still in that secluded alley, while Song Chen beside her was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, Jiang Tiantian's mind went blank. It was the first time she realized how painful it was to have her hopes dashed. When Song Chen returned to the 1970s, he saw a little girl squatting on the ground, hugging herself tightly with her hands and burying her head between her legs. Although she didn't make a sound, Song Chen knew she was crying very sadly. Hey, don't cry. If you cry and someone comes over, they'll think I'm bullying you. Song Chen tried to joke with her in a light-hearted tone, hoping to distract her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiantian indeed raised her head, her eyes red from crying, with a few teardrops still clinging to her eyelashes. Those big eyes were filled with grievance. Song Chen, I can't go back. What should I do? I miss my mom and dad so much. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sob softly, like a little dog drenched in the rain, making her seem inexplicably pitiful. Song Chen finally felt a pang of compassion. He walked over to her, squatted down, and looked down at her, saying, You can't go back, but I can. I can give them a message. Even though you won't see each other again, at least they'll know that you're doing well in another world. Really? Can you really help me find my parents? Jiang Tiantian blinked, a tear sliding down her cheek. She wiped it away carelessly, her eyes fixed on Song Chen, trying to confirm whether what he said was true or false. It's worth noting that Song Chen's act of delivering the message for her was risky. He might accidentally expose his secret. Jiang Tiantian originally wanted to ask Song Chen for help, but she didn't expect him to bring it up on his own initiative. Song Chen could think of the same thing she could think of, but what could he do? The girl had cried so badly, and he was the only one who could help her. Let's just consider it his daily good deed. Doing more good deeds might actually accumulate merit, so that he can be reincarnated as a rich second or third generation in his next life. Tell me your home address, and I'll write you a letter and deliver it to your parents for you. Okay? If it were just a verbal message, Zhang's parents definitely wouldn't believe it, and might even think Song Chen was a liar. But a letter written by Jiang Tiantian herself would be different. They should be able to recognize their daughter's handwriting. Jiang Tiantian immediately nodded. Okay, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy paper and pens right away. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. She wiped away her tears with her sleeve and ran towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Song Chen shook his head as he watched her leave. This impulsive personality was typical of a college student who hadn't yet entered the workforce. She acted on a whim. But since she had already run away, he was too lazy to chase after her and decided to just wait for her to come back. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Song Chen was getting a little impatient when Jiang Tiantian finally grabbed her notebook and pen and hurriedly ran back to the alley. Are you getting impatient? I'm sorry. It took me a while to find a supply and marketing cooperative, Jiang Tiantian said, panting, her face still flushed from running. Song Chen waved his hand. It's okay. You can write the letter first. Do you want to find a suitable place? There isn't even a table here, so it's really inconvenient to write. It's okay. I'll just write on the wall, Jiang Tiantian said with a smile, then stuck the notebook on the wall and raised her arm to start writing. She had so much to tell her parents, but when she actually started writing, she didn't know what to write. She simply let them know she was safe and sound, and then wrote a secret that only she and her parents knew as a code. Song Chen looked at the page she handed him and raised an eyebrow. That's it? Aren't you going to write more? No need. If they know too much, they'll only worry, Jiang Tiantian said, her brows furrowing slightly, her voice filled with melancholy. Although her family wasn't wealthy, she was their only child and was pampered from a young age. If her parents knew how miserable she was in the 1970s, they would be very worried. It was better not to tell them. Furthermore, Jiang Tiantian had a vague, uneasy feeling. Song Chen carefully put the paper in his pocket and patted it lightly. Okay, don't worry. I'll definitely deliver the letter to you. I have a question to ask, Jiang Tiantian said after a moment's hesitation. Go ahead and ask. Since you came to this era, have you tried to find your family? Jiang Tiantian asked Song Chen expectantly. Song Chen shook her head. No. Jiang Tiantian frowned and asked, puzzled. Why? It's rare to encounter such a good thing. Don't you want to help them improve their lives in advance? She had thought about going to find her grandparents before, but her abilities were limited, and it was difficult for her to support herself. So even if she found them, it wouldn't matter. If she had Song Chen's abilities, she would definitely secretly help her grandparents. My parents aren't even born yet. As for their elders, they're all biased people. Why should I be kind enough to improve their lives? Song Chen said coldly. Jiang Tiantian suddenly realized, oh, I see. And there's really no need to go find them. But you can go see them after your parents are born. You can actually see what your parents and baby look like. Just thinking about it makes me want to have fun. She excitedly cupped her cheeks in her hands, tilting her head to imagine how adorable her parents looked as children. Song Chen did not agree with her opinion, but was too lazy to refute it. There was another reason why he didn't go looking for someone. He was worried that his intervention would change the course of history. What if he contacted his family in advance and accidentally ruined himself? Even the slightest change can have a drastic impact. Gurgle. A sudden voice rang out, and Song Chen raised an eyebrow at Jiang Tian. Hungry? She blushed and covered her stomach. A little bit. I only ate one tortilla this morning. Let's go to the state-run restaurant. Song Chen gestured with his chin, indicating that she should follow. When Jiang Tian heard that they were going to a state-run restaurant, she quickly stopped them. Wait, state-run restaurants require food coupons, and I only have money, not coupons. When she first arrived in this world, she wasn't used to it. She took the little bit of savings the original owner had accumulated and wanted to have a meal at a state-run restaurant, but she was ridiculed by the waiters. From then on, she never stepped into a state-run restaurant again. I have it, keep up. Oh. Jiang Tian jogged after him. Chapter 98, The Second-Hand Dealer at the State-Owned Restaurant. Song Chen ordered all the dishes available today on the blackboard and also ordered 2 bowls of rice. Jiang Tian hesitated, wanting to say something, but then said, Didn't we order too much? Can the 2 of us finish it? It's okay, we can pack up the leftovers, Song Chen said calmly, finding an empty seat in a corner to sit down. Actually, they didn't order many dishes, only 6 in total. Unlike modern restaurants, state-run restaurants in those days couldn't cook whatever you wanted. Instead, you had to see what ingredients the restaurant had purchased that day. If you were lucky, you could get meat. If you were unlucky, you could only have soup. Jiang Tian silently calculated the price of the 6 dishes in her mind, then took out a 10 yuan note and handed it to Song Chen. What do you mean by that? The food cost 2.6 yuan in total. You pay for the food and meat coupons, so I should pay for it, Jiang Tian said matter-of-factly. Song Chen didn't know whether he should praise her or not. She was clearly short of money, but she was still generous despite being poor. No need, this meal is on me. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse me. You should know that I don't need the money for this meal. Well, okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll invite you back when I have more money. Jiang Tian thought Song Chen's words made sense, and she thought it was better not to pretend to be rich when she was not. 2.6 yuan may not sound like much, but in the countryside it's enough for her to eat eggs for 2 months. It was still early, and the state-run restaurant wasn't crowded yet, so Song Chen and his group's food was served quickly. Jiang Tian looked at the bowl of tempting braised pork on the table, and her mouth involuntarily began to water. Wow! She finally achieved true freedom to eat meat. Who knows that she's been in this world for so long and has only eaten meat twice? The first time was the day before she was to go to the countryside. Her adoptive parents cooked meat to comfort her as she was about to leave. She was given 2 thin slices of lean meat. The second time was at the educated youth settlement. There were too many people, and even with her chopsticks flashing, she only managed to pick up 3 slices. I never even dared to dream of having such a proper bowl of braised pork placed in front of me. Stop looking. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat, Song Chen said, seeing her holding her chopsticks without moving, and used the untouched chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork for her. Jiang Tian grinned foolishly. Eat, I'll eat right away. She picked up a piece of braised pork from the bowl and put it in her mouth. The rich aroma of the meat exploded in her mouth. It was fatty but not greasy, and lean but not dry. It's so delicious, Jiang Tian said with an expression of enjoyment, her eyes curving into crescents with happiness. Seeing how much she enjoyed her food, Song Chen picked up a piece and tasted it himself. It's really good. The braised pork at this state-run restaurant was just as delicious as the ones he had in City C, but the taste was slightly different due to the different regions. This braised pork is a bit darker in color and has a richer, more meaty flavor, while the braised pork he ate in City C was much more tender. Besides braised pork belly, the table also had stir-fried pork liver with garlic, braised pork ribs, fried tofu, and vermicelli soup, stir-fried eggplant, potatoes, and green peppers, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Jiang Tian, who never ate pig liver in modern times, ate it with great relish this time. It's good enough to have something to eat. At least pig liver is a meat dish, which is better than the wild vegetables we eat in the countryside. In no time, her bowl of rice was empty. Song Chen noticed that she was picking up food more slowly and asked considerately, "Would you like another bowl of rice? Is it okay?" Jiang Tian swallowed the shredded potatoes in her mouth and blinked shyly. She felt like she had eaten a bit too much. Song Chen, a grown man, had only eaten a bowl of rice, but she was so hungry that it made her seem like she could eat a lot. "Of course, one bowl is enough. If not, you can have two more," Song Chen said with a smile. "That's enough. One bowl is enough." The two of them weren't very good at fighting, and nearly a third of the 6 dishes were left uneaten. Song Chen went out for a while, and when he came back, he had an aluminum lunchbox in his hand. He packed all the remaining food into the box. He placed the lunchbox on the corner of the table and said, "If you don't mind, you can take it back and eat it tonight." "I don't mind." Jiang Tian shook her head repeatedly. "It's this lunchbox, but it seems inconvenient to return it to you." "It's okay. It's yours," Song Chen said casually. Jiang Tian chuckled. "I won't stand on ceremony with you." She realized that Song Chen didn't care about such a small amount, so she decided to enjoy the benefits without worry. "By the way, did you dig up that wild ginseng this morning yourself?" Song Chen asked curiously. They didn't know each other in the morning, so he didn't presume to pry into the other's privacy. "Yes, I dug it up on the mountain. I searched for it for more than a week," Jiang Tian said, unable to hold back her tears as she recalled her ginseng-finding journey. Wild ginseng is not easy to find. Otherwise, everyone would be looking for ginseng in the mountains, and no one would be working in the fields. Jiang Tian wouldn't have risked going to the deep mountains if she hadn't been so desperate for money. She almost didn't come back. "So what do you mean by saying you can still get some? Are you planning to keep looking in the mountains?" Song Chen frowned, not quite agreeing with her approach of risking her life for money. "If you need it, I can lend you some money first, and you can pay me back slowly later." Jiang Tian hurriedly denied it. "Of course not. I don't have that kind of courage. Last time I was almost scared to death. I would never dare to go to the deep mountains again. I was actually planning to buy it from the villagers and then resell it to you." Jiang Tian chuckled awkwardly. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to be a middleman and make a profit from the price difference. Even though she was a middleman, the price she offered was higher than that of the county's purchasing station. Don't underestimate those 10 or 20 yuan. They might be a family savings for a year. After listening to her plan, Song Chen rarely praised her, saying, "That's a good idea. Do you have enough initial funds? If not, I can give you a deposit in advance." Jiang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? But aren't you afraid I'll run away with the money?" "Ah, the question is, are you willing to run away? Aren't you still waiting for me to deliver a message to you?" That makes sense." Jiang Tian really couldn't bear to leave. She was even worried that Song Chen wouldn't come looking for her. "Then it's settled. I'll give you 200 yuan first. You can take as many as you want. I'll give you a 10 yuan commission for each ginseng root," Song Chen said, pulling out a stack of 10 yuan notes from his pocket. Jiang Tian naturally had no reason to refuse. She was originally worried about funding and planned to give the villagers a deposit first, then sign a contract with them and pay them the balance after the sale. Now, with Song Chen's support, things had become much easier. Chapter 99 Red Mole. The first thing Song Chen did after returning to the modern world was to check the wooden beads on her wrist. Actually, he had already noticed that the wooden bead on his wrist had disappeared when he was in the alley. However, he couldn't examine it closely in front of Jiang Tian, and since he sensed that the wooden bead space was still there, he held back until he got home. Song Chen casually rolled up his sleeve a bit and saw that there was only an empty red string left on his wrist, and where the wooden bead had been, there was now a red mole the size of a mung bean. Song Chen curiously rubbed it with his index finger, but felt nothing. It neither hurt nor itched, as if the mole was a part of his body all along. "That's amazing. Now, we don't have to worry about losing the wooden beads," Song Chen said with a look of delight. It's a pity he hadn't thought of it this way before. Otherwise, he would have discovered this new function of the wooden beads much earlier. After confirming that the wooden bead turning into a red mole had no effect, Song Chen took off the red string from her wrist. "Now that the wooden bead has become a red mole on my wrist, there's no need to wear the red string anymore." However, he couldn't bear to throw it away, so he found a box to put it away. Asterisk. On the other side, Jiang Tian rushed back to Yuntan Brigade before dark. When she arrived at the educated youth settlement, the educated youth were having dinner. When they saw her return, they all stopped eating. Li Jun's eyes were glued to her. "Tian, Comrade Jiang, you're back. You probably haven't had dinner yet, right?" Come and eat with us. Seeing Li Jun's overly attentive attitude, Sun Qing felt extremely jealous and snorted sarcastically. So he finally knows to come back. I wonder where he's been gallivanting these past few days. You can be shameless, but don't ruin the reputation of our educated youth settlement. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances, clearly indicating that Sun Qing had been targeting Jiang Tiantian quite often. What are you barking about? I took leave to go to the city hospital for a medical appointment in a perfectly legitimate way. The captain personally approved the leave slip for me. In your eyes, it's just going out to fool around, right? Do you have a problem with me or with the captain? Jiang Tiantian didn't tolerate her at all and immediately retorted. Sun Qing slammed her hand on the table and loudly retorted, "Don't drag the brigade leader into everything. I was clearly talking about you. What does it have to do with the brigade leader?" She had long known that Jiang Tiantian was a cunning person. Every time she talked to her about something, Jiang Tiantian would insist on talking about something else. Wasn't deliberately trying to get her to offend the brigade leader. She wasn't going to fall for it. Okay, so what exactly do you dislike about me? Tell us so everyone can hear it. Jiang Tiantian glanced at her with a half smile. Sun Qing choked, her face turning bright red. Whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. However, even though Jiang Tiantian didn't say it outright, everyone present knew why Sun Qing was targeting her. It was all because of the scheming Li Jun. Anyone with eyes can see that Sun Qing likes Li Jun, but Li Jun has his eye on Jiang Tiantian. That's why Sun Qing dislikes Jiang Tiantian so much and picks on her in every way. Unfortunately, the king was willing, but the goddess was indifferent. Jiang Tiantian had always been cold to Li Jun, and she would avoid speaking to him as much as possible. Li Jun was all talk and no action, but unfortunately, Sun Qing couldn't see it clearly. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment, and Zhao Xia quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Tian, I specially saved a portion of food for you. It's keeping warm in the pot. I'll go get it for you. Thank you, Sister Xia. I have some leftovers from a state-run restaurant. If you don't mind, we can heat them up and eat them together, Jiang Tian said with a smile. Zhao Xia took the lunchbox from her and widened her eyes slightly after seeing the food inside. Tian, why is there so much meat? Although the lunchbox was full of leftovers, it contained a good amount of meat, at least half a pound. She didn't think Jiang Tian could afford meat, especially since Jiang Tian had specifically borrowed 2 yuan from her yesterday when she went to the city for medical treatment. Moreover, having money isn't enough to eat meat. You also need meat coupons. Jiang Tian knows better than anyone whether she has meat coupons or not. This gluttonous girl dreams about eating meat every night. If she had meat coupons, she would have gone to the county town to have a feast long ago. I ran into a friend in the city today, and he treated me to lunch at a state-run restaurant. These dishes are the leftovers from lunch. If you mind, Sister Xia, I'll just heat them up myself. Jiang Tian blushed and scratched her hair. It's no wonder she felt embarrassed. Packing up the leftovers to give to others was something that had never happened in Jiang Tiantian's dictionary before. Zhao Xia knew her personality and waved her hand with a smile. Oh, how could I complain? I'm happy to be able to eat meat. Although the others couldn't see what was in the lunchbox, they could almost smell the aroma of meat just from listening to the conversation between the two. Sitting next to Sun Qing, Lu Panner rolled her eyes, put down her chopsticks, walked over to Zhao Xia, and said with a solicitous look, Sister Xia, let me help you heat up the dishes. I'm quick. I'll heat them up in no time. Zhao Xia saw through her little scheme, but since Jiang Tian had brought the box of meat back, she couldn't make the decision herself and could only look at Jiang Tian with a questioning gaze. Sister Xia, let Panner help you. Once it's heated up, we can all eat together, Jiang Tian said generously. She couldn't finish all the food in the lunchbox by herself, and it might spoil by tomorrow, so she might as well take it out as a favor. Lu Panner licked her lips as she looked at the lunchbox in Zhao Xia's hand, and forced a flattering smile. Tian, you're so generous. Yes, we're in for a treat today. Comrade Jiang is such a good person. He doesn't hold back at all. I will share any good things I have with Comrade Jiang in the future. TCH, what's so great about it? It's just some leftovers. Is it really worth you bringing it back to feed a beggar? Sun Qing said, rolling her eyes at Jiang Tian. She just habitually wanted to go against Jiang Tian, but she didn't realize that her words had offended everyone at the educated youth settlement. Zhao Xia's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Wow, what bad luck. Who are you calling a beggar? Zhao Panner was also a little angry and said coldly, Sun Qing, Tian kindly brought meat back for us to improve our lives. If you don't want to eat it, you don't have to. There's no need to be sarcastic here. I don't want to eat it, so I don't want to eat it. Do you really think I care about those leftovers? Sun Qing raised her chin disdainfully and snorted heavily. The others were already used to her behavior and were unwilling to argue with her. Zhao Panner worked quickly and efficiently, and soon the dishes were heated up. Before they were even served, everyone could smell the aroma and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Jiang Tian put a piece of braised pork on Zhao Xia's and Zhao Panner's plates and said with a smile to the others, Put it on your own if you want it. I won't put it on for you. As soon as she spoke, the others stopped being reserved and started grabbing their lunchboxes. Sun Qing's mouth watered at the aroma, but no one offered her a way out, so she could only glare fiercely at Jiang Tian. Chapter 100. Can anything more precious be more precious than a daughter-in-law? Who are you looking for? The middle-aged man looked at Song Chen standing outside the door with a hint of barely perceptible wariness in his eyes. Song Chen smiled politely and said, Hello, uncle. Is this Jiang Tiantian's house? Jiang Tian? I don't know her. You've come to the wrong house. The middle-aged man visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the name, Jiang Tiantian. He was relieved that she wasn't looking for his precious daughter. Oh, did I come to the wrong place? Isn't this building 3, room 302? Song Chen took 2 steps back and looked at the room number again. The words 302 were clearly written on it. That's right, uncle. Is this house rented or newly bought by you? This is the most reasonable explanation Song Chen could think of. Jiang Tiantian's parents were so heartbroken over their daughter's situation that they sold the house. The middle-aged man was also a little confused. He glared at Song Chen unhappily and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I've lived in this house for more than 10 years. What are you doing here? Be careful, or I'll call the police to report you for harassment. He had a wife and daughter at home, and he suspected that the young man had come to scout out the house and was planning to do something bad while he was away. That's how it always happens on TV. Don't worry, I really am here to find someone. Do you know Jiang Dayo and Li Xiaoli? These are the names of Jiang Tiantian's parents. The middle-aged man shook his head again. I don't know him. You should leave now, or I'm really going to call the police. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Looking at the tightly closed door, Song Chen sighed helplessly. This whole mess made him look like some kind of dangerous criminal. To be on the safe side, Song Chen knocked on the door of room 301 next door. An elderly woman lived in apartment 301. She exuded a kind and gentle aura, and even when she saw a stranger standing outside the door, she smiled warmly. Young man, what's the matter? Grandma, I'd like to ask you something. Is the family living in apartment 302 next door, surnamed Jiang? Song Chen bent down slightly and looked directly at the old lady, deliberately slowing down his speech in case she couldn't hear him. The old lady nodded. Oh right, the neighbor's surname is Jiang. Are you a relative of the Jiang family? So she also has the surname Jiang? But that uncle clearly said he didn't know Jiang Tiantian. Song Chen looked somewhat serious and asked again, Grandma, is the male head of the household named Jiang Dayo? The female head of the household is named Li Xiaoli, and they also have a daughter named Jiang Tiantian. No, Xiao Jiang isn't called that. The old lady waved her hands repeatedly. Let me think. Xiao Jiang's full name seems to be Jiang Xiangwen. They do have a daughter named Jiang Xiaoyun, and she's a very beautiful girl. Okay, I must have come to the wrong place. Thank you, Grandma. I'm sorry to bother you, Song Chen said with a smile. The old lady waved her hand kindly. You're welcome. Look carefully again. You'll find it eventually. After going downstairs, Song Chen's face darkened. He was certain that he had come to this place, according to the address Jiang Tiantian had given him. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either the address Jiang Tiantian had given him was wrong, or Jiang Tiantian was not from this world at all. Based on the situation of the family in apartment 302, Song Chen felt that it was more likely that Jiang Tiantian was not from this world, and that her world might be a parallel universe. Otherwise, why would the family in apartment 302 also happen to have the surname Jiang? And why would they also happen to have a daughter? Song Chen took out the letter written by Jiang Tiantian from his pocket and sighed softly. If Jiang Tiantian knew, she would probably cry again. However, the two agreed to meet next week, so he couldn't tell Jiang Tiantian the news yet, but at least she could be happy for a few more days. In the following days, Song Chen resumed his usual routine, spending his free time visiting Suhua. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiantian from Yuntan Brigade secretly launched a plan to acquire wild ginseng. Really? Wild ginseng in the city? Is that expensive? Aunt Tian asked, half believing it. Zhang Tiantian nodded mysteriously. That's right, I just happened to run into you when I went to the city hospital for a checkup. In this village, I have the best relationship with you, Annie. Of course, I would think of you first when there is such a good thing. If you don't have it, I will go to someone else. Aunt Tian was flattered by her words and smiled broadly. You little girl, your mouth is as sweet as your name. Otherwise, why would she like Jiang the most among all the educated youth? It's because Jiang speaks nicely, unlike the other educated youth who give off an air of superiority, especially that Sun-educated youth. That guy is aloof. You'd think he's some kind of princess who looks down on us commoners. The little girl was thinking about her, and Aunt Tian didn't hide it from her. She whispered, it just so happens that your uncle dug up a wild ginseng on the mountain a few years ago. He took it to the county's purchasing station, and they said it was only worth 20 yuan. That's a ripoff. I'd rather keep it for my own consumption. Your brother Dezhu and his family are both of marriageable age, and the family is short of money. If you can help sell the wild ginseng for a high price, your aunt will really thank you. Wow, you really have that? That's wonderful, Zhang Tiantian said with delight. She would come to Aunt Tian's house first, not mainly to buy wild ginseng, but to ask Aunt Tian to help her make connections. After all, she wasn't very familiar with the other families in the village, and they might not be willing to trust her. If Aunt Tian could help her make connections, things would be easier. But she never expected that Aunt Tian's family actually had wild ginseng, so it was a pleasant surprise. Wait here, I'll go get it and show it to you, Aunt Tian said, getting up and going to her room. A moment later, she came out with a wooden box. Look at this ginseng, it's 20 years old. It should be worth at least 70 or 80 yuan. Zhang Tiantian looked at the wild ginseng in the box, which was in perfect condition. Every ginseng root was intact, which was much better than her ginseng digging skills, which were only at a mediocre level. Indeed, there's no problem selling this wild ginseng for 80 yuan, Zhang Tiantian agreed. Hers wasn't as good as this one, nor was it as old, yet it sold for 60 yuan. Aunt Tian was overjoyed. Young Jiang, are you serious? It really can sell for 80 yuan. She was just saying it casually. Actually, she would be very satisfied if she could buy 50 or 60 yuan worth of goods. If she could really buy 80 yuan worth, she could raise enough money for her eldest son's dowry. There's definitely some reluctance, but can wild ginseng be more precious than a daughter-in-law? Chapter 1. Oh, and are you kidding me? Aunt Tian took the 80 yuan that Zhang Tiantian handed over and smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. Through these 8 large banknotes, she seemed to see her chubby grandson waving at her. Tomorrow she'll go find Kai the matchmaker and ask her to find Dazhu, a hard-working and capable wife, so he can have a grandson next year. Taking advantage of her good mood, Zhang Tiantian quickly said, Annie, do you know anyone who has wild ginseng? Could you please help me make a connection? I won't let you work for nothing. How about I give you a commission of 1 yuan for each ginseng you sell? Sure, why not? Aunt Tian agreed readily. This was a great thing for her. She introduced the person to Zhang Tiantian, and the other party even thanked her for helping to provide a way to make money, not to mention that she could also get a commission. 1 yuan may not seem like much, but it's enough to buy more than 20 eggs, and she doesn't think it's too little at all. Zhang Tian smiled and took her hand. Then I'll have to trouble you, Annie. I'll definitely bring you candy next time I go to the city. You're too kind, girl. Annie is too old to eat candy. That's something little kids like to eat, Aunt Tian said, giving her a reproachful look. Gigi, why can't you eat it? You can eat sugar no matter how old you are. Besides, Auntie, you're not old at all. You look like you're only in your early 30s, Zhang Tian said, coaxing Aunt Tian into pouting. You little girl, you have such a sweet tongue, Zhang Tian thought. If she weren't a sent-down youth, she would have really wanted to introduce her to her eldest son. Aunt Tian patted Zhang Tiantian's hand. I don't know about other families, but there are definitely 2 families that have them. Tian, wait for me. I'll go and ask them tomorrow if they're willing to sell. That's what she said, but Aunt Tian was certain that the 2 families would be willing to sell. Although the people in their village weren't so poor that they couldn't get enough to eat, they weren't exactly rich either. Their children were growing up day by day, and getting married and marrying off their daughters cost money everywhere. How could the few dollars they earned from digging in the ground be enough to make ends meet? If the price offered by the county's purchasing station hadn't been so low, she would have sold that wild ginseng long ago. She wouldn't have waited until now. The next day, Aunt Tian happily brought good news to Jiang Tian. The two families were willing to sell their wild ginseng and invited Jiang Tian to go with her to inspect the goods. The first household belonged to Aunt Tian's old best friend. The wild ginseng in their house was a little younger than the one in Aunt Tian's house. After seeing it, Jiang Tian gave them 55 yuan. The second household was a relative of Aunt Tian's husband. Their wild ginseng was a little older than Aunt Tian's, but its quality was slightly inferior, so it was also charged at 80 yuan. Both families were very satisfied with the price, and Aunt Tian was also very satisfied with the 2 yuan referral fee she received. Song Chen had used up the 200 yuan that Jiang Tian had given him, and Jiang Tian even added her own money to it, temporarily giving up the idea of continuing to collect wild ginseng. Asterisk. A week passed in the blink of an eye, during which Song Chen visited the Qin family. When old Master Qin saw that he had actually brought back a ginseng, he was so shocked that he could no longer stutter. You're amazing, kid. You actually managed to get it. How much did you pay for it? 60 yuan, Song Chen said with a smile and gesture. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Old Master Qin was a little skeptical. The one old Zhang had encountered a few years ago cost him over 100 yuan. Hearing the old man question him, Song Chen pouted in dissatisfaction. How could I possibly lie to you about something like this? I went to Tea City, where there's plenty of ginseng, and the prices are nowhere near as high as here. He also spent several tens of dollars on transportation. He couldn't let that money go to waste. You're right, that makes sense. Old Master Qin quickly understood. Song Chen chuckled. Grandpa Qin, I'll have to trouble you to take me to your old friend. When the rice wine is ready, I'll send you a bottle. When old Master Qin heard that he would also get a share, his eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Song Chen didn't expect him to be so decisive and leave so quickly, so she hurriedly picked up the things she had prepared and followed him. Old Zhang, are you home? Who is it? Oh, old man Qin, what brings you here? I've come to see you because I have something to discuss. Let's go inside and talk. Old Master Qin gestured to his old friend. After entering the house, Grandpa Zhang pointed at Song Chen and asked, What's this? A junior member of the family got lucky and managed to get a ginseng root. Why don't you help him brew it into wine? Old Master Qin said calmly. Tisk, Qin Wendy, when did you get such a proper young man in your family? I've never seen one like him before. Could he be your grandson-in-law? Old Master Zhang joked with a smile. Grandpa Qin glared at him fiercely. You old rascal, you're so wicked. How can you make jokes like this? If word gets out, will my granddaughter's reputation be ruined? He's not your grandson-in-law, so he can't be a relative of yours, right? I've never heard you mention him before. Why do you care so much? Just focus on brewing your wine, Old Master Qin said, not wanting to explain further. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Song Chen spoke up at the right moment. Grandpa Zhang, I'm sorry to bother you. This is a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you will accept it. Grandpa Zhang looked at the black cloth bag handed to him, unsure whether to accept it or not, and could only silently ask his old friend, You old man, say something. Old Master Qin gave a haughty snort. Take it. This is the reward that Xiao Song prepared for you. You'd better help him brew the wine well. If you ruin it, don't blame me for holding you accountable. Go away, go away. If you don't believe in my skills, go find someone else, Old Master Zhang said, taking the package from Song Chen's hand while grumbling at his old friend who couldn't stand each other. As soon as he received the package, he noticed that the weight was wrong. What's in here? Why is it so heavy? Why don't you just open it and take a look? You won't lose out, said Grandpa Qin. He didn't actually know what was inside, but he had great confidence in Song Chen. This kid wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others. When Grandpa Zhang heard him say that, he didn't hesitate and immediately opened the package. Inside, there was a large bag of noodles, 2 cans of meat, 2 cans of fruit, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 2 pounds of rock sugar, and 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candy. His cloudy eyes trembled as he looked at Song Chen in disbelief. Did you take the wrong one? No, these are all for you. They cover the cost of materials and labor, Song Chen said with a smile. He had originally intended to prepare the materials himself, but he was afraid that he might not be able to handle them properly and affect the quality of the finished product. So he simply brought the thank you gift. There's too much. You don't need all of it. Take half of it back with you. Chapter 102 Aunt Jean really did her job after receiving the gift. Grandpa Zhang, I never intended to take the things away after I brought them, unless you refuse to help me brew wine, Song Chen said with a sincerity that left no room for refusal. Old Master Qin chimed in. Old Zhang, don't refuse. These things might be hard for others to get, but they're easy for Xiao Song. You forced me to accept this, so don't come looking for a refund later. What's in my stomach I can't get back, Old Master Zhang said awkwardly, raising his chin. He figured out that this young man named Xiao Song must be from a wealthy family, so he decided to go with Old Man Qin and eat at a wealthy family's house. Hey, you old geezer, you're really rude. Who forced you to take it? If you don't want it, give it to me, Old Master Qin said, reaching out to snatch it. Don't even think about it. This is a reward from Xiao Song for his hard work. Oh, I saw you were eating so reluctantly. I thought you didn't like it, so I was going to help you share the load. The two argued more and more heatedly, while Song Chen sat to the side watching with a smile, as if she were seeing her life decades later. When you get old, having a few close friends to joke around with is a blessing. Annoyed by his old partner, Old Master Zhang waved his hand dismissively. All right, you guys go back now. We're still missing 2 ingredients for brewing. I'll have to find someone to exchange them for some tomorrow. Xiao Song, come back in a few days to pick up the wine. Okay, then thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Zhang, Song Chen said gratefully. Grandpa Qin finally won the argument, but the next second he heard Grandpa Zhang tell him to leave. He was so angry that he glared and puffed out his beard. What hardship has he gone through? He just casually lifted a finger and got such a huge pile of stuff. Xiao Song, let's go. I don't want to stay in his dilapidated house. Song Chen was pulled by the sleeve and let out. He gave Grandpa Zhang a helpless look and said, Grandpa Zhang, we're leaving now. I'll come back for the wine in a few days. On the way back, Grandpa Qin didn't forget to complain to Song Chen about his old friend, how the two of them didn't get along when they were young, and how they still couldn't stand each other when they were old. His words were full of disdain for Old Man Zhang, but the corners of his mouth were turned up high. Song Chen listened quietly, occasionally offering a perfunctory reply. Yes, you're right. Having finally returned to the Qin family home, Song Chen immediately took his leave. Ding Jingru naturally wanted him to stay for dinner, but Song Chen was afraid of Old Master Qin's nagging, which was no less nagging than Tang Sanzang's, so he made an excuse that he had something to do and slipped away. Yuntin Brigade. Tomorrow is the day I made an appointment with Song Chen. During everyone's lunch break, Jiang Tiantian took a bag of brown sugar and went to the brigade leader's house. Hearing the knocking, the brigade leader's wife, Jin Xianglan, got out of bed impatiently. Who is it? Why are you here at this hour? Don't you know everyone is resting? Auntie, I'm sorry to bother you. I need to talk to the brigade leader about something, Jiang Tiantian said with a smile, handing over the prepared brown sugar. When Jin Xianglan saw the brown sugar, her expression immediately changed, and she greeted Jiang Tiantian with a beaming smile as she invited her into the house. Little Jiang, what do you need my man for? He's sleeping inside. I'll call him out for you right away. Annie, actually I came to ask the brigade leader for a leave slip. Last week I went to the city hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said I need to have a follow-up examination on time, Jiang Tiantian said, revealing the excuse she had prepared in advance. Jin Xianglan immediately understood the purpose of the packet of brown sugar in her hand. She wondered why the young educated youth, Xiao Jiang, had given her a gift for no apparent reason. It turned out he was waiting for her here. She glanced at the room with a hint of embarrassment, then leaned close to Jiang Tiantian's ear and said, Little Jiang, you know what kind of person my man is. I'll try my best to say some good things about you, but don't blame me if it doesn't work out. Having received her promise, Jiang Tiantian nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm relieved to hear your words, Auntie. Jin Xianglan told her to sit down in the main room first, while she turned and went to her room. Stop it! I'm sleeping. Tan Changjin pushed away his wife's hand that was on his nose, turned over, and went back to sleep. Jin Xianglan put one hand on her hip and pinched the man's ear with the other. Get up right now. Xiao Jiang, the educated youth, needs to see you. A sharp pain shot through his ear, forcing Tan Changjin to open his eyes. What, little Jiang, the educated youth? Jiang Tiantian from the educated youth settlement is asking you for leave. Tan Changjin frowned unhappily. I remember she just took 2 days off last week to go to the city for medical treatment. Why does she need to take leave again? It seems the doctor said she needs to go for a follow-up checkup. I'm not sure. She's a young girl, and it's not easy for her. Just give her leave of absence. Did you take bribes from someone again? Tan Changjin looked at his wife with a serious expression, his eyes full of accusation for her behavior. I've said it so many times, I can't just accept things from the team members and educated youth. If people find out, how can I be the team leader? Who will still trust me? You think you're so high and mighty, but it's not like you're the one who's in charge of feeding and caring for the whole family. It's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. Jin Xianglan glared coldly at the man. Do you really think she's willing to accept these small favors? It's all for the sake of the family. If it weren't for her careful budgeting, the family wouldn't have the good life they have now. Besides, she's not completely without sense of propriety. She knows what she should and shouldn't accept. For example, giving Jiang Tian a leave slip is a trivial matter for a man. Why wouldn't she do something that can get her a bag of brown sugar just by talking? My husband works so hard as the team leader, managing production in the fields and dealing with conflicts between team members. He's always busy, so what's wrong with him getting some benefits? Tan Chongjin was speechless after being rebuked by his wife. He waved his hand helplessly and said, Fine, I can't argue with you. I'll go and approve Xiao Zhang's leave slip right now. That's more like it, Jin Xianglan said smugly, raising her chin. She was glad this man knew what was good for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sleep in her bed tonight. Jiang Tian sat alone in the main room for about 10 minutes before the brigade leader finally came out. Before she could even speak, she heard Tan Chongjin say, Come with me to the brigade office. I'll get your leave slip approved. Okay. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Tian was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses. She secretly thought to herself that the bag of brown sugar was well worth the money. Aunt Jean really did help after receiving the gift, and she would definitely ask her for help again next time she needed something. Jin Xianglan, another repeat customer. Handing the completed leave slip to Jiang Tian, Tan Chongjin said earnestly, I don't care whether your illness is cured or not. This is the last time. If you take leave again, others will have objections. Okay, Captain, I understand. I promise I won't ask for leave again without permission, Jiang Tian replied with a smile. They, as educated youth, each had 1 day off per month. If necessary, she could just go during her next break. Chapter 103, The Chosen One in the Alley. A man was idly flipping through a comic book with sunflower seed shells piled up at his feet. Jiang Tian rushed over and saw this scene. Phew, Song Chen. I'm sorry. Have you been waiting for a long time? Jiang Tian pursed her lips, a hint of guilt on her face. Upon hearing this, Song Chen looked up and said half-jokingly, I thought you had been kidnapped on the way. Hearing these sarcastic words, Jiang Tian blushed even more and stammered, I'm sorry. I tried my best to get here as quickly as possible. Seeing her like this, Song Chen didn't press the matter further and wave his hand, saying, It's all right, I understand. Transportation wasn't convenient in this day and age. If transportation and communication weren't so inconvenient, he wouldn't have needed to wait here idly. He was just worried that Jiang Tian wouldn't be able to find him when she arrived. Jiang Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Hee, Song Chen, you're so nice. How long have you been waiting here? It'll only be a little over 2 hours. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do. Time flies by while I'm eating sunflower seeds and reading comic books, Song Chen said in a nonchalant tone. When Jiang Tian heard that he had waited for her for so long, she felt a deep sense of guilt. She should have known better than to be lazy and wait for the ox cart of the main group. She should have set off 2 hours earlier. I'll definitely come earlier next time, she promised, holding up 3 fingers. Seeing the bright smile on her face, Song Chen touched the tip of his nose and said, Well, there's something I need to tell you. Jiang Tian knew that they were about to get down to business, so she quickly composed herself and listened attentively. I went to the address you gave me, but I didn't look for your parents. The family living in apartment 302 also has the surname Jiang. Jiang Tian couldn't quite hear what Song Chen said after that. She only knew that the letter she wrote hadn't been sent, and that she could no longer contact her parents. She had thought that even if she couldn't see her parents again, it would be comforting for them to know that she was doing well in this world. She never expected that even this small wish couldn't be fulfilled. Are you all right? Song Chen asked with concern. Jiang Tian's eyes were somewhat vacant, and she instinctively shook her head. I'm fine. Seeing that she didn't look all right at all, Song Chen gently put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Although you can't contact them, I think they would want you to be doing well in the other world. Yes, I know. Don't worry, I definitely won't do anything stupid, Jiang Tian said with a forced smile. If she really wanted to do something foolish, she would have done it as soon as she discovered she had transmigrated. Why would she wait until now? She was practically a chosen one, wasn't she? She survived being hit by a car and was supposed to live a good life. It would be a shame not to live up to God's favor. According to you, wouldn't I be the chosen one? Song Chen didn't expect her to be so open-minded, and she joked with a smile. Jiang Tevun nodded vigorously, her face filled with envy. That's right, if I am God's adopted daughter, then you are God's biological son. In that case, we're practically family. I'll take care of you from now on and make sure you live a life of luxury, Song Chen said, patting her shoulder, which was a promise he made to her. Jiang Tiantian had no concept of politeness and immediately seized the opportunity. Brother Chen, then it's settled. From now on, when you eat meat, remember to include me in the soup. She had previously wondered why all the other transmigrators had cheat codes, but she was the only one without one. Now it seems that her cheat code is probably Song Chen. With Song Chen's ability to travel between two worlds, even a tiny bit of it peeking out from between her fingers would be enough to overwhelm her. Don't worry, a man's word is his bond, Song Chen assured, patting his chest. Jiang Tiantian's smile became much more genuine. Thinking of something, she quickly took out something from her bag. These are 3 wild ginseng roots that I received from the brigade. They're in pretty good quality. Would you like to take a look? After examining them carefully, Song Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh, these 3 plants are all quite old. I'm afraid the 200 yuan I gave you isn't enough, is it? Brother Chen has a good eye. It really is a bit over the mark. I'll cover it with my own money first, Jiang Tiantian said. She didn't have the mentality of doing good deeds anonymously. Since she had made the contribution, she had to speak up. How much is it in total? I'll make up the difference for you. These 2 are both 80, and this smaller one is 55, Jiang Tiantian said, pointing to the 3 wild ginseng plants. Song Chen directly pulled out 6 10-yuan bills and handed them over. The extra will cover your round-trip transportation fare. Thank you, Brother Chen, Jiang Tiantian said happily as she accepted the 6 10-yuan bills, unable to suppress her smile. She was supposed to receive a 10-yuan commission for each wild ginseng, but she ended up receiving 45 yuan. She was right after all. As long as she held on tightly to Song Chen's leg, she wouldn't have to worry about not being able to eat meat in the future. Wait here for me. I'll go back and get you something, Song Chen said, then looked around and, finding no one, immediately disappeared. He wasn't a stingy person. Since he had promised to protect Jiang Tiantian, he was bound to keep his word. About 5 minutes later, Song Chen reappeared in the alley carrying large and small bags. Here, these are all prepared for you. Jiang Tiantian stared wide-eyed at the pile of things on the ground. Are all of these for me? Hey, didn't we promise to treat you to all sorts of delicious food? Song Chen winked at her. Jiang Tiantian was both happy and troubled. She bit her lip and said, But how am I going to carry all this stuff back by myself? I can't lift it. I simply can't lift it. The rice and flour alone weighed dozens of kilograms, not to mention the other miscellaneous items that added up to 20 or 30 kilograms, a weight that her thin shoulders absolutely could not bear. Going back from the city to the county might be fine, since she could take the bus, but going back from the county to the brigade would mean walking. She didn't have the face to have the brigade's ox cart waiting for her there. Song Chen hadn't considered this at all, and guiltily touched the tip of his nose, saying, Well, why don't you take half back first, and I'll give you the rest next time. That works too. Jiang Tiantian nodded. Although half of the items were quite heavy, she could still lift them. If she wanted to enjoy good food and drink, enduring a little hardship was worth it. Take your pick and choose what you need. I'll give you the rest next time, Song Chen said. Okay, Jiang Tiantian replied with a smile, squatting down to pick through the pile of things. Suddenly, she looked up at Song Chen with a fawning smile and said, Brother Chen, can I ask you for a favor? Chapter 104, they share a secret upon seeing the fawning expression on Jiang Tiantian's face for the first time. Song Chen became more wary. Tell me first. Don't ask him for help with anything too difficult. He won't be of any help. Oh, Brother Chen, don't look at me like that. I really just want you to do me a small favor. It's very simple for you, Jiang Tiantian said with a flattering wink. Song Chen was skeptical. What kind of help is it? I'd like you to buy me a few packs of small bread rolls, Jiang Tiantian said quickly, her face flushed. Song Chen was a little taken aback. So you want to eat bread? What's there to be embarrassed about? What flavor do you like? How about I buy you a bag of each flavor? Jiang Tiantian stamped her foot in frustration and said, enduring her embarrassment, "Oh dear, I didn't mean that little bread. I meant that thing that girls use every month." Her face was so hot you could fry an egg on it. Discussing this kind of topic with a guy you'd only met twice was really embarrassing. But now only Song Chen can help her. She really doesn't want to use menstrual belts anymore. They're not only inconvenient, but you also need a ticket to buy them. Oh, you mean sanitary napkins, right? Song Chen suddenly realized. He didn't feel embarrassed about discussing this topic with girls. After all, he had gone to the store many times to buy sanitary napkins for his girlfriend. The first few times felt like I was doing something like stealing, afraid of being seen, but after a while I got used to it. But sanitary napkins are sanitary napkins. Why talk about small bread? He thought Jiang Tiantian wanted to eat bread. Jiang Tiantian was surprised that he could say the words sanitary napkins so casually, and the blush on her face faded a little. Yes, that's it. Can you buy me a few packs? Song Chen readily agreed. No problem. Are you in a hurry? If you are, I'll go to the supermarket now and buy it for you. If you're not in a hurry, we can wait until next time. It's a bit urgent. I've already taken 2 days off, and I can't take any more recently, Jiang Tiantian said, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Then wait for me here for a bit. And remember to keep watch for me, so that no one else comes over, Song Chen said, and then vanished from the spot in a flash. Even though Jiang Tiantian had seen this scene several times, she was still incredibly envious. If only she had that ability too. It's true that goddaughters and biological sons are treated differently. Well, she's already lucky enough. One shouldn't be too greedy. Asterisk. Meanwhile, after returning to the modern world, Song Chen went straight to the supermarket. He pushed a shopping cart and took 5 packs of each of the brands he had bought before from the shelf. Just as he was about to pay the bill, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Hey bro, wait a minute. Is something the matter?" Song Chen asked, looking at the boy who had called out to her with a puzzled expression. The boy looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, his ears as red as if they were about to bleed. I wanted to ask which brand of daily use pure cotton is it? He had been wandering around here for several minutes, but he didn't have the courage to get closer and take a look, afraid that others would think he was a pervert. Just as he was hesitating, he saw Song Chen pushing a shopping cart over and skillfully starting to buy things. As if he had suddenly grasped a lifeline, he quickly called out to her. "Is this the first time a kid has come to buy sanitary napkins for his girlfriend?" Song Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, his tone slightly teasing. The little boy blushed and nodded. Song Chen was amused by his awkward appearance, as if he had returned to many years ago when he first did something like this, and probably looked just as silly to others. "Here, these are all everyday items. If you don't know which brand your girlfriend likes, you could take 1 pack of each." Song Chen patiently shared his experience. The little boy nodded repeatedly and threw all the items Song Chen pointed out into the shopping basket. "Thank you, bro, I've got them." After saying that, he didn't leave, but followed Song Chen eagerly. It seemed that having a companion made things less awkward. Song Chen let him follow her and casually pushed the shopping cart to the checkout counter. The cart was full of 3 large bags of sanitary napkins. "Little friend, I'm off now," Song Chen said with a smile, waving to the young man who was paying the bill. When Jiang Tiantian saw Song Chen appear carrying 3 large bags of sanitary napkins, she was stunned and asked with her mouth agape, "Brother Chen, why did you buy so many?" "Isn't that great? It allows you to use it for longer," Song Chen calmly retorted. "That makes sense, but I have nowhere to hide it. If someone sees it, I won't be able to explain myself," Jiang Tiantian sighed helplessly. That's why she initially asked Song Chen to buy her a few packs. Song Chen then realized that Jiang Tiantian didn't have a spatial dimension, so she couldn't stuff all the extra things into it like he did. "Then take a few packs back first, and I'll put the rest away for you and bring them back next time." Jiang Tiantian nodded happily. "Yes, thank you, Brother Chen." She opened one of the bags and found that all the sanitary napkins inside were from well-known brands, and in addition to day and night use, there were even panty liners. At that moment, a complex emotion flickered in Jiang Tiantian's eyes as she looked at Song Chen. He was the first man to buy her sanitary napkins. Even her own father had never done so. She never expected Song Chen, a complete stranger, to go to such lengths. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Besides being touched, she seemed, "What are you standing there for? Don't you have any of your usual brands here?" Song Chen waved his hand in front of her eyes. She snapped out of her daze and lowered her head as if to cover up her mistake, then began to select sanitary napkins. Yes, I've used all of these brands. As she picked through them, she casually asked, Brother Chun, you seem to know a lot about sanitary napkins. You must have a boyfriend, right? We did have one before, but we've already broken up, Song Chen replied casually. Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Tiantian felt a barely perceptible surge of joy. She suppressed the upward curve of her lips and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask that question. I was just worried that your girlfriend would be angry if she found out that you bought sanitary napkins for me. Girls are generally quite sensitive about this. Song Chen felt that something seemed a little off, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that if he were still dating Zheng Xiaoman, she would definitely be upset if she found out that he had bought sanitary napkins for other girls. You're right. Your concerns are unfounded. Even if I had a girlfriend now, I would never tell her my secret, Song Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiantian couldn't help but curl her lips into a wide smile, and a glint of light flashed in her big eyes. They share a secret, and she is not someone Song Chen needs to hide from. Chapter 105, I'll take you back. Knowing that Jiang Tiantian wouldn't be able to come to the city again for a while, Song Chen gave her 500 yuan. Besides wild ginseng, you can also buy some other medicinal herbs that can help you improve your health. Okay, I heard from the villagers that there are wild Ganoderma lucidum on the mountain. I'll ask around when I get back, Jiang Tiantian said as she stuffed the stack of 10 yuan bills into the hidden pocket of her cloth bag. This cloth bag was left behind by the original owner, made from old clothes that her family didn't want. It has to be said that the original owner was really skillful. She had never sewed a single button since she was a child. After Song Chen waited for her to hide the money, he smiled and asked, Are you hungry? Shall we go to a state-run restaurant for a meal? No need. I have to catch my train and want to go back as soon as possible, Jiang Tiantian said hesitantly. She actually really wanted to eat at the state-run restaurant, but with so much stuff she was carrying, it was safer to go back earlier. Last time, she didn't get back to the educated youth settlement until it was almost dark. Don't assume that there are no bad people in this era because of the simple and honest folks. Not only are there bad people, but because of the relatively low level of education, those bad people are even more thoroughly evil. Song Chen thought about it and agreed. Then I'll take you to the station. It's not easy for you to carry all this stuff by yourself. Okay, thank you, Brother Chun, Jiang Tiantian said with a smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. The bus schedule to the county is fixed, and Jiang Tiantian and her group arrived at a fairly opportune time. The next bus was scheduled for half an hour later. It takes 1.5 hours by bus from T-City to Funko County, and then nearly 2 hours to walk to Yuntan Brigade. When Song Chen heard that she was going to walk for 2 hours, he couldn't help but worry about her. Can you carry so much stuff and walk that far? Why don't I take you back? The more Song Chen thought about it, the better he felt his idea was. Why didn't he think of that before? It's inconvenient for Jiang Tiantian to come to T-City, but it's convenient for him to go to Yuntan Brigade to find her. Once he goes to Yuntan Brigade with Jiang Tiantian, he can teleport there directly afterward. Jiang Tiantian was unaware that his cheat ability was so powerful, and Song Chen had never mentioned it to her. She had assumed that the landing location was fixed. So when Song Chen offered to give her a ride, she was half tempted and half hesitant. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? It's not too troublesome. Song Chen explained the teleportation rules simply. Excitement shone in Jiang Tiantian's eyes, and a blush spread across her fair face. Does that mean you can come see me any time from now on? Yes, I didn't think of that before. Which made you make an extra trip, Song Chen said with a smile. Actually, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but rather that he felt it was unnecessary. Before, he and Jiang Tiantian were just ordinary collaborators, and he was the one in the main position, so of course he wouldn't lower himself to go to her. But now, he treats Jiang Tiantian as a friend, and the treatment of a friend is naturally different from that of an ordinary collaborator. Time flies when you're chatting, and soon the staff announced that the bus to Funko County was about to depart. As soon as Jiang Tiantian got on the bus, she took a window seat and called out loudly, Brother Chun, come over here, you can sit here. Song Chen walked over and sat down, and then heard her continue, the smell on the shuttle bus is really awful. It's more comfortable to sit by the window, but there are also disadvantages. What are the drawbacks? Song Chen turned his head and asked curiously. The road was very dusty. I didn't close the window in time when I came this morning, and I got a mouthful of dust, Jiang Tiantian said, feeling rather dejected as she recalled her morning's experience. Haha, I'll definitely make sure to close the window right away. You're still laughing? Don't you think I'm pathetic and pitiful? Yeah, it's a bit sad. Then I won't laugh anymore, Song Chen said, but the smile on his face became more and more obvious. Jiang Tiantian glared at him, annoyed. You're still laughing? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Seeing that she seemed genuinely angry, Song Chen quickly pressed down the corners of her mouth, saying, I won't smile anymore. I really won't smile this time. The two were chatting happily when an older woman next to them glanced at them with disdain. Tisk. These young people nowadays, flirting in broad daylight in front of everyone. They're shameless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiantian's face immediately fell. She glanced at the middle-aged woman from head to toe and said in a deliberately sarcastic tone, I used to think there were fewer bad people now, but today I realize that they've not gotten fewer, they've just gotten older. Hey, what are you talking about? You little brat? The auntie scolded, pointing her finger at Jiang Tiantian's nose. I wasn't talking about anyone. Auntie, you don't think I was talking about you, do you? Jiang Tiantian asked with a grin. She didn't name names. She only talks about whoever tries to identify themselves as her. The woman was furious, her chest heaving. You ill-mannered little brat. I'm not going to stoop to your level. Jiang Tiantian wanted to retort, but Song Chen stopped her. Jiang Tiantian didn't know why he was stopping her, and a faint sense of grievance welled up in her heart. Reluctantly, she shut her mouth. The next second, Song Chen glared fiercely at the middle-aged woman, a glint of malice in his eyes. You dare to say another word about my sister, or I'll make you regret it. You're bullying an old person. Oh dear, everyone come and see. Is there no justice in this world? The old woman was startled by Song Chen, and after realizing what had happened, she started slapping her thigh and wailing. Seeing this, the others all looked at Song Chen with disapproval. A middle-aged man sitting in front said, Young man, how can you bully your elders? Quickly apologize to this lady. What elder? I don't even know her. What kind of elder is she? Song Chen sneered, retorting indifferently. The middle-aged man choked, then said stiffly, Even if this lady isn't your elder, her age is obvious. Judging from your clothes, you should be educated, right? How come you don't even know how to respect the elderly and care for the young? Song Chen chuckled as if he had heard something funny. Uncle, my neighbor's grandfather lived to be 103 years old. Do you know why? The middle-aged man paused for a moment, his attention successfully diverted, and asked curiously, why? Does he have some secret to longevity? The other passengers on the bus were also staring intently at Song Chen, their ears perked up. They all wanted to know why the old man had lived so long, and if they could learn a trick or two from him, would they be able to live a few more years? Jiang Tiantian, standing to the side, tried hard to suppress her laughter, not letting herself burst out laughing. Song Chen was so mean, but why did she find it so cute? Chapter 106, Hitchhiking. Song Chen curled her lips at the middle-aged man, because he never meddles in other people's business. The middle-aged man was stunned for a long time before he realized that Song Chen was scolding him. His face turned red, and he stammered, unable to speak. But if you say Song Chen was wrong, it seems he wasn't wrong either. He was indeed meddling in other people's business. After figuring it out, he angrily turned his head back and stopped paying attention to the dispute. Everyone else looked like they'd seen a ghost. They thought they'd learned a secret to longevity today, but instead, they almost got scolded. What bad luck. You win. I can't win this argument, the aunt said, seeing that no one was willing to speak up for her anymore. Knowing she couldn't gain the upper hand, she didn't dare to argue with Song Chen any further. Song Chen wasn't one to hold a grudge, and once she calmed down, he stopped bothering with her. Jiang Tiantian smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chen is awesome. This auntie really messed with us. Song Chen shook his head. Offending me is like kicking a brick wall. Offending you is like kicking cotton at most. Jiang Tiantian stared wide-eyed in bewilderment. Song Chen's expression turned serious, and he warned her fiercely, be careful when you're out alone in the future. There's no need to argue with people. If you provoke someone, your weak arms and legs won't be able to withstand a single round. This isn't a modern place with good public security. There are surveillance cameras and onlookers recording videos everywhere. If all else fails, you can always call the police with your phone. In this era of underdeveloped communication and transportation, Jiang Tiantian, a young girl, really offended someone terribly. It would be easy for the other party to ask her to do something. Yes, I understand. Jiang Tiantian nodded obediently, a thoughtful look crossing her fair face. She knew that Song Chen was genuinely concerned for her safety, and she also felt that what he said made a lot of sense. She really needed to be more careful in the future. In the past, no matter what she did, her parents always had her back, so she was used to not letting herself be wronged and would fight back if someone provoked her. But in this world, she is practically all alone. Those cheap parents of hers would never support her, and they probably wouldn't even shed a tear if she died. Looking into her innocent and romantic eyes, Song Chen sighed inwardly. After all, she was still a college student who had never been to the real world and had never seen the dark side of society. How much vigilance could she possibly have? He pulled a stun gun from his pocket and shoved it into Jiang Tiantian's hand. Take it. It's for self-defense. Jiang Tiantian took the stun gun and examined it curiously. She quickly recognized what Song Chen had given her and happily thanked him. Thank you, Brother Chen. You're so kind to me. At this moment, Jiang Tiantian was unaware of what kind of help this little thing would bring her in the future. She was simply touched by Song Chen's thoughtfulness towards her. No need to thank me. Since you call me brother, you can't be too stingy with your own sister, right? Song Chen smiled and ruffled her soft hair, then quickly pulled away. Jiang Tiantian's fair cheeks flushed slightly. She chuckled foolishly and pretended not to care as she fiddled with the stun gun. Song Chen couldn't stand her silly look and tapped her on the head. Get up quickly and put it away, or someone might steal it. Then we'll see how you explain it. Oh, I know, I'll keep it safe. Jiang Tiantian quickly stuffed the stun gun in her bag. After a bumpy ride to the county town, Song Chen was dizzy and lightheaded, and Jiang Tiantian was in no better shape. Phew, we're finally here. She took a deep breath, her face showing an indescribable sense of relief. Song Chen wasn't as optimistic as her. She still had almost 2 hours of walking ahead. He carried the 2 heaviest bags in his hands, leaving only 1 lighter bag for Jiang Tiantian. Jiang Tiantian was a little embarrassed and reached out to grab the bag from his hand. Brother Chen, can I have another one? No need. Let's hurry up and see if we can hitch a ride on the way. Jiang Tiantian puffed out her cheeks and said dejectedly, I don't think so. The ox cart would have gone back long ago at this hour. Unlike the 21st century, when cars are everywhere on the road, bicycles are a rarity these days. Even if they're lucky enough to find someone riding a bicycle, they can't possibly give both of them a ride at the same time. Less than 2 minutes after she finished speaking, they heard a sputtering sound behind them, and a tractor sped toward them. Jiang Tiantian looked on with envy. Sigh. I wish we could take a tractor back too. Wait. Song Chen quickly shoved the bag in his hand into her hands, then turned around and went to stop the tractor. The tractor driver was a man who looked to be in his late 20s. He was wearing a worn-out straw hat, a typical old man's undershirt, and had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. What are you doing? Didn't you see the car coming? Zhou Yuanliang slammed on the brakes, glaring angrily at Song Chen, who had suddenly rushed out. Excuse me, comrade. May I ask where you're headed? Song Chen asked with a smile. This wasn't the first time Zhou Yuanliang had encountered people trying to hitch a ride. He knew he couldn't be too nice to these people, or they would definitely take advantage of him. He snorted coldly. It's none of your business where I go. Get out of my way and don't delay my business. Jiang Tiantian looked at the fierce-looking man and felt a little uneasy, afraid that he might attack her at the slightest provocation. Song Chen, however, remained completely unfazed, his smile unchanged, and calmly asked, Would it be convenient for my brother and me to hitch a ride? The price is negotiable. Upon hearing that he would give money, Zhou Yunliang's expression softened considerably, as long as he wasn't a freeloader. Where are you going? Yuntan Brigade. Oh, it's 1 yuan per person. Want to go or not? Zhou Yuanliang looked at Song Chen with a half-smile. He was waiting for Song Chen to negotiate with him, but instead he heard okay. Now, it was Zhou Yuanliang's turn to feel insecure. Was this person playing a trick on him, planning to go to the destination and then deny everything? Song Chen met his suspicious gaze, took out 2 yuan from her pocket and handed it over. Here for the fare. Ignoring his attitude, she raised her chin at Jiang Tiantian and said, What are you standing there for? Get in the car, quickly. Oh. Jiang Tiantian hurriedly put all her things on the car and climbed up using both her hands and feet. Zhou Yuanliang stared at the 2 yuan in his hand for a while, then somewhat embarrassedly took out 1 yuan and handed it back. You don't need that much. 1 yuan is enough. He just wanted to earn some extra money. He would feel guilty if he accepted too much. Chapter 107 Tractor Driver Zhou Yuanliang. It's all right, you can keep it. It's lucky that we met you on the road in this heat. Song Chen said with a faint smile, not caring about the 1 or 2 yuan fare. Zhou Yuanliang felt even more embarrassed, secretly regretting that he shouldn't have asked for so much money. However, you can't blame him for this. He's encountered similar situations many times before, and those people either wanted to get something for free or always try to haggle with him. At first, Zhou Yuanliang thought that everyone was from the same village and had a hard time, so he let people ride for free a few times. But doing good deeds doesn't always bring good results. Once he let someone ride his tractor for free, those people seem to accept that they can ride his tractor for free anytime, regardless of whether it's on their way or whether he has other things to do. If he doesn't let them ride, they feel like he's a criminal. He is indeed a tractor driver, but the tractor he drives is public property. He has to bear the fuel costs that exceed the budget himself. We can't let him spend his own money for nothing. Later he got smarter. He would take the bus, but he had to pay. Most people didn't want to ride the bus when they heard that it cost money, but a small number of people were willing to spend the money to make their feet suffer less, and the vast majority of them were educated youth sent to the countryside during the Cultural Revolution. A thought flashed through Zhou Yunliang's mind, and he put on a warm smile. Comrade, you too are educated youth from Yintan Brigade, right? Yes, that's right, Song Chen replied casually, without offering any further explanation, as explaining his identity would be somewhat troublesome. Zhou Yuanliang revealed a knowing look on his face. I could tell at a glance. Only you educated youths would be so lenient. Next time you meet me on the road, feel free to stop me. I won't charge you. Song Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled and nodded. Then thank you in advance, comrade. My name is Zhou Yuanliang, and I'm from Zhajayashan Production Brigade. You can call me by my name directly, or you can call me Brother Liang if you don't mind. I'm probably a few years older than you all. Zhou Yuanliang chuckled twice and scratched his hair somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Tiantian sat in the back of the truck, quietly listening to the two chatting back and forth. To be honest, her first impression of Zhou Yuanliang wasn't very good. He looked fierce, but the way he chatted with Song Chen made her think he was quite honest and not at all as scary as he seemed. Jiang Tiantian pursed her lips and secretly glanced at Song Chen. If Song Chen hadn't been there, she wouldn't have dared to stop the tractor even if she had 8 lives. She might still be huffing and puffing as it slowly drove along the road right now. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on her lips. The speed of a tractor is indeed incomparable to walking, and they arrived at Yintan Brigade in just half an hour. In that short half hour, Zhou Yuanliang and Song Chen established a deep friendship. When he left, he was a little reluctant to part. Song Chen, you must come to Zhajayashan Production Brigade to visit me when you have time. Just say my name. Everyone in the brigade knows me. Okay, come whenever you have time, Song Chen said with a smile and waved to him. Zhou Yuanliang waved vigorously, saying, I'm leaving. After the tractor left, Jiang Tiantian asked with a hint of curiosity, Brother Chen, are you really going to go find him? Song Chen shrugged. I don't have that idea for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Can you go back to the educated youth settlement by yourself? I won't see you in, so as not to cause any misunderstandings, Song Chen said. He still remembered what happened in Lijing Brigade last time. He inexplicably had a fiancée, but fortunately, Qin Wenshu returned to the city later, so he probably wouldn't go to Lijing Brigade again. Jiang Tiantan nodded obediently. Okay, Brother Chen, when will you come next time? I'm not entirely sure yet. There's some other things going on, Song Chen said, planning to go home after the wild ginseng wine was brewed. One reason was to return the wine to my father, and the other was for my sister's sake. There has been no progress on Song Zhen and Xiao Zhishue's divorce case. When he called to inquire, he was always told that they were waiting for the court hearing. He still needed to go back in person to be at ease. Okay, then when you have time, Jiang Tiantian said, trying to hide the disappointment in her voice. Song Chen didn't notice these small details and urged, let's hurry back to the educated youth settlement. I'm leaving too. At this time, most of the villagers were working in the fields, and only some children who didn't have to go to school or work were on the road. When they saw Jiang Tiantian carrying large and small bags, they all looked at her with curious eyes. A young boy, shirtless, boldly approached and asked, Sister Jiang, are you going to the county town? Do you need me to help you carry your things? Jiang Tiantian looked over upon hearing the voice and recognized the boy who called her as the brigade leader's grandson. She stopped in her tracks with a smile and said, Oh, it's Go Dan. Are you playing games here? Yes, we're playing a game of fighting the Japanese devils, Go Dan said with a grin. Sister Jiang, Can I help you carry your things? Hearing him offer to help her carry her things for the second time, Jiang Tiantian felt a little strange. If she remembered correctly, she and this child didn't seem to be very familiar with each other. He usually wasn't this enthusiastic when he saw her. She asked, puzzled, Dog Egg, why do you want to help me carry my things? Dog Egg's eyes darted around, and he subconsciously bit his thumb. I want to trade candy with you. Although he was young, he knew that the adults would buy delicious food every time they went to the county town, and Jiang Jiqing was carrying so many things, there must be candy among them. However, his mother had taught him not to eat other people's food, so he thought of helping Jiang Jiqing in exchange for candy. Jiang Tiantian understood the underlying meaning in his words and couldn't help but find it a little funny. What a clever little devil. Here, help me carry this. She gave a lighter bag to Go Dan, and the other children saw this and all clamored to help. Sister Jiang, I want to help you carry your things too. And me, I'm incredibly strong, stronger than all of them. I'm the strongest. Hey, don't push me, or I'll get angry. Seeing that the children were about to start arguing, Jiang Tiantian quickly stopped them. Stop arguing, or I won't let anyone carry it anymore. Upon hearing this, the children immediately shut their mouths and stared longingly at Jiang Tiantian. Helpless, she could only give them 2 more bags to carry together. When they finally arrived at the educated youth settlement, Jiang Tiantian gave each child a white rabbit milk candy, making them overjoyed. She thought it was just a small matter, but it made her famous in Yintin Brigade. All the children in the brigade knew that Jiang, the educated youth at the educated youth settlement, was the most generous. As long as you help her with something, you could get white rabbit milk candy. Even the team members had heard about it, and she became a well-known figure in Yintin Brigade. Chapter 108, it seems like they're making things difficult for Song Chen. 2 days later, Song Chen went to old Master Zhang's place to get the ginseng wine that had been prepared. Grandpa Zhang went inside and brought out a jar. It'll be ready to drink in about a month. Just drink a small cup each time. Worried that Song Chen wouldn't understand, he even gestured to show the size of the cup. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Zhang. Song Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Grandpa Zhang waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't mention it. I'm not helping for free. Hey Song, I'd like to ask you for a favor, but I don't know if it's convenient for you. Grandpa Zhang, please tell me, what is it? It's those things you mentioned last time. I wonder if you still have them. I'd like to trade some with you. Old Master Zhang said somewhat embarrassedly. Song Chen brought a lot of things last time, and he, an old man, couldn't finish them all, so he simply divided the canned meat and canned fruit among his son and daughter, originally intending to give them to the children in the family. As a result, his good son turned around and gave the canned food to the leader, not only causing his beloved grandson to have nothing to eat, but the leader also asked his son to find a way to buy a few more bottles. The son didn't want to miss this opportunity to curry favor with his boss, so he went to him for help, which led to this whole situation. Song Chen thought it was something serious, but it turned out he just wanted to buy something from him, which couldn't be easier for him. He smiled and said, Yes, Grandpa Zhang. How much do you need? I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Okay. Could you bring me 10 cans of meat and 10 cans of fruit? Grandpa Zhang looked at Song Chen expectantly. No problem. If you need 10, even 20 will do, Song Chen said with a smile. Grandpa Zhang's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his mind. Then please bring me 20 cans of meat and 20 cans of fruit, Xiao Song. Thank you for your trouble. By the way, how much is in total? I'll give you the money first. This was Song Chen's first time selling canned goods. After recalling the prices of canned goods at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he thought for a moment and said, Meat cans are 2.5 yuan and fruit cans are 1.5 yuan. This price is much higher than that of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, but the canned goods from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative not only require coupons, but are also impossible to buy. Grandpa Zhang grinned so hard his teeth were showing. All right, I'll go get the money for you right away. A moment later, Grandpa Zhang came out of the room and handed Song Chen a stack of money. Count it. Isn't it 40 yuan? No need to count. I trust you, Song Chen said loudly. The next day, Song Chen delivered the canned food to Grandpa Zhang and happened to run into Grandpa Zhang's eldest son, Zhang Jianan, who had come to pick up the items. Upon seeing the large bag of canned goods, he was so excited he almost jumped up on the spot. Great. He believed that his superiors would remember him when they received these canned goods and would definitely give him priority consideration next time there was an opportunity for promotion. Grandpa Zhang looked at his son's silly grin and flicked his finger hard on the head. You brat, this is food I bought for my grandson and granddaughter. You can't give it all away. You have to keep half for your sister. Zhang Jianan rubbed his throbbing forehead and replied, Dad, I will definitely leave some for the children. They're all my own children. Would I mistreat them? TCH, I don't believe your nonsense. You might as well not bring them back at all. Just call the kids to eat here. Old Master Zhang still didn't quite trust his eldest son, fearing that he might mistreat his precious grandchildren. Zhang Jianan was both amused and exasperated. Fine, let them eat here. Summer vacation is just around the corner, so it's time for the kids to spend some time with their grandpa. Then I'll keep 2 cans of meat and 2 cans of fruit and the rest. He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Grandpa Zhang was so angry that he glared and puffed out his beard. How could you even think of that? You should at least leave 5 cans of meat and 5 cans of fruit. The children can each have 2, and I, this old man, can have a taste of the last one. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Dad, isn't this a bit too much? Our small family can't possibly eat this much. 1 can is enough for the 2 children to share. They won't be able to finish any more, Zhang Jianan said, somewhat disapprovingly. A can of meat costs 2.5 yuan. When a family buys canned food, they share it. There's no reason to let a child eat 2 cans. Oh wait, we haven't included canned fruit. There's no way a child could eat 4 cans of fruit. Grandpa Zhang rolled his eyes at his son dismissively. Who's the father here? You or me? I paid for canned food, and I can't even make the decisions. All right, I'll do as you say. Zhang Jianan finally relented and agreed. After the father and son finished speaking, Song Chen said that he wanted to take his leave. Grandpa Zhang, I'll be going back now. Grandpa Zhang slapped his forehead. Oh dear, what a forgetful thing I am. I forgot to introduce you. Xiao Song, this is my son Zhang Jianan. You could just call him Uncle Zhang. Jianan, this is Song Chen, a relative of your grandfather Qin. Zhang Jianan smiled and extended a hand to Song Chen. Little Song, right? Nice to meet you. Hello, Uncle Zhang, Song Chen said with a smile, shaking the other's hand. Zhang Jianan was preoccupied with the canned goods and was incredibly enthusiastic towards Song Chen, keeping him chatting away. Under these circumstances, Song Chen couldn't very well say he had to leave, so he had no choice but to stay. Once the two had gotten to know each other quite well, Zhang Jianan finally got to the point. Xiao Song, besides canned goods, can you get anything else from your place? What does Uncle Zhang want? Song Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. He had basically guessed Zhang Jianan's purpose from the moment Zhang Jianan started trying to get close to him, so he wasn't surprised at all to hear him ask this question. Zhang Jianan's eyes flickered, as if he had heard something amusing. You think you can get me anything I want? Xiao Song, you're being a bit too arrogant. Song Chen calmly took a sip of the tea on the table. Well, I can't guarantee that I can get it 100%. Uncle Zhang, why don't you tell me what you need first? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianan gave him a deep look, seemingly trying to determine the truthfulness of his words, and after a long while tentatively asked, Can you get pork? Of course, no problem. How many kilograms does Uncle Zhang want? Can you get 50 or 50 jin? Zhang Jianan originally wanted to say 5 jin, but seeing Song Chen's calm expression, he suddenly changed his mind. He himself felt like he was making things difficult for Song Chen. How could an ordinary person get so much pork? Even a manager of a pork factory would have a hard time buying 50 kilograms of pork at once. Song Chen didn't even flinch when she heard the number. She calmly put the cup back on the table and said, Sure, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Are you serious? You really can get 50 caddies of pork? Zhang Jianan asked, his eyes wide with doubt. Song Chen had agreed so easily, without even hesitating. He suspected that Song Chen was joking with him. Chapter 109 Dear Penis, why you brat? How dare you talk like that? Is Xiao Song the kind of unreliable person? Do you think he would lie to you about something like this? Old Master Zhang slapped his eldest son on the back of the head. Zhang Jianan was suddenly struck hard, his head almost hitting the table. He complained aggrievedly, Dad, can't you give me some face in front of the guests? What face or not? I'm your father. It's only natural for me to discipline my son. Stop talking nonsense. If you want Xiao Song's help, hurry up and give him the money. Grandpa Zhang never doubted Song Chen's abilities. After all, he was introduced by Old Man Qin, so he certainly wasn't the type to just talk a big game. Besides, are those canned goods just for decoration? Yet his son seems blind to it, daring to question Xiao Song. After being scolded by his father, Zhang Jianan stopped babbling nonsense and looked at Song Chen saying, "How much is it in total? I'll give you the money." 1.2 yuan per jean. Song Chen casually quoted a price. Zhang Jianan was stunned when he heard this, worried that he might have misheard. The price of pork on the black market had already risen to 1.5 yuan per jean, and it was the kind of price that was hard to come by. At 1.2 yuan per jean, Song Chen probably wouldn't make any money at all. However, he wasn't exactly a morally upright person. Since the other party had offered a relatively low price, he saw no need to raise it further. He smiled and looked at Song Chen, saying, "Okay, I'll get you the money right away. Dad, lend me 60 yuan first. I don't have enough money on me. I'll pay you back tomorrow." "TSK, what are you doing buying meat if you don't have money? I really owe you something," old Master Zhang grumbled, giving his son a sidelong glance before turning back to his bedroom to get the money. Zhang Jianan awkwardly touched his nose. He hadn't expected this to happen. Who would carry so much money around all the time? If it were lost or stolen, there would be nowhere to turn for help. Grandpa Zhang handed 60 yuan directly to Song Chen, along with a small jar. "This was brewed by someone who asked me to. They didn't want to pay me extra, so they left me this small jar. I'm an old man and don't need it. You could take it home and drink it, Song." The father and son had asked Song Chen for help several times, and they couldn't let him help for nothing. When he saw the jar of wine just now, he immediately thought of Song Chen. "Grandpa Zhang, what kind of wine is this?" Song Chen asked in confusion. "Dear antler wine, it's good for your health," old Master Zhang said with a smile, winking at Song Chen. Before Song Chen could speak, Zhang Jianan angrily accused, "Dad, you won't give me this good stuff? Go away. Why do you want everything? Do you want some dog poop?" Old Master Zhang gave his son a disdainful look. He would never say that the wine was originally intended for his son, but he kept forgetting, and when he finally remembered, he gave it to Song Chen as a thank you gift. Since it's already been given away, there's no need to let the son know, as it would only cause him more grief. Song Chen glanced down at the small jar in his hand and gave a wry smile. "Grandpa Zhang, why don't we leave this good stuff for Uncle Zhang?" He felt he was quite capable and didn't need much external help. Most importantly, he's single now, and if he indulges in too much, he has nowhere to vent. Zhang Jianan's eyes lit up. That's right. A young man like Xiao Song doesn't need this. It's more suitable to leave it to him." Just as he was about to agree, his father shoved him away, saying, "Get lost. Don't cause trouble here. This is for Xiao Song." "That biased old man," Zhang Jianan muttered indignantly under his breath. "He can't get what he wants, and he forces what he doesn't want onto others. He thinks it's a waste even if Xiao Song drinks it." Grandpa Zhang didn't care what his son thought. He patted Song Chen's shoulder with a smile and said, "Little Song, don't worry about your Uncle Zhang. He has both a son and a daughter. It's no use for him to drink." "All right then. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang," Song Chen said, unable to refuse the kind offer, and finally took the small jar of deer antler wine back with him. He didn't need it himself, and after thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't think of anyone to give it to, so he simply put it into his wooden bead space and decided to try it out when he found a partner. Song Chen wanted to give her parents a surprise, so she deliberately didn't call them before going home. When he got home, he knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it for him. The Song family lived in an old-style neighborhood with old-fashioned key locks, and Song Chen didn't have the habit of carrying the house key with him. "Strange, have they all gone out?" he muttered to himself, then took out his phone and called his mother. The call was quickly answered, and Zhang Yanchun's voice came through the phone. "Hello? Who is it?" "Mom, it's me. Where did you and Dad go? Why is no one home?" "You're at home. Your dad and I are watching cartoons with Ye on the sofa." Zhang Yanchun realized something halfway through her sentence and suddenly slapped her thigh. "Oh, Chun-Chun, you're back? I forgot to tell you. We moved to the new house a couple of days ago." Song Chen, "Mom, this is too much. Such a big thing, and not one of you even thought to tell me," Song Chen said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. He was eagerly anticipating giving his parents a surprise. Their beloved son had come back to visit them, and he was sure to make them laugh heartily. And what happened? He was completely forgotten by his parents, and no one said who was laughing at him. Zhang Yanchun apologized dryly. It is Mom's fault. There's just so much to do moving. I've been so busy these past 2 days, organizing things and cleaning, that I didn't have time to tell you. I was planning to call you in the next couple of days anyway." "Chun-Chun, don't overthink it. Your parents definitely didn't mean to keep it from you." Song Chen, "Okay, I hadn't thought about it much before, but now it seems I need to think about it more." "Okay, you and Dad wait for me at home. I'll be right there, Song Chen said and hung up the phone. Fortunately, he accompanied her to buy the new house, so she did not know where her new home was. Song Chen hailed a taxi, carrying the gifts she had prepared for her family, and rushed to her new home. The taxi driver, seeing him carrying so much stuff, smiled and struck up a conversation. Young man, are you heading to visit your girlfriend's family? No, I'm going home, Song Chen said casually. The taxi driver was taken aback, glanced at the gift boxes on the back seat, and said with envy, you bought so many things to go home. Your parents are so lucky to have such a filial son. Then he thought of his own son, who had already graduated but was still asking him for money, and he instantly felt that he couldn't keep this son. Chapter 110, She Has 1 million. Song Chen arrived at her new home, travel-worn, and saw the door wide open. A smile appeared on her lips. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yanxun rushed out to greet him, shouting, Oh my precious son is finally back. Why are you carrying so much stuff? We have everything at home. Don't buy things you shouldn't. You should keep that money for yourself. I didn't buy much, just gifts for you all, Song Chen said with a smile, avoiding her mother's hand as she reached for the bag. Sitting on the sofa, Song Yongkong craned his neck to look outside. Hearing the mother and son chatting at the door, he urged, What's there to talk about at the door? Hurry up and come inside. Yes, Chen, you must be exhausted. Come inside and sit down to rest, Zhang Yanxun said, pulling her son's arm as she walked inside. I've tidied up your room. I bought new blankets and bedding. Take a look and see if you like them. Song Chen, a grown man, doesn't care about these things at all. As long as he can sleep, that's enough. But you can't say that, since it's all his mother's good intention. He smiled and took his mother's arm, coaxing her, Mom, you definitely made the right choice. I'm sure I'll like it. Of course, I picked out all your school supplies for you before, Zhang Yanxun said proudly, raising her chin with a flourish. As they spoke, the mother and son walked into the living room, and Song Chen called out with a smile, Dad, I'm back. You must be exhausted. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll get you a cup of herbal tea. Song Yongkong didn't bother to maintain his composure as the head of the household and got up to go to the kitchen to get a cup. Song Chen's gaze swept over his little niece, who was sitting obediently on the sofa watching TV while hugging a pink teddy bear. He couldn't help but walk over and pinch her chubby little face. Little Yiya, why aren't you talking to your uncle? Don't you recognize your uncle? Xiao blinked her big, dark eyes and whispered, Uncle. Good girl, Uncle bought you a doll. Do you want to play with it? Song Chen was so charmed by his little niece that he wanted to hug and kiss her right away. However, considering his niece's shy nature, he ultimately restrained himself from making such an enthusiastic move, fearing it might offend her. Upon hearing about the doll, Xiaojue's eyes curved into crescent shapes, and she said in a childish voice, Thank you, Uncle. I want to play. Here, come and get it yourself. This remote control car is for your brother. How about we take the toy car with us to pick him up from school this afternoon? Song Chen said, pointing to the toys on the table. Xiaojue's attention was entirely focused on the doll set, and she gave a perfunctory reply. Okay. Seeing that her little niece didn't want to talk to her, Song Chen didn't bother her. Instead, she looked at her mother and asked, Where's my sister? Did she go out to play? Your sister's gone to work, Zhang Yanxun replied instinctively. What job? When did she start looking for work? How come I didn't know? Song Chen asked, completely bewildered. No, it's only been less than a month since he last came home. So why does it feel like he hasn't been back for a year? Zhang Yanxun was also a little confused. Didn't your sister tell you? She found a job a few days ago. She thought her daughter would tell her son, so she didn't mention it again, but her daughter didn't. No, I just spoke to her on the phone a few days ago, and she didn't mention this at all. Oh, she must have forgotten. Ask her when she gets back, Zhang Yanxun said casually. Song Chen asked curiously, What kind of job did my sister find? Speaking of this, Zhang Yanxun got excited and said, I can earn more than 3,000 yuan a month by helping sell milk tea at the milk tea shop at the entrance of the community. I've checked it out, and the job isn't too difficult. I think I could do it too. Mom, don't worry about work. Just stay home and rest. If you're really bored, you can go on a trip with Dad, Song Chen said seriously. He works hard to earn money so that his parents can have a better life. What's the point of earning so much money if his parents have to work for just 3 or 4,000 yuan? I'm not so old that I can't move. There are plenty of people outside who are older than me who are still working. Zhang Yanxun pouted, unconvinced. She's not even 50 years old yet, and she feels uncomfortable just staying at home doing nothing. I can't control other people. I can only control you and my dad. In short, you have no chance of going out to work. Song Chen didn't bother with formalities. He simply took out his phone and transferred another 500,000 yuan to his mother. Use this first, and let me know if you need more. Looking at the bank card notification, Zhang Yanchun quickly refused, saying, no need, no need. Oh dear, we haven't even finished spending the money you transferred to me and your dad last time. How can we two old folks possibly spend so much money? Song Chen didn't care about all that. As long as his mother still wanted to go out to work, he would continue to transfer money to her. What are you two talking about? Song Yongkong placed a glass of iced tea in front of Song Chen. Zhang Yanchun handed over the phone with a smile on her lips. It's your son again. He transferred another 500,000 yuan to me. He just won't listen to anything I say. How can we possibly spend so much money if we stay at home all day? Since your son has given it to you, then you should keep it. Anyway, it will be left to him in the future, Song Yongkong said calmly. It's good for them to have some money in hand now, so that if their son needs it in the future, they can use it to help him out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanchun felt that her husband's words made sense. Then I'll keep it for now. Mom, I give you money so you can spend it. Otherwise, I would just deposit it in the bank. The interest rate here is much higher than yours, Song Chen said, both amused and exasperated. Zhang Yanchun, however, focused on the words bank interest. Chen, which bank are you depositing your money in? How much is the interest? If the interest rate is higher than ICBC's, I'll deposit my money there too. Song Chen was almost exasperated. How could his mother be so good at grasping the key points? However, he did explain, I have large deposits here, and the interest rate is negotiable. It should be about the same for small depositors. Oh, I see. So, how much savings do I need to have before I can negotiate with the bank? Zhang Yanchun continued to ask. Song Chen scratched his head, recalling his last conversation with the bank manager. I think it was 1 million, but I don't quite remember. Zhang Yanchun's eyes lit up. She had 1 million yuan. Her son had transferred money to her and Lao Song several times in succession. With his 500,000 yuan, the total amount had long exceeded 1 million yuan. Son, come with me to the bank tomorrow. I need to talk to them about interest rates. Chapter 111 Gifts. Sharing the love evenly. When Mom finally made a request, Song Chen readily agreed, smiling as he asked, would you like me to transfer you a few million more? The more money you have, the more confident you'll be when negotiating with banks, and the higher the interest rates will be. Zhang Yanchun was terrified by her son's constant talk of millions of yuan. She almost forgot what money was. She quickly waved her hand and refused, saying, that's enough, that's enough. You keep it for yourself. She was worried that having so much money in her account would make it hard for her to sleep soundly. All right. Song Chen picked up the iced tea on the table, took a sip, and exhaled a comfortable breath of cool air. By the way, I had someone brew a jar of ginseng wine. Dad, you should be able to drink it, right? Shouldn't we ask your previous doctor first? Upon hearing that his son had specially brewed wine for him, Song Yongkong happily stood up from the sofa, walked to the table, pointed to a black bag, and asked, is this it? I was just wondering what was in such a big bag. It turns out it's a wine jar. No need to ask the doctor. I'm sure I can drink it, he said as he unpacked the bag. This wine was specially brewed for him by his son. It would be a waste of his son's good intentions not to drink it. Besides, ginseng is a good thing, and the wine brewed from it would definitely be good for his health. He didn't think there would be any problems if he drank it. Dad, you should still ask. The wine needs to be soaked for a month or so before we can drink it. There's no rush, Song Chen said firmly. Although he had checked some information online beforehand and found that his father was not among the contraindications, asking a doctor wouldn't be a hassle and would provide an extra layer of protection. Otherwise, it would be too late if something went wrong after drinking it. Song Yongkong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll find some time to go to the hospital and ask about it another day. That's right. Don't be afraid of the trouble. Your health is the most important thing, Song Chen said with a heartfelt sigh, putting his arm around his father's shoulder. Song Yongkong grinned from ear to ear. Finding someone to brew wine must be a lot of trouble, my dear son. You've had a lot of trouble. TSK. Having a thoughtful son is such a blessing. He even specially brewed ginseng wine for you, his father. Unlike me, I have nothing, Zhang Yanchun said sourly, the air seemingly filled with the smell of vinegar. Song Chen knew immediately that his mother was jealous of his father. He was about to take out the gift he had prepared for his mother when he heard his father grumble and say, "Was I this sarcastic when our son gave you the jade bracelet last time? You're just petty and can't stand that our son treats me better than you." Last time, his wife bragged about the jade bracelet to him for days, and he could only secretly sulk in his heart. Now that it was his son's turn to give him a gift, he had to get his revenge. Hearing him say that, Zhang Yanshun immediately felt a little guilty and said awkwardly, "I wasn't being sarcastic. I was just telling the truth. Does our son not treat you, his father, well? He's certainly good to me, but he's also been good to you, his mother, haven't he?" Song Yongkong countered. Seeing that a family war was about to break out, Song Chen quickly took out the gift he had prepared. "Mom, this is a gift I bought for you. Open it and see if you like it." "I have one too." Zhang Yanshun looked at the box in her hand with surprise. "Of course, we'd never leave anyone out," Song Chen said matter-of-factly. Zhang Yanshun's eyes reddened slightly, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. "Oh, I was just saying that casually. Even if you don't buy Mom a gift, Mom will be very happy." "Hindsight is 20/20ths," Song Yongkong muttered under his breath, but his voice was so low that his wife didn't hear him. Zhang Yanshun opened the box in her hand and found a gold necklace inside. The chain of moderate thickness was paired with a heart-shaped pendant. It was simple yet exquisite, and it immediately won her heart. "It's so beautiful. My son has such good taste." Chen Shun quickly put on for Mommy. She took the necklace out of the box and handed it to Song Chen. Song Chen took the necklace and helped her put it on. "That's fine." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yanshun rushed to her room to look in the mirror, and soon a burst of laughter came from the room. "Cough, cough." Song Yongkong subconsciously touched his neck. How strange. Why did he suddenly feel like something was missing from his neck? Song Chen was taken aback when he saw his father's little gesture, and then asked, "Dad, do you want one too?" He hadn't considered this point. Perhaps it's a typical male mindset, but he subconsciously felt that jewelry was exclusively for women. Although there are men on the street wearing big gold chains, he just couldn't associate big gold chains with his own father. "No, I don't care. Only women wear those things. What's so great about a grown man like me wearing something?" Song Yongkong stubbornly denied. If you ignore the envy on his face, this statement is somewhat believable. A smile appeared in Song Chen's eyes. He used his consciousness to retrieve a jade thumb ring from the wooden bead space, then pretended to reach into his pocket. "Dad, look what this is." "For me?" Song Yongkong's eyes were full of surprise. He never expected that he would have one too. Song Chen smiled and nodded. "Of course, if you prefer gold, I'll buy you a gold ring next time." Song Yongkong took the jade thumb ring and put it on his thumb, waving his hand with a smile. "What's with all the gold? I think this is just fine." Then, ignoring her son, she strode towards her room. He needed to look in a mirror and see the overall effect of wearing the jade thumb ring. Finally, Song Chen managed to cheer the person up and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he needs to be more careful when giving gifts to his parents in the future. It doesn't matter if they are expensive or not. What matters is that they're giving gifts to everyone. Zhang Yanshun's happiness came and went quickly, especially after seeing that her husband had acquired another jade thumb ring, which made her feel sorry for her son's wallet. This involves transferring money to them and buying gold and jade. How much money could a son afford to squander like this? She sat down on the sofa next to Song Chen and said earnestly, "Chen Shun, please don't buy me and your dad these expensive gifts anymore. We usually stay at home and don't go anywhere. It's a waste for us to wear such expensive things." "That's perfect. You can go out more often. There should be some people doing square dancing in our neighborhood, right? Mom, you can go out and hang out with those aunties when you have free time, make some friends. And Dad, you can also develop some hobbies. Staying at home every day is so boring," Song Chen suggested. He doesn't want his parents to go out of work because he doesn't want them to suffer, but that doesn't mean he wants to see them stay at home every day. Judging from the fact that my parents lived to be 90, they have only lived a little over half of their lives. They can't just let their lives go to waste like this. Chapter 112. The elementary school that Grandma Chiu and Chiu Jinian attended dismissed students at 4:30 p.m. Around 4 p.m., Song Chen prepared to set off to pick them up. Since Song Chen found a job, the task of picking up and dropping off the children at school has fallen to Song Yongkong and Zhang Yanshun. Today, with their son taking over, they are happy to have an easier time. "Yeah, come here. Do you want to come with your uncle to pick up your brother?" Song Chen waved to his little niece, who was changing clothes for a doll. "Go!" Xiao Jiayue put down the doll and ran over. Halfway through the run, she suddenly remembered something, went back to pick up the remote control car on the table, and said in a childish voice, "I'm bringing the toy to my brother." Song Chen smiled and picked her up. "Yes, give your brother a surprise. Our little Yue has a really good memory." Xiao Yue was praised and grinned, revealing a bright smile. Her row of tiny, milky white teeth were incredibly cute. The school gate was crowded with parents picking up their children, most of whom were grandparents, with only a small number of young people. Xiao Jianian was searching for her grandparents in the crowd with her school bag on her back when she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. She turned around and saw a face full of wrinkles. "Grandma, what brings you here?" Xiao Jianian pursed her lips, a hint of helplessness on her face. This wasn't the first time his grandma had come to the school to see him. He was very happy when he first saw her at the school gate. Although he didn't see her often, she was always very kind to him and would save the best food for him. At first, he thought his grandma was picking him up from school because she missed him, so he obediently went back with her. But he didn't expect that his grandma would keep talking badly about his mother and grandparents, and even wanted to secretly take him back to the countryside. Although Qiu Jianian is young, he is not completely ignorant. He can sense whether his mother is good or bad, and it cannot be changed by a few harsh words from his grandmother. Moreover, he was more dependent on his mother than his father, and didn't want to never see her again. So he secretly took his grandmother's phone and called his mother, asking her to pick him up. He thought he had made things clear last time, but he didn't expect his grandmother to come again this time. Grandma Qiu seemed oblivious to the stiffness on her eldest grandson's face, and smiled as she took his hand. "Xiaonian, Grandma's here to pick you up. Did you miss Grandma?" Xiao Jianian didn't want her grandmother to be unhappy, so she nodded and said, "Yes." "Oh my grandson is such a good boy. Come on, let me take you to buy some candy," Grandma Qiu said, pulling her grandson's hand toward the small supermarket. Xiao Jianian tugged at her sleeve. "Grandma, can I call Grandma first? They'll be very worried if they can't answer me." Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Qiu's face immediately fell. "You have to ask for permission to pick up your own grandson from school? I'm your own grandmother, not a human trafficker." "Grandma, that's not what I meant. I was just worried that Mom and the others would be anxious," Qiu Jianian hurriedly explained when she saw that her grandmother was angry. "All right, your dad sent a message to your mom. She won't be worried," Grandma Qiu said casually. Qiu Jianian was skeptical. "Really? Why don't we call again? It'll be quick." He was still a little worried. The time his father picked him up from school had scared his mother. Afterwards, his mother told him to remember to call her no matter where he went. Qiu Jianian kept his mother's instructions firmly in mind. Grandma Qiu couldn't stand her eldest grandson constantly referring to her as Mom, so she unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. "Xiaonian, you must remember that you are the eldest grandson of our Qiu family. A woman like Song Chen who doesn't uphold traditional virtues doesn't deserve to be your mother." "Old woman, who are you calling unchaste?" A furious voice rang out from behind. Old Mrs. Qiu turned around and met Song Chen's fiery eyes. When she was overheard talking badly about someone behind their back, old Mrs. Qiu looked a little guilty and said, "No, I didn't say anyone." "Bullshit. I clearly heard you talking about my sister just now. If you have the guts to say bad things about her, then admit it. What kind of good thing do you think your son is?" Song Chen thought of a whole string of curses, but considering that his nephew and niece were watching, he swallowed them back. "I'm warning you. Stop talking nonsense in front of the children, or I'll get rough with you." When Grandma Qiu met Song Chen's fierce gaze, her imposing manner involuntarily weakened by 3 points. I didn't say anything. You must have misheard me. Let's hurry back home for the new year. Your grandfather is still waiting for you at home." She grabbed Qiu Jianian's arm and tried to leave, her eyes never once glancing at the little granddaughter Song Chen was holding. "Stop. I said you can leave now," Song Chen called out, stopping the person. Old Mrs. Qiu's lips drooped, and she asked through gritted teeth, "What else do you want?" "Xiaonian is my Qiu family's grandson. It's only right and proper for me to take him back. Don't think that just because you're his uncle, you're not entitled to object." Even if Song Jin came, she wouldn't have the right to object. Song Chen forcefully pulled Qiu's hand away. "Are you blind? Didn't you see that Xiaonian's hand is all red from being squeezed?" Grandma Qiu looked down and saw that her eldest grandson's wrist was bright red. She felt a pang of heartache and said, "Xiaonian, are you all right?" "Grandma didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident." "It hurts," Qiu Jianian said softly, her head lowered. Song Chen gave old lady Qiu a disdainful look. "TSK, You say you love your grandson so much, but is this how much you love him? I already said it wasn't intentional. Besides, it's just a little red. What country kid doesn't grow up being tough and frail? Nobody's that delicate, old Mrs. Chiu said dismissively, pursing her lips. Song Chen squatted down and looked directly at Xiao Jianian. Xiao Yin, do you want to go back with Grandma? Don't think too much about it. If you want to, you want to. If you don't, you don't. Xiao Jianian hesitated for a moment, then gently shook his head. He didn't like hearing his grandmother scold his mother in front of him. Okay, Uncle knows, Song Chen said with a smile, patting his head. Then he stood up and looked at old lady Xiao. Did you hear that? Xiao Yin doesn't want to go back with you. We adults should respect the child's opinion. You should leave now. Xiao Jianian, you actually don't want to come back with me? Old Mrs. Chiu looked at her eldest grandson in disbelief, her heart sinking. Faced with her grandmother's questioning, Xiao Jianian lowered her head even further, not daring to look directly into her grandmother's accusing gaze. Old Mrs. Chiu was hurt by her grandson's attitude and cursed without thinking. Fine, Xiao Jianian, you're really something. Your father has raised this son for nothing, you little ingrate. If you're so capable, then don't ever come back to our Chiu family again. Shut up. Is this the kind of thing a grandmother should say to her grandson? Song Chen snapped coldly. Chapter 113, A Little Dirt Won't Hurt You. If he could, Song Chen would really love for the Chiu family to never come looking for Xiaoyan again. But for Xiao Jianian, the Chiu family members are also his relatives, and they, as adults, have no right to transfer their personal grievances to a 7-year-old child. Grandma Chiu realized what she had said, her face turning pale and then red, wishing she could slap herself a couple of times. She genuinely loves her only grandson, and her words just now were only made in a moment of anger and confusion. But it was absolutely impossible for her to apologize to a little child. She glanced at her eldest grandson, who was hanging his head with a complicated expression, and decided to leave after thinking about it. Children are easily forgetful. They'll definitely forget what she said in a few days, around the Lunar New Year, and then they'll surely be willing to go home with her. Song Chen watched his grandma, Xiao, hurriedly left, a sarcastic smile creeping onto his lips. This old woman said she loved her eldest grandson so much, but in reality, it was only because Xiao Nian had an extra son. If Xiao Nian wasn't a boy, he wouldn't have received any special treatment from the old woman. Yeah, didn't you bring a gift for your brother? Give it to him quickly, Song Chen said with a smile, squeezing his little niece's hand. Upon receiving her uncle's hint, Xiao Jiue quickly shoved the remote-controlled car she had been carrying into her brother's hands. Brother, this is a gift Uncle bought for you. I have one too. Mine is a doll set. She chattered excitedly with her brother about her new toy, promising to lend him the doll when they got home. Thank you. Yeah, but no thanks, I don't like dolls, Xiao Jianian said, hugging the remote-controlled car tightly, refusing her sister's offer with a wry smile. Xiao Jiue pouted. Okay, then I'll play by myself. Uncle, why are you picking me up today? Where are Grandpa and Grandma? Xiao Jianian asked, looking up at Song Chen. Your grandparents are at home. Aren't you happy that your uncle came to pick you up? Song Chen ruffled his soft, short hair. I'm so happy. Thank you, Uncle, for buying me the remote control car, Xiao Jianian said with a genuine smile. You're welcome. Are you hungry, Xiaoyan? I just saw a lot of snacks over there. Want to go check them out? Is it okay? My grandparents won't let me eat those things. They say these snacks are unclean and will make me sick. Xiao Jianian licked her lips, clearly looking like she wanted to eat them, but was afraid to. Song Chen thought to himself that his mother hadn't changed over the years. When he was in school, she often controlled him and wouldn't let him eat anything from outside. Now that she was a grandmother, she was controlling him again. He pinched his nephew's cheek. It's okay to eat a little bit. A little dirt won't make you sick. But you have to promise your uncle that you won't tell your grandmother. Can you do that? Yes. I definitely won't tell Grandma. Uncle, don't worry, Xiao Jianian said with a happy smile, patting her chest to assure her. He had always heard his classmates talk about how delicious the food sold at those stalls was, and today he could finally try it. His uncle was absolutely amazing. Song Chen picked up his niece and gently instructed her. Lilia, you mustn't tell Grandma either, understand? Okay. The food stalls outside the elementary school offered a wide variety of snacks, and Song Chen felt as if he had returned to his student days. He wanted to try this and that, and before he knew it, he had bought 7 or 8 snacks. Xiao Jianian held a cup of cold noodles in her left hand and a fried ham covered in tomato sauce in her right hand, eating it with relish. Song Chen asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious, so delicious." Xiao Jianian didn't even have time to speak, slurping down the sausage in his hand. It was an hour later when the three of them got home. As soon as Song Chen entered the door, he was met with Zhang Yanxun's questioning. "I made you pick someone up, and it took you so long to come back. I thought something had happened. I was just about to call you." "It's nothing serious. It's just that Xiao Zhishue's mother came, which delayed us a little." Song Chen directly covered up the fact that he had taken his nephew and niece out to eat and shifted the blame onto old Mrs. Qiu. "What? Why is she here again? What does that old hag want this time?" Zhang Yanxun shouted angrily, hands on her hips. Song Chen frowned. "Mom, the child is still here. Watch your words." Zhang Yanxun looked down into the innocent eyes of the two children and awkwardly touched her nose. "Ahem. You must be hungry. Grandma is already cooking, and will be eating soon." She left those words behind, turned around, and hurried to the kitchen. Song Chen shook her head helplessly and played with her two children's toys in the living room. Song Zhen returned home at dinner time. Before she even entered the door, she heard the two children's happy laughter, and instantly all the fatigue of the day disappeared. "Xiao Chun, why are you back?" Song Zhen couldn't hide her surprise and delight when she saw her younger brother sitting on the sofa playing with her daughter. Song Chen handed the doll back to her nephew and replied with a smile, "You came back whenever you wanted. Why did you suddenly go to work, sis?" "Of course we have to go to work. If we don't go to work, the three of us can't just starve," Song Zhen said matter-of-factly. She used to have to take care of two children in the house, and she spent a lot of time every day just cleaning, doing laundry and cooking. Now that her parents help take care of the children, she doesn't need to cook anymore, so she definitely can't stay at home and eat for free anymore. Furthermore, Attorney Ruan also advised her to get a job, as having a stable job would be more advantageous in a custody battle. Upon hearing her sister's words, Song Chen retorted disapprovingly. "Didn't I tell you that I can support you all?" Yes, my brother is the best," Song Zhen coaxed with a smile, but she didn't actually take her brother's words seriously. It's one thing that she and her brother have a good relationship, but once her brother gets married and has his own family, how can he support them forever? Not to mention whether her sister-in-law would agree. She herself wouldn't have the face to do so. Song Chen could tell from her expression that she hadn't taken his words to heart, so he snorted and said, "I'm too lazy to argue with you. But remember to come to me if you need anything in the future, understand?" "Did you hear that, little steward? I'm not a child anymore. I'm almost 30. Just relax and keep your worries to yourself," Song Jin said, both amused and exasperated. "All right, I almost forgot. Isn't your birthday next week? I bought you a birthday present in advance," Song Chen said, standing up from the sofa and handing the prepared gift to Song Jin. "What is this?" Song Jun's eyes widened suddenly after she saw the logo on the bag. Upon opening the package, I was surprised to find a gleaming gold bracelet inside. Chapter 114, matchmaking. The gold bracelet in Song Zhan's hand was quite heavy. She felt it weighed at least 50 or 60 grams. Based on the current gold price, such a bracelet would cost 20 or 30,000 yuan. She glared at her brother, who was still grinning. "Why buy such an expensive gift? It's not like you'll eat or drink it." "Is it expensive?" "I don't think it's expensive at all." Song Chen blinked innocently. Song Jin had no choice but to accept it. Knowing that refusing was useless, she simply stopped with the pleasantries and said, "I'll let it go this time, but don't buy this kind of thing again. I don't like wearing it." She only earns 3 or 4,000 yuan a month working at a bubble tea shop, but she wears such a heavy gold bracelet on her wrist. People who see her think she's very rich. "Go wash your hands. Dinner's ready," Song Yongkong called out to the people in the living room as he placed the last dish on the table. "Little New Year. Yeah, stop playing and eat." "Oh." Xiao Jinian reluctantly put down the toy race car in her hand and obediently followed her mother to wash her hands. Xiao Jiyue, being young, couldn't keep anything to herself. She poked at the pink children's rice bowl in front of her, wrinkled her little nose, and said, "Mommy, I don't want to eat." "What's wrong? Doesn't Yia love chicken wings the most?" Song Jin looked at her daughter in confusion. Xiao Jie glanced at her uncle subconsciously, and Song Chen's heart skipped a beat. Sister, since little Yia doesn't want to eat now, let's eat later." "No, we can't spoil the child like this. If she does whatever she wants in the future, that would be terrible," Song Jun said seriously. Zhang Yanxun looked at her little granddaughter. Then, at her eldest grandson who was counting the grains of rice as he ate. How could she not know what was going on? She glared at her son with a stern face and said, "How come it took you more than an hour to pick up the kids? This kid must have taken the 2 kids out to eat. Tell me honestly, what did you take them to eat?" Zhang Yanxun asked her son, her lips twitching down in displeasure. Seeing that her mother had already guessed, Song Chen decided not to hide it any longer. It was just some snacks near the school gate. I ate just a little bit. His voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible, revealing a deep sense of guilt. Zhang Yanxun slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "You brat, you're so good, but you're only teaching the wrong things. Those street food stalls are so dirty. What if the 2 kids get sick from eating there? It's not that serious. So many kids at school ate it and they're fine," Song Chen said dismissively, scoffing. "You're still talking back. Mom, let it go. It's okay to eat a little bit occasionally," Song Chen quickly reassured her. Seeing her daughter siding with her brother, Zhang Yanxun sneered, "Go ahead and help him. Anyway, the child is yours. Don't come looking for me if he gets a stomachache." Song Chen winked at her sister, thanking her for her kind help. Now that she knew the 2 children had eaten outside, Song Chen stopped forcing them to eat more, lest they upset their stomachs and cause them more harm than good. After dinner, Song Chen wanted to help clear the table, but Zhang Yanxun shooed him away to the living room, saying, "You're so clumsy. We don't need you here. Go and rest on the sofa. Hey Mom, how about I buy a dishwasher for the house? That way you and Dad won't have to wash the dishes ourselves," Song Chen suddenly suggested. Zhang Yanxun continued clearing the dishes without stopping, and sneered, "Can the dishwasher help me clear the table? Can it put the dishes in by itself? I still have to throw away the leftovers and put the dishes in one by one myself. I would have washed the dishes long ago if I had that time. How can they be the same? How is it different? It's just a few bowls. I've been washing them for decades." Unable to persuade his mother, Song Chen decided to act first and ask for her permission later. He planned to buy the dishwasher directly so that his mother would have no choice but to use it. After Song Chen finished bathing her daughter, she saw her younger brother sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, so she went over and sat down next to him. "Xiao Chen, how many days are you staying at home this time?" "Stay for 2 or 3 days, sis. Has there been any progress between you and Xiuji Xue?" Song Chen asked without looking up. When talking about her divorce, Song Chen wasn't in a very high mood, but she didn't seem sad either. "The court hearing is in 3 days. If you're not leaving, you can go with me to attend." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Attorney Ruan will also be coming. You haven't seen her in a long time, have you?" "Yeah, it was the last time we met," Song Chen replied casually, while intently selecting a dishwasher. Song Chen slapped the back of his head, speechlessly. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is Lawyer Ruan's first time visiting our small county. Could you show her around and treat her to a meal or something?" Song Chen made this request with a little ulterior motive. "Ever since my mom found out that my brother broke up with his girlfriend, she's been worrying about his personal life, and she'll nag him about it every now and then. In the past, they might have been able to ask a matchmaker to find them a suitable partner. But since her younger brother won the lottery and became a multi-millionaire overnight, coupled with his own circumstances, it might not be easy for him to find a suitable partner in this small county. It's not that there aren't any girls in this county who are good enough for Song Chen, but rather that girls who are good enough for Song Chen simply don't go on blind dates, and are not people that families like theirs can access. So after Song Chen met Ruan Muqing and learned that Ruan Muqing didn't have a boyfriend, she had a little thought of bringing the 2 of them together. She could only think about it in her mind since she rarely saw them. Now that she had finally managed to get the 2 of them together, she wanted to create an opportunity for them to be alone together. Of course, she would never say this out loud. It would be best if the 2 of them could get together, but if they really weren't meant to be, there was nothing that could be done. Song Chen had no idea what her sister was thinking in that instant. Finally, she picked out a suitable dishwasher and decisively clicked to buy it. He asked customer service, and they said that this dishwasher not only comes with home delivery, but also free installation, so his parents don't need to worry about it. Seeing that her younger brother was engrossed in his phone and ignoring her, Song Chen frowned and nudged his shoulder. "Stop playing on your phone. Did you hear what I just said?" "I heard you. You're treating Senior Ruan to dinner?" "No problem," Song Chen said cheerfully, putting away his phone. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Song Chen was finally satisfied. "That's more like it. You must treat them well, understand?" Song Chen nodded perfunctorily. "Oh, don't worry, sis. I definitely won't neglect Senior Sister Ruan." I'm counting on her to help you with your lawsuit. Chapter 115, A Ripple Ripples in My Heart. High-speed railway station. Wearing a white dress, Ruan Muqing gracefully passed through the turnstile, dragging a black suitcase with one hand. Just as she was about to take out her phone to make a call, she heard a familiar voice. Senior Sister Ruan, over here. Looking up, I saw Song Chen standing not far away, waving at me with all his might. Ruan Muqing smiled and said, Song Chen, it's you. Where's Sister Song Chen? My sister went to work and asked me to come pick you up, Song Chen explained as she reached out to take the suitcase from Ruan Muqing's hand. No need. I can carry it myself. It's not heavy at all, Ruan Muqing said with a faint smile. Song Chen ignored her and gently but firmly snatched the handle from her hand. Let me do it. If my sister finds out that I made you carry your own suitcase, she'll definitely scold me. Okay, thank you. Ruan Muqing smiled helplessly and said thank you. You're welcome. Let me take you to the hotel first. You can put your suitcase down before we go eat, Song Chen said, gesturing for Ruan Muqing to follow him. He even slowed down his pace, worried that Ruan Muqing might have trouble in her high heels. When they arrived at the parking spot, Song Chen first put the suitcase in the trunk and then thoughtfully opened the passenger door for Ruan Muqing, receiving another word of thanks. Song Chen rested one hand on the edge of the car door and said with a smile, Senior, you really don't need to be so polite. You come all this way, so we should be thanking you. Besides, my sister already told me to make sure you're treated well today. I'm your little follower today, and I'll do everything to serve you. As he spoke, he even gave a funny salute. This performance made Ruan Muqing relax a lot, and the smile on her face became much more genuine. All right, then I really won't stand on ceremony with you. She winked playfully, her fair skin seemingly reflecting a faint glow under the sun, her rosy lips curving slightly, like a blooming red lotus, exuding endless allure. Being bombarded by the beauty filter up close, Song Chen was momentarily stunned and coughed awkwardly. I'm closing the car door. With a bang, Song Chen slammed the car door shut and fanned his slightly flushed face. Senior Sister Ruan truly lives up to her reputation as the campus goddess of our university days. Her charm is off the charts. As the tram slowly started moving, Ruan Muqing initiated a conversation. Is this the newest tram that came out recently? Yes. Does your senior also know about cars? Song Chen asked, turning her head. Ruan Muqing gently shook her head. No, it's just that I heard a colleague mention it last time. That colleague also wants to buy a tram. She said trams are very suitable for girls to drive. Indeed, electric cars are easier to drive than gasoline cars. This car belongs to my sister, but she hasn't gotten her driver's license yet, so I'm driving it for her first, Song Chen said, stroking the steering wheel. Is Sister Song Chen taking her driver's license test? Ruan Muqing asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Yes, I've already passed the second part of the driving test, and am now practicing for the third part. If all goes well, I should get my license this month. Sister Song Chen is really amazing, Ruan Muqing said sincerely. She only knew that Song Chen had found a job, but she didn't know that Song Chen was actually learning to drive in private. As a lawyer, she has met many women who have gone through divorce proceedings, and Song Chen is one of the stronger ones among them. She is not affected by these upsetting things and continues to face life positively. Ruan Muqing glanced at Song Chen, who was driving attentively, and thought to herself that sometimes a good family background is really important. Song Chen noticed that Ruan Muqing was looking at him and unconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel. After waiting for a while without Ruan Muqing speaking, he looked back in confusion and asked, Senior, why are you staring at me? No, nothing. Ruan Muqing was suddenly interrupted from her thoughts, and only then did she realize that she had been staring at Song Chen the whole time. Her fair cheeks suddenly turned pink. Song Chen noticed this small detail, and a faint ripple stirred in his heart, so faint that he himself did not even realize it. Chapter 116 Mistaken for a Couple Senior. Why don't you try getting a driver's license? Even though you might not need it normally, it would be a hassle to take the test when you really need it, Song Chen earnestly suggested. Ruan Muqing gently bit her lower lip and hesitated, but I'm a little afraid of driving. And what if I fail the test? I feel so embarrassed. The green light at the intersection ahead started flashing, and Song Chen stepped on the gas and sped across. He glanced at Ruan Muqing and said, Senior, how do you know you can't drive if you've never even done it before? Driving requires a lot of practice. Once you get used to it, you won't be afraid. Even if you fail the test, it won't have any impact. It just means you're not suited to driving. You have to try things to know if they're right for you. Ruan Muqing's slender, fair fingers gripped the hem of her skirt as she pondered Song Chen's words, and she had to admit that she seemed to have been swayed by him. She doesn't actually hate driving. She's just worried that she won't drive well. Online, female drivers are often called road killers, and she's worried that if she doesn't drive well, she'll endanger herself and others. In that case, she might as well not learn to drive at all. When she was in college, her family had suggested that she get a driver's license. She said once that she was afraid to drive, and her family never brought it up again. Song Chen was the first person to give her such serious advice. She felt that Song Chen's words made a lot of sense. You only know if something is suitable or not after you've tried it. Then I'll try when I get back to City C, but don't laugh at me if I fail, Ruan Muqing said nervously to Song Chen, clearly not very confident in her skills. Don't worry, getting a driver's license is actually very simple. If you don't believe me, you can ask my sister. She only practiced for 3 days for her second driving test and passed on her first try. Wow, is Sister Song Chen really that amazing? Ruan Muqing exclaimed. Song Chen was amused by her adorable reaction. Ha, you should say that to her face. I'm sure she would be very happy to hear it. Before we knew it, the car had arrived at the hotel entrance. This hotel is the most luxurious hotel in the entire county. Song Chen was worried that she wouldn't have enough time today, so she booked a deluxe king room yesterday. After parking the car, Song Chen accompanied Ruan Muqing to the front desk to check in. The drowsy receptionist was instantly wide awake when she saw a good-looking couple enter the lobby. Even her voice cracked with excitement. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Are you checking in? Do you have a room reservation? Yes, I booked a deluxe king room online. Could you please check it for me? Song Chen said, then proactively gave his name and phone number. The receptionist clicked the mouse a few times and said with a smile, I see. Could you please show your ID cards? I need to register you here. Upon hearing this, Ruan Muqing took out her ID card from the small black bag she was carrying and handed it over. Here, thank you. And this gentleman needs one too. Registration requires 1 ID per person, the receptionist said with a polite smile. Ruan Muqing's face instantly turned bright red. Aw, no, we're not together. The receptionist tilted her head in confusion, then quickly realized something and kindly reassured her. It's okay, it's perfectly normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to share a room. Beautiful lady, you don't need to be shy. You've misunderstood. We're not a couple, and I don't stay in hotels, Song Chen quickly explained. The receptionist's expression immediately fell, and she looked at the two of them with regret. Oh, I see. I am sorry. I misunderstood. It's okay. Song Chen gently shook his head. The receptionist handed the room key to Ruan Muqing. Miss, this is your room key. You can call the front desk anytime if you have any questions. Okay, thank you, Ruan Muqing said, taking the room key without looking at Song Chen and walking towards the elevator with her head down. The receptionist winked at Song Chen and gave him a thumbs up. Go for it, handsome. I hope you win the heart of your sweetheart soon. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but Ruan Muqing heard it clearly and almost tripped and fell flat on her face. Fortunately, Song Chen grabbed her arm from behind in time, preventing her from experiencing a potentially fatal situation. Is Senior's sister all right? Song Chen and the others asked with concern as they let go of her hands after they had regained their footing. Ruan Muqing's earlobes turned so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She quickly shook her head and said, I'm fine. Thank you, Junior. It's good that you're all right. Take your time. We're not in a rush, Song Chen joked with a smile. Ruan Muqing was surprised that he was still in the mood to joke with her at a time like this. Didn't he feel embarrassed at all, since they were being mistaken for having that kind of relationship? Even after arriving at the room, Ruan Muqing's face remained flushed. I'm going to the bathroom. Junior, wait for me outside. Without waiting for Song Chen's reply, she slammed the bathroom door shut. This was Song Chen's first time at this hotel. He was initially worried that the environment wouldn't be good, but after entering the room, he found it to be much better than he had imagined, with everything he needed provided. Not knowing how long it would take for Ruan Muqing to come out, he simply sat on the sofa and started playing on his phone. About 10 minutes later, Ruan Muqing came out of the bathroom, with a few drops of water still clinging to her hair. Song Chen put her phone away, looked up and asked, Senior, are you done? Okay, let's go out to eat, Ruan Muqing said, her embarrassment fading and her usual cool demeanor returning. Senior, is there anything you'd like to eat? Wan Mooching stroked her chin and thought for a moment. How about we have Hunan cuisine? What do you think? Okay, let's go eat Hunan cuisine then. I know a Hunan restaurant that's pretty good. Song Chen put his phone in his pocket and left the room first. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, Song Chen called, Xiao Chun, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I just dropped my senior off at the hotel, and we're about to go eat, Song Chen said unhurriedly. Oh. Then you should take attorney Ruan out to eat quickly. In the afternoon, take her around to look around. If you think it's too hot outside, you can go see a movie. There's several new movies that have been released recently, so maybe you can go to... Song Chen rambled on, listing all the ways she could think of that would be suitable for a date for the young couple. Song Chen felt something was off as she listened, and interrupted, Okay, I understand, sis. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. All right, I won't bother you anymore. You should take attorney Ruan to eat quickly, so she doesn't go hungry, he said, and then hung up the phone. What did Sister Song Chen say to you? Ruan Mooching asked curiously, noticing Song Chen's strange expression. Chapter 117, watching a movie. Song Chen suppressed his doubts and looked at Ruan Mooching, saying, She asked me to take you around this afternoon. Is there anywhere you'd like to go, Senior? I don't know what's fun around here. Why don't you recommend something? Ruan Mooching said with a light smile. This put Song Chen in a difficult position. It seemed that there wasn't much to do in their small town, and it wasn't suitable to go hiking in such hot weather. Besides, there was a court hearing tomorrow, so it wasn't appropriate to be too tired. After thinking it over, Song Chen realized that the suggestions her sister gave were actually the best. He hesitated for a moment and then said, Senior, would you like to go see a movie? Watch a movie? Ruan Mooching's expression was somewhat strange. If it had happened half an hour earlier, she probably wouldn't have thought much of it, but unfortunately, the receptionist in the lobby misunderstood her relationship with Song Chen. A man and a woman going to the movies together can easily lead people to think of an ambiguous relationship. Seeing that she didn't answer, Song Chen assumed that she didn't want to go but was too embarrassed to refuse him. So he quickly said, If you don't want to go, then don't go. Let's go eat first, and I'll think of something else fun. Ruan Mooching opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The Hunan restaurant that Song Chen was going to was not far from the hotel. It only took about 10 minutes to drive there. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was already packed with customers, with several people even waiting in line outside. Song Chen couldn't help but feel glad that he had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, he might have had to find another place with Ruan Mooching now. How many of you are there? The waitress asked with a standard smile. Gentlemen, I've reserved a private room. My surname is Song, and my phone number is... Song Chen gave his phone number. The waiter immediately nodded. Okay, I'll check for you. Please wait a moment. She walked quickly to the front desk, and after confirming that the information was correct, she led Song Chen and the others to a private room. After they were seated, the waiter brought out the menu for them to order. Song Chen gestured to Ruan Mooching. Senior, you can order now. Let me see. Ruan Mooching said, showing great awareness as a guest, and took the menu to order 2 dishes she liked. Okay, I've ordered 2 of my favorites. You can order the rest, Junior. There was a minimum charge for the private room, so Song Chen added 4 more dishes, all of which were small in portion and relatively expensive, so as not to waste food. After the waiter left, Ruan Mooching looked at Song Chen with her big, bright eyes and asked curiously, Junior, when did you book the private room? Weren't the 2 of them together the whole time? Song Chen was even driving the whole time. When did he secretly book a private room without her noticing at all? I booked it before I went to pick you up, Song Chen replied with a smile. Huh, then why did you ask me what I wanted to eat at the hotel just now? Did you guess in advance that I wanted Hunan cuisine? Ruan Mooching's eyes were full of doubt and confusion. Song Chen shook his head. I'm not that good. I just made some preparations in advance. He not only booked this one restaurant, but also 2 other restaurants, just in case there weren't enough seats when he came for lunch. Although a deposit is required to reserve a private room, it's still better than waiting outside, helplessly without a seat. Of course, he wouldn't go to such trouble if he were having dinner with friends. He wouldn't starve if he waited a while. But Ruan Mooching was a guest, so the treatment was naturally different. Ruan Mooching had no idea what Song Chen was thinking, but she felt that he was unexpectedly considerate, and her impression of him improved a lot. The 2 chatted casually, and soon the first dish was served, followed by the second, the third. The food at this restaurant was on the spicy side, and Ruan Mooching's lips turned bright red from the spiciness, with fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. She looked both disheveled and adorable. Song Chen couldn't help but think of the last time the two of them went to eat hot pot. Ruan Mooching was just like this time, clearly not good at spicy food, but still wanted to eat spicy hot pot. She was a typical case of someone who was both bad at eating and loved to eat. Have some water to calm down. Song Chen poured her a glass of lemon water. Phew. Ruan Mooching took a big gulp, and the burning sensation in her mouth was immediately relieved. She smiled and praised. The food at this restaurant is pretty good. Every dish is delicious, and I can't stop eating. Are you sure? You won't get a stomachache from the spiciness later. Song Chen's gaze inadvertently swept across her face. Because she was so focused on eating, a few stray strands of hair clung to her fair cheeks, and her slightly swollen red lips, tinged with spiciness, made her look. His heart seemed to skip a beat, but he calmly withdrew his gaze. I don't have a stomachache. Actually, I don't think these dishes are very spicy. I've eaten much spicier ones, Ruan Mooching said with a smile. Perhaps due to her constitution, she tends to sweat easily whenever she eats chili peppers, but she doesn't actually find them that spicy. And when it comes to drinking, she blushes easily as soon as she touches alcohol, looking like she's about to pass out, making people think she has a very low alcohol tolerance. When others see her like that, they don't dare to urge her to continue drinking. All right, as long as you know your limits, Song Chen said, and didn't try to persuade her any further. Hunan cuisine is very appetizing, and Ruan Mooching ate 2 bowls of rice, which was rare for her. Her dress was a fitted style, and it made her belly stick out. She held her stomach with one hand, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. I shouldn't have eaten so much. I'm so full. She was starting to regret wearing the dress today. It was so tight around her stomach, and it was making her feel really uncomfortable. There's a shopping mall right next door. Want to go for a stroll and digest our food? Song Chen suggested. Ruan Mooching thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, okay. Because it was nearby, Song Chen didn't go to the parking lot to drive his car, but instead walked with Ruan Mooching to the nearby shopping mall. The midday sun was like a giant fireball. The two of them were drenched in sweat after walking only a few hundred meters. As soon as they stepped into the mall, a cool breeze hit them. Phew, that feels so good. Ruan Mooching raised her hand and fanned her face twice, exhaling a breath of stale air. Seeing her cheeks flushed from the heat, Song Chen went to the nearby milk tea shop and bought 2 iced fruit teas to cool you down. Thank you, Ruan Mooching said gratefully, glancing at him before taking the milk tea and eagerly taking a big gulp, her eyes crinkling with happiness. The person who just said they were too full suddenly doesn't feel full anymore after drinking milk tea. Song Chen chuckled. No wonder people online say that girls have 2 stomachs, one for main meals and the other for desserts, milk tea, and snacks. The 4th floor of the mall happened to be the cinema, and the two of them strolled around until they arrived at the cinema entrance. Just 10 minutes before a movie was about to start, Song Chen bought 2 tickets after consulting with Ruan Mooching. Chapter 118, could it be that he's love-struck? Dim environments are most conducive to ambiguity, especially when the movie being shown is a romance. When the male and female leads in the movie were embracing and kissing tightly, Song Chen vaguely heard a panting sound behind her. He subconsciously glanced at Ruan Mooching sitting to his left, only to find that Ruan Mooching was also looking at him at that moment, and their eyes met. By the light emanating from the movie screen, Song Chen could clearly see the woman's large, watery eyes, as dazzling as jewels, with an indescribable emotion hidden in them, making one want to immerse oneself in them. Like a scholar bewitched by a demon, Song Chen slowly moved closer. Meanwhile, the couple in the back seat were becoming increasingly agitated. Suddenly, a foot kicked the back of Ruan Mooching's seat, jolting her awake. She turned her head back as quickly as a startled rabbit, fumbled for a piece of popcorn, and stuffed it in her mouth, trying to hide the strange feeling in her heart. Ruan Mooching couldn't remember anything about what happened in the movie that followed. Her mind was filled with the kiss that had almost succeeded. It's hard to say whether it's relief or regret. Relief that the two didn't kiss, or regret that the two didn't kiss. Ruan Mooching was beautiful from a young age, so much so that her parents were very strict about her appearance, fearing that some scoundrel might try to steal their precious daughter away. Before graduating from university, Ruan's parents had always opposed their daughter dating and instilled in her the various disadvantages of early relationships. Fortunately, Ruan Mooching was well-behaved and obedient from a young age. The most rebellious thing she ever did was go to an internet cafe with her classmates. When she was in graduate school, Ruan's parents finally stopped objecting to their daughter dating. After all, she was indeed not young anymore. Unfortunately, Ruan Muqing devoted herself to her studies, and after graduating with a master's degree, she devoted herself to her work so much so that she has never even been in a relationship at this age. After realizing what she had almost done, Song Chen mentally slapped herself hard. That bastard. How could he do such a thing? I wonder what senior sister Ruan will think of him. Will she think he's tasteless and a lecherous scoundrel? Ugh, this is fucking awful. At this moment, Song Chen was no longer in the mood to think about the meaning of his actions just now, whether he was simply influenced by the atmosphere of the movie theater or whether he had really fallen in love. After the movie ended, Song Chen took Ruan Muqing back to her hotel. The two barely spoke on the way, and neither of them brought up what had happened at the movie theater. Senior, go back to the hotel and get some rest. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning to go to court, Song Chen said before driving away. Back in her hotel room, Ruan Muqing couldn't resist making a phone call to her best friend. As soon as the call connected, Lan Shui bombarded him with a barrage of messages. Ruan baby, you finally called me. Did you miss me? Shall we go shopping together tomorrow? Shui, I'm away on a business trip, Ruan Muqing said softly. Oh, where are you on a business trip? Is it not going well? Did someone bully you? It's no wonder Lan Shui was suspicious, as Ruan Muqing rarely contacted her during work hours. No one bullied me. Oh dear, I don't know how to say it, Ruan Muqing sighed. Then tell me slowly, what happened that made you sigh like that? Lan Shui raised her eyebrows. Her good friend was always very steady and emotionally stable, so anything that could make her worry must be something serious. Ruan Muqing bit her lip. It's just, no, that's not right. Anyway, this matter can't be explained in just a few words. Let me tell you from the beginning. She recounted her entire story with Song Chen, her voice tinged with distress. Shui, what should I do? Lan Shui let out a screeching scream. Aoa, Ruan, you're actually in a relationship. She wanted to kill that man. How dare he steal her precious Ruan? Wah, her beloved cabbage had been eaten by a pig. She was so heartbroken. Startled, Ruan Muqing quickly moved her phone away and waited for the other end to quiet down before explaining. Blushing, Shui, you've got it wrong. I'm not dating him. We've only met a few times. How could we be dating? You've already fallen for him. What's the difference between that and being in a relationship? Do you think any man can refuse you? Lan Shui said confidently, hands on her hips. She's not exaggerating, but with a beauty like her best friend, unless someone is a saint, there's no man she can't win over. Of course, this excludes women with girlfriends or wives. Men who are already in relationships should not be touched. Wait, did she forget to ask Ruan if that guy named Song Chen had a girlfriend? I don't want her best friend to fall for him, only to find out that the man already has a girlfriend. Lan Shui cleared her throat and quickly asked, Ruan, does the person you're talking about have a boyfriend? I don't know, I didn't ask that question, Ruan Muqing said, somewhat at a loss for words, her words even a little stammering. For some reason, the thought that Song Chen already had a girlfriend made her feel depressed. Lan Shui was exasperated and wished she could crawl over the phone and give her a good whack on the head. Silly Ruan, how could you not ask about something so important? Oh dear, I don't even know what to say to you. Okay, now you text him and ask if he has a girlfriend. If he does, you better put out that budding spark of love you just had. She was glad she discovered it early. At this point, Ruan probably only had a slight crush on that person, so even if it ended, she probably wouldn't be too sad. But if she really waited until her feelings had taken root, then it would be difficult to handle. Ruan Muqing's eyes dimmed, and her tone was tinged with sadness. Shui, I'm too embarrassed to ask. What if he doesn't have feelings for me? That would be so awkward. You're really going to drive me crazy. You two almost kissed in the movie theater, and you call that boring? That's pure harassment. I'll get some men and kill him. Lan Shui clenched her fists, looking like she was about to rush over and beat the scumbag at any moment. Hearing her furious statement, Ruan Muqing quickly comforted her. Shui, don't be angry. Song Chen is definitely not that kind of person. Although I'm too embarrassed to ask him directly, I know his college roommate, so I can ask his roommate, Ruan Muqing thought to herself, feeling increasingly clever. Lan Shui's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that her Ruan was love-struck? Ruan, maybe you should just give up. If he really likes you, he'll definitely take the initiative to pursue you. Chapter 119. Yes, I wanted to bring you two together. Lan Shui regrets it so much. She shouldn't have said those nonsense to Ruan just now. Now she's in a dilemma. It's also her own fault for being used to taking the initiative and subconsciously instilling her own methods into Ruan, forgetting that the two of them are different. A hint of confusion crossed Ruan Muqing's face. She didn't understand why her best friend had suddenly changed her mind. She said uncertainly, "Then I'll just ask?" "Yes, don't ask him. Wait for him to come to you. We girls should be a little reserved and not too proactive. That way, when a man wins you over, he will cherish you." Lan Shui rattled off a whole bunch of things until her throat was dry. She got up, went to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of ice water, and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. Is that really true? But every time you work so hard to win someone over, you dump them after only a few months. I've never seen you cherish them. Ruan Muqing was too embarrassed to say the last sentence out loud. She couldn't very well go all out in front of her best friend. Lan Shui was speechless. She moved her lips and said nonchalantly, "I'm different. I'm a scumbag, and that's how we all are when we're scumbags." "Shui, don't talk about yourself like that," Ruan Muqing said with a hint of heartache in her voice. Having been friends for so many years, she naturally knew why Lan Shui had become like this. But as an outsider, there was nothing she could do to help. Lan Shui twitched the corners of her mouth and said with a smile, "Don't talk about me. We're clearly talking about you. I'll teach you a couple of tricks. First, determine whether the other person likes you or not, and then take the next step." Ruan Muqing blinked, listening intently as Lan Shui shared her experience with her. On the other side, after dropping Ruan Muqing off, Song Chen drove straight back. When Song Chen came home from get off work, she saw her younger brother lying on the sofa, playing on his phone. Her brows were so furrowed, they could have trapped a fly. "Why are you home? Didn't I tell you to properly entertain Attorney Ruan?" "I treated her to a meal and a movie. The trial starts tomorrow, so she should get some rest," Song Chen said without looking up. Upon hearing this, Song Chen thought it made sense and sat down next to Song Chen with a hint of gossip on her face. "Xiao Chen, you want to see a movie with Lawyer Ruan this afternoon? How was it? What movie did you see?" Song Chen put away his phone and looked her up and down. "Sis, are you hiding something from me?" His sister has never been such a gossipy person. Even when he was dating Zheng Xiaoman, Song Chen never asked such questions. Why is it that she always asks him questions when he has a meal or watches a movie with Ruan Muqing? "Cough. I'm not hiding anything from you. I was just worried that you might neglect Attorney Ruan," Song Chen said, her expression somewhat unnatural and her tone revealing a lack of confidence. "Do you think I believe you?" Song Chen looked at her sister with a half-smile. Ruan Muqing was his senior in college, and it was he who introduced his older sister to Ruan Muqing. Logically speaking, he and Ruan Muqing should be more familiar with each other. So how could his older sister worry that he would neglect her? Song Chen felt extremely guilty under his gaze and quickly gave in. Okay, I'll tell you then. That's right, I want to match you up with Attorney Ruan. What do you say?" To make herself seem more confident, Song Chen even stood up from the sofa and looked down at Song Chen. "Wait, say it again. What do you want to do?" Song Chen picked at his ear, wondering if he had just hallucinated. Once the topic was brought up, Song Zhen's initial unease quickly disappeared, and she said confidently, "I think you and Attorney Ruan are a good match. You're about the same age and graduated from the same university. Besides, I asked Attorney Ruan beforehand, and she doesn't have a boyfriend either. The fact that she's willing to go to the movies with you today means you have a good chance." Song Chen gave her brother an encouraging look. As a woman herself, she felt she understood girls' thoughts to some extent. If a girl had no feelings for a man, she probably wouldn't agree to go to the movies with him. Song Chen stared at his older sister in shock, speechless for a long time. His sister was really amazing. She had even gathered the information for him in advance. Come to think of it, he hadn't realized before whether Ruan Muqing had a boyfriend, and he almost, now that he got a negative answer from his older sister, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Say something. What do you think of Attorney Ruan? You don't look down on her, do you? You don't, do you?" Song Chen looked at her younger brother with an incredulous gaze, as if he were a blind man who couldn't recognize a gem. Lawyer Ruan is beautiful, highly educated, and has a good job. Judging from her clothes, her family background must be quite good. She was worried that the other party would not like her younger brother, and never thought that her younger brother might not like Lawyer Ruan. If she can't even be interested in a rich and beautiful woman like that, does her brother want to find a goddess? No, there's another possibility. Could it be that my brother still has feelings for his ex-girlfriend? Is that why he hasn't wanted to find a partner? Xiao Chun, you're not still thinking about Zheng Xiaoman, are you? Song Zhen's tone was somewhat accusatory, and her face was full of disapproval. Song Chen was speechless. He had only been silent for a minute. So what kind of nonsense was his sister imagining? He denied it with a dark face. No, sister, don't talk nonsense. She and I are a thing of the past. Song Zhen was taken aback, then pouted and asked, then why don't you like Lawyer Wan? She has both looks and temperament. Even I, a woman, am tempted by her. Stop. What nonsense are you spouting? And which ear of yours heard me say, I don't like senior sister Wan? Song Chen said helplessly, feeling that she couldn't keep up with her older sister's train of thought. Song Zhen's eyes lit up. So you like her? I get it. You're too embarrassed to admit to my face, right? What's there to be embarrassed about? Two heads are better than one. I'll help you come up with a plan so you can win her heart as soon as possible, okay? Song Chen. He can't deny it now, and he can't deny it either. If he says he doesn't like Wan mooching at all, he can't even fool himself. He admitted that he was just an ordinary person. How could he not have any feelings when a beautiful woman was in front of him, especially since both of them were single? If he could really remain calm and composed, he might as well become a monk tomorrow. Sis, don't worry about this. I know what I'm doing, Song Chen said, scratching his hair and sounding a little annoyed. Chapter 120. Helping him gain favorability. Song Zhen stared at him for a few seconds, then waved her hand dismissively. Fine, as long as you know your limits. I don't really care whether you find a partner or not. It's just that my parents are eager to have a grandson. She's about to get divorced herself, so why would she care whether her brother is dating or not? It's all because her mother assigned her this task. Since her parents couldn't introduce any suitable girls to Song Chen, they asked her to help them find a solution. But she was just a housewife. What kind of people could she possibly know? After looking around, only Lawyer Wan and her own younger brother seemed like suitable. Why would they want to hold a grandson? Aren't Xiao and Yin and Yu enough for them to take care of? Song Chen muttered and complained. Song Zhen shrugged and spread her hands helplessly, saying, then I don't know. You should ask them. That's probably how the older generation thinks. They believe that once you reach a certain age, you must get married and have children, otherwise your life is incomplete. Song Chen twitched the corners of his mouth, forcing a fake smile. Ask his parents? He didn't have the guts. His mother would nag him to death. Today is the day of the court hearing for Song Zhen and Xiao Zhishue's divorce case. Originally, Song's parents wanted to go along to listen in, but Song Zhen refused. Mom and Dad, you should stay home and help me take care of Xiaoya. Besides, you know what kind of people the Xiao family are. It wouldn't be good for the child to see if the two sides start arguing. You're right, then your mother and I shouldn't go. We won't be of much help anyway, Song Yongkong said after thinking for a moment. Song Zhen said with a smile. Your help in taking good care of Xiaoya is a huge help. Zhang Yanchun was a little worried. Are you sure you don't want me to come along? Xiao Zhishua's mother and sister will definitely be going too, and you might get hurt if you go up against them. Mom, do you think I'm going to brawl? This is the courthouse. Who would dare cause trouble at the courthouse? Song Zhen said, both amused and exasperated. All right, Chen, take good care of your sister and don't let the Qiu family bully her, Zhang Yanchun earnestly instructed, holding her son's hand as if she were about to go to war. Although Song Chen felt that his mother's worries were a bit unnecessary, he still patted his chest hard and assured her, don't worry, with me here, no one can bully my sister. I'm not going to say anything more. I still have to pick up Attorney Ruan, Mom and Dad. We're leaving now, Song Jin said, pulling her younger brother's arm as they headed outside. The car stopped in front of the hotel, and Song Chen gestured to his sister. You can call her now. You come and hit me. It doesn't matter who hits me, Song Jin said, crossing her arms and showing no intention of moving. Song Chen glanced at her and sighed. Fine, I'll call. Okay? It's just a phone call. Does making just one more call really spark a romance between him and Ruan mooching? The call was quickly connected, and a pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello? Senior Sister Ruan, I've arrived at the hotel entrance. Are you ready? Ah, okay, I'll be right down, Ruan mooching said anxiously, her flustered movements almost palpable even through the phone. Song Chen raised the corners of her mouth and reassured her. Don't worry, there's still time. The court hearing is scheduled to start at 9 a.m., and it's only a little past 8:10 a.m. now. It won't take them more than 20 minutes to drive from the hotel to the court. Arriving too early is useless. They won't let you in before the appointed time. Although Song Chen said there was no rush, Ruan Muqing still didn't want him to wait for her. She quickly applied lipstick in front of the mirror, grabbed her handbag, and left the room. The moment the door closed, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bring her room key. She slapped her forehead in frustration and said, "Oh well, I'll deal with it when I get back." "Attorney Ruan, over here." Song Chen spotted Ruan Muqing coming out of the hotel and waved to her with a smile. Ruan Muqing smiled and said, "Sister Song Chen." "Muqing, how did you sleep last night?" Song Chen took 2 steps forward and asked with concern. Not bad. Thank you, Sister Song Chen." Ruan Muqing nodded with a smile. "That's good. Get in the car quickly," Song Chen said, then opened the back door and got in, closing the door behind her. Ruan Muqing didn't react at first, but after seeing Song Chen close the back door, she understood what she meant. She wanted to give her the passenger seat. A strange feeling crossed her mind, but she forced herself to remain calm, opened the passenger door, and greeted Song Chen with a smile. "Good morning." Song Chen smiled back and handed over the breakfast she had bought. "Good morning, Senior. You probably haven't had breakfast yet. Here are sandwiches and steamed buns. See what you'd like to eat." I'll have a sandwich," Ruan Muqing said. She didn't really have much of an appetite, but she knew she had to work later and couldn't just not eat anything, otherwise her body wouldn't be able to handle it. Song Chen is a very good driver. Ruan Muqing has driven with him several times without experiencing any discomfort. There's no need to worry about getting carsick while eating breakfast in the car. She took small bites of the sandwich and quickly finished it. She carefully put away the wrapper and gently licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. Song Chen had been keeping an eye on her out of the corner of his eye and reminded her at the right moment, "There's bottled water in the storage compartment next to you. You can drink it if you're thirsty." "Ah, okay." Ruan Muqing pursed her lips, surprised by Song Chen's thoughtfulness. She didn't know if it was a coincidence or if Song Chen had been paying attention to her all along. It just so happened that Song Chen spoke up at that moment. "Muqing, what does the sandwich taste?" Xiao Chen went out of his way to buy it, because he was worried you wouldn't like steamed buns. Ruan Muqing's eyes widened suddenly, and she glanced at Song Chen. "Really? The sandwich tastes very good." "Haha. As long as you like it, that's fine. This bakery is quite famous around here. It's even recommended online," Song Chen said with a smile. "Oh, no wonder it tastes so good," Ruan Muqing said with a slight smile, clearly in a good mood. Song Chen noticed her gaze on him, and he tightened his grip on the steering wheel slightly, but his expression remained unchanged, as if he were focused on driving. Song Chen glared at her younger brother's back of the head with exasperation. She was truly speechless. She had worked so hard to improve his image, but he acted as if it had nothing to do with her. Didn't he know how to say a few nice words to win a girl's heart? While actions speak louder than words when pursuing a girl, you can't completely shut up. You should at least let her know how you feel. Song Chen was so angry that she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Without her trying to liven up the atmosphere, the car quickly became quiet. Fortunately, the courthouse wasn't far away, and we arrived at our destination in no time. Chapter 121 Court Hearing. After the 3 parked their car, they bumped into the Chiu family, led by Chiu Zhixue, at the entrance. There were quite a few of them. Chiu Zhixue's parents and his 2 older sisters all came. When they saw Song Chen, they immediately looked at her with eyes that seemed to want to devour her. Chiu Zhixue's eldest sister put one hand on her hip and pointed at Song Chen with the other, and started spouting off, "Shameless thing. Isn't my Zhixue good enough to you? You've been married for so many years, and he hasn't let you go out to work. You have to make a mess of things to make your life miserable, don't you?" When she first heard that Song Chen wanted to divorce her brother, she didn't believe it. After all these years, everyone knows how devoted Song Chen is to her brother. They've already had 2 children. How could she just get a divorce like that? After Chiu Zhixue received the court summons, Chiu Manhwa had no choice but to accept it, no matter how unwilling she was. Song Chen had truly gone mad. "Sister-in-law, I'm not trying to criticize you, but it's one thing for you to make a fuss about getting a divorce. Xiaoye is still young. It's true that it's better for her to live with you as her mother than with Zhixue. But Xiaoyan is the only grandson in our Chiu family. How can you take custody of Xiaoyan? Besides, can a woman without a job support 2 children? Don't let them suffer from hunger and poverty. You can't be so selfish. You should think about the children too," said Chiu Lanhua, the second sister of the Chiu family, with heavy makeup on her face and a haughty expression. Her words seemed to genuinely care about Song Chen. Song Chen was already used to this. The man Chiu's second sister married had made some money in business in recent years, and she often boasted about it during holidays. She felt that she had a place in the family and liked to point fingers at people, especially at her sister-in-law, Song Chen. Song Chen coldly surveyed the Chiu family members, straightened her back, and said, "These two children are my children, whom I carried for 10 months and raised by myself. I want them to live well more than anyone else, so you don't need to worry about them. Just wait for the judge to make the decision." "Ah, Zhen, do you have to be so cruel?" Chiu Jishua looked at Song Chen with heartbreak. During this time, he thought a lot and seriously reflected on himself. He tried to apologize to Song Chen and asked for her forgiveness several times, but each time he failed. He really didn't understand why. After more than 10 years of being together, Song Chen could so ruthlessly abandon him just because he made one mistake. As he thought about it, Chiu Jishua's eyes reddened. "Ah, Chen, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I really don't want to divorce you." "Don't call me that. It's disgusting." Song Chen glared at him with disgust, then grabbed one of them by the hand and walked toward the courthouse entrance. Chiu Jishua lifted his foot to chase after him, but Chiu Manhwa grabbed him forcefully. "Enough. Didn't you hear them calling you disgusting? You're a grown man. Don't you have any shame? If she wants a divorce, then so be it. With your looks and qualifications, it won't be hard for you to find someone else. Your second sister will introduce you to someone even prettier than Song Chen," Chiu Lanhua said, patting her brother's shoulder. Granny Chiu retorted, "Son, listen to your two older sisters. Stop thinking about that heartless woman, Song Chen. Our goal today is to win custody of Xiaoyan. The Chiu family's eldest grandson absolutely cannot be taken away by the Song family." "Attorney Lee, I'll have to trouble you with this later," old Chiu said with a fawning smile to the lawyer beside him. Attorney Lee nodded calmly. "Don't worry, I'm 80% confident about this case. In fact, there are basically no suspense in this kind of divorce case. One child lives with the father and the other with the mother. Moreover, as far as he knew, his client's wife had not worked for many years and the family financial situation was not good. If his client had been more ruthless, the other party would not have been able to win custody of even one child. However, after a brief encounter, he could tell that the family involved were sexist and had no intention of fighting for custody of their daughter. This made the case much simpler. 3 hours later, the once confident lawyer Lee was ashen-faced, feeling a tightness in his chest that he couldn't exhale or swallow. He had lost the case that he thought he had a 100% chance of winning. Damn it, he's unlucky to have run into a stupid person involved. All that talk about the wife not working or the father-in-law's poor family is utter nonsense. Not only does the person have a job, but they also own a house that was paid for in full, and they have evidence of domestic violence and infidelity. Conversely, if your client has no money and is also morally questionable, what's the point of even filing a lawsuit? After the lawsuit, the Chiu family was still confused, but they understood the judge's final verdict. Custody of both children would be awarded to the mother. Chiu Manhwa glared angrily at Attorney Lee. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you just say you were 80% sure you wouldn't lose? I shouldn't have hired you if I'd known you were this useless." Attorney Lee was already in a bad mood after losing the case, and then Chiu Manhwa pointed her finger at him and scolded him for being useless, which made him even angrier. "Don't you know why I lost? If you hadn't kept so many things from me, how could I have been completely unprepared and left speechless by the opposing lawyer's questions? This we don't know either. That little bitch Song Chen is so hateful. Where did she get the money to buy a house?" Chiu Manhwa suddenly looked at her younger brother. "Jishua, do you know about Song Chen buying a house?" Chiu Jishua's eyes were vacant as he shook his head blankly. "I don't know." He had only just found out that Song Chen had kept so many things from him, and he was still in a daze. "That's not right. Jishua and Song Chen haven't gotten their divorce certificate yet. Shouldn't half of the house under Song Chen's name belong to Jishua?" Chiu Lanhua's eyes gleamed like a wolfhound that had been starving for a long time, suddenly spotting a bone and wanting to rush over and take a bite. "Attorney Lee, you are quite knowledgeable about this. Shouldn't my brother own half of the property under my sister-in-law's name?" Attorney Lee wasn't keen to answer, but having already accepted the money, he nodded with a straight face. Logically, that's correct, but he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Chiu Lanhua excitedly grabbed her younger brother's shoulder. "Jishua, you've struck it rich. A house costs hundreds of thousands. With this money, you don't have to worry about not being able to find a new wife." The sadness on Chiu Jishua's face faded, replaced by excitement and surprise. He tried hard to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Second sister, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, it's Ajun's house. What do you mean, her house? Wasn't this house bought during your marriage? Maybe it even used your salary. Why should it belong to her alone? Chapter 122, Visiting the Chiu family. Lee, the lawyer, couldn't help but roll his eyes as he listened to their whispers. He had rarely seen such a stupid family. They were clearly prepared. So how could they let the Chiu family gain even the slightest advantage? He had originally intended to offer a friendly reminder, but since the family was unwilling to listen, he decided to stop talking. Mr. Chiu, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Chiu Jishua was excited about receiving a large sum of money, but when he heard that Attorney Lee was leaving, he quickly tried to persuade him to stay, saying, "Wait, Attorney Lee, please come with me to see my wife and we can talk about the division of property." Attorney Lee paused as he was about to leave, inwardly sighing, money is hard to earn, and life is tough. However, it was impossible for him to lose face along with her. He forced a smile and said, "Mr. Chiu, if I may remind you, according to your wife's lawyer, that house was given to her by her brother. It might not be easy for you to get a share of the house. So what if her brother gave it to her? Isn't it marital property? Since it's marital property, I should have half of it," Chiu Jishua said dismissively. Seeing that he didn't understand the implied meaning in her words, Attorney Lee could only put it more clearly. "You didn't know about the existence of this house before today, which means that your wife intentionally kept it from you. If that's the case, they would naturally make preparations in advance. In principle, gifts received after marriage are generally considered joint property of the couple. However, if the donor clearly states that the gift is only for the recipient, then this house is the recipient's personal property acquired after marriage." He rattled off a whole bunch of things, which Manhwa couldn't understand at all. Anxious, she asked, "What do you mean? Can you explain it more clearly?" Attorney Lee ignored her and stared directly at Chiu Jishua. Seeing his face gradually darken, she knew he must have understood. "Damn it, that bitch Song Chen is actually wary of me," Chiu Jishua cursed under his breath. Attorney Lee glanced at him and thought, "Tisk, that's pretty vulgar. She's the mother of my child, for goodness sake. How tasteless of her. I suggest Mr. Chiu ask his wife if a gift agreement was signed for the house before discussing the division of property. Otherwise, going over there to ask for the house would only be humiliating." Although he already had a guess in his heart, Chiu Jishua was still unwilling to give up and chased after Song Chen to stop her. At that moment, Song Chen was about to go out for dinner with her younger brother and the others to celebrate when she saw Chiu Jishua rush out. The smile on her face instantly faded. "What is it? Let me guess. You're not here to ask me about the house, are you?" Song Chen looked at Chiu Jishua with a half-smile. Chiu Jishua's pupils dilated in shock, as if he couldn't believe how she knew what he was thinking. After sharing a bed for so many years, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? The house was a gift from Xiao Chun, and a gift agreement was signed in advance. So you won't get a single penny, Song Chen said, feeling extremely pleased as she watched the man's face gradually turn pale. That's right, she deliberately didn't mention it beforehand, wanted to give Chiu Jishua hope, and then ruthlessly shatter it. It's like thinking you've won the lottery, only to wake up and find it was all a dream. That feeling of seeing something you can't have is just wonderful. Chiu Jishua looked at Song Chen with hatred in his eyes. "Song Chen, you are too cruel. Ha ha ha, you call me ruthless? Didn't you ever think about our relationship of over 10 years when you cheated on me?" Song Chen's laughter carried a hint of desolation, showing that she wasn't as happy as she appeared. "Sis, it's getting late. Let's go eat," Song Chen reminded her. Song Chen smiled and wiped her eyes. "Yeah, let's go eat. Don't let irrelevant people ruin our mood." After saying that, she grabbed Song Chen and Ruan Mooching by the hands and strode towards the parking lot, not even sparing Chiu Jishua a glance. During dinner, Song Chen mentioned to her sister that she was going back to City C. When Ruan Mooching heard that he was going back, she asked casually, "When are you planning to go back? Do you want to buy tickets with me?" "I'll go back tomorrow. Didn't you say yesterday that you were leaving this afternoon?" Song Chen asked, puzzled. I forgot to buy a ticket. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do, so going back tomorrow is fine too." Ruan Mooching raised her hand to touch the tip of her nose, trying to hide the slight guilt she felt from lying. Actually, she had already bought her return high-speed rail ticket yesterday, but she didn't know Song Chen was also going back at that time. Hearing that Song Chen was also going back, she naturally wanted to go with him. Before Song Chen could answer, Song Chen interjected. Sure, sure. Xiao Chen, you can go back with Mu Qing and help her carry her things on the way. Okay, sure. Song Chen readily agreed without any objection. Ruan Mu Qing smiled and said, Junior, could you send me your ID number? I'll buy the tickets together later. I'll buy myself. Senior, please send me your ID number. Song Chen naturally couldn't let a girl buy the ticket. That would be too impolite. Okay, Ruan Mu Qing readily agreed, picked up her phone, and quickly sent her ID number. You have my phone number, so I won't send it to you. Song Chen nodded. Yes, there is. Watching the interaction between the two, Song Chen rolled her eyes and invited with a smile. Mu Qing, you're free this afternoon. Would you like to come over for a visit? Is it okay? Will it be inconvenient? Ruan Mu Qing bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly. If we go to Song Chen's house, wouldn't that mean we'd meet Song Chen's parents? Isn't that the same as meeting the parents? Ruan Mu Qing felt her face getting hotter and hotter, so she quickly picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. What's inconvenient about this? You're not just Xiao Chen Sr. I also consider you a friend. Or do you not consider me a friend? Song Chen said with a slightly sad expression. Ruan Mu Qing quickly denied it. Of course not, Sister Song Chen. Why would you think that? Then I'll be bothering you. She was thinking about the visit she was going to later, so after finishing her meal, she excused herself to go to the restroom and quickly went to the nearby shopping mall to buy a few gifts. When Song Chen saw her carrying large and small bags back, she knew exactly what Ruan Mu Qing was up to. But since Ruan Mu Qing hadn't directly said that these were gifts to be taken to the Song family, Song Chen couldn't say anything more. What if this was just something Ruan Mu Qing bought for herself? If she says something like, we don't need to give gifts, wouldn't that make everyone feel awkward? I'm ready, Sister Song Chen. Let's go, Ruan Mu Qing said with a smile. Hey, Xiao Chen, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help Mu Qing carry her things. Song Chen nudged her younger brother, who was standing there dumbfounded. Chapter 123, Can You Be My Aunt? Oh, you're finally back. Did you win a lawsuit or not? I sent you a message and you didn't even reply. Zhang Yanchun gently patted her daughter's arm twice, muttering complaints. Song Chen smiled sheepishly. Mom, I wasn't looking at my phone just now. Please don't scold me. Didn't you see we have guests? She turned to the side, revealing Ruan Mu Qing standing behind her. When Zhang Yanchun saw that her daughter had brought back such a beautiful girl, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face. Xiao Zhen, who is this? This is attorney Ruan Mu Qing, who is helping me with my case today. I told you before, and she is also Xiao Chen's senior from school. Song Chen introduced with a smile. As she finished speaking, Ruan Mu Qing greeted Zhang Yanchun with a slight smile. Hello, Annie. It's my first time visiting. I apologize for bothering you. Zhang Yanchun looked at her daughter with a questioning gaze, and after receiving an affirmative answer, her eyes immediately lit up. Her daughter had already made it clear to her that she had arranged for the two to be together, but she never expected that her daughter would actually bring the person back with her. They didn't even bother to give her a heads up, leaving her completely unprepared. Young people are so unreliable. With a quick thought, Zhang Yanchun warmly took Ruan Mu Qing's hand. So, it's Lawyer Ruan. I've heard Jinjin mention you before. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. I was almost stunned. Please come in and sit down. Old Song, we have guests here. Quickly make some tea, she called out as she closed the door behind her. Song Chen, carrying large and small bags and locked at the door. Dear Mom, do you still remember that you have a son? Finally, Song Chen noticed that her younger brother hadn't come in, so she quickly opened the door for him. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Don't you know how to say a word? But I need to have a chance to speak first. Did you and Mom give me a chance to speak? Song Chen complained, feeling wronged. Anyone who didn't know better would think that Ruan Mu Qing and the others were family, and that he was some complete stranger. Song Chen awkwardly touched his nose. What do you know, kid? Hurry up and come in. On the sofa, Zhang Yanchun affectionately took Ruan Mu Qing's hand and asked, Little Ruan, may I call you that? Of course. Ruan Mu Qing nodded with a smile, then added, Annie, Sister Song Chen won her case, so you don't need to worry anymore. Really? That's wonderful. You have no idea how anxious I was waiting at home. Xiao Ruan, I really have to thank you. Annie wants to thank you properly. Zhang Yanchun was overjoyed, and her fingers were trembling with excitement. Please don't be so polite, it's what I should do, Ruan Mu Qing said, lowering her eyes slightly, a little embarrassed. Song Chen strode over and placed the bag in his hand on the coffee table. Mom, this is a gift prepared by Senior Sister Ruan. Looking at the 5 or 6 bags on the coffee table, Zhang Yanchun repeatedly refused, saying, Why did you buy so many things? Shower Juan, you're spending too much. Annie can't accept them. It didn't cost much. Annie, please don't be so polite with me. After all, this is my first time visiting. I'll definitely come empty-handed next time. Song Chen also chimed in, Mom, your senior has already bought them, so please accept them all. He disliked the way elders would pass the buck. If all else failed, couldn't he at least return the favor? Zhang Yanchun had also thought of this, so she didn't refuse any further. All right, then Auntie will accept it. Little Juan, please don't bring anything next time you come to our house. When Xiao Jiue woke up, she heard laughter and chatter in the living room. She rubbed her sleepy eyes blankly, then suddenly remembered something and jumped out of bed. Mom, it really is you back. Xiao Jiue rushed out of her room and saw her mother standing in the living room. She excitedly hugged her. Song Zhen patted her daughter's head and picked her up in her arms. Baby, were you taking a nap just now? I can sleep by myself. Isn't that amazing? Xiao Jiue blinked her bright eyes, seeking praise. Amazing, Xiaoya is amazing. Song Zhen praised with a smile. She was worried that her daughter wouldn't get used to her new job after only 2 days, since she had been taking care of her daughter since birth. Unexpectedly, the little one was even stronger than she thought. Knowing that her mother was going out to earn money, she obediently stayed at home with her grandparents and played. Except for crying once on the first day because she missed her mother, she never cried again. Xiao Jiue was so happy to receive her mother's praise that her eyes narrowed, and her 2 little dimples were incredibly cute. She turned her head and saw a pretty aunt sitting next to her uncle. She struggled to get off her mother and ran to her uncle, asking, Uncle, is this the aunt you brought back for me? The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this, and everyone's expressions varied. Zhang Yanchun winked at her husband, wishing she could immediately pick up her granddaughter and to give her a big kiss. How could the little one be so smart? Ruan Muqing blushed shyly, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Song Chen's face. Song Chen glanced at her, then awkwardly pinched her niece's chubby cheek. What aunt? Little brat, don't call her that. This is your Aunt Ruan, you know. Aunt Ruan. Xiao Jiue tilted her head and looked Ruan Muqing up and down. That's right. Aunt Ruan is a friend of your uncle and your mother. She's here as a guest today, Song Chen said, then looked at Ruan Muqing. Senior, this is my sister's youngest daughter, named Xiao Jiue, nicknamed Yia. Xiao Jiue broke free from her uncle's clutches and pounced on Ruan Muqing, grabbing her skirt with her little hands. Aunt Ruan, you're so beautiful, even more beautiful than the stars on TV. Thank you, Yia. You're very cute too. Ruan Muqing was a little embarrassed when Zhang Yanchun praised her for being pretty, but she smiled happily when Xiao Jiue praised her. As we all know, children don't lie, and they certainly don't use polite words. If they think you're pretty, then you really are pretty. Xiao Jiue grabbed Ruan Muqing's slender, fair fingers and asked with a grin, Aunt Ruan, I like you so much. Can you be my aunt? Huh. Ruan Muqing was a little flustered by her childish words and subconsciously looked at Song Chen, wanting to know his reaction to what she had said. Song Chen mistakenly thought she was unhappy, so she quickly picked up her little niece and covered her mouth, explaining, Senior, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just a child and doesn't know any better. I'll definitely teach her a lesson later. Oh, no need, Ruan Muqing said with a slight hint of disappointment, shaking her head with a smile. Yaya is still young. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. Chapter 124 Nephew is like Uncle Ugh. Xiao Jiue writhed in her uncle's arms like a worm, trying her best, but unable to break free from his hold. Seeing that her face was flushed from trying not to laugh, Ruan Muqing quickly pulled her in her arms and looked at Song Chen reproachfully, saying, Didn't you see that Yia was in pain? Why did you use so much force? Song Chen then noticed his little niece's unusual appearance. There were several finger marks on her fair face. A pang of guilt welled up in his heart. Yeah, are you in pain? It's all your uncle's fault. Uncle apologizes to you. He doesn't usually spend much time with his 2 nephews and nieces, and he didn't realize that children's skin is so delicate that even a little pressure left a mark. Uncle is bad. I don't like Uncle. I like Aunt Ruan. Xiao Jiue pouted and snorted, then threw herself into Ruan Muqing's arms. Song Zhen was amused by her daughter's reaction. Yia is right. Your uncle is a bad guy. Shall we kick him out? When Xiao Jiue heard her mother say this, she frowned and said, No, Uncle isn't bad. Don't send Uncle away. She still remembers the doll her uncle bought for her, and she remembers her uncle taking her out to play. You're such a good girl. Your uncle hasn't spoiled you for nothing, Song Chen said, patting his niece's head with satisfaction. The three of them sitting together looked like a happy family of three, making Zhang Yanxun's heart itch with envy. With Xiao Ruan's looks, if my son could really marry her, their granddaughter would probably be even cuter than Ye. Zhang Yanxun's eyes darted around, and she made an excuse to send her daughter out to buy things, while she pulled her husband back to their room. Soon, only Song Chen, Ruan Muqing, and Xiao Jiyue, who was trying to lighten the mood, remained in the living room. With a child by her side, Ruan Muqing didn't think much of it and patiently played a game of dressing up dolls with Xiao Jiyue. This pink princess dress is beautiful. Aunt Ruan, would you please help me change my doll into it? Okay, Annie will change it for you right away. Wow, so pretty. Aunt Ruan, could you style the doll's hair into a princess style? Of course, hand the little comb you have to Annie. Song Chen crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa, watching the two women, one big and one small, chatting and laughing. Just then, Ruan Muqing suddenly raised her head, and her gaze met Song Chen's smiling eyes without any warning. The man's eyes were filled with focus, giving the illusion that he was gazing at you affectionately, which made Ruan Muqing's heart beat faster involuntarily. She could feel a blush gradually spreading across her cheeks, and her throat becoming somewhat dry. To avoid revealing her unusual behavior, Ruan Muqing forced herself to remain calm and struck up a conversation with Song Chen. Ahem. Junior, have you noticed that Ye looks a lot like you? Really? Song Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his eyebrows, and showed a surprised expression. Ruan Muqing nodded without hesitation. Yes, Ye's eyes and mouth are very similar to yours. Upon hearing this, Song Chen's gaze slowly fell on his little niece, and he began to carefully examine her features. He hadn't noticed this before, but after hearing Ruan Muqing's words, he actually felt that his little niece looked quite like him. A surge of joy welled up in my heart, and I laughed happily. No wonder the old saying goes that a nephew is like his uncle. It seems that saying is true. As she spoke, she reached out and gently touched her little niece's hair, her eyes full of affection. Who could resist a little dumpling who is related to them by blood and looks just like them? Uncle, what are you doing? Xiaojia was clumsily putting a hair clip on her doll when her uncle suddenly interrupted her, and her little mouth pouted so much it could hold an oil bottle. Is there anything you want, Ye? Your uncle will buy it for you, Song Chen said with a hint of doting. Xiao Jiyue instantly became happy. Really? I want to buy clothes for the baby. Can Uncle take me to buy them? Of course, Song Chen readily agreed. Thank you, Uncle. I like you the most, Uncle. Xiao Jiyue leaned closer and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Happy times always pass quickly, and before long it was time for dinner. To show their welcome to Ruan Muqing, Zhang Yanxun and Song Yongkong spent 2 whole hours in the kitchen preparing a table full of dishes. Song Zhen went to pick up her son from school midway through the day. She hadn't picked him up from school for a long time since she started working, and since she had some free time today, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to spend time with him. Xiao Jinian was so happy to see her mother come to pick her up that she felt like she could fly, and she kept sharing the interesting things that happened at school with her. Mom, why are you free today? Don't you have to go to work? Yes, Mom left work early today, Song Zhen said, following her son's words without mentioning the lawsuit she had been fighting with his father that morning. Even though she and Xiao Zhixue are divorced, she still hopes that Xiao Zhixue will be a good father in her son's heart. When the mother and son returned home, Xiao Jinian discovered that there was a beautiful aunt in the house. As expected of siblings, Xiao Jinian asked the same question as his sister. Uncle, is this my future aunt? Aunt is so beautiful. Xiao Jinian knew that his grandparents were worried about his uncle's wedding. He had originally wanted to introduce his uncle to Ms. Zhao, the most beautiful female teacher in their school. Before he could even make a move, his uncle brought home such a beautiful girlfriend. His future aunt is even prettier than Teacher Zhao. He announced that he agrees to the marriage. Song Chen was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about, you brat? This aunt is your uncle's friend. You should call her Aunt Ruan. Huh? Isn't it Andy? Why? Is it because you haven't won over Aunt Ruan yet, Uncle? Xiao Jinian shook her head like a little adult, expressing her disappointment in her uncle's unambitious behavior. Seeing that he not only didn't stop but was even more aggressive, Song Chen jumped up from the sofa, gritted her teeth, and threatened, if you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for hitting you. Oh, I see. Xiao Jianian pouted, looking aggrieved. He wasn't talking nonsense. His grandparents were looking forward to his uncle bringing his girlfriend home. When he saw a pretty Anne in the house, he naturally assumed that she was his uncle's girlfriend. Song Chen pulled his nephew over and introduced him to Ruan Muqing. Senior, this is my sister's eldest son, Xiao Jianian. He's just a kid and doesn't know any better, so please don't mind him. It's okay, I don't mind, Ruan Muqing said, shaking her head with a blush. Chapter 125, 88 yuan red envelope after dinner. Ruan Muqing expressed her intention to leave. Uncle and Aunt, it's getting late, so I'll be going now. I'll come visit you again next time I have the chance. Hey, why are you leaving so soon? It's not easy for you to come to my house. Ruan, why don't you stay and play a little longer? There's some chilled watermelon in the fridge. Annie will cut it for you right away, Zhang Yanxun said, reluctantly holding Ruan Muqing's hand. It was impossible to tell that this was the first time the two had met. Anyone who didn't know them would think they had known each other for a long time. Ruan Muqing looked at Song Chen with pleading eyes. Help me. Song Chen nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and pulled his mother's hand away. Mom, my senior must be tired after a busy day. I'll take her back to the hotel to rest first. Hearing this, Zhang Yanxun felt embarrassed to try to persuade her to stay any longer. She knew that Ruan Muqing had helped her daughter with her lawsuit that morning and must be tired by now. Xiao Ruan, you should go back to the hotel and get some rest. Come visit us again next time you have time. Okay, goodbye Uncle and Auntie. Ruan Muqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yanxun was just too enthusiastic, and she couldn't handle it. Zhang Yanxun and Song Yongkong personally escorted the person to the door. While waiting for the elevator, Zhang Yanxun handed Ruan Muqing a red envelope that she had prepared in advance. Auntie, I can't accept this, Ruan Muqing said in surprise, and quickly tried to return the red envelope. Zhang Yanxun held her hand. Yes, you bought so many things, and Auntie didn't prepare a return gift for you. This red envelope is a small token of Auntie's appreciation. If you don't accept it, Auntie can't accept those other gifts either. This, Ruan Muqing looked troubled, unsure whether to accept it or not. Seeing the two of them tugging at each other, Song Chen rubbed his forehead in exasperation and said, Senior, since my mom has prepared it, you should accept it. He guessed that Ruan Muqing must be feeling very awkward right now. Actually, he was quite embarrassed too. It was Song Zhen who invited Ruan Muqing to their home, but it turned out to be like he was bringing his girlfriend home to meet his parents. He knew his mother's personality well. She never liked to take advantage of others. Since Ruan Muqing had bought so many gifts, he couldn't just let her take them back untouched. So, he had to make up for it elsewhere. Of course, if Song Chen knew that the red envelope his mother gave him contained 8,888 yuan, he probably wouldn't have thought that way. Who would specially prepare such a meaningful red envelope for their son's ordinary friend? Besides, although the things Ruan Muqing brought were not cheap, they were far from being worth nearly 10,000 yuan. Since Song Chen had spoken, Ruan Muqing no longer refused and smiled shyly. Thank you, Auntie. That's more like it. You're welcome, Xiao Ruan. Come visit again next time. Zhang Yanxun smiled and patted her smooth hand. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Song Chen quickly pulled Ruan Muqing into it, saying, Mom and Dad, you should go back now. Be careful on the road, Zhang Yanxun reminded him, her eyes glued to Ruan Muqing, unwilling to let go. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Ruan Muqing let out a soft breath, feeling much more relaxed. Song Chen laughed and said, Is my mom a little annoying? No, Annie is very hospitable. I'm just a little unaccustomed to it at first, Ruan Muqing said, tightening her grip on the red envelope and shaking her head with a slight smile. Song Chen scratched the top of her head. Never mind as long as you don't mind. He originally wanted to explain that Zhang Yanxun must have misunderstood their relationship, which was why she was so enthusiastic towards Ruan Muqing, but it would only make things worse, so he simply gave up trying to explain. Back at the hotel, Ruan Muqing kicked off the high heels she had worn all day, and her toes immediately felt much more relaxed. She nestled into the armchair as if she had no bones, letting out a comfortable sigh. Several minutes later, she slowly took out the red envelope that Zhang Yanxun had given her from her bag. Upon opening it, a thick stack of red banknotes came into view, with a few blue and green coins on top. It's 8,888 yuan? Ruan Muqing was afraid that she had miscounted, so she counted again. Even if she's never eaten pork, she's seen pigs run, so this amount of money in the red envelope inevitably made her think a little more. But thinking too much about this kind of thing might seem like wishful thinking. What if Aunt Zhang doesn't mean it that way? After hesitating for a while, Ruan Muqing finally picked up her phone and made a video call to her strategist. The background music played for a long time, and just when she thought the person on the other end wouldn't answer, the call finally went through. A blushing little face appeared on the phone screen. Hello? My adorable baby moi. Give me a kiss. Shuei, you went to the bar again? Ruan Muqing frowned unconsciously as she looked at Shuei's drunken state. Lan Shuei chuckled foolishly. Yeah, you don't have time to spend with me, so I can only come to the bar and play with a cute little puppy brother. I'll be back tomorrow. How about we go shopping together when I get back? Don't drink so much. It's bad for your health. Ruan Muqing gently reminded her. Lan Shui blinked her bright eyes and nodded obediently. Okay, little housekeeper, you still haven't told me why you called me. It's nothing. We can talk about it when I get back tomorrow, Ruan Muqing said, looking at Lan Shui's drunken state. She didn't think Lan Shui had any brains to give her advice right now. She was unwilling to say, and Lan Shui didn't press her. Okay, what time is your train tomorrow? I'll pick you up. Can you even get up? Ruan Muqing was very skeptical. Generally, whenever Lan Shui goes out to bars, she doesn't get home until at least the early hours of the morning. After getting home, she tidies up, takes a shower, and by the time she finally falls asleep, it's almost dawn. So it's perfectly normal for her to sleep until the afternoon. Lan Shui snorted twice, unconvinced. I might not be able to get up to pick up other people, but I have to be able to pick up my precious Ruan. However, Ruan Muqing still declined her offer. No need to trouble yourself. You can sleep in, Song Chen and I will come back together. What? With Song Chen? Lan Shui sobered up halfway upon hearing this sensitive name. Overjoyed, her face flushed, and her eyes gleamed with undisguised gossip. Then I'll definitely come and pick you up. I have to see what the man who makes your heart flutter looks like. As her best friend, I can help you make an informed decision. Okay then, be at the high-speed rail station by 3 p.m. sharp and don't be late. Ruan Muqing thought for a moment and agreed. Yes, your highness. Lan Shui blew her a kiss with her bright red lips. Chapter 126. You're in trouble. You've fallen in love. Worried that she really wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow, Lan Shui prepared to go home after hanging up the video call. Before leaving, I made a point of going back to the booth to say goodbye to my friends. I'm heading back now. Let's meet up again next time. Go back where? Her friend asked, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Going home. I need to go to bed early tonight, Lan Shui said matter-of-factly, downing the remaining half glass of wine in one gulp. My friend stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I haven't even had a chance to sit down, and you're already telling me I have to go back? The cup made a crisp, clinking sound against the table. Lan Shui smiled helplessly and said, I can't help it. I have to get up early tomorrow. I'll drink with you to my heart's content next time. It's not about whether to drink or not. Didn't you ask me to invite a few young heartthrobs out to play? Now you're leaving before they even arrive. How presumptuous of you. My friend frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Lan Shui awkwardly touched her nose and muttered, That's why I need to hurry up and leave before we get there. I'm afraid I won't leave once we arrive. She wasn't talking loudly to herself, and her friend didn't quite catch what she was saying. After complaining a couple more times, the friend waved her hand dismissively and said, Let's go. Let's go. The ones coming later are all from the sports academy. You'll regret it. How much longer until we get there? Maybe I can play a little longer. Roll. Okay, let's meet up again next time, Lan Shui said with a smile as she picked up her bag from the sofa and left. At the entrance to the high-speed rail station, after exiting the security checkpoint, Ruan Muqing and Song Chen began searching for Lan Shui. After looking around and seeing people, she simply took out her phone and made a call. Where are you? I'll be there soon. Just 3 minutes. Really? Only 2 more intersections away. Ruan Muqing gave a soft, coquettish You still haven't gotten up, have you? I told you not to come pick me up, but you insisted on making things difficult for yourself. How could that be? There was just too much traffic on the road. Otherwise, I would have arrived long ago. Lan Shui continued to stubbornly deny it. Actually, she didn't want to get up so late. She got home before 10 o'clock yesterday, but after removing her makeup, taking a shower, washing her hair, the whole process took until after midnight. Since it was unusual for her to go to bed so early, she tossed and turned in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. So she played on her phone for a while, and before she knew it, she had stayed up until 3 a.m. However, She definitely couldn't tell Ruan Mooching the truth. Otherwise, she would definitely get a lecture again. Ruan Mooching hung up the phone and looked at Song Chen apologetically. I'm sorry, my friend may take a few more minutes to arrive. It's okay, actually. I could just take a taxi myself, Song Chen said nonchalantly. Taking a taxi back would obviously be more convenient for him, and having Ruan Mooching's friend make a special trip would leave him indebted to that person. No way. Ruan Mooching realized her tone was a bit off and quickly tried to cover it up, saying, I've already talked to my friend. If you leave now, she'll think you're angry. Can you wait with me for a few more minutes? Ruan Mooching asked Song Chen, biting her lip and looking at him expectantly. She was too embarrassed to say directly that her friend wanted to see Song Chen, so she could only use a roundabout way to keep Song Chen there. Faced with her almost pleading tone, Song Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Fortunately, Lan Shui didn't mess things up too much. She said she'd be there in 3 minutes, and she was there in 3 minutes, so Ruan Mooching wasn't embarrassed for too long. The roar of a car engine grew louder as it approached, and a striking red sports car slowly pulled up in front of the two men. Immediately afterwards, the driver's side door was opened from the inside, and a long, slender, white leg stepped out of the car. The woman's dress blended perfectly with the red sports car. The design and cut of the dress were just right, conforming to the curves of her figure and showcasing the charm of her body to the fullest. The surrounding people's attention was drawn to it, and even Song Chen couldn't help but take a second look. The next second, the woman in the red dress rushed straight towards Song Chen, and Ruan Mooching next to her pounced on her. Ruan baby, do you miss me? Of course I wanna. Shui, let go of me first. Let me introduce you, Ruan Mooching said with a smile, hugging her best friend back, but quickly pushing her away again. Lan Shui had already noticed the man standing next to her best friend before she even got out of the car. He was indeed quite good-looking, and at least he and her best friend could be described as a handsome couple. We don't know what's going on inside yet. We need to observe further. Before Ruan Mooching could introduce her, Lan Shui took the initiative to extend her hand to Song Chen. Hello, my name is Lan Shui, and I'm Ruan's best friend. Hello, my name is Song Chen. I'm a junior from the same university as Senior Ruan. Song Chen introduced himself while giving her a light handshake in return. Lan Shui noticed that he only touched her fingertips slightly before letting go, and silently added a little more points to his impression in her mind. Hey, Junior, do you mind if I call you that? Song Chen shook his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Is Miss Lan also from the same university as us? No, Shui went to university abroad. Ruan Mooching answered quickly, turning her head to glare at her best friend. Lan Shui stuck out her tongue. How rare. This was the first time she'd seen Ruan prioritize her boyfriend over her friends. Why did she feel so jealous? I see. Miss Lan, you can just call me Song Chen, Song Chen said politely, but with a clear sense of rejection. Actually, it didn't matter whether he called her Junior or not, but Song Chen didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that Lan Shui's Junior had an ambiguous teasing tone, and it didn't sound very serious. Seeing that she had failed to amuse Song Chen, Lan Shui pouted rather boredly. Fine, since that's the case, you don't need to call me Miss Lan anymore. Just call me by my name or Sister Lan. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be older than you. Alright, let's get in the car first, so we don't block the other people's way, Ruan Mooching said softly, noticing the frequent glances from those around them. Okay, let's talk in the car. Lan Shui nodded, opened the car door, and got in. Song Chen naturally assumed that Ruan Mooching would sit in the passenger seat, since her best friend was driving. But to his surprise, Ruan Mooching opened the other back door and got in. He was taken aback and raised an eyebrow, asking, Isn't the senior sitting in the passenger seat? Ruan Mooching didn't expect him to ask this question suddenly. She just subconsciously wanted to be closer to Song Chen. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to answer. Lan Shui gave a smile that could only be understood, but not explained. TSK, her adorable softie is about to fall in love. Chapter 127, he seemed to smell a tea aroma. Lan Shui couldn't bear to embarrass her best friend, so she took the initiative to defuse the situation. Ruan is sitting in the back to keep you company. Isn't that touching? She stated the truth in a joking tone, which made people think it wasn't true. Song Chen had only asked casually, but his attention was quickly diverted. Whether it was a problem with the car or the driver's skill, Song Chen soon felt a little dizzy. He rolled the car window down a little and took a deep breath of fresh air. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ruan Muqing asked with concern. Yes, a little, Song Chen did not deny it. Ruan Muqing moved closer to him and whispered in his ear, people who ride in Shui's car for the first time are usually a little uncomfortable. Junior, just bear with it. Did she just get her driver's license? Song Chen asked curiously. Ruan Muqing shook her head, suppressing a laugh. No, she's already gotten her second driver's license. After graduating from high school, Lan Shui took the driving test and invited her to take the test together, but she refused because she was afraid to drive. However, after Lan Shui got her driver's license, she went abroad to study, and Ruan Muqing never had the chance to ride in her car. The first time she rode in her car, she almost got carsick and vomited. For a long time, she didn't dare to get in her car again. However, Lan Shui was very confident in her driving skills and didn't think that Ruan Muqing's carsickness was a problem with her driving skills. Every time they went out, she would take the initiative to pick her up from home. Over time, Ruan Muqing gradually got used to it. Are you crickets chirping at me? Lan Shui asked the two men with a questioning look while waiting for the traffic light to change. Caught red-handed, Ruan Muqing quickly put on a fawning smile. No, I was just talking to my junior about taking the driving test. What do you mean by taking a driving test? I'm preparing to take my driver's license test. And I'd like to ask you some questions, right? Ruan Muqing winked at Song Chen. Song Chen immediately nodded in agreement. Senior is right. Lan Shui looked incredulous. Ruan, you can't even come up with a better excuse. I know you too well. If you dare to take a driving test, I'll immediately send you a new sports car. Really? Then it's settled. Shui, get ready for your wallet to bleed. Ruan Muqing happily covered her mouth, revealing a smug little expression. Lan Shui, who initially thought she was just fooling herself, suddenly realized something was wrong. Ruan, you're not really planning to take the driving test, are you? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Ruan Muqing said with a light smile. Lan Shui didn't understand. She really didn't understand. Why would someone who has never considered getting a driver's license suddenly change their mind? She voiced her doubts. Why? I've asked you so many times before, but you never agreed. Well, I just felt like trying something new. Anyway, there's no harm in getting a driver's license, right? And I'll get a new car too, Ruan Muqing said, downplaying the issue and playfully stuck her tongue out at Lan Shui. I see, Lan Shui said thoughtfully, glancing at Song Chen. Just then, the traffic light at the intersection turned green, so she didn't ask any further questions. Even if Ruan Muqing didn't tell the truth, she guessed that this matter was probably related to Song Chen. An hour later, the car arrived at the residential area where Song Chen lived. Before Song Chen got out of the car, he politely nodded to Lan Shui and said, Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal next time. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today, Lan Shui said with a smile. Song Chen hesitated. It wasn't that he was stingy and unwilling to treat others, but it didn't seem like this was a suitable time to go out for a meal. Lan Shui seemed to read his mind. Well, it's still early, so why don't you invite me and Ruan to your house for a cup of tea first, and then we can go out for dinner when it's time to eat? Upon hearing this, Ruan Muqing was stunned. She knew her best friend had a strong mentality, but she didn't know she was so shameless. No, how could she say her best friend was shameless? If Shui found out, she'd be dead meat. Song Chen lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then chuckled and said, I have no problem with that. It just depends on whether you two would be willing to grace my humble abode with your presence. Which building do you live in? Let me drive the car in first, Lan Shui said, restarting the car and heading towards the gate of the residential complex. Ruan Muqing hesitated for a moment and glanced at Song Chen. Junior, if it's inconvenient for you, Shui and I can go home first, and we can have dinner together next time when we have time. Lan Shui was indeed a bit presumptuous just now. She was worried that Song Chen only agreed because he was embarrassed to refuse, and she didn't want to put Song Chen in a difficult position. Seeing her cautious manner, Song Chen smiled and shook his head. There's nothing inconvenient about it, Senior. Don't overthink it. If he didn't realize something was wrong at first, he completely realized it when Lan Shui suggested going to her house for tea. No wonder Lan Shui's gaze on him was scrutinizing from the moment they met. Since the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, Song Chen didn't take it to heart. But now that I've connected the dots, everything makes sense. A strange feeling stirred within Song Chen. He had been single for some time and had long since moved on from his previous relationship. The reason we didn't talk about it before was simply because we hadn't met the right person. Now that he's met a girl he likes, and she happens to like him too, he naturally won't push her away. Ruan Mooching was unaware that her little scheme had been completely exposed in a short period of time, and that it was only because of her best friend's actions that she was exposed. Seeing that Song Chen really didn't mind, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After parking the car, Song Chen went to press the elevator button first. While waiting for the elevator, Lan Shui said, half-jokingly, "Does Junior Song live alone? Or do you live with a girlfriend? If we go to your place for tea, will your girlfriend be angry?" Song Chen, you seem to smell a tea aroma. If you were worried about upsetting his girlfriend, you shouldn't have suggested going to his house for tea in the first place. Is it too late to start worrying now? Oh wait, how'd he get led into the ditch? Song Chen rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "I don't have a girlfriend. I live alone." Woohoo, what a coincidence. Our Ruan doesn't have a boyfriend either, right Ruan? Lan Shui put one hand on Ruan Mooching's shoulder and winked at her. Ruan Mooching couldn't compare to her thick skin, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. "Shui, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not making this up. You don't have a boyfriend, so what's there to be embarrassed about?" Lan Shui pinched her cheek hard, expressing her disappointment at her pathetic behavior. Chapter 128 Senior Sister is too cute. I couldn't help but say, "Come in. No need to change your shoes." Song Chen opened the door and gestured for the two ladies to come in. Lan Shui walked in leisurely with her hands behind her back, a stark contrast to the somewhat reserved Ruan Mooching. She quickly glanced around the room. It was clean and tidy, with no trace of a woman's presence. Song Chen changed into a pair of comfortable slippers and asked, "There's mineral water, cola, and milk in the fridge. What would you like to drink?" "Mineral water is fine. I'm the same as Ruan." Song Chen nodded. "Okay, I'll go get it for you." He took 2 bottles of chilled mineral water from the refrigerator and handed them to Ruan Mooching and Lan Shui respectively. "Would you like to watch some TV?" Song Chen didn't have much experience in entertaining female friends, so he could only try to ease the atmosphere by doing something else. Lan Shui leaned back on the sofa, glanced at the 115-inch TV on the opposite wall, and nodded, "Sure, I'll pick a movie." As she spoke, she picked up her phone and started searching for the latest movies, planning to cast them directly to the screen later. Song Chen hadn't been home for several days, and there wasn't even any fruit at home, so he decided to go downstairs and buy some fruit and snacks first, since he couldn't just let his guests drink water all the time. "Hey, Junior Song, where are you going?" Lan Shui asked casually as she saw him getting ready to leave. "I'm going downstairs to buy something. It's right at the entrance of the complex. I'll be back soon. You guys sit down and watch a movie for a while," Song Chen explained. Lan Shui chuckled and nudged Ruan Mooching beside her. "Going down to buy things? Then let Ruan go with you. She knows what I like to eat." Song Chen initially wanted to refuse, but her last sentence made a lot of sense. After all, it was something she bought to entertain the two of them, so it had to suit their tastes. "Does Senior want to come with me?" Song Chen asked Ruan Mooching. Ruan Mooching pursed her lips and nodded gently. "Okay." The two went out together, leaving Lan Shui alone in the house. Fortunately, she was an unconventional person by nature and didn't feel uncomfortable being alone in someone else's house. Instead, she relaxed, took off her high heels, lay on the sofa, and started watching the movie she had chosen by casting it to the TV. On the other side, the two took the elevator downstairs together. On the way to the fruit shop, Song Chen asked Ruan Mooching, "Is there any snack or fruit you like to eat? Do you want some milk tea?" "Shui likes strawberries, so we could buy her some," Ruan Mooching said gently, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. "And what about you? What kind of fruit do you like to eat?" Song Chen asked with a smile, his eyes fixed intently on her. The moment Ruan Mooching looked up, her eyes met his. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably, and she stammered nervously, I prefer grapes." She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt that Song Chen's gaze towards her was a little strange. Could it be that he knows I like him? "Okay, let's buy some more grapes then." Song Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Before Ruan Mooching could figure it out, the two had already arrived at the fruit shop. Song Chen first went to the shelf displaying grapes and picked out 2 bunches of grapes, then picked out a basket of strawberries, a cantaloupe, and a watermelon. There was a convenience store next to the fruit shop. After buying the fruit, he took Ruan Mooching to the convenience store and asked her to pick out some snacks she liked. When Song Chen saw her picking up sunflower seeds, potato chips, and jelly, she didn't think anything of it. But when she saw her pick out several bags of spicy strips, she couldn't help but look at her with a surprised expression. Senior, you eat spicy strips too? Is it strange to eat spicy strips? Ruan Mooching asked, tilting her head in confusion. Song Chen smiled and shook his head. It's not surprising, I just didn't expect it. I thought my senior wouldn't eat these junk foods. Ruan Mooching gives people the impression of a cold goddess or a rich young lady, so it's a bit incongruous when she's associated with spicy strips. Ruan Mooching pouted mischievously. My mom didn't really let me eat these things before, but I tried them at classmates' place by chance and found they tasted pretty good, so I buy some occasionally. She probably hadn't eaten it when she was little, so when she first tasted spicy strips, she was immediately attracted to them. Now that she's grown up and no longer needs her mother's supervision, she's become a bit more independent. At this moment, Ruan Mooching had a kind of unexpected cuteness. Song Chen suddenly felt a little itchy and couldn't help but poke her fair and tender cheek with his index finger. It was soft, like a piece of cotton candy. Because of his sudden action, Ruan Mooching's eyes widened. Junior, what are you doing? Sorry. Senior is too cute. I couldn't resist. Song Chen apologized, but his face was full of smiles, showing no remorse whatsoever. Ruan Mooching glared at him angrily. Humph. I won't accept your apology. Song Chen suppressed a laugh and made a pleading expression. I know I was wrong, Senior. What can I do to make you forgive me? Unless you let me poke you back, I'll forgive you, Ruan Mooching said with a mischievous grin, her eyes darting around. She deliberately wanted to make things difficult for Song Chen, thinking he wouldn't agree to her request, but to her surprise, Song Chen offered his face the next second. Here, Senior. Come on over. Ruan Mooching was startled by his sudden closeness and stammered. Oh, that's not what I meant. I was just joking. Let's hurry back. Shui must be getting impatient. Seeing the person fleeing in disarray, Song Chen let out a hearty laugh, and Ruan Mooching quickened her pace upon hearing it. When Ruan Mooching arrived home, the heat on her face hadn't dissipated yet. Lan Shui saw her shy expression and teasingly winked at her. How was it? Did you kiss me just now? Lan Shui asked, taking Song Chen's hand while she went to the kitchen to wash fruit. Such a bold statement earned him a playful glare from Ruan Mooching. No, don't talk nonsense. Huh, you didn't kiss me? Why is your face so red? Lan Shui was both disappointed and puzzled. Ruan Mooching blushed and recounted what had just happened, while Lan Shui gave her a strange look. This is such childish behavior. She's never seen such an innocent person in ages. But if this person is her best friend, it doesn't seem so strange. Song Chen interrupted their conversation by bringing over washed grapes and strawberries. Let's eat some fruit first. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Junior Song, Lan Shui said with a smile, picking up a strawberry and popping it into her mouth. Chapter 129, Like a Bewitched Believer, Senior. What do you want to eat later? I'll call ahead and reserve a table, Song Chen asked. Lan Shui's big eyes darted around, and she gave a playful smile. Junior Song, can you cook? How about we eat at your place? She kept in mind her task for the day, to assess Song Chen. While cooking isn't an essential skill, guys who can cook definitely have an edge. Eat at home? But I don't usually cook, Song Chen frowned slightly, as if she had encountered a problem. Lan Shui waved her hand dismissively and said with a smile, It's okay. Our Ruan is a very good cook. You can ask her to give you some pointers. Song Chen gave her a probing look and vaguely guessed her purpose from her sly smile. Without much hesitation, he agreed. Okay, I'll buy some groceries on the grocery shopping app. What would you like to eat? I'm not a picky eater. Ruan likes to eat ribs and cola chicken wings, Lan Shui said before Ruan Mooching could speak. She had no intention of staying for dinner, so why bother cooking her favorite dishes when she wouldn't get to eat them anyway? Song Chen and Ruan Mooching were unaware of her thoughts, so when Lan Shui suddenly came in and said she had an urgent matter to attend to and needed to leave while they were cooking in the kitchen, they were both stunned. The food will be ready soon, Sister Lan. Why don't you eat before you leave? Song Chen politely asked, trying to persuade her to stay. Lan Shui sighed, feigning regret. I also want to stay, but things over there are really urgent. Let's eat here another time. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you need me to go with you? Ruan Mooching asked with concern. Lan Shui quickly shook her head. No need. It's just some personal business to handle. It's not appropriate for you to go. Just kidding. She deliberately created an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. How could she possibly take Ruan Mooching away? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? After careful consideration, Lan Shui was quite satisfied with Song Chen in all aspects and felt he was qualified to be Ruan's boyfriend. Given Ruan's personality, if she didn't lend them a hand, who knows how long they would have dragged their feet. Okay, then be careful on the road, Mooching said with a word of advice. Lan Shui looked at Song Chen and said meaningfully, remember to send Ruan back intact after you finish eating. Although she hoped the two of them would confirm their relationship soon, she never imagined that the little white rabbit would be eaten by the big bad wolf today. After seeing Lan Shui off, Song Chen and Mooching went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Originally, a meal was prepared for 3 people, but Lan Shui suddenly left and the two of them couldn't finish it all, so Mooching suggested that one less dish be prepared. Okay, then we can eat when the cola chicken wings are cooked. Senior, you can go and rest on the sofa for a bit. I'll watch over things here, Song Chen said. Mooching didn't try to be brave and wiped her hands clean with a tissue. Call me anytime if you need help. She picked up her phone from the coffee table and saw a new message. Lan Shui, I've given you a chance. Seize it and try to hear good news from me tomorrow. Heart emoji. Mooching's pupils suddenly contracted. So Lan Shui didn't leave because she had something to do, but rather wanted to create an opportunity for her and Song Chen to be alone. She bit her lip and started typing on her phone. Mooching, what should I do? I don't know. Shui, please teach me. I received a reply within seconds of sending the message. Lan Shui, I've observed that Song Chen definitely has feelings for you too. You can choose to be direct. He probably won't reject you. If you're shy, you can give him a little hint and let him take the initiative. Lan Shui, if you like it, just go for it. Ruan, don't hesitate. If you keep dragging your feet and someone else beats you to it, you'll be crying in my arms. Mooching stared thoughtfully at her phone screen. The last dish was quickly prepared, and Song Chen set out the bowls and chopsticks, saying, Senior, dinner's ready. Okay, coming. Song Chen asked with a smile, would you like an iced drink? There's cola in the fridge. Do you have beer? Song Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, Senior. Do you want a drink? He thought that a well-behaved girl like Mooching wouldn't drink alcohol. However, beer doesn't seem to have much effect. Drinking 1 or 2 bottles won't make you drunk at all. Just treat it like a beverage. Drinking some ice-cold beer in this kind of weather is quite refreshing. Song Chen took 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator, opened one of them, and handed it to Mooching. Thank you. Mooching smiled faintly, picked up her beer, and took a sip. The two ate and chatted, occasionally taking a sip or 2 of beer. Soon, Song Chen noticed that something was wrong with Mooching. He looked at Mooching's flushed face and asked with concern, Senior, are you all right? If you can't drink it, then don't. Just now, Mooching took the initiative to ask for beer. He thought Mooching had a good alcohol tolerance, but she couldn't even finish a can of beer before she looked like she was about to collapse. Mooching also felt the heat on her cheeks. She knew how red her face was without even looking in the mirror. She was actually conscious, but she didn't show it. Instead, she deliberately looked at Song Chen with glazed eyes, pretending to be drunk. Senior, are you all right? Song Chen waved his hand in front of her eyes. Mooching nodded obediently. Yes, I'm fine. She deliberately dragged out the last word, giving it an indescribable allure. Song Chen can confirm that the person is probably drunk, but drunk people will not admit that they are drunk. Just then, Mooching picked up her beer and took a sip, so fast that Song Chen couldn't stop her in time. He frowned and walked over to Mooching, taking the beer can from her hand. Senior, stop drinking, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly sober, Mooching said with a smile, her eyes half closed. Yes, she is indeed very clear-headed and is not lying. Song Chen wouldn't believe a drunkard's words, and he held down her hand as she tried to grab the beer can. Be good. Senior, you can't drink anymore. Song Chen, you bastard. Give me back my wine. Mooching stood up angrily, but lost her balance and fell into Song Chen's arms with a short gasp. Song Chen quickly hugged the person and looked down at the person in his arms, asking, Senior, are you all right? It's nothing. Mooching looked up at him, her eyes reddening. Under the influence of the alcohol, her usually aloof face was tinged with a seductive charm, and her luscious red lips seemed to invite one to taste them. Like a bewitched believer, Song Chen moved closer little by little. The faint fragrance mixed with the smell of alcohol made him lose his ability to think. Chapter 130, Establishing the Relationship. 300 words omitted here. Please fill in the blanks yourself. Fire burning in his eyes. Ruan Muqing kept her eyes closed the whole time, leaning limply against Song Chen's chest. She felt a slight stinging sensation on her lips and frowned uncomfortably, saying, "It hurts." "I'm sorry." Song Chen's voice was low and hoarse, apologizing both for hurting her and for his reckless behavior. Ruan Muqing gently shook her head and reached out to wrap her arms around Song Chen's slender waist. "You don't need to apologize to me. Senior, will you be my girlfriend?" Song Chen said solemnly, holding her slender, fair fingers. A sweet joy welled up in Ruan Muqing's heart, and she nodded shyly. Everything went even more smoothly than she had expected. She had originally planned to speak up herself if Song Chen didn't take the initiative. As a girl who grew up surrounded by love, she's not lacking in the ability to take the initiative to love someone, but it would be even better if the other person were willing to take the initiative, which means that Song Chen likes her more than she thinks. Although Song Chen had long anticipated that Ruan Muqing would not refuse her, her heart still pounded when she actually agreed, and her eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. "Ruan, can I call you that from now on?" Song Chen asked, looking into her bright eyes. When he first heard Lan Shui call Ruan Muqing that nickname at the entrance of the high-speed rail station, he felt that the nickname suited her very well. However, since their relationship wasn't close enough before, he didn't want to offend her. Now that she was his girlfriend, he could call her whatever was most intimate he wanted. "Of course you can. How about I call you Achen from now on?" Ruan Muqing tilted her head back, her lips curving upwards into a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled like bright stars, captivating all who looked into them. Song Chen smiled and ruffled her hair. "Okay, Ruan can shout whatever she wants." Ruan Muqing felt a little shy under his doting gaze and silently buried her head in his chest. The two had just started dating and were very affectionate, neither of them wanting to separate at this time. However, since it was only the first day of their relationship, Ruan Muqing felt embarrassed to stay overnight at Song Chen's place. "Chen, I'm going back," Ruan Muqing said in a low voice. Song Chen glanced at her phone and realized it was already 8:30. "Then I'll take you home." "No need. You've been drinking and can't drive." "I'll take a taxi home myself," Ruan Muqing gently refused. Song Chen naturally wouldn't listen to her. Letting his girlfriend go home alone so late would make him seem like a useless boyfriend. Seeing that he insisted on giving her a ride, Ruan Muqing hesitated for a moment before agreeing. How could she really not want him to take her? She just didn't want to trouble Song Chen to make the trip back and forth. If Song Chen could take her home, they could spend more time together in the car, and she cherishes every minute they spend together. "Let's go then. I'll call a car first." Song Chen had driven Ruan Muqing once before, so he naturally knew her home address. The two walked downstairs hand in hand, just as the taxi Song Chen had hailed on his phone arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Happy times passed by exceptionally quickly. What should have been a nearly 1-hour drive felt like it had gone by in an instant for Ruan Muqing. She held Song Chen's hand reluctantly, saying, "I have to go to work tomorrow. I'm so reluctant to leave you." "Then I'll come to the law firm to have lunch with you." Song Chen lowered his eyes and gently stroked her fair fingers. "Okay, it's settled then. You can't break your promise," Ruan Muqing said with a smile on her face again. Song Chen pinched the soft flesh on her face. "Don't worry. It definitely won't happen." "Then, shall I go back?" Ruan Muqing asked tentatively, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Song Chen understood what she meant, leaned over, and kissed her on the corner of her mouth. A farewell kiss. This scene was witnessed by a figure not far away. The figure rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he had drunk too much and was hallucinating. "Then you should go back quickly. The driver has been waiting for a long time at someone else's house." Ruan Muqing nudged Song Chen, signaling him to get in the car quickly. Song Chen was too lazy to hail another taxi, so he had already told the driver when he arrived that he would take it back later and that he would transfer the fare directly to him. The driver naturally had no objection. It was better not to go through the platform, as he could earn a little more. Watching Song Chen leave, Ruan Muqing hummed a little tune in a very good mood. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, which startled her so much that she punched it back. Ruan Tianyi clutched his chin, which had been hit, in pain, letting out a muffled groan. Ruan Muqing ran a few steps away and looked back, only to find that the person who ambushed her was actually her younger brother, Ruan Tianyi. She rushed back and asked with concern, "Xiao Yi, are you all right?" "Sister, are you trying to murder your own brother?" Ruan Tianyi asked, his face contorted with grief, his eyes watery like those of an abandoned puppy. looking at Ruan Muqing with accusatory eyes. I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was a bad guy, Ruan Muqing said to her younger brother in a low voice, feeling extremely guilty. Ruan Tianyi snorted, Never mind, it's my fault. I shouldn't have put my arm around your shoulder all of a sudden. He was provoked by what he had just witnessed and wanted to ask his sister for clarification, but he didn't expect to almost scare her. Luckily, his sister wasn't too strong, otherwise he would have had his teeth knocked out. Ruan Muqing smiled slightly and said, I knew, Xiao, you was the best. Let's go home together. Wait, sis, who were you with just now? Ruan Tianyi grabbed her arm, his tone accusatory. Ruan Muqing looked flustered for a moment and stammered, No, you're lying. I saw it all. That guy even kissed you. Confess now, or I'll tell Mom and Dad, Ruan Tianyi said, half threatening and half coercing. Ruan Muqing was surprised that he had seen Song Chen kissing her. Knowing that there was no point in denying it now, she simply admitted, Yes, that was my boyfriend. Xiao, please keep this a secret for your sister, okay? We just started dating today, and I don't want to tell Mom and Dad yet. Ruan Muqing blinked and looked at her younger brother with pleading eyes. She could imagine that if her parents found out she had a boyfriend, they would ask her all sorts of questions like they were checking her household registration, and might even ask her to bring Song Chen home for them to see. But she and Song Chen had only been dating for less than a day, and their relationship was still unstable. She didn't want her parents to get involved. Chapter 131 Relationship exposed. Faced with his sister's request, Ruan Tianyi naturally reacted differently. How dare some wild boar from outside try to steal his family's cabbage? He had to get his parents to keep a close eye on things. What if he turned out to be some kind of scumbag or a phoenix man who was after his sister's money and beauty? Xiao, I'm begging you. I don't need you to keep this a secret for too long. Just 2 months will do, Ruan Muqing said, gently shaking her younger brother's hand and pleading sweetly. Ruan Tianyi could never resist his older sister's coquettishness since he was a child. No, it should be said that his whole family could never resist his older sister's coquettishness. His sister is the princess of the family. There's nothing she can't do if she wants to. Seeing that he didn't speak, Ruan Muqing bit her lip and added, A month should be enough, right? You have to let me and him get along first. If we don't get along, we might break up in less than a month, and then there's even less need to tell Mom and Dad. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tianyi immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. People these days have such fast-paced relationships, they might break up in a few days. Why should he be the bad guy and upset his sister? But if I help you keep it a secret from Mom and Dad and my older brother, wouldn't I be in big trouble if they found out? Ruan Tianyi felt lingering fear at the thought of his parents' and brother's angry faces. A sly glint flashed in Ruan Muqing's eyes. No, what? You didn't see anything today, did you? Yes, I didn't see anything. Ruan Tianyi gave his sister a thumbs up in admiration. It had to be his sister. She could lie without batting an eye. The siblings returned home together. When their mother saw her daughter and younger son coming back together, she was a little surprised. Oh, why are you two siblings coming back together today? We just happened to run into each other at the door, Ruan Muqing said casually. Ruan's mother hadn't paid much attention to it first, and after hearing her daughter say that, she didn't ask any further questions. You've all probably eaten out, right? Are you hungry? Do you want me to ask Aunt Wang to get you something to eat? Ruan Muqing gently shook her head. No need. I've already eaten outside. Mom, I'm going back to my room to take a shower first. Okay, go ahead and get some rest, Ruan's mother said gently to her daughter. I've already eaten, Mom. I'm going back to my room now, Ruan Tianyi replied with a grin and started to walk upstairs. You little brat, stop right there. A sharp rebuke instantly froze Ruan Tianyi in place. He hunched his shoulders and turned back, revealing a fawning expression. Dear mother, is there anything else you need? Did you go out and fool around again today? Do you even remember who you are? You're a student, and instead of studying properly, you're out drinking and partying every day. Do you want to die? I'll grant your wish right now. Ruan's mother grabbed her youngest son's ear with a fierce expression, looking as if she was about to twist it off. Ouch, Mom, let go. It hurts so much. Ruan Tianyi grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. Ruan's mother subconsciously reduced the force of her hand, but her words were still harsh. I want you to know the pain. Do you think you're being reasonable? Final exams are coming up soon. If you dare to fail me again, I'll teach you a lesson. She had no idea what sin she had committed to give birth to such a troublesome child, or who he resembled, since her eldest son and daughter were both quite well behaved. If it weren't for the fact that this face did resemble her by 4 or 5 points, she would really suspect that the baby had been switched at birth in the hospital. Okay, Mom, please let go. I will study hard and promise I won't fail this time, Ruan Tianyi said, clasping his hands together and begging for mercy without any backbone. Before Ruan Muqing could even enter her room, she heard the commotion downstairs. Knowing that her younger brother had been scolded by their mother again, she chuckled and shook her head, showing no intention of pleading for her brother. Actually, she didn't think there was anything wrong with her younger brother. Although he had never liked studying and only liked eating, drinking, and having fun since he was a child, he was still quite sensible and would never do anything he shouldn't have. They're rich, and their older brother inherited the company, so if the younger brother likes to have fun, let him have fun. If the younger brother is ambitious and wants to compete with the older brother for the position of company heir, then Mom and Dad should really have something to worry about. After taking a shower, Ruan Muqing lay on the bed and sent a message to Lan Shuai. Ruan Muqing, Shuai, good news. Lan Shuai, tell me quickly. Ruan Muqing, Song Chen and I are together, blushing.jpg. Lan Shuai, wow, congratulations on finding a boyfriend, sister. I knew there was no man you couldn't handle. How about we go out for drinks tomorrow night? Ruan Muqing, okay, let me ask Song Chen if he has time. How about he treats you to dinner? Lan Shuai readily agreed. Although she wasn't exactly their matchmaker, she had at least given them a hand, so it was only natural to treat her to a meal. Sending messages was too troublesome, so after only a few words, Lan Shuai made a video call and gossiped about the details of tonight. Ruan Muqing was in her first relationship and wanted her best friend to give her advice, so she told her everything that happened after she left. TSK, Song Chen is quite the player, isn't he? They kissed before even confirming their relationship. Lan Shuai pouted, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Ruan Muqing's face was flushed. I can't blame him. I pretended to be drunk first. He probably just couldn't help himself. Her original intention was to pretend to be drunk and confess her feelings to Song Chen. That way, it would be best if Song Chen accepted her, and if he rejected her, she wouldn't be too embarrassed. After all, she was drunk, so it was normal that she couldn't understand what he was saying. But unexpectedly, the two kissed, and then Song Chen asked her if she wanted to be his girlfriend, making her pretending to be drunk seem a bit unnecessary. Especially after they kissed. She forgot to keep up the act and didn't know if Song Chen had noticed. After hearing her words, Lan Shuai was momentarily at a loss for who to criticize. Forget it. They're both equally bad, so she won't worry about it. However, judging from her experience, Song Chen probably has dating experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so at ease. You know, her daughter Ruan has been single for 27 years, so it feels like she's at a disadvantage. The thought flashed through her mind, but Lan Shuai didn't pay much attention to it. She didn't have any particular attachment to this kind of thing. As long as the person didn't cheat or mess around during the relationship, that was fine. As for what happened in the past, that was their past and couldn't be changed. Oh dear, I'm gonna dry my hair now. I'll talk to you later. See you tomorrow, Ruan Muqing said, sitting up in bed with a jolt. Lan Shuai glanced at the call duration and waved her hand. Go on. See you tomorrow. Chapter 132, Urging Marriage. In the following days, Song Chen would go to see Ruan Muqing whenever he had free time. He and Ruan Muqing shared similar thoughts. They didn't plan to tell their families about having a girlfriend for the time being, but they had informed several friends, especially Wen Guangping, who could be considered their matchmaker in a strict sense. When Wen Guangping heard that he had actually won over the heart of his former high school sweetheart, he was so envious that his eyes almost turned red. You little rascal, you're eating way too well, came the sarcastic remark, one word at a time, from the phone receiver. Song Chen's lips curled up into a smug smile. It's all thanks to you introducing me to this senior. Tomorrow's the weekend. How about we have dinner together? Absolutely. I want to eat well, whatever's expensive, Wen Guangping said, making an exorbitant demand. This guy finally won over his college crush, so he has to spend a fortune on her. Otherwise, he won't feel right about it. No problem. Let's invite Huazi too. He probably doesn't know Muqing yet, so this is a good opportunity for everyone to get to know each other, Song Chen said with a smile. Wen Guangping seemed to realize something, and a hint of resentment appeared on his face. You two are doing so well, both in pairs, while I, this poor single dog, am still struggling here. Speaking of this, Song Chen asked curiously, didn't you say last time that your family introduced you to a blind date, but it didn't work out? Don't even mention it. They demand a car, a house, and a dowry of 288,000 yuan. If my family had those conditions, would I still be single? When Guangping said, his voice filled with undisguised bitterness. Song Chen empathized, as he had encountered the same problem back then. We are all ordinary people, and it's really impossible for us to come up with hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan. Even families that can afford it have practically emptied their savings. If he hadn't been lucky enough to get a golden finger, he would still be earning that pathetic salary, and by the time he turns 30, he still wouldn't be able to afford a down payment and a bride price. Call me anytime if you need anything. Don't be shy with your brother, Song Chen said earnestly. When Guangping laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony with you." After hanging up the phone, Song Chen made a video call to Ruan Muqing. On the other side, Ruan Muqing had just finished showering and came out of the bathroom when she received a video call from Song Chen. She was wearing a white bathrobe, her hair was wrapped in a shower cap, and her face was flushed from steam. Even without makeup, she was beautiful, a beauty completely different from her usual self. Song Chen's gaze was fixed on her face. "Just finished showering?" I got your call as soon as I came out," Ruan Muqing said, sitting on the edge of the bed and swinging her long, straight legs. Song Chen got down to business. "You remember my college roommate Wen Guangping, right? He knows we're together. I'm planning to treat them to dinner tomorrow. Wan, do you have time?" "Yes, I don't have to work tomorrow. It's the weekend. I have the whole day to myself," Ruan Muqing said, her eyes crinkling with amusement. If her boyfriend is willing to introduce her to his friends, it means he wants to make their relationship public. Even if she doesn't have time, she should make time for him. Looking at her rosy cheeks, Song Chen smiled and asked, "Want to go out and play? Do I have to think about this? Shouldn't you, as my boyfriend, arrange it?" Ruan Muqing pouted, slightly dissatisfied. "It's my fault," Song Chen admitted for the first time. He then explained, "I was planning to invite you to see a movie, but I was worried you might not want to, so I wanted to ask for your opinion first. If you want to go somewhere else, then we won't go to the movie." Ruan Muqing was not an unreasonable person to begin with, and after hearing Song Chen's explanation, she immediately raised the corners of her lips. "Sure, I want to watch a movie." They haven't been to the movies since they got together. The last time was when Song Chen was in his hometown. "Then I'll pick you up at noon tomorrow, take you out to eat first, then watch a movie in the afternoon, and after the movie, I'll go shopping with you. How about that?" Song Chen said, explaining his plan. Ruan Muqing nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Time quickly moved to the next day. Ruan Muqing's biological clock is very accurate. She got up early in the morning, put on a delicate, plain makeup, and then started choosing clothes to wear in the dressing room. Bang, bang, came a knock on the door, followed by the voice of Ruan's mother. Ruan, are you up?" As Ruan Muqing put on her dress, she replied, "Mom, I'm changing my clothes. If you're up, hurry up and come down for breakfast. I'll go call your brother." After saying this, it became quiet outside. Ruan Muqing quickly zipped up her skirt, quickly fixed her hair, and hurried downstairs. Getting ready to go out, Ruan Tianjun, who was having breakfast, raised an eyebrow and asked when he saw his sister's outfit. Ruan Muqing picked up a steamed dumpling, stuffed it in her mouth, and nodded haphazardly. "Yeah. Where are you going? Do you need me to take you?" Ruan Tianjun put down his chopsticks and picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth. "No need, brother. You go and do your own thing." Ruan Muqing quickly refused. "Just kidding. She's going on a date with her boyfriend. Wouldn't it give her away if her brother took her?" When Ruan Tianjun heard his sister refuse, he didn't ask any more questions. He just told her to be careful when she went out to play. Only Ruan Tianyi noticed a hint of guilt in his sister's expression, but he couldn't say it, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Mother Ruan rolled her eyes at him. "What are you doing? If you need to go to the toilet, go. Don't get in my way and ruin my appetite." "Mom, you don't understand." Ruan Tianyi shook his head inscrutably, with an expression that said he was the only one who was sober in a world of drunks. Ruan Muqing kicked him under the table, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. Ruan Tianyi made a shushing gesture, meaning don't worry, I won't tell. "What's going on between you two siblings? Ruan Tianyi, you haven't done something bad again, have you?" Ruan's mother looked at her youngest son with suspicion. "Mom, how could you think of me like that? Don't I have any positive image in your heart at all?" Ruan Tianyi protested loudly, but his voice was weak. Ruan Muqing still needed her younger brother to help her cover it up, so she said with a smile, "Mom, Xiaoyi has been quite well behaved these past few days. Please don't always talk about him." "All right, I won't talk about him, let's talk about you too. Mother Wan put down her chopsticks and looked at her eldest son and second daughter with a stern face. One of you is already over 30, and the other will be 30 in a few years. When are you going to get married? Wan Tianjuan's eyes flickered slightly. Well, I have some things to take care of at the company, so I'll be going now. Wan Tianjun, you stop right there. You bastard. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Seeing that her elder brother had drawn away all of their mother's fire, Wan Muqing quietly stood up and ran upstairs as if her life depended on it. Chapter 133, I Won't Eat If It's Not Expensive. The place for dinner was recommended by Wan Muqing. It was a private restaurant with an average cost of over 1,000 yuan per person, which was exactly what Wen Guangping said about it being expensive. Song Chen and Wan Muqing arrived first and entered the private room that had been reserved in advance. When Guangping arrived shortly after, he first greeted Song Chen casually, then addressed Wan Muqing as senior sister with a reserved expression. Long time no see, Wan Muqing said with a smile and a nod. When Guangping scratched his head, hee, it really has been a long time. Senior sister is still as beautiful as ever, and her charm is just as captivating as it was back then. Wan Muqing was overjoyed by the praise. Really? Time really flies. Several years have passed in the blink of an eye. I never expected that my senior in Orange would have this connection. If I had known. He paused midway through his sentence. I should never have given my senior's WeChat to this guy. He got off too easy. Wan Muqing realized he was joking, and her tone carried a hint of gratitude. Thanks to you, Aiken and I were able to be together. Song Chen noticed a pause in Wen Guangping's words and knew that this was not what he meant to say, so she glared at him warningly. He was really afraid that the kid would slip up and talk about his relationship with Zheng Xiaoman when he was in college. Although it's nothing shameful, mentioning your ex-girlfriend in front of your current girlfriend is absolutely a major taboo. The group hadn't been chatting for long when the door to the private room was open from the outside again. Orange Dapeng, Su Hua, holding Tao Xiaolin's hand, greeted his brothers with a smile. Song Chen gestured for him to quickly lead the group to their seats. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Wan Muqing. Wan, this is Su Hua, whom I mentioned to you. Next to him is his girlfriend, Tao Xiaolin. Hello. Wan Muqing greeted the two of them. Su Hua was momentarily stunned by Wan Muqing's appearance. Hello, senior. I've heard of your great reputation since college. You are indeed as beautiful as the legends say. It's not that exaggerated. Be careful I don't take it seriously, Wan Muqing said, covering her mouth with a laugh. It's no exaggeration at all. Back then, Dapeng often mentioned you in the dorm. Su Hua couldn't stop talking about their time in college. Wan Muqing noticed Tao Xiaolin's reserved expression and took the initiative to change the subject. Why don't we order first and then chat later? Yes, let's order first, Song Chen waved to the waiter, who immediately handed everyone the menu. Wen Guangping flipped through the menu briefly and saw that it contained dishes such as abalone, sea cucumber, foie gras, caviar, and king crab, all at very attractive prices. He couldn't help but click his tongue. That's really expensive. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat anything that wasn't expensive? You finally have a chance to rip off your buddies. Are you really willing to give up such a good opportunity? Song Chen said jokingly. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Wen Guangping said without further hesitation. He couldn't appear too petty in front of Wan Muqing. Otherwise, he would embarrass Song Chen. After some hesitation, Wen Guangping ordered a set meal for 1,599 yuan, which was the cheapest among those set meals. Tao Xiaolin, who was standing next to Su Hua, quietly tugged at his clothes and complained in a low voice, I told you I didn't want to come, but you insisted on dragging me here. What are we going to do now? She had no idea the restaurant was such a high-class place. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have come with Su Hua. A single meal can cost over 1,000 yuan. Who can tell the difference between food and gold? Su Hua and Wen Guangping are Song Chen's friends, so it's really embarrassing for her to come along and freeload. Su Hua knew what she was thinking and squeezed her hand reassuringly. It's not a free meal. Chengzi specially invited you. But it's so expensive, it's such a waste of money. Tao Xiaolin hesitated and even considered leaving right now. But thinking about it, it's impossible. We've already come all this way. So leaving now would be disrespectful to Song Chen and Wan Muqing. Seeing the two of them huddled together whispering, Song Chen reminded them, you two are the only ones who haven't ordered yet. Hurry up and see what you want to eat. What did Dapeng order? Xiaolin, and I want the same thing as him, Su Hua said directly. Okay, Song Chen said to the waiter who was waiting nearby. The waiter nodded and left quickly. Soon after, a waiter brought in pre-meal tea, followed by snacks, side dishes, appetizers. A total of more than 20 dishes were served. Won Guangping's initial expectations gradually turned into disappointment. It costs over 1,000 yuan to eat this kind of food. It certainly has a strong sense of ceremony, but the portion sizes are nothing to write home about. It's not even as good as the seafood buffet I had last time. He was too embarrassed to complain in front of Ruan Muqing, but after returning home, he sent a message to Song Chen, telling him to focus on practicality when eating out in the future and to stop with all the fancy and extravagant things. After dinner, it was still early, so Su Hua suggested going to sing karaoke. His idea was that since they were out having fun, they should have a great time before going back. We played until after 11 p.m. before everyone went home. As usual, Song Chen escorted Ruan Muqing to the entrance of the villa area. Do you want me to take you inside? No need, I can walk in myself. You should go back quickly too, and be careful on the way. Ruan Muqing quickly waved to him, unbuckled her seatbelt, and was about to get out of the car when she was pulled back forcefully by a hand. You? Ruan Muqing had only uttered one word when warm lips covered hers. Song Chen held the back of her head with one hand and lifted her chin with the other. He could vaguely see the fine downy hair on her face by the moonlight and smell her faint fragrance, which made him unconsciously increase the pressure. The scorching breath washed over Ruan Muqing's face. Her lips were repeatedly nibbled, and her tongue was gently entwined, making her body instantly go limp. Just as Ruan Muqing felt her breathing becoming somewhat difficult, the hand that had been holding the back of her head finally loosened, and the rough fingertips gently wiped away the trace of saliva remaining at the corner of her mouth. Song Chen buried her head deeply in that snow-white neck, trying to calm her breathing. You let go of me. Ruan Muqing's voice carried a hint of coquettishness she didn't usually display. She herself didn't realize it, but made Song Chen's lower abdomen tighten inexplicably. Don't move. Let me catch my breath. A low, husky voice sounded in her ear, startling Ruan Muqing so much that she dared not move. Her fair neck was being gently stroked. After a while, Song Chen finally let go of her, saying, Ruan, be good and go back now. Don't do that again next time. Do you hear me? Ruan Muqing warned, her face flushed. Without waiting for his reply, she glared at him playfully, opened the car door, and ran away quickly. Chapter 134 Saving People. Suicide on this day. Song Chen finally remembered that he had asked Jiang Tian to help him purchase medicinal herbs. Some time had passed, and he figured she should have spent all the money he had given her last time, so he decided to go to Yunnan Brigade. Song Chen struggled to emerge from the reeds that were taller than a person, and was about to leave when he noticed splashing sounds coming from the river beside him. He went closer and saw that there was a person in the river. Seeing that the person in the river was about to sink, Song Chen was startled and quickly took off his shoes and jumped in to save him. His swimming skills weren't particularly good, and he was initially worried that the other person would struggle, making the rescue more difficult. However, when he got close, he found that the person had probably passed out. With great effort, Song Chen dragged the person to the shore, where he sat half upright, panting heavily. There was another person lying nearby, whose life was uncertain. Now that he had rescued the person, he naturally did not intend to give up halfway. After taking a deep breath, I began performing CPR on the person on the ground, following a method I had seen online before. After all that commotion, the person on the ground managed to spit out several mouthfuls of river water. When Jiang Yu opened her eyes, she was met with a stranger's face. Especially since the person was a man, she was so frightened that she instantly unleashed an amazing potential and scrambled back several meters. Who are you? Jiang Yu asked Song Chen with her arms crossed and a wary look on her face, as if he were a heinous villain. Song Chen worked so hard to save people, and this is the result he got? He felt incredibly frustrated. Then his tone turned cold, and he said in a low voice, Who could I be? The one who saved you, of course. Didn't you know you fell into the water? If I hadn't saved you, you'd probably be dead by now. I thought that after explaining things clearly, I would at least get a thank you. But the next second, I heard the woman on the other end coldly question me. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Song Chen stared at her in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? I just saved you. I'm your savior. I don't need to be your servant, but at least say thank you. I didn't ask you to save me. So why did you save me? Cough, 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 cough. Jiang Yu coughed incessantly, her eyes filled with numbness. Song Chen was stunned for a moment, and finally realized that something was wrong. You didn't jump into the river by yourself, did you? It seems there's no other explanation for why this woman treated her savior so badly. Jiang Yu hugged her legs, burying her head between them without saying a word, which was considered an admission of his words. Well, although I don't know what difficulties you've encountered, as the saying goes, it's better to live a miserable life than to die. Maybe you're just acting on impulse right now, and you'll suddenly see things clearly in a few days. Anyway, think about it carefully. If you die, you'll really lose everything, Song Chen said dryly to comfort him. Because he didn't know the reason why she wanted to commit suicide, he didn't dare to mention anything like, think about your parents. What if it was her parents who made her have suicidal thoughts? Wouldn't that just add fuel to the fire? Say something, or should I take you home first? Song Chen asked tentatively. Jiang Yu remained silent for a long time before murmuring, I have no home anymore. Now it was Song Chen's turn to be speechless. How could a person not have a family? So, was this girl's suicide attempt really due to her family? Damn, this is so annoying. I should have known better than to meddle in other people's business. Well, there's no hindsight. Even if he had to do it all over again, Song Chen would still choose to save people. As a model youth who grew up under the red flag, he simply couldn't bring himself to stand by and watch someone die. But doing good deeds is not an easy thing. He is now in a dilemma, unable to leave or stay, and worried that if he leaves, the girl will jump. Song Chen grabbed a handful of hair in frustration and asked, What exactly are you having trouble with? Can you tell me? I can't guarantee anything else, but if it's a money issue, I can help you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu, who had been expressionless and despondent, looked up at him. Thank you, she said softly, expressing her sincere gratitude. But it's not about money. You can't help me. Just leave and don't worry about me. Then you promise not to try to kill yourself again? Otherwise, if you jump down right after I leave, wouldn't I have saved you for nothing? Song Chen said, pursing his lips. Jiang Yu was speechless. He shouldn't have saved her in the first place. Although she was grateful to him, she could only disappoint his kindness. Seeing that she was speechless, Song Chen really wanted to call the police. It would be more appropriate for the police to do this kind of counseling. Lost in thought, Song Chen inadvertently blurted out what was on his mind. No way. Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically, and her reaction was extremely strong. You must not call the police. You absolutely must not call the police. Song Chen frowned, his face full of suspicion. Why? You have to give me a reason, otherwise I'll have no choice but to call the police. What if the police find out about me after you die and think I killed you, and they arrest me and send me to a labor camp? That's a bit of a stretch. Even if there was no one else here, and even if someone saw that the two of them had been in contact, Song Chen wouldn't be arrested. But Jiang Yu didn't know that. She believed Song Chen's words, and a worried look appeared on her face. What should we do? Maybe I should come again tomorrow. What do you mean by coming again tomorrow? Song Chen asked, her eyes wide. Could it be what he meant? This girl's thought process is truly amazing. I didn't mean anything by it. You should leave now. Anyway, I promise I won't implicate you, Jiang Yu said confidently. Song Chen stared at her for a few seconds, sighed, and stood up to leave. Never mind. He was just meddling in this unnecessary matter. If someone really wants to die, you can stop them today, but you can't stop them tomorrow. Respect the fate of others and set aside the urge to help them. Wah! Just as Song Chen lifted her foot, a sobbing sound came from behind her, sounding extremely pitiful. Hey, I'll ask one last time. Do you need any help? Song Chen turned to Jiang Yu and asked, while secretly thinking that if she refused again, he would leave without looking back. Jiang Yu's expression was unreadable, a mixture of struggle, hesitation, and resentment. She felt that Song Chen couldn't possibly help her, but perhaps he was one of the few people willing to show her kindness. In that instant, she suddenly felt the urge to confide in him. I'm an educated youth in the next brigade, Jiang Yu said slowly. Song Chen found another seat and sat down quietly, listening to her recount her experiences over the past period. Chapter 135, Helping Others to the End. Seeing the Buddha through to the West. Jiang Yu is an educated youth who went to the countryside last year. Her biological mother died early, and her stepmother runs the household. Her life at home wasn't easy either, so she didn't really care about going to the countryside. It was better than staying in the city and being remarried by her stepmother. Life was tough at first. Although she didn't have a good life in the city, she mostly did housework, which was nothing compared to working in the fields. But no matter how hard or tiring it is, she has to work. If she doesn't work, she won't have food to eat, and her family won't send her money. After several months, she finally adapted to life in the countryside, and the work points she earned each day were enough to support herself. Just when she felt hopeful about her future, Tian Daqiang, the nephew of the village party secretary, suddenly took a liking to her and even declared that he wanted to marry her and take her home as his wife. Jiang Yu is not even 20 years old. She has just broken free from her family's control and started a new life. How could she be willing to get married at this time? So she directly rejected Tian Daqiang's advances, making it clear that she had no intention of getting married in the near future. Tian Daqiang harassed her for a while, but she always tried to stay with the other educated youth at the settlement. When she couldn't stand it anymore, she would complain to the brigade leader. Jiang Yu thought that as long as she ignored him, he would naturally give up after a while. Things went pretty much as she expected. Tian Daqiang didn't hold out for long before she finally got some peace and quiet. However, just half a month ago, she was on sick leave and didn't go to work. While she was resting at the educated youth settlement, Tian Daqiang suddenly barged in and shamelessly forced himself on her. Jiang Yu tried to resist, but her fever left her weak and Tian Daqiang succeeded. She considered reporting it to the police, but Tian Daqiang threatened her that if she dared to report it, he would publicize their affair and tell everyone that she had seduced him. Putting aside whether Tian Daqiang will be arrested, just the fact that their affair has been publicized will make Jiang Yu unable to face anyone again. I was already sick, and this illness made my condition even worse. I lay in bed in a daze for more than a week. Just a couple of days ago, things were finally getting a little better, and Tian Daqiang's parents actually hired a matchmaker to come to the educated youth settlement to propose marriage. Tian's mother implied that the matchmaker was a vixen and that it would be a great blessing for her son to marry her. Jiang Yu already hated Tian Daqiang to the core, and to force her to marry her enemy was worse than death. So she lay in a daze for 2 more days, and then, when no one was around at the educated youth settlement, she quietly left alone, wanting to find a secluded place to end her short and tragic life. She wasn't afraid when she jumped into the river, but probably due to the human instinct for survival, she instinctively struggled when she felt suffocated. That's how Song Chen happened to see her and rescued her from the river. After hearing her story, Song Chen was stunned. Everyone said that people in this era are very simple and honest, but she was too damn bold. It shocked his whole family. You're willing to die. Didn't you ever think about killing your enemies first? Song Chen hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask the question that was on his mind. He could understand the other person's determination to commit suicide. Outsiders might just stand there and offer a few words of comfort, but only the person involved could truly understand the pain. But after being so badly wronged, shouldn't you at least take revenge before you die? You can't bear the pain and quietly commit suicide, but the perpetrator can still live a carefree life in this world. Don't you feel resentful? It's the kind of resentment you feel even as a ghost, wanting to slap yourself twice. Jiang Yu stared in disbelief, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Kill people? She seemed to have never considered that option. But after Song Chen mentioned it, she felt that it made a lot of sense. Tian Daqiang has ruined her life so badly. She's been forced to the brink of death, so why should he live? Jiang Yu seemed to have finally made a decision, her eyes gradually becoming firm as she looked at Song Chen gratefully. Thank you for reminding me. Hey, wait, that's not what I meant. Her expression was so easy to understand that it was hard for Song Chen not to know what she was thinking. But in all honesty, he really didn't want to instigate Jiang Yu to kill someone. It wasn't that he looked down on Jiang Yu, but he didn't want to end up getting himself killed instead of killing her. I must kill him, otherwise I will not be able to quell the hatred in my heart. Jiang Yu dug her nails into her palms, drawing out strands of blood, her eyes filled with an unfathomable emotion. Song Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. You don't necessarily have to kill someone to get revenge. It's not worth risking yourself for such scum. Besides, with your skinny arms and legs, you'd have trouble killing a chicken, let alone a person. Jiang Yu looked up at him, her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. How do I do it? Can you teach me? Although she didn't know the man's identity or even his name, she was willing to believe him because he had just saved her life and even told him things that she found difficult to talk about. She hoped this man would continue to help her, just to see it through to the end. Please, I'll do anything for you. I'll be your slave, Jiang Yu said, her eyes red and her words reckless. A closer look revealed a hint of madness in her eyes. There's no need for that. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to help out since I saw injustice, Song Chen said, looking at the pitiful girl. He decided to lend her a hand after all. The girl had originally planned to commit suicide, but he meddled and saved her. If he hadn't helped her, wouldn't that have been giving her hope only to leave her in despair? At the very least, doing more good deeds will help you accumulate merit. Song Chen asked Jiang Yu some more details, pondered for a while rubbing his chin, and then said, "You go first, then." Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly, opened her mouth, and suddenly realized that she didn't know the man's name. "Comrade, can you tell me your name?" "Song Chen." "Comrade Song, thank you," Jiang Yu said gratefully to Song Chen. "Let's hurry back and change our clothes while there are fewer people around. Wouldn't it be bad if someone saw us?" Song Chen said hesitantly. This era is relatively conservative, and if others see Jiang Yu completely soaked, it will definitely cause a stir. Jiang Yu finally realized the problem, blushed, and hugged herself as if to cover up her embarrassment. I'll go back first. Comrade Song, you should also go back and change your clothes quickly so you don't catch a cold. After saying that, he ran away as fast as he could, as if a ghost was chasing him. Song Chen tugged at the clothes that were clinging tightly to her body with disgust, looked around to make sure no one was there, picked up her shoes from the ground, and disappeared into the reeds. After returning to the modern world, taking a shower, and changing into clean clothes, he prepared to set off again to find Jiang Tiantian. Chapter 136 being followed, Jiang Jiqing. Jiang Jiqing. Jiang Tiantian was busy weeding when she vaguely heard someone calling her. When she turned around, she found that it was Go Dan from the brigade leader's family. "Sister Jiang," an older brother came to the village entrance. "He said he's your cousin and asked me to call you." Go Dan's little face was flushed from the sun, but he had a bright smile on his face, like a cat that had stolen a fish. How could he not be happy? That older brother just gave him a full 5 candies. If he eats one a day, he can eat them for 5 days. The thought of being able to eat sweet candy for the next 5 days made Go Dan so happy he was practically bubbling with joy. "My cousin," Jiang Tiantian frowned, quickly recalling in her mind. She does have a few cousins, the children of 2 of her uncles, but they've never been close to her. Why would they suddenly come looking for her? Something must have happened at home. Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Tiantian felt no emotion. She had no feelings for that family and could not possibly feel worried about them. However, since the person had already arrived at the brigade and specifically requested to see her, it would seem rather unreasonable not to go. If others find out, it won't be good for her reputation. Jiang Tiantian slowly took off her work gloves and greeted the person next to her. "Annie, please ask for leave for me when the team leader comes over later." "Hey, go ahead." The aunt who was working with Jiang Tiantian also heard what Go Dan had just said and waved to her with a smile. "Thank you, Auntie," Jiang Tiantian said with a smile. Seeing her dawdling, Go Dan couldn't help but urge her, "Sister Jiang Jiqing, hurry up. Your big brother is still waiting for you." "Okay," Jiang Tiantian replied indifferently. The two walked quietly toward the village entrance. Go Dan bit his finger, puzzled, and asked, "Sister Jiang, your family came to see you. Aren't you happy?" Jiang Tiantian was taken aback, then smiled and patted his head. "How did you know I was unhappy?" "I'm thinking about something. I'm not unhappy." "Oh, I see." Children are easily fooled, and Go Dan readily believed Jiang Tiantian's words. When the two arrived at the village entrance, Go Dan pointed to Song Chen, who was sitting under a big tree waiting for someone, and said, "Sister Jiang, this is the big brother who is looking for you." "Brother Chen." Jiang Tiantian was both surprised and delighted. She never expected that the cousin Go Dan mentioned was actually Song Chen. If she had known that the person who came was Song Chen, she wouldn't have dawdled and wasted time. Just then, Song Chen saw her and waved to her with a smile. "Tiantian." Jiang Tiantian ran over happily. "Brother Chen, you finally remembered me. I thought you weren't coming." "Hee, didn't I say last time that I had some things to take care of?" "It wasn't that I didn't come to see you on purpose," Song Chen explained, rubbing his nose. "Why did you tell Go Dan that you were my cousin? You made me really think that my cheap cousin had come to see me," Jiang Tiantian complained, pouting. Song Chen glanced at the child squatting not far away, a hint of interest in his eyes. "This little brat is called Go Dan? That's quite a unique name." "Hey, that's how it is in the countryside. They like to give children humble names, saying it's easier to raise them. But Go Dan is just his nickname. His real name is Tan Ximbwa. He's the grandson of our brigade leader, Jiang Tiantian explained. Song Chen nodded and waved to Go Dan with a smile. Kid, come here. Big brother, is there anything else you want to talk to me about? Go Dan looked at Song Chen expectantly. After he brought Jiang Tiantian over, he could have gone to play, but he didn't leave. He hoped that Song Chen would continue to ask him to run errands, so that he might get candy later. It's nothing. Thank you for calling for help. Here, have some candy, Song Chen said, taking out a few more candies from her pocket and handing them over. Dog Egg was initially delighted, but then waved his hand somewhat embarrassedly. No need. You've already given me a reward. I can't take your candy again. Although he was young, he knew he shouldn't take advantage of others. Good, and you take it. This brother's family has plenty of candy, Jiang Tiantian advised. Dog Egg's eyes widened slightly. Big brother, do you have a lot of candy at home? Yeah, pretty much. My brother doesn't like candy, so you can eat some for him. Jiang Tiantian winked at Go Dan. In modern society, it's so easy for children to get candy. Even when parents restrict their children's sugar intake, it's only because they're worried about cavities, not because they're reluctant to spend a few dollars. Things were different in those days. Sugar was a valuable commodity, and you needed money and ration coupons to buy it. So children rarely had the opportunity to eat sugar, and an ordinary fruit candy might be an unparalleled delicacy in their eyes. When Go Dan heard that someone actually didn't like candy, his mouth dropped open in surprise, and he looked at Song Chen as if he were some rare species. However, he didn't refuse any further, but instead smiled and accepted the candy from Song Chen's hand. Thank you, big brother. You're welcome. Go have fun, Song Chen waved his hand, starting to shoo people away. With a little kid standing nearby, it wasn't convenient for him and Jiang Tiantian to talk about serious matters. Then I'm leaving. Big brother, you can ask me for help next time you come. I'll help you even if you don't give me candy, Go Dan said with a smile, then hopped away, clutching his pocket. Song Chen and Jiang Tiantian then started talking about serious matters. I've used up all the money you gave me last time and bought a lot of medicinal herbs. Since you haven't come over, I was worried that if I left them at the educated youth settlement, they would be discovered, so I've been storing them at the home of an aunt I'm on good terms with. Then it's not very convenient for you to go get it now, Song Chen asked. Jiang Tiantian pursed her lips, a little embarrassed. I didn't know you were coming today. My aunt and the others will still be working in the fields. How about you come over after dinner? All right, that's the only way. By the way, try not to go out alone in the future, especially at night. Be sure to pay attention to safety, Song Chen reminded her. Jiang Tiantian frowned slightly and asked in confusion, why are you suddenly saying these things? When I came to find you just now, Song Chen briefly explained how he saved the person. He shouldn't have talked about other people's private affairs, but he was worried that Jiang Tiantian was not vigilant enough. She was a college student who had never been in society, and what if she was naive enough to think that everyone in the 1970s was a good person and got hurt? After hearing what had happened to Jiang Yu, Jiang Tiantian was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't noticed it until Song Chen mentioned it, but after hearing Song Chen's words, she immediately thought of something. A few days ago, after dinner, she went to Aunt Tian's house, and on her way back to the educated youth settlement, she seemed to sense that someone was following her. But when she turned around, she didn't see anyone and thought it was probably just her imagination. Chapter 137 Delivery. Jiang Tiantian now recalled the scene at that time and suddenly felt that perhaps she hadn't thought much about it. There might really have been someone following behind her. However, this doesn't necessarily mean anything. Perhaps it was just someone else passing by. She shouldn't scare herself unnecessarily. A thought flashed through her mind, and Jiang Tiantian's attention returned to Jiang Yu's matter. As a woman herself, she was really angry to hear this and wanted to do her part to help the other party. Brother Chen, what are that girl's plans? Has she considered calling the police? Jiang Tiantian asked. However, she also knew that the girl was unlikely to call the police. Let alone in this era. Even in the 21st century, women who encounter such things may face discrimination. The difference may be that in the 21st century, if you encounter such a thing, you can move to a completely new place to live, while in this era, you need a letter of introduction to travel far away, let alone move house at will. Not to mention that Jiang Yu was a sent-down youth, so returning to the city wouldn't be so easy. Song Chen shook his head. She herself didn't want to call the police, but I've already promised to help her. Jiang Tiantian's eyes lit up. Really? Brother Chen, how are you going to help her? I can also do my part. Just tell me if there's anything you need me to do. You? You should just forget about it. Don't get involved. Besides, she might not want others to know about her affairs. Okay, I'll listen to you, Jiang Tiantian said. Although she was a little disappointed that she couldn't help, she also felt that Song Chen made a good point. Only help that is approved by the person is genuine help. Otherwise, it is meddling. Song Chen handed the bag he brought to Jiang Tiantian. See if there's anything missing, I'll bring it for you next time. Jiang Tiantian didn't stand on ceremony with him. The items in the bag weren't actually expensive. They were just some food and daily necessities. It was just that industrial products and food seemed so precious in this era of scarcity. The items are complete and sufficient. Okay, I'll be going now. I'll come back at 7 p.m., Song Chen waved. Watching him leave, Jiang Tiantian turned around and went back to the educated youth settlement. After putting her things away, she put a few candies in her pocket. When Jiang Tiantian's aunt, who was assigned to work on the same plot of land, saw her return, she said with a smile, Jiang Jiqing, your cousin has already left? It's been so long since we've seen each other. Now that we finally meet, why don't you chat a little longer? My cousin has other things to do, and he came to see me this time on behalf of my family. He brought me some things, so, Auntie, have a piece of candy to sweeten your mouth, Jiang Tiantian said with a smile, taking out 2 pieces of candy from her pocket and handing them to her aunt standing opposite her. She also took the opportunity to use the fabricated identity of Song Chen's cousin to highlight how much her family valued her. Since she was sent to the countryside, she often saw other educated youths at the post office picking up packages. Some received a package every month, and some received one every 2 or 3 months, but she received nothing. However, Jiang Tiantian also had her own thoughts. She subconsciously didn't want others to know that she was a pitiful little girl who was unloved by her parents. After all, if even your family doesn't care about you, others will only think you are easier to bully. So Jiang Tiantian originally planned to prepare a package for herself and pretend it was sent from home, but she didn't have enough money for tickets before, so she couldn't buy anything. It was only after meeting Song Chen that she solved this problem. Last time, she returned to the educated youth settlement carrying large and small bags, claiming that these things were sent from her family, which aroused the envy of her roommates. Sun Qing, who had always disliked her, was so jealous that she was practically drooling with envy. Oh dear, I can't accept this. Jiang Jiqing, you should keep it for yourself, the aunt said, swallowing hard and refusing apologetically. Jiang Tiantian forcefully shoved the candy in her hand. 2 candies aren't anything precious. Don't be so polite with me. Then I'll accept it. If you ever need my help in the future, Jiang Jiqing, just tell me. The aunt carefully put the candy in her pocket, intending to take it back for her grandson. Jiang Tiantian smiled without saying anything, unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth, then put on her gloves and started working. After dinner in the evening, while everyone at the educated youth settlement was busy with their own things, Jiang Tiantian quietly went to Aunt Tian's house. Aunt Tian's family had just finished eating. Aunt Tian was washing dishes in the kitchen when she saw Jiang Tiantian come over. She quickly wiped her hands and pulled her to the bedroom, saying, Tian, why did you come over at this hour? Annie, the person who collects medicinal herbs is here. I'm here to get the herbs, Jiang Tiantian said softly. Aunt Tian nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Thank you, Aunt Tian. No need to thank me. I'm the one who should thank you, Aunt Tian said with a smile. Jiang Tiantian didn't leave her things at her house for nothing. She paid a storage fee of 1 yuan. It's getting dark. Would you like your aunt to come with you to deliver the goods? She wasn't curious about why they were receiving the goods at this time. After all, they were doing something shady, so it was definitely more convenient at night. It would be troublesome if someone with ulterior motives saw them during the day. She was just a little worried that Jiang Tiantian, being a young woman, might not be safe. It would be safer if someone accompanied her. No need to trouble you, Auntie. I can manage on my own. I'll hurry up and deliver the things before it gets completely dark, then head back to the educated youth settlement, Jiang Tiantian said casually. It wasn't that she was particularly brave, but rather that she always carried the stun gun and folding knife that Song Chen had given her, which made her feel very safe. Aunt Tian nudged her. Okay, then don't waste any time. Hurry up and go, and be careful. Jiang Tiantian carried her things to the place she had agreed to meet with Song Chen. When she arrived, Song Chen was already waiting there. Brother Chen, Tian, you're here. Why are you carrying such a big bag? Song Chen asked in surprise, looking at the burlap sack Jiang Tian was carrying. Oh, Some common medicinal herbs are cheaper, so we buy more of them. And all of these are already processed. If they were fresh, one sack wouldn't be enough, Jiang Tian explained with a smile. She kept some for herself to supplement her health. In this day and age, it's not easy to see a doctor, so you should take good care of your health, otherwise it will be troublesome when you get sick. Song Chen opened the sack and took a quick look. Apart from the 2 wild ginseng plants in the wooden box at the top, the rest were things like angelica, atractylodes, and dendrobium. These are all pure, natural, and pollution-free Chinese medicinal herbs. They're great for making soup or steeping in water. Song Chen plans to take some home next time he goes home. Thank you for your hard work. Here's the agreed-upon payment. Song Chen handed Jiang Tian 5 10-yuan bills. This time, Jiang Tian refused to accept anything no matter what. She had already taken so many things from Song Chen for free. How could she possibly accept his money again? Chapter 138 Sneak Attack. Unconscious Jiang Yu returned to the educated youth settlement, soaking wet. She had just changed into a clean set of clothes when she heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" she asked as she walked out. There was no answer from the person outside, but the knocking grew more and more intense. Jiang Yu was worried that something urgent had happened to the other educated youth, so she quickly opened the door. "Ah, it's you." Jiang Yu was so startled when she saw who it was that she took 2 steps back. She tried to close the door again, but it was too late. Tian Daxiang braced himself against the door with one hand, a hint of impatience on his face. "Why are you taking so long to open the door? I have something to tell you." "I have nothing to say to you," Jiang Yu said coldly, her eyes filled with deep wariness. "That's not up to you," Tian Daxiang said, completely ignoring Jiang Yu's attitude, and casually closed the door again. He came mainly to discuss marriage with Jiang Yu. A few days ago, his family sent a matchmaker to propose marriage, but Jiang Yu unexpectedly refused. Tian Daxiang's parents never supported their son marrying a former educated youth, but they never expected their son to be so bold as to do such a thing behind their backs. They had no choice but to reluctantly agree. To show respect for the woman, they even hired a matchmaker to propose marriage, but she refused. Wasn't that a slap in their face? When they got back, Tian Daxiang's parents were furious and insisted on opposing the marriage. It was only after much persuasion from Tian Daxiang that they were able to convince them to stay. These past 2 days, Tian Daxiang hasn't come to see Jiang Yu, hoping she'll reflect on her actions. After all, in Tian Daxiang's eyes, Jiang Yu has already slept with him, so who else could she marry if not him? Tian Daxiang grabbed Jiang Yu's arm forcefully, his sinister gaze falling on her face. "Jiang Yu, you have to know your limits when it comes to being willful. If you really piss me off, I'll tell everyone about our relationship tomorrow. Then let's see how you'll have the nerve to go out in public." "Let me go first. Let's talk this out." Jiang Yu struggled, trying to break free from Tian Daxiang's control. "Are you sure you can talk to me properly? Don't turn your back on me as soon as I let go," Tian Daxiang said, looking at her with a hint of doubt. Jiang Yu closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, suppressing the disgust in her eyes. She said with a forced smile, "No, I've just been a little angry these past few days." "You're right. Who else could I marry but you?" Upon hearing this, Tian Daxiang was overjoyed. "You really think so?" "Yes, that's right. I think marrying you would be great. We'd have a home in Jinluan Brigade. After we get married, will you still make me work in the fields?" Jiang Yu asked, feigning anticipation. "Of course not. Once you really become my wife, I'll make sure you eat well and drink well at home every day," Tian Daxiang said with a smile. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. "Pah, this disgusting man really knows how to lie through his teeth. Only a fool would believe his nonsense." He silently complained in his heart, but put on a surprised expression. "Really? Daxiang, you're so kind. You know that's good. So many girls in the brigade want to marry me, but I don't like any of them. I only like you," Tian Daxiang said smugly, and then leaned in to kiss Jiang Yu's cheek. Jiang Yu almost vomited from disgust, but managed to smile and push him away, saying, "Don't do this. This kind of thing should wait until after we're married. We've already slept together anyway, so it doesn't matter if we sleep together one more time or one less. Let me relax first," Tian Daxiang said, reaching for Jiang Yu's clothes with an eager expression on his face. Jiang Yu was startled, and her hatred for him intensified. She bit down hard on her cheek until a strong taste of blood filled her mouth, and only then did she suppress the urge to kill him immediately. "Daxiang, wait a moment." "What? You don't want me to touch you?" Tian Daxiang looked at Jiang Yu with displeasure and pinched her breast hard. "Of course not. There are too many people and too many eyes at the educated youth settlement. It would be bad if other people suddenly came back. If you really want us to meet at the back mountain tonight, how about it? Jiang Yu said softly, her moist eyes staring at him without blinking. Tian Daqiang thought about it and felt it made sense. Although he was a scumbag, he had no interest in putting on a show in front of outsiders. Moreover, Jiang Yu's reaction just now had dispelled his doubts, and he was now completely convinced that Jiang Yu wanted to marry him. See you tonight, Xiaoye. Don't keep me waiting too long, Tian Daqiang said, his laughter tinged with a hint of lewdness, as if he had thought of something amusing. Seeing that she had achieved half of her goal, Jiang Yu's smile became more genuine. No, I'll listen to you tonight, but I want you to promise me one thing. Tell me what it is, Tian Daqiang said, not agreeing immediately. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to do what Jiang Yu asked, and that would make him lose face in front of her. No one else can know about what happened tonight, not even your family. They already have a bad impression of me, and if they find out, they'll hate me even more. Brother Daqiang, will you say yes? Jiang Yu said in a cheesy way, pouting and shaking Tian Daqiang's arm a couple of times. When a woman is charming and coquettish, a man's soul will wander. Tian Daqiang was clearly taken in by this, nodding with a silly grin. Okay, I promise you, I will definitely not tell anyone else. Actually, even if Jiang Yu didn't tell him, her parents wouldn't know, otherwise she would get a good scolding. Why go looking for trouble? That's settled then. You can go back now. See you tonight. Jiang Yu had achieved her goal and didn't want to continue to feign politeness with such disgusting people, so she started to send them away. Tian Daqiang was preoccupied with what was to come that evening, so he naturally wouldn't contradict Jiang Yu at this time. However, before leaving, he couldn't resist giving Jiang Yu a kiss, and then left satisfied. Jiang Yu fastened the cord again, and the next second she leaned against the wall and started vomiting. Hiccup, hiccup. She didn't get up until she had nothing left to vomit. She went to the kitchen to boil water and scrub the places where Tian Daqiang had touched her several times, almost breaking her skin. As night fell, a crescent moon hung high in the sky. Smack! Tian Daqiang swatted a mosquito that was trying to suck his blood, cursing under his breath. He didn't think Jiang Yu was playing him. He just felt that this woman was too slow and dawdled in everything she did. He would definitely teach her a lesson after they got married, so she would know what it meant for a moment of passion to be worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Just as Tian Daqiang was losing patience and was about to go to the educated youth settlement to check on the situation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Before he could turn around and see who had hit him, he lost consciousness. Chapter 139, Is Life More Important or Treasure? Song Chen kicked the person lying on the ground to make sure that the person was really unconscious. Then, he slowly took out a rope, tied the person up, lifted one foot, and dragged the person like a dead pig towards the cave that he had scouted out beforehand. Tian Daqiang didn't look particularly tall, but he probably weighed around 130 or 140 pounds. By the time they reached the cave, Song Chen was already panting heavily. It's a pity that his wooden bead space can't hold living things. Otherwise, he could just throw them into the space without having to go through all this trouble. Tian Daqiang woke up groggily, and his first reaction was pain. It hurt like hell. He felt like he'd never suffered like this in his entire life. He tried to struggle to get up from the ground, only to find that his hands and feet were tied. Not only that, but it also seemed as if something was covering his head, making it impossible to see any light at all. At one point, he even wondered if he had gone blind. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Tian Daqiang called out tentatively in a low voice. After waiting for a while without hearing a response, he began to shout for help. Help! Someone please help me! Stop shouting. No one will hear you even if you shout until you're hoarse. A strange male voice rang in Tian Daqiang's ears. He froze, shrinking back in fear. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Guess? The man's voice was tinged with amusement, casual, as if he were teasing a mouse that had fallen into a trap. Tian Daqiang swallowed hard, frantically trying to eliminate anyone he had offended from his mind. From the voice, it was clear that the person who grabbed him was a man, and a young man at that. He was very familiar with the voices of those peers in the brigade who he didn't get along with, and their feuds had at most amounted to a fight, not to this extent. But besides those few people, who else would want to take revenge on him? Are you also Widow Li's lover? Tian Daqiang asked cautiously. Widow Li is the youngest widow in Jinluan Brigade. She is only 25 years old this year. Her husband died 3 years ago, and she has been raising her 2 children alone. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. Tsk, you actually had an affair with the widow? You're quite the player. Upon hearing this, Tian Daqiang silently ruled out this option. Who are you? What do you want with me? If you know what's good for you, I suggest you let me go back now, and I might let it go. Otherwise, if my uncle finds out that you dare to treat me like this, you'll be in big trouble, if not dead. Wow, your uncle is really amazing. Of course, my uncle is the village party secretary of Jinluan Brigade. He has connections in both the commune and the county town, Tian Daqiang said, raising his chin with a proud air. Since your uncle is so powerful, I dare not let you go back. Otherwise, what if your uncle retaliates against me? Song Chen said with a half-smile. Tian Daqiang was stunned. Could this really be done? Wait, what does he mean by that? Does he want to kill him to silence him if he's not allowed to go back? You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll definitely go to jail and be made to eat peanuts. Tian Daqiang struggled violently, like an ugly reptile. He wasn't this panicked when he first found out he was tied up. He thought it was just a prank, and at most he would get beaten up, but this guy actually wanted to kill him. Song Chen let out a series of sinister laughs, which sounded particularly frightening in the cave. Who knows that I killed you? Or who has evidence that I killed you? You don't even know who I am now, let alone your uncle. As if to reinforce the truthfulness of his words, the cold blade pressed against Tian Daqiang's neck, and a red line of blood appeared at the slightest touch. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, but Tian Daqiang dared not move, fearing that the knife would slit his throat if he moved even slightly. In such a tense atmosphere, he could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Please let me go. My uncle is very rich. He has no sons and treats me better than his own sons. He will definitely be willing to give money to save me. Song Chen wasn't interested in money, but in order to mislead Tian Daqiang and prevent him from associating it with Jiang Yu, he still asked, how much money can you give me? How about 100, no, 200 yuan? Tian Daqiang asked nervously. Song Chen scoffed. 200 yuan? You're trying to fob me off like a beggar. Tian Daqiang wanted to curse. You think you could just give a beggar 200 yuan? City workers only earn 30 yuan a month, let alone farmers in the countryside. It would take them a long time to save 200 yuan. He dared to say that there were no more than 3 families in Jinluan Brigade who could come up with 200 yuan in cash. However, Tian Daqiang dared not say these words. He had only ever heard of haggling over prices when buying vegetables, but never about haggling over prices when buying one's life. What if he angered this person and he stabbed him? Tian Daqiang thought for a moment and asked, how much do you want? You should give me a specific number. 2,000 yuan, not a penny less, Song Chen said casually. 2,000 yuan? Are you crazy? Tian Daqiang could no longer remain calm. Even if his uncle is rich, he's still just a country bumpkin. He has to pay for everything from food and drink to household expenses, and he also has to subsidize his nephew. He might be able to scrape together 500 or 1,000 yuan, but 2,000 yuan is simply impossible. With a long face, Tian Daqiang grumbled, it's not that I don't want to give it, but my uncle's family really doesn't have that much money. Why don't you ask for less? Song Chen shrugged, his tone tinged with regret. Then there's nothing I can do. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame your uncle for being too poor. Wait a minute, don't kill me. I know where the money is. Tian Daqiang felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his mind went blank. He only had one thought. He didn't want to die. Song Chen curled his lips into a smirk, stopped what he was doing, and threatened in a harsh voice. Then I'll give you one more chance. If you dare to mess with me again, you won't know the consequences. My uncle has hidden a batch of treasures. I know where they are. I can tell you the address. Please spare my life, okay? Tian Daqiang's voice trembled, filled with fear and guilt. He knew those treasures were very important to his uncle, but his life was just as important. If the treasures were lost, he could find another way to collect them. But if he lost his life, the Tian family line would end. Tian Daqiang desperately tried to convince himself that he was right and that his uncle would understand him. Oh, where is the treasure hidden? If there really is a treasure, I might spare your life. Song Chen unconsciously sat up straight, clearly very interested in the treasure he was talking about. Chapter 140, The Landlord with Deep Foundations. Song Chen never intended to touch Tian Daqiang from the beginning. After all, the person who had a grudge against him was Jiang Yu. Even if Song Chen was willing to help Jiang Yu, He didn't want to dirty his hands because of such a person. His plan with Jiang Yu was that Jiang Yu would lure Tian Daqiang to the back mountain, and then Song Chen would tie him up. First, leave the person in the cave overnight to create an alibi for Jiang Yu. The next day, after all the educated youth have gone to work, Jiang Yu will secretly come to the cave alone to take revenge. However, plans can't keep up with changes. It was Song Chen's first time doing a kidnapping job, and he couldn't help but want to tease Tian Daqiang. Unexpectedly, he offered to pay money to ransom the man. Song Chen was naturally not interested in such a worthless person. He hadn't kidnapped Tian Daqiang for money, but if he didn't want money, Jiang Yu could. Jiang Yu suffered so much, it's only reasonable for her to receive compensation. Even Song Chen didn't expect that he would actually extract a big secret from Tian Daqiang. There used to be a very wealthy landlord family in Jinluan Brigade, but they were later labeled as one of the 5 black categories. Tian Yong, the village secretary and uncle of Tian Daqiang, once took advantage of the chaos to steal a lot of treasures from this landlord's house, and has lived a very comfortable life with these treasures over the years. Later, the landlord's entire family perished, and the house they left behind was confiscated and used as the office of the Jinluan Brigade Village Committee. The most dangerous place is the safest place, so Tian Yong hid the treasure in that house. In this way, even if the secret is discovered, Tian Yong can claim that it was left behind by the landlord's family and it will not have any impact on him. However, if the treasure is hidden in your home and discovered, you might be relegated to a cowshed at best, and at worst sent to a farm for re-education. It is evident that Tian Yong was quite shrewd to become the village party secretary. If it weren't for his spendthrift nephew Tian Daqiang, one can imagine how comfortable he would have been after the reform and opening up. Song Chen doesn't consider himself a morally upright person. He felt that it would be a waste of Tian Daqiang's good intentions not to eat when the food was already being fed to him. Stay here quietly. I'm going to get something now. If I find out you dare to lie to me, Song Chen let out a chilling chuckle. Tian Daqiang repeatedly assured him, I'm not lying to you. The treasure is definitely hidden there. In fact, no matter how much Tian Yong valued his nephew, he would not have told him such an important secret. He discovered it by secretly following Tian Yong. He never expected that it would save his life. Tian Daqiang couldn't help but feel proud of his own cleverness. Although it was nighttime and no one should be wandering around the mountain, Song Chen still gagged Tian Daqiang with a rag and added a layer of tape to make sure he couldn't break free. After exiting the cave, Song Chen glanced at his watch. It was already 11 p.m. There aren't many entertainment options in the countryside, so everyone goes to bed early and is probably already dreaming. There are no other houses near the village committee office, which is convenient for Song Chen. Tian Daqiang sensed that the mysterious person had left the cave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had just told Song Chen where the treasure was hidden, it was only a general location. If Song Chen wanted to dig it out, it would take a lot of time, and no one could say for sure what might happen during that time. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Song Chen had a metal detector in his space, and he located the treasure in less than 3 minutes after entering the courtyard. Carefully, they moved aside the bricks and took out a military shovel to dig. After digging for nearly an hour, the shovel finally hit something hard. Song Chen placed his hand on it, and with a thought, the 2 small boxes immediately disappeared from the spot. It took some time to restore the pit, filling it back in piece by piece with blue bricks and cleaning away the surface soil. Unless you look closely, you can hardly tell that the land had been dug up. Even if Song Chen is discovered, he is not afraid. Only Tian Yong knows this secret. So what if he finds out that the treasure is missing? Would he dare to call the police? Song Chen was eager to check the items in the box. Thinking that Tian Daqiang should be safe in the cave by himself, he simply returned to the modern world. Back in the familiar living room, Song Chen took off her mud-covered shoes and tossed them aside, then took out her spoils from her spatial storage. There were 2 boxes in total. The one on top was smaller, about 40 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. It was filled with all kinds of gold bars, gold ingots, and small gold ornaments, all piled up haphazardly. The box below is larger, and inside are 6 boxes neatly arranged. The first box was filled with round pearls, which shone with a soft and charming luster under the light. The second box contained a dozen or so gold and gemstone rings of various styles. The third box contained 8 gold bracelets of varying thicknesses. The fourth box contained 3 pigeon blood rubies and 4 sapphires, all uncut. The fifth box contained a pair of full green jadeite bracelets. The sixth box contained an emerald necklace. Just from these things, you could tell that the landlord's family is definitely well off. Tian-yong was able to steal so many things even if he was just casually picking up trash. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Who knows, there might be other treasures hidden in that house. Song Chen thought he could search it again more carefully when he had time, but he would skip it tonight. He just wanted to sleep right now. The night passed quickly. As agreed with Song Chen, Jiangyu quietly went to the back mountain after all the educated youth at the settlement had gone to work. As soon as she entered the cave, she saw Tian Daqiang lying on the ground like a dead pig, his limbs bound and wearing a black hood. Hatred instantly erupted from the depths of her heart like a spark. She lost all reason, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and swung it hard at Tian Daqiang. Ugh, ugh. Tian Daqiang was woken up from his sleep. He stammered and tried to beg for mercy, but his mouth was gagged and he couldn't say a word. Tears welled up uncontrollably in his eyes, fear and hatred intertwined in his heart, and he wished the person who had kidnapped him would die immediately. Damn it, I promised him I'd let him go once I got the treasure, but now I'm going back on my word. Why doesn't God send a bolt of lightning to strike this bastard dead? Jiangyu soon got tired of fighting. She slowly calmed her breathing and looked at Tian Daqiang, who was lying on the ground at everyone's mercy. A sinister look gradually appeared in her eyes. With a crack, the sound of bone breaking rang out. Tian Daqiang's leg was brutally broken by a wooden stick, making him wish he were dead. But that wasn't enough. It still didn't dispel Jiangyu's hatred. She threw away the stick in her hand, slowly circled the cave entrance, and finally found a suitable stone. She gripped the stone tightly and, without blinking, smashed it between Tian Daqiang's legs. Tian Daqiang fainted from the pain. Chapter 141. The destruction of Song Chen arrived at this moment. As a man, seeing such a bloody scene, I felt a chill run down my spine for no reason. He coughed, making a sound that caught Jiangyu's attention. Jiangyu had just opened her mouth to speak when Song Chen stopped her. Let's talk outside. The two went outside the cave together. Jiangyu kept her head down the whole time. Comrade Song, do you think I was too ruthless? I broke his legs and even ruined his manhood. No, this is the retribution he deserves. Song Chen shook his head. How could he think Jiangyu was ruthless? She was clearly the victim. What about him? Will he die? Jiangyu looked up at Song Chen, her fingers unconsciously clenching at her sides. It does feel great to hit someone like getting revenge, but once you regain your senses, you start to worry that you might accidentally kill them if you don't hold back. Song Chen was taken aback. He hadn't really thought of that. After a moment's hesitation, he said, I don't think so. I'll go check. He strode back to the cave, squatted down, and checked Tian Daqiang's pulse. Fortunately, the pulse was still there, meaning the man was still alive. Whether he was crippled or not was unknown. Although Tian Daqiang didn't know that the person who attacked him was Jiangyu, if he were really crippled, he might want to marry Jiangyu even more, since he wouldn't want a free nanny. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. Tian Daqiang dares to be so arrogant because he has an uncle who is the village party secretary. If Tian-yong can be controlled, Tian Daqiang will naturally have nothing to fear. Tian Daqiang's uncle is having an affair with the women's director of your brigade. If they dare to come looking for you again, you can use this to threaten them, Song Chen said casually. Jiangyu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could Director Kai do such a thing? She usually seems so proper. Comrade Song, how do you know these things? It was Tian Daqiang who confessed last night. Oh, he also had an affair with Widow Li in the village. Jiangyu was shocked and hadn't recovered from her surprise when she saw Song Chen take out a wad of cash from his pocket. Here's 2,000 yuan. Take it. Comrade Song, what do you mean by this? How can I take your money? Take it back immediately, Jiangyu said in a panic. Don't worry, this money isn't mine. It's the money Tian Daqiang used to redeem himself. I thought it would be a waste not to take it, so I'll consider it his compensation to you, Song Chen explained. He didn't plan to share the box of things he found last night with Jiangyu. It wasn't that he was stingy. It was just that those things were something that couldn't be exposed to the light of day, and if they were discovered, it would only bring endless trouble to Jiangyu. So it would be better to just give Jiangyu a sum of money, so that her life would be a little easier. 2,000 yuan is a lot of money in this era, while building a house only costs a few hundred yuan. Regardless of Jiang Yu's future plans, having money in hand will always allow her to live a good life. I don't want his stinking money, Jiang Yu said, her voice trembling with emotion, her eyes reddening. She didn't want to have anything to do with a disgusting person like Tian Daqiang anymore, and naturally she didn't want his so-called compensation. Jiang Yu's unhesitating refusal puzzled Song Chen, who frowned and asked, "Why don't you want it?" "This is what you deserve." Because she felt disgusted. If she took the money, wouldn't that be equivalent to accepting money for prostitution? What about the harm she suffered then? Song Chen couldn't understand her thinking. How could this be considered money for selling yourself? Isn't your thinking a bit too extreme? Maybe, but I just don't want it, Jiang Yu said, her face expressionless but her words stubbornly unwavering. Song Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He raised his hand and rubbed his temples. "I suggest you keep it. There's no need to fight for this. Living your own life, well, is the greatest revenge against those who hurt you." If Jiang Yu's family situation were good, it would be understandable. But she was a pitiful little girl at home, and after going to the countryside, she could only earn a little food by foraging in the fields. In Song Chen's opinion, it was really foolish for her to push money away under such circumstances. "Is that so?" Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with a hint of confusion, and her thoughts began to waver. "If I were you, I would choose to accept the money, forget everything that happened before, and try to live each day well from now on. Money can solve most of the world's troubles. Without money, you might not even be able to afford to go to the hospital when you get sick, so why bother?" Jiang Yu took these words to heart, and, after thinking for a moment, she said to Song Chen, "Then I'll take 500 yuan as payment, and you can have the rest as your reward for helping me. Is that all right?" "No need. I don't need this little bit of money." Song Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if he didn't care about the 2,000 yuan at all. Jiang Yu didn't know what to say. This was the first time she had seen someone so wealthy and powerful. For a moment, she wondered if Song Chen was saying this on purpose to dispel her concerns, or if he really didn't lack money. "Are you really not going to?" she asked again, unwilling to give up. Song Chen chuckled softly. "Really, I don't want it. If I wanted it, I wouldn't have taken out this money in the first place. Anyway, you wouldn't have noticed, would you?" Jiang Yu nodded subconsciously. That's right. If Song Chen hadn't taken out the money, she wouldn't have known that Song Chen had swindled a sum of money from Tian Daqiang. Besides, if Song Chen is unwilling to share the money with her, it won't matter even if she knows. Could she possibly hold a grudge against her savior? Wouldn't that make her an ingrate? "All right, take the money and go back quickly. If you delay any longer, the people inside will die." Song Chen forcefully stuffed the money into Jiang Yu's hand and urged her to leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu dared not waste any more time. Although she wanted to take revenge on Tian Daqiang, she did not dare to actually kill him. Not because she was afraid of legal punishment, but because she could not get over her own conscience. "Then I'll head back now. Thank you so much, Comrade Song. If it weren't for you, I might be dead by now, let alone able to take revenge. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, just let me know, and I'll do everything in my power to repay you," Jiang Yu solemnly promised, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Song Chen. Death wasn't the most terrifying thing for her. What was terrifying was that she died while the culprit who harmed her got away scot-free. She wouldn't be content even as a ghost. Song Chen smiled nonchalantly. He didn't feel he needed Jiang Yu to repay him, but to reassure her, he still said, "I know, I won't hesitate to help you when I need it." After watching Jiang Yu leave, Song Chen carried Tian Daqiang down the mountain. While he was still unconscious, he untied the ropes from his hands and feet so that he could call for help when he woke up. Chapter 142, The Tian Family Line, is about to end. Things went pretty much as Song Chen had predicted. About half an hour later, Tian Daqiang woke up from his coma. As soon as he woke up, he felt an overwhelming pain and couldn't help but roll around on the ground. It was only then that he realized the ropes binding his hands and feet were gone. He struggled to remove the hood from his head and pulled the rag out of his mouth. Because a piece of cloth had been stuffed in his mouth for a long time, he couldn't stop drooling. Tian Daqiang tried to get up from the ground, but found that his legs were already numb from the pain. Helpless, he could only lie on the ground and call for help. He shouted like that for 5 or 6 minutes until a few children who were gathering pig feed passed by and noticed him. One of the children recognized Tian Daqiang. It was Erju, the child from Tian Daqiang's neighbor's house. Erju took 2 steps closer, squatted down next to Tian Daqiang, and asked, "Uncle Daqiang, why are you lying here?" The The child was oblivious and didn't notice the injuries Tian Daqiang was hiding under his clothes. Although he didn't understand why an adult would lie on the ground, he still felt that there must be a reason for him doing so. Erju, quick, call my parents and my uncle over here. Tell them I've been murdered and they need to come and save me. Tian Daqiang grabbed Erju's arm as if he had grasped a lifeline and said excitedly. Erju was startled and instinctively tried to pull his arm out of his grasp. Tian Daqiang was already seriously injured, and Erju easily broke free. Okay, I understand, Erju said, looking at Tian Daqiang, who seemed to have gone mad, and quietly took 2 steps back. He said to his friends, "You guys watch my basket and sickle. I'm going to call Grandpa Tian and Grandma Tian. Erju, you go quickly. We'll wait for you at the place where we cut pig feed." Tian Fun, who was working in the field at the time, heard a child calling him. He looked up in confusion and found that it was Erju from next door. "Erju, are you looking for your grandfather? He's not here. Go look further ahead." "No, I didn't come to see Grandpa. Uncle Daqiang asked me to come to see you," Erju said, shaking his head anxiously. When Tianfen heard that it was his son looking for him, his expression immediately turned sour. "I wonder where that brat has been gallivanting off to again. Why did he send you to find me?" Erju scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Uncle Daqiang asked you and Grandma Tian to rescue him. He was just lying on the ground, his clothes all dirty. He thought Uncle Daqiang would definitely get scolded when he got home. Every time he got his clothes so dirty, his mother would scold him and sometimes even hit him. What? Where's your Uncle Chong? Take me there quickly." Tianfen suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, as if something terrible had happened. "It's on the road where we cut pig feed, Grandpa Tian. Come with me," Erju said and ran out first. Tianfen threw down the hoe in his hand and was about to follow when he suddenly remembered something and turned to find his older brother first. Upon hearing that his nephew had been in trouble, Tianyong forgot all about his work in the fields and immediately gathered a few people to follow him. "My son, what happened to you? Who did this to you?" Tianfen was so frightened when he saw his beloved son lying on the ground, pale and miserable. His heart almost stopped beating. Tianyong was also heartbroken. This was the only male heir in their Tian family. Who had done such a terrible thing to Daqiang? He would never let that person get away with it. At this moment, Tian Daqiang was barely breathing. He opened his eyes groggily and heard his father's voice. Dad, is that you?" Tianfen quickly grasped his son's hand. "It's me, son, what's wrong? What happened?" He knew his son hadn't come home last night, but this wasn't the first time his son had done something like this. So he and his wife didn't take it seriously, assuming the brat had gone off to fool around somewhere again. As a result of this oversight, they didn't even know their precious son had been harmed. "I have no idea how scared his son must have been lying here all alone, or how much torture he had endured. Dad, take me to the hospital," Tian Daqiang said, his lips trembling. Yes, take Daqiang to the hospital first." Tianyong realized what his nephew meant and quickly directed the man to drive the ox cart. It was 2 hours later when the group arrived at the hospital. The ox cart was so bumpy that even with a thick mattress underneath, Tian Daqiang was in excruciating pain and fainted halfway through the journey. After a doctor's examination, it was found that Tian Daqiang had injuries of varying degrees, the most serious being his right leg and genitals. Even if his right leg heals in the future, he may still have a limp, and as for his genitals, he will probably be unable to have sex in the future. The ward was completely silent. The 2 brothers, Tian Fun and Tian Yong, stood there dumbfounded, like eggplants that had been hit by frost. "Sigh, I know it must be hard for you family members, but the most painful thing is for the patient himself. When he wakes up, please remember to comfort him," the doctor said, shaking his head with a look of pity. "He's a man too, so he knows how devastating such a situation would be for a man. Someone with a fragile psyche might even go crazy. How could he not be able to live? How could he not be able to live? Doctor, please save my son. He's the only male in our Tian family, the one who's supposed to carry on the family line. I beg you must save him." Tianfen couldn't accept this outcome, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly pitiful. Tianyong also recovered from shock. "Yes, doctor, please save my nephew. No amount of money is a problem. You must cure my nephew's reproductive organs." If his nephew becomes impotent, wouldn't that mean the Tian family line is about to end? How would he face his ancestors after he passes away? The doctor sighed helplessly and said, "If we can save him, we certainly will." but we have no other choice. Why don't you go to a hospital in the city? Let's go. We'll go to the city hospital right now, Tianyong said immediately, unwilling to give up as long as there was even the slightest hope. Transferring to another hospital now? I suggest waiting a few more days. The patient shouldn't be traveling too much right now, the doctor said, somewhat disapprovingly. Tianyong was preoccupied with getting his nephew's genitals treated in the city, and he couldn't listen to the doctor's advice anymore. He said excitedly, "We can't wait. What if we miss the best time for treatment?" Seeing his insistence, the doctor merely frowned and compromised, saying, "All right then, send someone to handle the transfer procedures." Chapter 143 Treasure Hunt in the kitchen. Tian Daqiang was soon transferred to the city hospital. The attending doctor carefully examined his injuries, pondered for a moment, and concluded, "The patient's leg still has a good chance of being healed, but his genitals may not recover. Doctor, please take another look. Is there absolutely no chance of a cure?" Tian Fan asked, almost in despair. The doctor silently shook his head. "I'm sorry." Tian Fan clutched his head in anguish and cried out, "Ah, who killed Daqiang? Brother, we absolutely cannot let that person get away with this." "Don't worry, second brother. I won't let him off even if you don't tell me." A sinister glint flashed across Tianyong's face. At this time, he was unaware that his hidden treasure had been betrayed by his nephew. He had been spending money and effort on his nephew's illness, and he didn't know whether he would be able to bear the blow when he discovered the devastating news. On the other side, the Jinluan Brigade. Night fell again, and under the hazy moonlight, a figure appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. The surroundings were quiet, with only the occasional croaking of frogs. Song Chen took out a metal detector from his spatial storage and began a treasure hunt in the landlord's mansion. Having already found treasures in the yard, he first searched the yard floor. Unfortunately, after searching the whole area, nothing unusual was found. That can't be right. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? Does this landlord have no plans at all? Song Chen sighed in disappointment. The old saying goes that you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. How could a dignified landlord be so careless as to leave himself no way out? Or did he foresee that his whole family would be in trouble? So he just gave up? Undeterred, Song Chen moved to another location, intending to try his luck inside the house. He searched 5 or 6 rooms in a row and finally found something unusual in a side room. The metal detector beeped the moment it approached the wall. Song Chen's eyes lit up. He tossed the metal detector aside and began groping along the wall. I tapped the wall twice with my fingers and found that the part near the corner was hollow. Although it was already certain that something was hidden in the wall, Song Chen studied it for a long time, but couldn't find any clues or flaws. Do we really have to break through the wall to open it? Song Chen was a little conflicted, because if the wall was really destroyed, it would be difficult to restore it to its original state. Fortunately, this room was relatively secluded, the kind that usually doesn't get much traffic. Even if someone notices something is wrong, it doesn't seem to matter much, since no one knows he took the things inside. Song Chen quickly made a decision, pulled out a hammer from his spatial storage, and began to smash the wall repeatedly until a hole was punched through it. He tentatively reached in and rummaged around, his fingers touching a hard object. When I took it out, it turned out to be a palm-sized gold ingot, round and golden, looking extremely cute. Song Chen weighed the gold ingot in his hand a couple of times, estimating that such a gold ingot weighed at least half a pound. He casually tossed the gold ingot in his hand on the ground, then reached his claws into the hole in the wall again, easily pulling out another one. When nothing more could be pulled out of the wall, the gold coins at Song Chen's feet had piled up like a small mountain. He counted them carefully, and there were exactly 50 of them. Based on each gold ingot weighing half a pound, this pile would weigh over 20 pounds in total. Song Chen's lips curled up into a wide grin. Haha, this feeling of treasure hunting and finding bargains was simply too good to be true. Although he already had quite a bit of gold in his wooden bead space, who would complain about having too much gold in their hands? Who knows, he might even be able to build himself a bed made of gold someday. I can't even imagine how happy I would be sleeping on it. After storing all the gold coins into his spatial storage, Song Chen made some simple repairs to the hole in the wall, and then, like burying his head in the sand, moved the only cabinet in the house over to cover it up. Whether or not someone will find out later is not within his consideration. He didn't find anything in the next few rooms, but Song Chen wasn't disappointed. In any case, he had already made a worthwhile trip tonight. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed that he didn't seem to have checked the kitchen yet. While no one would normally hide their treasure in the kitchen, who knows, a few minutes won't make a difference. With that thought in mind, Song Chen turned and headed towards the kitchen. He walked around the kitchen with a metal detector, eventually stopping at the water tank, where it kept beeping. TSK, there really is one. I didn't expect to find such a pleasant surprise before leaving. Song Chen curled her lips and used the space to move the water tank aside, revealing a layer of bluestone floor whose color was no longer discernible. He used tools to dig, open the bluestone floor, and soon unearthed a brown jar filled with silver dollars. The value of silver dollars depends mainly on their scarcity. The fewer the variety that is in circulation, the higher its value. Scarcity drives up the price. With such a large jar of silver coins, Song Chen didn't have the time to check each one individually, so he simply put the jar and all into his spatial storage. The excavation was so simple that Song Chen found it unbelievable. It took less than 5 minutes to dig. Did the owner think the jar of silver coins wasn't valuable enough, so they just buried it casually in the ground? Or was there something more precious hidden underneath? Song Chen remembered watching a video before, which said that people in the past liked to hide things by layering them up and down. That is, first put one layer, then bury it, and then put another layer, or even as many as 3 or 4 layers. In this way, if the house is burgled, the thief may only be able to find the items on the top floor, and the items below will naturally be safe. Song Chen took out the metal detector again and scanned the location where the silver coin had been dug out once more. Sure enough, the beeping sound rang out again. The thought of what if arose in his mind, and he also proudly praised himself a couple of times, thinking how clever he was. Most people might have left after digging up the jar of silver dollars, but he noticed something was wrong. Before Song Chen could be happy for long, he realized something was wrong. The layer of soil underneath seemed to have been specially reinforced. A shovel could only remove a little bit of the edge, and every now and then you could dig up a pile of pebbles or something. When Song Chen's hands were almost numb from digging, he suddenly heard a crack. It turned out that he had accidentally broken the jar buried underneath. His heart sank immediately. If the jar contained gold or silver, it would be fine, but what if it contained jade or jewelry? He would be doomed. Unfortunately, luck didn't stay on Song Chen's side. The jar he broke did indeed contain various jade jewelry, including a white jade bracelet that cracked in two. Chapter 144 Apology Gift. Song Chen carefully picked the jade pieces out of the pit one by one. Looking at the broken bracelet, he felt heartbroken. This loss was worth a lot of money. He couldn't help but curse himself for being a spendthrift. If he had been more careful when he dug it up, the bracelet wouldn't have broken. But it's already broken, and it's too late to regret it now. I became even more careful with my next actions, afraid of breaking the others as well. Song Chen counted that there were 28 pieces of jade jewelry in the jar, including bracelets, rings, necklaces, and other items of various styles. The quality of the pieces looked very good, and even someone who didn't know much about jade would know that they were very valuable. On the other hand, if the item wasn't valuable, the original owner wouldn't have gone to the trouble of burying it so deep. Now it's a bargain for Song Chen. Since the original jar was broken and could no longer be used, he found an empty box in his spatial storage and carefully collected the jade jewelry pieces on the ground one by one. After putting everything into the space, he restored the pit to its original state and moved the water tank back to its original location. After finishing all this, Song Chen straightened up, rubbed his sore back, and glanced at his watch. It was almost 4:30 a.m. No wonder he had vaguely heard a rooster crowing. It wasn't his imagination. Some people who go to bed early will be getting up soon. So Song Chen stopped dawdling and disappeared from the spot with a thought. When Song Chen woke up, it was already past 3 p.m. He slept very soundly, rubbing his slightly sore arms. He was about to pick up his phone to see if his girlfriend had sent him a message when he suddenly remembered that he had fallen asleep as soon as he got home and left his phone on the sofa in the living room. Realizing something, Song Chen quickly got out of bed, ran to the living room, picked up her phone, and saw several missed calls, all from Ruan Mooching. He quickly dialed back, and thankfully the call was answered shortly afterward. Hello? Who is it? Ruan Mooching's voice was indifferent, revealing no emotion, but Song Chen knew she must be angry, otherwise she wouldn't have asked who he was. Ruan, I was sleeping the whole time and left my phone in the living room, so I didn't answer your call. I didn't mean to ignore you, he explained sincerely, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Ruan Mooching snorted. You sleep too much. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. She sent Song Chen a message as soon as she woke up in the morning, but didn't receive a reply. She figured he probably hadn't gotten out of bed yet. When noon came, Song Chen still hadn't replied to her message. She couldn't help but make a call, only to find that she couldn't even get through. She wondered if something had happened to Song Chen, but little did she know that he had simply slept until the afternoon. Song Chen chuckled twice and continued to explain, I went to bed a little late yesterday, so I couldn't get up. Ruan, do you have time tonight? I could pick you up from the law firm and take you out for dinner. I probably won't get off work until 6:30 today, so you'd better not be late, or I'll really get angry, Ruan Muqing said coquettishly. Hearing that she had agreed to have dinner with him, Song Chen raised the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Okay, that's all for now. I'm working. I'll hang up now. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Song Chen opened WeChat and saw many unread messages, all sent by Ruan Muqing. The first message was, good morning, followed by a question about what he was doing and why he hadn't gotten up yet. Later on, the message became noticeably more urgent. A warm feeling washed over Song Chen. Thinking of what he had gained the previous night, he decided to pick out an item as an apology gift for his girlfriend. It's 6:30 p.m. Ruan Muqing put the documents away, rubbed her slightly sore neck, and picked up her phone to send a message to Song Chen. Ruan Muqing, I'm off work. Have you arrived yet? Song Chen, I arrived a while ago. I'm downstairs. Ruan Muqing, then why don't you come up to me? Song Chen, waiting downstairs is fine too. Otherwise, with such a handsome boyfriend next to me, wouldn't I be unable to concentrate on my work? Ruan Muqing, you're so narcissistic. Meow meow is angry.jpg. Song Chen, okay, I was just being narcissistic. Little princess, come down quickly. I'm practically turning into a statue, waiting for my wife. Ruan Muqing, okay, I'll be right down. Ruan Muqing had an irrepressible smile on her face, and her colleague next to her teased, is she chatting with her boyfriend? Ruan Muqing nodded somewhat shyly. TSK. Women in love look so different. A colleague couldn't help but remark. Ruan Muqing usually gives people the impression of being aloof, but it turns out she's quite the little woman when it comes to being in love. I'm not talking to you anymore. My boyfriend is waiting for me downstairs. Ruan Muqing picked up her bag from the table and waved to her colleague. After getting off the elevator, Ruan Muqing saw Song Chen standing in the lobby. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Chen, what are you doing here? I thought you were waiting for me in the car. Of course I want you to see me as soon as possible, Song Chen said with a smile, naturally taking the bag from her hand. Ruan Muqing took the opportunity to link her arm with his and said in a sweet and coquettish voice, not bad. Keep it up. Yes, Your Highness. The two chatted and laughed as they walked toward the parking spot. As soon as they opened the car door, Ruan Muqing saw a small box on the passenger seat. What is this? She asked Song Chen curiously, picking up the box. Song Chen gestured. Open it and take a look. Ruan Muqing opened the box in a daze, and there lay a crystal-clear, emerald green bracelet inside. This bracelet isn't a gift for me, is it? She asked, somewhat uncertainly. The reason she wasn't entirely sure was because she immediately recognized the bracelet's considerable value. She estimated it to be worth at least 6 figures, and possibly even 7. Although she and Song Chen were in a romantic relationship, they had only been dating for less than a month, and she didn't think Song Chen would give her such an expensive gift. But Song Chen's attitude was too obvious, otherwise he wouldn't have asked her to open the box. Do you like it? Let me put it on for you, Ruan, Song Chen said with a smile as she took the box and took out the jade bracelet inside. The bracelet was successfully slipped onto Ruan Muqing's wrist, and Song Chen couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He had only roughly estimated the width of Ruan Muqing's hand, and was a little worried that the bracelet he chose would be too big or too small, but it turned out to be just right. Chapter 145. Offending brother-in-law. Ruan Muqing turned the emerald bracelet on her wrist, leaned close to Song Chen, and lightly pecked his cheek. I like it. Thank you, Chen. The bracelet was indeed very valuable, but she was not someone who couldn't afford to reciprocate, so she accepted the gift without any burden. If you really want to thank me, a kiss on the cheek isn't enough, Song Chen said, his voice slightly hoarse. His gaze swept over her soft, rosy lips. He cupped her head with one hand and pinched her chin with the other, then leaned down and kissed her. Their lips met, and Ruan Muqing subconsciously closed her eyes, letting the man linger in her mouth. A large hand slowly slid down and landed on her soft waist, and the woman let out a soft moan. No, no. Ruan Muqing tried with difficulty to push away the large hand pressing on her waist, but found that the hand seemed to be welded to her waist, and no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. She opened her misty eyes and met a terrifying gaze, like that of a wild beast wanting to tear her, its prey, apart and devour her whole. Ruan Muqing trembled slightly and called out in a sweet voice, "Aiken!" Song Chen snapped out of his reverie and tried to calm the urge that was about to erupt within him. Food and sex are human nature, and with such a beautiful woman nestled in his arms, he felt he was almost losing control of himself. Aren't we going to eat? Let's hurry up and leave, Ruan Muqing said, changing the subject. The kiss just now left her feeling a little scared. Luckily, it happened in the car. If it had happened at home, she probably would have been eaten by now. Song Chen was amused by her little expression and affectionately rubbed her head. Is Ruan hungry? I've already made a reservation at the restaurant. Let's go there now. The car started moving slowly, and Ruan Muqing casually asked, "What are we going to eat? How about Western food? We've never eaten Western food together before." "Yes, that's fine," Ruan Muqing said without any objection. The moment the two stepped into the Western restaurant, the romantic atmosphere immediately enveloped them. After greeting the waiter, someone immediately led them to the table that Song Chen had reserved in advance. Ruan, a familiar male voice sounded from behind her. Ruan Muqing turned her head and saw her older brother staring at her with a suspicious look. She waved her hand sheepishly. Big brother, what are you doing eating here?" She tried her best to remain calm on the surface, but inside she was screaming for help. "What a coincidence. I just happened to have a meal and I ran into this guy. Is the city really that small?" Ruan Tianjun did not answer, but instead focused his gaze on the man next to his sister. "Is this your friend?" This is my boyfriend," Ruan Muqing said weakly. Now that her older brother had discovered it, she didn't plan to hide it any longer, otherwise it would seem as if she had done something wrong. However, her older brother wasn't as easy to talk to as her younger brother, and he probably wouldn't be willing to help her cover it up. Ruan Muqing could already imagine the scene of being interrogated by her parents after returning home. Ruan Tianjun's expression changed instantly, and he looked at Song Chen with a blatant scrutiny. Boyfriend? When did his sister get a boyfriend? How come he didn't know? Could it be some rascal trying to trick his sister? Song Chen was also a little surprised to run into his girlfriend's family without any preparation. He smiled politely at Ruan Tianjun and said, "Hello, brother. Who's your older brother?" "Don't call me that," Ruan Tianjun said coldly, giving a cold rejection to this pig who wanted to steal his cabbage. Ruan Muqing frowned, complaining unhappily. "Brother, can't you speak properly? Song Chen is my boyfriend. What's wrong with calling you big brother along with me?" So she said she couldn't let her family find out she was dating too early. Judging from her older brother's attitude, he was definitely a stumbling block on her path to love. Faced with his sister's accusations, Ruan Tianjun gave her an incredulous look. She wasn't even married yet, and her sister was already siding with outsiders? No wonder they say girls are more outgoing. That's absolutely true. He looked at Song Chen with a hint of disgust. It's all that brat's fault. He must have corrupted his little sister. "Chen, this is my older brother, Ruan Tianjun. Since he doesn't like you calling him elder brother, you could just call him by his name," Ruan Muqing introduced to Song Chen in a gentle voice. After saying that, she turned to Ruan Tianjun and said, "Brother, this is my boyfriend Song Chen. We're about to order some food. If you don't have anything else to do, you can go ahead." Ruan Tianjun, "You're kicking me out for an outsider?" Ruan Muqing, "You're really something." Ruan Tianjun's heart instantly turned ice cold. Ruan Muqing had no idea what her older brother was up to. She was on a date with her boyfriend, and she wasn't letting her brother leave. Was she inviting him to be a third wheel? She felt awkward, not him. Song Chen glanced at her future brother-in-law's expression and smiled as she tried to smooth things over. "Mr. Ruan, have you eaten yet? Would you like to eat with us?" He dared not offend his brother-in-law on their first meeting, as it would do him no good in winning the heart of the beauty later. You're quick to change your tune," Ruan Tianjun snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction with the title Mr. Ruan. "Brother, what do you want from Aichen? Calling him big brother isn't okay. Calling him Mr. Ruan isn't okay either. Are you really going to call him by his name directly? You'll think he's being impolite then," Ruan Muqing complained, pouting. Ruan Tianjun was quite angry with his sister and was about to have a serious talk with her. Just then, the assistant came over. Seeing that Ruan Muqing was also there, she greeted her first and then whispered in Ruan Tianjuan's ear, Mr. Ruan, the business partners are waiting for you to go over. I have important business to attend to right now. I'll talk to you when I get home tonight. Ruan Tianjun gave his sister a warning look before leaving, his whole body radiating coldness. Ruan Muqing looked at Song Chen apologetically. I'm sorry, my brother didn't mean it. Maybe the fact that I suddenly got a boyfriend was too much a shock to him. It's okay, I understand, Song Chen said with a nonchalant smile. If he had a beautiful younger sister, he would definitely disapprove of the scoundrel who stole her away. Ruan, I'm really not angry. Don't overthink it. Let's order first. Aren't you hungry? Song Chen handed her the menu on the table. Ruan Muqing stared at him blankly for a moment, and only after realizing that he was really not angry did she secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, if you're unhappy about anything, remember to tell me, and I will definitely teach your older brother a lesson when I get home to help you get revenge. Song Chen gently pinched the bridge of her nose and joked, Let's not. My brother-in-law is already unhappy with me. If you help me get revenge, you'll just be making me a target of hatred. Chapter 146 reveals that Ruan Muqing had just returned home when she saw 4 people sitting on the sofa. Her heart skipped a beat, her eyes darting around, but she forced a calm greeting. Mom and Dad, you're still awake? Our daughter doesn't even tell us she's dating. How can we sleep? Ruan Yin said, straightening her back and putting on a stern face. Ruan Muqing glared at her older brother reproachfully. This guy was too quick to complain. He couldn't even stand it for one night. Ruan Tianjun received an accusing look from his younger sister and silently looked away. How can you blame him? He was clearly doing it for his sister's own good. If his sister were to be seduced by some young rascal outside, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Ruan Muqing walked over and sat down between Ruan Yin and Luo Qinxin, resting her head on Luo Qinxin's shoulder, and explained softly, Dad, Mom, actually I was planning to tell you after a while, since Aiken and I've only been together for a short time and our relationship is not very stable yet, so I wasn't in a hurry to tell you. Ruan, you're still young and don't know how bad men can be. Your mother and I have to vet your boyfriends, otherwise your father won't feel at ease, Ruan Yin said earnestly. Ruan Muqing looked slightly embarrassed. She's still young? She's about to turn 27. According to some people, someone her age who doesn't have a boyfriend is already considered a leftover woman. However, she knew that her parents were doing it for her own good, so she nodded obediently to show that she understood. Luo Qinxin was more direct, immediately launching into a barrage of questions. What's your boyfriend's name? How old is he? Where's he from? How did you two meet? Mom, wait a minute. Ask them one by one, otherwise I won't know which one to answer first. Ruan Muqing quickly stopped her. If her mother kept asking, she would get a headache. Let me tell you about his basic information first. His name is Song Chen. He's a year younger than me, and he's my junior from the same university, but we weren't close back then. Ruan Muqing briefly explained how she met Song Chen and his family background. When Ruan Yin heard that the man was younger than her daughter, she was immediately dissatisfied. How could you find someone younger than you? Can you really trust him? His daughter was pampered and spoiled by her family. He can't expect his precious daughter to take care of his boyfriend. What kind of class is that? Shaw. What? I'm not that much younger. Only a year younger. Am I that old? Ruan Muqing pouted, her face showing a hint of displeasure. Girls are generally more concerned about their age. She is already a year older than Song Chen, and her father keeps bringing up her age, making her seem much older. When Ruan Yin saw that his daughter was unhappy, he quickly apologized. That's not what Daddy meant. My Ruan is of course not very old. She's still a child. What Daddy meant was that I wanted you to find a more mature and stable partner so that he can take better care of you. Dad's right. I don't think that kid is anything special. He looks like a college student, but he doesn't seem very reliable. Ruan, you should reconsider, Ruan Tianjun chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Ruan Muqing puffed up her cheeks in anger. Big brother, you said last time that I look like an 18-year-old girl. Were you lying to me all along? No, why would I lie to you? You look like you're 18, and people would think you're a high school student in your school uniform, Ruan Tianjun said quickly, knowing what his sister liked to hear. Yeah, sis, that Song Chen looks several years older than you when he stands next to you, Ruan Tianyi said, trying to flatter his sister. Little did he know that his unintentional remark immediately caught the attention of the other 3. Ruan Yin stared at her son with wide eyes. What do you mean by that? When did you meet your sister's boyfriend? Ruan Tianyi stood there dumbfounded. Barbecue. How did he accidentally blurt out the truth? No, I was just casually praising my sister, he said with a laugh, trying to get away with it. But as the one with the lowest IQ in the family, he obviously couldn't hide it from the other three. Hurry up and confess honestly, or I'll force you to use torture on you, Ruan Tianjun said, looking at his foolish younger brother with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Ruan Yin and Luo Qinxin also glared at their youngest son, their faces saying, "You're dead if you don't confess right now." Ruan Tianyi sighed and kept blinking at Ruan Muqing, trying to send a distress signal. "Mom and Dad, Xiao Yi saw Song Chen take me home before, but I told him not to tell you yet, so please don't blame him." Ruan Muqing tried to smooth things over for her younger brother. She was the one who caused this mess, and she couldn't let her younger brother be punished for it. She would feel guilty. I knew this brat was unreliable. He dared to keep such an important matter from us, Ruan Yin said, looking at his youngest son with disdain. Ruan Tianyi shrank back, looking aggrieved. "My sister told me not to tell you. What can I do? If the older sister is at the top of the family food chain, he is at the bottom, and he can't disobey anyone or dare to disobey anyone's orders. Wah, I suddenly feel so pathetic. I hope my brother-in-law will come home soon, so he'll have someone to keep him company while he's stuck at the bottom of the social ladder." Luo Qinxin rolled her eyes speechlessly. "You do whatever your sister tells you to do, but would you eat shit if your sister told you to? Eat. I am your brother, and your instructions are like a sacred decree to me," Ruan Tianyi said sincerely, his expression even more resolute than when he joined the party. "There was no other way. I had already offended the other three people in my family, so I could only cling to my sister's coattails in order to save my life." Everyone was disgusted by his answer and turned their faces away in disgust, unwilling to admit that they had a son and brother who were willing to eat shit. "Ruan, find an opportunity to invite them home for a meal, so your dad and I can meet them." Luo Qinxin took her daughter's hand, but suddenly noticed a bracelet on her daughter's wrist halfway through her sentence. "Hey, Ruan, when did you buy that bracelet? The quality looks pretty good." Women always find it hard to resist beautiful jewelry, and Luo Qinxin's attention was immediately drawn to it. Ruan Muqing touched the bracelet on her wrist, blushing as she said, "This was given to me by Aiken tonight." She could tell her mother really liked the bracelet. If she had bought it herself, she would have given it to her mother immediately. But she couldn't just give away a gift from her boyfriend. "That kid gave it to me?" Ruan Tianjun raised an eyebrow in surprise, his impression of Song Chen improving slightly. Being able to give his sister such an expensive gift at least meant he wasn't after their family's money. Chapter 147 3 Courts, Joint Trial, Risk Transfer. Not bad. Your boyfriend is quite thoughtful. Don't accept his gifts for nothing. Remember to reciprocate. Luo Qinxin nodded and said. Ruan Muqing smiled and took her mother's arm. "I know. I'm going to give him a watch. What do you think, Mom?" Luo Qinxin pointed to her eldest son. "You'll have to ask your brother about that. I don't know anything about men's watches." Ruan Muqing also thought of the row of watches in her older brother's walk-in closet and looked at Ruan Tianjun with bright eyes. "Brother, can you recommend one for me?" "Okay, I'll send it to you later," Ruan Tianjun said reluctantly. He didn't want to give the man who kidnapped his sister a list of candidates, but he couldn't refuse his sister's request. "Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best," Ruan Muqing said with a smile. Ruan, about asking her boyfriend to come home for dinner. Luo Qinxin finally remembered the important matter, but she was interrupted before she could finish speaking. "Mom, let's wait a while before we talk about it. I think it's a bit too early to meet the parents now," Ruan Muqing said coquettishly, shaking Luo Qinxin's arm. "But, no buts. I know you're worried about me, but I'm all grown up now. I'm not so easily fooled." Ruan Yin looked at his daughter's serious little expression and said, "Fine, since Ruan is unwilling, let's listen to her." "Dad!" Ruan Tianjun looked at his father with disapproval. In his view, the reason he needed to intervene was because his sister and that boy weren't deeply in love yet. Otherwise, if they were deeply in love, wouldn't it be too late to break them up? "All right, you should mind your own business first. Your sister already has a boyfriend. When are you going to bring a girlfriend home for us to see?" Ruan Yin successfully shifted his attention from his daughter to his son. Well, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished reading a few documents yet. I'll go back to my study first," Ruan Tianjun said, patting his head dramatically as he stood up to go upstairs. "You sit down for me. You run away every time this topic comes up. If you don't get married this year, don't blame me for arranging a business marriage for you," Ruan Yin said with a dark face and a serious tone. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about social status, and his family's company was already quite large, so he never thought about arranging marriages for his children. But what did his open-mindedness get him in return? His son is 30 years old and still a bachelor. Since his son can't find a girlfriend on his own, he, as the father, doesn't mind giving him a hand. Ruan Tianjun slowly sat back on the sofa and sighed helplessly. Dad, I manage such a big company every day. How can I have time to date? Why don't you let Xiao Yi come to the company to help me? Maybe I could bring a girlfriend home for Chinese New Year this year. Ruan Tianyi. Wait a minute. How did the topic turn to him again? He's still a college student. How can he be a corporate slave so early? Big brother, I'm only a junior in college, Ruan Tianyi said, widening his eyes as he tried to emphasize. Ruan Tianjun said calmly, I know, but I joined the company right after I started college. You're already a junior, 3 years later than me. No, brother, I'm not like you. You're so smart, and I'm so stupid. If I join the company, I'll only make things worse. I'd better not go and ruin our company, Ruan Tianyi said, starting to smear himself without any politeness. Who would want to go to work at a company every day if they could be a spoiled rich kid who doesn't have to do anything and has endless money? Perhaps such a person exists in the world, but that person is definitely not Ruan Tianyi. It's okay, I can teach you slowly. I don't think you're stupid. How could Ruan Tianjun not know that his younger brother wanted to shirk his responsibilities? He would never let him have his way. Ruan Tianjun wanted to continue arguing, but Ruan Yin, as the patriarch, made the final decision. In that case, Xiao Yi will come to the company to learn this summer vacation. Ajuan, please take good care of your younger brother. He has an outstanding eldest son, so he doesn't really have high hopes for his younger son. But he can't let him become an idle second-generation rich kid who won't even be able to find a wife in the future. What decent family would want their daughter to marry a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun all day? Understood, Dad, Ruan Tianjun said, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. He didn't actually mean to drag his younger brother into this. It's just that his parents have started pressuring him to get married again, so he had to use his brother as a temporary shield. Ruan Tianyi felt like the sky was falling. Wasn't the topic of the family meeting tonight supposed to be his sister's relationship? How did he end up being the one who got hurt? Dad, why don't you reconsider? I don't think I'm really suited to working for the company, Ruan Tianyi said, unwilling to give up and wanting to try one more time. All right, if there's nothing else, go back to your rooms and rest. Your mother and I are going back to our rooms too. Ruan Yin waved his hand and started to shoo them away. Good night, Mom and Dad. Ruan Tianjun was the first to get up, followed by Ruan Muqing, who went upstairs right after him, leaving Ruan Tianyi alone looking pitifully at his parents. He grabbed Luo Qinxin's arm and acted coquettishly, saying, Mom, please help me persuade Dad. Don't you know what kind of person I am? How could I possibly be suitable to manage a company? Come on, you're all grown up now. You can't just stay at home and eat for free all the time. If you don't know something, learn it properly from your older brother, Luo Qinxin said, patting her son's head dismissively. Oh, our family is so rich. Why should I work so hard? I just want to eat, drink, and have fun with my friends every day. I don't want to work like my older brother, who works from 9 to 6, attends banquets after work, and has to work overtime on weekends, Ruan Tianyi said, adding that he couldn't endure any hardship and that such hardship should be left to those who can endure it. Ruan Yin was furious at his youngest son's good-for-nothing behavior. He stood up abruptly, rolled up his sleeves, and said coldly, The money in the family is earned by me penny by penny. What business is it of yours? If you say another word, believe me, I'll slap you. Dad, I was wrong. I won't say any more, Ruan Tianyi said, not daring to argue with his father when he got angry, and honestly admitted his mistake. Luo Qinxin smiled and pulled the man back to sit beside her, comforting him. Really, why did you have to scare the child like that? It's all because your son is so infuriating, Ruan Yin couldn't help but mutter. Luo Qinxin's smile vanished instantly. What do you mean by that? So you're saying I gave birth to him all by myself? I thought he inherited your bad genes. Otherwise, how come Ajuan and Ruan are both obedient and sensible, but Xiaoyi is like this? What do you mean by inheriting my bad genes? I wasn't like him when I was a kid. I was already running a company before I even graduated from college, Ruan Yin retorted, unconvinced. The two engaged in a heated debate about who their youngest son resembled, completely oblivious to Ruan Tianyi, who sat dejectedly in the corner. He knows he's not good enough, but he still has self-respect, you know. He'd be hurt if his parents disliked him. Chapter 148, The Unfinished Resort. On the way home after dropping Wan mooching off, Song Chen suddenly received a call from Nguyenpeng. Chungzi, what are you doing? Song Chen turned on speakerphone and replied, I just dropped my girlfriend off and am about to go home. That's perfect. How about we grab a late-night snack together? Of course, no problem, Song Chen said. She didn't get up until after 3 p.m., so she wasn't sleepy at all. She would just lie in bed and play on her phone when she got home. It would be even better if she had friends to play with. Nguyenpeng smiled and said, Okay, I'll send you the address. Bye. Half an hour later, Song Chen arrived at the barbecue restaurant that Nguyenpeng had sent him. As soon as he entered the store, he saw Nguyenpeng sitting at the corner table. He walked over with a smile and said, What brings you here to have a late-night snack with me? Don't you have to work tomorrow? Nguyenpeng picked up his beer, took a sip, and complained, What's the point of working here? It's a lousy company, and they haven't even paid last month's salary yet. What's wrong? Is there a problem at the company? Song Chen could tell now that his brother was unhappy, which was why he called him out for drinks. Sai, at the beginning of the year, we took on a big project, but the boss was tricked into gambling by someone and the cash flow dried up, causing the newly started project to fall through. Our company can't get the project payment either, and the boss said that the salary will be paid later, Nguyenpeng said with a hint of frustration. It's already tough enough for low-level workers like them, and then the company delays paying their wages. It's fucking infuriating. The company makes money but doesn't give them a bigger share, so why should they share the risks? What project? Song Chen asked casually. A resort, located on the border between our city and G City. I think I mentioned it to you before. Nguyenpeng wasn't sure. After all, it had been a while, and he couldn't remember if he had mentioned it to Song Chen. Song Chen recalled for a moment. You did seem to mention that it was in some centenarian village? Yes, it's in the centenarian village. Nguyenpeng exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table. This village of centenarians is quite famous. It was on the news before. Several centenarians have lived in the village, and their average lifespan is longer than that of people in other places. Even the name, Centenarian Village, was changed later. Some people have specifically studied this, and it seems that the water and air quality there are exceptionally good, which is beneficial to the human body, and that's why the people there live such long lives. However, people just listen to these kinds of stories for fun, who would go out of their way to live in a rural area just to live a few more years. Unless they're already financially independent and don't want to worry about making money, they would just go for a visit when they have time. Therefore, after Nguyenpeng learned that a resort was going to be built there, he specifically mentioned it to Song Chen and the others, saying that once the resort was completed, the guys could get together and go for a few days. Unexpectedly, before the resort was even completed, the investors absconded, affecting their company as well. So what do we do next? We spent a lot of money on this. Are we just going to let it go to waste? Song Chen poured himself a glass of ice-cold beer and asked curiously. When Nguyenpeng met him and shook his head, I don't know, it's probably been transferred out. I heard that the boss owes a lot of money. Their company is just one of the victims. Transfer out, Song Chen murmured, frowning as he fell into deep thought. Just then, the waiter brought over the barbecue. When Nguyenpeng picked up a skewer of beef and held it to his mouth. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and eat. Song Chen took the beef skewer, took a bite, chewed, and swallowed it before slowly saying, I was thinking about that resort you mentioned. Do you know how much the owner is asking for? What do you mean? You don't mean you want to take over that resort, do you? When Nguyenpeng's skewers fell uncontrollably onto the table, his eyes wide as saucers. Is that not allowed? Song Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. No, brother, are you serious? That project has already been abandoned. Who knows what hidden dangers there are? Only a fool would take on such a mess. When Nguyenpeng said, his tone somewhat agitated, fearing that Song Chen might do something irreversible in a moment of madness. It's important to understand that building a resort is no small undertaking, often costing tens or even hundreds of millions of yuan. A slight misstep could result in a complete loss, leaving you penniless. Upon hearing the words, big idiot, Song Chen looked slightly embarrassed and chuckled. You're the idiot? If I were really going to take over, I would definitely do some research beforehand. Okay, let's put aside the feasibility of this matter for now. Where are you going to get so much money? When Nguyenpeng questioned, he knew that Song Chen had made a fortune selling stamps before, but with buying a house and a car, the money must have been mostly spent. Even if you sell the house and car now, it's still a drop in the ocean compared to the investment in the resort. Suddenly, as if he had thought of a possibility, he grabbed Song Chen's arm with a serious expression. Don't tell me you're planning to take out a bank loan? Do you know what will happen if the investment fails? Promise me. Let's live a good life together. Don't touch these high-risk things if you can avoid them. Song Chen knew that he was concerned about him. If he had just been lucky enough to earn a few million, he would have honestly kept the money and lived off his savings. But the things in his space could have made him financially free long ago. Even if the investment in the resort were to fail, it wouldn't have a significant impact on him. Moreover, once the resort is built, he won't leave. If all else fails, he can just treat it as his own private estate. Imagine those thousands of acres of land are all his property. How awesome would that be? The money issue was indeed difficult to explain, so Song Chen glossed over it. I can handle the money. Just help me find out the price for taking over the resort. We could talk about the rest later. Are you really sure? This isn't child's play. When Guangping saw his persistence and didn't want to spoil the mood by continuing to persuade him, since it would be useless anyway. I've made up my mind. I want to take it over. Song Chen nodded firmly and forcefully. Guangping sighed. All right, I'll try to find out for you, but don't get your hopes up too high. Song Chen chuckled and picked up his wine glass. Gesturing for him to clink glasses, I believe in your abilities. You definitely won't let me down, right? When Guangping rolled his eyes at him, this kid wasn't just hinting. He was making it clear that he shouldn't be perfunctory. Okay, I'll try to ask for you when I get to the company tomorrow. He downed the drink in his glass in one gulp, feeling puzzled. He had only wanted a vent. So how did it turn into discussing a multi-million-dollar deal with his best friend? Chapter 149 Drunk. No third wheels when Guangping didn't know if it was because he was already in a bad mood or because he was provoked by Song Chen's decision. He kept drinking one cup after another until he was completely drunk. Come on, cheers. When Guangping, his face flushed and eyes glazed over, raised his glass and grinned foolishly at Song Chen. Stop drinking. You'll make yourself stupid. You still have to go to work tomorrow, don't you? Song Chen felt that this kind of indulgence couldn't go on, so she snatched the cup from his hand. When Guangping wasn't angry when his cup was snatched away, he simply picked up the bottle and took a swig. I'm not going anymore. What kind of lousy company is this? They can't even pay wages on time. What's the point of going to this crappy job? All right, then I won't go, Song Chen said, pulling her hand back halfway through its reach. It's just a job. If he loses it, he loses it. Can't he find his brother a better job? Guangping let out a burp. Come on, keep pouring me more drinks. We're not leaving until we're drunk tonight. Okay, let's drink until we drop, Song Chen said with a smile. After saying that, he picked up his phone and called a designated driver in advance, so that the two of them wouldn't be unable to get home if they both got drunk. When the designated driver arrived at the barbecue restaurant, there were 2 more empty wine bottles on Song Chen's table, and when Guangping was already asleep on the table, Song Chen shook his dizzy head and said to the designated driver, Could you please help me get my friend into the car? I'll send you a red envelope as a thank you fee later. Okay. Upon hearing that he could get a red envelope, the designated driver immediately smiled and helped when Guangping, who was slumped over the table, to his feet. Song Chen was too lazy to take when Guangping home anymore, so he simply took him to his own house. When they arrived downstairs, Song Chen asked the designated driver to help take the person upstairs and sent him a 200 yuan red envelope before he left. The delivery guy was overjoyed. He could only earn 60 or 70 yuan after deducting the platform's commission for this order, but he unexpectedly received a 200 yuan tip. He hopes to have more generous customers like this in the future. When Guangping was woken up by the urge to urinate, he groggily got up to go to the toilet and bumped into the wall with a thud. Where's his toilet? How come his huge toilet is gone? When Guangping rubbed his sleepy eyes and carefully looked around before realizing he wasn't at home. However, he wasn't too panicked. After all, he was a grown man and not particularly handsome, so no one should try to take advantage of him. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Song Chen lounging on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Orange, you brought me back yesterday? Yeah, you were completely drunk, and I was too lazy to take you back, so I just brought you back with me, Song Chen replied casually. When Guangping was a little anxious, That's terrible. Your place is so far from my company. I'm afraid I'll be late today. He muttered to himself as he prepared to go to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. What do you mean late? Don't you even look at the time? Song Chen held up his phone, gesturing for him to check the time. 12:32. When Guangping looked terrified and slumped onto the sofa in a deflated manner. What's the point of going to work? It's not just being late, it's considered absenteeism. He licked his dry lips, picked up the bottled water on the table, took a sip, and asked, still unwilling to give up, Did you ask for leave for me? How can I help you ask for leave? Even if I could access your phone, I wouldn't know who your boss is. I can't just ask anyone for leave, Song Chen said, looking at him speechlessly. With things having come to this point, when Guangping's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Fine, that's fine. I'm going to the toilet. I'm dying to use it, he said, standing up and walking towards the toilet. After relieving himself of his physical needs, he slowly returned to his room to find his phone. As he expected, his WeChat was bombarded with messages from his superiors and colleagues, asking why he hadn't come to the company yet, and if something had happened. He made up a reason to get by for now, but whether his superiors believe him was beyond his control. Their company's policy was that if you took leave, you wouldn't get full attendance bonus for the month, so he didn't even think about going back to work in the afternoon. Since he had already lost his full attendance bonus, he felt he would be letting down his chances by not taking a half day off. Sigh, drinking really makes things worse, when Guangping sighed. Song Chen laughed at him. I told you to drink less yesterday, but you didn't listen. Now you know you regret it. When Guangping touched his nose guiltily. He worked so hard at work, he needed to indulge himself occasionally. By the way, didn't we talk about that resort yesterday? You even said you wanted to take over that resort. That's right, what's wrong? Song Chen asked, turning her head to look at him with a puzzled expression after selecting and paying for the takeout. When Guangping shook his head, nothing. I'm just a little unsure if I'm dreaming, and I'm worried that it's all just my imagination. Haha, I'm quite honored that you still think about me in your dreams. Maybe we should hurry up and find a partner, so at least we'll have new material for our dreams at night, Song Chen joked. When Guangping rolled his eyes at him, go away, stop being so narcissistic. I never dreamed about you. Then he suggested, I happen to be off work this afternoon, so how about we go check out that resort together? He thought that maybe after he went to see it, Orange would give up that idea. Okay, let me see how long it will take to get there from here. Song Chen became interested and opened his phone to start searching for navigation. Fortunately, it's only a 2-hour drive. If we leave after dinner, we can still make it back tonight. Shall we go eat first? When Guangping asked, I've already ordered takeout. Go take a shower first. You smell like alcohol. Song Chen wrinkled her nose in disgust. Although they're good brothers, they're not so close that they would take a bath for each other when they're drunk. So when he got home last night, he helped Wen Guangping to his room and then left him alone. Upon hearing this, Wen Guangping tentatively sniffed his body and indeed smelled an unpleasant odor of alcohol. I can take a shower, but I didn't bring any clothes, he said, looking troubled. Where mine? I happen to have a few new underwear that I haven't worn yet. I'll go get them for you, Song Chen said, then got up and went back to her room, returning shortly with a clean set of clothes. There are towels, toothbrushes, and other items you used before in the bathroom. You should remember which one is yours, right? I remember. After taking a shower, Wen Guangping felt much more relaxed. When he came out of the bathroom, a takeout meal of 4 dishes and a soup was already laid out on the table. TSK, I don't want to leave this life, he joked with a grin. Song Chen rolled her eyes at him. You wouldn't come when I asked you to before, but now I have a boyfriend, so I don't welcome third wheels. Chapter 150, let's see your 8-pack abs. Is it here? That's right. You can see it says Taiyuan Resort here. Song Chen found an open space and parked the car, then gestured for Wen Guangping to get out. Let's go check if anyone's here. If they can find a person in charge, they might be able to contact the resort owner directly, without Wen Guangping having to make any more inquiries. He could then have a detailed discussion with the owner. When the two reached the main entrance, they saw a sign that read, Under construction, please do not enter. Not only that, the gate was also closed. It looks like no one's here. Shall we go in? When Guangping asked, Song Chen glanced at the electric sliding gate in front of him. Let's go in and take a look, since we're already here. All right, how about we have a contest to see who gets to the steps faster? The first one to touch the steps wins, Wen Guangping said, pointing to the steps not far away. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand was already on the electric sliding gate. 3, 2, 1, go. Song Chen quickly gave the order, gathered his strength in his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared inside the door and ran towards the steps. The two arrived at the steps one after the other, and Song Chen raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Depung, you lost. Damn, no. It must be because I drank too much yesterday and haven't recovered yet, Wen Guangping said, his hands supporting his thighs as he breathed heavily. Song Chen scoffed. You talk like you haven't had a drink. Admit it, you're just weak. His gym visits weren't for nothing. How could Wen Guangping, who's always holed up in the office, compare to him? Wow, you're so awesome, aren't you? Come on, let me admire your 8-pack abs, when Guangping said in an exaggerated tone, his eyes scanning his stomach. Song Chen touched her stomach guiltily and glared at him. Get lost, my body is only for my girlfriend to see. After saying that, he silently decided in his heart that he would increase the intensity of his training when he got back. Although he didn't have 8-pack abs yet, he already had muscle lines on his stomach, and 8-pack abs were just a matter of time. Stop joking around. Let's get down to business, when Guangping reminded him. The two walked around the main road and found that it was completely quiet. There wasn't a soul in sight. This project really stops just like that, without even assigning a guard. Aren't they afraid of thieves breaking in? Song Chen said, puzzled. We might not even get paid, so who would want to come to work? Every extra day we work is another day of loss, when Guangping, as a migrant worker himself, fully understands the mindset of those workers. After all, if it were him, he definitely wouldn't come to work anymore. He'd rather use that time to find other jobs. You're right, it's a pity. I thought I could contact the boss through the staff here. Song Chen sighed regretfully. Although the resort is not yet completed, it already shows its basic structure, which demonstrates that the owner has put a lot of thought and effort into it. The two walked all the way to the villa area. Song Chen looked at the villas that were already built and only needed to be decorated in the distance, and waved his hand. Once I take over this place, I will reserve a villa for you and Huazi. You can come and play any time you want. Haha, Mr. Song is so generous. But we don't need a whole villa. We'd be happy if you could just give us a room to ourselves, when Guangping said with a grin. He didn't really take Song Chen's words to heart. After all, he thought that taking over a resort like this was no easy task, but that didn't stop him from bragging to his buddies. Song Chen didn't know what he was thinking, but after looking around, he was quite satisfied with the resort. If no other unexpected situations occurred, he had already decided to take over the place. The two wandered around the resort for half an hour, and when they were about to leave, they encountered an older man at the gate. The man looked to be in his 50s, with a ramrod straight back and bright, piercing eyes. Who are you people? Hello. Are you a staff member of this resort? We need to speak with the person in charge here, Song Chen asked politely. Zhang Gua's eyes flickered slightly, and his tone softened considerably. Young man, you must also be here to collect a debt, right? I did work here before, but I was just a manual laborer and couldn't talk to the person in charge. Uncle, we're not here to collect a debt. Oh, you're not here to collect a debt? Then what are you doing here? Zhang Gua asked, puzzled. Seeing that the two young men were well-dressed, he assumed they were debt collectors sent by some company. Since the resort stopped construction, waves of debt collectors have been coming. But unfortunately, all those in charge have long since disappeared. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep checking in every now and then just to find out when the wages owed to them will be settled. Oh, I just heard that this resort is going to be transferred, and I want to talk to the owner. If it's suitable, I'll buy it and run it myself, Song Chen said casually. What? You want to buy this place? Zhang Gua thought he was hallucinating. How much money could such an ordinary-looking young man have? Yet he dared to boast that he wanted to buy this resort. Song Chen nodded with a smile. Yes, I think the scenery around this resort is quite nice, and the air is fresh. Once it's built, I'm sure many people will want to come here to play. Of course, our village is a famous longevity village. We've been on TV. Even the water is sweeter than in other places, Zhang Gua said proudly. So, Uncle, you're a villager from Centenarian Village? When Guangping asked in surprise, Zhang Gua sighed. Yes, we thought that building this resort would boost the economy of our surrounding villages. They made such good promises when they rented our village's land, but now it's just a failed project, and they still owe me more than 3,000 yuan in wages. Young man, you just said you want to buy this resort. Is that true or false? When he came to ask for his wages before, the foreman had told him that the big boss of the resort had gone bankrupt and run away, and that he would only get his wages if the big boss sold the resort. So although Zhang Gua didn't quite believe that the young man in front of him had the ability to buy the resort, he still held a sliver of hope in his heart. What if he can actually afford it? It would be a good thing for everyone if someone were willing to take over this mess. Of course it's true. We don't even know each other. Why would I joke like that with you? Song Chen said sincerely. A hint of joy flashed across Zhang Gua's face, but he said with a touch of regret, It's a pity that I only have the phone number of the little leader in charge of us. You can't contact those leaders anymore either, otherwise I could have asked for you. Chapter 151, Conservative Estimate of 30 million. It's okay. I can ask others. I came here today, mainly to investigate the specific situation of the resort and whether it is necessary to take over. Song Chen's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of probing was revealed in his eyes. The man in front of me not only works at this resort, but he's also a local, so he must know this resort very well. The only uncertainty is whether the other party will be willing to tell him the truth. Upon hearing that he was there to inspect the place, Zhang Guohe quickly said, "There's nothing wrong with this resort. Even the government attaches great importance to it. If the owner hadn't run away, it might have been completed in another 2 months. But young man, you should think carefully before you buy it. I heard that the entire resort may cost tens of millions of dollars to build. That's no small sum." He started to believe that Song Chen really wants to buy the resort, and he thinks Song Chen must be some rich second-generation heir. I just don't know if this rich kid has real talent and ability, or if he's just a spendthrift. "Thank you for reminding me, uncle. I'll think about it carefully," Song Chen said with a smile. "Let's exchange contact information. If I really take over this resort, how about I ask you to work here?" He had a good impression of the man. He seemed honest and reliable, and being a local, he might come in handy in the future. "Really?" Zhang Guohe's eyes widened in surprise. "However, I can't use your smartphones. I'll give you my phone number. You can call me anytime if you need anything. Don't let my age fool you. I'm in good health and can do all kinds of rough and hard work." Song Chen opened her contacts and save his number, then read out her own number as well. "If you need anything, you can call me." Okay. I usually come here to wander around when I don't have anything to do. If I run into the person in charge, I'll call you and let you know," Zhang Guohe said with a simple smile as he put away his old-fashioned mobile phone. After leaving the resort, Song Chen first took Wen Guangping back and asked him to help contact the resort owner as soon as possible in the next couple of days. He himself needed to deal with some financial issues first. He currently has over 60 million yuan in his account, all of which is what he had left over from selling paintings. As for the money from selling stamps and jade bracelets, he had already spent it all. He estimated that the resort shouldn't cost 60 million, but he would need to invest a lot of money after taking it over, including initial advertising and recruitment. 60 million might not be enough. So he plans to sell 2 more pieces of jewelry to avoid being short of money when he needs it later. After returning home, Song Chen took out everything from her personal space. He's the type of person who got rich from humble beginnings, unlike those rich people who are raised to recognize quality from a young age. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run, right? Why are jewelry and ornaments so popular with women? Of course, it's because they're beautiful. So, to judge whether a piece of jewelry is good or not, the first thing to look at is its color and clarity. The more vibrant and eye-catching the color, the more people like it. The second thing to look at is its size. For example, diamonds under 1 carat can be bought for a few $1,000s, while diamonds larger than 1 carat can cost tens of thousands of dollars. Song Chen picked and chose from a pile of items, and finally selected an imperial jade bracelet and a set of ruby jewelry, including a necklace, ring, bracelet, and earrings. He estimated that these items could fetch tens of millions, which shouldn't be a problem to build the resort. Once you've chosen what you want to sell, the next step is to find buyers. Among the people he knew, the only one who might be able to handle both of these things was probably Old Master's son, but his stamps and paintings were all traded with the other party, and continuing to trade would be too conspicuous. More importantly, Mr. Sun is an old man, so he probably doesn't have much interest in jewelry. But he doesn't know any rich women who love to shop. After thinking it over, Song Chen decided to send the items to the auction house. At worst, he would just have to pay an extra handling fee. Not only will it fetch a higher price, but the auction house will also keep his personal information confidential. This time, however, he didn't go to the same auction house as before, but instead went to another one. "Hello, Mr. Song. I am the manager here. My surname is Guan," Guaning said warmly, extending a hand to Song Chen. Song Chen smiled and shook his hand back. "Hello, Manager Guan. Let's get straight to the point." "No problem. Please come with me." Guaning led Song Chen into the reception room, where 2 middle-aged men in their 40s were already sitting. "These 2 are appraisers from our auction house. Mr. Song, you can bring out your item now. After they have appraised it and found no problems, they will give you a rough estimate. You can then see if it meets your expectations." Song Chen felt the gazes of the 2 appraisers on him, calmly unzipped his backpack, took out 2 boxes, and placed them on the table. "They're all here. You can take a look first." "Thank you for opening the box yourself, Mr. Song," Guaning said with a smile. "This is also just in case. Although their meeting rooms are equipped with cameras, if they encounter an unreasonable rascal who insists that they broke the items, it will be difficult to explain. Song Chen didn't ask any further questions and opened the 2 boxes as instructed. In an instant, the 3 people present, except for him, widened their eyes slightly. Gulp is the sound of swallowing saliva. Mr. Song, may I pick up this bracelet and take a look? One of the appraisers asked. Of course, feel free to look around. Song Chen gestured for him to proceed. Such fully green jade bracelets are quite rare to see on the market nowadays, and even people like them who are used to seeing good things can't help but be attracted to them. The color is rich and the texture is delicate and translucent. It should be genuine, the 2 appraisers said after studying it together for a while. Song Chen wasn't surprised at all. He had painstakingly dug this out from underground. How could it be a fake? Upon hearing that the bracelet was genuine, Guaning grinned from ear to ear. It's good that it's genuine. Based on the experience of the 2 teachers, how much is this bracelet worth? His attitude seemed even more urgent than Song Chen's, the owner of the bracelet. This was not surprising, since the value of the bracelet was linked to his bonus, and he naturally hoped that the bracelet would be as valuable as possible. The appraiser carefully considered his answer and said, a conservative estimate is around 30 million, but the price could be even higher if it goes to auction. 30 million? Song Chen's eyes widened. This price was even higher than he had expected. Chapter 152. Contacting the resort owner. Song Chen originally thought that it would be great if this bracelet could sell for 20 million, but he did not expect the appraiser to say that it would conservatively cost 30 million. If we don't take a conservative estimate, wouldn't it be 40 million or even 50 million? TSK. Something that he considered to be similar to a stone could actually sell for a price that an ordinary person couldn't earn in a lifetime of work. No wonder people online say that the lives of the rich are unimaginable, so extravagant, just too extravagant. Soon, the 2 appraisers gave the ruby jewelry a price, conservatively estimating it to be around 15 million. Auction houses generally tend to lower their estimates for items, as higher estimates may result in the item failing to sell. However, Song Chen had done his homework on this beforehand. Some small auction houses might deliberately let a client's items go unsold in order to charge the client multiple fees, such as service fees, insurance fees, and display fees. After all, auction houses are not charities and certainly cannot do business at a loss. Regardless of whether the transaction is successful or not, they have already incurred costs. If the transaction is successful, of course, it's good, and they will receive the commission agreed upon in advance. If the transaction is unsuccessful, someone else will naturally have to bear their costs. However, Song Chen doesn't need to worry about this issue, not to mention that the auction houses he chooses are all reputable large auction houses. As for the items he put up, if they sell, it will only benefit their auction house, not to mention that the commission will definitely be higher than the deposit. Mr. Song, do you have any objections to this price? Guaning asked with a fawning smile. Song Chen shook his head. No objection. Let's leave it at that. When is the next auction? It's exactly 2 weeks from now. Would Mr. Song like to participate? I'll send you the specific time and location, Guaning said considerately. Okay, then I'll have to trouble manager Guan. Song Chen nodded, indicating that he wanted to participate. To be honest, he has never participated in an auction before. The last time he went to sell stamps, he didn't even have time to send them to the auction before Mr. Sun bought those 2 stamps for his friend. So this time he wanted to go to the auction in person to experience it firsthand and broaden his horizons. After the 2 appraisers finished their work, they left the meeting room, while Guaning stayed behind to continue discussing the follow-up details with Song Chen. Mr. Song, I wonder if you plan to take these items back with you today and send them over before the auction starts, or if you would like to keep them at our company for safekeeping. He added with a smile, our company has comprehensive security measures, so you don't need to worry about losing your items. This will also be stated in the contract. If any problems arise with your items during this period, our auction house will be responsible. Okay, then let your company keep it, Song Chen said, not want to go through all the hassle. Okay, please rest here for a while. I need to prepare the contract, Guaning said politely to Song Chen as he stood up. It's okay, you can go ahead, Song Chen waved his hand dismissively. Not long after Guaning left, staff brought her fruit and snacks, providing excellent service. Song Chen sat on the sofa, playing on his phone and leisurely eating fruit. Just as he finished eating, Guaning walked in with 2 contracts. He handed the contract to Song Chen and said, This is the auction consignment contract. Mr. Song, you can take a look at it first. If you have any questions, you can raise them at any time. Of course, our contract is absolutely legal and compliant. It has been reviewed by the Industry and Commerce Department, so you don't need to worry about our auction house cheating its clients. Okay, let me take a look first. Song Chen took the contract and started browsing from the first line, his expression very serious. He read all the terms from beginning to end, carefully examining each word, but found nothing wrong with them. This auction house charges a commission of 5% of the item's value. And the good thing is that there are no upfront fees. Song Chen did a quick calculation. If the jewelry was valued according to the appraiser's estimate, a 5% commission would amount to over 2 million yuan. Furthermore, if the items he brought were successfully auctioned, the price would only be higher than the appraiser's estimate. Giving away millions in commissions at once, it would be a lie to say I wasn't heartbroken. That amount of money is enough to buy a house in City C. But everything has its good and bad sides. He doesn't have any connections right now. So if he wants to sell things through an auction house, he naturally has to give them some benefits. Hopefully, he can meet 1 or 2 wealthy people at this auction. Little by little, he'll build up his network. I've read it. There are no problems, Song Chen nodded after reading the last line of the contract. Guaning smiled, picked up the pen on the table, and handed it over. Since there's no problem, then please have Mr. Song sign the contract. The contract was made in duplicate, with 1 copy for Song Chen and 1 for the auction house. He quickly signed his name. Guan Ingjian's smile deepened as he finished signing. Mr. Song, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Before a contract is signed, everything is subject to change. The client can back out if they want. But once the contract is signed, the deal is considered done, and their commission is secured. Thinking of the commission and bonus that was about to be received, Guaning looked at Song Chen with eagerness. It's a pleasure working with you. Song Chen replied with a smile. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Please send me the time and location of the auction when you have time, Manager Guan. No problem. I'll see Mr. Song out, Guaning said, standing up quickly and gesturing for him to leave. A few days later, Song Chen received a call from Wen Guangping. Orange, I've contacted the resort owner, and he's willing to meet with you, Wen Guangping said, his voice brimming with obvious joy. God knows how difficult it was for him to contact the resort owner. He talked until his lips were sore before the owner reluctantly believed that he really had a friend who wanted to buy the resort. Of course, the main reason was that the owner was eager to sell the resort, and many people were unwilling to take on this mess. So he placed his last hope on Wen Guangping. Otherwise, if he hadn't gotten into trouble before, he would never have wasted time talking to an ordinary worker. Song Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. You made an appointment right away? He thought Peng could eventually help him get a phone number or something, and he was prepared to negotiate with the boss himself, but he didn't expect Peng to get it right away. Yes, we've arranged to meet at noon tomorrow. You should have time, right? He sounded quite anxious. We could try to negotiate the price down a bit then. By the way, he's asking for 70 million right now, when Guangping told him all the information he knew. Chapter 153, 70 million? Impossible. 70 million? Are you kidding me? Song Chen was speechless. It seemed that this boss was not in a hurry enough. Otherwise, he would not have asked for such an exorbitant amount. If the resort is already built, selling it for 70 million is no problem, and Song Chen might even get a good deal. The problem is that the resort isn't finished yet. The subsequent construction will likely cost at least 20 to 30 million yuan, and possibly more. More importantly, the resort project has already stalled, and there aren't many people willing to take over this mess. Otherwise, it would probably have been sold off long ago, and Song Chen wouldn't have had a chance. Right, I also think this price is too expensive, but Boss Zhou said we can talk about it again after we meet. I think it shouldn't be a problem to get it down to 60 million, Wen Guangping said. Song Chen replied, then let's talk about it tomorrow. Send me the meeting place later, and I'll pick you up in advance tomorrow. Oh, I think I'll pass. I have to go to work tomorrow, Wen Guangping said, looking troubled. Take leave. I'll reimburse you for the losses, Song Chen said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. When Wen Guangping heard that he wanted to be reimbursed, he stopped being coy and said with a grin, okay, I'll send a message to the manager right now. Song Chen actually had a preliminary idea in mind. If he could really buy the resort, he would ask Peng and Huazi to help him. After all, he can't manage such a large resort by himself, so he definitely needs help. It doesn't matter who he hires. He must prioritize his own brothers. Back in college, they often said, if we become rich and powerful, let's not forget each other. He's currently the most successful among his brothers, so naturally he wants to help them out. As for whether Song Chen would worry that when Guangping and Suhua wouldn't be able to manage the resort well, that's easy to solve. If they don't know how, they can just find someone to teach them. Everyone learns by trial and error. No one is born knowing everything. However, before the resort was secured, Song Chen didn't rush to tell Wen Guangping and Suhua about it, in case things didn't go as planned and they were disappointed. The next day, Song Chen specially changed into a more formal outfit and styled his hair with some hair gel, making him look much more mature and composed, at least no longer looking like a college student. After all, he was going out to discuss business. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. He couldn't let people think he was easy to bully just because of his appearance. At 11 a.m. sharp, Song Chen appeared downstairs at Wen Guangping's house. "Damn, Orange, you look amazing today," Wen Guangping exclaimed, circling around him as he looked him up and down. Song Chen raised the corners of his mouth and placed his right hand on his chin in a pose. "Isn't he handsome? You look incredibly handsome. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were going on a blind date, not a business trip." Wen Guangping joked with a grin. "TCH, you're definitely jealous of me. We still have some time. Do you want to go upstairs and change your clothes?" Song Chen asked considerately, her gaze sweeping over his cotton short-sleeved shirt and sweatpants. Wen Guangping waved his hand. "Let's not waste time. You're the main character today. I'm just a freeloader. It's better to keep a low profile." "Fine, don't bother changing, just get in the car," Song Chen said, and took the lead in getting into the driver's seat. The hotel was booked by the resort owner. Despite being heavily in debt, he still picks out the best of everything, including the high-end hotel. As soon as Song Chen's car stopped in front of the restaurant, a valet came to greet him. "Sir, do you need help parking?" "Thank you for your help." Song Chen nodded, opened the car door, and got out. "You're welcome. It's what I should do." When Guangping quickened his pace to catch up with Song Chen and whispered in his ear, "The service here is really thoughtful." "It's really good," Song Chen agreed. After explaining their situation to the waiter, the two were led into a private room. As soon as the two entered the private room, the two people who were sitting inside immediately stood up. One of them had a receding hairline, was overweight, and had a beer belly. He was probably the owner of the resort. The woman next to him, dressed in a black bodysuit, had a curvaceous figure and wore exquisite makeup. She was probably an assistant or secretary. "This must be Mr. Song?" Zhou Wang looked at Song Chen with a smile, his eyes showing a hint of scrutiny. He already knew that the person who wanted to buy his resort was a young man, but he didn't expect him to be so young. He looked to be under 30, which made him a little disappointed. "It's not that I'm worried Song Chen can't afford it, but I'm a little concerned that he's some rich kid who only has a short attention span and might suddenly back out after we've reached an agreement." Song Chen smiled and shook Zhou Wang's hand. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, I've heard so much about you." "Not at all. You're the ones who are young and promising. Don't stand there, come and sit down. We've been waiting for you to order." Xiao Qian, quickly give the menu to the two young men. Zhou Wang greeted them warmly. Song Chen did not refuse, and symbolically ordered 2 dishes before handing the menu to Wen Guangping. Zhou Wang spoke with Wen Guangping on the phone yesterday and learned that the two were friends. He didn't find it strange, and even took the initiative to talk to Wen Guangping about his company boss. To be honest, Wen Guangping was able to contact Zhou Wang thanks to his boss's help. As a big boss, Zhou Wang had attended many drinking parties and was very talkative, able to chat about various topics without letting a single word slip by. The atmosphere warmed up, and Song Chen began to get to the point. "Mr. Zhou, I've come here with sincerity, so I won't beat around the bush. The price you quoted yesterday was indeed a bit too high." Zhou Wang didn't expect him to be so direct. He put down his wine glass with a wry smile and said, "Brother Song, actually, 70 million is really not a high amount. I invested more than 70 million in that resort. That project was something I worked very hard to get started. I went through countless connections. If it weren't for the funding problem, I really wouldn't have been willing to transfer it out." As he spoke, he wiped the corner of his eye, as if he were wiping away tears. Song Chen clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking to himself that doing business was really not easy. This week, the boss's sob story was even better than that of the actors on TV. Unfortunately, he wasn't a fool from a wealthy family, and he didn't fall for that. Since the other party likes to play the victim card, he could do the same. "Mr. Zhou, I understand that you have your difficulties, but I also have mine. To be honest, although I'm very interested in this resort project, I don't have enough funds on hand. If I spend all the money now, I won't have enough to support the subsequent construction. Even if I take over the project, it will be a waste of time. Song Chen sighed with a worried look, his eyes looking at Zhou Wang with utmost sincerity. Chapter 154, Who Takes Advantage of Whom? After hearing Song Chen's words, Zhou Wang's heart skipped a beat, realizing that he had met his match. He could certainly choose to stick to his guns and not lower the price, but he urgently needs the money and doesn't have that much time to waste. He had already contacted everyone he needed to, but they were either not interested in his project or want to rip him off. He wouldn't be sitting here chatting with Song Chen if he hadn't had no other choice. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wang decided to back down. 65 million, that's my bottom line. Song Chen smiled meaningfully and calmly said, 50 million, that's all the money I have. Brother Song, you're making things difficult for me. I've lost all my money, not even my underwear, Zhou Wang said, his face still looking a bit grim. He secretly gave his secretary a wink. Upon receiving her boss's instruction, Zhang Qian stood up with a smile and poured drinks for Song Chen and Wen Guangpeng. President Song, President Wen, let me fill your glasses. As she poured the wine, her full breast seemingly brushed against Song Chen's arm unintentionally, and the strong scent of perfume wafted into his nostrils. Song Chen glanced at her and subtly moved back a little. Thank you. Zhang Qian noticed his reaction, and a hint of disappointment crossed her mind. Normally, at times like this, if she gives even the slightest hint, the man opposite her would already be taking advantage of her. She didn't think it was because of her lack of charm. She guessed it was because young people are more thin-skinned and not as shameless as those old hands. No need to thank me, Mr. Song. Let me toast you, Zhang Qian said, raising her glass to Song Chen. She parted her red lips slightly, tilted her head back, and drank the entire glass of wine in one gulp. Seeing that she had already finished drinking, Song Chen felt embarrassed to refuse, so he could only follow her example and down his drink in one gulp. President Song has a good capacity for alcohol, Zhang Qianjiao praised with a smile. Qian, don't just pour wine for President Song. Fill President Wen's glass too, Zhou Wang reminded her with a smile. Come on, Brother Song, Brother Wen. It's fate that we can sit together for a meal today. I'd like to toast you both. With the help of Zhou Wang and Zhang Qian, Song Chen and Wen Guangping drank several glasses of baijiu in a days. They usually drink beer, which has a low alcohol content. If they suddenly drink a strong liquor, their heads start to feel dizzy. When Zhang Qian tried to pour them more drinks, Song Chen quickly covered the glass, saying, No, we can't drink anymore. We'll really get drunk if we drink anymore. Mr. Zhou, let's get back to business. Seeing that he had reacted so quickly, Zhou Wang sighed regretfully in his heart, but still had a smile on his face. 50 million is definitely not possible. If Brother Song insists on this number, then our cooperation today will definitely not be possible. Song Chen shook his dizzy head, hiccuped again, and said, I really like this resort. 57 million is the most I can raise. Is that okay, Mr. Zhou? Please give me a definite answer. He seemed a bit out of it, as if he really was drunk. A glint of light flashed in Zhou Wang's dark eyes. In fact, 60 million was his bottom line. He deliberately asked for 70 million to leave room for negotiation between the two parties. But Song Chen's words didn't seem like a lie. If he really could only come up with 57 million and insisted on 60 million, the deal would fall through. Should he choose to concede to the price difference of 3 million? Brother Song, how about we compromise and round it up to 60 million? Zhou Wang was still unwilling to give up. 3 million was not a small amount of money, and he was reluctant to lose it like that. Song Chen shook his head. Money is not enough. If it really doesn't work out, let's not buy it. I'll find another place to build a smaller agritainment business. When Guangpeng, who was standing to the side, slammed his hand on the table and loudly agreed, I think it's a good idea. The cost of building a resort is too high. It would be unwise to invest all the funds in it. I think a farm stay is fine. A few million can make a very good farm stay. He was telling the truth. He didn't really agree with Song Chen buying the resort in the first place. It would be better to put the money in the bank and earn interest. If all else fails, at least keep half of it. If you invest it all and lose it, you'll have nowhere to cry. How can these be the same? Resorts and farmhouses are not in the same league, Zhou Wang said anxiously. Song Chen pretended to be persuaded by Wen Guangpeng. Thinking about it carefully, it does seem that I was indeed a bit impulsive. Seeing that his initial worries had come true, Zhou Wang could no longer remain calm and hurriedly said, 57 million it is. Just consider it as me and Brother Song making friends. President Zhou agreed. Song Chen's eyes widened in surprise, her face showing no joy. Zhou Wang didn't want to give him a chance to back out, so he quickly nodded. Yes, I agree. We can sign the contract tomorrow. Tomorrow? Isn't that too rushed? Song Chen said hesitantly. No, I'll have the legal department draft the contract right now. It won't take long, Zhou Wang said, regretting that he hadn't brought a contract with him when he left home today. Otherwise, he could have signed a contract with Song Chen right now. He was overthinking things. Even if he brought the contract, Song Chen wouldn't dare sign it directly. He would definitely need someone knowledgeable in the law to help him review it. Song Chen nodded hesitantly. Okay. However, I would appreciate it if you could send me an electronic contract before tonight, Mr. Song. I need to find someone to take a look at it, as I'm not very familiar with this aspect. Sure, let's add each other on WeChat first, Zhou Wang agreed readily. He never intended to cheat Song Chen. Having a lawyer review the contract before signing it is standard practice. After all, it's a multi-million-dollar deal, and there's no room for error. The two added each other on WeChat, which was considered a verbal agreement, and they were just waiting to sign the formal contract tomorrow. Zhou Wang was in a great mood after resolving a troublesome matter. Come, Brother Song. Let me toast you again. Let's drink until we're drunk tonight. Mr. Song, let me pour you some wine. Zhang Xian felt that she hadn't played much of a role in the whole drinking party and was worried about being criticized by her boss when she got back, so she was incredibly enthusiastic towards Song Chen, almost as if she wanted to feed him the wine directly. I'll do it myself, Song Chen said somewhat awkwardly, taking the cup from her. Zhou Wang glanced at the two of them and said with a wicked smile, Brother Song, my secretary is very considerate. I'll arrange for her to take you home later. No need. I drove here myself. I can just call a designated driver later, Song Chen quickly refused. He knew what Zhou Wang meant, but he wasn't willing to take advantage of that. No, it's hard to say who's taking advantage of whom. Chapter 155 Beware of Fire, Theft, and Brothers. All right, Zhou Wang said, slightly displeased at his refusal. He hired this secretary at great expense, but Song Chen didn't even like her. This kid's standards are a bit too high. Brother Song, you're so young. You must not be married yet, right? He asked, feigning curiosity. Song Chen shook his head honestly. I'm not married, but I have a girlfriend. I imagine Brother Song's girlfriend must be very beautiful. I wonder if I'll have the chance to meet her in the future, Zhou Wang said with a smile. He wondered how this kid could resist outside temptations. It turned out someone was keeping an eye on him. But that's how young men are. He went through the same thing when he was young. Once he saw the outside world, he realized that a man shouldn't hang himself on one tree. Song Chen didn't know what he was thinking, but she didn't want to discuss her girlfriend in front of outsiders, so she laughed it off and steered the conversation back to the resort. Zhou Wang also realized that Song Chen was not one of the big bosses he had dealt with before, and the methods he used on those people wouldn't work on him. So he simply went along with the topic and started talking about his vision and prospects for the resort. He had been thinking about this resort project for several years, but construction only officially started last year. The original plan was perfect to make money while enjoying a comfortable retirement at the resort. But plans can't keep up with changes, Sai. Let's not talk about those unpleasant things. Zhou Wang patted Song Chen on the shoulder affectionately. Brother Song, do your best. I'll definitely come to support you when the resort opens. Then I'll be waiting for President Zhou's arrival, Song Chen replied with a smile. Hearing how he addressed him, Zhou Wang frowned in disapproval. Why are you still calling me President Zhou? Brother Song, you're being too formal with me. Just call me Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou. Hey, that's right. It's rare to meet a young person I can chat with. I feel like I've become more than 10 years younger, Zhou Wang said with a smile, taking a sip of his wine and smacking his lips comfortably. Brother Zhou, what are you saying? You're not old at all. You look like you're only in your 30s, Song Chen said, offering compliments without batting an eye. Haha, what do you mean 30-something? I'm 48 this year, Zhou Wang chuckled, touching his face, radiating obvious pleasure. It turns out that both men and women, after a certain age, like to be told they look young. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, Zhou Wang suddenly received a phone call, and his expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. Wait, I'll be right back. I'm sorry, Brother Song. Something came up at home, so I might have to go now, he said, standing up and looking apologetically at Song Chen. It's all right. We've already finished talking, Brother Zhou. You can go ahead and take care of your business, Song Chen said with a smile and a gentle tone. Zhou Wang, looking somewhat anxious, strode out and said, I've already paid the bill. Brother Song and Brother One, you two enjoy your meal. Let's get together again next time. All right, take care, Brother Zhou, Song Chen said, waving goodbye with a smile as he saw the man out of the private room. Phew, finally gone. That President Zhou was too talkative. When Guangpeng plopped back into his chair, wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Chen deeply agreed. No wonder he can be a big boss. He's attended more drinking parties than we've eaten meals together. He was just trying to come up with an excuse to leave, but if he drank any more, he'd really get dizzy. He dared not get drunk in front of a stranger he was meeting for the first time. It would be troublesome if something unexpected happened. When Guangping picked up his chopsticks and stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth, I'm starving. I can finally eat in peace. When they were discussing business, Zhou Wang and his secretary barely touched their chopsticks, constantly urging them to drink. Although he was starving, he was too embarrassed to eat alone, as it would make him look like a reincarnated, starving ghost. You didn't skip breakfast, did you? Song Chen asked, frowning. Oh, I haven't eaten yet. I slept until after 10 o'clock. By the time I finished getting ready, you were already downstairs. Why didn't you say so earlier? You could have just bought a steamed bun to tide you over. When Guangping swallowed the rice in his mouth, picked up another piece of duck meat, and said without looking up, I was just thinking that lunch was coming soon, but who knew those two were just drinking and not eating? At this point, he seemed to remember something and looked at Song Chen with a half-smile. Wasn't that Secretary Zhang trying to seduce you just now? You must have felt really good about it. Bullshit. Do you think I'd be interested in just anyone? Song Chen rolled her eyes at him. Oh, right. You already have seen her. That woman had a good figure, but her face was nowhere near as good as yours. How could you possibly be interested in her? Wen Guangping said with a look of sudden realization. Song Chen raised her chopsticks and smacked him on the head. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? How dare you compare that kind of woman to Ruan? Do you want to die? When Guangping realized that what he said was unpleasant and quickly slapped his mouth twice. It was my fault. I should be punished. He was just speaking in the heat of the moment and absolutely did not mean to belittle Ruan Muqing. After all, Ruan Muqing was not only his brother's girlfriend, but also his ideal woman from college. Was the white moonlight. It's something that hangs in the sky, something you can only look at but never reach. It's just that Orange is lucky. He managed to hug the moon, making everyone envious and jealous. Song Chen snorted smugly. I knew you were jealous of me. I'm warning you. Don't say anything like that in front of Ruan, or it will be treated as sowing discord. Oh, so you know I'm jealous of you? I'll keep an eye on you for my senior from now on. If you dare to mess around outside, I'll kill you outright, when Guangping admitted without any hesitation, displaying an air of righteous indignation. You're really something. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were from the woman's family, Song Chen said speechlessly. He not only had to endure his brother-in-law's harassment, but also had to guard against his own brother's betrayal. Isn't this what they call beware of fire, theft, and brothers? Wen Guangping flicked his overly long bangs and raised his chin. I only stand on the side of justice. Brother Justice, eat your food, Song Chen said, stuffing a piece of turtle into his mouth. Ugh. Cough, cough, you little brat. Are you trying to choke me to death? Wen Guangping spat out the turtle in his mouth, his eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Song Chen chuckled and picked up another piece, putting it in his bowl. Just a little bit. It wasn't on purpose. Eat more, eat more. That's more like it. You should try it too. This turtle tastes really good. It's expensive for a reason, Wen Guangping said with a smug look on his face. Chapter 156, signing the contract. Zhou Wang was very efficient. Song Chen received an electronic contract before 6 p.m. He reasonably suspected that the other company's legal counsel didn't want to work overtime and had the contract completed before the end of the workday. Zhou Wang, Brother Song, the contract is ready. Take a look at it first and mark any problems you find. We can discuss them in detail when we meet tomorrow. Song Chen, received. After replying to the message, Song Chen immediately sent the contract to his girlfriend. Song Chen, Ruan, are you free right now? Can you check this contract for me and make sure there are no problems? Heart emoji. A few minutes later, 2 more messages appeared on my phone. Ruan Muqing. Why is it an acquisition contract? Who sent you this contract? Just as Song Chen was about to reply to the message, the other party seemed impatient and made a phone call directly. Ah Chen, what's the deal with that contract you sent me? Well, a few days ago, Da Peng mentioned a resort, and he said the owner, so I decided to buy it. Song Chen explained the matter simply and clearly. Ruan Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "You just took one look and decided to buy the resort? Didn't you even need to hire a professional team to evaluate it?" "No need for all that trouble. I think it's great. The scenery there is nice, and the resort's design and planning suit my aesthetic," Song Chen said casually, as if he had bought a watermelon rather than a resort. Ruan Muqing was speechless for a moment, unsure whether to say he was carefree or to praise his courage. "But I just checked, this resort costs $57 million. Shouldn't we be more careful about spending so much money to buy it?" Ruan Muqing said angrily, puffing out her cheeks. She always felt that Song Chen's attitude was very casual, as if he were playing house. Although she had never run a business before, she had a general understanding of it. Before starting a project, one should at least prepare a business plan. The current situation is that the resort project has already started, so Song Chen should at least have gotten a look at the business plan and had a professional conduct a risk assessment. How can he make a decision just by having a meal with someone? "If you don't know anyone in this field, I can have my brother find 2 people to help you. He should be quite experienced in this kind of thing," Ruan Muqing added in a softened tone. Song Chen chuckled. Ruan, you're so cute. But there's no need to go to so much trouble. I mainly like the scenery of that resort. Whether it makes money or not is secondary. At worst, I'll just consider it as buying a bigger house." He could feel Ruan Muqing's concern for him, but he couldn't accept asking his brother-in-law for help with such a trivial matter. It would be great if the resort could make him money, but it wouldn't be a big problem if it didn't, since he doesn't rely on it for a living anyway. When Ruan Muqing heard him refuse her, her tone was a little downcast. "Okay then, if you need any help, you must tell me. Don't feel embarrassed. My brother is your brother." I know, Wan, you're so good to me," Song Chen said with a smile, wishing he could fly to his girlfriend's side and pat her head. Although his brother-in-law's thoughts might not align with his girlfriend's, he still accepted her gesture. "You're my boyfriend, so who else should I treat well if not you?" Ruan Muqing pouted her red lips and said sweetly, "When are you going to sign the contract with the other party? I'll go with you and help you check it out." Song Chen thought about it. He originally didn't plan to trouble Ruan Muqing, since she had her own things to do. So he thought he would just ask her to help check the contract. "But now that my girlfriend has offered to help, is it a bad idea to refuse? We'll sign the contract tomorrow at noon. If you're busy, that's fine. I can go by myself." "No rush. Just come pick me up from the company tomorrow," Ruan Muqing said readily. "Then I'll have to trouble my Ruan," Song Chen said with a smile. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. It was the same hotel and the same private room as yesterday. Song Chen and Ruan Muqing arrived a little earlier than Zhou Wang this time. They waited in the private room for about 10 minutes before Zhou Wang finally arrived. "I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. There's a bit of traffic on the way. I kept Brother Song waiting," Zhou Wang said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After he finished speaking, he noticed that there was a different person next to Song Chen, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Brother Song, who is this beautiful lady?" "Brother Zhou, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Ruan Muqing, who is also the lawyer I hired to help me review the contract," Song Chen said with a smile. Zhou Wang, who had been secretly glancing at Ruan Muqing, immediately wilted upon hearing her identity. He thought Song Chen had come to his senses, which was why he brought a beautiful woman with him, but he never expected it to be his girlfriend. His girlfriend was one thing, but she was also a lawyer, a profession he had always avoided. "So this is Brother Song's girlfriend. She's really beautiful. You and Brother Song are a perfect match, a match made in heaven," Zhou Wang complimented with a smile. Ruan Muqing didn't ignore the gaze of the greasy middle-aged man in front of her. She didn't have a good impression of him, but when she heard him praise her, she still politely returned a smile. "You flatter me. I'm just telling the truth. Miss Ruan is even prettier than the stars on TV," Zhou Wang said, glancing at his female secretary beside him. He wondered why Song Chen didn't like Song Chen yesterday. Turns out he has a girlfriend who's as beautiful as an angel. If he has such a beautiful girlfriend and still doesn't want to cheat on her, refusing to eat the lavish meals at home and instead going out to eat leftovers, then he's just plain crazy. Song Chen noticed the disdain in her boss's eyes and was almost furious. "What does this mean? Damn old man. He calls me sweetie when he's useful, but he looks down on me when he's not, right?" She gave Ruan Muqing across from her an unfriendly look and sneered inwardly. So what? Skinny and bony. How could she compare to Ruan Muqing's curvaceous figure? Watching Song Chen serve tea and water to Ruan mooching. The jealousy in her eyes almost materialized. We're all just working here, so why is there such a huge difference in treatment between people? It's unfair. She was lost in thought when she was suddenly nudged by a hand. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and sit down. Okay. Zhang Qian came to her senses and quickly sat down in the seat next to Zhou Wang. After finishing ordering the food, Zhou Wang eagerly pulled out the contract. Brother Song, this is the contract I sent you yesterday. Not a single word has been changed. Take a look first, and if you think there are no problems, we'll sign it. No rush. Let's talk about work after we finish eating, Song Chen said, taking the contract and casually setting it aside. Well, the food won't be served for a while. Why don't you take a look first? Zhou Wang said, still unwilling to give up. Song Chen gave him a half smile and said, What are you afraid of, Brother Zhou? I'm here, and I'm not going to run away. My girlfriend has been working all morning, and she's already very tired. She should have something to eat first. Upon hearing this, Ruan Mooching glared at him. This man was really something, saying whatever came to mind in front of outsiders. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was a delicate person. Haha, Brother Song is right. Your wife should get some rest. Let's talk about the contract after we finish eating, Zhou Wang said with an awkward laugh. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Since he's the one in a hurry right now, if he wants Song Chen to sign the contract smoothly, he can only follow Song Chen's pace. When the food was finally served, Zhou Wang was quieter than yesterday and didn't keep urging Song Chen to drink. He just hoped the two of them would finish their meal quickly so they could start talking about serious business. However, Zhang Qian, his secretary, did not understand her boss's meaning. Seeing Song Chen thoughtfully serving food to Ruan Mooching, she smiled and got up to pour Song Chen a drink. President Song, don't just focus on eating, let me toast you. No need, I'm not drinking today. I have to take my girlfriend back to her company later, Song Chen said calmly. Zhang Qian glanced at Ruan Mooching, covered her mouth, and chuckled. Oh my, President Song and his girlfriend have such a good relationship. You're such a considerate boyfriend, serving her food and personally escorting her back to the company. I'm so envious. Yes, we do have a good relationship, Song Chen casually agreed as he placed the peeled shrimp into Ruan Mooching's bowl. Seeing a hint of disappointment flash in Song Chen's eyes as he didn't respond, Zhang Qian bluntly said, If you ask me, it's actually very convenient to take a taxi now. You can do it on your phone. Miss Ruan seems like an independent woman, not that delicate. Miss Ruan, don't you agree with me? Huh. Then why don't you have a couple of drinks with President Zhou? Chun, I can just take a taxi home later, Ruan Mooching said, not realizing how the topic had suddenly shifted to her. She could only go along with Zhang Qian's words. She seemed to sense a faint hostility from Zhang Qian, but she didn't know where this hostility came from. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time the two of them had met. Ruan Mooching didn't know why, but Song Chen understood perfectly. Yesterday, this woman named Zhang Qian had been intentionally or unintentionally seducing him. He didn't expect that even though he had brought his girlfriend along today, she was still not behaving herself. Song Chen put down his chopsticks and smiled at Zhou Wang. My girlfriend specially took time out of her busy schedule to come and help me, so it's only right that I personally take her home. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Although he was smiling, the smile didn't reach his eyes, and anyone with eyes could see his displeasure. Brother Song is right. We could drink this wine anytime. Today, we should focus on business, Zhou Wang said, immediately echoing Song Chen's words. President Zhou, Zhang Qian said, giving Zhou Wang a reproachful look, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Didn't they already agree on the way here that they would help her win over Song Chen today? All that she had done for Zhou Wang before, even when his business was on the verge of collapse, he didn't abandon her, and yet he treated her like this. Isn't this just kicking someone when they've served their purpose? Since President Song doesn't want to drink, Qian, why don't you sit down and eat? Zhou Wang's tone was neither too loud nor too soft, but his eyes held a warning. He knew exactly what the woman was thinking, but the plan had changed, and his girlfriend was right there. Going too far would only make things look bad for both of them. Zhang Qian reluctantly sat down, but she didn't behave herself. With a quick glance, she picked up a spoon and ladled a bowl of soup for Song Chen. Mr. Song, the black chicken soup at this restaurant is quite delicious. Why don't you try it and see if it suits your taste? Thank you, Secretary Zhang, but I'll just order whatever I want to eat, Song Chen said without even glancing at her, and handed the soup to Ruan Mooching. Ruan, try this soup and see if it's good. If you like it, I'll bring you here again next time. Ruan Mooching smiled, clearly pleased with Song Chen's thoughtfulness. She picked up a spoon, took a bite, and said with her eyes narrowed, "It tastes pretty good. I'll get you a bowl too." When Zhang Qian saw that the soup she had personally prepared for Song Chen was immediately handed over to his girlfriend as a gesture of goodwill, her face instantly turned even darker than the black chicken in the soup, and she gripped her skirt tightly under the table. Fortunately, she had been through so much in society for so many years that she was not as thick-skinned as the average young girl. This setback was not enough to make her give up, and she quickly adjusted her emotions. She smiled politely again and picked up the serving chopsticks on the table to serve Song Chen some food. Seeing that she still wanted to cause trouble, Zhou Wang frowned so deeply that he could trap a fly in her brow. He lightly touched her calf with his foot, a silent warning. "Behave yourself." Zhang Qian dropped the ribs she had picked up back in her bowl, bit her lip, glanced at Zhou Wang, met his death stare, and could only give up helplessly. Zhou Wang was exhausted after the meal, and even regretted bringing Zhang Qian along. Fortunately, after eating and drinking his fill, Song Chen finally remembered the important matter. There were 2 copies of the contract. Song Chen handed one to Ruan Muqing, and the two leaned their heads together to read it carefully. Although Zhou Wang said that the contract was the same as the electronic version he sent to Song Chen yesterday, who knows if he was telling the truth? They can't afford to be careless. After reading both contracts, Ruan Muqing whispered a few words to Song Chen and then pointed to the contracts to give him a detailed analysis. After chatting for a while, Song Chen finally nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Mr. Zhou, we have reviewed the contract, and there are generally no problems. However, there are 2 minor issues that need to be noted in detail to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. First of all, the 2 issues raised by Song Chen are both points that are likely to cause controversy. They are not mentioned in the contract, but they could easily create hidden dangers for his development after taking over the resort." Zhou Wang listened attentively, nodding occasionally. "I have no problem on my end either. I'll have someone revise the contract right now." After all, the contract was drafted by his company's employees, and the terms were definitely more favorable to his company. But since Song Chen had pointed it out directly, he couldn't pretend to be stupid any longer, so he could only quickly call the employee who drafted the contract. Chapter 158, Why don't we just call an ambulance for you? After finally signing the contract, an hour had already passed. Zhou Wang, beaming, grasped Song Chen's hand with a smile. "Brother Song, thank you. Thank you so much. I wish our resort a prosperous future and abundant wealth." "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Zhou," Song Chen replied with a smile. "The money should arrive in your account tomorrow. Brother Zhou, please check your account." Zhou Wang smiled and expressed his understanding. After all, it was a transaction worth tens of millions, and it would definitely require bank review. However, although he said he wasn't in a hurry, he was actually very anxious inside. He was receiving debt collection calls every day, and he really couldn't take it anymore. "If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Let's meet up again next time, Brother Zhou," Song Chen said, taking Ruan Muqing's hand as they prepared to leave. Zhou Wang naturally got up to see them off, but Zhang Qian's attention was still focused on the 2 people when she suddenly tripped on the carpet. "Ah!" She collapsed to the ground, looking extremely disheveled. "Qian, are you alright? Secretary Zhang, are you alright?" "Wah, my foot hurts so much. I think I twisted it," Zhang Qian said softly, her eyes red as she looked at Song Chen, clutching her ankle. Song Chen didn't catch her aggrieved look. Instead, he looked down at her high heels, which were a full 10 centimeters high. Who else would fall if not her? Seeing that he was ignoring her, Zhang Qian looked up and said, "Mr. Song, I can't get any weight on my legs. Could you please help me up?" "Me?" Song Chen pointed to himself. "That's not appropriate. How about we have General Manager Zhou come instead?" Zhang Qian gave a strong smile and said understandingly, "Mr. Zhou can't do it. I'm too heavy. He probably can't lift me." Yes, I can't do it. Brother Song, could you help me out?" Zhou Wang knew his own limitations and didn't want to strain his back while trying to help Zhang Qian. Another thing is that he also saw through the woman's little scheme. Since the contract had already been signed, he didn't mind helping her out. Their relationship is slightly different from that of a normal boss and subordinate. Strictly speaking, it's more like a mutually beneficial partnership. "It's all right, Chen. Why don't you help Secretary Zhang?" Ruan Muqing offered. "All right then." Song Chen couldn't refuse since his girlfriend had already spoken. He couldn't very well leave her lying on the ground like that forever. He squatted down in front of Zhang Qian and asked It should only be your left ankle that's sprained, right? Is there anything else that's bothering you? He had just seen it. Song Chen's fall was quite solid. If there were any other problems, it wouldn't be suitable to move her around freely, and he had to be careful not to cause further injury. No, only the left foot, Song Chen said pitifully, shaking her head. Song Chen sighed. Carefully he pulled the person up from the ground, and then moved a chair for her to sit down. Feeling he had done what he was supposed to do, Song Chen prepared to leave with Ruan mooching. Song Chen quickly grabbed his sleeve and pleaded in a low voice. Could you please take me to the hospital, Mr. Song? That's why even Ruan mooching's expression turned a little sour. She doesn't mind her boyfriend helping other women with small favors, but Song Chen's actions are no longer just small favors. She's clearly clinging to her boyfriend. He immediately said coldly, Secretary Zhang, Chun still wants to take me back to the company. Why don't you ask President Zhou to take you to the hospital? But Mr. Zhou just drank alcohol and can't drive. You'll probably pass by a hospital on your way back to the company, so just drop me off at any hospital entrance, Zhang Qian said with a weak smile, appearing very easy to talk to. Ruan mooching chuckled softly. Why don't we just call an ambulance for you? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Zhang Qian choked, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. She lowered her gaze and said, It's just a sprained ankle. Calling 120 is a waste of public resources. Let's leave it for those who need it more. Mr. Wan, do you not want me to ride in your car? If so, then forget it. I'll think of something else myself. After speaking, she glanced at Song Chen vaguely, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. Ruan mooching felt very uncomfortable, as if she were being treated as petty. Just as he was about to agree out of spite, Song Chen said, Brother Zhou, my girlfriend is in a hurry to get back to work. You should handle Secretary Zhang's situation. She's your secretary, so you should show her some concern. You guys can go ahead if you have something to do. I'll take care of Qian here, Zhou Wang said, touching his nose as he met his all-knowing gaze. After everyone left, Zhang Qian put on an angry look. Humph, President Zhou, how could you hold me back like this? We had an agreement before we came. Times have changed. You should at least tone it down a bit in front of his girlfriend, Zhou Wang said, not intending to indulge her. You don't even look at what his girlfriend looks like. What makes you think you can win? What do you mean? You think I'm not as good as that woman? What's so great about being so cold? I know you men all too well. The grass is always greener on the other side. Zhang Qian rolled her eyes and said confidently. She wasn't actually fixated on Song Chen. It was just that Song Chen's indifference yesterday had ignited her competitive spirit, making her determined to win him over today. However, he brought over a woman even more beautiful than herself and was completely subservient to her. She was a woman herself, and she believed she was no less capable than anyone else. So why did she receive such drastically different treatment? Okay, she admits she was jealous. Jealous that the woman could find such a great boyfriend while she had to wander among a bunch of older men. Song Chen led Ruan mooching back to the car. As soon as they closed the car door, a small hand pinched her ear. Hey, Ruan, what are you doing? Song Chen cried out in pain and asked in confusion. Ruan mooching snorted arrogantly. You better tell me honestly, did that woman seduce you yesterday too? A fleeting look of guilt crossed Song Chen's face as he wrapped his arms around her waist in a flattering manner. Nothing escapes Ruan's eyes. You've gone too far. You didn't even tell me about this, making me stupidly ask you to help her. Ruan mooching was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. She had to teach her boyfriend a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't he be able to hide anything from her in the future? Today, it was just verbal hints. Would he be sending her straight to bed tomorrow? Ruan, don't be angry. She did try to seduce me yesterday, but I ignored her completely. If you don't believe me, you can ask Da Peng. Song Chen quickly defended herself. Da Peng is you, so of course I'll be on your side. Oh, you overestimate that kid. He's all about women and no friends. My brother can't compare to you, the goddess of our school days, Song Chen said exaggeratedly. Ruan mooching chuckled. What are you talking about? You're just trying to make me happy. In the future, you must stay far away from women like this, understand? Otherwise, what else? Song Chen leaned closer and asked. Chapter 159, not wanting to lose face in front of his girlfriend. Ruan mooching said softly and sweetly, her fair hand pressed against a man's chest, as if she could squeeze water out of her. Otherwise I won't want you anymore. Don't you want me? Song Chen's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared intently at the lips that were opening and closing in front of him. The next second, he kissed her without any hesitation. His movements were domineering yet not rude, carrying a hint of tenderness and pity. His tongue slowly pried open his teeth, exploring every corner with abandon. Ruan Muqing's body trembled slightly as she tried to struggle and resist, but the difference in strength between the two was too great. After struggling for a long time, Song Chen held her even tighter, as if he wanted to embed her into his body. The scorching heat sprayed onto Ruan Muqing's face, making her heart beat faster and faster, pounding like a drumbeat. The kiss lasted a long time, so long that Ruan Muqing felt her tongue go numb before Song Chen finally released her lips. Will you dare to say such things again? If you don't want me, who do you want? No, I wouldn't dare. Ruan Muqing quickly shook her head. I was wrong. I just want you. Okay? Song Chen's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. That's more like it. Be a little more obedient, okay? Don't say anything I don't like to hear. Oof. You big bad guy. My lips must be all swollen. It hurts so much, she said pitifully, touching her stinging lips, her features scrunched up in pain. Let me take a look at you. Song Chen looked at her slightly swollen lips and felt a tightening in his lower abdomen, wanting to kiss her again. Ruan Muqing was frightened by his gaze and quickly covered her mouth. No, you can't kiss me anymore. I won't be able to face anyone if you keep kissing me. Ahem. No more kissing. Song Chen awkwardly looked away, coughing twice to cover up his guilty conscience. Ruan Muqing suddenly realized something was wrong and put her hands on her hips to accuse. Weren't we just talking about you? How did it turn into punishing me? What punishment? This is clearly a reward, Song Chen said shamelessly. Ruan Muqing was defeated by his shamelessness and stopped dwelling on the previous topic. It's getting late. Take me back to the law firm first. Are you really going back to work? You finally got to come out. Can't you spend some time with me? Song Chen hugged her soft waist and reluctantly let go. Just now in the private room, he was just casually mentioning that he didn't want to drink Zhang Qian's drink, who knew his girlfriend would be so dedicated. Ruan Muqing frowned, but the case files haven't been sorted out yet. Is it in a hurry? If not, how about we get ready tomorrow? Song Chen kissed her fragrant cheek and coaxed her gently. It's not in a particularly urgent time. Okay, then I won't go back. Ruan Muqing agreed quickly without much hesitation. Actually, she really wanted to be with her boyfriend. The two were already in the honeymoon phase, but because of work, they couldn't see each other every day. When they finally got to see each other, she couldn't bear to part with him. Song Chen smiled contentedly and tucked 2 stray hairs behind her ear. Where do you want to go? How about we go to an amusement park? We've never been to one before. I've seen other couples online go there on dates. Ruan Muqing said excitedly. Song Chen naturally had no objection, but asked, the sun is very strong outside. Isn't Ruan afraid of getting a tan? Ruan Muqing smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I brought sunscreen. I'll just apply more later. Besides, not all the rides at the amusement park are outdoors. We can also go play on the indoor rides. Okay, let's go to the amusement park then, Song Chen said with a smile, ruffling her hair. Song Chen has also been to an amusement park. When he was a freshman in college, he was young and interested in everything. Since there were no large amusement parks like this in his hometown, he took advantage of the weekend to go to an amusement park with some roommates. Unfortunately, there were just too many people on the weekend. You had to queue for an hour or two for any one of the attractions, and I didn't get to experience many of them in half a day. You have to understand that an amusement park ticket is not cheap for poor college students. If they didn't get a half-price ticket with their student IDs, they would really lose a lot of money. An hour later, Song Chen and Ruan Muqing appeared at the amusement park's ticket window. Song Chen held his girlfriend's hand with one hand and held a lace-trimmed parasol in the other. Seeing the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, he said with some annoyance, we should have come on a cooler day. He had only been out of the car for a few minutes when he felt his entire back was soaked with sweat. This kind of weather really wasn't suitable for playing outdoors. It's all right, it's not too hot, Ruan Muqing said stubbornly, wiping the sweat from her face. Okay, as long as it's not hot, Song Chen said, at a loss for words. Just then, the customers in front of him had already bought their tickets. He went up and handed their ID cards to the staff, paid, and quickly received the 2 tickets. Let's go. I want to ride the roller coaster, Ruan Muqing said excitedly. Hearing that she wanted to try such a thrilling activity right away, Song Chen hesitated a bit. Are you really going to do it? Aren't you afraid? Are you scared? Ruan Muqing asked him with a sly smile. Song Chen scoffed dismissively. How could that be? How could a grown man like me be afraid of a little roller coaster? I'm worried you'll be scared. Wan Muqing hugged his arm and said sweetly, "That's good. I was going to say that if you were scared, then forget it. But since you're not scared, let's hurry up and line up." Song Chen. Is it too late for him to regret it now? Thinking back to the last time he rode a roller coaster with his roommates, he immediately vomited and felt dizzy after getting off. He just felt a blackout. If he threw up in front of his girlfriend, that would be incredibly embarrassing. But not sitting is not an option either. If I don't sit, wouldn't that prove I'm scared? Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Song Chen was conflicted the whole way, and before they knew it, the two of them had arrived at the roller coaster queue. I don't know if it was because it was a weekday or because it was too hot, but there weren't many people in the amusement park, and they didn't have to wait long before it was their turn. Chen smiled. Wan Muqing raised her phone, wanted to take a group photo. Song Chen's eyes were unfocused, and he managed a weak smile. Haha, I can't laugh at all. Seeing his reaction, Wan Muqing could easily tell that he was scared. She smiled and grabbed his hand, interlocking their fingers tightly. Don't be afraid. Aiken, I'm here with you. Yes, I'm not afraid. Song Chen felt a warmth in his heart and squeezed her hand tightly. The roller coaster slowly started moving, climbing to its highest point little by little. At this point, Song Chen was still able to maintain his composure. The moment he plummeted, he felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest, and he couldn't help but let out a series of screams. Era! Chapter 160 Haunted House. Chen, you're so cute. After getting off the roller coaster, Wan Muqing laughed so hard she almost fell over. Stop laughing, or I'll get rough, Song Chen said through gritted teeth, pinching the soft flesh on her cheek. His voice was a little hoarse. Wan Muqing quickly begged for forgiveness, saying indistinctly, I was wrong, I won't laugh at you anymore. You little ingrate. If it weren't for accompanying you, I wouldn't have ridden that crappy roller coaster, Song Chen said, pointing a finger at her pert nose. Wan Muqing felt a faint pang of guilt when she heard his soft murmur. She really shouldn't have done that. Her boyfriend was working so hard to overcome his fear for her sake, and she actually laughed at him. Is that what a proper girlfriend should do? Chun, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at you. I just wanted to tease you. I didn't mean anything by it, Wan Muqing said earnestly. A triumphant smile flashed across Song Chen's eyes. He took her hand and lightly kissed it. It's okay, it's too hot outside. Look, your hair is almost soaked with sweat. Let's go do some indoor activities. Okay, Wan Muqing replied obediently, completely unaware of her boyfriend's ulterior motives, and followed him toward the next project. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the haunted house that Wan Muqing realized something was wrong. Standing at the door, she refused to go in. Aiken, why did you bring me to a haunted house? It's cooler in here. Wan, don't you want to go to a haunted house? It's quite interesting, Song Chen recommended with a smile. But I'm a little scared, Wan Muqing said, clinging tightly to his arm, her expression tense. Song Chen felt the soft touch on her arm and secretly applauded her decision. He wasn't really sure if Wan Muqing would be afraid of haunted houses, since she seemed to enjoy riding roller coasters so much she might really like thrilling rides. Surprisingly, he guessed right. It turns out most girls are afraid of ghosts. Of course, he wanted to take his girlfriend to a haunted house, not to get revenge for her laughing at him earlier. He's a grown man, and he's not that narrow-minded. He just wanted to strengthen his relationship with his girlfriend. Don't worry, Wan, I'll protect you. But if you really don't want to play, then we don't want to play anymore, Song Chen reassured her by squeezing her fingers, leaving the decision to her. For him, enhancing their relationship was important, but his girlfriend's experience was even more important. Wan Muqing bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before saying, why don't we give it a try? I've never been to a haunted house before. It would be a lie to say I didn't want to play. People are more or less curious about the unknown. Chun, you must hold my hand tightly and don't let go, Wan Muqing emphasized nervously as they were about to step into the haunted house. I promise I won't let go unless my hand breaks, Song Chen joked. Wan Muqing glared at him irritably. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by break or not break? It's creepy to hear. Isn't this just to express my determination? The two walked inside hand in hand, chatting and laughing. It has to be said that after Song Chen's interruption, Wan Muqing was indeed less scared. But this was only temporary. When a female ghost dressed in a white robe, bleeding from all 7 orifices, emerged from the wall, her screams nearly shattered Song Chen's eardrums. Chen, I'm scared. Ruan Muqing kept her eyes tightly closed, snuggling into Song Chen's arms, her little hands unconsciously groping around. Song Chen groaned softly, holding the person tightly in his arms, and gently comforted him. It's okay. You're not afraid if you can't see. Although he had achieved his goal, he still felt like he had deliberately made things difficult for himself. The person in his arms was only responsible for starting the fire, not for putting it out, and he was worried that Xiao Song would get suffocated. Ruan Muqing never imagined that her boyfriend would still be thinking about things inappropriate for children at this moment. Her voice trembled as she asked, Is it gone? Is it gone? Song Chen and the female ghost exchanged a glance, and Song Chen honestly replied, We haven't left yet. Wah, please make it go. Okay, let go right away. Song Chen half embraced and half carried the person forward for a while until the female ghost could no longer be seen before letting go of the person in his arms. Ruan, you can open your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Ruan Muqing cautiously opened one eye and breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that there was nothing frightening about it. She quickly threw herself back into Song Chen's arms. Wah, that was so scary. Thank goodness you were here. Do you want to continue playing? Song Chen saw that she was really scared and thought that maybe they should go out so that he could suffer less. I want to play. Ruan Muqing nodded vigorously, her big, watery eyes wide open. The shock of seeing the female ghost was only momentary. Song Chen protected her well afterward, making her feel very safe. The two continued walking forward. Every time they encountered a ghost, Ruan Muqing would instinctively hide in Song Chen's arms. After several such encounters, Song Chen could no longer resist. He found an empty room, pinned her against the wall, grabbed her chin, and kissed her fiercely. Ruan Muqing stared wide-eyed in shock. What's going on? Weren't they running away? Why are they suddenly kissing? But soon she didn't have the energy to think about these messy things anymore, and could only tilt her head back and helplessly accept the kiss. Inside the same room, the male ghost hiding in the closet watched the two people outside, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Damn it, doesn't this count as a work injury? Family members, does anyone understand? Someone is publicly displaying their affection. His hand clenched and unclenched on a cabinet door. One little voice in his head told him he should rush out and scare the couple to death, while another told him to stay hidden and not disturb their good time. In the end, emotion triumphed over reason. He suddenly pushed open the cabinet door and jumped out, letting out a sinister cry. Ruan Muqing opened her eyes and was met with this terrifying scene. Her already weak legs became even weaker. If it weren't for Song Chen supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Get lost. Don't you know any manners? I'll complain about you. Song Chen said angrily, his good time interrupted. I didn't see anything. The male ghost paused in his frightening actions and shrank back to the cabinet where he was hiding. He's such a jerk. Why did he have to bother that young couple? He'll be quiet once he gets a complaint. Disturbed like this, Song Chen's emotions gradually calmed down. It was also his fault for being careless. He scanned the room and thought no one was there, but the person was hiding in the closet. Ruan Muqing snapped out of her shock, her face instantly turning bright red. She pinched Song Chen's waist hard and said, It's all your fault. Chapter 161 Argument. Yes, it's all my fault, Song Chen said with a hint of helplessness. I don't know who was rubbing against him so hard, but now it's all his fault. But since she's his girlfriend, he can only spoil her. Ruan Muqing blushed and tugged at his sleeve. Aiken, let's go out quickly. Okay. Song Chen glanced at the cabinet in the corner, then took her hand and left the room. The male ghost hiding in the closet trembled as he was watched, muttering defiantly. So what if I complain? What's the big deal? I was just doing my job. My supervisor definitely won't dock my pay, definitely won't. On the other side, when the two came out of the haunted house, they found that the sky was covered with dark clouds and the air was heavy. Why did the weather suddenly change? Ruan Muqing looked at the dark sky in confusion. From the time they entered the haunted house to the time they came out, less than half an hour had passed. The day had changed far too quickly. It looks like it's going to rain soon. Why don't we go back today and come back to play next time? Song Chen glanced at the sky and asked. Ruan Muqing nodded obediently. Okay, let's go. Having just experienced the haunted house, her legs were still weak, and she didn't have the energy to play any other games. Before the two could get back to the car, the rain started falling like crazy. Song Chen opened the lace parasol he carried with him and sheltered Ruan mooching under it, while most of his own body was soaked by the rain. When they got back to the car, Ruan mooching noticed that he was soaked. She quickly grabbed some tissues and started wiping him down, saying, "Oh dear, you're so wet." "It's all right, it's so hot. It'll dry in no time." Song Chen chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. Hearing this, Ruan mooching rolled her eyes at him, her eyes full of coquettishness and dissatisfaction. "The air conditioning is on in the car, and the temperature is so low. You're wearing wet clothes. You'll catch a cold later." "But I can't just take my clothes off, can I?" Although it's not a big deal for a grown man to be shirtless, it's still a bit unseemly. "Let's find a shopping mall first and buy a new outfit to change into," Ruan mooching said after thinking for a moment. Song Chen shook his head. "Go to the mall requires parking, which is too troublesome. It's better to just go home and change." Especially in large shopping malls, the underground parking lots have several levels, like a maze. Not only is parking troublesome, but finding your car is also troublesome. He could have just gone home by now. Ruan mooching thought it made sense. "Okay then, I'll go home with you to change your clothes first." "Okay," Song Chen said, having no reason to refuse his girlfriend's offer to go home with him. By the time Song Chen got home, his clothes were almost dry from his body heat. "Go take a hot shower. Is there any ginger in the kitchen?" "I'll make you some ginger soup to warm you up," Ruan mooching said, pushing him toward the bathroom. "I don't think so. I haven't cooked in a long time." "Then you go take a shower first. I'll go check the kitchen myself," Ruan mooching said, turning around and heading to the kitchen. When Song Chen came out of the shower wrapped in a towel, she saw a bowl of steaming brown sugar water on the table and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's this?" "I couldn't find ginger in the kitchen, but I saw a packet of brown sugar, so I made you a bowl of brown sugar water." "Drinking brown sugar water can also help dispel cold," Ruan mooching said with a slight smile, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. "You've worked so hard, Ruan," Song Chen said, picking up the brown sugar water and gently blowing away the steam from the rim of the bowl before taking a small sip. A warm sensation spread from her mouth to her entire body. The brown sugar water was a bit too sweet for Song Chen, but it couldn't outweigh the sweetness in his heart. It was brown sugar water that his girlfriend had personally cooked, so even if it didn't taste good, he had to drink it all. Watching Song Chen finish his brown sugar water, Ruan mooching casually asked, "Chen, how come you have brown sugar at home?" Brown sugar is rarely used in daily life. Even when cooking, white sugar or rock sugar is used, except perhaps for women during their menstrual period when brown sugar water might be used. Therefore, she couldn't understand why Song Chen, a grown man, would keep a bag of brown sugar at home. Could it be? This? I just grabbed it randomly at the supermarket," Song Chen said vaguely, his tone revealing a hint of unnaturalness. Ruan mooching already had some suspicions about him, and seeing his guilty look only confirmed her guess, causing her face to darken instantly. After giving a casual explanation, Song Chen went back to her room to dry her hair. When she came out, she heard Ruan mooching say that she wanted to go home. "Why are you leaving so soon? Stay with me a little longer." "I'll take you home after dinner," Song Chen said reluctantly as he walked over, wrapped his arms around her waist, buried his head in her soft neck. Ruan mooching pushed him away with a cold face. "No, I want to go back now." Ruan, are you angry?" Song Chen belatedly realized that something was wrong with his girlfriend. "I'm not angry," Ruan mooching stubbornly refused to admit. Song Chen certainly wouldn't believe her. Women love to say one thing and mean another. If he actually believed her angry words and sent her home, he would be in real trouble. "Did I do something wrong to make you angry?" "I'm so stupid. Ruan, please tell me, okay?" Song Chen softened her tone and humbly asked for advice. Seeing his good attitude, Ruan mooching felt embarrassed to continue putting on airs. However, her unhappiness could still be seen from her pouting lips. "You just lied to me. That bag of brown sugar wasn't something you just grabbed, right? What use is brown sugar to a man like you? Do you also have a few uncomfortable days every month?" So that's what it was about. Song Chen couldn't deny it. He hadn't just grabbed the brown sugar. He had bought too much when he was shopping for supplies and just left it in the kitchen. Little did he know that such an unintentional action would attract Ruan mooching's attention. It's true that women are sensitive and suspicious. If he had known this earlier, he would have obediently put the brown sugar into his space. "Are you thinking of an excuse to lie to me?" The brown sugar was actually prepared for other women, wasn't it? "Song Chen, you've gone too far. I never want to talk to you again." Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, Ruan Muqing's eyes reddened with grievance, and she stood up to leave. Song Chen quickly pulled her back into his arms, holding her slender waist tightly with both hands. No, there are no other women. This is blatant slander. I already have such a beautiful girlfriend like you. How could I possibly be interested in anyone else? You're good at saying nice things to coax me. Then tell me why you bought brown sugar. Ruan Muqing's expression softened a bit after hearing his explanation, but she still wouldn't let it go and wanted a reasonable explanation. Chapter 162, Staying Overnight. I really just grabbed it casually. I've even forgotten when I bought this bag of brown sugar. If Ruan doesn't believe me, she can check my phone and see if I've been chatting with other girls, Song Chen said generously, handing over her phone without a trace of guilt on her face. Ruan Muqing blinked her big eyes and stared at him for a while, then grumbled and pushed the phone away. I'm not going to look. If a man really wants to cheat, you can't stop him just by checking his phone. Moreover, what she was worried about was not Song Chen cheating on her, but that he was having affairs with 2 or more people at the same time, which would make her feel more disgusted than swallowing a fly. Song Chen held the phone in one arm and opened the phone settings with the other. Then I'll record your face so you can check my phone anytime, okay? Okay. Ruan Muqing readily agreed. She might not actually check Song Chen's phone. She just wanted to see his attitude and prove how much he valued her. After recording the face on lock, Song Chen placed the phone on the sofa next to him, hugged him and kissed him, coaxing him softly. You're not angry now, are you? If you're unhappy about anything in the future, just tell me, okay? Don't keep sulking by yourself. It will break my heart if you get upset. Ruan Muqing cupped his face in her hands and looked him over from side to side, then asked curiously, Ah Chen, how come you're so good at coaxing people? Did you often coax your ex-girlfriend like this before? She had wanted to ask this question before. She wanted to know how many girlfriends Song Chen had dated in the past, but she had never had a suitable opportunity to ask. Ruan, are you sure we want to discuss this topic? Song Chen's smile froze slightly, appearing somewhat unnatural. He had no idea how the topic suddenly shifted to his ex-girlfriend. A good ex should be like he's dead. He should never think of talking about his ex in front of his current girlfriend. This topic is too sensitive. It can easily lead to an argument if you're not careful. Ruan Muqing shook his arm vigorously, pouting and acting coquettishly. Tell me, okay? I'm just so curious. Unable to resist her persistent pestering, Song Chen sighed and said, I only dated one person in college, and we haven't been in contact since we broke up. I think she's already married. She had long suspected that he had been in a relationship before, and now that he had admitted it himself, Ruan Muqing couldn't quite describe how she felt. It was impossible for her not to be jealous. After all, she had never been in a relationship before, so how could she feel comfortable knowing that her boyfriend had had girlfriend before? However, I was secretly relieved to know that he had only dated one person, as long as he wasn't a womanizer. So, you broke up for a reason? Did you have a fight? Or did you have different values? Did one of you cheat on the other? Ruan Muqing tilted her head and continued to ask. No, it's not that. Her family didn't approve of me, so she chose to listen to them, and that's why we broke up, Song Chen said calmly, without showing any sadness or nostalgia when talking about her previous relationship. Ruan Muqing never expected this reason. She immediately thought of her family. Fortunately, she hadn't hastily brought Song Chen home to meet her parents. Otherwise, the two of them might have already been separated by force. She must first convince her family before bringing her boyfriend home. Let's not talk about that anymore. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll take you out to eat, Song Chen said, patting her head to change the subject. Ruan Muqing shook her head, took his hand and held it tightly with her own. I don't want to go out. It's raining outside and everything is wet. Let's just order takeout and eat at home. Okay, let's order takeout then. Do you want some milk tea? I want to eat strawberry cupcakes too, Ruan Muqing said happily. Song Chen ordered several takeout meals according to her tastes, including rice dishes, desserts, and milk tea. After the meal, Ruan Muqing was so full that she lay on the sofa, not wanting to move. I'm so full I want to sleep. Song Chen glanced at the pitch-black sky outside and tentatively asked, It's raining quite heavily outside. Are you staying here tonight? Ruan Muqing understood his implication and bit her lip. Wait a minute, I'm going to the restroom first. She quickly ran into the bathroom, then picked up her phone to text her best friend. Ruan Muqing, are you there? Lan Shui, what's wrong with Ruan baby? Ruan Muqing, I'm at Song Chen's house right now. He wants me to stay overnight. What should I do? Should I agree? Lan Shui, watching the drama unfold, .jpg. Lan Shui, why not? You've been dating for quite a while now, so it's a good opportunity to test him out. If he doesn't work out, you can dump him early and find the next one. Ruan Muching, Shui, what are you saying? I'm so embarrassed. Covers face. Lan Shui, sister, you're 27, not 17. We're all adults. Don't be so naive, okay? Lan Shui, to be honest, with such a beautiful woman like you in his arms, I really admire his self-control for waiting until today to make his move. If it were her, she would have lured him to bed that very day. Ruan Muching, oh dear, you're getting more and more outrageous. I'm not talking to you anymore. Let's talk again next time we meet. Lan Shui, Ruan has gone astray. She's learned to prioritize romance over friendship. I'm so heartbroken. Ruan Muching, no, I'll come visit you this weekend, okay? Living room. Seeing his girlfriend run away with a blush on her face, Song Chen immediately picked up his phone and called for a delivery service. The fact that he wasn't directly rejected means there's hope, so he needs to prepare in advance. Sure enough, after a short while, Song Chen saw his girlfriend come out of the bathroom with a flushed face. The blush on her face was even deeper than when she went in. He wondered what she had done in the bathroom. I'm not going back today, Ruan Muching said softly, her head down, not daring to look Song Chen in the eye. Is it convenient? Will your aunt and uncle have any objections if they know you're not going home? If it's not convenient, that's fine. I'll take you home, Song Chen said seriously, putting on the air of a gentleman who remains unmoved even with a woman in his arms. Ruan Muching shook her head, then nodded and said shyly, no, I told them I'm going to sleep at Shui's house tonight. As a well-behaved girl, she rarely lied to her parents, so she didn't dare to call them to tell them about it, afraid that her tone would give her away. She only dared to send a text message to inform them. Fortunately, she used to visit Lan Shui often, so Ruan's parents didn't notice anything amiss. Then, do you want to take a shower first? I'll go get you some new toiletries. Song Chen's tone was tinged with nervousness as she licked her slightly dry lips. Okay, but what should I do if I don't have any spare clothes? Ruan Muching frowned with some distress. Song Chen pointed towards the balcony and said with a smile, there's a washing machine and a dryer, so it'll dry quickly after washing. Oh right, I forgot, Ruan Muching said, sticking out her tongue sheepishly. Chapter 163, So Shy. What will happen in the future? The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Song Chen took a small bag from the deliverman. The deliverman was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. His raincoat was still dripping wet, but his eyes were bright and he had a radiant smile on his face. Brother, if you're satisfied, please give me a 5-star review. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Song Chen nodded readily. It's no trouble at all. Goodbye, brother. Have a wonderful night. The young man winked mysteriously at Song Chen and said meaningfully. Song Chen smiled and closed the door. The young man was quite capable, despite his young age. I took out my phone and gave the other party a 5-star review. Seeing that there was a tipping function next to it, I also tipped them 100 yuan. Back in the bedroom, Song Chen quickly opened the bag and hid the small box inside under a pillow. Suppressing my excitement, I sat back down on the sofa. About 20 minutes later, Ruan Muching slowly walked out of the bathroom. Hearing the noise, Song Chen immediately tossed his phone aside and waved to her. Ruan, come here. I'll help you blow dry your hair. Huh? Okay. Ruan Muching obediently sat on the sofa. Her little face flushed like a ripe peach, making one want to take a bite. The familiar scent of shampoo wafted into Song Chen's nostrils, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the hairdryer. Why didn't he usually notice how fragrant this shampoo was? It was so strong that it made him feel a little dizzy. Is this temperature okay? Isn't it too hot? It's okay. Don't just blow dry the ends of your hair, blow dry the tops too. After finally managing to dry her long, black, and shiny hair, Song Chen's nose was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Is it done? Ruan Muching raised her hand to feel it, then nodded. It's okay. Chun, do you have any pajamas? I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable wearing a bathrobe all the time, she said somewhat embarrassedly. Song Chen didn't move. He reached out and pulled the person into his arms, saying with a wicked smile, no need to change. It'll save you from having to take it off later. Upon hearing this, Ruan Muching panicked for a moment, opened her mouth to say something, but was firmly silenced before she could speak. Ruan, is it okay? Song Chen asked in a hoarse voice, feeling the softness in his arms. Ruan Muqing was kissed so hard that she lost the ability to think. She nodded haphazardly twice, and the next moment she felt herself being lifted into the air. Song Chen carried the person to the room and carefully placed them on the soft and comfortable bed. Under the light, the woman's skin appeared so white it seemed to glow, delicate, firm, and flawless. Song Chen's Adam's apple bobbed, and it felt as if a fire was burning inside him, making his blood boil. Ruan Muqing clutched her bathrobe with her small hands, her big, watery eyes looking at him nervously, like a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Song Chen's breathing grew heavier and heavier, and he could no longer restrain himself, reaching out his claws towards the lamb. The clothes were carelessly thrown on the ground by their owner, their warm skin pressed tightly together, and their red lips unconsciously uttered soft moans. Ruan Mu woke up the next day. The unfamiliar touch on her waist made her feel confused for a moment, and then the memories of last night flooded back to her like a tide. A silent scream erupted in her mind, but she dared not move her body, afraid of waking the person sleeping next to her. Song Chen watched as the person in his arms kept twitching their eyelids, pretending to be asleep as if burying their head in the sand, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ruan Muqing opened her eyes abruptly upon hearing the laughter, unconsciously shifting her body backward. Yi, Ruan, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Song Chen propped his head up with one hand, watching with interest as the little face of the person in his arms gradually turned red. Ruan Muqing couldn't stand his teasing, so she threw off the covers and crawled inside, grumbling, you're not allowed to look at me anymore. Sweetie, come out quickly. You'll get suffocated soon, Song Chen said, stopping her laughter and coaxing softly. No, you go out first and bring me my clothes in, the person under the blanket said, her voice clearly tinged with exasperation. What should you do if your girlfriend is shy? Spoil her, of course. Song Chen got up, picked up her pajama bottoms from the floor, and casually put them on, then went to the living room to bring in her already dried clothes. Ruan, I've put your clothes on the bed. I'm going to the bathroom outside to wash up. Song Chen patted the bulge on the bed and turned to leave the room. Hearing the door close, Ruan Muqing cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket and quietly breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was in the room. Just thinking about everything that happened last night made her heart pound like a rabbit in her chest. After putting on my clothes one by one and mentally preparing myself for half a day, I finally mustered up the courage to leave the room. The breakfast that Song Chen had ordered in advance was laid out on the table, with a variety of options waiting for the host to choose from. Ruan, come here, Song Chen said with a smile, gesturing for her to sit down. Ruan Muqing lowered her eyes, sat opposite Song Chen, and silently picked up a peeled egg and began to eat. After they finished their breakfast in peace, Song Chen finally couldn't hold back any longer. He pulled her onto his lap and said with a hint of helplessness, Why are you so shy? What are you going to do in the future? No, it's just that you're shameless, Ruan Muqing pouted and accused. This man is a completely different person in bed and out of bed. She's too embarrassed to recall what happened last night. She can't help but blush whenever she thinks about it. Okay, I was just too shameless, Song Chen chimed in indulgently. Are you still feeling unwell? Do you want to go back to your room and rest? Ruan Muqing quickly shook her head. No, I still have to go to the law firm, and I still have work to finish. Yesterday was already a wasted day, and it's not good to delay any longer. Song Chen knew that he had gone a bit too far last night and exhausted her. Not wanting her to drag her tired body to work, he suggested, How about I help you get the documents back? Working from home is just as good. No need. I'm not as fragile as you think. Go change your clothes and take me to the company, Ruan Muqing urged, shaking his arm. Song Chen couldn't do anything about her. I didn't want to argue with her about this matter and upset her. So he changed his clothes and sent her to the company. Shall I pick you up tonight? Ruan Muqing knew exactly what he was up to and shook her head with a smile. No, I have to go home tonight, otherwise my parents will start nagging me. Okay, Song Chen sighed with regret. He had just enjoyed some intimate time with his girlfriend, and now they had to separate again. It was so tough for him. Chapter 164 Me? Managing a resort? Holy crap, they really signed it. Wen Guangping couldn't help but blurt out a national treasure when he saw the message that suddenly popped up on WeChat. His sudden commotion drew the attention of his colleagues in the office, and those who were closer to him immediately asked with concern, Old Wen, what's wrong? What happened? And nothing, I was just a little surprised to hear some news, when Guangping replied absent-mindedly. My colleague asked curiously, what news? Well, it's not convenient to say, I was just asking. When Guangping usually had a good relationship with his colleague, and said with a smile, there's nothing inconvenient about it. I just heard that the resort in Baishui village has been sold, so I think our company will be able to collect the remaining payment soon. Really? Where did you hear this from? The colleague asked, somewhat surprised. I heard it from a friend, when Guangping said calmly, a proud smile slowly spreading across his lips. That's great. Maybe we'll get paid in a few days. When the topic of salary came up, everyone in the office immediately started chatting excitedly. When Guangping then looked down and replied to Song Chen's message. Song Chen, Depeng, the contract has been signed. Are you free at noon? I need to talk to you about something. When Guangping, what's up? Don't wait until noon. You can come anytime. Song Chen, shall I come over now? When Guangping, no problem. He's in no mood for work right now. He just wants to find out the details of Song Chen's contract. Even now, he still couldn't believe that his brother had actually bought that resort. That was just too awesome. Having such an amazing friend made him feel like he was on a whole new level. After slacking off for an hour, I finally received a message that Song Chen was downstairs. I quickly patted my colleague on the shoulder and said, my friend is looking for me. If the manager asks later, just say I went to the restroom. The colleague understood immediately, smiled, and waved his hand. Go ahead. I'll message you if anything comes up. Thanks. I'll bring you milk tea later. As soon as when Guangping came downstairs, he saw a familiar car parked on the side of the road. He quickly ran over, opened the passenger door, and asked excitedly, tell me quickly, did you really sign it? That's 57 million. How could this be fake? The money has already been transferred, Song Chen said casually, nodding his head with one hand on the steering wheel. When Guangping took a deep breath and gave him a thumbs up, brother, you're awesome. You could spend half a small goal so easily. It's this OSO, Song Chen said, raising his chin. I'm just wondering, Chengzi, where did you get so much money? Even a loan wouldn't be approved this quickly, would it? When Guangping asked curiously. He still feels a bit unreal, both happy for his brother and worried about him. Half a small goal is no joke. If you really lose it, you might have to eat coarse food for the rest of your life. Song Chen smiled, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, would you like to come and help me manage the resort? I'll start with a salary of 20,000 yuan a month, and we'll increase it later depending on the situation. Me? Managing a resort? When Guangping pointed to himself incredulously. Forget it. How would I know how to manage a resort? You'd better find a professional. I'm afraid I'll end up making you lose money. Of course he knew that Song Chen wanted to help him, but he also needed to have the ability to do so. Family members know their own situation. If you don't have the skills, don't take on a job you can't handle. Song Chen said nonchalantly, if you don't know how, just learn. Such a big resort can't possibly only hire you as an employee. Later, I'll find a professional manager to train you more. When Guangping shook his head again, he might have agreed if it were 10 or 20,000, but he felt uneasy taking 20,000 a month. Back in college, you always said, if I become rich and powerful, I will never forget you. Now that the opportunity has come, why are you turning it away? Song Chen didn't understand what he was thinking. When Guangping felt a little embarrassed by what was said. In the past, brothers would just joke around, so of course they could say whatever they wanted. Besides, he never thought his brother would actually get rich. It's like everyone dreams of winning 5 million, but very few people actually do. Stop being so girly. I'm just asking you one question. Are you going to do it or not? Song Chen lost her patience and raised her voice. When Guangpeng's body trembled from the roar, and he nodded subconsciously, let's do it. Song Chen patted his shoulder with relief. That's more like it. You should take care of your resignation first, and then come help me after you've resigned. There's still a lot of things to hand over at the resort, and I can't handle it all by myself. Okay, I'll resign when I get back to the company. Now that he had agreed, when Guangping stopped being coy, then I won't disturb your work anymore. Go back to work now. No, you've come all this way. Let's have a meal together. Song Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 11, just lunchtime. Are you sure you're okay, not going back? I'm already resigning, so who cares? When Guangping waved his hand dismissively. Since he said that, Song Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. The two went out for a meal together. Midway through, when Guangping received a message from a colleague saying that the manager had come and asked where he was, telling him to hurry back. Guangping replied that it was okay and then stopped looking at his phone. It was more than an hour later when he returned to the company. His colleague took the milk tea he brought back, but couldn't smile at all. He asked with a worried look, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you come back when I told you to?" The manager even went to the restroom to look for you when he found you weren't there. He looked really awful. When Guangpeng said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I'm already preparing to resign." Huh, it can't be that bad. At worst, you'll get a scolding or have some wages docked. The job market is tough right now. It's hard to find work. Think it over again, her colleague earnestly advised. When Guangpeng knew that he genuinely cared about him and didn't intend to lie to him, so he told him the truth. "A friend recommended a new job to me, and I can start any time." His colleague suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. You're really lucky. Congratulations." In other words, he doesn't have such good friends, and if he had any other options, he wouldn't want to stay at this company any longer. "Let's talk later. I'll go find the manager first." The resignation went even more smoothly than when Guangping had expected. The manager, who was about to get angry when he saw him, immediately changed his expression when he heard that he wanted to resign. Yes, she became very happy and didn't even offer a polite attempt to keep him. The company already had a layoff plan, so it's great that someone has resigned voluntarily, saving a lot of money on severance pay. Chapter 165. If you don't want it, just give it to me. After Song Chen and when Guangpeng parted ways, they drove directly to the store. He hasn't been to the store very often lately. Previously, he would come over almost every day because he needed to restock, but gradually Chun Ming's supply decreased and could not keep up with the store's needs, so he reduced the frequency of going to the 70 store. At first, I would go there every day, then every 2 or 3 days, and then about once a week. Meanwhile, Song Chen found a new wholesaler for the store. However, most of the goods he got from the wholesaler were artificially farmed, which couldn't compare to the pure and natural ones from the 1970s, so the prices were naturally cheaper. Thanks to the existing customer base, the store's business wasn't significantly affected. Su Hua and Tao Xiaolin were having dinner when they saw Song Chen walk in from outside. "Hey, busy man, what brings you here today?" Su Hua swallowed the rice in his mouth and greeted him with a grin. With a faint smile on his face, Song Chen walked straight to an empty chair and sat down. "I came to talk to you about something. You should eat first, and we can talk slowly after you finish eating." "Go ahead and say it. I've almost finished eating," Su Hua said, putting down his chopsticks and grabbing a tissue to wipe the oil from his mouth. When Tao Xiaolin heard that the two had something important to talk about, she quickly got up and started clearing the table. "Well, Brother Song, you two talk, I'll go wash these lunchboxes." Washing lunchboxes was obviously just an excuse. She was simply looking for a reason to avoid going out. She had that much of the shrewdness of a working person. Song Chen seemed to only then notice the lunchbox on the table, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Is this a pre-ordered meal? Or did you bring your own?" "Hee. Of course it's Xiaolin's lovingly made lunch for me. If you had come earlier, you might have even been able to taste Xiaolin's cooking," Su Hua said smugly, flicking his bangs and looking incredibly cheeky and irritating. Song Chen couldn't stand it anymore, so she raised her hand and punched him on the shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ah, you're just jealous and envious," Su Hua complained, rubbing his shoulder and glaring at him accusingly. "All right, stop fooling around. I have something serious to tell you," Song Chen said, his expression turning serious. "Then tell me, what's the matter that you have to be so secretive about?" Su Hua stood up, took 2 bottles of iced tea from the refrigerator, and tossed one to Song Chen. Song Chen unscrewed the iced tea, took a sip, cleared his throat, and said, "Do you remember Da Peng mentioned a resort that was under construction? I bought that resort." "What? You said you bought something?" "A resort." Su Hua's iced tea fell to the ground with a thud, but he didn't care. He was so shocked by the news Song Chen had told him that he was speechless. "Yes, you heard me right. I bought a resort, or more precisely, a resort that hasn't been built yet," Song Chen added with a smile. Su Hua was stunned for a long time, his face showing disbelief. He stammered and asked, "No, brother, are you really not joking with me? When did this happen? I've never heard you mention it before." "It's the contract we signed yesterday, so I'm telling you about it today," Song Chen explained simply. "I came here to ask if you would like to help me manage the resort. Anyway, Da Peng has already agreed, and he will resign from his job this afternoon." Su Hua pointed to himself in surprise and said with a laugh, "Are you kidding me? I don't know anything about managing a resort. Besides, what would happen to this shop if I went to work at the resort? We can hire another employee or close it down. Then we can let Xiaolin work at the resort, so the two of you won't have to be separated," Song Chen said matter-of-factly, her tone extremely relaxed, not thinking at all that there was anything wrong with closing a perfectly good shop. He opened his shop on a whim. It was just something he did for fun. Of course, the result was good. The store has earned him several 100,000 yuan since it opened. Song Chen originally thought that if the Peng side was fine, then Hua Zi side would be even less of a problem, but he was proven wrong the next second. No way. How can we just close a perfectly good shop like this? If you don't want it, you might as well transfer it to me, Su Hua said without thinking. He didn't think much when he said that, and afterwards he thought it was quite feasible. He has a deep affection for this store. He handled most of the things from the site selection onwards, while Song Chen had relatively little involvement. How could he possibly bear to close a shop like this? He could ask Song Chen to hire another employee to manage things, but he wasn't really keen on him and Tao Xiaolin working at the resort. After all, he was already very familiar with the store and lived a very comfortable life. No one was in charge of him. He didn't need to clock in or out. He didn't need to ask his boss for leave if he had any urgent matters to deal with. And he didn't even have to worry about being scolded for slacking off. He really didn't want to be suddenly moved to an unfamiliar environment and start all over again. After listening to his well-reasoned analysis, Song Chen said he could understand, but he still felt that working at the resort would be better. No one will bother you if you go to the resort. Besides, Da Peng and I are there. The three of us can fish, swim, play ball, do whatever we want. Wouldn't that be even better? Su Hua rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Fishing and swimming? Doing whatever you want? Why don't you just say you're inviting Da Peng and me to your place to retire? So you spent so much money buying a resort just to have fun? It's not impossible. The most important thing is to be happy, Song Chen said with a grin. Su Hua looked at him with a complicated expression and said with a pained tone, playing, what a load of rubbish. You'll regret it when you've squandered all your money. A resort must cost a lot of money, right? But now that you've already bought it, even if you don't make a lot of money, you should at least try to get your principal back, he said earnestly, as if Song Chen were some kind of spendthrift who only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun. Song Chen was both annoyed and amused, but she couldn't refute him, since he was also thinking of himself. Okay, I was just joking, but do you really want to take over this store? Have you thought it through? Song Chen asked seriously, fiddling with the beverage bottle in his hand. The risks of working for someone else and being your own boss are completely different. Working for someone else is about having a stable income regardless of circumstances, while being your own boss carries the risk of losing money and failing at any time. Putting aside the distant future, if Su Hua really takes over this store, he will have to be responsible for the monthly rent, which is already a considerable expense. In addition, there are employee salaries, inventory purchases, and other expenses. Su Hua didn't answer directly. He frowned and thought for a moment before nodding solemnly. I've thought it through. I want to give it a try. If it really doesn't work out, I'll come to you for help. Hee hee. Orange, you'll definitely take me in then, right? He asked with a smile, putting his arm around Song Chen's shoulder. Chapter 166. Want to take advantage of him? Do you even know what once it means you're out of luck means? Song Chen raised his chin and glanced at him sideways. Su Hua knew he was teasing her on purpose, but she wasn't angry. She gave him a flirty wink and said, don't be like that. We're like brothers. We used to be inseparable. Ugh, how disgusting. Tao Xiaolin should really see you looking like this. Song Chen was disgusted by his flirtatious glances. When Su Hua heard him mention his girlfriend, he snorted and said smugly, my Xiaolin doesn't find me disgusting at all. She likes me to bits. Oh, maybe her eyes are damaged. I'd be happy to sponsor her to get treatment. Pa, you're the one with bad eyesight. The two chatted and laughed for a while before Su Hua brought the conversation back on track and prepared to discuss the shop transfer fee with Song Chen. What transfer fee? It's too formal to talk about these things between brothers. Song Chen waved his hand and refused directly. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. You should give me something, otherwise you'll be at a disadvantage, Su Hua said, rubbing his nose somewhat embarrassedly. Song Chen smiled indifferently. What do you mean by losing out? You are the biggest contributor to the success of this store. Besides, my focus will definitely be on the resort in the future. Even if you don't take over this store, I might close it down after a while. Su Hua knew that Song Chen was taking care of him, and he appreciated his kindness. It's true that even close brothers should keep clear accounts, but being too clear about things can actually damage the relationship. Isn't interpersonal communication about mutual help? Today, Song Chen is willing to lend a hand to his brothers. If any of them succeed in the future, they will not forget this friendship. It's good that you think that way. I don't have many friends, just a few of you who have been friends since college. It's only because you're so polite with me that it hurts my feelings, Song Chen said sincerely, patting his shoulder. Su-hwa blinked, wiping away the tears in his eyes, and chuckled. I won't stand on ceremony with you. By the way, can we guys visit your resort for free for life? Don't say I don't care about you guys. I'm planning to reserve a villa for you guys at the resort. Isn't that a good deal, bro? Song Chen raised an eyebrow and said smugly. Su-hwa was stunned by his extravagance, gesturing wildly until his hand almost left a blur. No, this is too extravagant. We don't go there every day. You should keep the villa and rent it out to tourists. Just reserve a few rooms for us in advance whenever we want to go. Song Chen didn't argue with him. Anyway, he planned to keep one villa for himself, so keeping another one for his friends wouldn't be a big problem. Besides, Dupang needs a place to stay to work at the resort. It wouldn't be convenient for him to squeeze into the staff dormitory. It would be much more convenient to set aside a villa for him. After finalizing the details of the shop transfer with Su-hwa, Song Chen drove to the gym. He's been so busy these past few days that he hasn't had much time to exercise. If he doesn't find some time to work out more, he's afraid he won't be able to maintain the six-pack abs he worked so hard to develop. He was also thinking about developing eight-pack abs as soon as possible, so he could slap Dupang in the face and make that kid so envious. No sooner had Song Chen left than Tao Xiaolin returned to the store. Seeing her furtively looking around, Su-hwa couldn't help but find it a little funny. You finally know you're back. I thought you'd lost yourself while washing your lunchbox. Tao Xiaolin blushed at his teasing and glared at him playfully. I was just making room for you guys. I didn't go anywhere, it just sat next door for a while. What place are you making room for? You're not an outsider. Is there anything you can't listen to? Su-hwa felt that her behavior was completely unnecessary. I'm not an outsider to you, but it's not the same for Brother Song. How can a working person not have some sense of propriety? Tao Xiaolin puffed out her cheeks and defended herself. Su-hwa pulled the person into his arms. Okay, my Xiaolin is the most polite. Do you want to know what I just talked about with Qingzi? May I know? Tao Xiaolin asked in return. Of course you can. It's not like it's some kind of secret, Su-hwa said with a smile. Tao Xiaolin put on an attentive expression and reached out to pinch his cheek. Then hurry up and tell me. Qingzi bought a resort and wanted me to work there, but I refused. Su-hwa briefly recounted his conversation with Song Chen. Tao Xiaolin was quite surprised and didn't know which question to ask first. In the end, curiosity prevailed. Resort? Is it the kind of resort you see on TV? It should be about right. I haven't been there yet. How about I take you there for a few days after it's built? Great. I've never been to a resort before. It must be so much fun. Tao Xiaolin said with a hint of longing on her face. Su-hwa couldn't answer him either, because he hadn't been there yet. You'll know next time you go and see for yourself. Let's talk about the shop first. Once I officially take over this shop, I'll be your boss. Do you want to try to win over your new boss in advance? Su-hwa hugged her tightly, his hands wandering to her waist. Tao Xiaolin adopted a defensive stance, blinked her clear eyes, and asked softly, Is the boss trying to sexually harass me? What unspoken rules? Don't put it so harshly. The boss just wanted to get to know his wife better, Su-hwa said, and then gave her a big kiss on the cheek. For the next period of time, Song Chen was busy with the resort. It wasn't until he received a call from Guaning that he realized half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Song, the auction will officially begin at 10:08 a.m. tomorrow. If possible, please arrive half an hour early. Okay, I understand. Thank you for reminding me, Manager Guan. Song Chen patted his head and quickly thanked him. Guaning laughed heartily. You're too kind. It's all I should do. You can come to me anytime if you have any questions. Okay, I'll hang up now if there's nothing else, Song Chen said, hanging up the phone and being met with Wen Guangping's curious gaze. Orange, who called you? I think I heard something about an auction. Yes, an auction house manager invited me to their auction. Song Chen carefully revised his story, concealing his identity as the client. It wasn't that he intentionally wanted to deceive people, but if Wen Guangping found out what he was going to buy, he would inevitably face a barrage of questions. Wow, Orange, your sophistication is really getting higher and higher. I've only ever heard of auctions on TV. I've never seen one in real life. Chapter 167, An Unexpected Encounter with Her Brother-in-Law at the Auction. Do you want to come with me? Song Chen asked, seeing the envious look on his face. Wen Guangping quickly shook his head. I'm not going. You go by yourself. Are you sure you don't want to go? You can go with me and broaden your horizons. It's my first time attending an auction like this, and you'll have company if you come with me. I really won't go. I'm afraid that if I see too much of the lives of rich people, I won't be able to resist wanting to report it to the newspaper, when Guangping said jokingly. It is often said that art imitates life, and real-life auctions are probably not much different from those shown on television. A group of rich people are scrambling to spend millions or tens of millions to buy some useless luxury goods and works of art. Why should a poor guy like him join in the fun? Song Chen couldn't persuade him and didn't want to force him. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and he could bring people whenever he wanted to go. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Song Chen put on a suit that had been prepared in advance, and even tied a tie. He had specifically asked Manager Guan and learned that people attending the auction would dress quite formally, so he naturally chose to follow the crowd. It's obvious, considering that the jewelry pieces provided by Song Chen alone are worth tens of millions, so the other auction items couldn't be of low quality either. These high-end auctions aren't open to just anyone. Dressing too casually might make you look out of place. Song Chen didn't want to be the one who looked down on someone and then got slapped in the face and had a reversal of fortune. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and his saddle makes the horse. Dressed smartly and dressed in tattered clothes, give people a completely different impression. He believes that he has not yet reached the point where he can disregard his own image. He thinks that one day, when he becomes the richest man in the world, he might be able to attend any occasion wearing a t-shirt and cloth shoes. Song Chen arrived at the auction at exactly 9:30. After handing his invitation to the security guard for inspection, a staff member immediately escorted him to his seat. As per his request, Guan arranged a spot for him near a corner, but one that wouldn't obstruct his view. Song Chen had only been sitting down for a short while when a number of people began to enter. He leaned back leisurely in his chair, casually observing his surroundings, when suddenly a somewhat familiar figure came into view. He widened his eyes slightly, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. The person not far away was indeed his girlfriend's older brother. Although the two had only met once at the restaurant, he was still his future brother-in-law, so he could still recognize him. Song Chen glanced at him and then looked away, not wanting Ruan Tianjun to notice her. After all, judging from their last meeting, the other party didn't seem to like him very much. If they made eye contact, it would be awkward for him to go up and say hello, but if he didn't, he might be considered impolite. The best way is to stay quiet and pretend you didn't see anything. But to Song Chen's surprise, things were even more coincidental than he had anticipated. The imperial green bracelet he had put up for auction was actually bought by Ruan Tianjun for 50 million. When the host brought down the gavel, Song Chen was both amused and exasperated. Logically, he should be happy that a bracelet valued at 30 million sold for 50 million, but the fact that the person who bought the bracelet was his girlfriend's older brother makes it feel very awkward. After all that trouble, not only did his girlfriend's family buy what he had brought out, but the auction house also took a large commission. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like he had lost out. Fortunately, the other set of ruby jewelry also sold for a good price, 28 million, which was higher than he had expected. The items auctioned after that were mostly antiques and works of art, which Song Chen knew nothing about and didn't intend to waste money on. Putting aside the fact that he wasn't interested in these things, even if he really wanted them, he could have simply gone back to the 1970s and bought a few boxes of them, which would have been much cheaper than the prices at auctions. After the auction, Guaning approached Song Chen. "Mr. Song, the bracelet and ruby jewelry you brought sold for a total of 78 million. According to regulations, our auction house takes 5% of that as commission, which is 3.9 million. Please confirm if there are any issues." No problem, Song Chen shook his head. "Okay, the remaining 74.1 million will be transferred to your card within 30 working days. Please check your account," Guaning said with a polite smile. "So slow." Song Chen frowned, not expecting to take a whole month. He didn't have much money left. The resort had various places, big and small, that needed money. Guaning paused for a moment and explained, "It mainly depends on the buyer's payment schedule. If they pay quickly, they can transfer the money to you in about a week to half a month." Song Chen didn't say anything more. Since it was a normal procedure, he couldn't force the auction house to settle the money with him immediately. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." "Please wait a moment. There is indeed something else I would like to ask Mr. Song for his opinion on," Guaning called out to him. Song Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What is it? Tell me." A hint of embarrassment crossed Guan Ying's face as he carefully considered his words before speaking. There's a Ms. Chu who is very interested in the imperial green bracelet that you have put up for auction. She would like to ask our auction house to arrange a meeting with you. Of course, whether or not you meet is up to you. I am just asking on her behalf. He certainly knew that, according to regulations, auction houses could not disclose the seller's identity information without permission. However, Ms. Chu was a regular customer of their auction house, and since she had come all the way here, he couldn't very well refuse her. So he thought he would ask Song Chen's opinion in advance. If he agreed to meet her, that would be great, and he wouldn't be breaking his promise. But that bracelet has already been sold, so why does she still want to see me? If she's looking for someone, she should be looking for the person who bought the bracelet, Song Chen said, puzzled. Guaning shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know about that. I'm just passing on a message from Ms. Chu. If you don't want to see her, I'll go and refuse her. After thinking it over, Song Chen decided that meeting him wasn't a bad idea. After all, the other person was a wealthy man, and getting to know him might come in handy sometime in the future. Give her my contact information. I'll talk to her myself. Guan Ying's eyes lit up with surprise and gratitude as he said, Thank you, Mr. Song, for your trouble. He genuinely felt that Song Chen was a very good person, rich and easy to talk to, without the common flaws of wealthy people. You're welcome, Song Chen said casually, waving his hand dismissively. Guan Ying was very efficient. Song Chen received a call from an unknown number as soon as he got home. Chapter 168, Violet Jade Bracelet. Excuse me, are you Mr. Song Chen? Came a gentle male voice from the other end of the line, who sounded to be not very old. Song Chen responded, Who are you? Hello, Mr. Song. I am Ms. Chu Manin's assistant. You can call me Suyu. Our Ms. Chu would like to invite you to lunch tomorrow. Would that be convenient for you? Okay, send me the address, Song Chen said readily, knowing that this President Chu must be the Ms. Chu that Guan Ying had mentioned. Upon hearing this, Suyu's voice tinged with a smile. Okay, is your phone number the same as your WeChat number? I'll add you on WeChat later, and I might need you to accept my request. Yes, it's the same number. Then I won't bother you any longer, Mr. Song. Goodbye, Suyu said without hanging up, waiting for Song Chen to hang up first. A few words were not enough for Song Chen to understand the other party's purpose in contacting him. After thinking about it, he decided to go online to see if he could find any personal information about this President Chu. Generally, you can find some information about wealthy people who own companies online. The results of the search were surprising. Chu Manin is no ordinary woman, but a true powerhouse. Of course, none of that is the point. The fact that she was able to attend today's auction means she must be a wealthy person. The focus is on her personal romantic history. Although she is only 38 years old this year, she has been married 3 times and has had countless rumored relationships. Song Chen scratched his chin in confusion. Holy crap, could she have a crush on me? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he quickly shook his head. No, she doesn't know who I am. Forget it. I'll know tomorrow anyway, Song Chen thought, deciding to give up since she couldn't figure it out. He continued browsing Chu Manin's gossip with great interest. Chu Manin was born into a scholarly family with a certain level of wealth and influence. Her first husband was also a wealthy man. Unfortunately, her first husband was too promiscuous. He not only had affairs but also fathered an illegitimate child. Chu Manin eventually chose to divorce him and took a piece of his flesh. Then the second one was the same. He finally found someone he was compatible with, but he died unexpectedly a few years after they got married. From then on, Chu Manin began to let herself go, and various types of young men often appeared around her. She also became a well-known single rich woman in the wealthy circles of City C. No man can stay 20 forever, but Chu Manin always has a 20-year-old man by her side. Even Song Chen wanted to praise her after watching it. Isn't this the life of a rich woman that most women dream of? The next day, Song Chen met this amazing Ms. Chu. The woman was wearing a dark green halter dress, the fabric of which was soft and smooth like silk, making her already fair skin appear even whiter. Her makeup was exquisite, without a single wrinkle in sight, making her look nothing like someone who was already 38 years old. Upon seeing the newcomer, Suyu immediately stood up from her seat and bowed respectfully to Song Chen. You must be Mr. Song. Please sit here. Thank you. You must be Assistant Su. Song Chen nodded and asked with a smile. Yes, this is our General Manager Chu. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, Chu Manin smiled and extended a hand to Song Chen. Hello, Mr. Song. I am Chu Manin. Hello, Mr. Chu, Song Chen said, giving the other person's hand a light handshake before quickly withdrawing it. I wonder what Mr. Chu wants to see me about. Chu Manning smiled slightly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. No rush. Let's order first. The moment she finished speaking, Suyu immediately handed the menu to Song Chen. Mr. Song, please see what you would like to eat. Seeing how well the two of them understood each other, Song Chen couldn't help but take a second look out of curiosity. She felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was a little unusual. After ordering, Chu Manning finally revealed her purpose. I really liked that imperial green bracelet at yesterday's auction. I wonder if Mr. Song has any similar bracelets in his possession. Price is not an issue. Song Chen was confused. If price wasn't an issue, why didn't they bid a little higher to secure the item during yesterday's auction? Chu Manning seemed to understand his confusion and chuckled. You want to ask me why I didn't bid on the bracelet yesterday, right? There's nothing I can't say. The buyer who won the auction for the bracelet yesterday is the nephew of a family friend. He probably bought the bracelet to gift his mother as a birthday gift. Considering the relationship between our two families, I really couldn't compete with him for it. I see. Song Chen suddenly realized, not expecting that Chu Manning and the Ruan family knew each other. Yes, if it weren't for Sister Qinxin's sake, I would never have given the bracelet to that brat Ruan Tianjun, Chu Manning said with regret. Song Chen thought of the other bracelet he had picked out last time. When he was choosing between the two, he felt that the imperial green one would be more expensive, so he chose that one to put up for auction. Actually, the two bracelets look to be of similar quality. The only difference is the color. I don't have any imperial green jadeite bracelets left, but I do have a violet jadeite bracelet that's also of pretty good quality. Would you like to take a look? Chu Manning immediately became interested. Oh, what does it look like? Do you have a picture? Song Chen shook his head. I didn't take any pictures, but we can arrange a time for me to bring them over for you to see. I don't think you'll be disappointed. He already had enough money and hadn't originally planned to continue selling jewelry, but since buyers had come to him, he wouldn't turn them away. After all, you can never have too much money. Just look at these rich people. They can easily spend tens of millions on a single piece of jewelry. Compared to them, his assets are nothing. Okay, Chu Manning nodded, her gaze turning to Suyu, who was sitting quietly listening to their conversation. Upon receiving his gaze, Suyu immediately dropped her smile, her expression becoming serious. President Chu, your schedule is already full tomorrow, but you have time after 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. How about we meet the day after tomorrow? Mr. Song, are you free the day after tomorrow? Que mañana, kid. After thinking for a moment, Song Chen figured there shouldn't be anything particularly important happening at the resort the day after tomorrow, so he readily agreed. Okay, then the day after tomorrow it is. As they were talking, the waiter began serving the dishes. This is a French restaurant, and it was Song Chen's first time eating there. The food was surprisingly good. The French-style lamb chops were roasted to perfection, with tender and juicy meat. The French cherry foie gras was beautifully presented and melted in your mouth. In short, apart from the small portions and high price, there were no major flaws. Chapter 169, Choosing a Gift at Night, Song Chen, as usual, video chatted with his girlfriend to maintain their relationship. Seeing his girlfriend's expression on her phone screen, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how to start, Song Chen took the initiative to ask, Ruan, is there something you want to tell me? There is something I don't know if I should tell you, Ruan Muqing said hesitantly, fiddling with her newly done manicure. Song Chen patted her head from a distance and said with a smile, Are you still being so formal with me? Just say what you want to say. Okay, actually it's my mom's birthday next week, and she wants me to bring you home for dinner. Do you want to come? Ruan Muqing said, looking at Song Chen nervously. She knew her parents had wanted to meet her boyfriend for a long time, but she felt it wasn't the right time, so she kept putting it off. For her mother's birthday this year, she personally suggested that her boyfriend come over for dinner, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to refuse again. Song Chen looked slightly surprised. Oh, is Annie's birthday next week? Then I need to pick out a birthday present for her in advance. No need to prepare a special gift. Mom is already very happy that you can come, Ruan Muqing said with a relaxed smile when she saw that he agreed so readily without any hesitation. Of course I need to prepare a gift. It's our first meeting, and you have to make a good impression on my future mother-in-law, Song Chen said with a slight smile and a wink, revealing a hint of cunning and ingratiation. He had actually learned about Ruan's mother's upcoming birthday from Chu Manning in advance, but he didn't expect to be invited. However, since he had been invited, and it was his first time visiting his girlfriend's home, especially on an elder's birthday, he naturally had to make thorough preparations. Wan Muqing blushed slightly. Oh dear, what mother-in-law? I never agreed to marry you. Not now, but it's only a matter of time. If she doesn't marry me, who else does Ruan want to marry? Song Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Humph. Ruan Muqing raised her chin arrogantly, her red lips slightly pouting, but she did not refute his words. Song Chen was charmed by her adorable expressions, wishing he could reach through the phone, hug her, and kiss her passionately. He couldn't even imagine how happy he would be to spend every day with such a beautiful and cute girlfriend. Perhaps after meeting his parents this time, he could try to bring up the idea of having Ruan move in with him. However, the premise is that he has to perform well this time. If he can't leave a good impression on his girlfriend's family, then forget about living together. It would be a great mercy if his girlfriend's parents didn't advise them to break up. Ruan Muqing, unaware of his thoughts, hesitated before asking, Aiken, what gift are you planning to give my mother? Do you need my help in choosing one? Compared to Song Chen, she understands her mother's preferences better. Choosing a gift that suits her mother's taste might earn Song Chen more points in her mother's eyes. Okay, then I'll pick you up after you get off work tomorrow, and we can go to the mall together to pick out a gift. Song Chen asked. Okay, Wan Muqing said, her eyes crinkling with joy. Song Chen glanced at the time on her phone and urged gently, it's time to sleep, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Wan Muqing rolled around on the bed with her phone in her arms, her little mouth pouting so much it could hang an oil lamp. Oh dear, how come it's so late? I still want to chat with you. Want to chat? That's easy. Come over to my place tomorrow, and I can chat with you all night long, Song Chen said with a wicked smile, his intentions obvious. You bad guy. I'm not talking to you anymore, Wan Muqing said, covering her slightly flushed face. Seeing that she didn't directly reject him, Song Chen had a sudden thought. Not rejecting meant she agreed, right? The thought of sleeping with his sweet and soft girlfriend tomorrow night made him incredibly excited, and his blood seemed to be boiling. Sweetie, go to sleep now, good night. Good night. The next day at breakfast, Wan Muqing told Song Chen about his promise to come to her house. Luo Qinxin laughed as soon as she heard that. That's great. She was finally going to meet her precious daughter's boyfriend, and she was really worried about not seeing him in person. Wow, I can meet my future brother-in-law. I can't wait, Ruan Tianyi exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement. He was quite curious about his future brother-in-law. Although he had bumped into him once before, it was at night, and he hadn't been able to see what he looked like. His sister is so beautiful. If his future brother-in-law is too ugly, it would be a disgrace to his family's overall appearance, and he absolutely wouldn't allow that. Wan Tianjun glared at his younger brother and scolded. What future brother-in-law? If you can't speak properly, then shut up. He didn't acknowledge that he was his brother-in-law. It's just a relationship. Whether they can get married is still uncertain. Calling him brother-in-law now is a bit too early. Ruan Tianyi shrank back after being scolded and asked in confusion. Then what should I call you? It's not polite to just call you by your name. What's wrong with calling someone by their name? Once you have a name, you're supposed to be called by it, Wan Tianjun said dismissively. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tianyi rolled his eyes and asked with a grin, Big brother, can I call you by your name too? Do you want to die? Ruan Tianjun shot him a glare. No, I don't want to. Ruan Tianyi quickly shook his head, outwardly obedient, but inwardly cursing. His brother has absolutely no sense of humor. Can't he tell when he's joking with him? He's a real tyrant. Ruan Muqing smiled and patted her younger brother's head. It's a bit early to call him brother-in-law now. You can call her brother Chen. Sister, I understand. Ruan Tianyi smiled obediently at his sister. Yes, my older sister is better. She doesn't bully my older brother like that. Luo Qinxin and Ruan Yin looked at the three children playing and laughing and smiled at each other. These ordinary, simple days are the happiest. Ruan Muqing finished organizing the documents and stretched when she saw the incoming call on her phone. Hey, you're here? I'll be right down. I hung up the phone, grabbed my bag, and prepared to leave. Is attorney Ruan going on a date with her boyfriend again? I'm so envious. Another female lawyer at the firm joked with a smile. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Love really is the best beauty treatment. Look at how radiant she looks. It makes my heart itch with envy. Ruan Muqing stopped in her tracks and replied with a smile. I envy you. You should find one too. The female lawyer raised an eyebrow and joked. Help me ask your boyfriend if he has any brothers he can recommend to me. Okay, I'll go ask for you in a bit, Ruan Muqing said earnestly. Then forget it. Don't bother your boyfriend. I think it's fine to be alone. Go downstairs now. Don't keep your boyfriend waiting too long. Chapter 170, Buying a Bag. Aiken. Ruan Muqing quickly pounced on the person not far away. Song Chen was hugged tightly by her, and he raised his hand to rub her head. Did you miss me? I miss you so much, she said in a soft, sweet voice, and then gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. I miss you too. Get in the car first. We can pick out a gift after we finish eating. Song Chen opened the passenger door and held the top edge of the door with one hand to help her get in. Fasten her seatbelt and ask in high spirits. What are we going to eat? How about French food? I ate there once. It was pretty good. The restaurant he was talking about was the one he ate at with Chu Manning yesterday. He thought the food was all right and immediately wanted to take his girlfriend there. Ugh. Ruan Muqing nodded and asked curiously. Who did you go to eat French food with? A man or a woman? Both men and women are clients. You could call them clients. Don't worry, Ruan. I'll let you know if I go out to eat with other women alone. Song Chen could easily see through her little scheme, but he didn't find it offensive. This kind of possessiveness between couples is normal, and he would ask her a question if he were in her shoes. His answer pleased Ruan Muqing, and a beautiful smile curved her lips. I will also pay attention. If I need to eat alone with other men, I will tell you. Ruan is so good, Song Chen casually praised, his tone as if he were praising a child, which made Ruan Muqing blush again. Chen, don't always talk to me like that. I'm actually a year older than you. Song Chen raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on her lips, her eyes gleaming with a hint of teasing. I'd forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, so do you want me to call you Sister Ruan? The 4 words he uttered carried a hint of ambiguity, which Ruan Muqing, a complete novice in love, couldn't resist at all. Her face burned so hot it could fry an egg, but she stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Fine, then say it, and let me hear it. No rush. Call me when we get home tonight. Song Chen winked at her. Ruan Muqing immediately understood and covered her face with her hands. I don't want to talk to you anymore. The two finished their meal at the restaurant, and it was already past 7 p.m. When it was time to pick out a gift, Ruan Muqing said she had already chosen one, and then took Song Chen directly to a skincare specialty store. Ruan, you mean once you've chosen something, it's skincare products? Song Chen asked hesitantly. Ruan Muqing nodded heavily. Yes, this is a brand my mother often uses. She might like it, and it won't be a waste. Song Chen thought it might not be a good idea. Isn't it too cheap? Maybe we should look at something more expensive. Where's the cheapest? A set costs 20 or 30,000. It's ridiculously expensive, Ruan Muqing said with a pained expression. If Song Chen hadn't witnessed the eldest brother of the Ruan family spending 50 million yuan to buy a bracelet without batting an eye, he might have really thought his girlfriend's family background was just average. After all, a rich girl probably wouldn't think that a set of skincare products costing 20,000 or 30,000 yuan is expensive. Of course, another possibility is that his girlfriend doesn't want him to spend too much money, so she deliberately finds him a cheaper gift to avoid him spending too much. After thinking about it carefully, Song Chen still felt it wasn't quite appropriate. If it were just a simple visit to his girlfriend's home, giving her a set of skincare products might be fine, but it just so happens to be his girlfriend's mother's birthday, and giving her only a set of lotion and cream would seem a bit stingy. Song Chen shared his thoughts with Ruan Muqing, but Ruan Muqing didn't see anything wrong with it. But I didn't buy anything when I went to your house last time. You can't be so hypocritical. It's different. We weren't together yet back then. It would have been strange for you, as a regular friend, to bring such an expensive gift when you visited, Song Chen said with a laugh. Ruan Muqing blinked. Is that so? Yeah, so let's choose a different gift. Don't worry about the money. I can afford to buy a gift, Song Chen said with a smile, playfully pinching her nose. Okay, let's go look at some bags. My mom loves buying bags too, Ruan Muqing said, and then pulled his hand to walk outside. Song Chen didn't move, but instead asked the female salesperson next to her to bring 2 sets of skincare products suitable for different age groups. Ruan Muqing looked at him blankly. Didn't you say you weren't going to buy it? Since we're already here, I'll buy one for you and one for your aunt. Anyway, these things won't break, Song Chen said with a smile. Okay, then I'll buy 2 sets for Annie and Sister Jinjin too. They're stored to ship by mail. Ruan Muqing felt that since Song Chen had bought things for her mother, she should reciprocate. Song Chen quickly stopped her, saying, No need for that. I'll buy it for them. It wasn't that he was reluctant to buy such expensive skincare product for his mother and sister, but if they found out the price of the skincare set, they wouldn't praise him for being filial. They would definitely give him a good scolding. Decades of lifestyle habits and consumption concepts cannot be changed overnight, and Song Chen did not want to force them. So, under normal circumstances, he would just give them money directly and let them buy whatever they liked. Even if they wanted to buy gifts, he would buy things like gold and silver jewelry, which ordinary people would consider expensive but could still afford. The point of spending money is to make your family happy. If spending money only makes your family unhappy, then what's the point? Ruan Muqing also thought of the scene when she went to Song Chen's house last time. Song's mother was a very simple middle-aged woman. In her opinion, the gifts she brought were already very ordinary, but Song's mother felt very burdened and insisted on giving her a red envelope. Okay then, let's go look at bags. When it comes to buying bags, Song Chen had virtually no experience. Ruan Muqing handled all the communication with the salesperson, and they ultimately chose a white crocodile skin bag. Song Chen originally wanted to buy another one for Ruan Muqing, but Ruan Muqing refused, saying, "I already have so many bags, my walk-in closet is almost full." She doesn't have a high demand for such things. She's the kind of person who's fine with having them, but not having them. Most of the bags in her home are gifts from friends and family. She rarely buys them herself. Song Chen had no choice but to give up, and, holding her hand, asked, "Shall we go back?" "Yes, I've already told my family. I'll be staying at Shui's house tonight," Ruan Muqing said shyly, her head bowed. She blushed involuntarily as she thought about what would happen that night. Upon hearing the name again, Song Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Should I invite Miss Lan to dinner next time?" Although using friends as a shield is quite useful, Song Chen still hopes that he and his girlfriend can live together openly and honestly, rather than secretly doing something wrong. "Sure, she keeps telling me you still owe her a meal," Ruan Muqing said, a hint of undisguised amusement in her voice as she mentioned her good friend. Chapter 171, he said, "These two people seem to have a complicated relationship." Song Chen took the box out of his bag and placed it on the table. "President Chu, please take a look first. If you are satisfied, we can talk about the price later." Chu Manning didn't move, only glancing indifferently at Suyu standing behind her. The latter immediately stepped forward and opened the box. The moment the box was opened, Chu Manning's gaze was fixed on the bracelet. The purple bracelet shone brilliantly in the sunlight, its color rich and full, as if it had gathered the mysterious charm of heaven and earth. The jade was as delicate as grease, crystal clear, without a single crack or impurity. Chu Manning couldn't help but pick it up and looked at Song Chen, asking, "Can I try it on?" Of course, Song Chen gestured for him to proceed. The bracelet wasn't very big, and Chu Manning couldn't put on at first, which made her unconsciously frown. "It's really upsetting that I can't wear such a beautiful bracelet." Seeing this, Suyu, who was standing quietly to the side, immediately opened the small bag she was carrying, took out a delicate little hand cream, and handed it to Chu Manning. "Help me apply it," Chu Manning said softly, handing over her hand. Suyu unscrewed the cap of the hand cream, squeezed out a small amount into her palm, and then skillfully applied it to Chu Manning. Song Chen was stunned for a moment. Goodness, he knew these two had a complicated relationship. He had never seen an assistant help a female boss apply hand cream. Chu Manning noticed his unusual behavior, but ignored it and continued to enjoy her assistant's services with a clear conscience. Her relationship with Suyu was indeed more than just that of a boss and subordinate. This was no secret in the company or even the industry. After all, Suyu had been with her for almost 4 years, and she made no attempt to hide their relationship. Anyone with eyes could see it. But so what? They are both unmarried, and no one has the right to question them. "President Chu, that's enough," Suyu said respectfully as she carefully and evenly applied the hand cream to Chu Manning's hands. Chu Manning hummed in agreement and handed him the bracelet, saying, "Help me put it on." Thanks to the hand cream, the bracelet went on smoothly this time. Chu Manning's expression showed a hint of satisfaction, and she waved her hand in front of Suyu. "Does it look good?" "Very beautiful," Suyu replied with a slight smile. "Are you talking about the bracelet or my hand?" Chu Manning asked with a smile, pointing to the bracelet on her wrist. Suyu lowered her eyelids and replied softly, "The bracelet is beautiful, but your hands are even more beautiful." Song Chen's expression was indescribable. This was directly flirting in front of him. "So, are you guys being polite or not?" Chu Manning acted as if nothing had happened, her smile fading as she looked at Song Chen with a serious expression. "I really like the bracelet, Mr. Song. Please name your price." "Well, how about Mr. Chu name a price?" Song Chen said somewhat awkwardly. He wasn't very knowledgeable about the value of these jewelry pieces, and he hadn't even had the bracelet appraised by a professional. He was worried that if he quoted a low price, he would lose a lot of money. Give the initiative to the other party. If they feel the price is too low, continue to raise the price. How about 40 million? I know that the Imperial Green Jade bracelet you sent to the auction sold for 50 million, but actually that bracelet had a slight premium during the bidding process, Chu Manin said carefully. Song Chen knew she was right. After all, the appraiser had given a price of 30 million when the valuation was done before. Okay, then let's make it 40 million. Seeing his straightforwardness, Chu Manin's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation. Give me a bank card number, and I'll transfer the money to you as soon as possible. Do we need to sign a contract or something? Song Chen asked. Naturally, Chu Manin said, and Suyu behind her pulled out 2 contracts. It was a very simple contract, which Song Chen read through in less than 3 minutes. After finding no problems, he readily signed it. Suyu put away one of the contracts and said with a smile, Mr. Song, you could just send me the bank card number. Song Chen nodded, picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and looked at Chu Manin sitting opposite him, saying, President Chu, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Is there something urgent? Would you like to stay for dinner? Chu Manin asked with a smile, turning the bracelet on her wrist that she hadn't taken off since she put it on. Buying a bracelet that suited her taste put her in a very good mood, and she even looked at Song Chen, the owner of the bracelet, with a touch of admiration. Song Chen declined her invitation without hesitation. I do have some personal matters to attend to. I'll invite President Chu to dinner another time. Okay, Chu Manin said, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible regret. He instructed the person behind him, Ayu, go and see Mr. Song off. Following instructions, Suyu escorted Song Chen out of the private room. When she returned, she casually sat down next to Chu Manin, instantly intensifying the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Sister Manin, have you taken a liking to that Mr. Song? He asked tentatively. Chu Manin wrapped her arms around his neck with a half-smile. What's wrong, Ayu? Are you jealous? Suyu obediently shook her head. No, I just saw you smiling at him the whole time. But that Mr. Song is indeed very outstanding, young and promising. It's not surprising that you took a liking to him. Chu Manin smiled and kissed him on the cheek. TSK, I was wondering why I smelled tea when I was drinking coffee. Turns out it's Ayu, you green tea. Sister Manin, you just know how to make fun of me. Suyu returned the kiss, her expression completely different from when Song Chen was here. If Song Chen were still here, she would probably be very surprised. However, this is also where Suyu's brilliance lies. She knows how to maintain proper boundaries and never oversteps the mark when outsiders are present. However, in private, he would occasionally act coquettishly towards Chu Manin and show a little jealousy, which could also prove how much he valued Chu Manin. That's why he was able to stay by Chu Manin's side for 4 years without being abandoned. Suyu knew that others would see his behavior as being a kept man, and some might find it shameful, but he didn't care how others viewed him. Although Chu Manin was a generation older than him, she was beautiful and rich, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage by being with her. In just 4 years, he gained more benefit from Chu Manin than he could earn in a lifetime of working. Even if he left Chu Manin, he could rest easy. On the other side, after leaving the coffee shop, Song Chen drove straight to the resort. Chapter 172, the Worry-Free Mountain Villa Resort currently has 2 other managers besides Song Chen. One of them was Su Weikai, who was originally in charge of the resort project. He used to work at Zhou Wang's company. After talking with him, Song Chen found that he was very capable and was too lazy to recruit someone else himself, so he simply poached him. Su Weikai was originally worried about his future, as it was not easy to find a good job in the current environment. Unexpectedly, Song Chen extended an olive branch to him, so he readily agreed. The other one is Wen Guangpeng. He is currently in the learning stage and spends most of his time following Su Weikai around. Over time, he has learned a lot. This shows that Su Weikai has a high EQ. He doesn't guard against Wen Guangpeng just because he is the boss's friend. Instead, he teaches him very carefully, so the two get along very well. The construction team we're using is basically the same one as before. There is nothing wrong with them originally. The problem was on Zhou Wang's side. It would be better to just use them directly than to look for someone else. Song Chen has been at the resort recently mainly to discuss the resort's planning with the chief designer. According to the previous design, the resort mainly includes accommodation, entertainment, and dining. The entertainment facilities include hot springs, golf courses, water parks, fitness centers, spas and massage services, and sightseeing tours. At first glance, the whole place seems quite rich and colorful, but Song Chen felt that she hadn't experienced the concept of a village. These recreational activities can be enjoyed in the city, so why would people specifically come to the countryside to play? Of course, the countryside has better scenery, fresher air, and healthier food, advantages that the city doesn't offer. So after talking with the chief designer, Song Chen decided to develop the resort into a leisure farm, dividing it into different areas so that tourists can enjoy the joy of planting and raising animals themselves. For example, tourists can claim a plot of land and plant the fruits and vegetables they want. When they have time, they can come and take care of it themselves. If they don't have time, they can ask the resort staff to help them. When the harvest season comes, they can not only enjoy the joy of the harvest, but also get a lot of green and natural food. The same principle applies to animal husbandry. For example, tourists can adopt a series of poultry, such as chickens, ducks, and geese, and take care of their food, water, and waste. Once these poultry grow up, all the eggs they lay belong to the tourists, and they can even kill the chickens and eat them directly if they want. Later, Song Chen discovered a wild plum grove behind the resort. After discussing with the chief designer, he planned to turn it into a plum garden. He not only transplanted hundreds of plum trees from other places, but also built pavilions and corridors. When the plum blossoms bloom in winter, this place can become a popular spot for taking photos. Song Chen even specially renamed the resort Worry-Free Manor, hoping that every visitor could be carefree and forget their troubles. President Song, you've arrived. As soon as Song Chen got out of the car, she saw Zhang Guohe smiling and greeting her from a distance. Zhang Guohe is the uncle that Song Chen and Wen Guangping met when they first came to inspect the resort. After Song Chen bought the resort, he contacted him and asked if he would be willing to work at the resort. Zhang Guohe was overjoyed when he received the call. He had initially thought that the two young men were just joking and would probably forget about him as soon as they turned around. He never expected that they would actually remember him and even ask him to work as a security guard at the resort. Although the security guard salary wasn't very high, it was already quite good for Zhang Guohe. At least he earned more than he did odd jobs, and it wasn't as tiring as before. Uncle Zhang, Song Chen said with a smile and waved to him. Zhang Guohe jogged over with a simple, honest smile on his face. President Song, I brought some watermelons from home. Wait here for me. I'll go get them for you. No need. No need. Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. Keep it for your own family. Song Chen quickly refused when he turned to get the watermelon. There are more at home. These are watermelons I grew myself. They're very sweet. Mr. Song, you must try them, Zhang Guohe said before running off. A moment later, Song Chen saw him struggling to carry a snakeskin bag over and quickly went to help. Why are you carrying so much? You can't eat all of it. I'll just take 1 or 2 to taste. Zhang Guohe raised his hand to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. It's all right. If we can't finish it, we'll give it away. President Song, you must accept it. He was very grateful to Song Chen for offering him a job. Besides working hard, the only thing he could offer was the produce he grew at home. Then let's consider it as if we bought it together. This bag weighs at least 100 pounds. How about I give you 300 yuan if we calculate it as 100 pounds? Song Chen came up with a compromise. Upon hearing that he was going to give him money, Zhang Guohe's lips immediately drooped. President Song, aren't you insulting me? I'm just giving you some watermelons I grew myself, and I'm charging you for them. How can I possibly work for you? Song Chen shook his head with amusement. That's not how it's said. One thing at a time. Besides, you're not getting paid for nothing. You've done the work. No, I definitely can't accept the money. If you don't want the watermelon, just throw it away, Zhang Guohe said, and prepared to leave. As long as he left quickly enough, Song Chen wouldn't be able to refuse him. This is really... Sigh. Song Chen sighed helplessly as he looked at the sack full of watermelons. Since things had come to this point, he couldn't really throw the watermelon away, so he could only temporarily move it back to the car. He couldn't possibly eat 100 pounds of watermelon by himself, so he'd have to share some with Wen Guangping and Su Hua later. Orange, you've come the right time. There are 2 payments here that need your signature, Wen Guangping said, handing over the documents on the table. Song Chen didn't even look at it, and quickly signed his name, done. Seeing how readily he agreed, Wen Guangping couldn't help but tease him. You really trust me? Aren't you afraid I'll cheat you? If even you're going to screw me over, then I guess I'll just have to accept it, Song Chen said with a helpless expression, shrugging his shoulders. That's impossible. I can tell the difference between being full at one meal and being full at every other meal, Wen Guangping said with a grin. Song Chen punched him. I know you still ask so many questions. By the way, when I came here, Uncle Zhang gave me a bag of watermelons. Come with me later to get 2 to take back and eat. TSK, TSK. President Song's treatment is indeed extraordinary. Why doesn't anyone bring me watermelon? Even having food can't shut you up? Song Chen slapped him on the back of the head and scolded him with a laugh. When Guamping immediately became honest, hee, just kidding. I'm a little thirsty right now. I'll go get a watermelon to quench my thirst. Chapter 173, Custom-Made Suzhou Embroidery. Chong Sam, a week has passed in the blink of an eye. Today is Luo Qinshin's 50th birthday, a big day for everyone in the Yuan family. Luo Qinshin is not a particularly sociable person, so she never holds any banquets for her birthday. Usually, the family just has a meal together, and when they're not busy, the couple might go on a trip, leaving their 2 children at home. This year, Ruan Yin insisted on making it a grander celebration, since birthdays like this are rare occurrences. Even though his wife doesn't care about formalities, he still hoped to invite more relatives and friends to celebrate her birthday. Since there weren't many people to invite, the banquet was ultimately held at home. Early in the morning, a professional team came to set up the venue. Ruan Muqing knocked on her parents' door with a gift she had prepared beforehand. Come in, Luo Qinshin, who was applying a face mask, mumbled in response to the knock. Mother, Ruan is here. Is there something you need from your mother? Luo Qinshin asked casually while massaging her neck in circles. Ruan Muqing took out the box hidden behind her back like a treasure and said sweetly, Happy birthday, Mom. This is a birthday present I prepared for you. Upon hearing that her beloved daughter had prepared a birthday gift for her, Luo Qinshin didn't care about anything else and excitedly stood up from her chair. Ruan, what gift did you prepare for Mommy? Bring it over so Mommy can see it. The box was slowly opened, and Luo Qinshin's eyes were filled with anticipation, her emotional state immediately reaching its peak. The moment Luo Qinshin saw what was inside the box, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with barely concealed excitement, What an exquisite Chong Sam! The red Chong Sam is embroidered with a large number of blooming roses using exquisite embroidery techniques. Each rose is so lifelike that it seems to exist in real life, and you can almost smell its delicate fragrance. The rose petals were layered upon each other, and a delicate needlework outlined the texture and curves of the petals, leaving Luo Qinshin completely stunned. She happily hugged her daughter beside her. My darling Ruan, Mommy loves this gift so much, it's just what Mommy wants. What woman doesn't love beautiful clothes, especially since the flowers embroidered on this Chong Sam are her favorite roses. I'm glad Mom likes it. I had this custom made by a master Suzhou embroidery craftsman months in advance, Ruan Muqing said, gently rubbing against her shoulder in a coquettish manner. Oh dear, I ordered this several months ago. Will I still be able to wear it? Will I gain weight? Luo Qinshin nervously touched her waist. The moment she saw this Chong Sam, she decided she absolutely had to wear it to the banquet that evening. She would be really upset if she couldn't fit into it, because she had gained weight considering that the last time she had her measurements taken was half a year ago. Ruan Muqing hugged her arm and comforted her gently. No, Mom, your figure has never changed, okay? Don't worry so much. Then I'll try it on first. If it's too tight, I won't eat lunch, Luo Qinshin said and began to take off her clothes. She showed no embarrassment whatsoever in front of her daughter and quickly took off her clothes. Ruan Muqing helped her put on the Chong Sam, which was the perfect size, neither too loose and bulky nor too tight and restrictive. It perfectly hugged Luo Qinshin's body curves, showcasing her graceful figure to the fullest. The large roses on the Chong Sam made her look noble and elegant. She walked up to the mirror and looked at herself, feeling that something was off. Her gaze fell on her feet, and she realized it was her shoes. She immediately went to the dressing room and changed into a pair of high heels in the same color. Mom, you're so beautiful. Ruan Muqing stared at her mother, completely mesmerized. Luo Qinshin's lips curled up in a wide smile at the praise, and she reached out to tap her daughter's forehead. Your soft little mouth is so sweet. Just then, Ruan Yin walked in from outside. What are you two doing, mother and daughter? He was halfway through his sentence when he saw Luo Qinshin's appearance and froze on the spot. What are you daydreaming about? Look at the Chong Sam my precious daughter gave me. What do you think of it? Isn't it beautiful? Luo Qinshin spun around in a circle, showing off the Chong Sam from every angle. Ruan Yin wiped away non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth and nodded emphatically. Beautiful. My wife is the most beautiful. I think it looks good too, so I've decided to wear this Chong Sam tonight, Luo Qinshin said happily. Ruan Yin paused, looking at his wife with a wronged expression. But haven't we already chosen our clothes? Although he admitted that the Chong Sam his daughter gave him was indeed very beautiful, the clothes he wore tonight were custom-made couple outfits, and it was obvious at a glance that the two of them were a married couple. Why don't you just change your clothes? A red Chong Sam goes well with a black suit. And most of the suits in your closet are black anyway, so just pick one, Luo Qinshin said nonchalantly, her main point being to do things according to her own preferences. All right, you're the birthday boy today. I'll do whatever you say, Ruan Yin said indulgently. Only Ruan Muqing, standing to the side, felt her father's resentful gaze and playfully stuck out her tongue. She didn't know her mom would suddenly decide to change clothes. She really can't be blamed for this. In the afternoon, a professional team came to the home to style Ruan Muqing and her daughter Luo Qinshin. Luo Qinshin leaned back in her chair with her eyes closed, letting the makeup artist do her thing on her face, and casually asked, Ruan, did you send a message to Xiao Song? I've sent it. I'll call him again later, Ruan Muqing replied. She even specifically mentioned it to Song Chen, asking him to dress more formally. On the other side, before receiving the message from his girlfriend, Song Chen really thought that tonight was just an ordinary family dinner. But after seeing Ruan Muqing's message, he realized that it was actually a small banquet with many relatives and friends in attendance. Especially after learning that his girlfriend was getting her hair and makeup done, he immediately abandoned his own outfit plans and decided to find a professional to help him put together an outfit and get his hair done as well. He didn't want to wait until nightfall, when his girlfriend looked like a fairy, while he stood next to her looking like a loser. After all that fuss, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, with only a little over an hour left before the banquet started. Song Chen took the gift he had prepared for Luo Qinshin and drove to the Ruan family's house. He had been to this villa area quite a few times, but this was the first time he had actually gone inside. Before, he would just drop Ruan Muqing off at the door, and then they would part ways. Ruan Muqing had informed the security guard in advance, so Song Chen's car passed through the access control smoothly. You must be Sister Song, right? As soon as Song Chen got out of the car, she saw a boy with his arms crossed, curiously looking her over. Chapter 174 Birthday Banquet. Ruan Tianyi's gaze swept over Song Chen like a machine gun, looking him up and down before finally looking away with satisfaction. My name is Ruan Tianyi. My sister asked me to pick you up. Hello, Song Chen said, extending his hand. Ruan Tianyi shook hands briefly in return. Let's go, my sister is waiting for you upstairs. Song Chen didn't say anything and followed him upstairs. There was still some time before the banquet started, so Ruan Tianyi followed his sister's instructions and led the person out of her room. Song Chen video chats with Ruan Muqing every night before bed and is already very familiar with her room, but this is the first time he has actually stepped into the room, and it is quite different from what he usually sees on his phone. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled a familiar fragrance, the unique scent of Ruan Muqing. The room was decorated in a cute style, which was somewhat different from Ruan Muqing's image in public. However, Song Chen didn't find it out of place at all, because he knew that his girlfriend was actually very fond of acting cute, but she just didn't show it easily in front of others. Song Chen's gaze swept around the room, finally settling on the person in the center who was wearing a blue fishtail dress. The color of the dress was like the deep ocean, and the hem was adorned with countless tiny diamonds that sparkled with crystal clear light, making her look like a mermaid princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale. He couldn't help but feel glad that he had styled himself properly. Otherwise, he might have looked like a servant standing next to his girlfriend. Chen. Ruan Muqing's eyes lit up the moment she saw Song Chen, but considering that there was a younger brother next to her, she resisted the urge to pounce on him. Song Chen walked over and gently stroked her hair. My girlfriend is so beautiful. Of course, I'm beautiful every day, Ruan Muqing said happily, tilting her chin up like a proud blue peacock. Ai, go ahead and do your thing. I'll take care of Aiken, Ruan Muqing said dismissively, waving her hand at her troublesome younger brother. Ruan Tianyi had barely sat down on the pink sofa when he heard his sister telling him to leave. He angrily complained, Sis, how can you just use something and then throw it away? She commands him to pick people up when she needs him and lets him go when she doesn't. She's a cold and heartless woman. Sweetie, I'll buy you Lego another day. 2 sets, okay? Ruan Muqing coaxed gently. All she wants now is to get her brother away quickly so she can be as intimate as she wants with her boyfriend. Being coaxed by his older sister in a tone that sounded like a child in front of outsiders, Ruan Tianyi felt both embarrassed and ashamed. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. I've already started working at the company. Huh, is there a conflict between going to work and liking Lego? Ruan Muqing asked, looking confused. Ruan Tianyi loves collecting all kinds of Lego sets. He even has a room at home dedicated to displaying the Lego sets he has built. When Ruan Muqing is in a good mood, she will buy him some, so much so that she subconsciously uses this as a condition to coax her younger brother. Ruan Tianyi couldn't refute it. Go to work and playing Lego didn't really conflict, but it would make him seem very immature. Song Chen suddenly chuckled and smoothed things over, saying, "It's all right if Tianyi doesn't want to go out. Then he doesn't have to. We can chat together." He didn't intend to do anything bad. After all, it was his first time visiting his girlfriend's home, and his primary task was to leave a good impression on her family. He knew how to be sensible. When Ruan Tianyi heard him speak up for him, he couldn't help but feel more favorably toward him. "Yes, I want to stay and chat with you all." "Whatever." Ruan Muqing glanced at her younger brother with a hint of disdain. With such a third wheel around, she couldn't even kiss and hug her boyfriend. Ruan Tianyi's eyes darted around, and he grinned as he moved closer to Song Chen, asking curiously, "Brother Song, what do you do?" "Me? I'm currently building a resort. Once it's finished, I'll have your sister bring you over to play," Song Chen replied with a smile. "A resort? That sounds pretty good. When does it open?" "I like to bring my friends there," Ruan Tianyi said, looking very interested. Song Chen smiled and said, "The opening date hasn't been confirmed yet. I'll have your sister let you know once it is." "Okay." Ruan Tianyi nodded, and then asked a few more questions. Song Chen answered all the questions he could, and subtly changed the subject when he couldn't answer the ones he couldn't. Seeing that he kept asking questions, Ruan Muqing couldn't help but say, "All right, you're not checking my household registration. Why are you asking so many questions? The guests should be arriving soon. You should go down and help. Your brother can't handle it all by himself." Seeing his sister's dark expression, Ruan Tianyi dared not argue anymore and left grumbling. With a bang, Ruan Muqing slammed the door shut and sat directly on Song Chen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and whining, "This kid is so annoying. Haha, he's just concerned about you. Otherwise, why would he ask me so many questions if he had nothing better to do?" Song Chen held her slender waist, his tone full of affection. Ruan Muqing actually knew this principle, but in her mind, Ruan Tianyi was just an immature little kid. What could he possibly understand? The two were intimate in the room for a while. Ruan Muqing glanced at her phone on the table and said, "It's almost time. Let me take you to meet my parents first. Hand me the shoes by the bed." "Okay, let's give a gift to Annie first," Song Chen said, helping her sit on the bed and preparing to help her put on her shoes himself. A pair of exquisite silver high heels, the heels of which looked to be at least 7 centimeters high, with heels so thin they looked like they could be broken with a single twist. Song Chen couldn't even imagine how painful it would be if she accidentally twisted her ankle. He frowned and asked, "Aren't these heels too high? Should we change to a pair with lower heels?" "They're not too high, and they match the skirt perfectly. I really like them," Ruan Muqing said, wiggling her little feet and gesturing for Song Chen to help her put them on. All right then, since she said she liked it, what could Song Chen say? He could only obediently help her put on her shoes. Ruan Muqing, arm in arm with Song Chen, came to Luo Qinxin and said, "Mom, I brought Chun here to say hello to you." "Happy birthday, Annie. This is a small gift for you," Song Chen said respectfully, handing over the gift bag. "Thank you for spending so much," Luo Qinxin said with a smile as she accepted the gift. She subtly sized up Song Chen, noticing his handsome appearance and how he looked like a perfect couple with her daughter. She nodded in satisfaction. Having passed the initial appearance test, Luo Qinxin couldn't help but ask Song Chen about his work and family situation, to which Song Chen answered honestly. There's nothing to lie about in this kind of thing, and he doesn't think his family is shameful at all. Luo Qinxin was somewhat surprised. "So you've achieved everything you have through your own hard work?" Chapter 175 Luck is also a kind of strength. Luo Qinxin never thought of arranging a business marriage for her only daughter, nor did she particularly care about matching social status. However, she also cannot accept her daughter marrying a poor man. Their different upbringings and values make it difficult for them to get along. Having lived for so many years, she had seen plenty of stories of rich girls insisting on marrying poor boys, but very few of them actually made it to the end. Either the poor boy turns bad once he gains power, or the rich girl can't stand the mess in a man's family and dumps him. However, Song Chen's situation was different. Before even meeting him, Luo Qinxin had seen the bracelet that Song Chen had given her on her daughter's wrist, and guessed that the man's family was probably not well off, since a poor family could not afford such an expensive bracelet. To her surprise, the Song family was just an ordinary family, so ordinary that they would be inconspicuous in a crowd. It is truly commendable that a child from such a family can build an industry through their own hard work. What pleased Luo Qin even more was that Song Chen was very generous to her daughter, which was of utmost importance to her. "I was just lucky and made a little money," Song Chen said calmly, as if it were nothing to brag about or be proud of. Seeing his humility, Luo Qinxin's eyes flashed with admiration. There's no need to be so humble. Luck is also a kind of strength. There's a saying that heaven rewards diligence, meaning that as long as you work hard, you're bound to succeed. But even if ordinary people at the bottom of society work hard enough, they don't necessarily succeed. Children from wealthy families are successful from the moment they are born. Their starting point is the destination that some people can never reach in their entire lives. Isn't that a kind of luck? What are you all talking about here? A male voice sounded from behind, and Song Chen felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason. "Dad, I brought Aiken over to say hello to Mom," Ruan Muqing said with a sweet smile. Song Chen turned around stiffly, meeting Ruan Yan's imposing gaze, and subconsciously bowed. "Hello, Uncle." Ruan Yan stared at him expressionlessly without speaking, his eyes cold and sharp, like a dragon whose treasure had been stolen. Ruan Muqing quickly nudged his arm. "Dad, Aiken is saying hello to you." "Oh, hello. Your name is Song Chen, right?" Ruan Yan asked casually. "Yes, Uncle," Song Chen replied with a polite smile, showing no dissatisfaction with Ruan Yan's attitude. Who told him to abduct someone's precious daughter? What's a little cold stares compared to that? If it were his precious daughter who was kidnapped by some scoundrel, his attitude might be even worse. Ruan Yan didn't look at Song Chen, but said to Luo Qinxin, "Wife, Mom and Dad are here. They're looking for you." "Mom and Dad have arrived. Ruan, you take good care of Xiao Song. Mom is going to check on your grandparents," Luo Qinxin hurriedly instructed before taking Ruan Yan's arm and leaving. Ruan Muqing looked at Song Chen apologetically and whispered, "I'm sorry, Chen. My dad isn't usually like this." Song Chen smiled nonchalantly and patted her head. "It's okay. There's a saying that goes, the more a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law, the angrier he gets. Uncle doesn't know me very well yet, so it's normal that he doesn't have a good look at the person who took his daughter away." He could tell that Ruan's mother was quite satisfied with him. As long as he could win over his mother-in-law, his father-in-law was a minor matter. "Chen, you're so kind," Ruan Muqing said, rubbing her palm against his. Soon, the banquet officially began. They said they wouldn't invite too many people, but quite a few people came. Ruan Muqing's good friend, Lan Shui, also came. The Lan family and the Ruan family have an excellent relationship. Luo Qinxin and Lan Shui were best friends when they were young, and their daughters have continued their friendship. When Luo Qinxin held her birthday banquet, she naturally didn't forget to invite the Lan family. As soon as Lan Shui entered the room, she rushed over to find Ruan Muqing. After finally finding her with Ruan Tiany's help, she saw the two of them cuddling together. I was wondering why she wasn't answering the phone or sending messages. So she was here with her boyfriend. "Shui, you're here." Ruan Muqing looked pleasantly surprised, but quickly apologized upon hearing her complaint. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wasn't looking at my phone." "What's the use of saying sorry? Unless you stay with me the whole time, I'm going to get angry," Lan Shui said, pretending to be angry. Ruan Muqing was a little embarrassed, but Song Chen smiled and patted her hand. Ruan, you and Miss Lan go have fun. Then what will you do? Should I have AE come over and keep you company?" Ruan Muqing thought of a solution. "Okay, I'll go call that kid. I know where he is," Lan Shui said even faster, immediately heading off to find him. Ruan Tiany was forcibly pulled upstairs by Lan Shui. "Sister Shui, what are you doing? Just say what you want to say. Don't pull and shove like this, it's not a good thing." "Oh, now you know that pulling and tugging at each other has a bad influence? Who was it when they were a kid crying and begging to marry me?" Lan Shui teased with a half smile. Ruan Tiany's face instantly turned red. Even his ears turned a blush, and he stammered in defense. I was too young back then. I didn't know any better. But he's all grown up now. so he should pay more attention to his image. If his friend saw him being dragged away by Lan Shui by the collar, he'd be too embarrassed to show his face. Tisich, a little brat who hasn't even grown his first hair yet. I wouldn't even look at him. Lan Shui glanced at him lightly, seemingly with some disdain. Ruan Tianyi retorted defiantly. What little brat? Don't think I don't know you've had boyfriends younger than me before. Lan Shui was genuinely surprised. You knew that? You wouldn't actually have a crush on me, would you? Pa. Who has a crush on you? I heard it from my sister. Ruan Tianyi was shocked by his sister's shamelessness. If he had half of her confidence, he wouldn't still be single. So you two siblings have a pretty good relationship. You even tell you my private affairs, Lan Shui said, sounding a little unhappy, and her voice was muffled. Although there's nothing shameful about her dating, the thought that her best friend was discussing her relationship with her brother in private made her feel uneasy. Ruan Tianyi quickly explained, No. Oh dear, it wasn't my sister who told me. She didn't close the door properly when she was on the phone with you, and I overheard it. Lan Shui's annoyance vanished instantly. You should have said so earlier. I knew my darling Ruan wasn't like that. Turns out it was you who eavesdropped. I didn't hear it on purpose. My sister's voice was too loud. Ruan Tianyi muttered softly. The two bickered and teased each other as they went upstairs. Only then did Ruan Tianyi realize that Lan Shui had called him for a reason. She wanted him to accompany Song Chen. Remember to treat your brother-in-law well. If you neglect him, your sister will come after you, Lan Shui warned with a grin. Chapter 176, Not mature enough, Lan Shui happily pulled Ruan mooching away, leaving Song Chen and Ruan Tianyi staring at each other. When his older sister was around, Ruan Tianyi kept talking, but now that it was just him and Song Chen, they couldn't find anything to talk about. Brother-in-law, how about I take you downstairs to get something to eat? Okay, thank you, Song Chen said, as she was genuinely a bit hungry. Ruan Tianyi took Song Chen to the dessert area and enthusiastically gave him a plate of snacks. Not long after they sat down, someone they knew came over and started talking to Ruan Tianyi. As the host, Ruan Tianyi couldn't ignore his guest, and soon he was chatting enthusiastically with him. Song Chen ate a few snacks to fill her stomach when she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. It really is you. I thought I was seeing things. Chu Manning, dressed in a black dress, looked at Song Chen in surprise. Behind her followed Su Yu, dressed in a white suit. The two, one in black and one in white, didn't look like a CEO and his assistant, but rather like a handsome couple. Mr. Chu, what a coincidence. Song Chen wasn't particularly surprised. Chu Manning had mentioned before that her family and the Ruan family had a good relationship, so it was normal for Ruan's mother to invite her to her birthday party. Chu Manning beckoned a waiter from a short distance away to come over, took a glass of champagne from the tray, and then asked with some curiosity, What are you doing here? I'm Ruan Mooching's boyfriend. Aunt Luo invited me here, Song Chen replied with a smile. What? You mean it's Ruan's boyfriend? Chu Manning raised her voice and repeated incredulously. This doesn't make sense. If Song Chen is Ruan's boyfriend, then why did that kid Ruan Tianjun bid on the bracelet that Song Chen gave him at the auction last time? Especially since the bracelet was a birthday gift for Sister Xian. Song Chen touched his nose, looking slightly uncomfortable. Ruan, and the others don't know that I sent the bracelet to auction. Actually, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Brother Ruan just happened to bid on the bracelet. Okay, that's quite a coincidence. Chu Manning nodded knowingly. That explanation makes sense. President Chu, please don't tell anyone about the bracelet, Song Chen said softly, her tone pleading. Chu Manning nodded. I know, I won't say anything. This is indeed a bit awkward. Even if something had to be said, it shouldn't have come from her mouth, as it would have offended someone for no reason. Thank you, President Chu, Song Chen said with a smile after receiving the assurance. I never imagined you were Ruan's boyfriend. What a small world, Chu Manning said with a sigh, taking a sip of her champagne. Song Chen also felt that the world is quite small, and there are always all sorts of coincidences. Su Yu handed a small strawberry-flavored cake to Chu Manning. President Chu, have something to eat first. Drinking on an empty stomach is bad for your stomach. Chu Manning glanced at the small cakes on the plate and reluctantly put down her champagne. Take something to eat yourself. You didn't seem to eat much at noon. Yes, thank you for your concern, Mr. Chu, Su Yu said, a slight smile playing on her lips, radiating pleasure. The three chatted and ate, while Ruan Mooching finally reassured Lan Shui, who then went to find her boyfriend without worry. From afar, she saw Song Chen chatting with a woman in a black dress, and she immediately felt a little uncomfortable. When she got closer, she realized that the woman Song Chen was chatting with was actually Chu Manning. Aunt Chu. Ruan Muqing immediately suppressed her jealousy and greeted Chu Manning respectfully. Ruan is here, Chu Manning said with a smile, waving to Ruan Muqing and pulling her to sit between herself and Song Chen. Ruan Muqing blinked and curiously grabbed Song Chen's arm. Chun, do you know Aunt Chu? It wasn't that she thought there was anything between Song Chen and Chu Manning. After all, Chu Manning was an elder in her eyes, but the way the two chatted didn't seem like they had just met. I had business dealings with Mr. Song before, Chu Manning replied on behalf of Song Chen. Ruan Muqing stared wide-eyed at Song Chen in surprise. What a coincidence. What business dealings do you have with me? I've never heard you mention it before. I didn't know you knew President Chu before, Song Chen said, avoiding the main point. Ruan Muqing patted her forehead. That's true. Just then, Ruan Tianyi walked over. Sister, Aunt Chu, it's time to cut the cake. Let's go over. The group quickly stood up and walked towards the center of the hall. Wearing a cheongsam given to her by her beloved daughter, Luo Qinxin became the focus of attention in the crowd. The lights suddenly went out, and the crowd immediately fell silent. In the darkness, Ruan Yin personally pushed out a large 3-tiered cake slowly. Wow, so many candles! The children's cheerful voices were especially noticeable in the quiet environment. Luo Qinxin glared at Ruan Yin as she looked at the cake covered in candles. Why did you put so many candles on it? Are you trying to kill me with exhaustion? I didn't insert that many. There were 50 in total. I counted them myself, Ruan Yin explained dryly. Luo Qinxin. She knows she's 50 years old, so there's really no need to keep emphasizing it. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. After everyone finished singing happy birthday, Ruan Yin couldn't wait for Luo Qinxin to make a wish. Wife, quickly make a wish and blow out the candles. Luo Qinxin closed her eyes and made a wish in her heart. She is currently living a very happy and fulfilling life, and her only wish is for her family to be healthy and safe. When it was time to cut the cake, the atmosphere became lively again. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on her mother, Ruan Muqing held a piece of cake, pulled Song Chen to a corner, and the two of them shared the cake, taking turns eating it. Finally, only a little bit of cream remained on the plate. Ruan Muqing deliberately smeared it on Song Chen's nose with her hand, laughing uncontrollably. Haha, Chen, you're so funny. Ruan has gone astray, Song Chen said, pulling her into his arms and nuzzling her face with his nose. The two were playfully bickering and didn't notice that several pairs of eyes were subtly observing them. That's Ruan's boyfriend? He doesn't seem very mature. Grandpa Luo shook his head. Ruan Yin agreed, saying, I think so too. This kid is a year younger than my Ruan, so I'm afraid he won't be able to take good care of her. He wasn't very supportive of his daughter dating a younger man. Men mature later in life, and if she found someone younger than herself, wouldn't his daughter have to take care of him? A year older is almost negligible. I think Song Chen is a pretty good kid. Most importantly, Ruan likes him. Luo Qinxin couldn't help but say a few good words for Song Chen. When Grandma Luo heard her daughter say this, she nodded in agreement. Qinxin is right. What matters most is that Ruan is happy. I'm warning you two not to interfere. If you make Ruan unhappy, I won't let you off the hook. Chapter 177 Offering favors. Old Master Luo and his son-in-law exchanged a helpless glance, both seeing the resignation in each other's eyes. But since neither of them had much standing in the family, they dared not contradict each other, no matter how strong their opinions were. Fine, I won't interfere, but if that brat dares to treat Ruan badly, I'll have his legs broken, Old Master Luo said, his beard bristling and eyes wide. Ruan Yin looked embarrassed. Why did that sentence sound so familiar? Ah, I remember now. His father-in-law said the same thing to him 30 years ago. I didn't understand my father-in-law's feelings back then. I felt that he found fault with everything I did and always liked to pick on me. Now I can understand what happened to him. Suddenly feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, Song Chen turned his head and met Ruan Yin's murderous gaze. He silently released his hand from his girlfriend's waist and used a tissue to wipe the cream off her nose. What's wrong? Ruan Muqing, who was having a great time, noticed that his expression was a little off and quickly asked. Song Chen coughed lightly and explained in a low voice, It seems like Uncle is looking at us. Huh, Ruan Muqing turned her head to look behind her and found that her parents and grandparents were all looking at them. Her face immediately flushed red. Oh no, I'm going to die. Did everyone see her and Song Chen playfully fighting? But shouldn't everyone's attention be on Mom, the birthday girl, today? Why is everyone staring at her? Clearly, Ruan Muqing forgot a very important point. Today was the first time she had brought her boyfriend home, and the elders would naturally be curious. Luo Qinxin smiled and waved to her daughter. Ruan Muqing instantly understood what her mother meant. She probably wanted to take Song Chen to greet her maternal grandparents. Ruan Muqing looked up at Song Chen and asked, Chen, do you want to go over there? Okay, let's go. Grandpa and Grandma, this is my boyfriend, Song Chen, Ruan Muqing said shyly, linking arms with Song Chen. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Grandma Luo smiled and nodded. Good, good. The young man is really handsome. He is a good match for my Ruan. TCH, what's the use of being good-looking? He's just a pretty boy, Ruan Yin muttered under his breath. His voice wasn't loud, but Luo Qinxin, who was standing right next to him, heard it clearly. Her smile remained unchanged, and she quietly pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Ouch! Ruan Yin let out a short scream, and everyone present immediately looked in his direction. Dad, what's wrong? Ruan Muqing asked with concern. Ruan Yin shook his head with a stiff smile. It's nothing. Are you really okay? You must tell me if you feel unwell. Really, nothing happened. Ruan Yin glared at Song Chen resentfully, unable to express his bitterness. Grandma Luo chatted with Song Chen for a while Grandpa Luo chimed in from time to time, mostly picking on Song Chen while reminiscing about his own youthful vigor. Ruan Yin almost wanted to applaud his father-in-law. Yes, that's how it should be. It would be best to make this kid back down. Luo Qinxin watched from the side. Even though she wanted to defend her daughter's boyfriend, she couldn't bring herself to speak up in front of her father. In the end, it was old Mrs. Luo who glared at her husband impatiently. You're nitpicking. The competition outside is so fierce now. It can't be compared to decades ago. It's already quite impressive that Xiao Song has achieved this much at his age. Then she smiled and looked at her granddaughter. Ruan, why don't you take Xiao Song to play with your brother and the others? You young people have more to talk about. Okay, then we'll head over there first, Grandma. Ruan Muqing quietly breathed a sigh of relief for Song Chen. One can imagine how much pressure Song Chen was under when facing four elders at the same time. Sure enough, once out of his elder's sight, Song Chen immediately raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and exhaled. Ruan Muqing smiled and handed him a tissue. Use the tissue to wipe yourself. Isn't my grandfather a little scary? It's all right, Song Chen shook his head. Grandpa used to treat Dad the same way, especially when we were little. Dad was most afraid of going to Grandpa and Grandma's house because he would get scolded by Grandpa every time. Ruan Muqing said, her eyebrows slightly raised and a mischievous smile on her lips as she recalled the funny things that happened when she was little. A group of young people sat around the brothers Ruan Tianjun and Ruan Tianyi. When they saw Ruan Muqing coming over arm in arm with Song Chen, they all started to cheer. Wow, Sister Muqing, is this our cousin-in-law? He's so handsome. Since it's our first meeting, shouldn't we offer my brother-in-law a toast? Come on, let me have a drink with you two. Come on, kid, drink less alcohol. You'll ruin your brain and fail your college entrance exam. Ha ha. The banquet lasted until around 9 p.m., when the guests gradually said their goodbyes and left. Song Chen was surrounded by a group of people who were pouring him drinks. He was quite drunk and confused. The only saving grace was that he behaved well when drunk and didn't cause any trouble. Ruan Muqing saw that it wasn't right for him to be lying on the sofa sleeping, so she wanted her younger brother to help her to her room, but Ruan Tianjun stopped her. You two aren't even married yet. How can you live together? It's all right, Ah Chun is so drunk. Ruan Muqing didn't finish her sentence, but everyone could understand what she meant. Without looking at his sister, Ruan Tianjun directly instructed the nanny, Wang Ma, go upstairs and prepare a guest room for Mr. Song to stay in. Yuntin Brigade. Jiang Tiantian was carrying 20 eggs that she had just exchanged with a villager and was about to return to the educated youth settlement when she was stopped on a small road. Comrade Jiang, what are you carrying? Let me help you carry it, Chao Kong said, looking at Jiang Tiantian with a fawning expression, his eyes constantly glancing at the basket with a hint of greed. Jiang Tiantian avoided his movements and coldly refused. No need. I can carry it myself. Chao Kong seemed not to understand her refusal and continued to smile. Comrade Jiang, don't be so polite with me. We are all educated youth sent to the countryside, and it is only right that we help each other. Besides, how can I, a grown man, watch a girl like you do the work? Really, you don't need to. If you have nothing better to do, go help Zhang Lu and the others, Zhang Tian said, frowning with obvious annoyance. 2 weeks ago, 4 educated youths arrived at the settlement, 2 men and 2 women, and Chao Kong was one of them. For some reason, he inexplicably set his sights on Zhang Tian and showered her with attention, no matter how much she refused. Zhang Tian was extremely annoyed, but the other party didn't do anything particularly outrageous, so much so that even if she wanted to complain to the captain, she didn't know how to say it. Unfortunately, both of them lived in the educated youth settlement, so Zhang Tian had nowhere to hide. Zhang Tian looked coldly at Chao Kong and asked, "Comrade Chao, what exactly do you want to do?" Chapter 178, Provoking a Weirdo's Comrade Jiang. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? I just wanted to help you. I really didn't mean any harm. Chao Kang's face showed a hurt expression. His eyes seemed to contain grievance and helplessness. Zhang Tian was disgusted by him. Who was he trying to impress with that affectionate act? Did he think she was some naive young girl who couldn't even tell if someone truly liked her? With a cold face, she said sharply, "I don't need your help, and I've already clearly refused you. Can't you understand human language? In short, I don't care what your purpose is. If you dare to continue to disgust me, don't blame me for being impolite." This was the first time Chao Kong had ever been so disliked. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, hidden by his bangs. If it weren't for the fact that this woman was well off and generous, he would never have humbled himself to fawn over her. But it's okay. Women are like to play hard to get. It's normal. Once he gets her, he'll train her properly and make sure she changes her bad temper. Zhang Tian couldn't have imagined that it was because she kindly offered everyone a piece of cured meat as an extra meal on the day the new educated youth arrived that Chao Kong had his eye on her. Of course, it wasn't just this piece of cured meat that caused the problem. Over the next few days, Chao Kong observed Zhang Tian openly and secretly, and only after confirming that she was indeed a rich person did he decide to make her his target. Although Chao Kong was a sent-down youth from the city, he had 6 children in his family, and he happened to be the second oldest. He had an older brother and 4 younger brothers and sisters, making him a typical child who was neither loved by his parents nor his father. He hadn't tasted meat for 3 months before going to the countryside, so you can imagine how shocking the meal he ate on his first day at the educated youth settlement was for him. In terms of family background alone, Sun Qing is comparable to Zhang Tian. She is clearly a pampered young lady who has been spoiled since childhood. Unfortunately, anyone with eyes can see that she likes Li Jun, so Chao Kong gave up on Sun Qing without even thinking about it. An unlucky Zhang Tian became his target. "Comrade Jiang, don't be angry. If you don't need my help, just walk a little further away. Call me when you need help," Chao Kong said good-naturedly. Anyone who saw him like this would have to praise him for his deep affection. Zhang Tian felt like she was talking to a brick wall and rolled her eyes speechlessly. "You're crazy, move aside. I want to go back to the educated youth settlement." "Okay," Chao Kong obediently moved 2 steps to the side, making way for her. Zhang Tian didn't even glance at him again and strode away with her basket. Over the next 2 days, Chao Kong seemed to finally understand human speech and stopped constantly trying to get close to her. Zhang Tian almost burst into tears of joy. If she had known that threatening words would work, she would have done so long ago. Why did she have to put up with this lunatic for so long? Before she could be happy for long, Chao Kong reverted to his old ways, even more obviously than before. Despite not having finished his own work in the fields, he would insist on helping her with her work, to the point that everyone in the educated youth settlement knew that Chao Kong and Zhang Tian had a close relationship. Even Zhao Xia asked Zhang Tian, "You wouldn't be secretly dating Comrade Chao, would you?" Zhang Tian looked terrified. "Sister Xia, what kind of scary story are you telling?" "Oh no, I thought." Zhao Xia didn't realize she had misunderstood and smiled a little embarrassedly. "No, Sister Xia, why would you misunderstand that I have a relationship with him? Did I do something wrong?" Zhang Tian said, expressing her confusion and distress. Zhao Xia was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook her head. "No, I just saw that Comrade Chao was always helping you with things, so I assumed you two were dating." Zhang Tian was extremely frustrated, her face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. "I don't know what's wrong with him. I've rejected him so many times, but he just keeps clinging to me. His skin is thicker than a city wall. I see. But I think Chao Jiqing is a nice person. You might want to consider him, Zhao Xia said sincerely. Women are different from men. Their prime is only a few years, and once they get past a certain age, it's not easy to find a good partner. Moreover, Zhao Xia felt that rather than marrying a countryman, it would be better to find an educated youth to live with. At least the generation gap between the two people won't be too big, and it's always better for two people to live together than to live with a large family. In case the policy changes in the future, the couple might be able to return to the city together. But marrying a countryman is different. Even if there's a chance to return to the city, would he be willing to let you go? Zhao Xia felt suffocated just thinking about living in the countryside for the rest of her life. Sister Xia, there's absolutely no way we can be together. I don't like him at all. Please don't say things like that again, Jiang Tian said with a very serious expression, her disgust almost palpable. Zhao Xia didn't understand why she disliked Chao Kong so much, but she realized that her behavior had gone too far, so she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Tian, I misspoke. Jiang Tian smiled and patted her hand. It's okay, I know you're thinking of me too, Sister Xia, but I don't want to think about marriage yet. Seeing that she wasn't angry, Zhao Xia secretly breathed a sigh of relief and decided never to say anything more again. A few more days passed, and Jiang Tian felt that this couldn't go on. In this era, the relationship between men and women was already strictly regulated. If she let Chao Kong continue like this, people might misunderstand that she and Chao Kong were having an affair, and she would be unable to defend herself. If all else fails, she'll have to pay to avoid further trouble. After all, she's unlucky enough to run into such a weirdo. At this moment, Jiang Tian missed Song Chen very much. It had been almost a month since Song Chen last came to see her, and she wondered what he had been busy with. When Song Chen comes over next time, she will definitely ask him to put a sack over Chao Kang's head. She won't be able to vent her anger without teaching this guy a lesson. If she weren't afraid of being caught red-handed, she would have hired someone to beat Chao Kong up. Unfortunately, there was no one in the village she could trust, and if he turned against her and reported her, she would be finished. After dinner that day, Jiang Tian was in charge of washing the dishes when Chao Kong came over again. Comrade Jiang, let me help you wash them. A girl's hands are not suitable for such rough work. Fine, you wash it. Jiang Tian tossed the bowl aside, casually wiped the water droplets from her hands, and looked at Chao Kong with an air of nonchalance. Chao Kong froze on the spot, finally realizing that Jiang Tian had actually agreed to his help. To outsiders, Chao Kong may have helped Jiang Tian a lot, but in reality, he was rejected by Jiang Tian without any mercy each time. He did nothing but gained a bad reputation. What, don't you want to wash? Jiang Tian looked at him sarcastically. No, I just didn't react for a moment. Comrade Jiang, you actually agreed to let me help you. I'm so happy. Why don't you go sit down and rest in the yard for a while? I can handle things here, Chao Kong said with a smile, starting to roll up his sleeves. Chapter 179, The Scoundrel, then hurry up and wash. I have something to tell you when you're done, Jiang Tian said calmly, her arms crossed. Chao Kong was washing the dishes with a smile on his face, but he was cursing inwardly. He certainly didn't really want to help Jiang Tian wash the dishes. After all, he was a grown man, and even though he wasn't favored at home, his parents never made him do kitchen work. At most, he just couldn't compare to his other siblings in terms of material things. When they arrived at the educated youth settlement, the female educated youth were responsible for cooking and washing dishes, while the male educated youth were responsible for fetching water and collecting firewood. He had never seen such an inconsiderate woman as Jiang Tian, who actually had the nerve to ask him, a grown man, to help wash the dishes. The only good thing is that things have progressed. Jiang Tian was willing to accept his help for the first time, which proves that she is slowly accepting him. Maybe she will be willing to date him after a while. After finally finishing washing the dishes, Chao Kong shook the water off his hands and walked up to Jiang Tian. Jiang Jiqing, the dishes are washed. Is there anything you want to say to me? Come with me, Jiang Tian said, and took the lead in walking to an open space outside the courtyard. Chao Kong thought she was finally willing to accept him, and he was overjoyed. He even planned how he would ask Jiang Tian for things once he successfully started dating her. Jiang Tian stopped and asked directly, Chao Kong, do you like me? Huh? Chao Kong was stunned for a moment, shocked by Jiang Tian's bluntness. But she quickly feigned shyness and said, Jiang Jiqing, you noticed? Jiang Tian rolled her eyes. You're being so obvious. It would be a miracle if I didn't notice. Although she had never been in a serious relationship, she had a few suitors back in modern times, so it was still possible to tell whether Chao Kong truly liked her. Chao Kong insisted on playing the role of a devoted lover, and even if she exposed him, he might not be willing to admit it, so she might as well just go along with what he wanted to say. I can see that, but let me make this clear first. I don't like you, and I can't be your girlfriend. I didn't want to take advantage of you when you helped me wash the dishes, Jiang Tian said as she took out a dime from her pocket and handed it to him. Here, this is the fee for washing the dishes for me. If you want to do things for me again in the future, I will continue to pay you for each service. In short, I won't take advantage of you. Jiang Tian was really annoyed by Chao Kang's attitude of always wanting to help her. He was all talk and no action, yet he made others think he was very kind to her. Since that's the case, then I'll help her with things from now on. She won't let him help for nothing. She'll give him money or things, just like hiring someone to work for her. That way, she can explain herself to others later. After all, no man would take money from a woman while pursuing her, and the two of them are completely innocent. As for whether paying others to do her work would lead to being reported for having capitalist tendencies, Jiang Tian wasn't afraid. Sun Qing often asked the village aunties to help her with chores, giving them 2 or 3 cents each time. The aunties were overjoyed, and no one ever reported her for it. They, as educated youth, also had a minimum work point standard. After all, nominally they came to the countryside to support construction, so it was unrealistic for them not to do any work at all. Chao Kong stared wide-eyed at Jiang Tian in disbelief. You think I help you with your work for money? Isn't that right? Jiang Tian asked back. Chao Kong was speechless when asked. Yes, that was true, but what he wanted was not those cheap, worthless fruits and vegetables. I don't want your money. Jiang Jiqing, I genuinely like you. Even if you don't like me, there's no need to insult me with money, Chao Kong said, clenching his fists and sticking out his neck. Jiang Tian wanted to roll her eyes again. Actually, she could roughly guess why Chao Kong was pestering her from his clothes. He hadn't read so many novels in modern times for nothing. He just wanted to be a gigolo. It was absolutely impossible for her to accept Chao Kong, and it would also be difficult to get Chao Kong to give up being a kept man. So she thought that everyone could compromise and let Chao Kong earn money through his labor. This way, Chao Kong would have enough money to support himself and wouldn't need to be a kept man, while she would also avoid getting into trouble. She earns a dime for washing a dish. Who could be more generous than her? You know, a dime could buy 2 eggs in the countryside, and you'd still have some left over. She felt she had already made such a big concession, and it would be really impolite for Chao Kong to be dissatisfied. Jiang Tian couldn't hold back any longer and directly exposed Chao Kang's little scheme. Chao Kong didn't expect that she had already seen through his purpose, and he almost acted angry and embarrassed on the spot. No, I didn't, Jiang Jiqing, you've misunderstood me. He practically squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Jiang Tian gave a look that said, all right, say whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not falling for your act. If you really want to be a kept man, then find someone else, Jiang Tian said, and without waiting for Chao Kang's reaction, she turned around and went back to the courtyard. His fingernails dug into his palms, drawing out streaks of blood. Chao Kong suddenly ran wildly in one direction until he could no longer see any sign of life. He had never lost face like this in his life. Being called a gigolo was a disgrace he would never forget. Jiang Tian, I will never let you go, Chao Kong said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. After that day, Chao Kong never spoke a word to Jiang Tian again. He even started avoiding her, avoiding any place where she was, and if he couldn't avoid her, he would never look her in the eye. Life returned to normal, and Jiang Tian was overjoyed, even wanting to find someone to celebrate with. But she didn't know how strong Chao Kang's pride was. After such an ugly falling out between the two, how could he let it go so easily? That day, it was Jiang Tian's turn to cook at the educated youth settlement. After finishing her task ahead of time, she prepared to go back first so that everyone could eat sooner. While walking through a cornfield, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of my head and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she felt someone on top of her, still nibbling at her neck. She suddenly opened her eyes and was met with an extremely lewd face. Jiang Jiqing, you're awake. Jiang Tian's eyes showed fear. She recognized the man in front of her. He was a notorious good-for-nothing in the village. Jiang Tiantian didn't know the other person's real name, but she knew that everyone called him a hooligan because he was not only lazy and gluttonous, but also liked to steal chickens and dogs. Over time, everyone started calling him a hooligan. Aunt Tian had told her before that she should stay away from hooligans, because they were reckless and might do something outrageous at any time. Jiang Tiantian's mind went blank for a moment. She didn't know why this scoundrel had suddenly set his sights on her, but she knew she had to save herself now, or else she would face utter ruin. Chapter 180. Eyes swollen like walnuts. Since you're awake, behave yourself. I'll let you have some fun later. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The hooligan chuckled lewdly, and then reached out to tear off Jiang Tiantian's clothes. He had been watching Jiang Tiantian for several days, and finally waited until she acted alone. He immediately knocked her unconscious and brought her to this dilapidated house. I don't know if he was too confident in himself, or if he thought that tying the person up would hinder his performance, but he just casually threw the person on the bed. Jiang Tiantian lowered her eyelids and pleaded pitifully, I won't move. Please don't hurt me, okay? The scoundrel stared wide-eyed in surprise, as if he hadn't expected Jiang Tiantian to be so sensible. However, he didn't think too much about it. He just felt that this woman had probably resigned herself to her fate and knew that she couldn't escape his grasp, so she was obedient and dared not resist. Since that was the case, he could be a little gentler with her later. Okay, as long as you behave, your brother promises not to hurt you, the hooligan said, pressing down on her and tracing his rough fingers across her fair face, a lewd glint in his eyes. Jiang Tiantian forced a weak smile, suppressing her nausea. I'll be good, brother. Let me take off my clothes myself, okay? You lie down. Let me take care of you. The scoundrel had never seen such a beautiful woman flirting with him before. He was immediately captivated and didn't think that a skinny little woman could cause any trouble. He rolled over and lay on the bed, urging, hurry up, I'm about to burst. Okay, I'll be quick. Jiang Tiantian broke free from the thug's control, quickly pulled out a stun gun from her pocket, and stabbed it hard into his neck. Before the scoundrel could even figure out what the little thing in her hand was, he was electrocuted so badly that his eyes rolled back and his limbs twitched uncontrollably as if he had lost control of them. Seeing that he hadn't fainted, Jiang Tiantian immediately struck his neck again and quickly left the cabin before he could recover. The current intensity of this stun gun is not enough to kill a person. At most, it will render a person incapacitated for a few minutes. As Jiang Tiantian ran outside, tears streamed down her face. This was the first time she had encountered something like this. She had almost been defiled by that disgusting man. Fortunately, she carried the stun gun that Song Chen had prepared for her with her, otherwise she might not have escaped death today. Actually, because summer clothes are relatively thin, she didn't really want to carry this thing with her several times. It was just too cumbersome. Moreover, she felt that she shouldn't encounter any danger in the village, but with Jiang Yu's experience as a precedent, she still didn't dare to gamble on the possibility of something going wrong. Today's events proved that her decision was correct. Otherwise, even if she could retaliate later, the damage she suffered would never be erased. Jiang Tiantian found a secluded spot and quickly tidied her clothes. She couldn't go back like this, disheveled. If someone saw her like that, her reputation would be ruined. No matter how she tried to fix it, the tear in her collar couldn't be repaired. She could only cover it with her hand, hoping that others wouldn't pay too much attention to her. The more you don't want something, the more likely it is to backfire. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard of the educated youth settlement, she found that everyone else had already finished work and returned. Oh, so some people do know to come back, Sun Qing said sarcastically, giving Jiang Tiantian a sidelong glance. Jiang Tiantian, it's your turn to cook today. We've all come home from work. How can you come back so late? Are you trying to starve us to death? Although Jiang Tiantian tried her best to hide it, her voice was still a little choked up. I'm sorry, I'll go cook right away. Sun Qing curled her lip in disdain. Then why don't you hurry up and go? What's the use of just talking? Unlike Sun Qing, Zhao Xiao was not as carefree. She immediately noticed that Jiang Tiantian was different from usual and noticed that she kept her hand covering her chest. Thinking that she was not feeling well, she quickly asked with concern, Tiantian, are you all right? Sister Xiai, I'm not feeling well, Jiang Tiantian said with difficulty, forcing a smile. She didn't know how to explain her unusual condition, so she went along with her words and admitted that she wasn't feeling well. Zhao Xia quickly stepped forward to support her. Oh, then you should go back to your room and rest for a while. I'll cook dinner for you tonight. If you're really feeling unwell, you must tell me, and I'll go to the clinic with you. Thank you, Sister Xia. I just need to rest for a bit. I'll help you next time it's your turn, Jiang Tian said gratefully. Don't mention it. It's just cooking a meal. It doesn't take much effort. Zhao Xia waved her hand dismissively. Sun Qing rolled her eyes and said to Zhao Xia, TCH, what do you mean she's not feeling well? I think she's just faking it, try to trick you into doing chores for her. Zhao Xia frowned and disagreed, saying, Comrade Sun, don't say that. Tian isn't that kind of person. Sun Qing wanted to say something more, but Jiang Tian had already lost patience and quickly went back to her room. Hey, why are you running? Are you feeling guilty? Sun Qing angrily tried to follow, but almost bumped her nose on the door with a bang. Yeah, Jiang Tian, you've gone too far. Zhao Xia sighed and rubbed her forehead. Sun Qing was truly the most boisterous person she had ever met. She argued all the time whether there was something to say or not, and it was driving her crazy. Jiang Tian returned to her room, quickly changed her clothes, covered herself with the blanket, and cried silently. She really wanted to go home. She missed her mom and dad so much. Zhao Xia finished cooking and entered the room to find Jiang Tian lying on the bed. She gently patted the blanket and said, Tian, the food is ready. Eat before you go to sleep. Sister Xia, I don't have much of an appetite. You guys eat, Jiang Tian said in a hoarse voice with a strong nasal tone. Why are you crying? What's wrong? Maybe you should go to the clinic to get it checked out, Zhao Xia said, sounding a little worried. Jiang Tian refused in a muffled voice. No need. I'll just rest for a while. Sister Xia, you should go eat. Okay, if you can't hold on any longer, you must tell me, Zhao Xia said, glancing at her worriedly before turning and leaving the room. Although the two of them have a good relationship, they're just friends, and it's not good to interfere too much. When Jiang Tian woke up the next day, her eyes were swollen like two walnuts. She couldn't possibly go to work in the fields looking like this, otherwise other people would definitely ask her all sorts of questions. So she could only ask Zhao Xia to help her ask for leave. Zhao Xia had already noticed something was wrong. If it were just a simple physical discomfort, there wouldn't be enough to make her eyes swell from crying, but Jiang Tian clearly didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask. Soon everyone else went to work in the fields, and Jiang Tian locked both the main gate and the room door. She was worried that the scoundrel, who had failed yesterday, would come looking for her today since she was alone at the youth settlement. Although the possibility was small, she had to be careful. Bang, bang, bang. A knocking sound suddenly came from outside. Chapter 181, complaining, Jiang Tian dared not leave the room, but pressed her ear to the door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. If someone from the educated youth settlement knocked on the door and found no one answering, they would definitely shout for help. Seeing that no one opened the door for a long time, the people outside started knocking more and more urgently, each knock feeling like a blow to Jiang Tian's heart. This inevitably gave her a very bad feeling. Could this person outside be a hooligan? What to do? She bit her nails hard, her forehead beaded with cold sweat from anxiety. She was a little worried that the people outside might lose patience and break down the door. No, he doesn't have the guts. He wouldn't dare to force his way in. Jiang Tian reassured herself. While saying this, they were actually terrified inside. Ordinary people couldn't understand what this kind of person was thinking. What if he actually dared to break in? Jiang Tian suddenly stood up and dragged all the boxes, chairs, and tables in the room to block the door, which gave her some sense of security. After a while, the knocking outside gradually stopped, and Jiang Tian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. They finally left. She was truly terrified. Before she could even exhale, a heavy thud came from the yard, startling Jiang Tian so much that she almost jumped up from the ground. Tian, are you inside? The familiar male voice rang out, causing Jiang Tian to be momentarily dazed. Brother Chun, is that you? She asked uncertainly, leaning against the door. Hearing the response, Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's me. Were you asleep? I knocked for ages, and you didn't come to open the door. I was worried something had happened to you. He's been busy with the resort, dating, and other miscellaneous things lately, and hasn't come to see Jiang Tian for almost a month. I suddenly remembered this yesterday, so I decided to come and pick up some medicinal herbs and also deliver some daily necessities to her. Because it was the time for work, Song Chen asked someone he met on the way to call Jiang Tiantian from the fields after arriving at Yintian Brigade. However, he unexpectedly learned that Jiang Tiantian was sick and had asked for leave, so he changed his route and came to the educated youth settlement. He knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. He was worried that Jiang Tiantian might have fainted in the house alone, so he thought of climbing over the wall to check on her. Jiang Tiantian moved the boxes and chairs, blocking the door one by one before opening it. Tian, look what I brought you. Before Song Chen could finish speaking, he saw her red and swollen eyes with tears welling up in them. Why are you crying? If you feel unwell, go to the hospital. Saving a few dollars won't make you rich. It's only a waste of money if you let a minor illness turn into a major one. Jiang Tiantian couldn't hear what he was saying at all and threw herself into his arms crying, "Wah! Brother Chun! Wah wah wah!" How to describe the feeling? It was like finally seeing a relative in a lonely, foreign world, and her psychological defenses collapsed instantly. Seeing her crying so hard, Song Chen didn't want to push her away directly. He could only pat her head stiffly to comfort her. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. I was almost bullied, Jiang Tiantian choked as she complained to him. She had kept this matter bottled up inside her all night, not daring to tell anyone, but she poured it all out the moment she saw Song Chen. She didn't know why she trusted Song Chen so much, and inexplicably felt that he was trustworthy and reliable. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll get revenge for you. Song Chen hadn't realized the problem yet. He just assumed she had gotten into a fight with someone and suffered a loss. Jiang Tiantian let go of him, wiped away her tears, and after calming herself down, she told him what had happened yesterday. Luckily, I had the stun gun you gave me with me, otherwise. That beast! Song Chen exclaimed, both shocked and furious. He thought Jiang Yu's incident was just an isolated case, but he never expected that Jiang Tiantian would also encounter such a thing. Fortunately, Jiang Tiantian resisted successfully and was not allowed to succeed by that beast. Otherwise, he really didn't dare to think that Jiang Tiantian might have done something drastic. He didn't know if Jiang Tiantian would commit suicide, but she would definitely kill the people who bullied her. Regardless of the era, murder always comes at a price, and Song Chen was unwilling to see Jiang Tiantian ruin her life because of that kind of scoundrel. But he was different. He had no identity in this era, so no one could catch him even if he did something. Don't worry, Tian, I will definitely avenge you. Song Chen's voice was firm. Jiang Tiantian nodded vigorously, sniffed, and said, Brother Chun, I believe you. It would indeed be difficult for her to find the scoundrel and take revenge. She had considered calling the police, but she had no evidence and might even be falsely accused by the scoundrel. Tell me in more detail how he started targeting you, and whether he has any leverage over you, Song Chen asked. Jiang Tiantian shook her head in confusion. I don't know. I've never interacted with him before, and we've never even spoken a word to each other. If they were only after her looks, they should have made their move long ago, since she's been working in the countryside for quite some time now. Song Chen also felt something was amiss. There might be more to the story. Now, the only option was to arrest the person and interrogate them. I can find a way to get him to come out, Jiang Tiantian said through gritted teeth, her fists clenched. She knew that Song Chen and Jiang Yu had dealt with that scumbag in the same way last time, and she could use the same method. Song Chen, however, felt it was inappropriate. Jiang Yu was able to invite Tian Daqiang out because the two of them had some connection. Tian Daqiang had even sent his family to propose marriage. Under such circumstances, he might think it was normal for Jiang Yu to invite him. But the hooligan was different. His goal seemed to be simply to ruin Jiang Tiantian. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the two enemies now. If Jiang Tiantian were to arrange a meeting with Early Uzi at this time, Early Uzi would never agree unless he was an idiot. Even if they agree, it's definitely because they want to get revenge, and they might even find accomplices to deal with Jiang Tiantian. Then what should we do? How can we teach him a lesson if we don't lure him out? Jiang Tiantian asked, biting her lip. Song Chen stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. You just said that this good-for-nothing doesn't work much and likes to wander around, right? Yes, and I heard from Aunt Tian that he also likes to go to other villages to hang out with his cronies. He either drinks or gambles, and when he runs out of money, he steals chickens and dogs. Jiang Tiantian told her everything she knew. Song Chen's eyes darted around. and he quickly came up with an idea. Chapter 182: The Scare. Hooligans woke up from their coma, feeling weak in their limbs and dizzy. It took them a long time to remember what they had just experienced. "Yeah, damn little bitch slut." The hooligan roared in impotent rage, kicking the stool in front of him, which now only had 3 legs. Although he didn't know what the little black thing Jiang Tian had just used to attack him was, he felt inexplicably afraid. Just recalling the bone-deep pain made him tremble all over. But he was unwilling to let go of the fact that he had suffered such a great loss at the hands of a woman. After thinking it over, I decided to go back first and talk to that person again tomorrow to discuss what to do next. After all, that person paid him to do this, so now that there are problems, that person should be responsible. The loafer went home and slept. When he woke up the next day, apart from a slight headache, he didn't notice any other symptoms and was temporarily relieved. "What? You didn't succeed? You can't even handle one woman." The man stared wide-eyed at the scoundrel in disbelief, inwardly cursing him as a good-for-nothing. "You didn't tell me she was carrying a weapon. You have no idea how powerful that thing is. She almost killed me when she poked me in the neck. You have to pay me back, or I'll spread this around. You won't get away with this either." The hooligan threatened viciously. The man gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in frustration. "I'll give you the money, but you have to finish this job. Otherwise, go ahead and tell everyone what's going on and see if people believe you or me." The scoundrel knew he had a bad reputation in the village, and that making a big fuss would ultimately be bad for him. "Fine, as long as you're willing to pay, I guarantee I'll get it done for you." He had already made up his mind. Once he got the money, he would go find a few brothers, and he refused to believe that a few grown men couldn't handle a little girl. He was too careless yesterday. He should have just tied her up with a rope and seen how she could still attack him. "Here'll give you 10 yuan first, and another 10 yuan after it's done," the man opposite the hooligan said with a pained expression as he pulled out a 10 yuan note. Adding the 10 yuan he had already given out, he had already lost 20 yuan before the matter was even settled. If the scoundrel failed again this time, he would definitely make him return the money. The scoundrel greedily snatched the money away and said in a cocky manner, 10 yuan isn't enough. I've suffered so much. I need to make up for it properly. Give me at least another 50 yuan. You, the man shouted angrily, pointing at him. No, I don't have that much. Take it or leave it. If you don't agree, then forget it and give me back all the money I gave you. The scoundrel's face turned somewhat ugly, and he said stubbornly, then how about adding another 10 yuan? You give me 20 yuan after the job is done, otherwise I'm not doing it. Then it's settled. If you change your mind again, our cooperation will be null and void. The scoundrel happily took the money, bought 2 bottles of wine, and went to the next village to find his 2 closest brothers. The 2 men hesitated at first. Although they liked to steal small things, they would only get a scolding or pay some money if they were caught. But if someone reported them for this, they might be shot. What's there to be afraid of? I almost succeeded yesterday, but she didn't dare to tell anyone. Unless she doesn't care about her reputation. How can a woman live if her reputation is ruined? The hooligan said confidently, as if he was certain that Jiang Tiantan wouldn't dare to call the police. I'll give you each $5 after I get things done. How about that, brothers? Pretty generous, huh? Upon hearing that they would receive money, the 2 who had been hesitant immediately agreed. 5 yuan was enough for them to live a life of luxury for a month. The scoundrel raised his glass. Let's make do for today. I'll treat you to a meal at a state-run restaurant another day. Brother, you're awesome. Let's have a drink. Fill it up again. The hoodlum, reeking of alcohol, walked down the street, humming a tune, clearly in a very good mood. In the bushes, Jiang Tiantian gripped Song Chen's arm tightly. It's him. Shoo. Song Chen gestured for her to stay put, while he quietly followed the hooligan. Bang. A sharp pain shot through the back of his head. The scoundrel tried to turn around to check the situation, but the next second he lost consciousness. A pair of hands quickly dragged the person lying on the ground into the bushes. When the hooligan woke up again, he found that his hands and feet were tied up and his mouth was gagged with a cloth. Ugh, ugh. Woke up. The hoodlum looked up and saw a man with a black cloth covering his face looking at him with a half-smile. Realizing that this was the man who had kidnapped him, his eyes widened instantly, filled with anger and resentment. He frantically tried to recall when he had offended such a person, but he couldn't come up with any clues no matter how hard he tried. I can take the gag out of your mouth, but you can't make any noise, understand? He said, before delivering an elbow strike to the man's stomach. Ugh. The The hooligan said, his face contorted in pain, making strange, incoherent noises. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Let me go right now, or my brothers will never let you get away with this. The thug threatened, his voice trembling with fear, as soon as he was freed from his grip. Wow, your brother is so amazing. Then hurry up and have them come over. Song Chen laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. Then he pulled out a fruit knife from behind his back and slowly started playing with it. When the hooligan saw him take out the knife, all the harsh words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. He swallowed hard and said, big brother, don't be impulsive. We can talk things over. I will definitely cooperate. Don't be afraid. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't kill people, Song Chen said, holding the knife to his neck as if looking for a suitable spot to strike. Second-rate scoundrel. Damn it. You're making me even more scared. Okay? Big brother, what do you want to do? I have money on me. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my money, okay? The hooligan said urgently. If his hands and feet weren't tied up, he might have knelt down and begged for mercy. Should be quiet. Answer me a question first. Why did you attack Jiang Tian at the educated youth settlement? Was it your own idea, or was someone instructing you to do it? Song Chen's voice was as cold as ice, and the fruit knife in his hand gleamed coldly as he gently patted the hooligan's cheek. The hoodlum's pupils contracted, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. His voice trembled as he asked, Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian hired you to kidnap me, didn't she? How much did she pay you? I'll give you double, just let me go. Song Chen held the fruit knife to his throat. With just a little force, she could easily cut his skin. You think you're so great? Do you think this is the time of bargain? If you don't want to talk, then don't talk at all in the future. No, I'll talk, the hooligan said, feeling a sharp pain in his throat. He was so startled that he actually urinated. Song Chen could smell an unpleasant stench and quickly covered his nose in disgust. Damn, how disgusting. The loafer was both afraid and resentful. This person had threatened him with a knife, so why was he being scorned? Chapter 183, it turns out that Chao Kong, a scoundrel, was crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. It was Chao Kong from the educated youth station who made me do it. He gave me 20 yuan to ruin Jiang Tiantian's innocence. Brother, I'll give you all the money. Please let me go. It's really not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Chao Kong. Cao Kong. Song Chen frowned in confusion. Who is Chao Kong? Why would he send someone to ruin Jiang Tiantian's reputation? It seems he needs to go to the educated youth settlement to find Jiang Tiantian and ask her about the situation. But this person in front of me really deserves to die. He actually ruined a woman's innocence for just 20 yuan. How vicious. The scoundrel noticed that Chao Kang's gaze was becoming increasingly dangerous, and he quickly begged for mercy. Yes, it was Chao Kong. He made me do this. Brother, go find him. I have no grudge against Jiang Jiqing. If Chao Kong hadn't come to me, I would never have attacked Jiang Jiqing. Besides, I didn't succeed either. He blamed all the mistakes on Chao Kong, wishing he could absolve himself of all responsibility. Didn't succeed? You should be glad you didn't succeed otherwise. Song Chen didn't finish his sentence, but early Uzi guessed what he meant, and a layer of cold sweat involuntarily seeped out from his forehead. He had no idea that Jiang Tian had such a powerful helper. If he had known, he would never have agreed to Chao Kang's request. He knew all women were bad news. This man was probably Jiang Tiantian's lover. Yet that woman pretended to be a virtuous and chaste woman in front of him. How shameless. Brother, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. The hooligan begged with a mournful face. Song Chen slapped his face twice with a fruit knife. Apologizing verbally is useless when you do something wrong. You have to accept the punishment. Realizing what he was about to do, the hoodlum involuntarily moved backward, like a clumsy caterpillar. No. Brother, I beg you, I can give you money, 50 yuan, 100 yuan. Shut up. If you keep quiet, you'll suffer less. If you keep talking, believe me, I'll cut your tongue out. Song Chen's eyes were fierce, scaring the hooligan so much that he froze on the spot and dared not move again. Song Chen stuffed the cloth strip back into his mouth and forcefully broke one of his legs. The hooligan's eyes were glazed over in pain, and he was covered in cold sweat. It's just a small lesson. Going to the hospital early might still help. Let me make this clear. Don't even think about causing trouble for Jiang Tiantian. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible, Song Chen said, looking down at the hooligan with eyes as cold as a sharp knife. He ultimately held back. After all, Jiang Tiantian would still be living in the Yuntan Brigade in the future, and making a deadly enemy of a hooligan would not do her any good. If the other party really wants to fight to the death, he won't be able to take care of Jiang Tiantian all the time. Furthermore, the scoundrel was right when he said that the real culprit was Chao Kong from the educated youth settlement. He still needed to discuss with Jiang Tiantian how to deal with Chao Kong. I know. I won't take revenge. The gag was pulled out of his mouth, and the hooligan said, his face pale word by word. He was definitely resentful, but he really didn't dare to provoke Jiang Tiantian again. This man was too terrifying. He broke his leg without even blinking. If murder wasn't illegal, he felt that the man should have broken his neck instead. Furthermore, he was certain that he had never seen this man in the Yuntan Brigade before, and he had no idea where Jiang Tiantian had found this helper. The scoundrel was worried that he would get stabbed by this man the moment he got his revenge on Jiang Tiantian, so he decided to let it go and consider himself unlucky to have kicked a hornet's nest this time. Song Chen untied the ropes binding her Lizi's hands and feet, then turned and left. The scoundrel's left leg was broken, making it impossible for him to walk. He could only crawl home little by little. By the time his family found him, he had already fainted from the pain. Song Chen arrived at the educated youth settlement again. This time, Jiang Tiantian opened the door quickly, her expression showing anxiety. How? Is Brother Chen? Did he confess? He said Chao Kong ordered him to do it. Do you have a grudge against this Chao Kong? Gao Gang. Jiang Tiantian stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could it be Chao Kong? Even if she rejected Chao Kang's advances, he wouldn't do something like this to harm her. Jiang Tiantian could hardly believe it. How could someone be so petty? It was truly terrifying. She briefly explained her conflict with Chao Kong to Song Chen. I don't understand why he did this. What good would it do him to hurt me? Chao Kang's family was clearly very poor. His clothes were worn out from washing, and he was extremely frugal. Yet, he was willing to spend 40 yuan to hire a scoundrel to ruin her reputation. This person was both stupid and vicious. Benefits? Song Chen murmured, lost in thought. There are two possibilities. Either Chao Kong hates Jiang Tiantian so much that he's willing to spend a fortune to ruin her, or Chao Kong has ulterior motives. But only he himself knows what his true purpose is. Song Chen had already questioned the scoundrel carefully. He didn't know why Chao Kong wanted to target Jiang Tiantian. He was just doing his job for money. By the way, I broke one of the hooligan's legs. Do you think that punishment is enough? Song Chen asked. Jiang Tiantian nodded quickly. That's enough. That's enough. As long as we teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to come looking for me again, that's fine. Ultimately, the hooligan didn't cause her much harm, and her hatred for him wasn't that strong. She never even considered having Song Chen kill the hooligan for her. Even if Song Chen could kill without breaking the law in this world, he has no obligation to do such a thing for me. It's already good enough that he helped me find out who the culprit was. So how do you plan to deal with Chao Kong? Song Chen continued to ask. Jiang Tiantian thought for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. I don't know either. I don't know why he hates me so much. She wanted to call the police, but unfortunately there weren't any security cameras or anything like that in this day and age, so she couldn't even produce any evidence. The scoundrel could serve as a witness, but he is also one of the criminals and cannot testify for Jiang Tiantian. Even if the scoundrel were willing to testify and have Chao Kong arrested and imprisoned, Jiang Tiantian's reputation would still be ruined. Oh, you say you're innocent, but who would believe that? Doesn't Jiang Tiantian want to be pointed at and gossiped about? Even the strongest mentality can't withstand that. Then think about it carefully yourself first, and tell me when you've made up your mind, Song Chen said. Jiang Tiantian nodded, then suddenly remembered something. Brother Chen, wait a moment. I have something to give you. Chapter 184 Yongla Chicken Heart Cup. Song Chen took the somewhat peculiarly shaped cup from Jiang Tiantian's hand, frowned, and looked at it for a moment before saying in surprise, This is the Yongla Chicken Heart Cup? Jiang Tiantian smiled and nodded. I think so too. I saw it online before, but we still need to have it verified by a professional. She might not remember the other cups, but this Yongla Chicken Heart Cup was quite unique. The patterns on the surface were full of exotic style, and the bottom of the cup was raised in the shape of a chicken heart, hence the name Chicken Heart Cup. Jiang Tiantian found it very interesting and remembered it after seeing it once. Song Chen carefully held the cup with both hands, afraid that she might accidentally drop it. This was worth several million yuan, and she would be heartbroken if it broke. Where did you get this cup? I traded it with someone on the black market a few days ago, Jiang Tian said, explaining in a few words how she got the cup when she saw his interest. About 10 days ago, it happened to be the day when the educated youth were off work. Jiang Tian planned to treat herself to a meal at a state-run restaurant, but she didn't have any meat coupons. So, she thought of going to the black market to exchange for two. Just as they were about to leave after receiving their hostage, they happened to encounter a teenage boy selling cups. He was asking for 20 yuan for an ordinary cup, claiming it was an antique passed down from his elders. Everyone thought he was crazy. 20 yuan could buy so many cups that you could use them until you're old. Who would buy a porcelain cup that breaks so easily? Jiang Tiantian's curiosity was piqued by the word antique, so she went over to watch the excitement. Upon closer inspection, she found that the cup looked quite familiar, as if she had seen it online before. With the mindset of better to buy the wrong thing than miss out, she decided to reluctantly spend 20 yuan to buy the cup. If the cup is fake, she only loses 20 yuan, but if it's real, she can resell it for millions. Upon hearing that she was willing to buy his cup, Jiang Yu looked incredulous. Sister, are you really going to buy it? What? You don't want to sell it anymore. Jiang Tian thought he suddenly wanted to change his mind, and a hint of regret appeared on her face. No, I'm willing to sell. Jiang Yu stammered in denial. Well, do you want to negotiate the price or something? Jiang Tiantian's attitude of paying right away made him feel unreal. Moreover, he never intended to sell it for 20 yuan. He just deliberately raised the price to give customers room to bargain. Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. You're really something. I've never seen anyone do business like you. Shouldn't you be happy that I'm willing to buy your stuff at a high price? Why are you hoping I'll haggle with you? Of course she knew that you had to bargain when buying things. But the little boy across from her was dressed in patched-up clothes and was so thin that he looked almost unrecognizable. It was clear that his family was very poor, and she couldn't help but feel a little pity for him. Anyway, she won't get rich by saving these few dollars, but they might be very important to this boy, so she can just consider it as her helping others. Jiang Yu blushed and stammered, unable to speak. Could he admit that he felt guilty? It was true that the cup had been passed down from his ancestors. He had heard his mother say that his ancestors had once held high-ranking positions, but had later fallen on hard times. But he himself didn't know whether the cup was worth anything. He just wanted to try his luck at the black market, thinking that he might just run into a big grudge. However, when he actually encountered a straightforward customer like Jiang Tian, he felt a little guilty, as if he had cheated her. Jiang Tian seemed to see what he was thinking and patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, I really like this cup. We'll exchange money for goods, so neither of us owes the other anything. Thank you, sister. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, then glanced at her, thinking of his mother waiting for him at home, and finally suppressed the faint feeling of guilt. Jiang Tian smiled. This child looked to be only 12 or 13 years old, which would be considered a middle school student in modern times. Thinking about this, she took out 2 white rabbit milk candies from her pocket and handed them over. You're welcome. Here, it's your treat from your older sister. Jiang Yu swallowed hard and waved his hand. I don't want it, sister. You keep it for yourself. It's okay, take it. Jiang Tian stuffed the candy directly into his pocket and, after thinking for a moment, added, Do you have any more cups like this at home? You can come to me if you want to sell them next time. The cup is gone, but there's still a vase, also with this blue pattern, Jiang Yu honestly replied. He originally intended to sell vases, but they were too big to carry around, so he decided to try selling cups first. If that didn't work, he would then try selling vases. Jiang Tian didn't expect that her casual question would actually yield some results. How much do you plan to sell the vase for? I don't know, Jiang Yu said, shaking his head and pursing his lips, too embarrassed to name a price. If you're not in a hurry to sell, then wait a bit. I'll bring a friend over to take a look next time. Don't worry, he definitely won't shortchange you on the price, Jiang Tian said after thinking for a moment. She could buy the vase this time, but it would be a bit inconvenient to put it at the educated youth settlement. It would be too conspicuous. It would be better to wait until Song Chen comes to visit her next time to buy it. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled, and the corners of her lips turned up slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you, sister. Worried that Jiang Tian wouldn't be able to find him, he even gave her his home address. Okay, I'll come find you next time I have time. Jiang Tian agreed with a smile. As a result, half a month passed. Jiang Tian hoped that Song Chen would come to see her every day, but he never came. She almost thought that Song Chen had forgotten about her. After listening to her story, Song Chen looked into her slightly accusing eyes and touched his nose sheepishly. I've been quite busy lately. I recently took over a new resort project, and I also have to go on dates with your sister-in-law occasionally. I'm simply overwhelmed. Sister-in-law? Jiang Tian asked blankly. Oh, didn't I mention it to you? Song Chen scratched his head and briefly mentioned his relationship with Ruan Muqing. Jiang Tian felt a pang of sadness, but forced a smile. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Your wife must be very beautiful. Absolutely. Your sister-in-law is definitely a campus beauty, Song Chen proudly praised. Looking at his wildly upturned lips, Jiang Tian knew he must really like that girlfriend. As for herself, well, they were from completely different worlds anyway, so she shouldn't overthink it. Brother Chen, I'll give you Xiaoyou's address. If you're free tomorrow, you can go see him. I won't be going. Chapter 185. How could such a generous uncle be a bad person? All right, I'll go there myself then. Song Chen knew it wasn't easy for her to ask for leave once. And if she asked for leave too often, not only would the captain not approve, but others would also have opinions. By the way, should I sell this chicken heart cup for you now? Or should I keep it for now? Jiang Tian waved her hand. Here you go. You brought me so many things before. I can't keep taking advantage of you. Consider this cup my return gift. Ah, so generous. I'm making a killing. Song Chen grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. It has to be said that Jiang Tian's approach was indeed very clever. Song Chen may not lack such a cup, but this cup can represent her good intentions. Relationships between people need to be reciprocal for them to last. If it is only Song Chen who helps her unilaterally, he may forget about her after a while. Jiang Tian playfully stuck out her tongue, a smile on her face. It's not necessarily a good deal. What if this cup is fake? Just don't complain about it then. Actually, whether the cup is real or fake, it's not very useful to Jiang Tian. If she wants to sell it for a high price, she'll have to wait at least 10 or 20 years, which will be too late. She might as well give it to Song Chen as a gift, otherwise she'll feel embarrassed every time she takes something from Song Chen. Moreover, if she simply wanted to keep it for appreciation, she would have many opportunities. In this day and age, antiques and calligraphy are not worth much, and with a little effort, she could always find a few pieces. Let me have someone praise it first. After I sell the cup, I'll take care of all the supplies you need from now on, Song Chen said generously, patting his chest. Huh, then I won't be polite, Jiang Tian said, her eyes crinkling with a happy smile. Write down a list of things you want to buy, and I'll bring them to you next time. Jiang Tian quickly waved her hand. There's nothing we're lacking for now. The cabinets are almost full. This time, Song Chen brought her a lot of things, including food, clothes, and daily necessities. She locked them all in her closet. Otherwise, if the other female educated youth saw them, they might easily get jealous. Zhang Manyun, in particular, saw that she often received special treatment from her and made sarcastic remarks about her capitalist ladylike behavior. To put it bluntly, it was because she hadn't gotten any advantage from her. Otherwise, why didn't she talk about Sun Qing? Wasn't it because she could often get something out of Sun Qing? Jiang Tian disliked Sun Qing and couldn't stand Zhang Manyun's two-faced nature, so she naturally wouldn't let her take advantage of her. Okay, remember to let me know if you need anything. Don't be shy, Song Chen said without pressuring her further. Don't worry, Brother Chen. I know you're a big spender, so I won't try to save you any money. Jiang Tian blinked, her smile revealing a hint of slyness. After Song Chen returned to the modern world, he went to the pawn shop he had visited the first time. After being appraised by professionals, it was confirmed that the cup that Jiang Tian bought for 20 yuan was indeed a Yongla blue and white chicken heart cup from the Ming dynasty. Mr. Song, would you sell this chicken heart cup? I'm willing to pay 2 million, Qian Duo said, his eyes fixed intently on the cup on the table, a determined look in them. Just then, the old man in the capital was about to celebrate his 80th birthday, and he was worried about what gift to give him when Song Chen happened to come to his door. He was confident that this chicken heart cup would win over the old man's heart, and the benefits he would receive would be far more than just a few million. Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly when he heard the offer, and he tapped the table with his fingers unhurriedly. Manager Qian, isn't 2 million too little? If this cup were sent to an auction, it could fetch at least 3 or 4 million. Mr. Song is joking. The price at the auction might be higher, but we still need to find someone who knows their stuff. If we don't find someone who does, there's a risk that the item will go unsold, isn't there? Besides, the auction house also charges commissions, Duo said calmly. How about a flat price of 2.5 million? 3 million. Make a deal. Song Chen. Brother, you're so straightforward, it's easy for me to feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick. Duo realized he might have been a little too excited and chuckled as he explained, I actually bought this cup as a birthday gift for an elder, and I'm grateful to Mr. Song for his generosity. This means that he bought the cup in such a hurry not to make a profit, and he absolutely did not intend to cheat Song Chen. I see. Song Chen nodded in understanding. He didn't actually intend to sell the items to the pawn shop when he came, since the pawn shop prices would definitely not be as high as the auction prices, and they might even deliberately lower the price. But Duo was too straightforward today, and the price he offered was not low. He was immediately drawn in, but since it was already agreed upon, he couldn't go back on his word. The money was quickly transferred to Song Chen's card. He wanted to buy something for Jiang Tian, but he didn't know what to buy. He had already prepared some daily necessities for Jiang Tian. If he bought too many, she wouldn't have anywhere to put them. After thinking it over, I decided that giving her money was the most practical thing to do. Jiang Tian couldn't use modern money, but she could use money from the 1970s. Moreover, after the incident with the hooligan, Song Chen decided that it was quite dangerous to keep Jiang Tian in the countryside. He might be able to suppress the hooligan in the short term, but they would run into each other all the time. What if the hooligan suddenly decided to take revenge one day? Jiang Tian may have escaped once, but she may not be able to do it a second time. Therefore, the best solution is to find Jiang Tian a job so that she can return to the city. However, jobs in the city are hard to find, so he didn't plan to tell Jiang Tian in advance. What if he told her and then still couldn't find a job? Wouldn't that be a waste of her excitement? Following the address Jiang Tian gave him, Song Chen arrived at a large courtyard. The main gate of the courtyard was wide open, and the sounds of women chatting and children laughing could be heard from inside from time to time. An older woman who was washing clothes was the first to spot Song Chen. Young man, who are you looking for? Auntie, I'm looking for Jiangyu. Does he live here? What do you want with him? The older woman asked instead of answering, looking at Song Chen with suspicion. This young man doesn't seem like a friend of Xiaoyu at all. Could it be that Xiaoyu got into some trouble outside, and someone came looking for him? Song Chen smiled and said, my friend asked me to come and check on him. Annie, is he home right now? As he spoke, Song Chen took out a handful of fruit candies from his pocket and handed them to the two children next to the older woman. The little boy in the blue shirt glanced at his grandmother, and after receiving permission, happily took the candy from Song Chen's hand. Thank you, uncle. Little friend is at home. I'll go and call him out for you. They didn't even consider whether Song Chen was a bad person. How could such a generous uncle be a bad person? Chapter 186, It's really hard to send money out. Jiangyu looked at the unfamiliar man in front of him with a wary look in his eyes. Who are you? What do you want with me? Song Chen tried to keep her smile gentle. You know Jiang Tian, right? She asked me to come find you. Jiang Tian? Jiangyu repeated softly, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He remembered that Jiang Tian was the older sister he met at the black market last time. That older sister had indeed said that she would bring a friend to see him. Jiangyu opened his eyes wide and asked expectantly, where is Sister Jiang? She had something to do and couldn't get away, so she asked me to come to you. Would it be convenient for me to come to your house for a while? Song Chen asked with a smile. Jiangyu had already noticed the curious gazes of the people around him and realized that this was not a suitable place to talk business. He nodded and said, okay, come in with me. Seeing that the two of them were about to go back into the house, the aunt who was washing clothes quickly grabbed Jiangyu's hand, pulled him to the corner of the wall, and asked, hey, Xiaoyu, who is this young man to you? You can't bring any strange people home. She wasn't interested in gossip. She was just worried that Jiangyu was too young and might be deceived. Jiangyu blinked and explained, Grandma Zhang, he's a friend of mine. My friend asked him to come and see me. Oh, that's fine, the aunt said after hearing his explanation and found that it matched what Song Chen had said, so she believed them. You also need to be careful. Don't make friends with shady people, and try not to worry your mother too much, okay? Jiangyu nodded solemnly. I understand, Grandma Zhang. I will be careful. Oh, good boy, his aunt said with a smile, patting his head. Song Chen followed Jiangyu into the house, and Jiangyu turned around and closed the door. You can't just ignore it. The people in the yard don't care about your privacy. It's perfectly normal for them to shamelessly come over to watch the show. Young friend, who's here? A female voice came from the inner cubicle. Jianyu glanced at Song Chen. Brother, wait for me for a moment. After he finished speaking, he lifted the curtain and went inside. Soon, the sound of hurried conversation could be heard inside. About 3 minutes later, Jianyu came out carrying a blue and white porcelain plum vase. Brother, take a look first. To be honest, I don't know how much this vase is worth. If you like it, just give me whatever you want. Song Chen carefully took it from his hand, pretended to look at it a few times, and then put it back on the table. Well, to be honest, he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake at all. But since the chicken heart cup was real, this bottle was probably real too. Since your mother is home, would you like her to come out and talk to me? Song Chen asked, looking at his youthful appearance. Jianyu glanced at the direction of the inner room and silently shook his head. My mother is not in good health, and it's not convenient for her. You could just talk to me directly. Are you sick? What kind of illness? Song Chen asked subconsciously. Jianyu was silent for a moment, a bitter look crossing his face. The doctor said it's a heart problem. Since my father passed away, my mother's health has deteriorated after she suffered a miscarriage due to the stress. Rather than saying that she couldn't be cured, it's more accurate to say that she herself didn't want to get better. If she hadn't felt that her son still needed her, Zhang's mother might have lost the will to live long ago. Song Chen awkwardly touched his nose. He wanted to say that if it were another illness, he might be able to help get some medicine, but there was nothing he could do about a heart ailment. Skipping over that topic, Song Chen gently stroked the vase on the table. I really like this vase. How about 300 yuan? Jianyu stared wide-eyed at Song Chen, his emotions a complex mix of shock and disbelief. He wanted to ask Song Chen if he was joking, but he also felt that Song Chen wouldn't deliberately try to appease him with something like this. Why? Jianyu stared blankly at Song Chen and uttered these 3 words. Why give him so much money? Is it out of pity? Song Chen curled his lips into a nonchalant smile. Why so many whys? If I had to give a reason, it would be because I like this bottle. No, I can't accept it. Jianyu firmly shook his head. His father taught him from a young age that a gentleman loves money but acquires it in a proper way, and that he has hands and feet and does not need to accept other people's pity. Hey kid, I'm not kidding you. I really like this bottle. Song Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He had money but couldn't give it away. Who could understand his troubles? Jiang Yuxiao said very seriously, 300 yuan is too much. This bottle is not worth 300 yuan at all. I know you want to help me, but I can't accept so much money from you. He might accept 30 or 50, but 300 is not an option, as it's equivalent to almost a year's wages for a worker. Even if the bottle is truly an antique, he doesn't think it's worth 300 yuan. Song Chen had no idea how this child was raised at home. If he were Song Chen's age, he would have happily agreed to pay a high price for something worthless. Don't rush to refuse me. I'm buying this vase to collect. Maybe its value will increase thousands of times in a few decades. Anyway, I definitely won't lose money, so you don't need to feel like you're getting a bargain. As long as you don't regret selling it to me. Song Chen could tell that this child was not someone who could be easily persuaded, so he could only tell the truth. Jiang Yu seemed to have heard something funny and gave a self-deprecating smile. Whether I can live for decades to come is another matter. How could I possibly regret it? However, if what this brother said is true, and the vase really does appreciate thousands or thousands of times in value in the future, then it seems that he didn't lose out by accepting the 300 yuan. Brother, wait for me a moment, Jiang Yu said, unable to make up his mind. In the end, he decided to ask his mother for her opinion. Lying inside the house, Zhang's mother overheard the entire conversation between the two men. Meeting her son's expectant gaze, she chuckled and said, "Do it your way." Jiang Yu nodded happily, his expression relaxing a bit. With his 300 yuan, he and his mother didn't have to worry about money for a long time. Seeing that he finally agreed, Song Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was really difficult to send money away. I'll give you the money first, and you can bring the vase out to me when there are fewer people around at night. Okay? Okay. Jiang Yu thought this was a good idea and readily agreed. The people in the courtyard are definitely watching them right now. If Song Chen takes the vase out, it will easily arouse their curiosity. If someone with bad intentions reports his family out of jealousy, it will be troublesome. Chapter 187. Being a shorty isn't so bad. It saves on fabric. Night fell, and everyone in the courtyard had gone back to their rooms to sleep. Jiang Yu wrapped the vase in an old piece of clothing and said to his mother, who was lying on the bed, "Mom, you should go to sleep first. Don't wait for me." He wasn't sure when Song Chen would arrive. If Song Chen arrived late, he might have to stay outside until very late. His mother's health wasn't good to begin with, so she shouldn't be overworked. Cough. Young friend, please be careful. In case of any emergency, protect yourself first, Jiang's mother said weakly, her face ashen. Yes, I know, Mom. Don't worry, Jiang Yu said with a smile, picking up the vase and lifting the curtain to go outside. The two agreed to meet at a small alley next to the tenement. Few people came here at night, and Jiang Yu didn't have a flashlight. He could barely see the road by the faint moonlight. Without a watch, he didn't know how long he had been waiting in the alley. He only knew that Song Chen finally arrived when he had been bitten by 7 mosquitoes. Young friend, is that you? Jiang Yu scratched the bag on his arm and called out with a smile, Brother Song, it's me. Song Chen let out a breath and put down the bags he was carrying. Jiang Yu asked curiously, Brother Song, why did you bring so much stuff? Oh, this is a gift that Tian asked me to prepare for you. It wasn't convenient to bring it over this morning, so I'm giving it to you now, Song Chen said with a smile. Of course, Jiang Tian didn't ask him to prepare the things. It's just that Jiang Yu is a bit proud. If he said that he was the one who gave them to him, he might not accept them. So he simply pushed it on to Jiang Tian. That way, since the person in question wasn't present, Jiang Yu couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Sure enough, when Jiang Yu heard that the pile of things was a gift for him, he immediately said that he could not accept it. Brother Song, please return it to Sister Jiang for me. No way. Your sister Jiang told me that if you don't accept them, I should throw them away. I can't do something so wasteful. If you really don't want to accept them, then throw them away yourself, Song Chen said straightforwardly. Jiang Yu looked troubled. This is too much, He would accept a small gift, but with such a large pile of things, even someone as thick-skinned as him would feel embarrassed to accept them. Don't worry, your sister Jiang is rich. This little thing is nothing to her, Song Chen said with a smile, ruffling his soft short hair. Jiang Yu pursed his lips and remained silent for a long while before finally saying in a muffled voice, Brother Song, please thank Sister Jiang for me. Okay, I'll definitely pass on your message. Song Chen glanced at his thin arms and legs and asked, Can you carry all these things? Do you want me to help you carry them back? No need. I can carry it. Jiang Yu quickly refused. All right, I'll go first then. You should go back soon too, Song Chen said, noticing his frequent scratching of his arms and legs, which told her he had been bitten by mosquitoes quite a bit. Jiang Yu suddenly bowed respectfully to Song Chen. Brother Song, thank you. Song Chen smiled and flicked his forehead lightly with her finger. Little brat, don't overthink things or you'll stun your growth. Jiang Yu looked at Song Chen in horror. He had never heard anyone say that. He only knew that not having enough to eat would stun his growth, but he didn't know that overthinking could also stun his growth. Brother Song, you're joking with me, right? I'm not kidding. Believe it or not is up to you. Being a shorty is fine too. It saves some fabric, Song Chen said, suppressing a laugh. Jiang Yu shook his head frantically. No, I don't want to be a dwarf. There was an uncle in their courtyard who was very short. He was almost 30 years old when he finally got married, and his wife was a widow with a child. Moreover, being short makes one vulnerable to being bullied, and one is at a disadvantage when fighting. Then eat well, grow up happily, and don't always frown. Song Chen gently stroked his unconsciously furrowed brows and reminded him with a smile. Jiang Yu hadn't felt such meticulous care in a long time, and his eyes welled up with tears. His voice trembled slightly as he said, I will. Watching Song Chen leave, Jiang Yukai picked up the bags on the ground and slowly made his way back home. These bags together weighed more than he did, and by the time he got home, his back was soaked with sweat. Young friend, is that you back? Upon hearing the noise, Jiang's mother immediately opened her eyes, her gaze clear and bright, without a trace of sleepiness. Jiang Yu was surprised that his mother was still awake, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Jiang's mother smiled gently and said, I'm not sleepy. Did you give the things to that older brother, young friend? Yes, Brother Song also gave me a lot of things, Jiang Yu said, pointing to several bags on the ground. He squatted down and opened the bags one by one to check them. The first bag contained rice and flour. The second bag contained salt, brown sugar, white sugar, and fruit candy. And the third bag contained canned meat and canned fruit. Why so much? You shouldn't have accepted it, young friend. We have nothing to return to them, Zhang's mother said, giving her son a disapproving look. These things are no longer about money. They're things that money can't buy. If they accept them, they simply can't repay the favor. Jiang Yu gripped the edge of the bag with his fingers, pouting slightly in grievance. I said I didn't want it, but Brother Song said to throw it away if I didn't want it, so I had no choice but to bring it back. Is that so? Well then, since you've already accepted it, we'll find a way to repay this favor later, Zhang's mother said, unwilling to continue blaming her son. It's her fault as a mother. Her son is lucky to have met such a kind person. What right does she have to criticize him? Mom, how about I make you some brown sugar millet porridge tomorrow morning? I heard from my aunts that brown sugar millet porridge is very nourishing, and you'll definitely get better quickly if you drink it, Jiang Yu said happily. Zhang's mother forced a smile. All right. Thank you for your hard work, my little friend. Jiang Yu could no longer hold back her emotions and choked up as she threw herself in her arms. I'm not tired. It's not hard with Mom here. He was willing to endure any hardship as long as his mother could stay with him. I'm sorry. Zhang's mother was overwhelmed with guilt, and she suddenly realized how selfish her actions had been. Losing her husband and child was indeed a huge blow to her, but Xiaoyu must also be heartbroken to lose her father. How could she be so selfish as to make Xiaoyu suffer the pain of losing her mother as well? Zhang's mother gently patted her son's back and murmured, Mom will get better. Mom still wants to see my little friend get married and have children. Chapter 188. Zhang Tiantian has been thinking about how to get revenge ever since she learned that Chao Kangkai was the culprit who ordered Early Uzi to assassinate her. She considered breaking Chao Kang's legs like she would break a hooligan, but then she felt that would be too easy on Chao Kang. Chao Kang is different from Early Uzi. Early Uzi is a notorious hoodlum. Even if he broke his leg, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. People would just think that he must have gone out to cause trouble again. Chao Kang was a sent-down youth, and having his leg broken for no reason was no small matter. It might even attract the attention of county leaders. Who knows? Chao Kang might actually turn his misfortune into a blessing and return to the city because of his broken leg. Just thinking about that makes her want to vomit. However, before Zhang Tiantian could figure out what to do, she heard some news that left her completely bewildered. Andy, you just said that scoundrel is dead? Zhang Tiantian looked at Aunt Tian with confusion, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Her first reaction was to worry that Erlizi's death might be related to what Song Chen had done to him a few days ago. But Song Chen had said that he had only given Erlizi a small lesson, so it shouldn't be life-threatening, right? But what if it were true? She couldn't quite imagine a life being lost because of her. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. Aunt Tian sighed, her tone tinged with pity. Yes, the body was found in the back hill last night. I went to his house this morning to check on him, and his mother was almost blind from crying. Zhang Tiantian then learned that Early Uzi's real name was Tian Ziqiang, and he was a relative of Aunt Tian's family, not even beyond the 5th degree of kinship. However, upon hearing that the person was found in the back mountain, Zhang Tiantian immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he hadn't died from a leg injury. It seems this scoundrel has offended quite a few people. If she had known someone would deal with him, she shouldn't have let Song Chen get her hands dirty. But to be honest, it's quite frightening that a murder happened nearby. Zhang Tiantian asked curiously, Auntie, did that scoundrel's family call the police? Call the police. Oh, it means to report it to the police, Zhang Tiantian explained. Aunt Tian shook her head. I don't know. They probably contacted the police, but I don't know if they can find the murderer. In less than half a day, the news of Early Uzi's murder spread like wildfire throughout the entire Yuntin Brigade. When Zhang Tiantian returned to the educated youth settlement at noon, she also heard the other educated youths discussing the same thing. I heard he was stoned to death, his head was smashed. Ah, the person who did this is so cruel. What grudge could they possibly have to kill someone? Who can argue with that? It's just that we don't know when a murderer will be caught. We'll be on edge every day until he's caught. For our safety, I suggest that everyone avoid going out alone during this period and go out in groups for everything. I agree, Zhang Tiantian casually echoed, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across Chao Kang's face, noticing that his expression was very stiff and he was unusually silent. Something's not right. Something's really not right. Although Chao Kang wasn't usually the most talkative among the educated youth, he was still quite outspoken and would often try to show off. Today, however, he was unusually quiet. Thinking about the connection between Chao Kang and Early Uzi, a terrible thought popped into Jiang Tiantian's mind. Could it be that early Yuzi was killed by Chao Kong? The thought was immediately suppressed by Jiang Tiantian. She couldn't believe that a terrifying murderer was right around her, even living under the same roof. She always thought that murderers only existed in the news on TV and the internet, and were very far away from her. But at the same time, another thought was screaming wildly in her mind. What is impossible? He dared to bribe a thug to rape you. What else wouldn't he dare to do? After some deliberation, Jiang Tiantian decided to test the waters first. She said, seemingly casually, I heard from Aunt Tian that the police seem to have found a clue, and I believe they will find the murderers soon. Really? That's great. I hope the murderer will be brought to justice soon. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully at night. Bullshit. You sleep better than a pig at night, snoring loudly. How could that be? I never snore when I sleep. The educated youth reacted differently, but overall they were all happy, since the fact that the murderer could not be found for a day added another element of instability for everyone. As Jiang Tiantian spoke, she kept a close eye on Chao Kang's reaction. When he heard that the police had discovered clues, a clear look of panic flashed in his eyes, and he kept rubbing his fingers together. People tend to make subtle movements when they are nervous or guilty. Chao Kang's guilty conscience was so obvious that even Jiang Tiantian, who is not a professional, could see that something was wrong with him. Upon confirming her guess, Jiang Tiantian's heart almost skipped a beat. She couldn't believe that Chao Kang was really that audacious, to kill someone, a living, breathing human being. She simply couldn't understand why Chao Kang, as an accomplice of a scoundrel, would kill someone she herself, who had almost fallen victim to his crimes, would do something so foolish as to kill him. What frightened her even more was that she was worried she would be Chao Kang's second target. Jiang Tiantian spent the next 2 days in fear, dreaming every night about Chao Kang chasing her. Every time she inadvertently met Chao Kang's gaze, she felt a chilling aura, as if he were about to draw his knife at her at any moment. Unable to bear it any longer, she privately inquired with Aunt Tian about the progress of the police investigation. She learned that the police initially focused their suspicions on a few hooligans who had conflicts with early Yuzi. After confirming their alibis, they also investigated several of early Yuzi's close friends and even his neighbors. They never suspected that the murderer might be among the educated youth. Jiang Tiantian felt that this couldn't go on. With the police's investigative methods in this era, they probably wouldn't be able to find Chao Kang at all. Just then, Song Chen took some time to come over. It turned out that he came to ask Jiang Tiantian if she had figured out how to deal with Chao Kang, but he learned that Chao Kang had killed her Lizzie. Jiang Tiantian's face was pale, and the dark circles under her eyes were comparable to those of a panda. She exuded a strong sense of exhaustion. Brother Chun, you finally arrived. I've been scared to death these past 2 days. What should I do to let the police know that Chao Kang is the murderer of that scoundrel? She did consider reporting it to the police, but she couldn't provide any evidence and had no way of explaining why she knew so much. Chapter 189, the letter of accusation. Chao Kang's daring to kill was something Song Chen hadn't expected, but for Jiang Tiantian, it might not be a bad thing. The scoundrel has already been dealt with by Chao Kang. As long as Chao's murder is exposed, these two potential threats to Jiang Tiantian will disappear completely. After all, in this era, being caught murdering someone means immediate execution. After thinking for a moment, Song Chen had a general idea in mind. He looked at Jiang Tiantian reassuringly and said, I'll figure out a way to handle this. You should take good care of yourself these next few days and try to stay with the other educated youths. Don't be alone. Yes, I know. I've even had Sister Xia accompany me to the bathroom these past 2 days. Jiang Tiantian nodded vigorously. Also, if Chao Kang gets arrested, it might implicate you too. Can you handle that? Song Chen asked, a little worried. Although he had never met Chao Kang in person, he could tell from Chao Kang's style of doing things that he was not a person with a moral bottom line. If he really had to die, he would definitely try to take someone down with him. If this were the 21st century, Song Chen might not be too worried. Jiang Tiantian really hadn't done anything wrong. Even the one who taught the hooligans a lesson was Song Chen himself, so it wouldn't matter if Jiang Tiantian was taken away for investigation. But in those days, the methods of solving cases were simple and brutal. He had seen many cases of forced confessions in modern times. Some people had served decades in prison for nothing, and by the time they were released, they were already old, having spent the best years of their lives in prison. Although one can apply for compensation from a state, and the compensation may be an amount that the person could not earn in a lifetime of work. The wasted time cannot be recovered. In this world, everything can be bought with money except time. Song Chen is now quite worried about some uncontrollable factors, such as Chao Kong fabricating false confessions to implicate Jiang Tiantian, and Jiang Tiantian being unable to withstand the interrogation and being tortured into confessing. "I can do it," Jiang Tiantian said softly, but with unusual firmness. "I hope Chao Kong can receive the punishment he deserves. As for me, I believe the police will investigate thoroughly. I will never admit to something I didn't do. There is a dark side to this world, but there is also a bright side." Jiang Tiantian felt that she couldn't be so unlucky forever. Good luck should come her way once. That evening, the County Public Security Bureau received an unsigned letter of complaint in their mailbox. At first, the letter didn't attract anyone's attention, since mailboxes aren't checked every day. It wasn't until the next day that the cleaning staff found the extra letter in the mailbox and reported it. Criminal Investigation Captain Lin Hongyi threw the letter he had finished reading onto the table and said in a deep voice, "You should all take a look and share your thoughts." Wang Ma was the first to pick up the letter, which contained only a few words. The murderer of Tian Ziqiang was Chao Kong, a former educated youth. "Captain, I don't think what's written here is very credible. I've asked Tian Ziqiang's parents and friends, and they haven't heard of him having any connection with the educated youth sent to the countryside. Maybe someone wants to have a grudge against this educated youth and is deliberately misleading us." Wang Ma put down the letter, his tone very certain. Lin Hongyi didn't speak, but gestured to Zhu Exin, who was standing next to him, to take a look at the contents of the letter first. Zhu Exin glanced at the letter and immediately frowned, but did not express his opinion immediately. Instead, he carefully considered his words before speaking. "I think that regardless of whether the contents of this letter are true or false, since someone has reported it, we should speak with facts. I apply to go to Yuntan Brigade to investigate this educated youth." Upon hearing this, Wang Ma secretly rolled his eyes. He couldn't stand Zhu Exin's pretentious attitude, which made him seem like the only smart one. "Captain, I don't agree with Zhu Exin's statement. We've already spent a lot of time on Tian Ziqiang's case. Lu Hongjun is still recuperating at home because of his injury, and there was another robbery on the back street yesterday. If we investigate every so-called tip-off letter that just anyone throws into the mailbox of the police station, we can't possibly run around like this, even if we had 8 legs," Wang Ma said earnestly, his gaze seemingly sweeping over Zhu Exin. Lin Hongyi was more inclined to agree with Zhu Exin's approach. When handling cases, it was better to be more cautious than to overlook any suspicious points based on unfounded speculation. However, it is true that Wang Ma said they were shorthanded. They already had several cases backlogged and could not devote all their manpower to Tian Ziqiang's case. Zhu Exin saw his hesitation and gritted his teeth, saying, "Captain, please give me half a day. If Chao Kong is innocent, it will only be a waste of my half day. But if the contents of the letter are true, doesn't that mean we might miss the real culprit? You're overthinking it. It's just a letter with no beginning or end. If everything written on it is true, why isn't it signed? Isn't it because it can't withstand scrutiny?" Wing ma question sarcastically. Zhu Exin instinctively defended himself, saying the reason the whistleblower didn't sign his name might be because he was afraid of retaliation. Wang Ma scoffed. He's just an educated youth sent to the countryside. He doesn't even have any relatives there. Who can he take revenge on? He was still more inclined to believe that the letter was a prank by someone who had a conflict with Chao Kong. In his years as a police officer, he has seen many such cases. People arbitrarily reporting others they don't get along with because of private conflicts. These people can write a letter so easily, but they have to run around like crazy, and every time they think they found a new clue, it all turns out to be nothing. After doing this many times, Wang Ma also summarized his experience. Most of the whistleblower letters that dared to be signed were true, while the whistleblower letters that dared not be signed were mostly fake. Of course, there were also special cases, such as when the person being reported had a very powerful family, and there was indeed a risk of retaliation. Under normal circumstances, the police will not disclose the informant's information unless they obtain the informant's consent. Even if the informant's name is written on the letter, there is no need to worry about retaliation. Zhu Exin was rendered speechless by Wang Ma's questions, but he still insisted on his point of view and refused to let go of any doubts. Soon, the two started arguing back and forth. Lin Hongyi was driven crazy by their noise and slammed his hand on the table. Both of you shut up. All right, stop arguing. Wang Ma, take 2 men and go investigate the robbery in the back street. Zhu Xin, go to Yuntan Brigade and check on that educated youth named Chao Kong. If you find anything unusual, come back and tell me immediately. Yes, the two replied in unison. Go ahead, be careful. Lin Hongyi waved to the two of them. Chapter 190 Investigation. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chao Kang's mood gradually returned to calm and composure from the initial tension and fear. He knew that the police had investigated many people in the past few days, including the relatives and friends of hooligans, neighbors with whom he had a bad relationship, and adversaries with whom he had conflicts, but they had not come after him. This means that the police have not found any evidence that he committed murder. Chao Kong could finally relax and get a good night's sleep without worrying about being taken away by the police who suddenly broke in while he was asleep. But before he could be happy for long, the captain found him with a police officer in uniform. Comrade police officer, this is Chao Jiqing, the captain said respectfully to the police officer beside him, pointing at Chao Kong. Zhu Xin squinted as he sized up the ordinary-looking man in front of him. Chao Kong felt extremely nervous under his gaze, and he pinched his palms, trying his best to maintain his composure. Captain, officers, what can I do for you? Chao Kong asked proactively. The captain patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, the police officer just wants to ask you a few questions. Just tell him what you know. Chao Kong looked at Zhu Xin with surprise, then asked with a smile. May I ask you any questions you would like to ask me, officer? I will answer them to the best of my knowledge. Let's find a quiet place first, Zhu Xin said, glancing at the onlookers around them. The captain nodded quickly. Yes, we should find a quiet place. Let's go to the brigade office and sit down to chat. After the three left, the onlookers immediately erupted in a commotion. Holy crap, what's going on? What did Chao Jiqing do wrong that the police took him away? Don't talk nonsense. I just heard the captain say that the police officers only wanted to ask Chao Jiqing a few questions. If Chao Jiqing had really committed a crime, why would the police be so polite to him? I really want to go over and listen to what they're saying. Why are you so gossipy? You want to know everything about every little thing that's going on in someone's family. How dare you say that to me? Who was the one whose ears were practically perked up just now? Hey, stop arguing. I met that police officer before. He's the one in charge of the hooligan case. What? Then why is he looking for Chao Jiqing? Could it be that Chao Kong killed Erlizi? How could that be? Chao Jiqing and Erlizi had no grudges against each other. Why would he be so desperate as to kill someone? The educated youth also quickly learned that Chao Kong had been taken away by the police. Some people were genuinely worried about Chao Kong, while others were afraid of being implicated and worried that they would be the next to be taken away. As the person who was closest to Chao Kong on weekdays, Ma genuinely received everyone's attention. Feng Liangping frowned and asked, Comrade Ma, do you know what's going on? Why would the police suddenly contact Chao Kong? I don't know either, Ma genuinely said, looking confused. He seemed to have a good relationship with Chao Kong, but in reality, it was only because they were in the same batch of educated youth sent to the countryside. In fact, he had known Chao Kong for about the same amount of time as the other educated youth. Are you really unaware, or just unwilling to tell us? Don't tell me you and Chao Kong have secretly done something bad, or you might implicate us, Sun Qing said arrogantly, tilting her chin up. Upon hearing this, Ma Junli's face darkened. Comrade Sun, I really don't know. I'm not related to Chao Kong, and he can't possibly tell me everything. Zhang Manyun smiled apologetically at him. Comrade Ma, don't worry about it. Qingqing didn't mean to doubt you. She's just a bit direct. You can't just throw accusations at people without being direct, Ma Junli said, his tone softening slightly in response to Zhang Manyun's gentle words, though his expression remained somewhat displeased. I'm sorry. Let me apologize to you on Qingqing's behalf, Zhang Manyun said gently, blinking her eyes. Sun Qing rolled her eyes unhappily. Manyun, don't pay any attention to him. I didn't say anything to him, so why should I apologize to him? Qingqing, don't be like this, Zhang Manyun said softly, pulling on her arm. I won't apologize. What can he do to me? Sun Qing said, her eyes wide and her chin raised. Hey, what's wrong with you, lady? I'm being magnanimous and don't want to argue with you, but you're taking advantage of my kindness, Ma Junli said, starting to roll up his sleeves. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Feng Liangping quickly grabbed Ma Junli's arm. Comrade Ma, calm down. Let's not argue with a woman. Feng Liaoping, what do you mean? What do you mean by not arguing with women? Why should he argue with me? Are you discriminating against us women? Sun Qing began her indiscriminate attack, and Zhang Manyun behind her couldn't pull her away. When his attempt to mediate the fight backfired, Feng Liaoping was met with insults, and his face immediately fell. Fine, do whatever you want. I haven't finished my work in the fields yet. You can argue and curse all you want, but if you get dock pay later, come crying to me. If he weren't in charge of the educated youth settlement, he wouldn't care about these two people's mess, especially Sun Qing, who was like a firecracker, and there was no one she couldn't offend. On the other side, Chao Kong and his two companions arrived at the brigade office. The captain said to Zhu Xian, "Officer, please feel free to ask me anything you want. I'll get you a glass of water." No need for that trouble. Zhu Xian tried to refuse, but the captain wouldn't listen and ran out in a flash. Zhu Xian shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling on Chao Kong. "Comrade Chao, can you tell me what you did after you finished work 4 days ago?" Four days ago? Let me think," Chao Kong said, a fine layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. "I went back to the educated youth settlement 4 days ago, before I finished work." "Are you sure? Who did you go back to the educated youth settlement with? Can anyone vouch for you?" Zhu Xian continued to ask calmly. Chao Kong gripped his fingers tightly. "Ma Juanli and I went back together. Yes, I would go back to the educated youth settlement with him almost every day after work." Although he tried his best to remain calm, Zhu Xian could still see his nervousness, but he didn't point it out. Instead, he continued to ask, "Are you on good terms with this educated youth, Ma?" "Yes, we get along quite well. We were sent to the countryside in the same batch of educated youth." Chao Kong answered the question easily, almost blurting it out. "That's good. By the way, what did you do when you returned to the educated youth settlement that day? Can you tell me?" Zhu Xian asked Chao Kong with a half-smile. Chapter 191, the entire interrogation process of Ma Juanli was not long, about 10 minutes, but for Chao Kong, it felt like an eternity. In fact, Zhu Xian was very friendly throughout, and even had a faint smile on his face, but Chao Kong felt that there was a knife hidden in his smile, ready to stab him at any moment. Zhu Xian pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket and said jokingly, "Comrade Chao, do you want to wipe the sweat from your forehead first? You seem very nervous. Am I too scary looking?" It's probably because it's too hot. Thank you for your kindness, officer. I won't get your handkerchief dirty. I'll just wipe it with my clothes." Chao Kong chuckled twice and casually rubbed his forehead with his arm. Zhu Xian didn't mind that he didn't take it and calmly put the handkerchief back into his pocket. Chao Kong hesitated and said, "Officer, do you have any other questions? If not, may I leave now? I haven't finished my task for today." "Sure. Thank you for your cooperation, Comrade Chao. You can go ahead and do your work," Zhu Xian said with a smile, waving his hand at him. As Chao Kong walked out of the brigade office, a cool breeze blew in his face, and he instantly felt a chill down his spine. I reached out and touched it, and found that my entire back was soaked with sweat. Captain Tan Changjin gave Zhu Xian a fawning smile and asked, "Officer, Chao Jiqing shouldn't have anything to do with the death of that scoundrel, right?" Chao Kong had heard all the questions Zhu Xian had asked him, and didn't think Chao Kong would have any motive for committing the crime. "I'm not sure yet. Could you please call Comrade Ma Juanli over for me? I have something to ask him," Zhu Xian said. The captain paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll go right away." Chao Kong had just returned to the field, and before anyone could even ask him what questions the police officers had asked him, the brigade leader called Ma Juanli away. This made the already tense, educated youth even more unable to hold back. "Chao Kong, what's going on here? Why are they looking for you 1 minute and Ma Juanli the next? Are they going to call us all over for questioning later? Tell us the truth. Is the police looking for you because of that hoodlum's case? Damn it. What does this have to do with us? I don't even know who this scoundrel is." "Stop arguing." Chao Kong was already in a bad mood, and being surrounded by a group of people chattering and making a racket made his head spin. He couldn't control his temper for a moment. Feng Liaoping frowned unhappily. "Chao Kong, everyone is just concerned about you. How can you just throw a tantrum like that?" Chao Kong felt the pointing gazes of the crowd and forced a smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that there were a lot of questions just now, and I didn't know who to answer first. My stomach is a little upset. I might need to go to the toilet. Can I tell you more after I get back to the educated youth settlement after work?" "Of course, go ahead." Feng Liaoping wasn't the kind of person to be unreasonable, Seeing that he had taken the initiative to admit his mistake, his tone immediately softened. Jiang Tiantian hid behind the crowd, her gaze falling on Chao Kong, who was walking away in a disorderly manner. She guessed that he was feeling guilty and that his haste to leave was probably his last struggle before his death. She thought Chao Kong had such a strong mentality. It turns out he's afraid of the police too. She hopes the police will arrest him soon, so she won't have to keep hiding from Chao Kong. These past 2 days, she's been trying to minimize her presence, especially worried that Chao Kong might suddenly go crazy and try to get back at her. The efficiency of the police in this era is also terribly low. I submitted a report the day before yesterday, but they only sent someone to investigate today. If he were to encounter any real trouble and need the police to rescue him, his body would probably be cold by then. Chao Kong didn't actually need to use the restroom. He was just too upset and wanted to find a quiet place to relax. He needs to think carefully about what to do. The police's actions were far beyond his expectations, but fortunately, he had anticipated similar scenarios and thus did not reveal any flaws. The only unstable factor now is Ma Junli. He didn't expect the police to call Ma Junli in for questioning as well. Some details couldn't withstand close scrutiny. Now, he could only hope that Ma Junli could maintain his carefree and clueless demeanor in front of the police otherwise. Brigade office. Zhu Xian looked at Ma Junli with a helpless expression. You really don't remember anything about what happened 4 days ago? No, I don't quite remember, Ma Junli said, shrinking his neck in fear, his face showing a hint of grievance. He's already exhausted from work. Why should he waste his brain power remembering useless things? Zhu Xian really had no way to deal with him. He originally wanted to ask him about some things that happened 4 days ago to see if they matched up with Chao Kang's testimony. But the guy had forgotten this and that. All right, then let me ask you, has Chao Kong been any different these past few days compared to usual? Ma Junli scratched his head and asked curiously, Officer, so you suspect that Chao Kong is the murderer of Early Uzi? That shouldn't be possible, right? He didn't even know Early Uzi. How could he kill him for no reason? I think. Zhu Xian impatiently interrupted him. Stop. Am I asking you a question, or are you asking me? Or should I let you be the police officer? Ma Junli was startled and cautiously moved his buttocks back a little. What did you just ask me? I think I forgot. Could you please ask me again? Zhu Xian rubbed his temples, unsure of what to say to him. He could only take a deep breath and repeat the question. Has Chao Kong changed in the past few days? For example, have his habits changed, such as constantly washing his hands, being easily startled, or having nightmares? Well, let me think about it first, Ma Junli said, rubbing his chin in a thoughtful manner. A moment later, he suddenly shouted, I remember now. A few nights ago, Chao Kong was talking in his sleep. Not only did he talk in his sleep, he also kicked me awake. If he hadn't been kicked awake, he wouldn't have known that Chao Kong was talking in his sleep. After all, Chao Kang's sleep quality was excellent, and small noises like snoring, talking in his sleep, and grinding his teeth wouldn't wake him up at all. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Do you remember what he said in his sleep? He said several things, but I only heard him say, Don't catch me. I don't know what he was dreaming about. Maybe he dreamed that a ghost took him away. I've had dreams like that before, Ma Junli said, offering his opinion. Don't arrest me? Zuxin Mumu. Chapter 192, What's there to be nervous about if you haven't done anything wrong? Zhu Xian was actually 70% sure that Chao Kong was the murderer of the hooligan, but the police could not rely on personal speculation when handling cases. They had to rely on evidence. Chao Kong provided an alibi. If Zhu Xian cannot prove that the evidence provided by Chao Kong is false, then there is no way to convict him. After all, Chao Kong cannot use a clone to kill someone. Having no other choice, Zhu Xian could only call each of the educated youth at the settlement over for questioning. The educated youth's guesses came true, and they were all extremely nervous, afraid of being associated with the murder case. They answered whatever Zhu Xian asked without daring to hide anything. Soon, Zhu Xian learned from Sun Qing that Chao Kong had previously pursued Jiang Tiantian, who was also a sent-down youth, and had even often helped her with chores. Zhu Xian immediately focused his attention on Jiang Tiantian, since she was the second educated youth in the settlement, after Ma Junli, who was closest to Chao Kong. Comrade Jiang, I heard that Chao Jiqing pursued you before. Zhu Xian stared intently at Jiang Tiantian, not wanting to miss any of her reactions. Jiang Tiantian didn't expect him to suddenly bring up Chao Kong pursuing her. She immediately frowned in disgust, her expression as unpleasant as if she had swallowed a fly. I guess so, but I've already clearly rejected him. This is my personal privacy, and it shouldn't have anything to do with the police investigation, right? It's really nothing. I was just asking casually. Comrade Jiang, you don't need to be nervous, Zhu Xin said reassuringly. Jiang Tiantian shook her head and said with a smile, I'm not nervous. I didn't do anything wrong, so what's there to be nervous about? Zhu Xin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by her reaction. Jiang Tiantian was the seventh educated youth, he questioned. The previous few people were more or less nervous when facing him. In fact, it wasn't just the educated youth. Even the brigade leader was nervous in front of him. Yet, Jiang Tiantian remained calm and composed. However, what she said wasn't wrong. She hadn't done anything wrong, so there was no need to be nervous. Perhaps it was Jiang Tiantian's mood that affected Zhu Xin, as his troubled mood eased considerably. Comrade Jiang, you should know why I called you here. I suspect that Chao Kong is involved in Tian Zichang's death, but Chao Kong currently has an alibi. An alibi? Jiang Tiantian asked back. Yes, he didn't leave the educated youth settlement 4 nights ago. Ma Juanli and the others can testify to that. Zhu Xin sighed softly. Jiang Tian frowned and muttered under her breath, pretending to be troubled. That's not right. I remember he left the educated youth settlement 4 nights ago. What? Zhu Xin immediately perked up upon hearing her words. Are you sure he really left the educated youth settlement that night? Yes, I saw him leave with my own eyes. Jiang Tian nodded vigorously. She already knew that Chao Kong had ordered the scoundrels to harm her, so she paid extra attention to him, fearing that he might secretly cause trouble behind her back again. I never imagined that he went out that night to kill someone. If she knew, no, even if she knew, she probably wouldn't have stopped her. A good-for-nothing like that isn't worth saving. The case finally made progress, and a look of joy appeared on Zhu Xion's face. Could you tell me in detail, roughly when did he go out? Well, it was around 7:30 or 8 o'clock. I was just about to go to the bathroom when I saw him leave alone. Jiang Tiantian deliberately didn't give too specific a time, since it happened several days ago, and if she remembered it too clearly, it would seem suspicious. Zhu Xian slammed his hand on the table and stood up excitedly, asking, Are you sure? Ma Juanli and the others all said Chao Kong didn't go out last night. Are they all giving false testimony? I don't know about that, but I can assure you that I haven't misjudged the person, Jiang Tiantian said helplessly, spreading her hands. Captain Tan, could you please bring Ma Juanli and the others over here again? Zhu Xian said, looking at the captain who had been sitting to the side like a tool. Tan Chang'an's heart pounded wildly from the sudden slap, and he clutched his chest, saying, Okay, officer, don't worry, I'll go get help for you right away. When Ma Juanli and the others were summoned to the brigade office again, they were met with Zhu Xion's face, which was so black it looked like ink could be squeezed out. I'll give you guys one more chance. Did Chao Kong leave the educated youth settlement 4 nights ago? Think carefully before you answer. Helping criminals give false testimony will also make you an accomplice. Zhu Xion's eyes were filled with intense pressure, making Ma Juanli tremble and shake his head frantically. I don't know. I really don't know anything. And you guys? You don't know either? Zhu Xion's gaze swept over Feng Liangping, Li Jun, and Tian Goen one by one. Li Jun frowned, as if lost in memories. After a moment, he said, I seem to remember that he went out once. Ma Juanli even asked him what he was going to do, and he said he was going to the outhouse. Ah, I remember now, he did say that he had a stomachache and needed to go to the toilet that night. Feng Liangping chimed in. Why didn't you answer when I asked you just now? Zhu Xian stared at them sharply. Li Jun awkwardly touched his nose and explained, I didn't know that even something as private as going to the outhouse had to be mentioned. When did he leave? How long was he gone? It was around 8 o'clock. Everyone had already gone to bed and was getting ready to sleep. I didn't keep track of how long I was gone, Li Jun said, shaking his head. He's not a pervert, so why would he care about when other people go to the toilet? Besides, he and Chao Kong don't have a good relationship. The two were essentially competitors, both interested in Jiang Tiantian. However, Li Jun had already been rejected by Jiang Tiantian before Chao Kong appeared. So although he was unhappy when he saw Chao Kong showering Jiang Tiantian with attention, he didn't show it. He has self-respect too, okay? Jiang Tiantian made it clear that she wasn't interested in him, so he couldn't possibly keep chasing after her. Zhu Xian then asked a few other people and confirmed that the time Chao Kong left the room was roughly the same as the time Jiang Tiantian saw him leave the educated youth settlement. He lowered his head and carefully wrote and drew in his notebook, revising the previous statement record. All right, there's nothing for you to do for now. You can all go back. Officer, I'd like to ask if Chao Kong is the murderer of that scoundrel. Ma Junli took a couple of steps, then suddenly turned back and asked. The others stopped in their tracks when they heard his question. It was a crucial question. If Chao Kong really was the murderer, they wouldn't dare sleep with him at night anymore. Who knew if he would get up in the middle of the night and kill them all? It's not certain yet. At present, we can only say he's a suspect. I'll take him back to the police station for further investigation and interrogation later, Zhu Xian replied calmly. When the others heard this, they thought, they're going to take him to the police station. Isn't he a confirmed murderer? Chapter 193, Clearing Suspicion, Comrade Police Officer. It seems that Chao, the educated youth Chao, has disappeared, Tan Chongjin said stammeringly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Zhu Xian stared wide-eyed and demanded, what do you mean disappeared? A perfectly healthy person can just vanish. No, I don't know. I've searched all the places he usually goes, but I haven't seen him. Tan Chongjin's voice grew softer and softer, his eyes lowered, not daring to look at Zhu Xian. He felt that the situation had developed beyond what a small brigade leader, like himself, could handle. The fact that someone had died in the brigade was already troublesome enough, and now the murderer was suspected to be one of the educated youth from their brigade. Forget about being rated as an advanced brigade, it was uncertain whether he could even continue as the brigade leader. Seeing Zhu Xian's increasingly dark face, Tan Chongjin said weakly, please don't worry, I've already sent the militia captain with men to search for him. I believe we'll have news soon. Once we find him, we'll try our best to keep him under control and remind them to be careful. I need to go back to the station now. If you have any news about Chao Kong, come to the station to find me anytime, Zhu Xian said, and without further delay, he rode his bicycle back home. He needed to hurry back and report this to his captain, gather manpower, and arrest Chao Kong. He absolutely could not let a murderer go unpunished. Actually, if Chao Kong had obediently gone back to the station with him, Zhu Xian wouldn't have been 100% sure he was the murderer. But now that he's fled to avoid punishment, anyone with eyes can see the truth. The news of Chao Kang's escape quickly spread throughout the entire Yuntan brigade, causing widespread panic. On the way back to the educated youth settlement, Jiang Tiantian kept sighing. She hadn't even had a chance to celebrate Chao Kang's imprisonment as a gift before he got away. Seeing her like this, Zhao Xiao mistakenly thought she was feeling sorry for Chao Kong and cautiously asked, Tian, you're not sad for Chao Kong, are you? Sister Xiao, what are you saying? Am I crazy? Feeling sad for Chao Kong. Jiang Tian said, her eyes wide with shock. Zhao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought cough, let's not talk about this. I never thought Chao Kong was this kind of person. Luckily you didn't agree to date him back then. He's too scary. Yes, it was terrifying, Jiang Tian said with lingering fear. Now, she was the only one who knew that Chao Kong had also tried to harm her. Meanwhile, Zhu Xian immediately reported Chao Kang's case after returning to the Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing that the suspect had fled, Lin Hongyi immediately dispatched men to stake out the train and bus stations. The suspect is very likely trying to escape Fenkou County now. We must block his escape route. Zhu Xian, take 2 people to Yuntan Brigade to continue searching for him. Pay attention to whether the suspect is fleeing up the mountain. We also need to notify the neighboring counties. Yes, Captain, the group replied in unison. As expected, experience is the best teacher. That very night, Lin Hongyi personally led his men to capture Chao Kong at the train station. After interrogation, he bought a train ticket from someone at a high price, planning to leave Fenkou County overnight and head south. Once he successfully boarded the train, the emperor would be far away, and it would be even more difficult to catch him again. The moment he was caught, Chao Kong completely lost hope and confessed to killing the hooligan. I didn't want to kill him either. He threatened me first. I just wanted to teach him a small lesson. Who knew he would die like this? Useless person deserves to die, Chao Kong said, sitting in the interrogation room, his voice extremely agitated. What did he threaten you with? What do we have against you? Zhu Xian asked while taking notes. The murder had been exposed, and Chao Kong wasn't afraid of exposing even more. So he revealed his deal with the hooligan. After saying that, he cursed with a ferocious expression. He's a piece of trash. He can't even handle a woman, and he took several tens of dollars from me for nothing. Oh right, Jiang Tian also had someone break that hooligan's leg. Isn't that illegal too? Go and arrest that bitch too. When Zhu Xian heard him mention Jiang Tian, a look of surprise flashed across his face. He had a good impression of this woman, but he didn't expect her to be involved in this case. It seems that you really can't judge a book by its cover. Quiet. Whether someone has broken the law or not is not up to you to decide. We will investigate and will not let a bad person go unpunished, nor wrong an innocent person. Chao Kong thought he didn't believe him and shouted excitedly, I'm not lying. It's true that Jiang Tian had someone break Early Yuzi's leg. Early Yuzi told me this himself. Jiang Tian is a promiscuous and shameless woman. She pretends to be innocent on the surface, but she has seduced countless men in private. The more he cursed, the more outrageous it became. At first, Zhu Xian believed him somewhat, but after listening to him for a while, he felt that it was more likely that he was making things up, and that his purpose was to hate comrade Jiang Tian for not accepting his pursuit. However, to find out the truth, we still need to ask comrade Jiang to come to the police station in person. Jiang Tian had anticipated that the police would come looking for her again. Given Chao Kang's petty and vengeful nature, he would never let her go. But she wasn't flustered at all. To convict her, she first needed to find her accomplice, and coincidentally, her accomplice wasn't even from this world. After being taken to the police station, Jiang Tian first admitted that Early Yuzi had almost forced himself on her, but firmly denied that she had someone break Early Yuzi's leg. She even denied that Early Yuzi was hired by Chao Kong to harm her. I don't know why Chao Kong said that, but I can't admit to something I didn't do. I really didn't expect him to be such a petty person, actually sending hooligans to ruin my reputation, Jiang Tian said, raising her hand to wipe the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she had been wronged but was trying hard not to cry, which made people feel sorry for her. Zhu Xian couldn't help but take a second look. How come he hadn't noticed how beautiful Jiang Jiqing was yesterday? What are you spacing out for? Keep asking questions. His colleague nudged his stomach and whispered a reminder, while silently complaining to himself that young men are just unreliable and get dazzled by pretty girls. Zhu Xian came to his senses, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, Jiang Jiqing, don't worry. If you're really okay, we definitely won't wrong you. Yes, I know. I'm not worried. I believe the police will clear my name, Jiang Tian said gratefully, glancing at Zhu Xian. That simple look made Zhu Xian feel a great sense of responsibility. The turning point came with the scoundrel's parents. After breaking his leg, the scoundrel was worried that his parents would nag him again if they found out what he had done, so he didn't say that his leg had been broken by someone, but only that he had accidentally broken it. Since Chao Kong couldn't identify the person who broke the hooligan's leg, his testimony was directly overturned, and Jiang Tian was successfully cleared of suspicion. Chapter 194, Buying a Job in City T, a food factory. Song Chen took out 2 fruit candies and handed them to the gatekeeper, smiling as he said, Uncle, may I ask you something? Old Zhang took the fruit candy without ceremony, tore one open, popped it into his mouth, and said with a half-closed eye and an air of nonchalance, Young man, you want to ask me if our factory is hiring recently, right? Hey, Uncle, you're amazing. How did you know that's what I was going to ask? Song Chen said, both surprised and puzzled. Old Zhang smacked his lips on the fruit candy and waved his hand. What's so mystical about it? You're not the first person to ask me this question. Every now and then, some young people come looking for work. But is it really that easy to find a job? Young man, listen to your uncle's advice. Go home and rest early. You're out of luck if you want to find a job, Old Zhang said, shaking his head. Song Chen found the gatekeeper quite interesting. He had been to the textile factory and the steel factory before, and the gatekeepers at those 2 factories had chased him away without saying a word when they heard that he was looking for work. Their attitude was so condescending. Compared to that, the gatekeeper in front of him seemed kind and approachable. Uncle, do your factories never hire anyone? How do the children of the leaders find jobs? Song Chen asked with a grin. Old Zhang lifted his eyelids and sneered. You said it yourself. They're the children of leaders. This kind of problem is none of our business. Perhaps because Song Chen was somewhat agreeable, he beckoned to him and whispered when Song Chen got closer. Young man, to tell you the truth, our factory only recruited once half a month ago. There were only 3 positions available, and the recruitment notice was taken down in less than half an hour. Tell me, without some inside information, how lucky would you be to be able to register within that half hour? Ah, I see, Song Chen suddenly realized. These leaders are really clever. They can avoid giving others cause for criticism while also facilitating their internal operations. Anyway, I've already posted the job advertisement. If you didn't get a spot, you can only say you were unlucky. Wow, that's a really brilliant move. Old Zhang advised. That's why you're wasting your time running around outside for days. It's so hot. Hurry back home, or you'll get heat stroke. Song Chen smiled, took out a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it over. Uncle, do you know any family that's willing to sell their job? Money is no problem, and it doesn't matter if the work is a little tiring. This method was something Song Chen learned online when he was renting a house. When you don't want to pay agency fees and can't find private listings, you can go directly to the community you're interested in and ask the security guard. You might be able to find a suitable place. Of course, you can also go directly to the property management company. After it's done, you can give them a small commission. When old Zhang saw the Dakiamin cigarettes being offered to him, his eyes widened in surprise. He reluctantly refused, saying, "Young man, you should keep them for yourself. I don't need such good cigarettes." He took the 2 fruit candies, but a pack of Dakiamin candies cost several cents. He really didn't have that kind of shamelessness. "It's all right, uncle, you can take it." "It's not worth much," Song Chen said forcefully, shoving the cigarette into his hand. Old Zhang looked at Song Chen with a conflicted expression, then gritted his teeth and accepted. "Fine, I'll take advantage of you this time. I haven't heard of anyone wanting to sell their job yet, but I can ask around for you. Don't get your hopes up too high. He who eats another's food is bound to be obligated to him. He who takes another's gift is bound to be obligated to do something." Since he couldn't resist accepting the young man's cigarettes, he was bound to do something for him. But whether the matter succeeded or not was beyond his control. Song Chen nodded with a smile. "Okay, please ask around for me first. If things work out, I'll give you 30 yuan as a thank you fee." "What?" Old Zhang picked at his ear, looking at Song Chen with disbelief. "I said that if I can successfully buy a job through your introduction, I will give you another 30 yuan as a thank you fee," Song Chen repeated good-naturedly. Old Zhang swallowed hard. "Young man, you're not joking with your uncle, are you? 30 yuan. That's equivalent to a month's salary for him. This kid is way too generous. How could someone so wealthy not be able to find a job?" He found it hard to believe. "Uncle, I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract. It will be written down in black and white," Song Chen said seriously. Old Zhang stared at him for a few seconds, then decided to take a gamble. "Okay, let's sign a contract." It's not that he's too calculating, but rather that the amount of compensation is directly proportional to his attitude towards work. If it were just a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes, he might casually ask some of his close colleagues to inquire about it. If he couldn't find out, he would let it go, since he had already done the job and wouldn't feel guilty taking a pack of cigarettes. But if it's 30 yuan, it's a different story. He can ask everyone in the factory, and even ask his relatives who work in factories, determined to find someone willing to sell their job to Song Chen. Keep in mind that the entire food factory has more than 1,000 employees, plus several thousand more in other factories. With a little effort, you should be able to find someone willing to sell their job. Old Zhang carefully folded the signed contract and put it in his pocket. He smiled kindly at Song Chen and said, "Young man, go back and wait for my good news. I will definitely get this done for you." "Haha. Thank you very much, sir," Song Chen thought to himself, finding it amusing. He had just told a man not to have too high hopes, but now he was guaranteeing it would be done. The allure of money was indeed powerful. With someone helping him gather information, Song Chen didn't want to bother going out anymore. To be honest, it was really hot outside, and he felt more comfortable going back to the Hyundai building with the air conditioning on. After about 3 days, the gatekeeper brought good news. "There's a girl in the bread workshop who wants to sell her job, but she's asking for a bit too much. I don't know if you can accept that." "How much?" Song Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. Old Zhang gestured somewhat hesitantly, 1,000 yuan. As if guessing that Song Chen would not agree, he sighed, "I talked to her privately once, but she insisted on 1,000 yuan. With that money, you could buy an office job. Who would want to be a sucker?" "Sure. Uncle, could you help me make an appointment with that aunt? I want to talk to her myself," Song Chen said. "Huh, you're really willing to buy it?" She said, "Not a penny less," Old Zhang said in shock, looking at Song Chen as if he were a spendthrift. Song Chen nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm sure." Please help me arrange to meet them. Fine, but don't regret it. Chapter 195, Brother Chun, you are my god. Old Zhang was very efficient. That very evening, Song Chen met the aunt who wanted to sell her job. Young man, is this the one who wants to buy my job? Kai Zhaodi looked Song Chen up and down, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Such a fair-skinned, handsome young man should be sitting in an office. It's a real shame he's working in their bakery. She couldn't even imagine what it would look like for this young man to be wearing an apron and kneading dough. Song Chen smiled and nodded. I want to buy your job, but not for myself. It's for my sister. Kai Zhaodi gave a look of sudden realization. Oh, I bought it for your sister. That's great. My job isn't too tiring, so it's perfect for a young lady. But let me make this clear first. This job is 1,000 yuan, not a penny less. If it's less, I won't sell it to you, Kai Zhaodi said firmly, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. If it weren't for the men in her family and her stepson wanting her to pass the job on to her stepson's wife, she wouldn't have thought of selling it. Kai Zhaodi was married twice. She had a daughter with her first husband. After he passed away, she remarried with her daughter. The second husband had 2 sons. The 2 blended families lived together for more than 10 years with ups and downs. It wasn't until her daughter got married and both of her stepsons also married their own wives that Kai Zhaodi finally understood that those who weren't her biological children really weren't her biological children. Whenever she has a conflict with her daughter-in-law, her stepson always sides with his own wife. She's in good health now and can take care of herself. But what about when she gets old? Can she rely on them? Kai Zhaodi was already distrustful of her 2 stepsons. Just then, her eldest daughter-in-law felt that she could stand up straight in her husband's family now that she had given birth to a son, and she insisted on taking over her job. The old man and her stepsons also advised her to pass on the job to her daughter-in-law. Her stepson even threatened her with the issue of taking care of her in old age, implying that if she did not pass on the job to her eldest daughter-in-law, the 2 of them would not take care of her in old age. How could she tolerate this? It's not like she doesn't have her own children. It's just that her daughter married and moved to the next city years ago. And in the years since her remarriage, she has always treated her only daughter very well, and her daughter has promised to take care of her in her old age. So after careful consideration, Kai Zhaodi decided to sell her job and take the money to the next city to stay with her daughter, so as not to stay here and be coveted by others. She knew that the market price for a worker like her was around 700 or 800, but she wasn't in a hurry in the next few days. She simply set a high price and decided to sell slowly, hoping to eventually find someone willing to buy. It's so hard to find a job in the city these days. There's always one person in a position. Unless someone's family urgently needs money or they have a difficult situation like hers, who would be willing to sell their job? Song Chen smiled and reassured her, Auntie, don't worry, I don't plan to bargain. It's just that my sister might not be able to come for a few days. I'd like to sign a contract with you first. Is that all right? He wanted to secure this job as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have no one to blame but himself if someone else snatched it away. Oh, these are minor matters, and I'm not in a rush. When will your sister be able to come over? Kai Zhaodi asked. Song Chen thought for a moment, not knowing how long it would take to complete the procedures in the countryside, and said, it will take 3 to 5 days at the fastest and half a month at the slowest. Okay, this is perfect. I'll earn my salary for this month, Kai Zhaodi said with a smile. The 2 signed a contract. Song Chen gave Kai Zhaodi 500 yuan as a deposit. If Song Chen changed his mind and didn't sell the job, the 500 yuan would belong to Kai Zhaodi. However, if Kai Zhaodi changed her mind or sold the job to someone else, she would have to compensate Song Chen 1,000 yuan. Kai Zhaodi signed the contract readily. She never intended to back out, so she didn't care whether the penalty was 1,000 yuan or 10,000 yuan. The contract was made in triplicate, with 1 copy for each of the 2 parties and 1 copy for old man Zhang as a witness. Okay, when your sister comes over, have old Zhang come find me. By the way, my family doesn't know about me selling my job yet, so don't tell anyone, old Zhang, Kai Zhaodi said, looking at old Zhang with some unease. Oh, you can rest assured. Do you think I, old Zhang, am the kind of person who meddles in other people's business? Old Zhang rolled his eyes at her and said speechlessly. After Kai Zhaodi left, Song Chen handed over the 30 yuan he had promised to old Zhang. Uncle, thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. It's no trouble at all. I'm glad I could help you, old Zhang said with a smile as he stuffed the money into his pocket, his smile revealing his teeth. This money is really easy to earn. I made 30 yuan just by talking. However, This also gave him a new idea, and he might be able to continue making money using this method in the future. Things went much more smoothly than Song Chen had originally expected. His original plan was to help Jiang Tiantian find a job within a month, but he didn't expect it to be done in less than a week. He went to Yuntan Brigade to tell Jiang Tiantian the good news. Jiang Tiantian was so shocked by the news that she couldn't speak for a long time. Brother Chun, say it again. I don't think I heard you clearly just now. You heard me right. I found you a job at a food factory. You can start any time, Song Chen said with a faint smile, which upon closer inspection revealed a hint of pride. Finding a job in just a few days. How could that not be impressive? Jiang Tiantian covered her mouth and screamed. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? I didn't know. Song Chen reached up and touched the tip of his nose, explaining with a smile. I didn't know if this would work out, so I didn't tell you beforehand. You're amazing, Brother Chun, you're my god. Jiang Tiantian looked at Song Chen with admiration, her eyes sparkling like countless stars. People living in the city can never imagine how tiring it is to work in the fields. In just a few months, Jiang Tiantian has endured hardships she never experienced in her previous life. When her body ached all night, she thought about finding a way to return to the city, but she knew very well how difficult it was to find a job in the city. She could only keep comforting herself that she would be free when the college entrance examination was reinstated and that she could return to the city through the exam. She had relied on this belief to get through countless days and nights, and now someone told her that they had found her a job in the city. How could she not be moved? No kidding. If Song Chen didn't have a girlfriend, she might even be so moved that she would offer herself to him. Unfortunately, Song Chen is already taken, so she can only repay this kindness by serving him like a slave in her next life. Chapter 196. The more expensive the gift, the bigger the things that need to be done. Song Chen asked, Do you need me to prepare a gift for you? Upon hearing Jiang Tiantian say she would be his slave in the next life, Song Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Why don't you say you be my slave in this life? Hee, of course I can do it in this lifetime too. From now on, you'll be my big brother. Just tell me what you need, and I'll go through fire and water for you, Jiang Tiantian said, patting her chest. Song Chen regained his serious expression. All right, stop joking with me. You should hurry up and get the paperwork done to return to the city. I'll take you to the food factory to start your job then. Okay, I'll go find a team leader after work tonight, Jiang Tiantian said, rubbing her slightly stiff smile. Thinking of something, Song Chen asked, Do you need me to prepare a gift for you? Don't underestimate the captain's position just because it's not high. If he really wants to prevent Jiang Tiantian from returning to the city, there's really nothing she can do. It's something that can be solved with a little money, so we can't skimp on it. No need. I still have quite a few of the things you brought me last time. I'll just pick a few as gifts. Jiang Tiantian quickly waved her hand to refuse. It just so happens that she will be going to work in the city later, and she will not be able to take many things with her. Large items such as cabinets, boxes, and buckets made by carpenters in the village need to be disposed of in advance. Thinking about it this way, she really does have a lot to do. All right, Brother Chun, I don't think I've asked you how much it cost to find this job yet. Jiang Tiantian suddenly slapped her forehead, almost forgetting such an important question. Song Chen chuckled and flicked her forehead. What? Do you want to give the money back to me? Hee, it's not right to always take advantage of you, is it? Jiang Tiantian scratched her head a little embarrassedly. No need. You made a lot of money with that chicken heart cup you gave me last time. You can't use modern money anyway. I'm going to exchange it for this era's money. The money for the job can be deducted from that, Song Chen explained. When Jiang Tiantian mentioned the treasure she had found, her eyes lit up. Wow. Come to think of it, I don't think I've even asked how much that cup cost yet. Song Chen held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of her. This number. I'm so awesome, Jiang Tiantian said with pride, her back straightening up considerably. She bought a cup for 20 yuan and sold it for 3 million yuan. She asked, Who else can do that? Yes, you're the best, okay? Song Chen looked at her amusedly and reluctantly gave her a compliment. Jiang Tiantian put her hands on her hips, saying, What do you mean, okay? She's already pretty tough. Song Chen pulled out a wad of 10 yuan notes from his pocket. Here, take this money first. If you need more, just let me know. Jiang Tiantian finally stopped being polite and happily stuffed the money into her pocket. Her pockets were bulging, and she was worried that if someone saw them, it would attract attention. After thinking for a moment, she took them out, divided them into several portions, and put them into her shirt and pants pockets respectively. Ha ha ha. I finally experienced what it feels like to become rich overnight. He patted his pocket with satisfaction and covered his mouth, grinning from ear to ear. After finishing work in the evening, Jiang Tian went back to her room and organized her belongings. I picked out a bag of brown sugar, a bag of white rabbit milk candy, a bag of milk powder, and a small piece of floral fabric from the box, and put them into a bag. Seeing this, Zhao Xia couldn't help but ask, Tian, what are you doing? He, just tidying it up a bit. Jiang Tian casually made up an excuse to brush it off. It wasn't that she didn't trust Zhao Xia, but rather that she didn't intend to tell anyone until the matter was resolved. Human nature is a very complex thing. Although Zhao Xia was one of the few friends she had at the educated youth settlement, she still didn't want to test their relationship with unknown things. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk, Zhao Xia did not press her further. She still had that much sense of propriety. After finishing her meal, while everyone was busy with their own things, Jiang Tian quietly left the educated youth settlement with her backpack. Hey, is someone knocking on the door? Eldest daughter-in-law, go open the door, Jin Xianglan said, drying her hair as she directed her eldest daughter-in-law to open the door. Okay, I'll go right away. When the eldest daughter-in-law led the person in, Jin Xianglan opened her mouth in surprise. Jiang Jiqing, it's you again? No wonder she was surprised. If you counted, this was either the 5th or 6th time Jiang Tian had come to her house. Of course, she still welcomed Jiang Jiqing very much. After all, the child was very polite and always brought something with him when he came. Hello, Andy. I need to talk to Captain Uncle about something. Is he home? Jiang Tian greeted him familiarly, with a charming smile on her face. He's here, already in his room lying down. I'll call him out for you. Jin Xianglan meant it. Old man, come out quickly. Someone is looking for you. Tan Chongzhen had only been lying down for 2 minutes when he was called out, his face as long as a donkey's. What is it that you have to call me over at night? Don't you let people get any rest? It wasn't easy for him to be this damn brigade leader. He had endless worries every day, and he felt at least 5 years older than his peers. Stepping out of the room, he met Jiang Tian's beaming smile, and his impatience lessened slightly. Comrade Jiang, what brings you here at this hour? Captain, I'm sorry to bother you. This is a small gift I brought for Go Dan, Jiang Tian said, taking out the items from her bag one by one. With each item she took out, Jin Xianglan's eyes widened a little more. Tan Chongzhen looked at the generous gift on the table, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. The more expensive the gift, the more important the favor the other party needs from him. He even took out baby formula. He couldn't imagine how difficult it must have been for Jiang Tian to ask him to do something. No, take these things back right now. I can't accept them. He had just refused a second ago when his wife glared at him and pinched the soft flesh on his arm hard. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Jiqing already said that this is for our Go Dan. What right do you have to refuse for Go Dan? She could do without anything else, but this bag of milk powder had to be left for her eldest grandson. When she went to the city to buy things, she heard people say that children who drink more milk grow taller. Unfortunately, her eldest grandson didn't like drinking freshly squeezed goat milk, saying it had a goaty smell. She was dumbfounded to push away the milk powder that city kids could only drink. You old woman, really? Sigh. I can't reason with you. Tan Chongzhen sighed heavily, completely helpless with his wife. Jin Xianglan secretly rolled her eyes at the man, then turned to Jiang Tian with a smile. Oh my, Jiang Jiqing, you're too kind. If you need anything from your team leader, just let me know. But don't bring so much stuff next time, okay? Ignoring the subtle tension between the couple, Jiang Tian smiled and said, Actually, it's not a difficult matter. My brother helped me find a job in the city, and I'd like to ask Uncle Captain to help me with the procedures for returning to the city. Chapter 197, leaving the educated youth settlement. Jiang Tian's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the brigade leader and his wife quite a bit. What? Jiang Jiqing, you found a job in the city? Yes, my brother found it for me, Jiang Tian explained with a smile. Tan Chongzhen's gaze towards Jiang Tian changed, filled with a hint of envy. Jiang Jiqing, you have a good older brother. I think so too, Jiang Tian said, a genuine smile spreading across her face as she thought of Song Chen's help to her. Meeting Song Chen in this world of superpowers is probably the luckiest thing that has ever happened to her. There were units in the city that would accept them, so it wasn't difficult for the educated youth to go through the procedures to return to the city. It was also part of his duties as the brigade leader, so Tan Chong-jin readily agreed. He was really shocked to see Jiang Tiantian take out so many things. He thought she was asking him to do something difficult, but it turned out to be just a matter of returning to the city. "Thank you so much, Captain. I'll come back to see you and Annie again when I have the chance," Jiang Tiantian said, showering the captain and his wife with sweet words that made them beam with joy. It was already completely dark outside. Jean Xianglan specially arranged for her eldest son to escort Jiang Tiantian back to the educated youth settlement. "Eldest son, you must make sure Jiang Tiantian gets back safely. Do you hear me?" "Mother, I understand," Tan Daji replied honestly. Jiang Tiantian did not refuse. She was now very careful about this. Even if Jean Xianglan did not arrange for Tan Daji to take her, she would ask the brigade leader to find someone to take her back to the educated youth settlement. After everyone left, Jean Xianglan picked up the items on the table and examined them one by one. "Wow, this fabric is really beautiful. I'll make a jacket for Shuang Shuang, and she'll definitely love it. I'll put the brown sugar and white rabbit candy away for now and share them with everyone during the holiday tomorrow. I'll make a cup of milk powder for Godan tomorrow morning to see if he can get used to it. All right, let's talk about tomorrow's problems tomorrow. I'm going back to my room to sleep." Tan Chong-jin glanced at the things on the table and went back to his room with a stern face. This young educated youth, Jiang, is quite generous, giving him all sorts of nice things. I just don't know if I should prepare something he could actually use. He worked hard and diligently, but in the end he didn't get any benefits. Do you think that's fair? Having shared a bed for decades, Jean Xianglan could easily see through the old man's little scheme. She decided to have her eldest son buy half a gin of liquor the next day to treat him properly. After all, he's the pillar of the family. We can't let him miss out on any of the benefits, can we? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Xia finally understood the reason for Jiang Tiantian's unusual behavior these past few days. With a serious expression, she pinched the soft flesh on Jiang's cheek and said, "Fine, I knew you were hiding something from me. You didn't even tell me anything about something so important. Don't you consider me a friend?" She was genuinely angry this time. She treated Jiang Tiantian almost like her own sister, but she didn't expect that Jiang Tiantian didn't feel the same way at all. "Sister Xia, I was wrong. I was just afraid that the walls would hear us. You know, I don't get along with that person. What if she finds out in advance and tries to trip me up? I don't trust anyone but you, right?" Jiang Tiantian took Zhao Xia's arm, rested her head affectionately on her shoulder, and explained in a sweet and coquettish voice. "Sister Xia, please don't be angry with me. I'm leaving tomorrow. Don't you want to say goodbye properly?" I'll barely pass you off. You're such a heartless girl. You're leaving tomorrow, and you only told me about this tonight. I didn't even have time to prepare a gift for you," Zhao Xia said angrily, tapping her fair forehead. Jiang Tiantian chuckled. "It's okay. It's not like I'm never coming back. I'll find time to come back and see you later. You're kind enough to come all the way to see me, but there's no need for you to make a special trip. It's too much trouble to go all the way to the 2 sessions. Just write me a letter when you have time," Zhao Xia said gently, stroking her hair with a look of tenderness in her eyes. Even though she was reluctant to let her go, she couldn't stop her best friend from pursuing a better future. "By the way, I can't easily take these cabinets, boxes, buckets, basins. Sister Xia, do you want them? If not, I'll give them to someone else." Zhao Xia widened her eyes and poked her head hard. "Are you stupid? You just want to throw away all this stuff? You spent a lot of money to buy it." She was the one who accompanied Jiang Tiantian to find a carpenter to make these things. The cabinet and the chest alone cost more than 10 yuan. Jiang Tiantian cried out in pain, then smiled ingratiatingly. "Oh, of course I know this was bought with money. That's why I thought of leaving it for you, since you can't take it with you anyway." "I can't take it. Why don't you lower the price and sell it? If the price is right, the aunties in the village will definitely be willing to buy it," Zhao Xia earnestly advised her. "No need for all this trouble. I'll be getting paid from now on. I don't need these oddballs." "Sister Xia, are you disgusted that these things are used by me? Then I'll just give them away to someone else," Jiang Tiantian said deliberately, trying to force Zhao Xia to compromise. At that moment, she had no idea that she was about to work for almost 3 years without pay. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't be smiling right now. Zhao Xia was indeed very receptive to this. When she heard that she was going to give the item away, she quickly said, I want it, okay? It's better to let her benefit than to let others benefit. At least she and Jiang Tiantian have the best relationship, so it's like keeping the good stuff in the family. The next morning, Jiang Tiantian left without even saying goodbye to the other educated youth, carrying her luggage. It wasn't until lunchtime that everyone realized something was amiss when they didn't see Jiang Tiantian. Oh, Tiantian found a job and has already returned to the city, Xiao Xia said calmly, slurping up a mouthful of corn porridge. What? Sun Qing let out a sharp, explosive sound. When did Jiang Tiantian find a job? I've never heard of this. Xiao Xia gave her a strange look. Why should I tell you? Don't you know what your relationship with Tian is? Sun Qing pouted unhappily. But this is going too far. We are all educated youth from the same settlement. How can you keep such a big thing a secret? I wonder who you were trying to protect yourself from. What Sun Jiqing said makes sense. Jiang Jiqing did something a bit unfair, said Feng Liangping. As the person in charge of the educated youth settlement, he often emphasized that all the educated youth should unite as one. Jiang Tiantian's behavior clearly showed that she did not respect the others. Although the others didn't say anything, they conveyed roughly the same meaning. Xiao Xia slammed the bowl down on the table with a loud thud, her face expressionless. It's a shame that Tian specially saved a few pounds of flour and asked me to make some steamed buns for everyone as a farewell meal before she left. I didn't expect you all to think of her like this. I don't think there's any need to make these steamed buns. Chapter 198 Young Men Like Good-Looking Women. Uncle Zhang, this is my sister. Please take good care of her in the future. Zhang Jinda looked at the obedient Jiang Tiantian and nodded with a smile. No problem. I'll take you to find Sister Kai. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, Jiang Tiantian said with a smile. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. We'll be colleagues from now on. If you need any help, just let me know, Zhang Jinda said warmly. Because they hadn't made an appointment in advance, Kai Zhaodi was a little surprised to see Song Chen arrive with his entourage. Didn't you say it would take about half a month? Why are you here so soon? The procedures were completed a little faster than expected, but don't worry, Annie has promised. This month's salary is yours, Song Chen explained patiently. Hearing this, Kai Zhaodi smiled and said, Okay, I'll take the girl to complete the handover procedures. Later, I'll introduce her to our colleagues in the bread shop. Xiao Song, don't worry, I'll tell them to take good care of your sister. Then thank you in advance, Auntie, Song Chen said politely. Oh, no need to be so polite with your auntie. I should be thanking you, Kai Zhaodi said with a smile. To be honest, the fact that this job could be sold for 1,000 yuan was beyond her expectations. Although she initially priced it at 1,000 yuan, she was only reluctant to do so. After a while, if no one was interested, she would lower the price. Not to mention that she didn't even finish her work this month, yet she still got a whole month's salary, taking advantage of these two young people. In addition, she has several hundred yuan in savings, and more than 1,000 yuan is enough for her retirement. At this time, Kai Zhaodi had no idea how rapidly society would develop in 20 or 30 years, and that a little over 1,000 yuan wouldn't even last a year. But for her now, a little over 1,000 yuan is a huge sum of money. Kai Zhaodi took Jiang Tiantian to complete the work handover procedures. Song Chen couldn't go with them, so he stayed at the door and chatted with Zhang Jinda. Xiao Song, which factory do you work at? Is it far from our food factory? Zhang Jinda asked curiously. Song Chen's eyes flickered, and he began to make up a story. Oh, I work in Funko County, which is under the jurisdiction of T-City. It's quite far from here. Zhang Jinda stared wide-eyed in surprise. What? You work in a county town? Then why did you think of finding a job for your sister in the city? He naturally assumed that since Song Chen worked in the county, his family must be from the county town, because people from the city would definitely try every means to stay in the city. Furthermore, most families prioritize their son's resources. It's extremely rare to find a family like Song Chen's that's willing to spend 1,000 yuan to buy a job for their daughter. She might not even earn back her salary before she gets married. So wouldn't the job essentially be given to someone else? Well, Tian is my cousin, my aunt's daughter. Song Chen continued to make up a story. Of course, even if he doesn't say it now, Zhang Jinda will find out when he knows Jiang Tiantian's full name. In this era, it is very rare for brothers to have different surnames, unless it is a blended family. Oh, I knew it. Your aunt's family is quite well off, Zhang Jinda said with a smile. Song Chen smiled and didn't deny it. Yes, girls should be raised in a wealthy family. When Zhang Jinda first heard this claim, he found Song Chen's family somewhat mysterious, with ideas that differed from the general public. Nowadays, people generally feel that sons are more important, and very few people value daughters more. However, he didn't want to pry into other people's family affairs, so he laughed it off and changed the subject. On the other side, Kai Zhaodi was also chatting with Jiang Tiantian. Girl, you're not that old. You probably haven't found a boyfriend yet, right? Kai Zhaodi's face was full of gossip. Jiang Tiantian's smile was a little stiff. Is this a topic that can't be avoided in any era? Not yet, auntie, she answered honestly. Kai Zhaodi's gaze swept over her fair face. Oh dear, you'd better watch out from now on. If the young people in our factory knew that a pretty girl like you had come in, they'd be overjoyed. Hee hee, Annie, you're really joking. Jiang Tiantian chuckled dryly. Seeing that she didn't believe her, Kai Zhaodi snorted. Don't be so skeptical. You'll see whether what your auntie said is right or not later. There are quite a few young girls in the factory, but very few are as pretty as Jiang Tiantian. Young men are all very superficial. They just like good-looking women. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the personnel department. Kai Zhaodi knocked on the door in a very casual manner. Xiao Zhang, are you there? Who is it? Come in. Zhang Xiaoying called out towards the door. Oh, it's you, Aunt Kai. And who is this? This is my niece from my maternal family. I was just planning to go and stay with my daughter, so I was thinking of passing on my job to this niece. Kai Zhaodi began to spout nonsense without blinking. Jiang Tiantian nodded to Zhang Xiaoying. Hello, Sister Zhang. Hello. Zhang Xiaoying replied with a smile. As for whether she believed Kai Zhaodi, of course not. Her family and Kai Zhaodi's family happened to be in the same alley. During this period, Kai Zhaodi's family was in complete chaos, and everyone living nearby knew about her family's affairs. Normally, it's not a problem for a mother-in-law to pass on her work to her daughter-in-law, but the issue is that Kai Zhaodi isn't her biological mother-in-law, so this needs to be considered. The neighbors all speculated that Kai Zhaodi would eventually have to compromise, since she couldn't afford to offend her husband and stepson and his wife over a job. No one expected Kai Zhaodi to be so clever, selling the job in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xiaoying could only secretly praise her for her brilliance. Xiao Zhang, could you please help me and my niece with the handover of our work? Kai Zhaodi didn't care what Zhang Xiaoying was thinking. As long as the reason on the surface was acceptable, that was fine. Yes, I'll get it done for you right away. Zhang Xiaoying moved very quickly, picked up the pen, and started writing rapidly. After a while, she handed the pen to Jiang Tiantian. Little sister, can you fill in your basic information yourself? Okay, Jiang Tiantian said, taking the pen and beginning to fill in her personal information. Everything went smoothly until I got to the part about education level. My pen paused for a moment, and I changed the half-finished character to high instead of education level. Sister Zhang, I filled it out. Oh my, the girl's handwriting is pretty good, Zhang Xiaoying casually complimented. Not only does he have beautiful handwriting, but he's also a high school graduate, so he'd be perfectly capable of working in an office. Unfortunately, office jobs are not easy to get. Most people don't even have the chance to apply. She was lucky. The year she graduated, the factory was expanding its recruitment, which allowed her to successfully enter the personnel department. Chapter 199, The Resort, is officially completed. Xiao Jiang, do you have a place to stay? Or do you want to apply for dormitory accommodation? Zhang Xiaoying asked after registering the information. Sister Zhang, I want to apply for a dormitory, Jiang Tiantian said without hesitation. She had nowhere to live in the city, so she could only stay at the factory for the time being. She'll check the factory dormitories later to see if they're any good. If not, she'll figure out a way to move out. Zhang Xiaoying was not surprised by her choice. Nowadays, most families are crammed into a small house, which may not even be as comfortable as the dormitory in their factory. Okay, there's one bed left in room 302. Do you need me to take you there later? Kai Zhaodi said proactively. It's all right. I won't take up your time. I'll take her there later. That works too. The paperwork is all done. Xiao Jiang can come to work tomorrow, Zhang Xiaoying said with a smile. Thank you, Sister Zhang. You're so kind, Jiang Tiantian said quickly, and then took out a few white rabbit milk candies from her pocket and handed them over. Upon seeing the white rabbit milk candy, Zhang Xiaoying's smile widened even further. Oh, Xiao Jiang, you're too kind. You should keep this good stuff for yourself. It's okay, sister, you take it. I have more here, Jiang Tiantian said, not forgetting Kai Zhaodi, and slipped her a few more as well. Having received a gift, Zhang Xiaoying's impression of Jiang Tiantian improved considerably. Come visit me sometime. Kai Zhaodi first took Jiang Tiantian to the girls' dormitory to put away her luggage. The dormitories at the food factory are mostly 6-person rooms. The other 5 beds are already occupied, leaving only the top bunk against the wall. Jiang Tiantian didn't mind at all. The top bunk was great. She didn't have to worry about other people always sitting on her bed. After tidying things up briefly, Kai Zhaodi took Jiang Tiantian to the bakery and introduced her to all the colleagues there. Song Chen and old Zhang chatted idly for a while. When Jiang Tiantian came out, Song Chen smiled and waved to her. How's it going? Is everything done? Jiang Tiantian nodded. Everything is ready, and all the things have been moved into the dormitory. Is there anything you need? I'll bring it to you next time. Song Chen asked cryptically. Jiang Tiantian frowned and thought for a moment before saying, I want a bed curtain with good blackout properties. That's all I need. The supply and marketing cooperative should be able to sell them. Okay, Song Chen readily agreed. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the construction of Wuyo Mountain Villa has been officially completed. Under Su Waitsai's guidance, Song Chen began the acceptance process. At the main entrance of the resort hung a signboard that Song Chen had spent a lot of money to have meticulously crafted. It was magnificent and grand, giving off a high-end feel. Upon entering the hall, the first thing that catches the eye is the ingeniously crafted artificial mountain and fountain in the very center. The gurgling water and the misty air intertwine, creating a refreshing and invigorating feeling as soon as one steps into this place on a sweltering summer day. The waiting area is furnished with comfortable sofas for guests to rest, while a miniature model of the resort is placed in the corner to give first-time visitors a quick overview of the resort's layout and facilities. Upon exiting the hall, you'll see a row of white sightseeing vehicles neatly arranged at the entrance, specially prepared for tourists who don't want to walk. As you walk along the wide road, the carefully manicured flower beds on both sides are filled with colorful flowers, giving you a refreshing feeling. As you continue walking, rows of villas in a unique Chinese style are scattered throughout this beautiful landscape. With a polite smile on his face, Su Weikai said respectfully, President Song, as you instructed, the 2 villas at the very back are individually renovated. Shall I take you to see them first? Da Peng, have you bought all the furniture and appliances I asked you to? Song Chen turned to Wen Guangping beside him and asked. Wen Guangping said with a smile, everything is ready. We can move in after the smell dissipates. Considering the need for the resort to operate, only the best materials were used during the renovation. In addition, a batch of spider plants and air purifiers were purchased, and the resort is ventilated 24 hours a day. Okay, remember to invite Huazi and Sheng over for a few days when it officially opens, Song Chen said with a smile. I already messaged them to ask them to make time for me in advance. As they talked, they walked toward the villa. The villa that the owner kept for himself was definitely different from the one prepared for tourists. To make them easier to distinguish and to ensure privacy, the 2 villas were specially equipped with a courtyard, and the gates were fitted with smart locks with facial recognition, with Song Chen and Wen Guangping's facial images pre-registered. As for others, I'm sorry, I don't have that permission. Tears of envy streamed down Su Waitsai's face. They were both working-class people, but the boss's friend had a real advantage, getting to live in a detached villa right away. Of course, the employee dormitory he was assigned was also very nice, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It could accommodate not only him alone, but also his wife and children. Upon entering the courtyard, you can see a small pond with artificial hills and greenery in the center. Song Chen leaned closer to examine the pond more closely and asked, Why are there no fish in this pond? I've already pre-ordered it, and I'll put it in as soon as it arrives, Wen Guangping said with a grin. From now on, you'll be in charge of feeding these fish. Remember not to let them starve to death, okay? Song Chen said jokingly. Wen Guangping immediately thought of a time when he and his friends went out to play during college. He had caught a small goldfish, but despite his careful care, it starved to death. It's worth noting that goldfish are incredibly resilient to hunger. They can survive for 10 days, half a month, or even a month without being fed. Impossible, it was an accident last time. The goldfish from that shop were of poor quality. Wen Guangping firmly refused to admit that it was his fault. Song Chen chuckled and stopped arguing with him, then turned and went inside to explore. After viewing the villa, the group went to the restaurant. The resort's restaurants are divided into different areas, such as Chinese food, Western food, snacks, and alcoholic beverages. The chefs have all been hired and are just waiting to show their skills after the resort opens. Next are various recreational facilities, such as indoor hot springs, water parks, saunas, chess and card rooms, and video game rooms, which can meet the needs of different tourists. After touring the area, Song Chen expressed his satisfaction. Great job. Manager Su, thank you for your hard work these past few days. It's no trouble at all. I'm just glad you're satisfied, Mr. Song, Su Weikai said with a genuine smile. As an employee, as long as the boss pays a high enough salary, he can treat the boss like a god and the company like his own home. Have you contacted those bloggers I asked you to contact last time? Chapter 200 Promotion of Worry-Free Manner. We've made contact. The one with the most fans is currently abroad, and another one doesn't have time. 3 people have agreed to come, namely. Su Weikai reported his work results in a methodical manner. Song Chen nodded. Yeah, it's all right. Let's confirm the time with them as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Song. I'm all done here. You can go and do your own thing, Song Chen said. Su Weikai glanced at Wen Guangping and thought, yes, that's it. The boss only wants me to leave. With a standard smile on his face, he said considerately, then I'll head back to my office now. Mr. Song, please feel free to message me if you need anything. Okay, go ahead and get busy, Song Chen waved casually, indicating that he understood. As soon as Su Weikai left, Wen Guangping stopped pretending and hooked his arm around Song Chen's neck with a grin. Chengzi, what do you think about me making an account and posting some videos? Maybe I can become famous too. He had thought about this issue before. Nowadays, many social media accounts can accept advertisements as long as they have a few thousand followers. In any case, it is a kind of income. His life had been too dull before, consisting of nothing but going back and forth between the company and home, with no highlights whatsoever. Even if it were made into a video, no one would care to watch it. What people want to see is a different kind of life, a way to relax after a long day at work, not to look like they're looking in a mirror online. But things are different now. With such a large resort, there's an abundance of materials available. Given his status as the boss's friend, wouldn't many people be willing to watch him act like a bully or a tyrant at the resort? Of course, it doesn't matter if you fail. Just treat it as a pastime when you're bored. Although he has a lot to do every day, he doesn't feel tired at all. He doesn't have the pressure of clocking in at work, and his sleep quality at night has improved a lot. Before, he worried about being late for work and losing his full attendance bonus. He would be extremely anxious when it was time to go to bed, but he couldn't bear to go to sleep. Sure, it's good that you have this idea. Do you want me to help you with 2 people? Song Chen saw that he didn't seem to be joking, so his attitude became serious. Upon hearing this, Wen Guangping quickly waved his hand and said, no, let me try it myself first. If I can really make it work, then I'll think about hiring someone. If we assign him 2 assistants now, the psychological pressure will be immense if he fails. Okay, just let me know if you need anything, Song Chen said, patting his shoulder. A few days later, the 3 bloggers that Su Wei had contacted arrived. These 3 bloggers are all popular online bloggers specializing in food, drink, entertainment, and travel, with hundreds of thousands to millions of followers. Of course, you have to pay them to come to the resort to film promotional videos. They can't work for you for free. Su Weikai communicated with the 3 people a day in advance, and then hired a group of extras to create the impression of a large crowd. Since the resort hasn't officially opened yet, and there are no real tourists, they can only find extras to make up the numbers. This also serves as a rehearsal opportunity for the resort staff, allowing them to practice with these group performances beforehand, so they won't be caught off guard and overwhelmed when facing tourists after the resort opens. The 3 bloggers originally only intended to earn some extra money when they accepted the invitation, but after spending a trip at the resort called Worry-Free Mountain Villa, they really had a blast. What interested them most wasn't the amusement park rides. Those things weren't unique to Wuyo Mountain Villa, and they were already tired of them. However, planting and breeding areas are rarely seen elsewhere. After all, it is not suitable to farm and raise livestock in the city, and it is not realistic to go to the countryside specifically for these things. Seeing their interest, Su Weikai immediately offered to provide them with a plot of land for a 2-year lease, along with 2 chicks for each person, and all subsequent care would be free. The 3 of them naturally had no reason to refuse. Free and healthy, all-natural vegetables were much better than those sold outside, which might have been treated with pesticides. As for the resort, it's even less likely to lose money. With such a piece of land here, why would they be afraid that these 3 people won't come back in the future? They might not even need to pay advertising fees anymore. The resort will become one of the materials for their videos. Don't underestimate the influence of these online celebrities. They've made many popular tourist spots famous. Once you gain popularity online, why worry about a lack of tourists? Su Weikai had told Song Chen yesterday that the 3 bloggers would be coming to the resort today. Song Chen was quite interested in these big bloggers with millions of followers, so she drove over there at noon. He arrived just in time for lunch. This wasn't the first time the resort restaurant had cooked. The chefs usually prepare meals for the staff, but the meals were never as lavish as today's. The table was laden with dishes, a dazzling array that included several local specialties from Baishui village, prepared by a local chef. This is also a unique feature of the resort. Tourists come all this way to have fun, so they have to eat things they can't get anywhere else. Su Wei had just sat down when he received a call from Song Chen. President Song, have you arrived? We're at the restaurant. Do you need me to come and pick you up? Okay, it's all right. The dishes haven't all been served yet. We can start eating when you arrive. After hanging up the phone, Su Wei met several pairs of curious eyes. He chuckled and explained, "It's our boss. He's coming over now. Would you all mind waiting a few minutes before we start eating?" Who could say they mind? Although the 3 of them were specially invited, they still had a pretty good idea of who their sugar daddy was. In less than 5 minutes, Song Chen drove a sightseeing car to the restaurant entrance. The only female blogger among the 3 recognized Song Chen, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Manager Su, this can't be your boss, can it?" "Yes, he's very young, isn't he?" Hee, our boss is indeed young and promising," Su Weikai said proudly, straightening his back. Chu Sure nodded blankly, imagining the resort owner as a middle-aged man with a big belly. She was a little worried when she heard Su Weikai say that their boss was coming over. He would start urging people to drink, since middle-aged bosses really like that. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be a handsome young man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. "Hello. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Song Chen greeted the group as he entered. No, the dishes were just served. "Mr. Song is so young and handsome. I almost thought a celebrity had walked in," Chu Sure said with a smile. No one dislikes hearing nice things, so Song Chen smiled and said, "Miss Chu, you flatter me. I'm just telling the truth. Mr. Song, you can just call me Sure." Miss Chu sounds a bit strange.